The man opened his eyes abruptly and found himself lying on a simple wooden raft. There was no land in sight, only the endless sea. The raft was only about 2 meters square, and apart from a rough fishing rod, it was completely empty. Before he could figure out what was going on, a huge shark was rapidly approaching the raft from the distant sea. Immediately afterward, a cold voice echoed in his mind. The global survival game has officially begun. Everyone has been thrown into this ocean. The sole objective is to survive. Everyone starts with the same resources, a raft and a fishing rod. Once you find the materials and crafting blueprints, you can build survival items. But here, once you die, it's truly death. And lately, the sharks in the sea have been unusually hungry. The man's name was Lin Feng, and he gripped his fishing rod tightly. Its purpose immediately came to mind. This fishing rod could not only catch fish, but also retrieve floating debris from the sea. He looked up. Sure enough, a large quantity of supplies was drifting towards him in the distance. At their current speed, the raft would pass by in about 10 minutes. To survive, he had to acquire the resources as quickly as possible before the sharks attacked. Just then, the chat channel, trade channel, and manufacturing workshop all opened one after another. The chat channel was already in complete chaos. Some people didn't know why they were at sea. Some people don't know how to use a fishing rod at all. Others can't swim and just want to go home immediately. Lin Feng quickly glanced through the information. He soon confirmed that the number of people involved in the game was extremely large. Everyone's starting situation was almost identical. For the time being, no one possessed any useful information. He didn't waste any more time and immediately prepared to close the interface. But the next second, the system suddenly popped up 3 error messages in succession. Unknown error, patch loading failed, program reloading. After a brief pause, a new, never-before-seen feature suddenly entered Lin Feng's consciousness. The endless blind box lottery system had finished loading. One regular lottery draw could be performed daily. Every 7 days, you can also get a super lottery draw. There are 6 tiers of blind boxes: inferior, common, premium, superior, epic, and legendary. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. While other players were still figuring out how to use the fishing rod, he had already obtained his own unique lottery system. The first lottery draw began immediately. Lin Feng won a premium seafood blind box. This blind box has a 30% chance of containing a small sea fish. There's a 30% chance of getting small shrimp, a 30% chance of getting small seaweed, only a 10% chance of getting tuna. Lin Feng used his mind to retrieve the blind box. A heavy cardboard box immediately landed in the center of the raft. Seeing the shark still swimming nearby, he didn't hesitate and tore open the cardboard box. The next second, 50 tuna filled the raft instantly. Lin Feng successfully drew the prize with the lowest probability. But when he looked down and saw what it was like, the excitement on his face froze. These tuna were only the size of a palm. Normal tuna are at least half a meter long. These things look more like models shrunk countless times. Lin Feng seriously suspected that the system had secretly withheld his rewards. But even small fish are still food. 50 tuna would be enough to feed him for several days. Meanwhile, the other players probably don't even have a single shrimp. With everyone lacking food and fresh water, these small fish are the most precious form of currency. Lin Feng immediately opened the trading channel. There was no unified currency here. Except for buildings, all items could be bartered. People in the channel were already trying to trade fishing rods for food and fresh water. Lin Feng knew at a glance that these deals were doomed to fail. Everyone was stranded at sea. No one lacked fishing rods. What was truly precious were the food and water that could directly sustain life. Soon, a trade appeared offering 3 pieces of wood for 1 unit of fresh water. This indicated that some players had already successfully harvested the resource. Lin Feng then opened the manufacturing workshop. A small wooden hammer requires 3 pieces of wood. A regular water purifier requires 2 pieces of wood, 1 metal sheet, and 2 plastic sheets. A barbecue grill and a campfire both require specific materials. But he has nothing right now. Adding more recipes would be pointless. Just then, the floating object in the distance approached the raft. Lin Feng immediately closed the interface, picked up his fishing rod, and cast his line. On his first attempt, he successfully hooked back a clump of grass. On his second attempt, he didn't choose the most readily available ordinary materials. Instead, he targeted the most conspicuous items among the supplies. It was a small wooden barrel constantly churning on the surface of the sea. Among all the floating debris, it was the only barrel. Lin Feng judged that it must contain something of higher quality than ordinary materials. Even as the surrounding wood and clumps of grass drifted away from the raft, he didn't change his target. The first attempt failed. The second attempt also failed. The hook kept grazing the edge of the barrel. After more than 10 attempts, the hook finally snagged on the outer edge of the barrel. Lin Feng immediately tightened the fishing line. The wooden bucket was slowly dragged to the side of the raft. As he pulled it up, new information appeared in his mind. Lucky little wooden bucket. No level. Its description was only one sentence. You can get any item from it. Lin Feng looked at the wooden bucket at his feet, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Great, let's open it and take a look. After the barrel was opened, basic supplies fell out one after another. Wood, clumps of grass, pieces of plastic, and pieces of metal. Just when Lin Feng thought the reward was over, another manufacturing blueprint fell out from the bottom of the bucket. It was a schematic diagram of the manufacturing principle for a high-quality, high-efficiency water purifier. Ordinary water purifiers have limited efficiency. This high-efficiency water purifier can purify 1 liter of fresh water every 8 hours. Once it is manufactured, Lin Feng will not have to worry about dying of thirst for a while. But when he examined the materials, he immediately discovered a new problem. The water purifier required 4 pieces of glass. Of all the supplies he had just acquired, there wasn't a single piece of glass. The floating debris on the sea continued to drift away. Lin Feng could only keep casting his fishing rod. For the next half hour, he didn't stop, casting the line again and again, pulling the materials back to the raft time and time again. By the time the last batch of supplies had drifted far away, Lin Feng had obtained 8 clumps of grass, 10 pieces of wood, 3 pieces of plastic, and 6 pieces of metal. He had a good amount of basic materials. However, the most important piece of glass was still nowhere to be found. Lin Feng, however, remained calm. His raft still held 50 tuna. He possessed what others lacked, and he had materials that others might not have. Lin Feng reopened the trading channel and immediately posted 4 trades. Each tuna would be exchanged for a piece of glass, 3 pieces of wood, and 3 bundles of grass. 2 of the trades were completed immediately after they appeared. Clearly, some players have already salvaged the glass. But compared to the glass, they lack food to fill their stomachs. The remaining 2 items, however, remain untouched. Lin Feng then opened the chat channel and sent a message. He told all the players that he possessed a tuna. Those who had glass shards could exchange them in the trade channel. The moment the message was sent, the entire channel exploded. Some were shocked that Lin Feng had managed to obtain a tuna so early in the game. Some people thought the price was too high for trading so many materials for a single fish. Others, seeing that the tuna was only the size of a palm, immediately began to laugh. Lin Feng completely ignored it. Those who aren't starving naturally find the price expensive. But for those players who are already starving and dizzy, the size of the fish is completely unimportant. As long as it can fill their stomachs, it has enough value. Sure enough, by the time Lin Feng reopened the trade channel, the remaining 2 transactions were already completed. He had finally gathered all 4 glass shards. However, to build items on the raft, he first needed a wooden hammer. Lin Feng used 3 pieces of wood to quickly craft a low-quality small wooden hammer. Then, he selected a high-efficiency water purifier and confirmed the construction location on the raft. The required materials vanished instantly. A water purifier with 2 glass containers, one above the other, appeared before Lin Feng. The upper container was for holding seawater, while the lower container was for storing purified freshwater. Lin Feng then crafted a small wooden bowl. He poured seawater, bowl by bowl, into the upper container. With a soft dripping sound, the water purifier finally began to work. The most critical drinking water problem was temporarily solved. But new problems have arisen. The raft, which was originally only 2 meters square, is now piled high with tuna, materials, and a water purifier. Lin Feng barely had a place to stand. To continue making the barbecue grill and weapons, he needed to expand the raft. A basic deck required 3 pieces of wood and 2 bundles of grass. As long as he had enough materials, he could freely piece them together along the raft's edge. Lin Feng kept some tuna for food. He then took out 24 more and listed them all in the trading channel. This time, each tuna was exchanged for 3 pieces of wood and 2 bundles of grass. Other players were still worrying about food for the day. The moment the 24 tuna appeared, trade notifications started ringing out one after another. Wood and grass balls kept arriving in their accounts. Before long, all the tuna were exchanged. Lin Feng obtained just enough materials to make 12 new deck plates. He gripped the small wooden hammer and began to expand the raft outwards. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 5 pieces, 12 pieces. A moment later, the small wooden raft, which was originally 2 meters by 2 meters, had expanded to 4 meters by 4 meters. The overall area had directly quadrupled. The other players were still struggling to survive on the cramped raft. Lin Feng, however, already had enough space to move around. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the chat channel suddenly filled with SOS messages. The sharks started attacking the raft. And they weren't just attacking one person. Almost all the players were attacked by sharks simultaneously. Some people watched helplessly as a piece of deck was torn apart by sharks. Others, lacking materials, could only stand on their increasingly smaller rafts and desperately cry for help. Once the raft completely disappears, the player will fall into the sea. Faced with a group of hungry sharks, falling into the sea will only result in death. Lin Feng immediately sent the information he had to the channel. The small wooden hammer could not only build decks, but also repair damaged areas. Building and repairing decks required wood and bundles of straw. The message had just been sent. Suddenly, the sea behind Lin Feng churned violently. The shark that had been circling nearby burst out of the water. It opened its massive jaws, full of sharp teeth, and bit down hard on the edge of the raft. With a sharp crack, a newly constructed section of deck was torn to shreds. Fortunately, the shark did not launch a follow-up attack. After tearing the deck apart, it quickly submerged back into the sea. But the black fin continued to linger near the raft. It hadn't left, it was simply waiting for its next attack. Lin Feng stared at the vanished deck, his expression growing increasingly serious. Expanding the raft would only increase their living space, but it couldn't truly eliminate the threat of sharks. To be completely safe, he must manufacture weapons. Ideally, he should kill the shark outright. The recipe for a spiked spear has appeared in the workshop. Making the spear requires iron nails, wood, and straw rope. Lin Feng calculated his available resources. He clearly didn't have enough metal scraps. If he wanted to manufacture weapons, he would have to continue bartering food for materials. But he had to deal with his hunger first. He'd been busy for several hours since waking up, and his stomach was already rumbling. Lin Feng first made 2 portions of charcoal out of wood. Then he built a small barbecue grill. After the charcoal was lit, flames rose from below the metal mesh. Lin Feng cleaned a tuna and placed it on the grill, slowly turning it over. The fish quickly turned golden brown on both sides. Although there were no seasonings, the fresh fish still emitted an enticing aroma. After finishing the first tuna, Lin Feng grilled the second one. His hunger finally subsided after eating both. He kept a few as backup food. He then listed the remaining tuna on the trading channel. This time, he mainly exchanged glass, metal, and plastic pieces. Less than 5 minutes after the trade was announced, all the tuna were sold out. A large amount of materials kept flowing into Lin Feng's inventory, and his resource reserves far exceeded those of most ordinary players. Meanwhile, the high-efficiency water purifier next to him finally filtered out its first liter of fresh water. Lin Feng poured a bowlful into a wooden bowl. Then he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. The cool, fresh water even had a hint of sweetness in his mouth. In the chat channel, people are still asking for food. Some are asking for fresh water. And some people's rafts are being torn apart by sharks and could sink completely at any moment. Lin Feng already possessed a 4-meter by 4-meter raft, a high-efficiency water purifier, a small barbecue grill, and basic materials far exceeding those of ordinary players. The sun gradually sank into the sea. Lin Feng lay on the spacious deck, looking at the distant sky that was dyed red. The shark was still there. Its black fins occasionally skimmed the surface, a constant reminder that the danger was not over. However, the problems of food, fresh water, and living space had all been solved. Next, all he needs to do is craft the spiked spear. Then he needs to figure out how to kill the shark. This time, the prey might not be Lin Feng. The night passed quickly. The morning sea breeze blew across the raft. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he did upon waking was to open the endless blind box system, because the second daily blind box draw had already been refreshed. The next morning, Lin Feng completed his second daily lottery draw. There were 5 days left until the super lottery. This time, what appeared was an epic lucky card pack blind box. It might contain reward swap cards, reward critical hit cards, blind box reset cards, or reward all-win cards. Lin Feng tore open the red envelope. 3 reward all cards landed in his hand. These cards could be used before opening the blind box, allowing him to take all the rewards inside at once. If he had used the cards on the seafood blind boxes yesterday, he could have gotten all the small fish, shrimp, seaweed, and tuna. However, it's not worth wasting the low-level blind boxes. Lin Feng carefully put away the 3 cards, waiting for higher quality rewards. Another batch of supplies drifted by in the distance. Among them was a lucky little wooden barrel. Lin Feng hooked it and pulled it onto the raft. Upon opening the package, he found 6 pieces of wood, 2 clumps of grass, a piece of plastic, 5 pieces of metal, and a tomato seed. Tomatoes need soil and fresh water. Without vegetables for a long time at sea, they are likely to suffer from scurvy. Lin Feng immediately inspected the manufacturing workshop. The miniature farm needed 10 pieces of wood, 1 portion of soil, and 2 strands of straw rope. The watering can required 6 pieces of plastic and 2 nails. The nails and straw rope could be made. The only thing missing was soil. After collecting the nearby supplies, Lin Feng opened the chat channel. Someone had shared watermelons and potatoes. Others complained that the wooden bucket only contained a portion of soil. Lin Feng immediately contacted the other party, offering to exchange 1 tuna. The other party, however, demanded 2. Lin Feng bluntly stated that soil couldn't fill his stomach, and if they wouldn't exchange, he'd keep it himself. Before long, the other party relented. Lin Feng traded a tuna for soil and made 2 straw ropes, successfully creating a miniature farm. A square wooden basin filled with black soil appeared on the deck. This ordinary grade farm can harvest 5 fruits at a time. Normal ripening takes 3 to 5 days. With timely watering and fertilization, it can be as quick as 3 days. Lin Feng then made a watering can and poured in the fresh water that had been collected overnight in the water purifier. As soon as the tomato seeds were planted in the soil, the tender shoots quickly broke through the soil. After finishing those tasks, he prepared to grill the remaining tuna. One of them, however, had already spoiled. This type of fish is mildly poisonous, but it can be used to make poison or as fertilizer. Lin Feng immediately buried it in the farm. The tomato seedling instantly grew taller and sprouted 5 or 6 new leaves. But the remaining fish was simply not enough to eat. Lin Feng could only continue fishing with his crude fishing rod. After more than 2 hours, he only caught 3 small sea fish, barely enough to fill his stomach. As it got dark, he lay down to rest early to conserve his energy. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Feng completed his 3rd daily lottery draw. This time, he received a premium-grade veteran fisherman outfit blind box. It had a 30% chance of containing a straw hat, backpack, or harpoon. The probability of getting a fishing rod is only 10%. Lin Feng didn't want to gamble, so he directly used a reward all card. The card disappeared. A straw hat, backpack, harpoon, and fishing rod appeared simultaneously. After collecting the complete set of equipment, he also received an additional blueprint for manufacturing a large-capacity barbecue grill. The straw hat provides shade and protection from the rain. The backpack has 9 compartments, each capable of holding 20 items of the same type, for a total capacity of 180 items. Harpoons can be used for both fishing and fighting. The most prized sea fishing rods can catch anything of value. Lin Feng put on a straw hat, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and immediately began his trial fishing. Less than 5 minutes later, the float suddenly sank. He pulled the rod sharply. A whole watermelon crashed onto the deck. The sweet and juicy fruit made Lin Feng even more certain that the all-eat card hadn't been wasted. After all, The sea fishing rod only had a 10% chance of appearing. Without this card, he would never have been able to obtain a stable food supply so quickly. After finishing the watermelon, Lin Feng checked the chat channel again. Most players were still looking to buy food. Someone opened 3 seashells, but was ridiculed because they couldn't fill their stomach. Lin Feng, however, saw a new business opportunity. Fishing rods could reliably provide food. As long as he could build a large-capacity barbecue grill, he could sell cooked food and stockpile basic materials now. Just then, the float sank again. Lin Feng jerked the rod up. A fairly large octopus landed on the deck. In the next hour or so, he caught 5 more tuna and 3 more octopuses. For octopuses would be enough to eat for a few days and could also be exchanged for a large amount of resources. Lin Feng first grilled an octopus and listed it on the trading channel to exchange for metal, plastic, and glass. Only one transaction was completed in 10 minutes. He immediately announced in the chat that he was selling grilled fish and grilled octopus. The message caused an instant uproar. Those who missed out kept asking questions. Lin Feng only asked them to wait another hour. He quickly gathered 12 pieces of metal, 4 portions of charcoal, 8 pieces of wood, and 4 iron nails. The large-capacity barbecue grill was complete. The new grill has 4 metal meshes, allowing 4 servings of food to be cooked at the same time. After more than an hour, Lin Feng successfully collected 20 servings of cooked food. He priced each serving at 10 pieces of wood and 10 bundles of straw. The trade had barely been posted when all 20 portions of food were snapped up instantly. A flood of wood and clumps of grass poured into the backpack. Lin Feng's basic resources increased rapidly. The floating supplies were finally approaching. Among them was a lucky little wooden barrel. Lin Feng immediately stopped fishing, first scooped up the nearby clumps of grass, and then dragged the wooden bucket onto the deck. Inside the bucket were 4 pieces of wood, 2 clumps of grass, 2 pieces of glass, and a diagram illustrating the manufacturing principle of a small wooden paddle. The small wooden paddle only required 4 pieces of wood and 2 pieces of metal to propel the raft. Lin Feng immediately finished making it and paddled towards the direction from which the supplies were drifting. He used a fishing rod to retrieve resources in the distance. Those closer to the raft were simply picked up by hand. In less than 20 minutes, he had almost completely cleared out the surrounding supplies. But as he approached the last 2 clumps of grass, a triangular fin suddenly lunged at him. The shark that had been relentlessly attacking the raft had reappeared. Lin Feng gripped the veteran fisherman's harpoon tightly and instead smiled. To others, it was a marine killer capable of crushing rafts. To him, however, it was a shark fin delivered to his doorstep. The shark opened its massive jaws and lunged at the raft. Lin Feng steadied himself and thrust the harpoon down hard on its head. The sharp spear instantly pierced the shark's skull. The shark rolled around a few times and quickly went still. Lin Feng dragged it onto the raft and dissected it, obtaining 4 pieces of shark meat, 1 shark fin, and 4 shark teeth. Shark teeth can be used to make crossbow bolts, but feathers are also needed. Lin Feng didn't have any at the moment, so he could only put them in his backpack. The 4 portions of shark meat were quickly cooked. The item sold out almost immediately after being listed on the trading channel. Some people asked him how he killed the shark. Others complained that ordinary spears couldn't even pierce a shark's skin. In the end, 4 portions of roast meat were exchanged for 8 pieces of wood and 8 bundles of grass. Raymond Lamb then took out a shark fin, stating that he would only accept rare materials. Some people inquired about metal, glass, plastic, and black pearls. Others were willing to offer a wooden backpack that could hold 60 items. Lin Feng's backpack could easily hold 180 items. These things didn't appeal to him at all. He simply grilled the shark fin and ate it himself. The delicious taste far exceeded his expectations. In less than 5 minutes, the entire shark fin was gone. Lin Feng expanded the raft again. Its dimensions quickly increased to 6 meters by 6 meters. After nightfall, he lay on the spacious deck and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Feng spotted a small green dot on the distant sea. He determined it was a lush, green island. The island has no shortage of wood and grass. But to collect them, you'll need a stone axe, a stone pickaxe, and a stone shovel. These 3 tools require a total of 9 stones. However, stones don't float on the sea. They can only be obtained from lucky barrels. Raymond Lamb started his fourth daily lottery draw. This time, he received a premium beverage blind box. It might contain black tea, green tea, Sprite, Coca-Cola, or Red Bull. He opened them directly. 100 bottles of cola instantly filled the deck. Lin Feng unscrewed one and took a few sips. The icy bubbles instantly sobered him up. Although cola wasn't a top-tier reward, it was extremely valuable to players lacking water and supplies. Lin Feng immediately announced the new product launch on the chat channel. Some people were still wondering how Coca-Cola could possibly appear at sea. The next second, all 9 bottles of Coca-Cola were snapped up. The stones they received were just enough to craft 3 tools. Those who missed out were still wailing in the chat. Lin Feng took out another 35 bottles of cola and traded them for wood and grass. In less than a minute, all the cola was sold out again. He gained over 100 portions of each of the 2 basic materials. He immediately made a small stone axe, a small stone pickaxe, and a small stone shovel. Although the 3 tools were crude, they were sufficient for landing on the island. Just then, nearby floating supplies drew closer. Lin Feng used his fishing rod to pull back the lucky little wooden barrel in one go. Inside the barrel were 4 pieces of wood, 2 clumps of grass, 3 pieces of plastic, and a small anchor making diagram. Lin Feng then realized that he had to secure the raft before landing on the island. Otherwise, by the time he returned with the collected materials, the raft would likely have already drifted away. A small anchor requires 3 metal ingots, 6 straw ropes, 2 iron nails, and 3 pieces of wood. The metal ingots must be processed in a smelting furnace. But the smelting furnace requires 8 stones. Soon, he discovered an even larger lucky barrel. Upon opening it, he found 10 pieces of metal, 10 pieces of plastic, 10 stones, and 3 tomato seeds. The stones solved the problem of the smelting furnace. Lin Feng gathered the materials and built a small, round smelting furnace on the deck. Each metal ingot required 3 pieces of metal and 3 pieces of wood to smelt. He threw in the materials and lit a fire, continuing to fish while waiting. Before long, he caught several sea fish and a message in a bottle. The note in the bottle warns that ghosts who have perished at sea will appear in the dead of night. Those without a light source will be dragged into the ocean. Small barbecue grills can only burn for an hour or 2. Only a smelting furnace can last all night. For hours later, the first metal ingot fell out. Night had completely fallen. Lin Feng continued adding materials, deciding to stay by the furnace all night, and placed the harpoon beside him. In the dead of night, a chilling cold suddenly swept over him from behind. On the sea behind the raft stood a figure glowing green. It stared intently at Lin Feng, but, fearing the fire in the hearth, dared not approach. As the second metal ingot fell out, the furnace fire was about to go out. Lin Feng rushed over to add fuel. The instant the fire disappeared, the ghost had already boarded the raft. A cold hand almost touched his body. Fortunately, the fire was rekindled, and the ghost was immediately forced back. Lin Feng gripped the harpoon tightly, stood within the firelight, and thrust it forward. The harpoon pierced the ghost's body. The ball of green light shattered instantly and sank into the sea. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the green light reappeared on the sea. Ordinary weapons could only temporarily disperse the ghost. They couldn't truly kill it. Lin Feng could only continue fishing by the fire. In the chat channel, other players were also being attacked by ghosts. He immediately alerted everyone to light fires. Players with torches and campfires quickly tried. The ghosts indeed stopped approaching, but they still stood in the darkness, watching the raft. No one dared to sleep. Lin Feng inspected the workshop and discovered that the magical spiked spear could harm spirits. However, it required both ordinary spiked spears and magic crystals. He had neither at the moment and could only endure until dawn. As dawn broke, the ghost finally vanished. Lin Feng was so sleepy he was dizzy. He quickly grilled 2 tuna to fill his stomach and then lay down on the deck to rest. When he woke up again, it was already noon. Lin Feng drank a few sips of cola, which helped him regain some of his energy. The distant island was much closer than yesterday, but at the raft's current speed, it would take at least another day to reach it. Lin Feng didn't just wait. He used bundles of grass and metal to make 6 grass ropes and 2 iron nails, plus 3 metal ingots and wood, finally gathering the materials for a small anchor. Once completed, A wooden stake wrapped with straw rope appeared at the edge of the raft, with a metal anchor attached to the end of the rope. Although crudely made, it was sufficient for landing on the island. Lin Feng was preparing to grill the 2 octopuses left over from yesterday when another batch of supplies drifted by in the distance. He picked up his fishing rod and hooked back a piece of wood, a bundle of grass, and a lucky little wooden bucket. This time, in addition to 3 clumps of grass, 3 pieces of metal, and a stone, a palm-sized ghost radio also appeared in the barrel. The radio automatically emits sound whenever a spirit is nearby, and occasionally it even transmits words that can be understood. Although the casing is old and covered in rust, it can at least serve as a ghost alarm. After collecting the supplies, Lin Feng specifically observed the sea, hoping to spot any sharks. The area was calm, but another raft was slowly approaching in the distance. Lin Feng immediately gripped the harpoon tightly. In this survival game, other players might become allies, or they might directly fight for resources. The 2 rafts drew closer, but Lin Feng still couldn't see anyone. Suspecting they were left behind by the deceased players, he picked up a paddle and approached them. It wasn't until the 2 rafts gently bumped together that he noticed a girl in a light blue dress lying on the deck. The girl's long hair was loose around her sides, and she wore a seashell hair clip. The more Lin Feng looked at her, the more familiar she seemed, and he quickly recognized her as Song Xinling from Jiangxing University. Hearing her name called, the girl frowned and sat up. She looked up and saw Lin Feng standing in front of her with a harpoon, and was immediately startled. Song Xinling recognized Lin Feng and wondered why he was carrying a weapon. Lin Feng put down the harpoon and explained that he was just worried about encountering players who might try to steal his supplies. Just then, the system simultaneously asked both players if they wanted to form an alliance. After forming an alliance, they would face danger together, and the 2 rafts would automatically merge. Although Lin Feng and Song Xinling weren't exactly close before, they were at least students at the same university. In this dangerous world, acquaintances are always more reliable than complete strangers. After a few seconds of silence, Song Xinling took the initiative to propose an alliance. She also explained that she wouldn't hold anyone back, as she already had a barbecue grill, a water purifier, and food. Lin Feng confirmed it directly. A light shone between the 2 rafts, and then they automatically joined together. Song Xinling visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that she hadn't eaten yet, Lin Feng took a serving of octopus from the large-capacity barbecue grill and handed it to her. The girl didn't answer immediately, but stared at his raft with a look of astonishment. On the 6-meter square deck were a high-efficiency water purifier, a large-capacity barbecue grill, fishing rods, and a miniature farm, where tomatoes were already planted. She couldn't understand how Lin Feng had managed to achieve this level of success in such a short time. Lin Feng didn't explain, but simply handed her the grilled octopus and casually pulled out a bottle of cola. "Eat first, we'll talk about other things later." Song Xinling stared blankly at the Coke in her hand. She hadn't expected that Lin Feng could even get his hands on something like this in a survival game at sea. But once she started eating the grilled octopus, her attention was quickly drawn to the food. Even though she was starving, she ate slowly and in small bites. Lin Feng finished his food in a few bites and picked up his fishing rod again. In less than 10 minutes, the float suddenly sank, and he pulled a tuna onto the raft. Song Xinling looked on in astonishment. She used to fish for ages before catching even a small sea fish. Lin Feng simply handed her his experienced sea fishing rod, telling her to be in charge of fishing from now on. He then dismantled 2 small barbecue grills and a small water purifier from Song Xinling's raft, recycled some of the wood and metal, and rebuilt the 2 rafts into 6-meter by 9-meter structures. When Lin Feng finished his work and turned around, there were already 8 fish on the deck. Song Xinling, however, felt that her catch wasn't much. Lin Feng immediately decided that from now on, the fishing would be her responsibility. To ward off the ghosts of the night, he built a stone fire and put in 10 pieces of wood, enough to burn until the next morning. Song Xinling was in charge of grilling the fish. Surprisingly, the grilled tuna she made tasted even better than the one Lin Feng made himself. Lin Feng handed her the last bottle of cola, drank some water himself, and ate 2 servings of grilled fish. The remaining cooked food was put up for sale on the trading channel and sold out in less than 3 minutes. As night deepened, the two lay on either side of the fire, but neither could fall asleep. Song Xinling worried that the ghost would reappear, but Lin Feng told her that as long as the fire burned, the ghost wouldn't dare approach. Even late into the night, there was still no movement around. Just as Lin Feng thought the ghost wouldn't appear every day, a hoarse voice suddenly came from a corner of the raft. The smell of living people. I'm so hungry. He sat up abruptly, but saw no ghostly figure. Song Xinling was already crying in fright. Lin Feng followed her gaze and realized the sound was coming from the ghost radio. Unfortunately, the device had no switch, so he could only let it continue emitting strange noises. Lin Feng was about to comfort Song Xinling when she pointed in horror to the edge of the raft. Two ghostly figures emitting green light stood in the darkness, staring intently at them. The ghosts dared not approach the fire, but the radio kept repeating the message of devouring them. That night, Lin Feng had to endure the strange sounds, comfort the incessantly crying Song Xinling, and also be wary of the ghosts on the sea. The ghost finally disappeared at dawn, and the radio went quiet again. Song Xinling had cried herself to sleep, leaning against Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently laid her down, only then remembering that he had forgotten to collect yesterday's blind box. Fortunately, the daily rewards could be claimed within 24 hours. Lin Feng claimed 2 days' worth of rewards at once, receiving a seafood package blind box and a dazzling crystal blind box respectively. The crystal blind box might yield magic energy crystals, blood-grinding crystals, or demon god crystals. After being tormented by the ghost all night, Lin Feng desperately needs magic energy crystals right now. He opened 2 blind boxes and obtained 50 small shrimps and 10 magic crystals. Lin Feng immediately crafted a regular spiked spear and added a magic crystal to enhance it. 3 minutes later, a magical spiked spear capable of harming spirits appeared in his hand. He then put the remaining 9 crystals into his backpack. At this moment, Song Xinling also woke up. She saw 50 small sea shrimp piled up next to her and immediately asked where they came from. Lin Feng didn't explain, only telling her to hurry up and grill the shrimp. Song Xinling was in charge of preparing the food, while Lin Feng stood by the raft observing the island. At their current distance, they would be able to officially land on the island in another 2 or 3 hours. The small prawns were quickly grilled. The shells were crispy, and the prawn meat was tender. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise Song Xinling's cooking skills. Just then, another batch of supplies drifted ashore, including 2 lucky little wooden barrels. Lin Feng immediately understood that after forming an alliance, the daily floating resources would increase according to the number of players. 2 people could obtain double the resources, but only 1 barbecue grill, water purifier, and anchor needed to be prepared. He cast his fishing rod twice in succession, dragging both barrels onto the raft. Song Xinling was in charge of opening the package and received wood, metal, plastic, 2 lemons, a pink baseball cap, and a blueprint for making a wooden backpack. Raymond Lam casually put the hat on her head. The hat not only provided sun protection, but also suited her perfectly. Song Xinling blushed and urged him to continue the salvage. Half an hour later, the 2 of them had collected all the floating supplies nearby. Lin Feng then made a wooden backpack with 3 compartments and gave it to Song Xinling so that she could easily go to the island to collect materials. After the raft docked, Lin Feng lowered the anchor and officially took Song Xinling ashore. The island has beaches, reefs, flowers, and trees. Lin Feng asked Song Xinling to collect clumps of grass and sand, while he took a stone axe, a stone pickaxe, and a stone shovel and went to the island. He first dug out 20 portions of soil, then spent 2 hours cutting down most of the trees on the island, obtaining 60 portions of wood. He then went to the rocky area, mined 20 stones, and found 8 oysters under the rocks. When Lin Feng returned to the raft, the deck was already piled with sand and clumps of grass, leaving almost no place to step. Song Xinling explained that building a villa on the raft required a lot of concrete, so she practically brought back the entire beach. Lin Feng didn't blame her. He just hadn't expected her to collect the materials so quickly. He gave the oysters to Song Xinling to grill, and then made 2 wooden storage boxes for himself. Each box had 9 compartments, 1 for storing basic materials and 1 for storing rare items. The messy raft was quickly tidied up again. Even after finishing the grilled oysters, the two were still not completely full. Just as Lin Feng was about to go fishing, Song Xinling suddenly noticed that the tomatoes in the miniature farm were ripe. She picked one and handed it to Lin Feng first. These tomatoes were bigger than a fist, sweet and juicy, enough to fill their stomachs and replenish their fluids. The two of them each ate one, and Lin Feng put the remaining 3 into his backpack. After watering the tomato vines again, they could continue to bear fruit, but there was no spoiled food to fertilize them for the time being. Night fell again. Lin Feng added fuel to the fire and told Song Xinling not to be afraid tonight. But as soon as he finished speaking, the ghost radio started crackling. The smell of living people. I'm so hungry. Song Xinling immediately moved closer to Lin Feng. 2 green shadows appeared on the sea. Lin Feng grasped her hand, raised his magic spiked spear with his other hand, and thrust it fiercely at the nearest ghost. With a muffled thud, the green light exploded. The ghost let out a piercing scream before vanishing completely. 3 glowing green objects remained on the sea surface. Upon seeing this, the other ghost immediately retreated, and a trembling voice came from the radio. Terrifying. Run. Lin Feng, spear in hand, continued to approach, threatening it to get lost immediately. The ghost indeed turned and fled into the distance. He first retrieved the 3 green lights from the sea, obtaining 3 fragments of the ghost. This material is extremely rare and can be used to create magical items. After reading the description, Lin Feng was even more unwilling to let the remaining ghosts escape. He picked up a small wooden paddle and steered the raft towards the distant green light. Song Xinling never imagined that one day she would be sitting on a raft, chasing ghosts at sea. The ghost only drifted forward a short distance each time, never letting the raft get close. Lin Feng had no choice but to have Song Xinling make another paddle, and the two of them rowed together. The raft's speed had noticeably increased, but the ghost was still faster than them. Lin Feng was getting frustrated when he suddenly remembered that the new super blind box was available. Perhaps this reward would help him catch up with the ghost. He told Song Xinling to continue rowing, but then suddenly jumped into the sea. Song Xinling's face turned pale instantly, and she kept calling his name. Lin Feng submerged underwater, avoiding her gaze, and immediately started his 7th lottery draw. This time, he finally won the weekly super reward. A metal bucket robot blind box appeared before him. Immediately afterwards, a huge wooden crate fell into Lin Feng's hands. He soon couldn't hold his breath any longer and had to surface again, push the wooden box onto the raft, and climb on himself. Song Xinling stared in shock at the suddenly appearing wooden box and pressed Lin Feng to tell her where he had retrieved it. Lin Feng had already prepared an explanation, saying that he found the box when he dived underwater and then brought it back with him. This iron bucket robot blind box is of the excellent grade, with a 50% chance of getting iron bucket number 1, a 30% chance of getting iron bucket number 2, and a 20% chance of getting iron bucket number 3. Lin Feng didn't know what abilities the 3 robots possessed, so he simply activated them. After the wooden crate disappeared, a round robot appeared on the raft. It is made entirely of metal. Its body is like a huge iron barrel. Its head looks somewhat silly, but its limbs are very thick. Lin Feng received the iron bucket number 2. The advantage of this robot is its powerful engine and extremely fast movement speed, which can help its owner complete various tasks. Upon seeing the words extremely fast speed, Lin Feng immediately smiled. Wasn't that ghost quite adept at escaping? Now it'd be a perfect opportunity to test iron bucket number 2's speed. He immediately ordered iron bucket 2 to row and catch up with the ghost ahead. The robot walked to the stern and grabbed 2 wooden oars. The 2 metal arms instantly spun at high speed, and the raft shot forward as fast as a small speedboat. Song Xinling screamed repeatedly as the wind whipped her around, her long hair flying high in the air. Lin Feng stood at the bow of the raft, magic-spiked spear in hand, swiftly approaching the green shadowy figure. The ghost radio kept blaring cries for help, but the ghost was no match for iron bucket number 2. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and thrust his spear at the ghost. The green light exploded instantly, and the ghost vanished completely, leaving 3 fragments on the sea. Lin Feng excitedly put away his spear and looked back at Song Xinling, only to find her pale-faced, clearly still recovering from the thrill of chasing the ghost on the raft. Late at night, Lin Feng grilled for freshly caught tuna and handed one to Song Xinling. She said she had no appetite, but her stomach betrayed her and started growling. Lin Feng deliberately told her that it was easy to get sick from being hungry for a long time in such a place, and that there was no medicine to be found at sea. He even said in a serious tone that if he were to die of illness one day, he must throw his body into the sea, otherwise it would decompose very quickly. Song Xinling felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this, and quickly took the grilled fish. After tossing and turning for most of the night, she soon fell asleep leaning against the raft. The sea breeze was getting colder. Lin Feng looked at her thin dress and decided that he had to make beds and blankets as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the weather continued to get cold, they wouldn't be able to rest on the open raft. The next morning, Lin Feng was woken up by Song Xinling. As soon as he opened his eyes, a steaming hot grilled tuna was placed in front of him. While eating, he asked Song Xinling if she needed anything from him. Song Xinling thought for a moment and suddenly suggested building a large villa on the raft. Lin Feng was speechless. Given their current conditions, a villa was obviously unrealistic, but they could build a cabin first. With the cabin, they can be sheltered from the wind and rain. In the future, when Iron Bucket number 2 is rowing at high speed, they won't have to stand outside in the wind all the time. Song Xinling immediately agreed. To her, as long as there was a habitable cabin, it would already be a villa at sea. Building the cabin required a lot of wood, metal, and nails. Lin Feng glanced at the nearby island and quickly assigned tasks. He was responsible for taking Iron Bucket number 2 to the island to collect resources. Song Xinling stayed on the raft to fish and then sell the surplus food to exchange for wood and metal. Iron Bucket number 2 rowed the raft to the shore, then followed Lin Feng onto the island. Lin Feng continuously collected wood, stones, and soil. Whenever 20 portions of the same type of material were collected, he had Iron Bucket number 2 carry them back to the raft. After working continuously for several hours, the island's resources were almost depleted. Suddenly, Iron Bucket number 2 stopped working, displaying a message that the remaining battery was below 20% and needed to be recharged immediately. Lin Feng inquired about the charging method, only to be told that a dedicated charging station was required, and each charge would take 12 hours. The manufacturing workshop did not have the formula for a charging station. This means that once the power is depleted, Iron Bucket number 2 will likely become a pile of immobile scrap metal temporarily. Lin Feng could only let it move the last batch of materials before returning it to the raft to wait. He would then collect and transport the remaining resources himself. When he returned to the raft with the stone, he found dozens of sea fish neatly piled on the deck, with 2 bright red apples next to them. All of these items were caught by Song Xinling using a sea fishing rod. The current amount of food is more than enough to exchange for materials for the ship's hold. The two shared the apples. Song Xinling gave the larger one to Lin Feng and ate the other one herself, her face full of satisfaction. Just then, her fishing rod suddenly dipped downwards. Song Xinling immediately reeled in the line, and a message in a bottle landed on the deck. Lin Feng uncorked the bottle and found only a warning sign inside. A storm was brewing that afternoon, with thunder and lightning. The ocean game would use this to eliminate a group of weaker players. A storm was imminent. Lin Feng immediately realized that they had to build the cabin before the storm arrived. With the island's resources nearly exhausted, he immediately put the surplus fish and supplies on the trading channel, using them all to exchange for wood and metal. Trading notifications kept ringing out, while Song Xinling was responsible for processing the metal into iron nails. In less than an hour, all the materials for building the hull were finally gathered. These materials were only enough to build a hull measuring 4 meters by 4 meters. Lin Feng immediately selected a location and began construction. 20 minutes later, a wooden cabin appeared in the center of the raft. He also made sure to put 2 storage boxes inside the cabin to prevent the resources inside from getting wet from the rain. The cabin had just been completed when the sky quickly darkened. Lin Feng and Song Xinling immediately took shelter inside. The next second, a gale-force wind whipped up thick, dark clouds that pressed down on the sea, and torrential rain lashed down, quickly blurring the view outside the cabin. Song Xinling was worried that the raft would capsize in the waves. Lin Feng told her that the raft was large enough and that it should be safe in the short term. But no sooner had she finished speaking than a thunderclap exploded overhead. Startled, Song Xinling buried her face in Lin Feng's chest and hid in his arms. Lin Feng comforted her while observing the top of the cabin. He was also worried that the lightning might strike directly through the wooden planks. Soon, a blinding flash of lightning struck the side of the cabin, and the air was immediately filled with the smell of burning. Lin Feng then remembered that Iron Bucket No. 2 was still outside. That was an excellent level robot. If it were damaged by lightning, the loss would be enormous. He immediately called out to Iron Bucket 2. A robot's reply came quickly through the torrential rain. A few seconds later, Iron Bucket 2, its red-hot iron head glowing, entered the cabin, its body radiating heat, clearly having just been struck by lightning. But not only was it not damaged, its power level actually increased from less than 20% to 68%. Iron Bucket No. 2 could absorb lightning and convert it into its own energy. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he tentatively commanded it to return outside and be struck by lightning again. Iron Bucket No. 2 turned around without hesitation and walked into the downpour, standing on the raft and waiting for the lightning to recharge. Song Xinling stared in disbelief. Ordinary robots would only suffer short circuits and damage when struck by lightning, but Iron Bucket No. 2 could directly absorb lightning, which seemed like some kind of black technology. Lin Feng smiled and patted her head, telling her that once she started analyzing the problem, she wouldn't be so scared. Song Xinling then realized she was still nestled in Lin Feng's arms. Her cheeks flushed red, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she quietly moved closer. The torrential rain continued until evening. Once the dark clouds dispersed, Song Xinling hurriedly ran out of the cabin, saying she needed to prepare dinner. Lin Feng knew she wasn't really in a hurry to eat. She was just feeling shy after being in his arms for so long. The two went to the barbecue grill, warming themselves by the fire while grilling the tuna. During their conversation, Song Xinling suddenly mentioned that she missed her family. Lin Feng promised to help her find them if the opportunity arose. Song Xinling then asked if he was also worried about his family. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then told her that he grew up in an orphanage. The only people he truly cared about were his friends who had come from the orphanage with him. Song Xinling's gaze softened with pity as she looked at him. She held the freshly grilled tuna to Lin Feng's lips and earnestly told him that from now on, he had a family. Lin Feng nearly choked on the fish. Although he didn't argue, he felt that the term family wasn't quite accurate. If he really wanted to be family, he'd have to wait until Song Xinling married him first. When Lin Feng woke up in the early morning, Song Xinling was still fast asleep in the cabin. He tiptoed to the deck, opened the blind box system, and claimed his first daily reward of the new week. This time, he received an enchanted digital blind box. The box could contain an enchanted camera, an enchanted radio, or an enchanted speaker. Lin Feng had originally hoped to get a cell phone, but that was clearly out of the question. He opened the metal box and obtained an enchanted camera. This camera can be used a maximum of 3 times a day. The subject photographed will have their work efficiency doubled for the next hour, and the photos can be printed an unlimited number of times. Lin Feng's eyes lit up immediately. This was not just an instant camera, but a special tool that could improve the speed of data collection and work. Just then, the system issued a global announcement. Because Lin Feng was the first to obtain a camera item, the chat channel officially opened the image upload function. The channel instantly erupted. Everyone was discussing the camera, and some were urging Raymond Lam to upload photos quickly so they could see what this big shot, who frequently sold food, looked like. Raymond Lam had no interest in publishing his photos, but suddenly realized he could use this feature to help Song Xinling find her family. Searching by name alone could easily lead to encountering people with the same name. But as long as Song Xinling's photo is posted, her relatives will naturally recognize her. With that in mind, Lin Feng went to the barbecue grill to prepare breakfast. Song Xinling had just woken up and took the initiative to cook, placing the remaining small shrimp on the grill. While she was busy with her work, Lin Feng took out his camera and made her look up at him. The moment Song Xinling turned her face, the shutter clicked. The photo was quickly developed. Against a backdrop of blue sky and sea, Song Xinling wore a light blue dress and a pink baseball cap. The sea breeze ruffled her long hair and skirt, and her surprised expression, captured in the photo, made her seem exceptionally lively. Song Xinling verbally complained about Lin Feng's poor photography skills, but immediately snatched the photo and clutched it tightly in her hand. Lin Feng reached out to pull his hand back, but she wouldn't budge. Left with no other option, Lin Feng pressed the shutter again and took another picture. Song Xinling immediately became alert, worried that he would use her photo for something strange. But the next second, the photo disappeared from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng had already uploaded the photo to the chat channel. Upon learning that her photo had been seen by players all over the world, Song Xinling angrily rushed over and grabbed his ear. Lin Feng quickly explained that he only wanted to help her find her family. Song Xinling then released her hand and opened the chat channel. The channel was already flooded with messages. Some people claimed to know her, some proactively messaged Raymond Lam, and others marveled at how such a beautiful girl was with the fishmonger. But most were clearly just joining in the fun. Not a single piece of truly reliable information came through. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, saying there were too many scammers, and he could only blame Song Xinling for being too eye-catching. Song Xinling glared at him and asked if it was her fault. Lin Feng immediately changed his mind, feeling that good looks were more important. By then, the grilled shrimp was cooked, and the two temporarily ended their argument and began to eat breakfast. After finishing their meal, the enchanted camera had one last use. Song Xinling spent a long time choosing a pose before finally getting Lin Feng to press the shutter. In the photo, she was facing the sea breeze, her long hair gently swaying, and a pink baseball cap was held in her hand. She snatched the photo again, still complaining about the poor photography skills, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Just then, the floating supplies for the day drew near. Besides a large amount of basic materials, there were two lucky little wooden barrels on the sea. Song Xinling picked up the rough fishing rod and began to fish, her speed surprisingly much faster than usual. Lin Feng then realized that the efficiency boost from the enchanted camera could be stacked. Song Xinling was photographed 3 times today, 4 times more efficient than before. Not long after, the two lucky little wooden buckets were pulled onto the raft. After Lin Feng opened it, he obtained wood, grass, metal, plastic, and a blueprint for manufacturing a concrete mixer. Song Xinling immediately became excited. As long as they had a concrete mixer, they could process building materials and build a real villa on a raft. Lin Feng was somewhat helpless, not understanding why she kept thinking about the villa. Manufacturing a concrete mixer requires mechanical modules, metal ingots, and nails. He had all the other materials, but not a single mechanical module. Song Xinling went to the trading channel to acquire 10 small shrimp in exchange for a mechanical module. However, 2 mechanical modules are needed to make the mixer, and they are still missing the last one. Just as Lin Feng was considering whether to raise the price, Song Xinling suddenly pointed to the sea. 2 triangular fins were rapidly approaching the raft. This time, it was 2 much larger sharks, clearly more dangerous than the ones they had encountered before. If it were just one, Lin Feng wouldn't be worried at all. But now, 2 have appeared simultaneously. He shielded Song Xinling behind him, took out his experienced fisherman's harpoon, and prepared to head to the edge of the raft to engage them. Song Xinling hurriedly stopped her, feeling that the raft had enough materials and that it was better to have a few deck pieces bitten off by sharks than to risk her life fighting. But what Lin Feng really wanted wasn't to save wood, it was the shark meat and fins. Hearing him still thinking about eating shark fins, Song Xinling was completely stunned. Unwilling to watch Lin Feng risk his life alone, she grabbed a small wooden hammer and a stone shovel in a panic and rushed towards the edge of the raft. The first shark opened its massive jaws and lunged at the deck. Lin Feng thrust his harpoon at its head. At the same time, Song Xinling swung her stone shovel and struck the shark hard on the forehead from the side. The sharp harpoon pierced the shark's head in an instant. After being attacked twice, the great white shark convulsed violently a few times and quickly became still. Song Xinling stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. She knew that her shovel strike could only create a show of force. What truly killed the shark was the harpoon in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng pushed her to safety and told her that if she encountered him, the shark would be the one to die in the end. But when he turned around, he found that another shark had given up its attack and was quickly escaping from the raft. Lin Feng, naturally unwilling to let go of the shark fin offered to him, immediately ordered Song Xinling to hide in the cabin. Song Xinling quickly understood his thoughts. Having witnessed the speed of Iron Bucket No. 2, she knew that staying outside would only result in being blown over by the strong winds, so she didn't hesitate to crawl into the wooden cabin. Lin Feng stood at the front of the raft and gave the robot the command. Take Iron Bucket No. 2, row at full speed, and catch up with the fleeing great white shark. Iron Bucket No. 2 immediately went to the stern and grabbed 2 wooden oars. The metal arms began to spin at high speed, and the entire raft suddenly accelerated, cutting through the waves and chasing the shark in the distance like a speedboat. Even though Song Xinling had taken refuge in the cabin, the strong winds continued to pour in from the entrance. Her long hair was blown into disarray, and her pink baseball cap was almost blown off. The great white shark clearly didn't expect Lin Feng to catch up so quickly. Before it could dive into the sea, it was pierced through the body by a harpoon. Iron Bucket No. 2 was still rowing at full speed. Lin Feng pulled it along, and the shark carcass crashed heavily into the raft, then was bounced into the air by the huge inertia and crashed directly into the wooden cabin. Violent impacts echoed from inside the cabin. Lin Feng immediately ordered Iron Bucket No. 2 to stop rowing. Just as the raft slowed down, Song Xinling's scream rang out from inside the cabin. He rushed inside and saw the enormous shark carcass less than half a meter from Song Xinling. Its sharp teeth were all exposed, and its 2 eyes were staring straight at her. Song Xinling looked up at Lin Feng, her moist eyes filled with resentment. Lin Feng immediately realized he had gotten into trouble. He had originally intended to leave quietly, but the shark carcass was still blocking the cabin, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and drag it back to the deck. To ease the awkwardness, Lin Feng had to suggest that the cabin might be missing a door. Song Xinling gritted her teeth and suppressed her emotions, then suddenly asked him if he was hungry, and even offered to grill shark fin. Lin Feng didn't expect her to stop being angry so quickly, and immediately nodded in agreement. The two dissected the 2 sharks, obtaining a large amount of shark meat, 2 portions of shark fins, and a batch of shark teeth. Lin Feng put the teeth into his backpack and listed the shark meat on the trading channel. He gave the 2 portions of shark fins to Song Xinling to handle. Before long, a rich aroma wafted from the barbecue grill. Lin Feng sat fishing nearby, glancing back every now and then, his mouth watering. As soon as the shark fin was grilled, he immediately put down his fishing rod and rushed over. Song Xinling laughed and said that if Raymond Lam hadn't killed the 2 sharks, they wouldn't have been able to enjoy this delicious food. Raymond Lam also praised her cooking skills, saying that if he had grilled it himself, the taste would definitely have been much worse. After finishing their meal, Song Xinling continued fishing, while Lin Feng studied the tools they needed to make. Before they knew it, dusk had fallen. After dinner, the 2 chatted casually around the fire for a while before quickly falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Feng was having a dream when Song Xinling suddenly woke him up. He sat up groggily, thinking that something was wrong, and nervously looked around. Song Xinling simply thought the sun was shining brightly and wanted him to get up and take pictures. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. He was in the middle of a crucial moment in his dream when Song Xinling abruptly woke him up so she could take a picture. At that moment, he even began to wonder if the enchanted camera was a reward or a nuisance. Song Xinling had already reached the edge of the raft, looking for a suitable pose. But she quickly remembered that a camera could improve efficiency. To avoid wasting the potential, she decided to take a photo of the 2 of them together. Raymond Lam also thought the suggestion was reasonable, so he stepped into the camera's view. But the real torment was just beginning. Song Xinling kept asking him to adjust his posture, reminding him to look at the camera, and complaining that his expression wasn't natural enough. It took a full half-hour of this to finally take 3 group photos. In the photo, Song Xinling has a sweet smile, her long hair gently blowing in the sea breeze. Lin Feng, however, stands somewhat stiffly, and his eyes look very tired, clearly having been quite exhausted by the photo shoot. Song Xinling, however, was very satisfied with the photos and even praised his improved photography skills. Lin Feng knew very well that it wasn't that his skills had improved at all, it was just that she was finally having fun taking pictures. He reminded Song Xinling to choose one to upload to the chat channel to help her find her family. She then faced another decision-making dilemma, staring at the 3 photos for a long time, unable to decide. Lin Feng waited a full 10 minutes before she reluctantly selected one of the photos. Song Xinling then went to prepare breakfast, while Lin Feng opened the chat channel and uploaded the photo of the 2 of them together. He added a note below the photo, saying that anyone who knew Song Xinling could contact her privately, but should not impersonate an acquaintance. The moment the photo was posted, the chat channel exploded with excitement. Everyone's attention was focused on the photo of the 2 together, and no one was seriously looking for Song Xinling's family. Some said they were a perfect match, while others complained about Raymond Lam publicly displaying affection. Some people even said that they still had hope when they saw Song Xinling's solo photo yesterday, but they have completely given up after seeing the group photo today. Raymond Lam was speechless. He had clearly posted a missing person notice, but everyone took it as a public display of affection. Just as he was about to close the channel, a private message suddenly popped up. The sender claimed to be Song Xinling's friend. Lin Feng immediately asked for Song Xinling's name, but the sender hesitated and said that he needed to think about it. Lin Feng told the other person to get lost without hesitation. A second private message appeared soon after. This time, someone claimed to be Song Xinling's ex-boyfriend. Lin Feng still told him to get lost. Song Xinling did have many suitors at school, but she had never accepted any of them, let alone suddenly have an ex-boyfriend. After the group photo was posted, Raymond Lam's private messages never stopped. Most of them were scammers trying to get close to him by claiming to know Song Xinling. Some were even more direct, offering to form an alliance with him and even claiming to be prettier than Song Xinling. Faced with all these messy messages, Raymond Lam dismissed them all in the same way. In a short period of time, he had received hundreds of private messages. Lin Feng was getting annoyed by the noise and was about to shut down the chat channel completely when the game system suddenly issued an announcement. Since Lin Feng became the first person to receive private messages from 100 players, the private message restriction function was officially opened in the communication channel, and Lin Feng immediately checked the new function. Players can set conditions for sending private messages. Only those who meet the requirements can send the messages. Restrictions can also be set to include gifting specific items. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng immediately smiled. This feature could not only block out bored scammers, but also collect resources along the way. Without hesitation, he set the private message condition to 10 pieces of wood. Immediately after the setting was completed, a chorus of groans erupted in the chat channel. Some people found that they could no longer contact Lin Feng, while others were shocked to discover that sending him a private message required sending 10 pieces of wood first. Many players didn't even have enough survival resources, so naturally they were reluctant to spend 10 pieces of wood to send useless messages. The private messages that had been popping up constantly finally fell silent. Lin Feng closed the channel with satisfaction. Those who truly know Song Xinling or possess important information will naturally be willing to pay 10 pieces of wood to contact him in the future. As for those who just want to join the fun and get close to others, they should stay in the public chat channel and chat quietly. Looking at the groans filling the chat channel, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. At least he wouldn't be bothered by scammers all the time anymore. Anyone who truly knew Song Xinling wouldn't be stingy with 10 pieces of wood. As for the scammers trying to force their way in, Lin Feng didn't mind. For the sake of the wood, he would at least politely tell them to get lost. Just as I was thinking this, another private message notification appeared. A player had gifted me 10 pieces of wood, claiming that Song Xinling was his cousin. Lin Feng immediately asked Song Xinling for her name. She replied that it had been too long since they last met, and she couldn't remember for a moment. Lin Feng smiled slightly, politely told him to get lost, and then closed the chat. The person wanted to continue explaining, but found the chat had been interrupted. To send another message, they would have to pay 10 more pieces of wood. Lin Feng didn't care how frustrated the other person was. Since they dared to lie, they deserved to suffer the loss. At this moment, Song Xinling had already prepared lunch and called them over to eat. Lin Feng closed the interface and excitedly told her that she had already started generating income for the raft. Song Xinling looked puzzled. Lin Feng explained that the scammers targeting her had to pay 10 pieces of wood for each private message they sent. In just one morning, he had already made 30 pieces of wood for free. Song Xinling was stunned for a moment, never expecting that she had inexplicably become a money tree. After a quick calculation, her eyes lit up. At this rate, she could even earn over 1,000 pieces of wood a month. Lin Feng hadn't expected her reaction. However, in this near-apocalyptic world, any method that could reliably obtain supplies was a good thing. Song Xinling was clearly gradually adapting to the survival rules here. She handed Raymond Lam a grilled octopus, saying that the wood she had earned was all thanks to her photos, and that Raymond Lam should do more to repay her in the future. Lin Feng asked her what she wanted. Song Xinling didn't ask for food or ingredients, only telling him to study photography seriously in the future. Lin Feng readily agreed. The enchanted camera could take 3 photos a day. With consistent practice, even someone with no talent could develop photography skills. After lunch, it was already afternoon. Lin Feng was about to lie down and rest when a notification suddenly came from the trading channel. The transaction he posted was finally completed, and the last mechanical module arrived smoothly. Manufacturing the concrete mixer requires 2 mechanical modules, 5 metal ingots, and 4 iron nails. Lin Feng had been using the smelting furnace to process metal whenever he had free time, and now all the materials were ready. He found an open space on the raft and began manufacturing. Soon after, a huge metal device appeared on the deck. The agitator had a heavy base, an inlet at the top, an outlet at the bottom, and a metal handle in the middle that needed to be turned manually. A concrete mixer can process stones, sand, and soil into hard concrete, but the entire process must be done manually. Lin Feng poured all the materials into the feed inlet, gripped the handle, and started turning it. With a low, rumbling sound, the equipment began to slowly stir. Song Xinling had already moved closer, staring expectantly at the discharge port, as if she could see her own grand villa on the sea at any moment. Lin Feng rotated the machine for a full 10 minutes before a piece of grayish-black concrete finally fell from the discharge port. Seeing such a slow processing speed, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. At this rate, it would be impossible to know when they would finish gathering enough materials to build the villa. Song Xinling, however, was not disappointed. Instead, she offered to be in charge of mixing the concrete, while Lin Feng would only need to build the large villa for her. Lin Feng didn't immediately agree, but instead reopened the manufacturing workshop. After obtaining the concrete mixer, he indeed unlocked many new manufacturing recipes. Chapter 22. Can't sleep after drinking Red Bull. In the manufacturing workshop, recipes for concrete protective walls, stone houses, and concrete spiked armor are displayed one by one. Lin Feng smiled slightly as he looked at the material requirements for the stone house. Wasn't Song Xinling always dreaming of a large villa? In this harsh environment, being able to live in a house made of stone and concrete was already considered a luxury. Without further ado, Lin Feng brought a large amount of stones, sand, and soil, handing over the concrete production to Song Xinling. She poured the materials into the mixer, cranked the handle, and her movements were much easier than Lin Feng had imagined. Lin Feng wasn't idle either. Demolition was next. To build stone houses, space had to be cleared, the boat cabins that had been built a few days ago had to be dismantled, and the rafts also needed to be expanded. He first spent an hour expanding the raft. The original 9 by 6 square meter area became 12 by 8 square meters, greatly improving the field of vision. With more space, it needs to be arranged properly. Lin Feng plans to build a 6 by 6 stone house in the center of the raft, with a barbecue grill, water purifier, and other daily necessities in the front, and the back reserved for farming crops. After planning, he began dismantling the old ship's cabin. The small wooden hammer fell with a thud, and things like the water purifier and wooden walls were removed, while nails, wood, and metal sheets were recycled one after another. After a long period of work, the entire cabin was finally dismantled. On the other side, Song Xinling had also made 10 batches of concrete. Lin Feng stood on the open ground and opened the manufacturing workshop. Stone houses, stone 2 halves, concrete 1 first, with 2 halves. With all the materials available, we can manufacture directly. After the materials disappeared, a wall made of stone and concrete appeared before them. The wall was rough, but thick and hard. Lin Feng estimated that ordinary weapons couldn't damage it at all. He then built a second wall next to it, connecting the 2 walls at a right angle. The moment it was completed, a stone roof automatically formed on top of this 1-by-1 space. Half an hour later, the stone house was half built, and it was getting dark. Lin Feng realized that it would definitely not be finished today, so he told Song Xinling to stop and rest. He had thought Song Xinling would find the house unattractive, but to his surprise, she stared at the half-finished product with bright eyes and laughed happily. Lin Feng, you're amazing. At this rate, we'll be moving into a big villa tomorrow. Lin Feng was taken aback. You call this a big villa? He himself was embarrassed to say it, but Song Xinling was very satisfied and excitedly ran inside to start thinking about how to decorate the room. The task of cooking naturally fell to Lin Feng. He didn't object, as it was rare to see Song Xinling so happy. During the meal, she was still seriously discussing the furnishings of the big villa, and afterwards she even insisted on sleeping under this half of the house. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced that there would be no earthquakes here, otherwise, he would be really worried about this half-built stone house. That night, Song Xinling was probably exhausted and fell asleep very early. Lin Feng lay on the raft looking at the stars, occasionally glancing at her quiet profile. After confirming that she was fast asleep, Raymond Lam quietly left the half-sized villa and went outside to prepare to draw today's blind box. The system prompts an error. Daily blind box giveaway successful. February 7th. Received. 1 all-you-can-drink blind box. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He had won this beverage blind box before, and last time he got a Coke. Although it wasn't very practical, it was still a good deal whether he sold it or drank it himself. He looked at the introduction. Description: 24% chance of getting black tea, 24% chance of getting green tea, 24% chance of getting Sprite, 24% chance of getting Coca-Cola, 4% chance of getting Red Bull. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly chose to turn it on. The cardboard box opened instantly. You've opened the drink to your heart's content blind box and received 100 Red Bull. Lin Feng looked at the 100 cans of Red Bull scattered on the ground and couldn't help but swear. There was a 4% chance he'd actually run into something like that. He laughed, picked up a can, snapped open the tab, and tilted his head back to gulp down a few mouthfuls. A refreshing sensation instantly washed over me, making me feel much more energized. Then, a system notification appeared. Gain 100% work efficiency boost, lasting for 1 hour. Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly checked the Red Bull's properties. Description: sweet and sour, refreshing and invigorating. It relieves fatigue and provides a 100% boost to work efficiency for 1 hour after consumption. No wonder the drop rate is only 4%. This effect is simply outrageous. Lin Feng finished the can with satisfaction and was just about to go to sleep when he found himself excessively energetic. He had a bad feeling. The stimulating effect was too strong, and he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Feng glanced at the concrete mixer beside him and gave a wry smile. Since he couldn't sleep and was just idling around anyway, he might as well keep working. He poured the material into the feed chute and cranked the handle vigorously. What used to take 10 minutes to produce 1 batch of concrete now takes only 5 minutes. An hour later, Lin Feng had produced a total of 12 batches of concrete. Without hesitation, he opened another can of Red Bull, gulped it down, and the system notification popped up again. Gain 100% work efficiency boost, lasting for 1 hour. Lin Feng chuckled. Now, the concrete for building the house would be ready soon. Chapter 23. All in One. All in One. Lin Feng worked for more than 2 hours and finally finished making all the concrete needed for tomorrow. But after drinking 2 cans of Red Bull, he was not sleepy at all. On the contrary, he was as energetic as if he had just woken up. With nothing to do late at night, he suddenly remembered that he could now open the daily blind box, so he decided to give it a try. Daily blind box giveaway successful. March 7th. Received. Dark Witch Outfit Blind Box X1. Lin Feng froze, staring at the black leather suitcase that had suddenly appeared in his hand. The Dark Witch outfit? Was the system making him, a grown man, dress as a woman? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he felt incredibly uncomfortable. But if Song Xinling wore this outfit, the scene would immediately look much better. It just so happens that Song Xinling is still missing a decent set of equipment. With that in mind, Lin Feng began to check the contents of the blind box. Dark Witch Set Blind Box. Tier, Epic. Description, 30% chance of obtaining a witch's cloak, 30% chance of obtaining a witch's hat, 30% chance of obtaining witch's boots, 5% chance of obtaining a lightning spellbook, 5% chance of obtaining a powerful magic blade. Epic. There were 5 types of rewards inside, 3 sets and 2 combat items. After reading them, Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately used a blind box all-inclusive card. The red card vanished instantly, and the black leather suitcase opened automatically. You have opened 5 Dark Witch outfit blind boxes. Obtained, Witch's Cloak X1. Obtained, Witch's Hat X1. Obtained, Witch's Boots X1. Obtained, Lightning Summoning Magic Book X3. Obtained, Powerful Magic Blade X3. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the reward on the deck to examine it. The Witch's Cloak, Magic Hat, and Leather Boots are all exquisitely crafted black equipment, each capable of resisting 15% of magical damage or effects. Wearing all 3 pieces reduces damage by 45%. Although Lin Feng hasn't encountered many magical attacks besides ghosts yet, magical weapons will definitely appear as players develop their skills. With this equipment, Song Xinling's safety will be much more guaranteed. Looking at the other 2 items, he felt even more that he had made a great deal. Lightning Summoning Magic Book. A one-time use item that summons lightning to strike the target, causing massive damage. Powerful Magic Blade. A one-time use item capable of cutting through anything, including spatial barriers. This was an absolute lifesaver and a deadly weapon for killing enemies. Lin Feng put the lightning spellbook and the powerful magic blade into his backpack, and his cloak, magic hat, and leather boots into his storage box, preparing to surprise Song Xinling when she woke up. As dawn broke, Lin Feng took out his fishing rod and began fishing, planning to catch enough fish for breakfast by daybreak. Tuna and octopus were caught and brought ashore, and the bright red sun slowly rose from the sea. Song Xinling's languid voice came from behind. It's dawn, time to fish and cook. She excitedly ran out of that half-sized villa, only to find Lin Feng already sitting on the deck fishing. Huh? Why are you up so early? Lin Feng rubbed his temples. It's a long story. As he spoke, he pointed to the storage boxes in the villa. Take a look for yourself. Song Xinling walked over with a puzzled look, opened a storage box, and was immediately stunned. There were 98 cans of Red Bull neatly arranged inside. She took out a can, and after seeing the description, she immediately understood. It's sweet and sour, refreshing, and can relieve fatigue, boosting work efficiency by 100% within an hour of drinking it. You drank 2 cans last night, didn't you? No wonder you didn't sleep all night. Soon, she became puzzled again. But how did you get your hands on Red Bull? Lin Feng shrugged and began to fabricate a story in a serious tone. Last night, I saw 2 big boxes floating on the sea, so I jumped in and pulled them out. Inside were 100 cans of Red Bull and some other nicer stuff. Song Xinling raised an eyebrow, her suspicions growing. How come she had never seen any treasure chests at sea? Fearing she would continue to press for answers, Lin Feng quickly reminded her. Take a look at the other storage box. Song Xinling opened another box and was stunned the next second. A witch's cloak, a witch's hat, and witch's boots. Girls always find it hard to stay calm when they see beautiful new clothes, let alone when the outfit is so exquisite. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Give it a try." Song Xinling immediately grabbed 3 pieces of clothing and ran to a corner of the big villa to change. Less than 2 minutes later, she reappeared in front of Lin Feng. The black witch outfit clung to her figure, and the cloak wrapped around the girl's slightly immature curves, adding a touch of mystery and allure. Her leather boots clicked crisply on the deck, sending a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. That's amazing. But the next moment, Song Xinling smiled playfully, and that mysterious aura instantly dissipated, transforming her back into a pure and lovely young beauty. Lin Feng, get the camera out quickly. Cough cough. Right away, right away. Lin Feng then came to his senses. He realized that Song Xinling wasn't just beautiful, she was stunning from every angle and could pull off any style. Standing in front of the rising sun, Song Xinling urged, hurry up, I want to capture the sunrise in the picture. Hey, you should be looking over there. Chapter 24, I heard there are pirates? After working for more than half an hour, Raymond Lam finally managed to take 3 photos. In the group photo, Song Xinling looked radiant, like a sophisticated cosplay goddess. In contrast, Lin Feng stood next to her, his movements stiff and his eyes glazed over, looking more like an awkward extra in front of the camera. He was even nagged by Song Xinling for quite a while about it. When it came time to choose photos, Song Xinling fell silent. She stared at the 3 photos in her hand, reluctant to post any of them to the chat. Lin Feng, with an expression that suggested he'd already expected this, immediately made an excuse and slipped away. While his work efficiency was still high, he planned to finish building the large villa first. Song Xinling wanted to help with the cement work, but Lin Feng said that he had already finished building it while he was having insomnia the night before, and that she could just choose the photos and make breakfast. Upon hearing that she could focus on selecting photos, Song Xinling immediately buried herself in her work. Lin Feng, on the other hand, stuffed the materials into his backpack and drank a can of Red Bull. Gain, 100% work efficiency boost, lasting for 1 hour. In addition to the original effect, he now has a 400% work efficiency bonus, directly quadrupling his construction speed. Lin Feng arrived in front of the semi-finished stone house and opened the manufacturing workshop. Stone houses, stone 2 halves, concrete 1 first, with 2 halves. With all the materials available, construction can begin immediately. With each tap of the small wooden hammer, the wall that would normally take 10 minutes to complete appeared in less than 2 minutes. Lin Feng then sped up the pace even further, and in less than an hour, a 6x6 stone house was finished. The house has exits at the front and back, and windows on the left and right, but the doors and windows haven't been installed yet. Overall, it looks alright, but it's somewhat shabby. Song Xinling ran over and exclaimed in surprise, wow, the villa was built so quickly. Lin Feng looked at the finished product and carefully corrected, the bunker is complete. He felt that calling this thing a fortress was more fitting than a grand villa. Song Xinling thought for a moment, then smiled and decided, from now on, it'll be called the Fortress Villa. Lin Feng nodded silently. Although the name was a bit far-fetched, he was still quite happy to see her approve of his masterpiece. However, after working for half a day, he was so hungry that his stomach was starting to hurt. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly smelled a burnt smell. What's burnt? Song Xinling suddenly realized that there was an octopus grilling on the barbecue grill when she came to look at the house. She rushed over and saved the octopus from being charred. She handed the half-charred grilled octopus to Lin Feng. You've worked hard. You eat first. Lin Feng stared at the food in front of him, swallowed hard, and could only pray that it was still edible. He took a bite, chewed it vigorously, and was surprised to find that it actually tasted pretty good, just a little bitter. Thankfully, it's not poisonous. Starving, Lin Feng quickly finished a burnt octopus. Song Xinling also took a bite, and was surprised to find that it was indeed quite delicious, even planning to grill it longer in the future. Lin Feng quickly stopped him, saying that burnt food is prone to problems, and if it were roasted any longer, it wouldn't be eating rice, it would be eating charcoal. No sooner had he finished speaking than another octopus on the grill, which hadn't been removed in time, turned completely charred black. Lin Feng picked it up and was stunned. Received, 1 Coke. Coke. Description: this is a good filter material that can be used to manufacture more efficient water purifiers. Lin Feng hadn't expected that Song Xinling would discover a new ingredient during their barbecue. Song Xinling smiled sheepishly and quickly offered to grill tuna next. Lin Feng only reminded her not to burn it this time. Before the food was ready, Lin Feng took the photos that Song Xinling had chosen and prepared to post them on the chat channel. But as soon as he opened the channel, he saw an important message. I've encountered pirates. You encountered this too? I just got completely robbed. Now all I have left on my raft is a fishing rod. Watch out, everyone. Some players are gathering members and forming a pirate crew. Who's accusing me of having ulterior motives? I'm a pirate, and I rob people openly and honestly. Holy crap, they're doing this openly. Lin Feng frowned. He had known for a long time that the world would become increasingly chaotic, but he hadn't expected the pirate forces to grow so rapidly. In that case, he had to be on high alert. Lin Feng decided to send out the missing person notice first, and then immediately reinforce the raft. After the photo was uploaded, the focus of the chat channel instantly shifted. The big shot is showing off his love again. This girl is so beautiful. She's like a magical girl. Cosplay? This guy has both money and free time. I want a girl just like her. Compared to the big shots, I'm living a life that's barely human. Lin Feng shook his head. He knew it. These people wouldn't prioritize finding someone. After finishing the tuna grilled by Song Xinling, Lin Feng opened the manufacturing workshop and prepared to build a concrete protective wall. Concrete retaining wall. Stone 2 halves. Concrete 0 firsts. He calculated that to surround the raft, he would need at least 40 protective walls, but he clearly didn't have enough materials on hand. Lin Feng quickly came up with a solution. He directly modified the restrictions on private messaging. Restriction: 5 stones must be given as a gift. He received a private message right after he finished making the changes. Received as a gift, 5 stones. Wow, she's from the class next to mine. Lin Feng asked the other person which class they were in, and they immediately replied, Class 2, Grade 12. Lin Feng turned to Song Xinling and asked, What class were you in high school? Song Xinling casually replied, Class 1. Why are you asking this? Lin Feng nodded calmly, and after confirming that the other party was a scammer, he replied with 2 words in a friendly manner, Get lost. He closed the private message interface and happily put away the 5 stones. Hee, you're all trying to fool me. I'm really short of stones right now. Afterwards, Lin Feng called Song Xinling over and prepared to start work. Chapter 25 Armed to the Teeth. Have you checked the chat channel? Song Xinling blinked. No, they're just saying we're showing off our relationship. Lin Feng looked at him with disdain. You still say you didn't watch it? How do you know if you didn't watch it? The girl smiled mischievously, saying she guessed using her high intelligence. Lin Feng didn't believe her. She had been spacing out while grilling the tuna, probably secretly checking messages in the system. However, that wasn't what Lin Feng really wanted to say. He reminded Song Xinling that people in the chat channel were already discussing pirates. Song Xinling was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized. You mean, some players have started becoming pirates? Lin Feng nodded. She, however, felt that pirates weren't as scary as sharks and ghosts, since Lin Feng could handle even those things. Lin Feng, however, thought differently. In this harsh environment, human nature is more dangerous than monsters. Players with wicked intentions, once they band together, will form alliances even faster than ordinary people. He could fight 1 pirate, and he was confident he could handle 5, but if a group of pirates came, he might not be able to withstand them. Therefore, before encountering a large number of pirates, the raft had to be armed to the teeth. Just then, Song Xinling handed him a hot piece of grilled tuna. Eat something first. Lin Feng took a bite and nodded in approval. Not bad. It didn't burn this time. Song Xinling smiled smugly, and then asked him how he planned to deal with the pirates. Lin Feng only said 2 words, build equipment. She immediately realized she had to work again. After finishing their meal, Song Xinling took out 2 bottles of Red Bull, and the 2 got right to work. Lin Feng drank Red Bull, and the system notified him that his work efficiency had increased by 1 hour. He opened the manufacturing workshop and found the blueprints for the concrete protective wall. Song Xinling quickly delivered a batch of concrete. With both the stones and concrete ready, Lin Feng immediately began construction. The materials disappeared, leaving behind a thick concrete wall along the edge of the raft. The description stated that this thing was sturdy, durable, easy to repair, and even sharks couldn't bite it apart. Lin Feng was immediately satisfied. With it, the raft's defensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. For the next few hours, the 2 continued building the wall. Every hour, they would drink a can of Red Bull to boost their efficiency and speed up the process. By dusk, the raft had formed 3 long protective walls. But Song Xinling suddenly stopped, saying that she had run out of stones and needed to go to the trading channel to exchange for some. Lin Feng, however, was in no hurry. He laughed, and said he would go to the chat channel to harvest some newbies. He had already changed the private message condition to giving away stones, and he should be able to collect quite a few today. After opening the private messages, sure enough, someone sent a stone and claimed to know Song Xinling, saying that she was his neighbor. Lin Feng asked the other person which neighborhood they lived in, and they replied Oriental Garden. He turned to verify, but Song Xinling said she lived in Thompson Riviera. Raymond Lamb immediately replied with 2 words, "Get lost." The next private message contained 5 more stones. The sender said Song Xinling was his elementary school classmate. Lin Feng asked which class, and the sender said Class 3, Grade 3. Song Xinling directly denied it, stating that she was in the same class throughout elementary, middle, and high school. Lin Feng replied again, "Get lost." The following comments were similar, all using a casual relationship to try and get closer, with some even claiming to be Song Xinling's father's illegitimate son. Lin Feng didn't even bother to ask, and simply told the other party to get lost. However, after going around in circles, he got 30 stones for free, and his wall-building materials were complete. More importantly, he discovered that these swindlers also allowed him to learn more about Song Xinling. Lin Feng was able to find out where she lived, what she liked to eat, who her friends were, and what kind of clothes she liked by using the opportunity to verify information. He couldn't help but feel that this was an unexpected bonus. After all, who wouldn't want to know more about someone they like? The thought of the word, like, suddenly made Lin Feng's mind go blank. He then realized that, without realizing it, his feelings for Song Xinling had become more than just admiration. Seeing him lost in thought, Song Xinling impatiently urged, "Any more questions? Can you ask them all at once?" Lin Feng coughed twice and asked casually, "Someone asked you if you like the big boss." "Big boss?" Song Xinling was taken aback at first. Then her face instantly turned red. Who else could this so-called big shot be but Lin Feng standing right in front of her? She narrowed her eyes and asked dangerously, "Who asked that question?" Lin Feng immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly changed the subject. "We've got the stone. Let's get to work." Unexpectedly, Song Xinling just snorted and didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she picked up a stone and went to the mixer to make concrete. Lin Feng was even more unsettled. She didn't get angry, nor did she press him further. In fact, her tone was even a little playful, which was unlike her. "Does she like me too?" Thinking about this, Lin Feng's enthusiasm surged instantly. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Song Xinling must have guessed that he made up the question, but she wasn't really angry. He nodded emphatically, feeling inexplicably confident, and muttered to himself, "This is like building a wall around my future wife. I have to work harder." Song Xinling immediately turned around. "What are you muttering about?" The next second, Lin Feng's ear was grabbed, and he could only beg for mercy. It seems that one really shouldn't just say what's on one's mind. Chapter 26. The system has been upgraded. After a busy afternoon, the wall was finally completed. Lin Feng leaned against the concrete protective wall, watching Song Xinling gaze at the red sunset, while he rubbed his ears, which were even redder than the sunset itself. Song Xinling praised the sunset, while Lin Feng pouted in annoyance, saying that she should look at her own ear. The girl smiled mischievously and admired her masterpiece, her big, red ear that had been pulled. Lin Feng secretly decided that he would definitely take a side profile photo tomorrow, and not let his ear be exposed. Otherwise, those men who were obsessed with Song Xinling might discover that their goddess also had the potential to be abusive. Seeing his aggrieved expression, Song Xinling gently rubbed his ear and said she would grill him 2 more tuna tonight to help him recover. After saying that, she picked up her fishing rod and leaned against the protective wall to fish. As Lin Feng gazed at her gentle back, a sense of happiness welled up within him. He sat down to organize the supplies, his mind still lingering on the tenderness of her rubbing his ear earlier, feeling as relaxed and carefree as if he were drunk. After a while, he suddenly frowned, remembering something. He had clearly collected the entire witch outfit that Song Xinling was wearing using the all-access card, but the system hadn't issued the completion reward. Lin Feng quickly opened the blind box system to check, but the interface only displayed one message: "System upgrade in progress. Expected to be completed in 3 hours." He couldn't help but wonder if the system was deliberately faking an upgrade to avoid receiving rewards? Or was there a real bug? But there was no point in guessing now. He could only wait until the upgrade was over. Just then, Song Xinling suddenly shouted excitedly, "Lin Feng, I caught braised pork." Upon hearing the words, braised pork, Lin Feng instantly forgot his gloom. Since arriving in this world, he had never even eaten pork, let alone braised pork. Song Xinling handed him 2 tin boxes, which turned out to be 2 cans of braised pork. The description indicated that the canned pork was soft, delicious, high in calories, and easy to store. Lin Feng thought it could serve as emergency rations, but Song Xinling was clearly craving it, clinging to the can and refusing to let go, insisting on eating it today. Lin Feng smiled and agreed, figuring he had an experienced fisherman's fishing rod, so there was no worry about running out of food. He suddenly remembered the miniature farm. The tomatoes should be ripe. The two immediately ran to the back of the big villa, and sure enough, they saw 5 big, bright red tomatoes growing on the seedlings. Lin Feng picked all the tomatoes and then fetched some fresh water to water the seedlings. Song Xinling excitedly ran to the large-capacity barbecue grill and started grilling tuna. Soon, the two were preparing dinner in the big villa. Side by side, storage boxes served as a table, on which were placed 2 portions of grilled tuna, 2 large tomatoes, and 2 cans of braised pork, which looked quite lavish. Lin Feng felt something was missing, and quickly realized it was 2 chairs. Eating such a large meal standing up was really not enjoyable. He opened the workshop and searched for the schematics of chairs, quickly finding 2 types, a small wooden stool and a comfortable chair. The small wooden stool was only for sitting and resting, while the comfortable chair could speed up the recovery of physical strength and could even be used for fighting when necessary. Lin Feng had no shortage of materials, so he naturally chose comfortable chairs. As the materials were used up, the 2 chairs were completed in less than 5 minutes. He moved one of the chairs in front of Song Xinling and let her try it. Song Xinling's eyes lit up after she sat down, saying it was more comfortable than she had imagined. Lin Feng also sat down and noticed that the armrests were covered in plastic, which was indeed a thoughtful touch. After the meal was served, Lin Feng opened a can of braised pork and handed it to Song Xinling, then opened one for himself. As soon as the aroma wafted out, he couldn't resist picking up a piece of sweet and tender pork belly and stuffing it into his mouth. Another bite of the sweet and sour tomato was refreshing and helped cut through the richness. The two ate for a full half hour, and by the end, Song Xinling's stomach was slightly bulging. Seeing Lin Feng staring at her, she immediately glared at him. "Don't look." Lin Feng looked down and said he was looking at his own stomach, only to find that his stomach was also swollen. The sea breeze blew into the stone houses at night, carrying a chill. Song Xinling wrapped her witch's cloak tighter and suddenly said that the weather seemed to be getting colder and colder lately. Her mention made Lin Feng realize that the temperature was indeed dropping at night. If the world had 4 seasons, it would probably already be autumn, and the cold winter would follow. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. He needed to prepare winter supplies as soon as possible. Song Xinling wrapped her cloak tighter around herself and lay down to rest, while Lin Feng frowned in thought. At this rate of temperature drop, winter will probably arrive soon. But so far, he hasn't found any supplies that can truly keep him warm. Just then, a system notification popped up in his mind. Lin Feng immediately opened the interface and found that the blind box system had been successfully upgraded. The new feature shows that you can open a big draw for the wish box every 4 weeks, with a 100% chance of getting an epic or higher level blind box. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This way, he could make a wish and draw a prize according to his needs, and the prizes he drew would at least be epic level, or even possibly legendary level. He had just nodded in satisfaction when another system message popped up. Player has collected all prizes from the Dark Witch set blind box, unlocking 1 random crafting blueprint. Obtained, Large Farm Manufacturing Principles Diagram X1. Lin Feng smiled immediately. The reward had finally been paid out. Chapter 27. Thinking about winter, planting cotton. Lin Feng looked at the introduction of the large farm and found that it could grow 4 crops at the same time, and each plant could produce more fruit at harvest time, which only took 3 to 5 days to mature. He has 3 tomato seeds left. If he transplants the tomato seedlings from the small farm, he can plant enough to fill a large farm. However, it was already late at night, and Lin Feng didn't want to wake Song Xinling, so he shut down the manufacturing workshop and went to rest in the big villa. The next morning, Raymond Lam was woken up by Song Xinling. She urged him to get up quickly, but Raymond Lam thought they were going to take pictures again, so he reluctantly mumbled something with his eyes closed. Song Xinling quickly explained that supplies had appeared at sea that day. Lin Feng immediately sobered up upon hearing this. Ocean supplies weren't available every day. Missing out would be a huge loss. He went up to the deck and, sure enough, saw two lucky little wooden barrels floating not far away, along with a lot of basic supplies. Lin Feng immediately took out 2 bottles of Red Bull, took a swig himself, and handed one to Song Xinling. After receiving the work efficiency boost, the two doubled their hauling speed. Before long, a large amount of basic supplies were retrieved, and the 2 lucky wooden barrels were successfully hauled onto the raft. Song Xinling asked expectantly if they wanted the lottery results announced. Lin Feng nodded and opened both bucket lids. The harvest was quite good. There were wood, grass, plastic pieces, and metal pieces, and 2 mechanical modules and 2 cotton seeds also dropped. Mechanical modules are rare to begin with, and they'll definitely come in handy in the future. What Lin Feng is even more concerned about are the cotton seeds. The temperature has been dropping recently, and to get through the winter, he needs to prepare warm clothing. With cotton, we can grow cotton and make clothes from it, thus providing a direction for solving the problem of keeping warm. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately perked up and told Song Xinling to cook while he went to build the large farm. Song Xinling was still thinking about taking a group photo, but Lin Feng had already taken the materials to the back of the stone house. He first used a small stone shovel to dig out the tomato seedlings in the miniature farm, then switched to a small wooden hammer and dismantled the miniature farm in a few strokes, recycling some wood and soil. There was still an empty space behind the raft. The large farm, measuring 2 by 2, could be built on either side of the stone house's exit. After planning the location, Lin Feng made 12 iron nails. With the existing stock, the materials were just enough to build 2 large farms. As the manufacturing workshop started up, a large amount of materials disappeared, and a dozen minutes later, 2 new large farms appeared on the raft. The soil on the large farm was noticeably thicker and looked much more solid than on the original small farm. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and planted the tomato seedlings first. Next, he planted 3 tomato seeds and 2 cotton seeds. As soon as the seeds fell into the soil, they quickly sprouted. But as Lin Feng prepared to water the plants, he suddenly realized something, and his expression changed. There wasn't enough fresh water. Although he has a high-efficiency water purifier, the fresh water produced is simply not enough to keep up with the simultaneous watering of the 6 plants. If there isn't enough water, the plants will either grow slowly or die. At this moment, Song Xinling brought over grilled tuna, intending to let him eat something first, but she saw him sitting on the ground with a worried look on his face. She looked at the large farms that had already been built on both sides of the stone house and asked, puzzled, "Isn't it all finished?" Lin Feng shook his head and told her that the problem was that there wasn't enough fresh water. Building more high-efficiency water purifiers would certainly solve the problem, but that would take up too much space on the raft. The best solution is to obtain a schematic diagram of a more advanced water purifier. Lin Feng told Song Xinling to eat first, and then immediately opened the chat channel and sent a message. Does anyone have a high-end water purifier schematic diagram? I'll buy it at a high price. The message immediately caused a stir in the chat. Some joked that he hadn't shown any affection today, while others were waiting for a barrage of PDA. Lin Feng ignored him and added, "Don't interrupt. I only accept schematics of high-end water purifiers." Soon, someone claimed to have a schematic diagram of a high-efficiency water purifier and offered a large quantity of wood, grass balls, metal sheets, and stones. Immediately, some people in the channel exclaimed that this thing was valuable, while others said that only big shots could afford such high-end items. But Raymond Lam only replied, "This one is already available." These words caused an uproar in the chat. Everyone was amazed, realizing that Lin Feng already possessed what others were trying to sell at exorbitant prices. Some even remarked that the things powerful figures needed were simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Looking at the constantly updated information, Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that finding more advanced schematics wouldn't be easy. If all else failed, he would have to build more water purifiers. Just as he was about to close the communication channel, an inconspicuous message suddenly popped up. Someone asked, "Is a schematic diagram of a high-efficiency water purifier necessary?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, asking the other party to send over the introduction of the high-efficiency water filtration system. Chapter 28. Take it or leave it. Lin Feng waited anxiously for a reply, but the chat channel suddenly went silent. He was wondering if the seller had changed their mind when a new private message notification popped up. He clicked on it, and, sure enough, it was from the seller. Received as a gift, 5 stones. Lin Feng thought the other party was quite generous, but the first sentence stunned him. "Whether you buy it or not, give me back my 5 stones first." Lin Feng was somewhat speechless and replied, "Let me explain the water purifier first. I won't rip you off with those 5 stones." The other party hesitated for a moment, but still sent the introduction over. High-efficiency water purifier. Multiple filter cartridges effectively improve water purification speed, purifying 1 liter of fresh water in just 2 hours. Filter cartridges need to be replaced after a period of use. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Purifying 1 liter of fresh water in 2 hours was 4 times faster than a high-efficiency water purifier. This meant that the 8 liters of fresh water needed for 2 large farms could be processed in just 16 hours. He must master this schematic diagram. Lin Feng told the other party to name their price. Once the schematic diagram is sold, the seller can no longer manufacture the corresponding item unless they obtain another one, so he could understand if the price was a bit higher. But a few seconds later, the other party's offer made his face turn dark. 80 pieces of wood, 80 pieces of grass, 30 pieces each of glass, metal, and plastic, and the 5 stones must be returned. This is outrageous. An average player simply couldn't afford this much. Lin Feng, not wanting to waste words, replied directly, "Not sincerely selling? Then I'm leaving." After saying that, he decisively closed the private message interface. He wasn't worried about the other party refusing to sell. In that person's hands, the schematic diagram was likely worthless. The other party might not be able to gather all the materials, nor might they need that much fresh water. More importantly, apart from Lin Feng, no one else could afford it at that price. Sure enough, not long after, the other party sent another private message request. Received as a gift, 5 stones. Lin Feng almost burst out laughing. 2 private messages, and the other party had already wasted 10 stones. The fact that they were willing to risk never getting them back to contact him showed that this person really wanted to sell. This time, the other party softened their tone and said that all materials would be reduced by half, but the 10 stones had to be returned. Lin Feng remained unmoved and replied, "I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise, I'll just build a few more high-efficiency water purifiers. They'll be just as efficient." The other party got anxious and quickly emphasized that this schematic diagram was very rare. Lin Feng neither replied nor closed the interface, simply leaving him hanging. After about 10 seconds, the other party finally couldn't take it anymore. "Hey bro, don't turn off private messages. The price is negotiable, or you can name your price." That's exactly what Raymond Lam was waiting for. He quoted his price, 15 of each type of basic material, a maximum of 5 of each type of rare material, and 10 stones returned in full. The other party was clearly unwilling, but Lin Feng had already filled in the transaction details. 15 pieces of wood, 15 clumps of grass, 5 metal pieces, 5 plastic pieces, 5 glass pieces, 10 stones. Trade 1, high-efficiency water purifier manufacturing principle diagram. After a moment of silence, the other party finally managed to utter, "The big shot is too stingy." Raymond Lam only replied with 4 words, "Stop talking nonsense." The next second, a transaction notification popped up. Transaction successful. You have received manufacturing principle diagram of high-efficiency water purifier, X1. Lin Feng was in high spirits upon receiving the goods. He immediately opened the manufacturing workshop and saw the required materials. High-efficiency water filtration system, glass disc 6, wood 6, stones 2, sand 2, coke 2. The filter element was made of stones, sand, and coke. Lin Feng then realized that it was really fortunate that Song Xinling had roasted the food into charcoal earlier, otherwise he wouldn't know where to get any for a while. He was just about to get up to make a water purifier when he came to his senses and found Song Xinling staring at him with puffed-up cheeks. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he asked her what she wanted to do. Song Xinling snorted, "Eat something. I've been starving with you until noon." Lin Feng then realized his stomach was empty. He thought she was going to tidy herself up again, but instead she smiled mischievously, turned around, and ran into the stone house. "The food is ready. Come in and enjoy." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and followed them inside. On the 2 storage boxes were a can of Red Bull and 4 portions of grilled tuna. Song Xinling left the Red Bull for him, saying she knew he was in a hurry to make water purifiers, but he also needed to fill his stomach first. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. The tuna on the table was still steaming, clearly having been reheated. While he was busy bargaining, she hadn't been idle either, having already prepared lunch. At that moment, he actually felt a sense of home. Song Xinling urged him to eat quickly. Lin Feng opened a Red Bull and gulped down a few mouthfuls, then grabbed a grilled tuna and wolfed it down. The girl pouted in disgust, but looking at him like this, she inexplicably found him kind of cute. Unfortunately, Raymond Lam ate too quickly and finished the meal in no time. Song Xinling told him to hurry up and get busy, while she prepared to catch a few more fish, worried that there would be a food shortage after the world cooled down. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said that unless the sea freezes over, it's unlikely. But Song Xinling felt that this strange place might not follow the laws of reality, so it was better to have more supplies for peace of mind. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. If the sea really freezes over after the temperature drops, fishing will be a problem. Fortunately, the lower temperature will also extend the shelf life of food, making stockpiling more convenient. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng took out the materials and went to the stone house. He first dismantled the original high-efficiency water purifier, recycled the wood and glass shards, and then cleared the space to open the manufacturing workshop. As the materials disappeared, a few minutes later, a water purifier taller than half a person appeared in front of him. This water purifier is different from the previous one. It has a large glass container on top, which is divided into 3 layers, filled with stones, sand, and coke respectively. Lin Feng poured the seawater in. A few seconds later, clear water gathered from below and slowly flowed out. Looking at the flowing fresh water, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. His tomatoes and cotton can finally be saved. Chapter 29: The Storm. Quickly build doors and windows. The high-efficiency water purifier only produces 1 liter of fresh water every 2 hours. Lin Feng can only fish while waiting for the water. If he wants to finish watering the tomatoes and cotton, he'll probably have to stay up until late at night. However, he wasn't worried at all. He still had dozens of cans of Red Bull in his hand, so staying up all night was no problem for him. Song Xinling, who was standing next to her, suddenly frowned and raised her hand to tidy her long hair that had been ruffled by the wind. It seems like the wind is picking up. Lin Feng sensed it and realized the wind had indeed picked up. He looked up into the distance, and his expression changed instantly. The dark clouds on the horizon hung extremely low. It wasn't just a passing breeze, but clearly an approaching storm. Quickly, go inside and take shelter from the rain. Lin Feng pulled Song Xinling and rushed into the stone house. A few seconds later, a torrential downpour began, and the wind whipped up the rainwater, pouring it directly into the house through the door and window openings, quickly accumulating water on the ground. Even though they were indoors, the two were still chilled by the wind. Song Xinling wrapped her cloak tighter around herself and whispered, "It's a bit cold in here." Lin Feng frowned. If the rain didn't stop anytime soon, they were likely to catch a cold. In this environment lacking medical care and medicine, getting sick was no small matter. In severe cases, it could even be fatal. He immediately opened the workshop and prepared to make a fire. In less than 2 minutes, a fire appeared in the center of the house, but the flames were blown out by a strong wind as soon as they were lit. Song Xinling shivered from the cold. "The wind is too strong. We can't use the fire pit." Lin Feng immediately said, "Bear with it for a moment. I'll build the doors and windows right now." He searched the workshop and quickly found 3 schematics: a simple wooden door, a sturdy wooden door, and a small wooden window. He had enough materials for all 3, so he naturally chose the more robust, sturdy wooden door. As for the small wooden window, although it was simple, he couldn't worry about choosing it at the moment. Seeing Song Xinling shivering from the cold, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to click Make. In less than 10 minutes, 2 sturdy wooden doors were completed. As soon as the doors closed, the wind in the room immediately subsided. Lin Feng rekindled the fire, and although the flames flickered, they didn't go out immediately. He told Song Xinling to warm herself by the fire while he continued making the small wooden window. 5 minutes later, the 2 small wooden windows were installed. The windows still let in some drafts, but much better than before, and the fire flames finally stabilized. Seeing that Lin Feng's clothes were also soaked, Song Xinling quickly called out to him, "Come over and warm yourself by the fire." Lin Feng went to the fire to warm his hands. The girl had stopped shivering, but her cloak was still damp. Looking at the torrential rain outside, she was still shaken. "I didn't expect this storm to be so strong. Thank goodness you built the doors and windows in time. It's much warmer now." Song Xinling looked at him gratefully, but suddenly sneezed. Lin Feng immediately tensed up, reached out and touched her forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that it wasn't hot. "Thank goodness, you don't have a fever." Song Xinling smiled playfully. "I'm fine. Even if I caught a cold, it's impossible for me to develop a fever so quickly." Lin Feng became serious. "Then I'll touch it again in a bit." Song Xinling pouted. "Are you addicted to touching them?" Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't really thought much of it before. But now, reflecting on it, the girl's forehead was fair and smooth, and it did feel quite nice to the touch. Just as his thoughts drifted away, Song Xinling puffed out her cheeks. "Lin Feng, be serious." Lin Feng coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. "Why wasn't there thunder?" Song Xinling was speechless. "You're actually hoping for thunder?" Lin Feng asked seriously. "How can we charge Iron Bucket number 2 without thunder?" He always hoped for thunder and lightning when it rained, since it would give him free electricity. But this storm came on strong, and he never heard any thunder. The words had barely left her lips when a deafening explosion rang out. Startled, Song Xinling jumped to Lin Feng's side, yelling, "Ah, Lin Feng, you're foul-mouthed." Lin Feng hugged her, as if to comfort her, but his eyes glanced towards the door. "Don't be afraid. It seems like the robot wasn't hit." Song Xinling looked at him with disdain. With a beautiful girl right beside him, his mind was completely occupied by the Iron Bucket number 2 incident. She was so angry that she almost considered running away from home. But then she thought, this isn't the same world as before. Where would she stay? What would she eat? And who would comfort her? Seeing Lin Feng staring intently at the door, she could only snort to herself. "Fine. Considering he's been pretty good to me, I'll let it go this time." Another clap of thunder rang out, instantly dispelling all thoughts in Song Xinling's mind. It was safer to stay by Lin Feng's side. Although he could be a bit of a blockhead at times, he was indeed reliable. Just then, Lin Feng muttered in confusion, "Huh? Why didn't I hit him again?" "Lin Feng, huh?" Song Xinling glared at him angrily. "All you care about is that robot. Don't you care about me at all?" Before she could reach out and grab his ear, Lin Feng immediately pulled her close, revealing a rare, playful smile. "I'll take care of you right away." Seeing his reaction, Song Xinling didn't bother to argue and simply pouted, "I'm hungry." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's stomach rumbled. He nodded, "Yeah, I'm hungry too." Song Xinling was utterly speechless. Low emotional intelligence. She broke free from Lin Feng's arm, walked to the storage box, took out 2 large tomatoes, and handed one to him. "I'm afraid I'll starve to death if you wait for me to get food." Lin Feng took the tomato and wolfed it down. Next time I'll definitely give it to you." Song Xinling snorted. "Next time for sure? Forget it. I'm afraid I'll starve to death." She turned around, still complaining, but secretly smiling. She'd only just realized that Lin Feng's occasional silly antics were actually quite amusing. Chapter 30, Stealing My Woman? Unacceptable. The storm continued, with occasional thunderclaps echoing across the sea. Song Xinling dared not sleep, so Lin Feng opened 2 cans of Red Bull, intending to keep her company until dawn. With nothing else to do, the two opened the chat channel to check on the other players. The channel was filled with complaints. Some were soaked to the bone, some were huddled in the cabin complaining of the cold, and others said that their side was sunny and clear. Soon, a message caught Lin Feng's attention. Someone said that pirates had appeared in their vicinity, and they dared not stop at night, so they could only row their boats to escape for their lives, only daring to rest for a while when they were exhausted. Lin Feng immediately inquired about the number and strength of the pirates. They said they couldn't see clearly, but there were at least 5 or 6 rafts, and they were all quite large. The chat exploded, with many players advising him to be on his luck. Just as everyone was feeling scared, Song Xinling suddenly posted, "A few pirates. What's there to be afraid of?" Lin Feng was stunned when he saw the ID and turned around to ask her if it was really her who posted it. Song Xinling nodded, calmly saying that with him there was nothing to worry about. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, realizing that her trust in him was a bit excessive. Soon, Song Xinling's words drew the attention of the pirates. A player named Zhao Xiaoqiang shouted, "Brother, someone's talking about them." Then Zhao Dagong appeared, calling himself the Great White Shark Pirate Crew. Upon seeing that Song Xinling was a woman, Zhao Dagong's attitude immediately changed. He directly invited her to join him, promising her a life of luxury and comfort. A bunch of people in the channel joined in the commotion. Lin Feng's face instantly darkened. Stealing his woman? He dared to covet her? So what if she was a pirate? He didn't believe Zhao Dagong could truly overpower him. He started cursing in the channel, telling Zhao Dagong to get lost and stop messing with Song Xinling. Zhao Dagong was enraged and threatened to come and kill him. Lin Feng just sneered. Players were scattered all over the vast ocean. Even if the other party wanted to kill him, they would have to find his location first. So he replied with "get lost," and turned off the channel, not wanting to waste any more words on this scum. But the next second, Song Xinling suddenly exclaimed in alarm, telling him to quickly check the chat channel. Lin Feng opened it in confusion, and his expression changed accordingly. Zhao Dagong even claimed to have a special item called an ID tracking teleporter, which could lock onto a player's ID and teleport them there. Zhao Xiaoqiang also shouted from the side, telling them to prepare for battle. The channel instantly erupted into chaos. Some were shocked that such a thing existed, some warned Lin Feng to be careful, and others lamented that they would never dare to spew insults at others again. Lin Feng's heart sank. He had thought the other party was just being stubborn, but a system notification popped up quickly. The player ID has been locked by a special item. He couldn't help but curse. It seemed the pirates were really coming. Song Xinling nervously asked him what was going on, and Lin Feng had no choice but to tell her that his ID had been locked. Song Xinling asked if they would appear nearby soon. Lin Feng nodded. The situation was already quite clear. She then asked him if he was confident, and Lin Feng nodded, coughed twice, and simply said to prepare first. Song Xinling felt guilty, thinking that if she hadn't mocked them, the other party wouldn't have come knocking on her door. Lin Feng patted her head, reassuring her that even if they couldn't win, with Iron Bucket number 2 around, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Song Xinling was taken aback. She had expected him to say something passionate, but instead, he talked about running away. But she immediately remembered the crucial issue. Iron Bucket number 2 wasn't charged at all. Lin Feng then realized what was happening. The storm had raged all night, with plenty of lightning, but none of it struck Iron Bucket number 2. He didn't know if this was luck or bad luck. He shook his head, deciding to ignore those for now and immediately begin manufacturing the concrete spiked armor. At that moment, the wind outside gradually subsided, the dark clouds dispersed, and the rain was about to stop. Lin Feng opened the wooden door and saw that it was still dark and the sea was still churning with waves. Just then, a burst of bright light suddenly erupted several hundred meters away, and a white beam of light descended from the sky. After the light faded, 7 or 8 enormous rafts appeared on the sea. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He knew the pirates had arrived. Song Xinling covered her mouth, her face full of worry. The next moment, she immediately ran back into the house and took out 2 cans of Red Bull, which she made Lin Feng drink, while she helped him make plate armor. Lin Feng took the Red Bull and drank it all in one gulp, then asked her to make 2 batches of concrete. Song Xinling immediately fetched the materials and got busy at the mixer. At the same time, Lin Feng checked all his weapons and packed them into his backpack, ready to fight at any moment. Ultimately, he wasn't afraid of these pirates. If he also had an ID tracking device, he probably would have already sought revenge on Zhao Dagong. Daring to covet his supplies, and even steal his woman, this is absolutely intolerable. Especially stealing women, that's intolerable. Lin Feng mentally prepared himself for the battle, and soon, the 2 batches of concrete were ready. Chapter 31. A Lack of Martial Morality. Lin Feng opened the manufacturing workshop, and the materials were just right. Concrete, iron nails, and plastic sheets were all available. He immediately selected to manufacture, and in less than 2 minutes, a heavy set of concrete spiked plate armor appeared in his hands. This thing was incredibly heavy, had ridiculously high defensive capabilities, and was covered in protruding spikes at the front and back, making it absolutely effective in close-quarters combat. However, Lin Feng knew that the opposing pirates outnumbered him, so his preparations had to be meticulous. He summoned Iron Bucket No. 2, and after confirming that it could fight, he quickly made a spiked spear and gave it to him to guard his side. As for Song Xinling, Lin Feng told her to hide in the large villa first. The girl was clearly unwilling and asked if she was really of no help at all. Lin Feng thought for a moment and only told her to guard the supplies and bring him Red Bull whenever needed. Song Xinling understood that Lin Feng was worried about her getting hurt. She was indeed not good at fighting, and rushing to the front would only cause trouble, so she could only go into the villa, but kept an eye on the commotion outside. At this moment, Lin Feng was holding a magic spiked spear, with the goofy Iron Bucket No. 2 standing beside him. One was tall and the other short, one was fat and the other thin, making them look somewhat comical. But to the pirates, the scene was completely different. A few hundred meters away, 10 rafts were slowly approaching, with 17 or 18 pirates scattered on them. They paddled closer, but suddenly stopped less than 100 meters from Lin Feng. Someone stared blankly at Iron Bucket No. 2. What's that thing next to that guy? A robot. One pirate looked down at the spear in his hand, then at the metallic sheen of Iron Bucket No. 2's body, and instantly began to question his existence. Others worried that the robot might be carrying firearms. For a moment, the pirates in the front ranks were all intimidated, and some even wanted to go back to report for a retreat. On the raft in the very center, Zhao Dagong was eating a watermelon he had stolen when he noticed the group had stopped and immediately frowned. Zhao Xiaoqiang quickly ran over to explain that there was a robot on the other side, and the brothers were afraid it was equipped with firearms, so they dared not get any closer. Zhao Dagong immediately picked up his binoculars and looked. In his field of vision, he saw a robot standing next to Lin Feng, as solid as an iron barrel. Just looking at its defenses was enough to give them a headache. If it actually had firearms, they'd be throwing their spears to their deaths. But soon, Zhao Dagong's brows relaxed, and he even smiled, because he saw clearly that the robot didn't have a gun at all, but only held an ordinary spiked spear. He immediately instructed Zhao Xiaoqiang to relay the message, "Fight with confidence." That thing might have a bit more defense, but its attack power isn't that much stronger. It's impossible for it to be that much ahead of the other players. As soon as the news spread, the pirates breathed a sigh of relief, and their courage returned. Some shouted that the robot was just for show, while others thought that if they captured a woman, they might be able to get a robot as a reward. Zhao Dagong nodded in satisfaction, continuing to munch on his watermelon, his mind already churning out images of how the captured beauty would be conquered by his strength. He shouted, "Capture that woman alive." The 10 rafts accelerated again, charging menacingly towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was completely bewildered and couldn't help but mutter, "Was that a mobilization meeting?" Iron Bucket No. 2 replied earnestly, "I don't know." Lin Feng asked it how many pirates it could take on, and it still didn't know. Finally, when asked if it could defeat the pirates, it paused for a few seconds before giving its answer. Based on their numbers, they will definitely lose. Lin Feng was speechless, finally realizing that this robot was completely incapable of analyzing complex battle situations. He sighed and simply renamed it. "From now on, you'll be called Moron 2. "Yes, Idiot No. 2 is at your service," it answered crisply. Lin Feng was even more speechless and could only order it to guard the place and attack any pirates who tried to board the raft. Although the mentally challenged number 2 readily agreed, Lin Feng was still unsure. But there was no time to think about it now. 17 or 18 pirates were already upon him. The first pirate charged forward with a spear, intending to jump directly onto Lin Feng's raft, but was blocked by the concrete protective wall. As soon as he peeked out, Lin Feng thrust his spear, piercing through the wooden armor and sending the man tumbling into the sea. Seeing this, the pirates immediately changed their strategy and charged together. With 7 or 8 men pressing forward at the same time. Even if Lin Feng was strong, there was only one of them, and sooner or later someone would slip onto the raft. Just then, idiot number 2 moved. Before Lin Feng could even see it clearly, it had already raised its spear and was thrusting it repeatedly at the pirates climbing over the wall. The muffled thuds continued as the mentally challenged number 2 moved swiftly along the edge of the raft, stabbing anyone who tried to climb aboard with his spear. A series of splashes rang out as the pirates who had fallen into the water stared wide-eyed in horror, shouting, "Who said it was just for show? This was way too fast." Seeing the robot's ridiculously fast attack speed, the pirates behind dared not approach any further. Lin Feng stood there stunned, taking a long time to react. "Wow, that's strong. Looks like I'm not cut out for this fight." He discreetly stepped back, pulled up a chair, sat on the deck, and taunted the pirates. "Come on then." Chapter 32, Moron 2, Charge. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Charge. Charge. Zhao Dagong was so angry his face turned black. His pirate crew, used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, suddenly started to cower when faced with a tough opponent like the mentally challenged number 2. Zhao Xiaoqiang quickly handed over an apple and whispered, "Brother, that robot is too fast. If it weren't for our wooden plate armor, half of us would probably be dead by now." Zhao Dagong took a bite of the apple, chewed a few times, and suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "Tell them to retreat, keep their distance, and fire arrows. As long as Lin Feng is shot dead, the robot will be useless without a commander." Zhao Xiaoqiang nodded repeatedly. "Brother, this is a good move. It's called something like cutting off the fuel supply. Take drastic measures. Go now." The order was quickly passed down, and the pirates scrambled back onto the raft and began to retreat. Lin Feng sneered at this. Trying to run? He was about to row after them when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Before, the raft was empty and easy to row, but now it was loaded with so many things that it was ridiculously heavy, and he couldn't row it at all. There was no other way but to let mentally challenged number 2 continue to do the hard labor. Lin Feng asked, "How much power does mentally disabled number 2 have left?" "Remaining battery level is 25%. Chase." The robot immediately picked up a wooden paddle and propelled the raft in pursuit of the pirates. However, the raft was too heavy, and its speed was significantly reduced, barely allowing it to keep up. Lin Feng soon realized that he had made a mistake. The enemy wasn't running away at all. They were deliberately creating distance in preparation for firing arrows. "Damn it, I miscalculated." Lin Feng's expression changed. The pirates couldn't win in close combat, so they switched to ranged attacks, while he had no ranged means and could only have a chance to counterattack by getting close. Whoosh whoosh. Several arrows pierced the air, and Lin Feng quickly hid behind a concrete protective wall, narrowly avoiding them. This couldn't go on. They had to catch up as soon as possible. He immediately shouted, "Idiot number 2, speed up. Low battery warning. Battery level is below 20%. You need to charge it." Lin Feng almost cursed it out loud. How could it fail at a time like this? But with 20% battery remaining, it should last a while longer. Keep accelerating. The load is too high, so it can only work for 10 minutes. When the battery level drops below 5%, it will enter hibernation mode. Lin Feng was utterly speechless. It was uncertain whether they could catch up with the pirates within 10 minutes. If the second idiot ran out of power, and he had to fight on his own, he would either be exhausted or crash. More importantly, if he loses the fight, not only will he lose his life, but Song Xinling will also fall into Zhao Dagong's hands. No, we must use drastic measures. Lin Feng immediately took out a book of lightning summoning magic from his backpack. So what if it's out of power? I'll charge it for you right now. He opened the magic book, locked onto his target in his mind, and directly chose to strike the mentally challenged number 2 with lightning. The next second, the magic book vanished in specks of light. Suddenly, a gale arose in the once clear sky, and large patches of dark clouds rapidly gathered, with lightning flashing at their center. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the mentally challenged number 2 hard. A sizzling sound rang out, and a burnt smell wafted over. Lightning conversion successful, temporary charging complete, current battery level 70%. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Great. 70% battery capacity is enough. Just as he was feeling smug, Song Xinling's angry voice came from behind him. Lin Feng, did you attract that lightning bolt just now? Lin Feng stated matter-of-factly, I did it to recharge mentally disabled number 2. He even felt that he had been quite quick-witted in the critical moment, and couldn't help but smile. Song Xinling was furious. The thunderclap beside her startled her, and to make matters worse, Lin Feng was using something so precious to charge a robot? She couldn't help but ask, if you have something this powerful, why don't you just kill the pirates directly? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Yeah, wouldn't it be better to just kill Zhao Dagong with something this powerful? Why does he need to charge it? Lin Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him, and he was so regretful, he almost vomited blood. But of course, he couldn't admit to such a moronic mistake. He coughed a few times, trying to appear calm. How can we just chop them down? That would be too much of a loss. Song Xinling was taken aback. Losses? Lin Feng immediately explained. There must be a lot of supplies on the pirate raft. If a lightning bolt sinks the raft, won't everything sink to the bottom of the sea? I'd waste a magic book and end up with nothing. That would be a real loss. Song Xinling looked at him, feeling that something was off, but his words also seemed to make some sense. She could only nod. You've thought quite far ahead. While the two were arguing, the pirate opposite them was already terrified by what had just happened. Someone stammered, Did I see that right? That lightning bolt just struck his raft. The important thing is that the raft was completely unharmed. It's like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The ordinary pirates were merely frightened, but Zhao Dagong was even more shocked. Through his binoculars, he clearly saw Lin Feng use a magic book to summon a bolt of lightning. He couldn't understand why Lin Feng would use lightning to strike his own raft. Is this a warning? Thinking of this, Zhao Dagong broke out in a cold sweat. Fighting ordinary players might only result in the loss of a few men, but fighting Lin Feng, he could very well be struck by lightning and reduced to ashes. He quickly raised his binoculars again to look, and what he saw was even more frightening. Lin Feng actually took out 2 more magic books in front of the girl. Holy crap! How much of this does he actually have left? Zhao Dagong had initially thought such magic books were extremely rare, but Lin Feng casually produced 2 more. This meant that the lightning bolt from earlier was probably nothing to Lin Feng. No, we can't push him too far. Zhao Dagong immediately roared, Surrender! Quickly! Zhao Xiaoqiang, make them raise the white flag. Zhao Xiaoqiang was stunned. Big brother, did I hear that right? Zhao Dagong roared. That lightning bolt was struck by Lin Feng. He's warning us. If we don't want to be turned to dust, we'd better surrender. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoqiang's legs went weak. He scrambled off to relay the order. In less than a minute, all the dozen or so pirates laid down their weapons and raised white flags. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still demonstrating the lightning summoning magic book to Song Xinling. Suddenly, Song Xinling pointed to the opposite side and asked in surprise, Hey, look, they surrendered. Lin Feng was taken aback. Huh? Chapter 33 Zhao Dagong is so worried. Lin Feng looked across and saw that there were indeed about 10 small white flags floating on the sea. The pirates surrendered? He was a little surprised. Could it be that the giant lightning bolt he had summoned had really scared this group of people out of their wits? Regardless of the reason, solving the problem is a good thing. Lin Feng turned to Song Xinling, smiled smugly, and began to boast. See? Sometimes attacking yourself is more effective than attacking the enemy. That's called subduing the enemy without fighting. Song Xinling was stunned. That's not what he said just now. This sounded like something he made up on the spot to fool people. Lin Feng didn't care at all. The pirate's surrender was a fact, and now it was time to deal with this rabble. He cleared his throat on the raft and shouted across the way, "Tell your boss to come out." The pirates looked at each other, none of them daring to utter a sound, and finally all their eyes fell on the raft in the middle. A few seconds later, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked out of the cabin. He was supposed to be a fierce person, but at this moment, he looked extremely humble in front of Lin Feng. "I'm their boss, Zhao Dagong," the scarred man said cautiously. "Boss, could you spare our lives?" Lin Feng nodded. Being ugly isn't a mistake, and surrendering gracefully shows good judgment. But this guy was so arrogant before. He not only wanted to kill him, but also wanted to take Song Xinling away. He can't just let this go. Lin Feng said directly, "I'll spare your life, but you have to hand over all the supplies. Also, you have to publicly apologize and make amends in the chat channel." Zhao Dagong's face stiffened. He could accept the loss if the supplies were given to him. But for the leader of the Great White Shark pirate crew to apologize to Lin Feng in front of players worldwide was a huge embarrassment. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Feng didn't bother with any more words and directly opened the book of lightning summoning magic in his hand. The pirates were terrified at the sight. Apologizing would only make Zhao Dagong lose face, but being struck by lightning would mean they would all die together. "Brother, your life is more important. Brother, just admit it. Brother, the brothers don't want to die. Big brother, you can't drag us down with you." Zhao Dagong's face was grim, and he cursed his men in his heart. When it really came down to it, there wasn't a single one he could rely on. But then again, he himself didn't want to die. Looking up, Lin Feng had already opened his magic book. If he had delayed a few more seconds, the lightning might have really struck his head. If you want to live, you can't hesitate. With a thud, Zhao Dagong knelt down, abandoning all pretense of dignity. "Don't kill me, boss. I admit defeat. I apologize. You can have all the supplies. I'll apologize in the chat. Just spare my life." Lin Feng was stunned. He thought Zhao Dagong would be tough enough to say something, but he didn't expect that the moment the magic book was opened, the man would cower in fear. However, it's never wrong to be overly polite. Since you're willing to kneel, then kneel. You deserve it anyway. Lin Feng closed the spellbook and said calmly, "Fine. Seeing how sincere you are, I'll spare your life." Upon hearing this, the pirates quickly knelt down as well, expressing their gratitude in a cacophony of voices, and saying that they were willing to follow Lin Feng in the future. Lin Feng shook his head dismissively. He wouldn't believe the pirates' nonsense. It would be a miracle if these people stayed put for even 3 days after being recruited. Let's get down to business first. Zhao Dagong immediately realized what was happening and hurriedly said, "I'll go apologize in the chat channel right away." Lin Feng opened the chat channel, where people were still discussing his encounter with pirates. "We haven't heard from this big shot for so long. Could something have happened to him? With so many pirates, I think it's going to be tough." A moment of silence. A moment of silence +1. Lin Feng was speechless. This group of people had far too little faith in him. The next moment, Zhao Dagong's message was sent out. "Zhao Dagong. Mr. Lin Feng, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have offended such an important person as you. I apologize." The chat channel exploded instantly. "Holy crap! Zhao Dagong. The pirate captain actually apologized? Raymond Lam is amazing. He single-handedly wiped out the pirates. The boss is awesome. The pirates deserved it. I want to befriend someone powerful." The news spread rapidly, and Zhao Dagong's apology was quickly buried. But Lin Feng was not satisfied. "Raymond Lam. That's it? That's it. You could at least have written 800 words. The channel went silent for a moment. Zhao Dagong was dumbfounded. He had never written anything more than 800 words in his life. This was harder than getting beaten up. He looked up and saw Lin Feng staring at him with a pout, still holding the magic book in his hand. Zhao Dagong's throat tightened, and he quickly said, "Boss, I'll write it right now." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Soon, a long string of messages appeared in the chat channel. "Zhao Dagong, I was wrong. I'm not human. I shouldn't have offended the big boss. I'm not human. I shouldn't have robbed the big boss. I'm not human. I shouldn't have insulted the big boss. I'm not human. Lin Feng was stunned. This guy really can't write anything decent. He just repeats the same few sentences over and over again. The other players were also stunned. Even through the chat window, they could sense Zhao Dagong's fear. Is the big boss holding a knife to his neck? This boss is incredibly powerful. The boss's methods of tormenting people are even more extreme. That's 800 words. Exam-themed essay series. A series that will drive the academically challenged Zhao Dagong crazy. Lin Feng was speechless as the topic of conversation was veered off course again. But looking at Zhao Dagong in front of him, covered in sweat and struggling to breathe, as if he had squeezed out every word he had learned in his previous life, he finally felt a little better. Song Xinling, watching from the side, also cast an admiring glance. I was still feeling unsatisfied, but I didn't expect you to be so good at tormenting people. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. Writing an 800-word essay is indeed quite torturous for a poor student. Chapter 34, Arrest Warrant. Zhao Dagong finally finished his 800-word essay on the assigned topic. Lin Feng felt that such a memorable moment should at least leave some evidence. He suddenly remembered that they hadn't taken any photos today. Song Xinling perked up immediately upon hearing the word photograph, but Zhao Dagong was stunned, sweating profusely as the two started arguing. Lin Feng said he wanted to take pictures of the pirates, but Song Xinling thought it would be a waste of camera usage. Lin Feng, however, said it wasn't a waste at all. Posting the photos on the chat channel would allow all players to see Zhao Dagong's scarred face, preventing anyone from being robbed in the future. Upon hearing that it was an exposure, Song Xinling immediately agreed. After all, if Lin Feng didn't kill them, it would be good to have everyone on guard in case these people continued to rob in the future. The pirates were stunned until Lin Feng actually took out a camera, at which point Zhao panicked. Boss, what are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng had already pressed the shutter. With a click, the photo was quickly developed. Lin Feng glanced at it, curled his lip in disdain, and then immediately posted it to the chat channel. Lin Feng, real name Zhao Dagong, professional pirate, everyone be careful. A photo of Zhao Dagong was also attached. The channel immediately erupted in discussion, with some complaining that his scarred face was too ugly, others saying it was a waste of a photo and they wanted to see Song Xinling, and still others saying it was practically a wanted poster. Some players even started joking around, claiming they were pirates too and urging Lin Feng to come and catch them. Lin Feng was speechless. The thought processes of the chat group players were truly unique. Zhao Dagong was completely devastated. He had originally planned to make a comeback, but now that the photos had spread throughout the channel, he was likely to become a pariah whom everyone was wary of. At this moment, Lin Feng raised his camera again and shouted to the other pirates, "Gather around here." The pirates' expressions changed. They had all witnessed Zhao Dagong's demise. If a group photo were released, how could they ever face anyone again? But no one dared to resist. Lin Feng could summon lightning, and there was also that big robot, the mentally challenged number 2, watching over them. They could only obediently huddle together. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the group of people with sour faces and said, "Smile, it's not like we're taking funeral photos." Everyone could only manage a forced smile that looked worse than crying. With 2 quick clicks, Lin Feng took 2 photos, one to keep as a souvenir, and the other posted directly to the chat channel. Raymond Lamb, all members of the Great Jaws pirate crew, be careful. The moment the agonizing group photo of the 18 pirates appeared, the channel buzzed with excitement once more. Some were shocked that Lin Feng had single-handedly subdued 18 pirates. Some called him a pirate killer, and others laughed at their fake smiles. Lin Feng stopped watching the spectacle. Since he had promised to spare their lives, he would keep his word and directly ordered. Each person build a 4x4 raft, leave everything else behind, and disappear within 5 minutes. The pirates immediately wailed, some asking if they could keep their fishing rods, others even begging Lin Feng to take them in. Lin Feng waved his hand, saying not even a second thought. Being a pirate comes at a price. They deserve to starve. Under the supervision of the mentally challenged number 2, the 18 pirates sighed and built the raft, then rowed away without daring to look back. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng looked at the supplies scattered all over the ground and was in a great mood. "Look, all of these things are ours now." Song Xinling frowned at him. "Why do I feel like we're more like pirates?" Lin Feng chuckled and replied, "Robbing pirates doesn't make you a pirate." After speaking, he jumped onto the raft left by Zhao Dagong, and quickly found a pair of binoculars on the deck. The system indicated that this was a valuable item that could allow him to see farther and spot targets at sea earlier. Lin Feng put it into his backpack without hesitation. As dusk fell, he didn't rush to inventory all the supplies. Instead, he first made some ropes to connect all the rafts together and secure them to his own raft. There was too much stuff to collect in a short time, and it would be a huge loss if it were swept away by the waves. After finishing his work, he took 4 large apples from Zhao Dagong's raft and said with a smile that dinner was sorted. Song Xinling took the apples and also took out 2 cans of Red Bull. The two of them enjoyed a comfortable meal in the dim light of dusk. In contrast, the 18 pirates who were released fared much worse. Some cursed Lin Feng, some cried out in hunger, and some even called for food from their elder brother, only to be urged by Zhao Dagong to row the boat quickly. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Feng suddenly sneezed, muttering that it must be those pirates cursing him. Just then, a game system announcement popped up. Lin Feng opened it and was stunned. Announcement: Player Lin Feng has successfully aroused the hatred of 10,000 players, unlocking the wanted poster feature. The wanted poster feature is now officially open in the chat channel. The next moment, he was forcibly pulled into the chat channel. The channel was full of wanted posters. Some were marveling at how this guy had unlocked 3 new features by himself, while others wondered, is he going to issue a warrant for Lin Feng's arrest? Who would dare? Lin Feng was completely bewildered. He quickly opened the new feature instructions, but the more he read, the darker his face became. The rules for the wanted poster are simple. Any player who has attracted the hatred of 10,000 people can be placed on a wanted poster. Other players can invest in the poster. If the wanted player is killed within 7 days, the killer and the poster split the entire investment equally, and the investor receives 5 times the return. If no one succeeds within 7 days, all resources are automatically sent to the wanted player. After reading it, Song Xinling reminded him, Lin Feng, you've been put on the wanted list. Lin Feng knew, of course, that he was the only one in the world who had attracted the hatred of 10,000 people. He couldn't help but curse. Game, are you targeting me? What he couldn't understand was that it was one thing for the 18 pirates to hate him, but why did the remaining 9,982 also hate him? Song Xinling rolled her eyes at him. The tallest tree in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment, then could only admit speechlessly, is it because I'm too outstanding? Chapter 35 Qinbing. It was her all along. In the communication channel, a wanted poster was automatically pinned to the top by the system. Wanted, Lin Feng. Initiator, Qinbing. Number of investors, 190 maximum 300. Total investment, wood X 140, grass balls X 130, plastic sheets X 80, glass sheets X 30. Remaining time, 7 days. The moment the message appeared, the channel exploded. Some exclaimed that the number of investors had increased too quickly, jumping from 190 to 220 in the blink of an eye. Others discovered that they could participate by investing just 2 pieces of wood and immediately joined in the fun. Some people doubted whether anyone could actually take down a big shot like Lin Feng. But many more people were hoping for the best, thinking that since the investment wasn't large, they would make a fortune if they succeeded. Lin Feng watched the number of viewers fluctuate wildly and felt incredibly frustrated. He couldn't help but type in the chat, "Do you guys really want me dead?" Immediately, someone in the channel explained that they weren't targeting him, but just wanted to make money. Others shifted the blame to the person who initiated the arrest warrant, telling Lin Feng to settle accounts with the person who issued it. Lin Feng then noticed that the initiator was named Qinbing, and that she was a woman. Before he could even start investigating, a private message popped up, and the other party even casually sent him 5 stones. Qinbing asked him smugly if he felt any pressure. Lin Feng was speechless. He hadn't even gone to their door yet, and they'd already delivered themselves to him. Qinbing was arrogant, since Lin Feng couldn't find her anyway. She even said that if she could find Lin Feng, there would be no need to issue an arrest warrant. Lin Feng frowned. Did this woman really want to kill him? The next second, Qinbing said that the arrest warrant could actually be withdrawn, and she would consider quitting if Lin Feng was willing to help her. Lin Feng immediately realized that this was a threat. Qinbing, however, said that she was just petty. She had taken the initiative to propose a threesome back then, but Lin Feng not only ignored her, but also told her to get lost. She had to find a way to get back at him for that. Lin Feng then realized that she was the woman from before, and immediately replied with only 2 words, "Get lost." Chen Bing retorted defiantly, "I refuse to believe no one can control Lin Feng." Lin Feng ignored her and simply closed the private messages. Seeing his expression, Song Xinling asked who had upset him. Lin Feng replied irritably, "Who else could it be but Chen Bing?" Unexpectedly, Song Xinling laughed after hearing this, and said that he should thank the other party. Lin Feng looked puzzled. Thank that petty woman? He knew in his heart that if Song Xinling knew about the threesome incident, she would probably be even angrier than him. Song Xinling was unaware of these things. She was simply reminding him that the arrest warrant was only valid for 7 days. If no one found him within 7 days, wouldn't all the invested resources belong to him? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening. Right? He had been completely confused by Chen Bing's anger. Song Xinling rolled her eyes at him and said that she had thought of it from the beginning. Lin Feng rubbed his temples and gave her a perfunctory compliment on her intelligence. Unexpectedly, Song Xinling shook her head seriously, saying that Lin Feng was truly amazing, and she really couldn't have come up with such a method of subduing the enemy without fighting. Seeing her serious expression, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little guilty and quickly changed the subject, saying that apples don't keep you full, so he should cook some more food. Song Xinling nodded and went to grill the fish, muttering to herself, to subdue the enemy without fighting, as if she were trying to memorize the phrase. Lin Feng was stunned. He could only sigh and think, no wonder he's a top student. He even takes these kinds of things so seriously. Just then, he suddenly remembered something important. Blind boxes. After a busy afternoon, he almost forgot about today's daily blind box. Lin Feng immediately jumped into the sea, startling Song Xinling into turning around. The sound of Lin Feng choking on water could be heard from the sea. He quickly said that he was fine. He had just seen a treasure chest, and asked Song Xinling to keep an eye on the food so that it wouldn't burn. Song Xinling still asked worriedly, and Lin Feng only stretched out one hand from the sea and barely made an okay sign. The next moment, he opened the blind box system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. April 7th. Received 1 Makrivo blind box. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Makrivo? What is that? After reviewing the description, he discovered that this premium blind box had a chance of containing mechanical modules, precision modules, and even a 10% chance of containing a chip module. Lin Feng immediately perked up. Although he didn't know what these things could be used to make, they looked like they were related to machinery, and maybe rafts could really be automated in the future. He dragged the heavy box back onto the raft. Song Xinling had already looked over curiously and asked what was in the box. Lin Feng put the box on the deck and then realized that it was a metal box with gear patterns engraved on the surface. No wonder it was so heavy that it almost dragged him back into the sea. He didn't explain much and just opened the box. Instantly, a bunch of mechanical parts appeared on the deck, and a system notification sounded. You have opened a Makrivo blind box X1 and received 10 mechanical modules. Lin Feng was a little disappointed that he didn't get the chip module with the lowest drop rate, but 10 mechanical modules weren't a complete loss. He opened the manufacturing workshop to see if any new blueprints had been unlocked. Soon, he saw a low-speed engine, a small hand-crank generator, and a raft propulsion system. Low-speed engines can be used to build generators and propellers, but require mechanical modules, magnets, and metal sheets. Hand-crank generators can provide temporary power, but are extremely physically demanding. Raft propellers can move rafts, but their power is not very strong. Lin Feng's head was spinning more and more. To make a generator and a propulsion system, he had to make a low-speed engine first. To make a low-speed engine, he had to get his hands on magnets first. Magnets can be bought in the trading channel, but the problem is, even if a low-speed engine is made, so what? Are you suggesting that he should crank the generator by hand while simultaneously powering the thrusters? What's the difference between this and rowing a boat yourself? It's just another way of exhausting yourself. Just as Lin Feng was feeling down, Song Xinling suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Lin Feng, turn to the back. Lin Feng was taken aback and continued to look at the blueprints behind the manufacturing workshop. The next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 36, Recovering the Loot. Greedy Generator, Low-Speed Engine 0 firsts, Mechanical Module 5/5, Magic Crystal 5/5, Metal Plate 8/8. Description: this device uses magic to convert food into fuel, fully converting it into energy to power a generator and produce a continuous supply of electricity. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of it. This thing was indeed excellent, but the problem was obvious. Why use it to burn food? Couldn't it be used to burn wood? In this world, food is a scarce resource. If other players knew that he actually used food as fuel to generate electricity, they would probably both scold him for being wasteful and be green with envy. However, this is still much better than hand crank power generation. Lin Feng calculated that as long as he could get a magnet, he could make both the gluttonous generator and the raft propulsion system. He nodded in satisfaction, glanced at the sky which had completely darkened, and said to Song Xinling, "Let's rest first." The girl yawned. She was indeed extremely sleepy. After finishing their grilled tuna, the two returned to the stone house. Today had been filled with preparations for battle, fighting, and being wanted by the authorities. Lin Feng was utterly exhausted, and he fell asleep almost immediately after lying down. The next day, the weather was fairly nice. When Lin Feng woke up, he could already smell the aroma of grilled tuna. He quickly rushed out of the house and saw Song Xinling grilling food. Although the sun was shining brightly, the temperature had dropped significantly. Song Xinling wrapped her cloak tighter around herself, still feeling a bit cold. Lin Feng frowned. The temperature was dropping faster than he had anticipated, and he needed to arrange for warm clothing as soon as possible. Song Xinling turned around and saw him, smiling as she handed him a piece of freshly grilled tuna. "The weather is getting colder and colder. Eat something hot to warm yourself up, and then take a picture of me." Lin Feng took the grilled fish and said they could take photos when it was warmer around noon. The girl nodded and started eating the grilled fish in small bites. Lin Feng ate while glancing at the 10 rafts linked together behind him. He'd amassed quite a haul yesterday. Just the retrieval and cleaning would keep him busy for a while. As for the magnets, he planned to look for them among the loot first. After finishing 2 grilled tuna, Lin Feng immediately got to work. He jumped onto the pirate raft and first packed everything he could carry into his backpack. Obtained, Hardwood Bow X1. Obtained, Spiked Spear X1. Received, 2 feathered arrows. Besides weapons, the only thing left on the raft was a campfire. Lin Feng took out a small wooden hammer and began to dismantle it. With a few quick thuds, the campfire and the raft deck were gradually dismantled into materials. Dismantle the stone fire pit to obtain Stone X1, Charcoal X1. Dismantle the raft deck to obtain 1 piece of wood, 1 grass ball. Half an hour later, the last piece of deck was also removed. With a splash, Lin Feng fell directly into the sea and could only swim towards the second raft. Meanwhile, Song Xinling was also busy, having already collected all the arrows and weapons that could be taken directly from the second raft. Seeing Lin Feng swim over, she smiled and said, "I'll take care of collecting supplies, and you take care of dismantling and moving the things that can't be carried away." Lin Feng thought it was a good idea. The two divided the work and their efficiency immediately improved. After working for 2 or 3 hours, they had cleaned up 6 rafts, reaping mostly wood and grass balls, as well as some weapons. As the sun rose high overhead, Raymond Lamb told Song Xinling to rest for a while, grab something to eat, and then he'd take her picture. The girl immediately ran back upon hearing, "Take her picture," bringing 2 carrots with her. She said she would eat carrots for lunch. Lin Feng's expression changed, and he immediately refused. But Song Xinling's academic genius kicked in, and she earnestly explained that carotene can be converted into vitamin A, and that a deficiency could lead to night blindness. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this, and quickly told them to stop. He was afraid that if he didn't eat, Song Xinling would really give him a whole biology lesson. So he grabbed a carrot and forced himself to take a bite. "I'll eat it for the sake of carotene." Seeing him chew heartily, Song Xinling smiled with satisfaction. Lin Feng finished the carrot with a bitter face and even let out a burp. The girl looked at him suspiciously, so he could only make up an excuse, saying it was probably a rejection reaction. After saying that, he quickly ran to get his camera, afraid that Song Xinling would continue to explain to him what rejection was. Even though he skipped biology class, taking photos didn't make things much easier for him. Song Xinling would complain that his movements were stiff, tell him to look away, and then say that the angle was backlit and that they had to start over. Lin Feng felt that taking photos was more tiring than standing at attention during military training. He really couldn't understand how Song Xinling could hold a pose for more than 10 seconds without moving. What was even more frustrating was that she would wait for Lin Feng to strike a satisfactory pose before pressing the shutter. After half an hour of this back and forth, the 3 photos were finally taken. Next came the wait to develop them. Once the photos were ready, Song Xinling suffered from decision paralysis, spending over 10 minutes choosing between the 3 before finally handing one to Lin Feng with difficulty. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and opened the chat channel with the photo. But before he could send it, he saw the pinned wanted poster. Wanted, Lin Feng. Initiator, Chen Bing. Number of investors, 300 maximum 300. Total investment kill rewards, wood x 230, grass ball x 180, plastic slab x 90, glass slab x 50, metal slab x 30. Remaining time, 6 days. The chat below is still refreshing. Some people are surprised that the investment is already full. Some are speculating who can kill Lin Feng, and others are mentioning pirates, while also paying tribute to all the members of the Great Jaws pirate crew. Lin Feng was speechless. Such a trivial matter, and these idle players could chat about it for an entire day. Chapter 37. Extremely, extremely, extremely clumsy. Let's hang up the photos first. The photo in Lin Feng's hand vanished instantly, and a missing person message quickly appeared in the chat channel. Unsurprisingly, the channel exploded again. Players simultaneously praised him as a big shot and posted missing person notices, while also jokingly suggesting he was showing off his relationship. Some even stared at Song Xinling's photo, calling her a dark magical girl. One person even made a cheeky joke, asking if killing Lin Feng would allow him to possess the magical girl. Lin Feng and Song Xinling replied almost simultaneously in the channel, "Get lost." The channel suddenly became even more lively, filled with comments like, "Boss's domineering attitude," and "Magical girl's domineering attitude." Song Xinling swore for the first time, and actually felt a little relieved. Lin Feng quickly reminded her not to learn bad habits, but she pouted and said, "You become like those you associate with. I learned it all from him." Lin Feng had nothing to say, so he could only turn off the channel and continue counting the spoils with her. An hour later, only 3 rafts remained to be searched. These 3 were clearly better equipped, with cabins, anchors, and water purifiers, and their storage boxes were piled with weapons, food, and basic supplies. Lin Feng opened the first box, and wood, straw, and plastic pieces kept coming in. Later, he even found 6 apples and 4 watermelons. Wow, so much fruit. In this world, fruit is a rare commodity, so getting 10 at once is a pleasant surprise. The other chest is full of weapons, hardwood bows, arrows, and wooden plate armor. Keep most of the arrows, but sell the rest. Keep 2 hardwood bows as spares. Song Xinling had also finished packing up the other raft. She was overjoyed, holding 2 large watermelons, saying that she had also found a lot of fruit, weapons, and materials. Lin Feng didn't rush to eat. Instead, he took her to the last raft. It belonged to Zhao Dagong, and there were definitely more valuable things inside. As soon as the 2 entered the cabin, they saw 4 neatly arranged storage boxes. Lin Feng opened them one by one, and his haul instantly increased dramatically. Piles of wood, grass, and metal pieces appeared one after another, followed by magnets, magic crystals, tomatoes, watermelons, white surrender flags, and a heavy metal spear. Holy crap, I'm rich. What Lin Feng cared about most were the 6 magnets. He needed 8 magnets in total to build the raft propeller and the gluttonous generator, and he was only 2 short. He could just exchange them in the trading channel. However, he didn't rush into the transaction. Instead, he first looked at the 18 white flags of surrender. The white flag of surrender. Description: used for surrendering. Lin Feng felt it was bad luck after reading it. Did he look like the kind of person who would surrender? But although he complained, he didn't throw it away. Song Xinling asked, puzzled, "Why stay if you're not going to surrender?" Lin Feng smiled and simply tossed a bunch of small white flags in front of her, telling her to take them down. Song Xinling thought it would be better to sell it, but Lin Feng told her to dismantle it first. She could only mutter to herself that he was just trying to trick her into doing chores, and obediently went to dismantle it. Lin Feng turned to examine the heavy metal spear. Heavy metal spear. Description: it is extremely powerful, but also extremely bulky. Lin Feng was stunned. The power was described as 1, but the heaviness as 3. Just how heavy was this thing? He took the spear out of the storage box and immediately threw it onto the deck. With a loud splash, the entire raft shook violently, and the waves were jolted up. Lin Feng bent down to pick up the spear, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Is this thing for human use? Putting it in a backpack was easy, since backpacks don't add weight, but carrying it by hand was simply impractical. Lin Feng finally understood why Zhao Dagong had such a good weapon but didn't use it. Let alone one person, even 18 pirates combined might not be able to lift it. The only one who can lift it now is the mentally challenged number 2. Lin Feng waved, and the robot immediately jumped onto the raft, shouting, "At your service." Lin Feng instructed it to pick up the spear, and the robot, nicknamed Mentally Challenged Number 2, extended its mechanical arm, grabbed it forcefully, and finally lifted the spear. But the next second, it threw the spear back onto the deck with a bang, and the raft rocked violently again. Lin Feng asked it speechlessly why it had put it down again. The robot with intellectual disabilities, number 2, replied, "It is a speed-enhanced robot, and its target load is too high, so it is more suitable for the iron bucket number 1 to carry it." Lin Feng rubbed his temples, realizing this thing was just a piece of scrap metal to him. And then, the idiot number 2 chimed in, "Yes." Lin Feng glanced up at it, and seriously suspected that this broken robot was sometimes pretending to be stupid. He was too lazy to dwell on it any longer, and reached out to put the spear back into his backpack. Just then, Song Xinling finished dismantling the little white flag, and obtained some wood and cloth. Lin Feng immediately smiled. Sure enough, the fabric could be removed. Song Xinling then realized that cotton was grown to make fabric, and fabric could be used to make clothes. She excitedly said that 8 pieces of fabric could make a new dress. Lin Feng frowned. 18 white flags were used to make only 8 pieces of fabric. Is that really enough to make a garment? He soon realized that no matter how much fabric he had, he couldn't make a single garment. Chapter 38 Manual Sewing Machine. Lin Feng spent a long time browsing the manufacturing workshop page, but couldn't find any information about the manufacturing principles of fabrics and clothes. He frowned and muttered, "This is weird. Why haven't we unlocked any new manufacturing principles?" Song Xinling was helpless. She had already searched several times. She couldn't find any patterns, not even for socks, let alone clothes. Lin Feng felt that they might be going in the wrong direction, so he turned to look at her and said, "Quickly activate your invincible intelligence as a top student and think about it again." Song Xinling stared at the large watermelon on the deck and said, feeling wronged, that she was hungry and her mind was not working. Lin Feng then remembered that they had agreed to eat watermelon first, so he cracked open 2 slices. Song Xinling savored them slowly, while Lin Feng devoured them like a hungry wolf. After he finished eating, Song Xinling was still eating in small bites, but in a good mood. Her mind became sharp, and she suddenly said, "I know. Check if the manufacturing workshop has unlocked any new mechanical items." Lin Feng opened the page and searched, and sure enough, he quickly found something related to fabric. Manual Sewing Machine. Introduction. Clothing can be made from various materials. You will need to prepare fabric, cotton thread, and other materials. Lin Feng immediately praised her for being smart. Song Xinling smiled smugly and said that she was a top student. Lin Feng jokingly remarked that top students consume a lot of electricity, so they should replenish their energy supplies in the future, and that there would be plenty of food. Unexpectedly, Song Xinling immediately snorted, saying that eating too much would make her fat. Lin Feng quickly changed his tune, saying he should eat less, but she glared at him again. "Do you want me to starve to death?" Lin Feng immediately shut up. For the sake of his ears, he decided to talk less and work more. He ran all the way back to his raft, opened the workshop, and prepared to expand it. Song Xinling watched him slip away, and instead laughed, knowing that Lin Feng was just clumsy with words, but actually very good to her. While Lin Feng was busy with the expansion project, Song Xinling wasn't idle either. Fruit wasn't filling enough, so she planned to catch some fish and grill them for him for dinner. Lin Feng had no shortage of wood and grass balls, so he simply enlarged the raft. By dusk, the raft, originally 12 by 8, had been expanded to 20 by 12. He didn't demolish the original concrete retaining wall. It serves as the inner layer of protection. The newly expanded area outside doesn't need further planning for now, since the main purpose of this expansion is to install the raft propulsion system. If we install the thrusters now, we'll have to tear them down and rebuild them later when we expand, which is too much trouble. By the time Lin Feng finished his work, Song Xinling had also prepared dinner. Looking at the more spacious raft, she happily ran over and stuffed a grilled tuna into Lin Feng's mouth. She smiled and exclaimed, "It's so spacious. You're amazing." Lin Feng wanted to boast a bit, but his mouth was full of fish, so he could only murmur for a while. After being busy for so long, he was really hungry, so he simply started eating heartily, giving her a thumbs up and praising how well she grilled it. After dinner, both of them were exhausted. The supplies on the 3 rafts hadn't been unpacked yet, but Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He simply posted 2 trades on the trading channel before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Song Xinling shook him awake. "Lin Feng, wake up. The weather is so nice today." Lin Feng rubbed his eyes painfully, thinking they were going to take pictures again, and asked if they could do it later. Song Xinling, however, said it wasn't for taking pictures, but because the scenery outside was too beautiful. Lin Feng reluctantly opened his eyes, and the next second, a can of Red Bull was shoved directly into his face. Song Xinling told him to quickly wake up. He took a few sips, and his mind cleared considerably. Looking in the direction Song Xinling pointed, he saw the sun rising over the distant sea, with large wisps of clouds tinged with a pale red glow, covering half the sky as seen as beautiful as a painting. Raymond Lam exclaimed sincerely, "It's really beautiful." Before he could even take a good look, the camera was shoved in his face again. Song Xinling smiled mischievously. "I wasn't lying to you, was I? Such beautiful scenery, it would be a shame not to take pictures." Lin Feng knew he couldn't escape it, and he became her laborer again, struggling for half an hour on an empty stomach. Fortunately, Song Xinling quickly prepared a sumptuous breakfast, including grilled tuna, grilled octopus, and 2 large apples. Just as Lin Feng was about to start eating, he suddenly received a transaction notification. "Transaction successful. You have received 1 magnet. Transaction successful. You have received 1 magnet." He immediately perked up and said the deal was successful. Song Xinling pressed for details, and Lin Feng took a bite of grilled fish, proudly declaring it was a magnet. So what if someone has a warrant for his arrest? Once he builds the gluttony generator and the raft propulsion system, let's see who can catch him. Song Xinling was taken aback and asked him why his first reaction was always to run away. Lin Feng thought for a moment and then changed his mind, saying, "We can also chase after those players all over the world." Song Xinling was finally satisfied. She had always trusted Lin Feng, especially after defeating the Great White Shark Pirates, and didn't think ordinary players could threaten him. However, what was more troublesome than the players was the increasingly low temperature. Song Xinling wrapped her cloak tighter and reminded him to finish making the sewing machine first, as the weather was simply too cold. Lin Feng nodded. The temperature is dropping day by day, and if they delay any longer, the 2 of them will catch a cold sooner or later. After breakfast, he returned to the stone house and opened the workshop to check the materials for the manual sewing machine. Manual sewing machine. Mechanical module 2/2, metal sheet 8/8, wood 4/4, nail 0/4, needle 0/1. The iron needle was simple. All it took was an iron nail. Before long, both the nail and the needle were made. Then, Lin Feng found a corner in the room and began to make a manual sewing machine. 2 minutes later, the base and tabletop were completed, and then the horse-head-shaped sewing machine head was also made. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Done. He tried using a sewing machine to see what clothes he could make, and a list quickly popped up. Socks. Fabric February 2nd. Cotton thread 0/2. Cloth shoes. Fabric April 4th. cotton thread 0/4. Shirt, fabric 88, cotton thread 0/6. Pants, fabric August 8th, cotton thread 0/6. Note: other outfits require the outfit schematics to unlock. Lin Feng was speechless. Without a clothing design diagram, this piece of junk could only make 4 basic types of clothing. He complained dejectedly, "Is this all? Is it warmer than what I'm wearing?" Just as he finished speaking, Song Xinling's excited voice suddenly came from outside. "Lin Feng, I caught a clothing principle diagram." Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly. "Holy crap! What I wanted, here it is. This sea fishing rod is amazing." Chapter 39, A Battle of Gods. After obtaining the garment schematics, Lin Feng immediately returned to the manual sewing machine. Selecting Use revealed a new option in the manufacturing list. Women's fleece-lined jacket, fabric August 8th, cotton yarn 0/6, cotton 0/6. Description: a beautiful white coat with good warmth retention. Lin Feng smiled after reading it, thinking that once the cotton matured, he could make new clothes for Song Xinling. Song Xinling, however, reminded him that the cotton should have been ready to be picked long ago. The two arrived at the large farm and saw that the tomatoes and cotton were ripe. Lin Feng immediately started picking cotton, harvesting 12 portions in less than a minute, while Song Xinling picked 24 bright red tomatoes. Back in the stone house, Lin Feng opened the workshop and used 6 portions of cotton to make 6 cotton threads, just enough to make a fleece-lined women's coat. Just as he was about to start, Song Xinling came over and offered to take over. Lin Feng thought for a moment and figured it was more appropriate for her to do the making of clothes, so he simply gave up his place. While Song Xinling was busy making clothes, Lin Feng went outside to try and draw today's blind box. However, the system notified him that yesterday's blind box hadn't been claimed yet, and he needed to claim it within 24 hours. Lin Feng then remembered that he had forgotten to draw yesterday. Since he could make up for it later, he decided to do a double draw. He immediately chose to draw. Daily blind box giveaway successful. May 7th. Received. 1 all-you-can-drink blind box. Daily blind box giveaway successful. June 7th. Received. 1 all-you-can-drink blind box. Seeing 2 consecutive beverage blind boxes, Lin Feng was speechless. These blind boxes were nothing more than Coca-Cola, Sprite, black tea, green tea, and Red Bull. Even though he got 2, it wasn't enough to complete the new schematic reward. But now that he had it, he didn't bother to think about it anymore and simply opened the 2 large boxes. You've opened the drink to your heart's content blind box and received 100 cups of black tea. You've opened the drink to your heart's content blind box and received 100 green teas. With a loud crash, 200 bottles of drinks scattered all over the floor. Lin Feng looked at the bottles strewn everywhere and couldn't help but scratch his head, wondering how long these things would last. He casually picked up a bottle of green tea, unscrewed it, and took a taste. To his surprise, it tasted quite good, with a light tea aroma and a hint of honey sweetness, making it particularly thirst-quenching. Lin Feng brought another bottle of black tea into the house and invited Song Xinling to come and try it. As soon as he entered, he froze. Song Xinling has changed into a fleece-lined women's coat. The loose white coat paired with a light blue dress makes her look fresh and lovely. Lin Feng stood at the door for several seconds, unable to resist swallowing hard. Song Xinling was already beautiful, but this outfit made her look even more pure and charming. Seeing him lost in thought, the girl smiled, snatched the black tea from his hand, unscrewed the cap, and asked if he hadn't seen enough. Lin Feng snapped out of his reverie and surprisingly nodded honestly. Song Xinling ignored him, took a sip of her black tea, and said with satisfaction that the drink was delicious. Then she looked at Lin Feng and reminded him that he should also prepare a warm coat. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart and said he planned to buy cotton and clothing schematics from the trading channel. Song Xinling nodded in agreement and added that she would make him new clothes as soon as she got the materials. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's motivation instantly surged. In reality, he wouldn't even dare to dream of having Song Xinling make clothes for him. But now that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could he hesitate any longer? He immediately opened the chat channel, ready to send a message to acquire the item. At the top of the channel, The wanted poster was still displayed. Wanted, Lin Feng. Initiator, Chen Bing. Number of investors, 300 maximum, 300. Total investment, wood x 230, grass balls x 180, plastic sheets x 90, glass sheets x 50, metal sheets x 30. Remaining time, 5 days. With only 5 days left, Lin Feng smiled. So what if he was wanted? Those people couldn't find him anyway. Once the time was up, all the supplies that the 300 players had invested would belong to him. He scrolled down the messages in a good mood, but his expression changed the next second. Zhou offers high prices for cotton and clothing schematics. 1 unit of cotton can be exchanged for 5 units of basic materials, and 1 schematic can be exchanged for 10 units of basic materials. Some people immediately responded, while others complained that the price was too high. Zhou, however, declared that everyone needed to expand their rafts at this stage, and without basic materials, nothing could be done. Keeping the cotton and schematics was useless. Lin Feng immediately understood that Zhou had most likely also invented a manual sewing machine. The weather was getting colder, and he wanted to stockpile cotton to make warm clothing. Some ordinary players hadn't realized the value of cotton, and even if they did, they didn't have sewing machines and couldn't make clothes. Lin Feng had originally wanted to take the opportunity to buy some, but someone else beat him to it. He gritted his teeth. It was just basic material. That was the last thing he needed right now. Lin Feng offers high prices for cotton and clothing schematics. 1 unit of cotton can be exchanged for 10 units of basic materials, and 1 schematic can be exchanged for 20 units of basic materials. The moment the message was sent, the channel buzzed with excitement. Some praised his conscience, some clamored for a trade, and others, who had just traded with Zhou, were kicking themselves. Upon seeing the message, Zhou, who was lying on the raft, sat up abruptly. He had heard of Lin Feng's name, but with a team of over 20 players on his side, he didn't believe they could lose to one person in terms of resources. Zhou, Lin Feng, do you even have that much basic material? Don't pack too much. If you keep accepting these, you'll go bankrupt sooner or later. Lin Feng was immediately unconvinced after reading it. He had just seized the entire pirate crew's supplies. Why would he be afraid of such a small loss? Raymond Lam, what? You can't afford the price? Or you're withdrawing from the competition? Zhou quickly replied that he should wait, and then immediately sent out new acquisition information. Zhou is offering high prices for cotton and clothing design schematics. 1 unit of cotton can be exchanged for 15 units of basic materials, and 1 schematic can be exchanged for 30 units of basic materials. The channel exploded instantly. Holy crap! That's awesome! Trade quickly! Trade quickly! A battle of the gods. Chapter 40 The Fresh Meat Boss. Seeing the price, Lin Feng was speechless. Zhou was clearly out of his mind. If he bought cotton at this price, he'd lose everything sooner or later. But he absolutely needed the cotton and the clothing schematics. Lin Feng quickly came up with a solution. No matter how sought-after basic materials were, could they compare to the allure of black and green tea? He had just acquired 200 bottles of beverages and was worried about not being able to finish them. Exchanging them for cotton would be perfect. At that moment, Zhou was extremely pleased with himself in the chat channel. Zhou, Lin Feng, why aren't you raising the price anymore? Giving up now? What a big shot. He's nothing special. A group of people below joined in the commotion, shouting that Zhou was incredibly wealthy and powerful, and that a new big shot had been born. Lin Feng smiled as he read the message, thinking to himself, let's see if you can still be so arrogant later. He quickly sent a message in the channel. Lin Feng buys cotton at high prices, buys clothing schematics at high prices. 1 unit of cotton can be exchanged for 5 units of basic materials plus black or green tea. 1 schematic can be exchanged for 10 units of basic materials plus black and green tea. The news caused an instant uproar on the channel. The words black tea and green tea were far more enticing than just wood and stone, and many people immediately expressed how much they craved them. Lin Feng immediately posted dozens of trades on the trading channel. Wood plus black tea for cotton, wood plus green tea for cotton, and 10 portions of wood plus 2 bottles of beverage for clothing diagram. Not long after, transaction notifications popped up one after another. Transaction successful. You have received 1 cotton coin. Transaction successful. You have received Clothing schematic diagram X1. Transaction successful. You have received 1 cotton coin. Lin Feng laughed, but Zhou Hai was dumbfounded. Zhou Hai shouted angrily, "What's the use of drinks? The basic ingredients are what matter." But the others didn't listen. Some directly retorted, "Just say you don't have drinks." Others said, "A few more pieces of wood won't necessarily last long, so let's have a drink first." Soon, transactions became faster and faster, and news of the delicious black tea spread. Some people showed off their drinks on the channel after receiving them, and even more people began vying to trade with Lin Feng. Zhou Hai finally couldn't hold back and cursed, "Lin Feng, you're fucking cheating." Lin Feng casually replied, "How did you know?" The channel erupted in laughter. Zhou Hai was furious, but he had no drinks and could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng used a few bottles of beverages to deliver a devastating blow. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng had collected dozens of cotton samples and 2 garment schematics. He closed the trading channel, excitedly went to the manual sewing machine, and selected to use the schematics. The next moment, 2 more options appeared in the sewing machine. Men's fleece-lined jacket, fabric 0/8, cotton yarn 0/6, cotton June 6th. Description: a stylish white jacket with good warmth retention. Unisex sneakers, fabric 0/6, cotton thread 0/4, cotton February 2nd, plastic sheet April 4th. Description: white sneakers, with some warmth. Raymond Lamb's eyes lit up. If he could just get another pair of matching pants, they'd have 2 sets of couple outfits. Song Xinling had been waiting nearby, eager to try. As soon as Lin Feng stepped aside, she opened the sewing machine and couldn't help but praise him for getting 2 schematic diagrams in such a short time. Lin Feng smiled and handed her the thread, fabric, and cotton, saying that all the materials were ready. Song Xinling filled in the materials, and soon, a spacious, pure white coat began to take shape. 10 minutes later, the jacket was finished. Song Xinling happily handed it to Lin Feng, urging him to try it on quickly. Lin Feng put on the coat and immediately felt much warmer. It also fit him perfectly. Song Xinling nodded in satisfaction, saying he looked much more handsome this way, but the straw hat on his head was really an eyesore. Lin Feng looked down and felt that the straw hat and white jacket looked a bit out of place, so he took it off and threw it aside, revealing his handsome face. Song Xinling's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth, saying that it was a pity that he didn't become a star with such a face. Raymond Lamb laughed and said, "A celebrity? Aren't I more famous than a celebrity now?" Song Xinling thought for a moment and said seriously, "You used to be just a big shot. Now you should be called a fresh meat big shot." Lin Feng frowned, feeling that the title was a bit strange. But someone who could clearly make a living based on his looks, yet insisted on being a big shot, seemed quite fitting. Song Xinling then said she would make him a pair of sneakers, which would definitely make him look even more handsome. Lin Feng grinned smugly, but she immediately reminded him to maintain his composure. As soon as he stopped smiling, Song Xinling nodded in satisfaction, saying that this was true 360-degree flawless handsomeness. Lin Feng was speechless, saying that was just being expressionless, and he didn't want to have a wooden face all the time. Song Xinling was amused, and Lin Feng immediately retorted, saying she'd ruined her image. The girl rolled her eyes at him and declared confidently that a beautiful woman looks good no matter what. Lin Feng was speechless. After all, Song Xinling was beautiful. Even when she cried, he thought she looked beautiful. Song Xinling continued selling athletic shoes, while Lin Feng opened the trading channel again. In a short while, more than a dozen transactions were completed, including a diagram of clothing design principles. He quickly took it out to check. Clothing schematic diagram: men's jeans. Description: white jeans, quite warm, loose and comfortable. Lin Feng chuckled. The handsome young man's all-white outfit is finally complete. Chapter 41. Do Ghosts Know Me? Just as Lin Feng was about to send the schematic diagram to Song Xinling, he noticed several more messages popping up in the trading channel. Let's see if we can find any other schematic diagrams. Transaction successful. You have received 1 cotton coin. Transaction successful. You have received clothing schematic diagram X1. Transaction successful. You have received clothing schematic diagram X1. Pretty. At this point, All the transactions that Lin Feng had listed had been completed. He quickly checked the newly acquired schematic diagram of the clothing. Clothing schematic diagram unisex, white shirt. Description, lightweight white shirt, slim fit and stylish. Clothing schematic diagram women's jeans. Description, white jeans, quite warm, loose and comfortable. Oh, you've got the whole outfit. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction, took the 3 schematic diagrams, and ran into the stone house. These are all yours. Song Xinling stopped what she was doing, turned around, and saw Lin Feng handing her 3 diagrams illustrating the principles of clothing design. Wow, I've finally collected a complete outfit. Raymond Lam grinned smugly. We've finally got a matching couple's outfit. Who's going to wear matching outfits with you? The girl pouted, looking displeased. Lin Feng didn't care. Anyway, she had to wear this outfit no matter what. Staying warm was the most important thing. Seeing Lin Feng looking smug with nothing to do, Song Xinling waved her hand impatiently. You'd better hurry up and dismantle the raft. I'm busy. Yes, this is a serious matter. Lin Feng then remembered that he still had a lot of work to do. Picking up the small wooden hammer, Lin Feng went to the last 3 rafts left by the pirates. They've already taken all the loot that could be picked up. Now all that's left is to dismantle everything. Bang 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 bang. Lin Feng vigorously swung the small wooden hammer, dismantling items one by one and revealing large quantities of supplies. Dismantle the small water purifier to obtain 1 piece of wood and 1 metal piece. Dismantle the small barbecue grill to obtain 2 metal pieces and 2 pieces of wood. Dismantle the wooden storage box to obtain 3 pieces of wood. Lin Feng worked until dark before he finally dismantled 2 rafts. He obtained a lot of basic materials, but he didn't get many rare materials such as metal pieces and glass pieces. Lin Feng didn't mind. He first moved the materials back to his raft, planning to dismantle the last raft tomorrow. Meanwhile, Song Xinling had already prepared dinner. Tomatoes, grilled octopus, grilled tuna, it was quite a feast. However, Lin Feng completely ignored the food in front of him and stared intently at the girl in front of him. Song Xinling had already changed into a new outfit. Her soft, long hair cascaded naturally over her white coat, exuding a captivating beauty. Underneath her open coat, a thin white shirt clung slightly to her beautiful figure. White jeans and sneakers perfectly accentuated her pure and cheerful temperament. A feast for the eyes. Lin Feng felt like he didn't need to eat anymore. Let's eat first, then try on your new clothes. Song Xinling picked up a bright red tomato and shoved it directly into Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng ate a tomato while pondering. Even such a simple outfit makes Song Xinling look stunning. Imagine if she wore a beach bikini or something. Lin Feng shook his head, trying to stay clear-headed. It's autumn now, and the weather will get colder and colder. Beach bikinis? You might be wearing a heavy down coat in a few days. However, if there is winter, there must be summer. Thinking about it this way, Lin Feng suddenly felt that he had hope. Let's eat first, then we'll go change into our matching outfits. Lin Feng devoured his food as usual, and in no time, he had finished it all. The next moment, Lin Feng ran to the side to change his clothes. Song Xinling smiled slightly, eating her food, while imagining how handsome Lin Feng would look after changing into his new clothes. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Feng was back in front of her. Song Xinling was truly amazed by Raymond Lam. The same outfit makes Song Xinling look cute and innocent, but Lin Feng looks handsome and dashing with an amazing aura. Wow, could you be any more handsome? Seeing Song Xinling's mouth agape in surprise, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, and he naturally struck a pose. That handsome face, those effortless movements, that perfect charisma, comparable to top-tier male celebrities. But the next moment, Song Xinling suddenly frowned. Wait a minute. So you can pose. Huh. So, you were deliberately refusing to cooperate with me for taking pictures all along? Absolutely not. Snort. The girl puffed up her cheeks angrily and turned her head away from him. Raymond Lam was also frustrated. They say clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse, and today he finally understands that. The same movements, the same look in his eyes. Song Xinling had previously pointed out his flaws, but today he was perfect. Isn't this a miscarriage of justice? However, Handsome people can always be right. Lin Feng nodded decisively. That's right. I was just faking it before. You're so awful. The girl took a big bite of the octopus with a slurp, and Lin Feng immediately frowned. Hey, mind your image. You've ruined your image. I'm good looking. I look good no matter what. I'm handsome, so whatever I say is right. Song Xinling was speechless. Lin Feng had actually become arrogant in front of her. This is unacceptable. Song Xinling smiled slightly, and suddenly moved closer to Lin Feng. What? What are you going to do? A sense of foreboding suddenly descended upon him. Oops. My ears. My handsome ears. After dealing with Lin Feng, Song Xinling proudly put her hands on her hips and said, Now that your ears aren't handsome anymore, nothing you say makes sense. Lin Feng looked depressed. He was utterly exasperated by the girl's logic. We need a schematic diagram of the earpiece manufacturing process. Protecting your ears seems to be of utmost importance. Sizzle. Lin Feng was pondering how to protect his ears when suddenly, he heard the static of a ghost radio in his ear. Song Xinling, who had just been looking smug, quickly moved closer to Lin Feng after hearing that strange voice. Lin Feng, there's a ghost. Lin Feng laughed. What was there to be afraid of about ghosts? For him, dealing with ghosts was a piece of cake. Song Xinling, on the other hand, instantly lost her previous angry demeanor and kept hiding behind herself. When it comes to crucial moments, you still have to rely on yourself. Sizzle. The smell of a living person sizzle. Hungry, so hungry. The sound of the ghost radio kept coming, but something seemed off about it. Sizzle. If we kill Lin Feng, there will be lots and lots of food. What? Lin Feng was speechless. How could this ghost recognize him? And why do I get so much food after killing myself? Chapter 42, Moron number 2, Tap Tap Tap. Raymond Lam felt he had gone too far. Not only do players all over the world recognize him, but even the ghosts here know his name. He scratched his head, leaned closer to the ghost radio, wanting to hear what else was going on inside. Just then, the girl suddenly screamed. Lin Feng. The ghost has arrived. Lin Feng looked up. Good heavens. A large patch of green figures could be vaguely seen on the sea surface. Holy crap! How many ghosts have arrived? Lin Feng didn't count them carefully, but conservatively speaking, there were definitely no fewer than 100 ghosts in front of him. Last time, Lin Feng only saw 2 ghosts, but today more than 100 came at once. The difficulty of this game has increased too much. Are you being targeted? Or has the game difficulty increased for all players? Lin Feng quickly opened the chat channel and found that no one was talking about ghosts at all. Is the game really targeting me? Lin Feng was speechless. This damn game was too hateful. It kept setting obstacles for him, and it wouldn't stop until he crashed to his death. As the ghosts drew closer, the ghost radio began to emit sounds again. It's him. That's right. He's Lin Feng from the wanted poster. Sizzle. I've made a profit. Killing him means I won't have to go hungry anymore. Exquisite food. And a little girl too, delicious. Hearing this, Lin Feng finally understood. After all that, it turns out this wanted poster not only works on players, but it also works on ghosts. What kind of weird setting is this? Song Xinling nervously grabbed Lin Feng. So many ghosts, can you handle them? You could tell the girl was genuinely terrified. To be honest, he wasn't confident he could handle so many ghosts coming at him at once. But he can't do it. Isn't there still the mentally challenged number 2? With the attack speed of the mentally challenged number 2, as long as he is equipped with a magic spiked spear, not a single ghost will be able to escape. However, Lin Feng has become very good at his studies. These ghosts aren't stupid. If they attack now and kill one, the others will all run away. Since we're already here, we can't leave empty-handed. We should kill as many as possible to collect more ghost fragments. These ghosts are terrifying demons in the eyes of others, but in their own eyes, they are just free materials. He grabbed the girl's wrist and offered a word of comfort. Don't be afraid. I'll wipe them all out when they get close. You want them to get closer. Upon hearing this, Song Xinling almost burst into tears. Stimulate. So exciting. She had never experienced anything more thrilling than this before. Raymond Lam appeared very calm. He pulled the girl toward the center of the raft, stood next to the mentally challenged number 2, and even thoughtfully extinguished the fire for the ghosts. How? How did you put out the fire? Shoo. How can we take them all out if we don't lure them up? The girl broke down. Lin Feng has now extinguished the only source of light. More than 100 ghosts swarmed forward. She was no longer worried about whether Lin Feng could handle them. She was worried about how many pieces she would be torn to pieces. The more she thought about it, the more frightened and nervous she became. She gripped Lin Feng's arm tightly with her small hand, not daring to make a sound. Lin Feng's brows were furrowed tightly, not from nervousness or fear, but because his arm was genuinely in pain, feeling as if the girl had gripped it so tightly that it was almost bleeding. Sizzle. Without light, Lin Feng is doomed. He's dead. Go. Tear him to pieces and eat him. Delicious. Listening to the voice coming from the ghost radio, Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Go ahead and be arrogant now. He sincerely hoped the ghosts would climb up quickly, otherwise he worried his arm would be ruined. Fortunately, without a light source, the ghost was less wary and climbed towards the raft much faster. Bang! 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 Even though he couldn't see the ghost's legs clearly, Lin Feng heard the heavy footsteps of the ghost climbing onto the raft and getting closer. The scene was eerily unsettling. Even though Lin Feng was confident he could take them down, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Even if reason tells him that there's nothing to be afraid of in these ghosts, his instinctive physiological reaction will still cause Lin Feng's heart to race. Especially when they got closer and closer, revealing their mutilated faces, the shock was no different from bumping into zombies in broad daylight. However, it's time for all of this to end. Lin Feng watched as more than 100 ghosts climbed onto the raft, and the dozen or so ghosts closest to him had already climbed over the concrete protective wall. He immediately took out the magic spiked spear and handed it to the mentally challenged number 2 beside him. Idiot number 2, attack these ghosts. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, number 2, the mentally challenged individual, immediately charged forward with his magic spiked spear. When the ghosts saw the magic spiked spears, they knew that the thing could kill powerful spirits, and they all hesitated. How fast is the second mentally challenged person? In less than a second, he had already thrust out his spear and stabbed directly at a ghost. Ouch! That hurts. Instantly, the ghost was punctured by the mentally challenged number 2, and 2 fragments of the ghost appeared on the deck. Before the other ghosts could react, the mentally challenged number 2 launched another attack. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 ghosts exploded instantly, turning into 6 ghost fragments that landed on the deck. Sizzle. Oh no. Run. This iron behemoth is too strong. Run. Lin Feng watched as the ghosts climbed into the protective wall, then turned around and prepared to climb out again. Is it that easy? They turned around and were about to climb out when they were stabbed to pieces by the mentally challenged number 2 with several spears. There was another ghost that was almost out, but it was stabbed in the butt by the mentally challenged number 2 with a spear. It screamed and turned into 2 pieces of supplies. At this moment, the ghosts outside fled into the sea. Lin Feng smiled slightly and gave an order to the mentally challenged number 2. Don't let any of them escape. Kill them all. This is outrageous. A whole bunch of living people couldn't handle me, yet these dead ghosts actually dared to try and kill me for the reward on the wanted poster. This time, he's going to make those ghosts die a horrible death. With a sudden leap, the mentally challenged number 2 jumped over the concrete protective wall. Next, it's time for a massacre. How could those ghosts possibly escape as fast as the mentally challenged number 2 could possibly catch them? One by one, they fled in panic, inevitably becoming fragments of ghosts in Lin Feng's pocket. In less than 5 minutes, most of the more than 100 ghosts had been killed, but more than 30 ghosts escaped into the sea. The mentally disabled number 2 was too slow to move through the water. It wasn't designed for diving. Lin Feng shook his head, not in a hurry. If they ran, he would just chase after them. His raft was a bit heavy, and it was unlikely that he could catch up with these ghosts by manpower alone, but he could make a gluttonous ghost generator and a raft propulsion system. Trying to run? No way. Song Xinling felt that Raymond Lam was about to lose his temper again. Hunting down ghosts is not the first time Lin Feng has done this. Sure enough, Lin Feng pulled the girl directly to the back of the raft. Before she could ask any questions, she saw him start building the raft's propulsion system. Clearly, Lin Feng would not rest until he had killed these ghosts. Chapter 43: Hunting the Ghost. Lin Feng opened the manufacturing workshop and quickly examined the manufacturing principle diagram. Low-speed engine, mechanical module 2/2, magnet 4/4, metal plate 5/5. Raft propulsion, low-speed engine 0/1, mechanical module 3/3, propeller 1/1. Greedy generator, low-speed engine 0/1, mechanical module 5/5, magic crystal 5/5, metal plate 8/8. All done. With a sufficient supply of magnets, once 2 low-speed engines are manufactured, the propulsion system and generator will be readily available. With the materials gone, the 2 low-speed engines were built in less than 5 minutes. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the remaining ghosts hadn't gone far. They were standing a few dozen meters away, staring intently at him. Lin Feng smiled. Now he didn't need to worry anymore. Reaching the end of the raft, Lin Feng used a piece of metal to create a propeller. In less than 5 minutes, the raft propeller was completed. The thruster has a bulky chassis with a propeller extending from the back and protruding below the water surface. Of course, the thrusters cannot work without electricity. Lin Feng immediately started building the gluttonous generator in front of the thruster, and the generator was completed in less than 5 minutes. This thing also has a metal chassis, and on top of the chassis, there is a funnel-shaped metal fuel tank. Haha, it's done. Lin Feng casually picked up a large tomato and threw it directly into the metal tank. Add 1 fuel tomato for 5 minutes of continuous power. As the notification appeared, the gluttonous generator emitted a low rumble. Lin Feng was stunned. The generator was running, but why wasn't the thruster responding at all? You haven't connected the circuit. Song Xinling had recovered from her fear by now. Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled expression, she gave him a helpless reminder. Damn, you still have to rely on top students when it matters. Lin Feng suddenly realized what was happening and quickly connected the wires. Instantly, the raft's propulsion system roared. The propeller kicked up splashes of water, propelling the raft forward at an accelerated pace. This speed isn't fast, but it's definitely fast enough to catch up with those ghosts. But then, Lin Feng slapped his forehead and was speechless. Holy crap, we forgot to build a rudder. Without a rudder, the raft could only move forward and couldn't turn. Lin Feng watched helplessly as the raft accelerated and sped away from the ghost. A discussion came from the ghost radio. Buzz, he's gone. We're safe. Hungry, so hungry. I need to find another living person to eat. The reward for the wanted poster is gone. Lin Feng was speechless. These ghosts had escaped with their lives, and they were even feeling regretful. It's a pity, isn't it? Then let me give you another thrill. Lin Feng quickly searched through the manufacturing workshop, and a few seconds later, a manufacturing principle diagram appeared in front of him. Small wooden rudder, with 6/6, mechanical module 1/1, metal sheet 6/6. Description: a crudely made ship's rudder, barely usable. Who cares? Let's build it first. With all the materials ready, Lin Feng quickly began making a rudder at the back of the raft. 2 minutes later, a small wooden rudder with a wooden control lever was completed. This thing is indeed poorly made. Not only is it difficult to operate the joystick, but its response speed is also very slow. Lin Feng pulled sharply, and the raft began to veer off course. Seeing that Lin Feng had drawn a large circle, the ghosts turned around and rushed back. However, with the 5-minute power generation time about to pass, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and stuffed several large tomatoes into the metal slot of the generator in one go. Add 5 fuel tomatoes for up to 25 minutes of continuous power. That's enough. Lin Feng smiled slightly, pulled the control lever of the small wooden rudder, and charged towards the group of ghosts. Idiot number 2, prepare for battle. Take them down. Yes, sir. Seeing this shocking scene, Song Xinling felt a little numb. She covered her long hair, which had been blown about by the strong wind, and sat on the deck, feeling utterly chilled. At that moment, a series of terrified voices came from the ghost radio. Sizzle. Oh no, run. He's back. The dignity of U.S. ghosts. Running for my life. I've long since lost all dignity. A large group of ghosts fled desperately into the distance, but Lin Feng's raft was extremely fast, giving them no chance to escape. The mentally challenged number 2 was guarding the front when he bumped into a ghost and immediately thrust his spear at it. Uffed. 2 fragments of the ghost fell directly onto the deck. Ghost was repeatedly poked in the butt by the mentally challenged number 2, and the ghost radio emitted a series of pitiful wails. Help, help. Please let me go. I won't do it again. Is this even human? Is this even human? Lin Feng smiled slightly, completely ignoring the wailing of these ghosts. In less than 10 minutes, more than 30 ghosts had become materials in Lin Feng's pocket. Happy. Lin Feng sat down on the deck, happily calculating his haul for the night. Song Xinling, standing to the side, tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve and said with a frustrated expression, "They've all been killed. Hurry up and make the raft stop." Yes, that's right. We need to conserve energy. This gluttonous generator consumes precious food as its energy source. How can we waste food? Lin Feng quickly went to the generator to turn it off. But here's the problem. This thing doesn't even have a switch. Why do you always bring things that don't have switches? Lin Feng sighed helplessly. It wasn't his fault. The radio, generator, and raft propeller didn't have any on-off switches. It's okay. The battery will probably run out in about 10 minutes. Just bear with it a little longer. Your flowing hair looks so beautiful. Song Xinling looked utterly hopeless. Her current state is not much different from that of a female ghost in a raging storm. She was secretly bewildered, while Lin Feng had already begun to take stock of the supplies they had acquired. 211, 212, 213, 220. I got 220 ghost fragments in just one night. Song Xinling pouted. You can't eat this stuff. Eat? Yeah, can we eat this? Lin Feng picked up a fragment of a ghost, tried taking a bite, and a prompt appeared. Warning, ghost fragments are not edible for humans, but can be used to feed other spirit-like creatures. So, this thing can actually be considered food? Lin Feng, out of curiosity, threw a piece directly into the gluttonous generator. Adding 1 fuel ghost fragment will provide continuous power for 30 minutes. Holy crap, it's that durable. Broken. Lin Feng glanced cautiously at Song Xinling. The girl had long, flowing hair and a resentful look in her eyes. It's been almost 20 minutes. Why hasn't the raft stopped yet? It might be a malfunction. Bang bang bang. Lin Feng quickly and guiltily raised his fist and forcefully punched the gluttonous generator. Chapter 44 The Barren Island. Half an hour after the raft had been traveling at high speed, the gluttonous generator stopped working. Song Xinling was probably too tired, and she fell asleep shortly after returning to the stone house. At this moment, Lin Feng tiptoed out, not for any other reason than that he hadn't yet claimed his blind box reward for the day. If I remember correctly, today should be the day for the Super Blind Box Lottery. Lin Feng opened the system and saw that it was indeed the case. Weekly Super Blind Box giveaway successful. July 7th. Received 1 hardworking gloves blind box. Gloves? Lin Feng scratched his head, wondering if the blind box only contained various kinds of gloves. What else are gloves good for besides keeping warm? I checked the blind box information. Hardworking gloves blind box. Rank, excellent. Introduction, 40% of gloves are produced using high-efficiency harvesting techniques. 40% are used for high-efficiency disassembly, and 20% are used for high-efficiency glove manufacturing. Wow, it's even of the excellent grade. The items that come out of the premium blind box are definitely extraordinary, so Lin Feng didn't hesitate to open the blind box. The next moment, a light, flimsy box in his hand was instantly opened. A pair of white gloves appeared in Lin Feng's hands in an instant. You opened the Diligent Gloves blind box and received 1 high-efficiency gathering glove. Description: offers some warmth and allows for efficient resource gathering without any tools. What? Lin Feng smiled. Judging from this introduction, does it mean I won't need to bring an axe and shovel when cutting down trees or digging? This is simply a magical artifact. The last time Lin Feng went to the island to collect supplies, he packed a lot of tools in his backpack, which not only took up a lot of space, but was also relatively inefficient. He was thinking about when to replace his equipment with a more advanced set. It seems he doesn't need to consider these things anymore. Thinking about it this way, Lin Feng understood. Both efficient disassembly gloves and efficient glove manufacturing gloves should require no tools to disassemble and manufacture items, and should be more efficient. Lin Feng regretted it a little. Why didn't he use the all-access card? But then I thought about it again, and just looking at the name and description of the blind box, I really couldn't have guessed that these gloves would have such a good effect. He only has one all-in-one card left, and he'll eventually find a more valuable blind box. Thinking this way, Lin Feng felt much better. I put the gloves on, and they felt quite warm. The white gloves had a black totem of someone reaching out to collect supplies, which looked pretty nice. But he doesn't need to collect any supplies right now, does he? Shaking his head, Lin Feng took off his gloves again and stuffed them into his backpack. It was already late at night. Lin Feng yawned, preparing to go back and get a good night's sleep. He still had to dismantle the last raft of supplies when he woke up tomorrow. Several hours later, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. It was already noon, and he was somewhat surprised that Song Xinling hadn't dragged him out of bed to take pictures today. However, he couldn't think about those things anymore, because Lin Feng's nose caught a strong aroma. It seemed that she had already prepared lunch. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Song Xinling walked into the stone house with a large pile of food. She smiled slightly when she saw that Lin Feng was awake. "I knew you'd sleep until noon. Hurry up and eat something." Lin Feng nodded and quickly got up to eat heartily. In less than 10 minutes, a sumptuous lunch was finished. However, what's coming will come sooner or later. Lin Feng had just picked up his tools, preparing to dismantle the pirate's raft, when Song Xinling stopped him. "Wait for me a moment. Take the picture, and then we'll go to work together." Lin Feng nodded and obediently sat back down. Nothing was more important than taking a picture. A moment later, Song Xinling finally finished her lunch. With a slight smile, she happily grabbed her camera and pulled Lin Feng outside. Surprisingly, the photo shoot went exceptionally smoothly today. The two of them struck a pose, and in less than 2 minutes, 3 photos were taken. With new clothes, the treatment is definitely different. Lin Feng nodded secretly, thinking that things would go very smoothly from here on out. However, Song Xinling's indecisiveness became even more severe. "What should I do? I love all 3 photos. Ahem, I'm going to dismantle the raft now." Lin Feng guessed that the girl wouldn't be able to pick out the photos in less than 20 or 30 minutes, so he picked up his small wooden hammer and ran to dismantle the raft. Bang 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 bang. Dismantle the high-efficiency water purifier to obtain 1 piece of wood, 1 piece of metal, and 1 piece of glass. Dismantle the small barbecue grill to obtain 2 metal pieces and 2 pieces of wood. Dismantle the wooden storage box to obtain 2 pieces of wood and 2 pieces of metal. Lin Feng spent 2 whole hours dismantling Zhao Dagong's raft. When Song Xinling saw that he was done, she quickly put down her fishing rod and handed over the photos she had selected. Lin Feng wiped his sweat as he opened the chat channel, uploaded the photo as usual, and left a missing person notice. Unsurprisingly, the chat channel exploded again. Oh no, the big shot is showing off his love again. Holy crap, matching outfits? Tons of PDA, I'm totally overwhelmed. Hey bro, do you sell clothes? Hey bro, it's so cold out there, can you sell us some clothes? Looking for the same style. Looking for the same style. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't want to sell clothes too. The temperature was dropping, and clothes would definitely be in high demand. Unfortunately, he had too few materials. If cotton is purchased at the current price, even if clothes are made, who can afford them? For Lin Feng, most players' purchasing power is too poor. However, if he has a surplus of materials in the future, he wouldn't mind selling clothes to make money. Raymond Lam, don't worry, as long as we have enough materials, the clothes will be available. Lin Feng casually said something that instantly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Hey boss, I still have cotton. Is the big boss still buying cotton? Cotton for black tea. Hurry up and put it on the shelves, boss. Lin Feng pursed his lips. If he wasn't in a hurry to make clothes for Song Xinling, he wouldn't have bought cotton at such a high price. He speculated that cotton would become more abundant in the future, and its price would naturally decrease, so it wouldn't be too late to buy it then. As he was pondering this, he suddenly heard Song Xinling's voice behind him. Lin Feng, look over there. Lin Feng hastily shut down the communication channel and looked into the distance. On the vast and boundless sea, a small black dot appeared. Island. Lin Feng instantly perked up. You know, there are plenty of resources on the island. Luckily, I got the efficient gathering gloves, so going up the island to harvest resources couldn't be easier. Lin Feng took out his binoculars and looked in that direction again. It must be said that this telescope is really practical. The small black dot appears magnified in the telescope's field of view. But Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Why is that a barren island? In view, the island was black, devoid of trees and vegetation, with only some vague protrusions, making it impossible to discern what they were. Chapter 45 Accelerate. Fuel is plentiful. Lin Feng handed the binoculars to Song Xinling. There must be plenty of supplies on the island. I'm suddenly feeling a little excited. But the distance is too far. It will probably take about 3 days to drift to the island. Lin Feng turned to look at the girl and asked in confusion, why do we need to drift? Wouldn't it be better to use thrusters? The girl rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. Using food as fuel is such a waste. One tomato can only propel you forward for 5 minutes. Lin Feng smiled. Using ghost fragments as fuel, it can provide power for half an hour at a time. As he spoke, he proudly raised his chin, completely unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his ear as the girl grabbed him and pulled him up. I was wondering why the generator was running for so long last night. It turns out it was you who threw in the ghost fragment. They actually said it was a generator malfunction. You actually lied to me. How despicable. Lin Feng wore a bitter expression. He had no recollection of this incident whatsoever. Oops. I let it slip. Be more careful next time. You want a future? A few minutes later, Lin Feng, clutching his swollen ears, sat down next to the gluttonous generator, utterly dejected. He just couldn't understand why the girl always pulled on the same ear. If this continued, he would end up with one ear bigger than the other. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Feng took out 10 ghost fragments and stuffed them into the gluttonous ghost generator. Adding 10 fuel ghost fragments will provide continuous power for 5 hours. Buzzing. As fuel was added, the gluttonous generator emitted a deep roar, and the raft propellers began to work the moment the power was supplied. The propeller churned the seawater, and the raft began to accelerate. Lin Feng gripped the small wooden rudder, corrected the course, and the entire raft sped towards the direction of the island. With the strong wind blowing, Lin Feng felt exceptionally refreshed. At this moment, having a drink would be absolutely heavenly. Lin Feng grabbed a bottle of green tea and took a few gulps. Instantly, a refreshing feeling swept over his entire body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. The raft was going too fast, so Song Xinling took shelter from the wind in the stone house, while Lin Feng drank a beverage and fished while enjoying the breeze. It just seemed that because the current was too strong, it took a long time to catch a single fish with a sea fishing rod. Received, 1 tuna. Received, octopus X1. Received, octopus X1. Received, 1 tuna. It was almost dark, and Lin Feng had only caught 4 fish, barely enough for 1 grilling. He continued casting his line against the strong wind, and suddenly the float sank to the bottom. Wow, this time it's so fast. Lin Feng quickly pulled the lever, and with a thud, a hard object landed on the deck of the raft. He rushed over and was immediately dumbfounded. What is this? Received, rotten boots X1. Rotten boots. Description: it possesses a strong, putrid odor that is unbearable for ordinary people. It can be used as a biological weapon. It is strongly advised not to take it out of your backpack when not in use. Before he could even finish reading the introduction, Lin Feng was already feeling dizzy from the strong smell. This thing, it really is a biological weapon. He quickly stuffed the rotten boots into his backpack, and the smell finally lessened considerably. But he was really worried that this thing would contaminate his backpack. Wow, this world really has all sorts of bizarre things. Lin Feng really never wants to take this thing out again. As darkness fell, Lin Feng picked up his binoculars and looked at the island. At this point, the view of the island became much clearer. It was an island made of reefs, with some mechanical-like objects scattered on it, but they all seemed to be damaged. He estimated that they would arrive at the island tonight, and as for what supplies were on it, they would find out then. Lin Feng, carrying the fish he had caught, braved the strong wind to open the large-capacity barbecue grill and prepare dinner. Song Xinling didn't like the wind, so the task of preparing dinner naturally fell to Lin Feng. With the food grilling on the barbecue grill, Lin Feng, having nothing else to do, opened the blind box system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. January 7th. Received 1 blind box with mall discount card. Mall discount card. Lin Feng was somewhat bewildered. Did this game world even have a cash shop? Never mind, let's open it and see. With a thought, Lin Feng produced a golden envelope in his hand. Mall discount card blind box. Grade, excellent. Description, 40% chance of getting a 1 gold coin discount card, 30% chance of getting a 2 gold coin discount card, 20% chance of getting an 80% off card, 10% chance of getting a 50% off card. This was the first time Lin Feng had ever seen gold coins in this world. But seriously, weren't the 1 gold coin and 2 gold coin cards a bit too much of a rip-off? I'd prefer a 50% off card. Lin Feng prayed silently for a few seconds, then opened the envelope in his hand. You've opened the store's discount card blind box and received 3x2 coin discount cards. Holy crap. Bad luck. What's the point of reducing gold coins by 2? Although somewhat annoyed, Lin Feng still checked the item's attributes. Discounted gold coin card. In the game store, you can get a 2 coin discount on any item purchased. These are one-time use items. That's it. And it's disposable. Lin Feng felt like he'd been given a 5 yuan coupon by a dishonest merchant, only to find that the items often cost tens or even hundreds of yuan. It's obvious that good things are bound to be expensive. However, there is still one problem. Where's the game store? Lin Feng tried using the 2 gold coin card, and a system notification appeared. Note, this discount card can only be used in the online store, which is not yet open. Lin Feng was speechless. So, the mall hadn't even opened yet, and he had already won a discount card. Let's wait and see. Lin Feng shook his head, took the food from the barbecue grill, and walked into the stone house. Beside the bonfire, Song Xinling sat in a chair, seemingly deep in thought. Dinner's ready. Come and eat. Song Xinling gestured for him to be quiet, telling him to wait. Lin Feng asked curiously, "What are you doing?" The girl pouted. "Ugh. I'm memorizing the schematic diagram." "What? Why are you carrying that thing?" Song Xinling smiled slightly. "As long as you memorize all the schematic diagrams, you'll know all the items that can be manufactured now, saving you the time of searching and wasting time." Lin Feng frowned speechlessly. He felt that memorizing the schematic diagram was a waste of time. Searching and looking up information would take much longer. "How much have you memorized?" "I've almost memorized them all," Song Xinling said with a smug smile. "What? You're not kidding, are you?" Although the schematics they unlocked were only the tip of the iceberg in this game world, there must have been at least 100 or 200 schematics. She almost memorized all those schematics and their data in just one afternoon. Lin Feng was somewhat skeptical and casually asked, "What furniture items did we unlock?" Without thinking, Song Xinling blurted out, "A small wooden stool, a comfortable chair, a simple dining table, a wooden storage box, a small wooden cabinet, a small wooden bed, a solid wood double bed." "Wait, we unlocked a solid wood double bed? How come I didn't know that?" "TCH, go check out the manufacturing workshop yourself." The girl pouted, picked up a grilled tuna, and began to eat it with relish. Chapter 46 Square-Faced Robot. Lin Feng opened the manufacturing workshop and, sure enough, he had unlocked the manufacturing principle of solid wood double beds. As the game progresses, it will randomly unlock some schematics, and if you don't check them often, you'll miss a lot of things. He was now truly impressed by Song Xinling's memory. No wonder she was a top student. However, having said that, now that we've already unlocked the solid wood double bed, Lin Feng put the food on the storage box. Why eat? Let's build the double bed first. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Solid wood double bed. Wood 16/16, metal sheet 8/8, straw 8/8. Description: spacious, comfortable, and insulated. Whether you're alone or with someone, you should enjoy this. All materials are complete. Before Song Xinling could react, Lin Feng had already started building a double bed on the other side of the stone house. "Hey, what are you doing? Build a double bed. Who wants to sleep in the same bed with you?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. "Aren't we just sleeping side by side on the deck? What's the difference?" With that in mind, Lin Feng continued what he was doing. In less than 5 minutes, a spacious double bed was made. Song Xinling stared at Lin Feng with a sullen expression, her lips pouting. "Humph. You sleep on the floor." "What?" Lin Feng was speechless. He had spent half the day building the double bed, and she wanted him to sleep on the floor. This is a huge loss. There's only one solution left. Lin Feng smiled slightly, opened the manufacturing workshop, and made another double bed next to the original double bed. The two double beds were placed side by side, making it look like a long heated Kong, a traditional Chinese bed stove. Is that all right now? Although there are two beds, they are practically the same as one bed when placed side by side, except that they are a bit wider. Song Xinling was speechless. She stared at Lin Feng, stretched out her cute little hand, and then suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's ear. "Lin Feng, huh? Can you please stop bullying the same ear all the time?" 10 minutes later, Lin Feng covered his bright red ears, removed the double bed from the outside, and built another one at the other end of the room. Song Xinling pouted and muttered to herself. "Humph. No sincerity. No wonder you're still single." She had never met a more unreliable and reckless person than Raymond Lam. However, seeing him bustling around looking so frustrated, the girl felt quite sorry for him. After he finished building the second double bed, Song Xinling handed him a bottle of black tea. "Have some water, then let's continue eating." Seeing that the girl had calmed down, Lin Feng smiled slightly, took the red tea, and gulped down several mouthfuls. Although we can't sleep in the same bed, being in the same room is still pretty good. After dinner, the two of them lay down on their respective beds to rest. The raft was moving too fast, and the windows were letting in some drafts. The girl looked at Lin Feng and asked curiously, "Have you never been in a relationship before?" Lin Feng scratched his head, wondering why the girl would ask that question. Admitting to being single for 20 years? That's incredibly embarrassing, since nobody would praise a man for remaining celibate. "I forgot." "Forgot? You've had amnesia before." Lin Feng rubbed his temples, thinking about how to answer. But just then, bang! The raft suddenly collided with something. "What happened? Let me see what's going on outside." The girl was so startled that she jumped up and looked at Lin Feng, only to find that he had already dashed out of the house. He acted so quickly for two reasons. First, he was worried that something had happened to the raft. Second, he was struggling to answer the girl's question. As soon as he slipped out, Lin Feng was shocked by the scene before him. "What is this?" Before us, a huge rock stood out starkly from the sea. Looking up, the rock was steep and smooth, making it impossible to climb with bare hands. Lin Feng was stunned for a few seconds before he realized what was happening. "Is this the island?" He was troubled. The island seems to be surrounded by such steep rocks. Even if you came, you wouldn't be able to climb it. Suddenly, Song Xinling's voice came from behind. "We need to make a pair of climbing axes." "Huh? A climbing axe? This thing's unlocked." "It's unlocked. You can create it by searching for it." Lin Feng searched for the words mountain axe in the manufacturing workshop, and sure enough, a schematic diagram appeared. "Holy crap! That's amazing." He turned around, his eyes filled with excitement. "Song Xinling, you're practically a human search engine. Human flesh search engine." Lin Feng was clearly praising himself, but that title was just too awful. However, she didn't care, and with her hands on her hips, she asked smugly, "Are you impressed by my memory?" "I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced." Lin Feng gave a thumbs up and nodded repeatedly. "With Song Xinling's help from now on, I can ask her anything and she'll know everything. It couldn't be more convenient." Open the crafting workshop, search for mountain axe, and a crafting schematic will soon appear. Axe, metal sheet 2 halves, wood 1 first, nail 1 first. With all the materials available, Lin Feng quickly made 2 climbing axes. This thing looks a bit rudimentary, but climbing up this rocky cliff shouldn't be a problem. Lin Feng, holding a climbing axe in one hand, easily climbed up 2 or 3 meters. Song Xinling below was extremely nervous. "Lin Feng, it's too dangerous. Come down quickly." "It's okay, I feel quite relaxed." "If you want to go up, wait until dawn." Lin Feng nodded. "That's true. We're already at the island, so a few more hours won't make a difference. It's the middle of the night, and I don't have a suitable light source. It would be terrible if I encountered any danger up there. Lin Feng started climbing down, and within seconds he jumped onto the raft. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps overhead. Is anyone there? Lin Feng looked up with concern. On the edge of the island, a square head appeared. Its head gleamed with a faint metallic sheen, making it look exactly like a robot. Holy crap! Lin Feng was so startled that he took a few steps back, and Song Xinling behind him grabbed his arm tightly. That thing, it's terrifying. It's okay. It's okay. That thing shouldn't be able to come down. While comforting Song Xinling, Lin Feng took out a hardwood bough from his backpack. The square-faced robot above then spoke. Entry is prohibited. Otherwise, you will be killed on the spot. After saying that, Lin Feng heard the robot retract its head and leave with heavy steps. Phew. Luckily, I didn't climb up there. Lin Feng didn't think the robot was that powerful, but unknowingly, he had just climbed up when he was stopped by a square-faced robot. The scene was terrifying. Besides, it's late at night and the lighting is poor, so I can't really move around much. I'll deal with you tomorrow morning. Chapter 47. Get down here. The next morning, after having breakfast, Lin Feng put on his concrete spiked armor and prepared to go to the island. Although there was a robot on it, Lin Feng guessed that the guy's combat power shouldn't be too strong, since all the players should have encountered the island at the same time. He's one of the top players. If even he can't defeat the robot, then the game is ridiculously difficult. I picked up my ice axe and started climbing. The stone wall was about 5 meters high, and it only took a few dozen seconds to climb it. Who knows, the robot might have already climbed up before it even noticed. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Lin Feng is getting closer and closer to the top of the rock face. In just a few more seconds, he will be able to climb up. Just as I was secretly pleased, the square-faced robot suddenly reappeared. Damn, so close. Lin Feng decided to sprint ahead first, so he immediately increased his speed. The next moment, he suddenly heard the robot issue a warning. Entry is prohibited. Otherwise, you will be killed on the spot. I don't care. I'm thick-skinned. Lin Feng, relying on his concrete spiked armor, kept climbing, but the next moment, a gust of wind suddenly came. Lin Feng looked up and was immediately dumbfounded. Holy crap, what are they doing? The robot bent down, pointing its chest toward Lin Feng, and then Lin Feng saw the metal shell on the robot's chest slowly open. There was actually a fan spinning at high speed inside. Before Lin Feng could react, he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind. The wind was so strong and swift that it made him breathless, and he felt like he was floating. Holy crap, you can do that. Click. The axe in Lin Feng's hand suddenly came loose, and the next moment, he was instantly pushed away by the wind. Thump. Lin Feng fell directly from the 5-meter-high stone wall, feeling as if his bones were about to shatter. Lin Feng got up and was speechless for a moment. Blowing yourself off with a fan? Is this some kind of Super Mario game? Seeing that Lin Feng had fallen quite hard, Song Xinling quickly ran over to help him up, saying worriedly, "Otherwise, if we go around this island, with that robot guarding it, we won't be able to get up there at all." Lin Feng rubbed his aching lower back and stared at the robot with a frustrated expression. It's okay. Robots always run out of power eventually. Lin Feng got up, gripped his axe tightly, and continued climbing. However, this time he was more cautious. After climbing 2 or 3 meters, he shouted up, "I'm up here. Are you going to enjoy the breeze?" Lin Feng thought to himself, at this distance, even if the other party used a strong wind to blow him down, he wouldn't get hurt. Moreover, he had no intention of being blown down. He thought he would jump down as soon as the other party started blowing air. But the square-faced robot actually poked its head out to take a look, and then pulled its head back in. What? They won't act until they see the rabbit. Lin Feng was speechless. He climbed another meter up, and the robot stuck its head out to look at it again before pulling it back in. As Lin Feng continued climbing, he became a little apprehensive. Falling from a height of 4 meters was not much less severe than falling from the top. Just as Lin Feng was pondering this, he suddenly heard the robot issue a warning. Entry is prohibited. Otherwise, you will be killed on the spot. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then decided to stop there and hold his ground for a while. The robot didn't attack. It just stared straight at him with its 2 eyes, as if it was about to climb up a little more and turn on the hairdryer on its chest. Suddenly, Lin Feng smiled. I know how to handle him. Lin Feng smiled slightly and climbed down the stone wall in one breath. Song Xinling was puzzled and quickly asked, have you come up with a solution? Lin Feng nodded. I bet there's only one robot up there. If one person climbs up to 4 meters high and holds out against it, while the other person quietly climbs up to the island from another direction, wouldn't that work? But are you sure there's only one robot on the island? Lin Feng couldn't make an accurate judgment on this point, but he guessed that the game wouldn't be too difficult. One robot is enough to drive players crazy. If a whole bunch of them showed up, everyone might as well just commit suicide and quit the game. He shared his thoughts with Song Xinling, and the girl nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the entire world, probably no one is stronger than Lin Feng in combat power, so the game difficulty couldn't possibly be that abnormal. After resting for a while, Lin Feng opened the workshop and made 2 more climbing axes, who should attract the attention of the square-faced robot. Lin Feng glanced at Song Xinling and shook his head. What if she didn't judge the distance well and got blown down by the square-faced robot? She would be badly hurt. She, whom I'm grooming to be my future wife, absolutely cannot take this risk. So, this great and arduous task will be handed over to intellectual disability number 2. Idiot number 2, grab your climbing axe, climb to a height of 4 meters, and stand by. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, intellectual disability number 2 took the climbing axe and began to climb. A few seconds later, the mentally challenged number 2 climbed to a position 4 meters high on the stone wall. Almost simultaneously, the square-faced robot poked its head out. Entry is prohibited. Otherwise, you will be killed on the spot. The mentally challenged person, number 2, did not respond and remained motionless in a safe position 4 meters high. Seeing the 2 robots staring intently at each other, seemingly frozen in place, Lin Feng smiled slightly, picked up his climbing axe, and began to climb horizontally along the rock face for 20 or 30 meters before starting to climb upwards. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Lin Feng estimated the distance in his mind and found that when he climbed 4 meters, there was no movement above, so he quickly sped up. Bang bang bang. With his axe flying, Lin Feng quickly chipped away at the rock face, and in less than 5 seconds, he had climbed up. Sure enough, there wasn't a single robot around. After climbing up, Lin Feng could clearly see the situation on the island. It was covered with rocks, and there were mechanical wreckage scattered on the rocks, as if there used to be many robots here. However, Lin Feng had no time to think about these things. He rushed toward where the square-faced robot was, and less than a minute later, he saw the square-faced robot guarding the edge of the island and staring down below. Hee hee. Lin Feng smiled inwardly and carefully approached the other party. He was only discovered when he was less than 2 meters away from the robot. The square-faced robot suddenly turned its head. Entry is prohibited. Otherwise, you will be killed on the spot. Kill him on the spot, my foot. Get down here. Without hesitation, Lin Feng rushed over. Before the robot could even turn on the hairdryer, Lin Feng pushed it off. With a thud, a square-faced robot fell into the sea. Lin Feng looked down and saw that the robot had fallen into the sea and was still issuing warnings. Entry is prohibited. Otherwise, you will be killed on the spot. Sizzle. Critical components have been flooded. Malfunction. Malfunction. Boom. The square-faced robot burst into a burst of electricity and was instantly destroyed. Lin Feng shook his head. Even more idiotic than idiot number 2. Hopeless. Oh right. Number 2, the mentally challenged one. He suddenly remembered that there was a robot hanging on the cliff, and Lin Feng quickly ordered, Idiot number 2. Come up. Idiot number 2, low battery warning, battery level below 20%, needs charging. Lin Feng was speechless. Alright. You can go and rest now. Chapter 48. The mall also has a free buffet? Idiot number 2 went down to wait, and Lin Feng climbed down with him. The reason is simple. It's all because of that scrapped square-faced robot. Lin Feng used a seasoned fisherman's fishing rod to cast the line, hooked the hook onto the robot, and then pulled it onto the raft. The square-faced robot was damaged in many places and seemed beyond repair, but Lin Feng didn't care. After all, he hadn't brought it back to fix it. The supplies on this thing are the most important. Picking up a small wooden hammer, Lin Feng began to disassemble it. Bang 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 bang. In less than 2 minutes, the square-faced robot in front of him was reduced to a pile of material fragments. Dismantle the strong wind defense robot to obtain 5 metal sheets, 3 metal ingots, 2 mechanical modules, and 1 precision module. Precision module? Lin Feng smiled slightly and glanced at the introduction of the precision module. Precision module. Description: it can be used to manufacture precision equipment. The description is very brief, but it seems to be very useful. Lin Feng didn't check the manufacturing workshop. Instead, he picked up his climbing axe and prepared to climb the island to collect its supplies. If you need anything, just ask Song Xinling when you're done. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. Lin Feng climbed the cliff in less than a minute and was greeted by a large pile of mechanical wreckage and rocks. Lin Feng smiled slightly and put on the high-efficiency collection gloves he had just acquired. Arriving at the site of the mechanical wreckage, Lin Feng grabbed it with his hand. In an instant, he had a bunch of materials in his hands. Received, metal plate X2. Holy crap, that's incredibly efficient. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed another piece of mechanical debris. Received, mechanical module X1. Then grab the rocks next to you with your hands. Received, 3 stones. Lin Feng smiled. That's so fast. I just bent down and picked them up myself. Is there anything easier than that? He kept his head down, picking things up, and every item turned into materials the moment it touched his gloves. In less than half an hour, his backpack was full. Looking at the sun, Lin Feng realized it was almost noon. He smiled slightly, carried a large amount of supplies, and climbed down the island to prepare for lunch. While Song Xinling was still cooking the grilled tuna, Lin Feng returned to the stone house and built 2 more wooden storage boxes. There are too many materials now. The 2 storage boxes simply can't hold them all. After finishing, Lin Feng organized the materials and then began his sumptuous lunch. While eating, Song Xinling asked curiously, "Could you take me to the island this afternoon?" Lin Feng thought for a moment, and, feeling that there was no danger on the island, nodded. "Sure, that'll be perfect for packing more things for me." "That's great. I haven't set foot on land in so long." Song Xinling smiled slightly and handed Lin Feng another bottle of drink. Feeling great. Eating while being served by a pretty young woman, what a blissful life. It's so good to have her around. Lin Feng became increasingly happy as he ate, and in one go he ate 4 grilled tuna. Then, he started burping incessantly. Belch. Let's go. Belch. I'm so full. Belch. I wonder if I can even climb up while hiccuping. Belch. Lin Feng, burping, shakily climbed up the stone wall, making Song Xinling's heart pound with fear, afraid that he might accidentally fall. How about we go up later? Belch. It's all right. It's all right. Lin Feng climbed onto the island with great difficulty, taking a full 5 minutes. When he looked up, Song Xinling was already waiting there. I should eat less in the future. Lin Feng reminded himself of this, then burped and flipped over to the top. Next, we'll continue collecting supplies. The entire island is made of rock, and there are no proper roads. In order to collect supplies, Lin Feng often has to climb the rock walls. Song Xinling followed behind Lin Feng, helping him pick up the supplies he couldn't carry. After working for a while, Lin Feng obtained a lot of stones, metal sheets, metal ingots, and a small number of mechanical modules. However, when Lin Feng climbed onto another rock, he was surprised to find a round metal ball. Huh? What's this? Lin Feng picked up the palm-sized metal ball and looked at it. A notification appeared. Received, mechanical seed X1. Description: this product requires fertilization with metal sheets to grow vines and bear fruit. What the heck? This thing is actually a seed. Hearing the name, Lin Feng felt that it was very unusual. If planted, it would most likely grow mechanical modules or something similar. Lin Feng smiled slightly and quickly stuffed the mechanical seed into his backpack. However, he collected some more supplies but couldn't find any more mechanical seeds. Lin Feng wasn't worried. He figured he could just ask the players to buy them back at a high price, and once he had 4, he could fill a large farm. In a short while, the 2 men's backpacks were almost full. Lin Feng was about to go back to the raft to unload the supplies when he suddenly saw a faint golden light shimmering on a rock in front of him. Huh? What's this again? It looks like a gold coin. I'll go up and take a look. Lin Feng quickly picked up his climbing axe and started climbing toward the rock. When he climbed up and saw the spinning, gleaming coin in front of him, he was stunned. Holy crap! Gold coins. This is like playing Super Mario. Without hesitation, he picked up the gold coin. A prompt appears. Received. 1 gold coin. Gold. Description. Can be used to access the Doomsday Shop. Doomsday Mall. Before Lin Feng could react, he suddenly saw a system announcement. Announcement. Player Lin Feng has been the first to obtain the key item, gold coins, unlocking the Doomsday Shop feature. All players will receive 1 gold coin as a gift. Each player must pay 1 gold coin to enter the Doomsday Shop. The next moment, Lin Feng received a notification. Received as a bonus, 1 gold coin. He immediately had another gold coin in his hand. Almost simultaneously, Lin Feng was forcibly pulled into the chat channel. At this moment, the chat channel was flooded with messages from players. Wow, that's awesome. I got a gold coin. I got gold coins too. What features does the Doomsday Shop have? Holy crap. There's a free buffet in the store. A buffet? I haven't had a buffet in ages, and it's free. Thank you so much, sir. I'm lucky enough to have a decent meal in my lifetime. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to eat at the buffet now. Buffet. Lin Feng was stunned. He hadn't expected the Doomsday Mall to have this feature. To be honest, he hadn't even properly looked at the introduction of the Doomsday Mall yet. Lin Feng picked up the gold coin and chose to use it. Doomsday Mall features a supermarket, a free self-service restaurant, a leisure area, and other features to be developed later. Pay 1 gold coin to teleport to the Doomsday Shop? Stop. Lin Feng chose to give up without hesitation. Now, Song Xinling and I only have 3 gold coins in total. After paying the teleportation fee, we only have 1 gold coin left. What can we buy? Search again. There might still be some gold coins hidden on the island. Chapter 49. Why was he allowed to cut in line? Lin Feng searched the entire island and finally found a total of 3 gold coins, which, combined with what he had obtained before, amounted to only 6 gold coins. 6 gold coins? What can that buy? That's way too poor. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and returned to the raft with the remaining supplies. By this time, it was getting dark. Song Xinling picked up her fishing rod and prepared to fish and cook. Lin Feng sorted the supplies and packed them into storage boxes. Then, while Song Xinling was busy fishing, he opened the blind box system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. February 7th. Received. 1 money-grubbing nouveau riche blind box. Chien duo nouveau riche. Lin Feng was speechless. The name of this blind box was really tacky. Looking down, I saw a golden, carved box in my hand, which looked even more tacky. Money-giving nouveau riche blind box. Grade. Excellent. Description. 40% chance of getting 10 gold coins. 30% chance of getting 20 gold coins. 20% chance of getting 30 gold coins. 10% chance of getting 40 gold coins. Holy crap. Lin Feng smiled upon seeing these rewards. This place is full of gleaming gold coins. With these gold coins, he can just go to the Doomsday Mall to buy whatever he needs. He calculated that if he collected all the rewards, he could get 100 gold coins, making him one of the richest people in the world. Take it all. Lin Feng took out the last all-inclusive card without hesitation. As the card disappeared, Lin Feng received the complete set of blind box rewards. You've opened 4 money-grubbing nouveau riche blind boxes. Received 10 gold coins. Received 20 gold coins. Received 30 gold coins. Received 40 gold coins. Instantly, a large pile of gold coins fell onto the deck with a clatter. Lin Feng happily picked up all the gold coins, but before he could finish celebrating, he received a new system notification. Players who collect all the prizes in the Money Galore blind box will unlock a random crafting blueprint. Obtained. Diagram of remote catapult manufacturing principles, X1. Holy crap. Trench. We have ranged weapons now. When Lin Feng encountered pirates last time, he was troubled by the lack of ranged weapons. Although he later captured a hardwood bow, its lethality was obviously quite low. But with a catapult, things got much more interesting. Its power was almost comparable to that of a homemade cannon. Quickly check the manufacturing schematic diagram. Remote catapult, large iron pot 0/1, mechanical module 6/6, metal ingot 6/6, wood 10/10, straw rope May 5th. Description: a powerful long-range weapon that only requires loading stones. Its drawbacks are a long firing interval and high stamina consumption. After reading the introduction, Lin Feng was very satisfied. Although the launch interval is long and it takes a lot of effort, this thing is very powerful. An ordinary wooden raft would probably be completely destroyed after being hit a few times. But how is this huge iron pot made? Just as Lin Feng was about to open the manufacturing workshop to check, he suddenly thought of Song Xinling, the human search engine, and ran over to ask, "Have we unlocked the big iron pot yet?" While fishing, Song Xinling shook her head without thinking and said, "Not unlocked. Only a few barbecue grills have been unlocked in the kitchenware." Lin Feng nodded. "Okay, looks like we'll have to wait and see." Although he can't build catapults for the time being, unlocking the giant iron pot is only a matter of time. Right now, he has something else he wants to do. Lin Feng snatched the fishing rod from Song Xinling's hand and smiled slightly. "No need to fish anymore. Let's go? I'll treat you to a buffet. You're going to the Doomsday Mall? Yeah, let's have a good meal and buy some things while we're at it. Don't joke around. We only have 6 gold coins in total. The entrance ticket alone costs 2 gold coins. What else can we buy?" Song Xinling really wanted to go shopping. After all, what girl doesn't love shopping? But 4 gold coins. I doubt I could afford anything there. Just as the girl was feeling down, she suddenly saw Lin Feng pull out a handful of gold coins from his backpack, followed by another handful. Where did you get so many gold coins?" Song Xinling was stunned. Judging from Lin Feng's appearance, he probably had dozens of gold coins in his hand. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said smugly, "Now we have a total of 106 gold coins, which is more than enough to buy things at the Doomsday Shop." "But where did you get so much money?" "Found it in the sea." "Never mind, let's not worry about it. Let's go to the mall and browse around first." Before Song Xinling could react, she saw a system notification. "Player Lin Feng has paid 1 gold coin for your teleportation. Do you agree to enter the Doomsday Shop?" "Should I select agree?" Seeing that the girl was still in a daze, Lin Feng quickly reminded her. Song Xinling quickly selected agree. The next moment, Lin Feng saw a white light appear around him. For a moment, he felt as if he had lost his weight. When the surrounding white light dissipated, the two found themselves in a small square. Note: each entry to the mall is limited to a maximum of 24 hours. You can choose to leave the plaza early. Note: the raft and any belongings not carried with you will be temporarily stored and will be automatically returned upon departure. Note: players cannot engage in combat or attack NPCs within the in-game store. There are NPCs? Lin Feng was taken aback. He looked up and saw that in addition to the players coming and going, there were also staff members dressed in black suits at the entrance of the mall. Above the staff members' heads, the 3 glowing letters, NPC, were suspended. "Please come in." The NPC nodded politely and gestured for Lin Feng to enter. "Wow, the service is pretty good." Lin Feng smiled slightly and led Song Xinling into the hall. It was incredibly lively inside, especially the free buffet restaurant on the left, which was already packed with people. Lin Feng saw a large group of players queuing up to go in, but the players in the buffet restaurant were like starving ghosts, eating and stuffing themselves for a long time before one of them came out. On the other side, the supermarket and leisure areas were much quieter. "There's nothing we can do. Nobody has any extra gold coins." Lin Feng noticed that although some players had already eaten their fill, they didn't intend to leave. Instead, they gathered in small groups in the aisles of the mall to chat, or simply lay down to sleep. Wow, this is even more crowded than a train station during the spring festival travel rush. Song Xinling nodded in agreement. The temperature here is comfortable, and they can eat their fill for free. I guess they'll wait 24 hours before leaving. Okay, this place is turning into a refugee camp. Lin Feng shook his head, glanced at the long queue ahead, and felt somewhat frustrated. At this rate, it will definitely take several hours before they get a turn. Just then, an NPC in formal attire walked over and bowed politely. "Sir, there's a new table available. Would you like to dine now?" Before Lin Feng could even speak, The players in the queue next to him started to protest. Wait, why does he have an empty seat? But we have to wait in line. Exactly. We've been waiting for over half an hour. Why should he cut in line? Let us go first. Chapter 50. How did I become a VIP? Mr. Lin Feng and Ms. Song Xinling are high-level VIPs of the Doomsday Mall and enjoy a variety of preferential rights. Faced with everyone's doubts, the NPC in the formal attire glanced at them disdainfully, then politely said to Lin Feng, "Please, go ahead." Lin Feng was stunned. He just arrived here. How did he suddenly become a high-level VIP? The crowd was also dissatisfied and blocked their way. How did he become a VIP? How do you get a VIP membership? We've never even heard of it. Yes, this is clearly unfair. This must be explained clearly. The NPC in formal attire first glanced at Lin Feng, seeking his opinion. Lin Feng was also confused, so he nodded and asked him to explain how to become a VIP customer. Individuals or teams entering the Doomsday Mall with total assets exceeding 10 gold coins automatically become basic VIPs. Exceeding 100 gold coins automatically become advanced VIPs, and exceeding 1,000 gold coins automatically become supreme VIPs. Mr. Lin Feng's team has total assets exceeding 100 gold coins, so naturally they are advanced VIP customers. You are all penniless, yet you still want to become advanced VIPs. Pretty. Lin Feng didn't expect that the NPC would still find time to mock everyone at the end. At this moment, everyone looked astonished. What? He has over 100 gold coins. Who the hell are you kidding? Where would they get that much money? There must be something fishy going on here. Lin Feng was speechless. Before, everyone was complaining about the unfairness because they were unaware of the situation. Now, they were still standing in front of him and making a fuss, which was just being unreasonable. However, he couldn't fight other players here, so he shook his head, not bothering to argue with them, and asked the NPC in formal attire, "Is there a VIP passage?" The NPC in formal attire immediately nodded. Yes, please follow me." As he spoke, he led Lin Feng to the other side, into a narrow passage, and directly into the self-service restaurant through another entrance. Everyone was dumbfounded. I originally wanted to argue with Lin Feng, but he completely ignored me and went straight in through the VIP channel. This is infuriating. It's driving me crazy. This shopping mall is so snobbish. I want to file a complaint. One player was so indignant that he even threatened to complain to the store. Unexpectedly, his shout actually attracted an NPC in formal attire. "Waiter, I want to file a complaint against them." When the player saw an NPC approaching, he immediately grabbed the other player. But before he could even speak, the NPC disgustedly pulled his sleeve back and vigorously patted off the dust. Non-VIP players have no right to complain. Holy crap, you NPC looked down on me. So what if I look down on you? You poor wretch. Stand in line obediently. The NPC didn't even glance at him and just walked away. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already been taken to the restaurant by the NPC. This place looks similar to a cafeteria, but it's incredibly spacious. Looking around, there are thousands of tables, all filled with players, and each table has 4 players sitting at it. Any empty seats are filled immediately. On Lin Feng's side, there was only an empty table with him and Song Xinling. Players queuing outside saw empty seats next to the two of them and clamored to come in, but were blocked by the NPC in formal attire. Why are the two of them taking up 4 seats? I recognize him. He's Lin Feng, the guy on the wanted list. What's wrong with Raymond Lam? Does Raymond Lam have special privileges? The players at the back of the line, hearing the discussions in front of them, offered their frustrated explanations. Those big shots are VIP clients. We can't compare. What the hell is VIP? We've never heard of that before. While those people were arguing, they suddenly noticed the words VIP seat in large green letters on the table where Lin Feng was sitting. Holy crap! Is this really VIP? I refuse to accept this. I've never heard of VIP memberships being offered here. Holy crap! What are they eating? Red wine, steak, cream cake. Everyone was stunned. They saw that the other players were eating grilled tuna, grilled seaweed, and a few common fruits, and drinking only ordinary beverages such as Coca-Cola and Sprite. But after Raymond Lam ordered, he ate a fragrant steak, a sweet cream cake, and even drank red wine. The difference is too big. At this moment, the players sitting at the table next to Lin Feng were even more dumbfounded. Looking at the food on Lin Feng's table, and then at the food on their own table, their meal was incredibly meager in comparison. Lin Feng himself was dumbfounded. He never expected to find such delicious food here. The menu had all sorts of high-end dishes, and Lin Feng ordered more than a dozen plates in one go. Lobster, abalone, durian pastry, fruit salad, a whole table was soon set up. Let's eat. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng broke off a piece of lobster meat and began to enjoy it with great relish. I must say, these foods taste absolutely delicious. The fragrant lobster meat was incredibly flavorful and had a satisfyingly chewy texture. If you're thirsty, have another glass of red wine, sweet and sour with a lingering aftertaste. It's incredibly refreshing. At this moment, Song Xinling didn't care about her image anymore. She picked up a piece of cream cake and took a big bite, praising it as she ate. This cake is delicious, Raymond Lam. You should try some. The two of them ate heartily, making the players next to them extremely envious. Waiter, why isn't there a lobster on my menu? A player next to him, wiping his drool, said, Didn't you see he's a VIP customer? That person refused. You're not going to serve me my food? I'll serve myself. He stood up and walked to Lin Feng's table, reaching out to snatch the large lobster from the table. But when he grabbed hard, his hand was suddenly flung away. What? The man stared in astonishment at the food on the table, then widened his eyes to look at his palm. Why can't I get it? Lin Feng smiled. He glanced at the man, shook his head, and said, Young man, do you want to become a high-level VIP like me? Start saving money. The man remained silent. Judging from Lin Feng's age, he's not much different from me. Yet he puts on airs like a senior and humiliates me for being poor. I can't stand it. He clenched his fist and slammed it at Lin Feng. Bang! Everyone heard a muffled thud. Lin Feng was unharmed, but the other man screamed and stumbled. Lin Feng shook his head impatiently. Young man, don't be impulsive, you can't fight in the mall. The man angrily covered his swollen cheek, so angry he was about to cry. You just wait. What happened? At this moment, a man in a suit appeared not far away. Lin Feng glanced at him and thought he was an NPC. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the 3 letters on his head were not on his head, and the suit was not a waiter's uniform. As the man approached, his eyes suddenly widened, his face filled with hatred. Huh? I offended him before. Lin Feng was puzzled when the man spoke. Lin Feng? It's actually you. Chapter 51 Special Offers section. Must check it out. Chapter 48 First time reaching 100 reads. Bonus chapter. Lin Feng was speechless. How could someone recognize him so easily? Who are you? Zhou Hai. I am the Zhou Hai whose cotton business you stole. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng remembered. What a small world. Isn't he the player who tried to steal my cotton last time? Later, they intercepted and took away a large amount of cotton. It seems the other party still holds a grudge. But what can you do if you run into them? We're in the mall now, fighting isn't allowed. Zhou Hai glanced at his subordinate, who was covering his swollen face, and felt a surge of anger. Weren't we forbidden from fighting? Lin Feng, how dare you lay a hand on my man? I'm filing a complaint. Another one to complain about. Lin Feng was speechless. Was he public enemy number 1? Before Lin Feng could explain anything, suddenly, the NPC in the formal dress from before rushed over like the wind. He stood in front of Zhou Hai and glanced sideways at the player with the swollen face. Player Zhou Ming openly attacked senior VIP Lin Feng in the Doomsday Mall and has been punished with damage reflection. Please leave immediately and do not cause trouble here. What? Zhou Hai was speechless. He never expected that the NPCs here would actually support Lin Feng. Suddenly, he realized something. What VIP? Why is he a VIP? Perhaps because he was tired of explaining, the NPC in the formal dress actually retorted. Because Mr. Raymond Lam is rich. What the heck? This is blatant self-humiliation. Zhou Hai was furious. He refused to believe in bad luck and was determined to teach Lin Feng a lesson. No. He decided to take care of the NPC as well. Seeing that Zhou Hai was about to make a move, the NPC immediately brought his face close and said, Go ahead and hit me. Damn. That's so damn despicable. Zhou Hai couldn't take it anymore, and with all his might, he punched the NPC in the face. Everyone gasped. Lin Feng secretly admired Zhou Hai. He was truly ruthless to himself. A muffled thud. The NPC was completely unharmed, but Zhou Hai was suddenly hit in the face and was thrown back several steps, landing squarely on his butt. Holy crap! Lin Feng, you just wait. Huh? Is this my fault? Lin Feng was speechless. He hadn't laid a hand on him, or even said a word the whole time. So why was he holding a grudge against him? Zhou Hai got up, angrily pointed at Lin Feng, and wanted to curse a few more times. Suddenly, the smug NPC spoke up. Player Zhou Hai has maliciously attacked an NPC. He is immediately expelled from the Doomsday Mall and banned from entering for 24 hours. Before the NPC in the formal attire could finish speaking, a white light suddenly appeared around Zhou Hai. Holy crap! Are you serious? Damn it, my gold coins. Zhou Hai hadn't even finished eating when he was instantly teleported back. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap! They can even expel players. Everyone, behave yourselves. High-level VIPs, we can't afford to mess with them. We really can't afford to mess with them. Everyone lowered their heads and ate their food obediently, afraid that they would also be kicked out. I finally managed to get in by paying 1 gold coin. The food and service were mediocre, but it's better than being kicked out. Once everyone quieted down, Lin Feng felt relieved. This VIP customer is definitely worth it. Not only are the benefits excellent, but there are also NPCs who serve you obediently. Lin Feng looked up and asked, "What's your name?" The NPC in formal attire quickly smiled politely. "Honorable Mr. Lin Feng, you can just call me number 008. Lin Feng nodded. "I'll contact you if I need anything from now on." "It's my pleasure to serve you." Lin Feng smiled slightly and asked, "Can the food be packed up and taken away?" Number 008 was slightly taken aback and quickly explained, "The mall's rules state that food from the buffet cannot be taken away." That's not surprising. Come to think of it, if the food could be packed up and taken away, these players wouldn't be stuck here after they've eaten their fill. He turned to look at Song Xinling and said, "After we finish eating, let's go to the supermarket and then have another meal." "Uh-huh." Song Xinling, with cream all over her mouth, nodded happily, looking extremely pleased. That's the way they eat. So she has moments like this too. Raymond Lam really regretted not bringing his camera with him. Otherwise he would have definitely taken a close-up shot of her eating. Half an hour later, unsurprisingly, the two of them left the restaurant together, burping contentedly. "Belch. Let's go to the supermarket." "Belch. Okay. Belch. I wonder if they sell digestive tablets." "Belch. Hurry up and get out of here. I'm ruining my image." Along the way, everyone stared at the two of them in astonishment, burping repeatedly as they slipped into the supermarket on the right. TCH. They eat more than us, and all they have is grilled fish and cola. Is it really that big of a deal? A guy next to me glanced sideways at the guy who was making the comments. Grilled fish and cola? They're eating lobster and drinking red wine. Holy crap! If I had to eat this, I wouldn't have come out at all. I'd rather die of overeating. The supermarket in the Doomsday Mall is similar to a regular shopping mall. You pick up a shopping cart at the entrance and check out at the exit. It's very spacious inside, with rows of shelves filled with all sorts of goods. Basic materials area? Lin Feng stopped beside the shelf and looked at the products on it. They were all packaged in cardboard boxes, and the shelves displayed the item names and prices. Product, 200 pieces of wood. Price, 1 gold coin. Product, grass ball x 200. Price, 1 gold coin. Product, 100 plastic sheets. Price, 1 gold coin. Lin Feng scratched his head, unsure whether the price was cheap or expensive. However, he didn't need to think about it, as he never lacked basic materials. I pushed my shopping cart straight past this area and went to the premium materials section, where the prices of the items suddenly increased significantly. Product, mechanical module X5. Price, 2 gold coins. Product, precision module X5. Price, 2 gold coins. Product, magic crystal X5. Price, 2 gold coins. Shaking his head, Lin Feng felt the prices here were a bit too high. Just as he was about to continue strolling forward, Song Xinling suddenly ran over from not far away. "Lin Feng, there's a special offer section here." Special offers section? Upon hearing about the special offer section, Lin Feng quickly pushed his shopping cart over. Sure enough, Lin Feng saw several rows of discount shelves next to the supermarket checkout exit. This shop sells food, drinks, materials, tools, and even manufacturing schematics. Holy crap! This is amazing! Lin Feng examined each item from beginning to end, and the first thing that caught his eye was a square metal box. Product: portable storage box. Price: 5 gold coins. Current price: 1 gold coin. The label also thoughtfully includes a description following the price. Description: this device can be used to store equipment and supplies on a robot's person. It has 4 storage compartments, each of which can store 20 items of the same type, for a total of 80 storage units. 80 units is neither too many nor too few. It's just right for equipping the mentally challenged number 2. Besides, this thing only costs 1 gold coin. It's such a steal. Without hesitation, Lin Feng tossed the metal box into the shopping cart. Immediately afterwards, another item caught his attention. A universal charging station? Chapter 52. Someone stole the discount card. Product: universal charging station. Price: 10 gold coins. Current price: 2 gold coins. Description: once the generator is connected, it can charge any electrical device with extremely high efficiency. Lin Feng smiled. With this thing, he no longer had to worry about the frequent power outages of idiot number 2. Lin Feng tossed yet another item into his shopping cart. Walking a little further, he arrived at the special offer manufacturing schematic diagram area. At first glance, Lin Feng saw the schematic diagram of the large iron pot manufacturing process. Product: schematic diagram of large iron pot manufacturing process. Price: 6 gold coins. Current price: 2 gold coins. Description: it can be used for cooking, making it more efficient, but it has a single function and can only stir-fry vegetables. Can only be used for stir-frying? No problem. It wasn't built for stir-frying anyway. He had been struggling to build a catapult without a large iron pot, but now that he's bought the schematics, he can build a makeshift cannon in no time. Lin Feng chuckled and tossed the item into his shopping cart, a satisfied smile on his face. He then prepared to explore other places. At this moment, Song Xinling ran over with a big smile. I want to buy something. Lin Feng looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked curiously, what do you want to buy? This necklace. Lin Feng noticed that Song Xinling was holding a small, exquisite silver box, which she found extremely rare. Girls, well, they all like jewelry. Lin Feng smiled slightly, took the box and looked at it. There was a sticker on the box. It was a metal necklace with a white crystal set in the center. It looked gorgeous and suited Song Xinling perfectly. Take another look at the product label. Product: white crystal necklace. Price: 50 gold coins. Current price: 5 gold coins. Description: a beautiful crystal necklace that can resist 15% magic damage or effects. What? This is a huge profit. The items are 10% off and can also resist 15% of magic damage or effects. Combined with Song Xinling's previous witch set, they can resist 60% of magic damage. The key point is that this amazing item only costs 5 gold coins after the discount. Seeing Lin Feng's shocked expression, Song Xinling assumed he thought it was too expensive and didn't want to buy it. But just as she was about to say forget it, she saw Lin Feng readily stuff the packaging box into the shopping cart. You have such great taste. I bought it. I bought it. Really? Upon hearing this, Song Xinling's face lit up with a wide smile. Lin Feng smiled smugly, patted his chest, and said, I am the richest man in the world. Just tell me what you want. Seeing Lin Feng start bragging, Song Xinling pouted and pointed to an item next to her, saying, Then I want this. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw it. Product: nuclear generator. Price: 1,000 gold coins. Current price: 250 gold coins. Description: it can be used to generate electricity. With one fuel, it can work continuously for 28 days. It has multiple interfaces and switches. Wow! Even after the discount, it's still selling for 250? But, what do you need this thing for? Lin Feng was speechless. Was she really going to go to such lengths just to put an end to her boasting? However, this thing is actually quite useful. The two browsed around the supermarket for a while longer before preparing to pay and leave. When they arrived at the checkout counter, Lin Feng took all the items out of the shopping cart. The waiter was quick and efficient. calculating the price in less than a second. Hello, your item costs 10 gold coins. The salesperson was impressed. Lin Feng had bought 4 items, all of which were from the discount section. However, he is one of the few players who can afford to buy things. Lin Feng reached into his backpack and took out 4 gold coins. The waiter looked puzzled and repeated what he had just said. Hello, your item costs 10 gold coins. I know. Lin Feng nodded and took out a few more gold cards from his backpack. I have a 2 gold coin discount card. What? The waiters were stunned. This store has only been open for less than a day. Where did Lin Feng get a 2 gold coin discount card? Do high-level VIPs nowadays all like to joke around with NPCs? Just as he was wondering what was going on, he saw Lin Feng hand over 3 gold cards. The waiter was stunned. Looking at this card, it's clearly a discount card issued by the Doomsday Mall, but he remembers that these things haven't been distributed yet. Seeing the waiter staring blankly at the discount card, Lin Feng impatiently reminded him. What? My discount card has expired. The waiter quickly shook his head. No. After the discount, your total purchase price is 4 gold coins. Perfect timing, please go ahead. Lin Feng smiled slightly, stuffed the purchased goods into his backpack, and happily pulled Song Xinling out. Behind him, the waiter still looked puzzled. It hasn't even been released yet. As they left the supermarket, Song Xinling asked suspiciously, Where did you get your discount card? Don't tell me you found it in the ocean. Just as Lin Feng was about to make up a story, the girl covered his mouth. He coughed lightly and pulled Song Xinling all the way to the lounge area. Let's go explore the relaxation area first. You still haven't answered me. Look, there's a movie theater. A movie theater? When Song Xinling looked up, she saw several independent shop fronts in the leisure area. Coffee shops, snack stalls, movie theaters, arcades. I can hardly believe that there are still these things in this place. Of course, the prices in the leisure area are also very high. Lin Feng made a casual inquiry, and then decided not to go in. How much is a movie ticket? 20 gold coins each. What? They're ripping people off. Raymond Lam was speechless. Watching a movie was so expensive? That was outrageous. I went to the supermarket and bought 4 items, but it only cost me a mere 4 gold coins. Seeing Lin Feng hesitate, the waiter added another sentence. The 2 of you will receive a total of 40 gold coins. However, if you have less than 100 gold coins remaining after your purchase, you will be downgraded to a basic VIP customer. Let's go. Without hesitation, Lin Feng grabbed Song Xinling and turned to leave. Now that things have come to this point, only a fool would go to the movies. Keeping 100 gold coins means you're still a VIP, and you can go out for lobster and red wine. Isn't that better? As Lin Feng was walking forward, he saw number 008 rushing towards the supermarket. Number 008, where are you going? When number 008 saw it was Lin Feng, he smiled and bowed, explaining, I heard the supermarket lost a few discount cards, and I have to go to a meeting. Lin Feng was stunned. Isn't this describing myself? Could it be that the discount cards that appeared in the blind box system were stolen? Lin Feng was speechless. He didn't want to be caught stealing resources from the Doomsday Mall and potentially be banned from entering the mall. Song Xinling, who was standing next to her, became even more nervous. She looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, thinking that he had always been by her side, so even if she wanted to steal something, she wouldn't have had the chance. Have you found out who stole it? The girl asked nervously. No, it's probably a system bug. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. Lin Feng was speechless. He looked at Song Xinling and frowned. She doesn't really think I stole the discount card, does she? Chapter 53 Forcibly Assigning You an Opponent. After leaving the lounge area, Lin Feng took Song Xinling to the buffet restaurant for another big meal. After a satisfying meal, the two left the Doomsday Mall amidst envious glances from onlookers. A flash of white light, and they were back in the sea area where they had been before. However, it was now the next morning. Lin Feng yawned, preparing to take a nap, but before he could lie down, he received a system notification. Warning, since no players participated in the kill during the bounty period, the system will invite players or teams of similar strength to teleport the target to a nearby sea area for free within 24 hours before the end of the bounty period. Holy crap! Lin Feng originally wanted to get the reward on the wanted poster without even lying down, but he didn't expect the system to play this trick on him. If players can't find themselves, the system will find them for them, and even teleport them there for free. Lin Feng couldn't sleep anymore, so he quickly got up and drank a can of Red Bull. Seeing this, Song Xinling asked in confusion, "What are you busy with?" "Busy preparing for war." Lin Feng briefly explained what had happened with the system warning. Upon hearing this, the girl quickly grabbed a can of Red Bull and drank it. "Whatever you need to build, I'll help you." Lin Feng thought for a moment. Currently, he needs to build a catapult and install the universal charging station. The catapult served as the main weapon, while the charging station was used to charge the mentally challenged number 2. In addition, he also needs to collect today's blind box to see if there are any useful equipment or items. The system notification made it very clear that this time, he would be facing an opponent of equal strength, so he must not underestimate him. Moreover, the enemy could appear at any time within the next 24 hours, perhaps in a few hours, or even in the next second. Lin Feng took out the items he had purchased from the Doomsday Mall and handed the universal charging station and necklace to the girl. "Help me install the charging station so that mentally challenged number 2 can charge it." The girl nodded, took the charging station, and ran towards the gluttonous generator. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Feng activated the blind box system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. March 7th. Received 1 blind box with a foul smell. It smells awful. Lin Feng was speechless. What he needed right now was weapons and equipment. Not only did they not give him anything useful, but they also gave him a blind box with such a strong smell. But there's no way around it. Since I've already drawn it, I might as well open it and take a look. Looking down, Lin Feng saw a rotten cardboard box in his hand, from which a faint stench could be smelled. Damn, that's disgusting. Lin Feng endured the smell and checked the introduction. Blind boxes that reek of a foul odor. Rank, excellent. This piece of junk is actually of the excellent grade. Lin Feng shook his head and continued reading. Description: 40% chance of finding a fresh rotten egg, 40% chance of finding a rotten boot, 20% chance of finding a lazy sailor's laundry basket. Holy crap. A biological weapons gift pack. Lin Feng quickly chose to open the blind box, already pinching his nose tightly. The next moment, a notification appeared. You've opened a stinking blind box and received 1 lazy sailor's laundry basket. In an instant, a dirty iron basket fell to the ground. Lin Feng was stunned. He had actually won the grand prize, the worst one. A strong stench filled his nostrils, and even though Lin Feng pinched his nose, he felt dizzy. Ignoring the stench, Lin Feng checked the item description. The lazy sailor's laundry basket. Description: you can't imagine what filthy things were stored here. Although it's disgusting, if you put it on an enemy's head, it will make them suffocate from disgust. Moreover, the smell will spread dozens of meters away in a short time. Before Lin Feng could finish reading, he heard Song Xinling's voice coming from not far away. Lin Feng, what are you doing? It stinks. What? It floated over there so quickly? Oh no, I can't take it. Lin Feng quickly threw the laundry basket into his backpack, and the surrounding smell finally returned to normal. That's terrifying. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, still feeling dizzy. Although this thing is extremely disgusting, as a weapon to attack enemies, it can definitely have unexpected effects. The contents of this blind box are practically a biological weapon set. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Boots and a laundry basket, that's 2 biological weapons. Even if we can't kill the enemy, we can at least suffocate them with the fumes. Lin Feng drew his blind box, and Song Xinling finished installing the charging station. As she connected the wires and added fuel, the charging station and raft propulsion system worked simultaneously. The raft slowly started moving and accelerated forward. Song Xinling ran over against the strong wind and said to Lin Feng, "It's all done. The idiot number 2 is charging, but it will take 12 hours to fully charge. It's going to take this long. Oh well, I'll just top up as much as I can." Lin Feng knew that Song Xinling didn't like being outside in the wind, so he asked her to build a large iron pot and put it in the stone house so that she could cook inside. He himself went to the front of the raft, intending to build a catapult there first. First and foremost, of course, we still need to build a large iron pot. Large iron pot. Metal ingots 5/5, with 2 halves. Plenty of material. As the materials disappeared, a few minutes later, a large iron pot appeared in Lin Feng's hand. This big iron pot is quite heavy, about 50 centimeters in diameter, and has a large capacity. Large iron pot. Description: this product needs to be placed on a fire pit for stir-frying. Add 2 portions of ingredients at a time. No cooking oil is needed. It's highly efficient and convenient. This thing is pretty good. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, but this thing wasn't for cooking now. It was for making catapults. Open the schematic diagram of the catapult. Remote catapult. Large iron pot 1/1. Mechanical module 6/6. Metal ingot 6/6. Wood 10/10. Straw rope May 5th. All the materials are ready. Before long, a huge base appeared in front of Lin Feng. There is a pivot on the base, and a large iron ladle, made of metal and a large iron pot, is installed on the pivot. At the end of the large iron ladle is a rope. Obviously, as long as you put the stone in the big iron spoon, pull the rope hard, and then release it, the big iron spoon will suddenly spring up and throw the stone out. This catapult has a simple structure and no springs. It relies entirely on the elasticity of the metal material to launch the stones, which explains why it is time-consuming and laborious. Let's see how powerful it is. There are plenty of rocky peaks, so let's try one out and see how it goes. He filled the big iron ladle with stones, pulled the rope tight, and then suddenly let go. Bang! Instantly, the big iron spoon sprang up, and the stone inside was thrown violently, tracing an arc in mid-air before crashing onto the sea surface. Thump! 50 meters away, a burst of water suddenly splashed up on the sea. Huh, that's quite powerful. But its range, well, it could barely be considered a long-range strike. Chapter 54 Zhou. The enemy has arrived. After building a catapult at the front of the raft, Lin Feng hurriedly built 1 catapult each on the left, right, and back of the raft. He couldn't possibly use all 4 catapults at once, but the range of angles they could aim at was too narrow, so he had no choice but to manufacture 4 at once. To prevent the catapults from being destroyed by the enemy, he also specially built a concrete protective wall in front of them. However, the height of this protective wall was only enough to protect the catapult's base from damage. Lin Feng, have something to eat and rest for a bit. Song Xinling's voice came from inside the stone house. Lin Feng patted his stomach. He was indeed a bit hungry after a busy morning. As he was about to walk into the stone house, a white light suddenly flashed to the left of the raft. An enemy has teleported in. Holy crap! They're here already? Not even enough time to eat. Lin Feng quickly picked up his binoculars and looked in the direction where the white light had disappeared. On that stretch of sea, more than a dozen rafts were floating. The enemy they faced this time was clearly much stronger than Zhao Dagong. Most of the dozen or so rafts had complete structures and were equipped with more sophisticated weapons. Lin Feng even saw a player holding a crossbow through the binoculars. Compared to bows and arrows, crossbows have a faster rate of fire, and some crossbows can even fire in rapid succession. In a real battle, the enemy would essentially have a dense barrage of firepower. Your strength is quite impressive. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and continued to observe. Suddenly, 2 familiar faces appeared in his field of vision. Zhou Hai, Zhou Ming, how come it's them? Lin Feng recognized the 2 immediately for 2 reasons. First, they had met in the Doomsday Mall. Second, well, their faces were still swollen. Although it wasn't clear through the binoculars, the unnatural facial features were still very noticeable. What a small world. It's them again. Inside the stone house, Song Xinling noticed that Lin Feng hadn't come to eat yet, so she urged him to come. Lin Feng, hurry up. If the enemy comes, you'll be fighting on an empty stomach. Going hungry? That won't do. Judging from the distance, they wouldn't be able to catch up anytime soon, and besides, his raft was still traveling at high speed. Even if Zhou Hai wanted to chase, it would take him a while. Lin Feng smiled slightly and went straight into the stone house, intending to quickly finish his lunch. Upon entering the room, I was surprised to find that the meals had improved. Song Xinling not only made a large iron pot, but also made 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and 4 plates. At this point, all 4 plates were filled with food. Lin Feng first went over to the plate of stir-fried tomatoes and smelled it. It smelled pretty good, but it was a bit plain. Stir-fried tomatoes. Description: made with 2 servings of tomatoes, this dish is more filling. Lin Feng then looked at another plate of food. Stir-fried octopus. Description: this dish is made with 2 portions of stir-fried octopus, providing a stronger feeling of fullness. Good. With the food laid out before him, how could he just look at it? He picked up a plate, used his chopsticks to pick up a piece, and tasted it. To his surprise, although the 2 dishes used simple ingredients, they were quite delicious. After wolfing down his food, Lin Feng finished both plates in less than 5 minutes, and his stomach was even a little full. A dish made with 2 ingredients is indeed very filling. Not daring to waste any time, Lin Feng got up and walked out of the stone house after he finished eating. You keep eating, I'll go outside and take a look. Be careful, and call me anytime if you need help. Take your time eating, no need to rush. Lin Feng smiled slightly, crawled out of the stone house, picked up his binoculars, and looked towards Zhou Hai's team. In view, Zhou Hai's team split into 2 groups. The first group closely followed Lin Feng and appeared to have installed raft propulsion devices, while the second group moved slowly, probably relying on human rowing. Hee, go ahead and chase after her. Lin Feng smiled slightly, moved a chair, and sat at the back of the raft, watching with amusement as Zhou Hai's team chased after him. Their rafts are lighter and a little faster than ours, but it would probably take 2 or 3 hours to catch up. Just as Raymond Lam was feeling smug, he suddenly received a private message. Open your private messages to check. Received as a gift, 5 stones. Zhou Hai, Lin Feng, you bastard, don't run away. Stop and fight me. Run away. Lin Feng smiled. If it weren't for charging the mentally challenged number 2, would he have kept the raft's propeller running indefinitely? However, he felt he was running away, so he decided to accept it as running away. Raymond Lam, I'm running away, so come and catch me if you dare? Zhou Hai, holy crap. You just wait. Raymond Lam doesn't know how long he'll have to wait. The deadline for the arrest warrant is almost here. On the other end, Zhou Hai was about to start cursing when he suddenly found that his private message had been interrupted. To continue chatting, you need to give Lin Feng 5 more stones. Zhou Hai was furious. 5 stones. I can afford it. After I destroy you, the materials I'll harvest will be far more than just 5 stones. He took out the stone, intending to give it to Lin Feng, and continued his cursing. The interface suddenly changed. Private message terms are being updated. Sending a private message requires gifting the recipient 20 mechanical modules. Payment for insufficient materials is subject to availability. Holy crap. Lin Feng, you bastard. Could you possibly get any darker? Even through the screen, Lin Feng could imagine Zhou Hai's furious reaction. Now, he couldn't even bring himself to curse at him. If this guy can take a beating, that's fine too. Lin Feng isn't really interested anyway. Taking 10 mechanical modules to let the other guy cool off is perfectly acceptable. Disappointment. Several minutes passed, but Zhou Hai didn't send any more messages. It seemed that Zhou Hai had asked for too high a price. Looking at Zhou Hai's team, the group in front of him was still far away, while the group behind him was about to disappear from sight. Let's take our time pursuing it. It's not like I'm the one in a rush. Even if a fight doesn't break out in the end, the bounty on the wanted poster will still be yours, so it's no big deal. Moreover, Zhou Hai can be teleported here for free, but he won't be teleported away for free. Once Zhou Hai receives the reward for the wanted poster, he won't be able to escape. Even if he doesn't want to fight anymore, Lin Feng will still have to teach him a lesson. Enjoying the sea breeze and sipping red tea, Lin Feng leisurely observed the situation across the river. What are they busy with? Lin Feng noticed that the players on the first 5 rafts had all gathered at the back, seemingly busy with something. A few minutes later, Lin Feng understood. These guys are building propulsion systems. The raft opposite them was clearly speeding up. At this rate, they would definitely be close to us in less than half an hour. What? Build 2 thrusters? That's a good idea. Lin Feng carried the chair back to the stone house, preparing for battle. He took out a large number of stones from the storage box and piled them directly next to the 4 catapults. Then he put on concrete spiked plate armor, stuffed all his weapons into his backpack, and went to the back of the raft. At this moment, He was less than 100 meters away from the raft, where Zhou Hai was. Chapter 55. I'll smoke you to death. Release the arrows. Shoot Raymond Lam into a pincushion. Whoever kills Lin Feng, I'll give him a gold coin to go to a buffet. As soon as Zhou Hai gave the order, his men immediately started firing crossbow bolts at Lin Feng. In an instant, more than a dozen crossbow bolts flew over like rain. Idiot number 2, stop charging and hide behind the protective wall. Yes, sir. Intellectual disability number 2 unplugged the charging cable from his body and rushed towards the protective wall. 2 loud bangs. 2 crossbow bolts instantly pierced the body of the mentally challenged number 2. Holy crap! Crossbow bolts are that powerful. Lin Feng was stunned. Before this, no weapon had ever been able to hurt the mentally challenged number 2. Just as I was feeling distressed, a series of loud crashes came from the protective wall in front of me. Bang bang bang. Lin Feng heard that every time a crossbow bolt hit the protective wall, it would break a part of the concrete on the wall. I checked it out. Concrete retaining wall 5% damage. Concrete retaining wall 10% damage. Concrete retaining wall 5% damage. Holy crap, this thing isn't that durable either. Lin Feng understood immediately. Each concrete retaining wall would suffer 5% more damage from each crossbow bolt attack. Once the damage reaches 100%, this thing will collapse. He wanted to retaliate, but Zhou Hai and his men had not yet entered the 50-meter firing range. Bang bang bang. The crossbow bolts came flying at us one after another, as if they were free. In less than 5 minutes, a section of the concrete retaining wall collapsed. Across from them, Zhou Hai shouted arrogantly, "Lin Feng, you coward! Why don't you stop hiding behind the wall? Ha 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 ha! We have plenty of crossbow bolts. Keep firing." Boom. Next to Lin Feng, another protective wall collapsed. "Zhou Hai, stay away from me, or I'll smash you to death with a rock." While gritting his teeth and cursing, Lin Feng was building a new protective wall. After much effort, he finally repaired one section of the wall, only to have another section collapse next to it. However, at this moment, Zhou Hai's raft had already entered Lin Feng's firing range. Idiot number 2, load the stones. Yes, sir. Despite the incoming crossbow bolts, the mentally challenged number 2 picked up a stone and threw it into the big iron spoon. Lin Feng immediately tightened the rope, then suddenly released it. Bang! The catapult hurled a stone, sending it flying. With a loud bang, the stone traced a parabola and struck Zhou Hai's raft directly in the center. The roof of the raft's cabin was smashed through, and most of the cabin collapsed. Holy crap! What's that? Trench. Commander, all our crossbow bolts are in the cabin. Zhou Hai was furious. Hurry up and bring out all the crossbows and fire at the catapult. Don't let it fire a second shot. Commander, our sewing machines have been smashed. What? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's eyes widened. Lin Feng's catapult is incredibly powerful. A single stone destroyed 2 of his important buildings. Lin Feng, I absolutely have to kill you. Everyone, charge. Smash his catapult. The crowd hurriedly grabbed their crossbows and fired them at Lin Feng's catapults as if they were free. Bang 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 bang. In less than a minute, Lin Feng's catapult broke. Long-range catapult 50% damaged. Holy crap, that's some serious firepower. At this rate, the catapults I painstakingly built will be scrapped in no time. It's time to use biological weapons. Lin Feng pinched his nose, immediately took out the rotten leather boot, and threw it directly into the big iron spoon. Instantly, a strong odor spread. Lin Feng didn't even bother to aim. He tightened the rope and then let go. Bang! A loud bang. The foul-smelling boot swept through the air and flew towards a raft. The opposing player was dumbfounded. Holy crap! What's that? Is it a boot? Zhou Hai laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Raymond Lam has no more stones. But the next moment, he suddenly froze. How could someone as wealthy as Lin Feng not have any stones? Besides, didn't I just give him 5 stones? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard a scream coming from the raft next to him. Ugh, that's so disgusting. I can't take it anymore. I'm dizzy. What the hell is this thing? A biological weapon? It stinks like hell. The players on the raft next to them instantly lost their fighting ability. No matter how Zhou Hai scolded them, They did not hesitate to drop their weapons and flee to the raft next to them, and even jumped into the sea. Zhou Hai was stunned. How stinky must that stuff be to drive these well-equipped men to the point of wanting to jump into the sea? Lin Feng, you're fucking dirty. Seeing the power of those boots, Lin Feng on the opposite side couldn't help but smile smugly. Those boots were only a small part of the power. The real power was yet to come. Taking advantage of the enemy's disarray, Lin Feng quickly pinched his nose and took out the lazy sailor's laundry basket. Lin Feng quickly tossed it into the big iron ladle, tightened the rope, endured the dizzying smell, aimed at Zhou Hai's raft, and let go. Bang! The stinking laundry basket swept through the air and smashed directly into Zhou Hai's head. He stared wide-eyed at the iron basket that was closing in on him, his face filled with astonishment. What the hell is this? Bang! Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. The iron basket was right on top of Zhou Hai's head. Instantly, a strong stench was released and spread rapidly. Holy crap! Lin Feng, you bastard! Before Zhou Hai could finish speaking, he was so choked by the fumes that he started foaming at the mouth. He rolled his eyes and struggled to break free of the iron basket. Through his blurred vision, he saw his men beside him staggering and foaming at the mouth. He mustered all his strength and stumbled to the back of the raft, surrounded by the cries of the crowd. Ugh! Tui! Disgusting! I'm going to throw up. Help! It stinks like hell. Run for your lives. Run for your lives. The stench from the laundry basket spread instantly. On the rafts that were further away, the players all jumped into the water. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled. Damn it! Moron number 2, load the stones. Yes, sir. Idiot number 2, loaded quickly. Lin Feng tightened the rope, aimed, and then let go. Bang! Boom! Zhou Hai's raft was instantly smashed with a large hole, splashing up a spray of water. Lin Feng continued firing, sending stones hurtling in parabolic arcs as they hurtled towards the raft. With a series of loud bangs, Zhou Hai's raft was smashed to pieces, and several unlucky players were even hit by rocks and died, coughing up blood. However, Zhou Hai was lucky. Lin Feng smashed the rocks for a long time, but didn't manage to hit him. The next moment, Lin Feng saw him. This guy actually endured the stench and built a small raft to escape. What the heck? You think you could get away? Lin Feng ordered the mentally challenged number 2. Go and control the small wooden rudder and hunt down Zhou Hai. Yes, sir. Intellectual disability number 2 approached the small wooden rudder, pulled the control lever, and the raft's direction of travel began to change. You little punk. You think you can just run away with a bare raft? Chapter 56, Don't Jump into the Sea. I haven't had enough yet. Chapter 53, bonus chapter for reaching 200 views. Lin Feng originally thought he could easily catch up with Zhou Hai. Little did anyone expect that he would build a gluttonous generator and a raft propulsion system on the raft he was escaping on. The raft was small and light, and it quickly widened the distance between itself and Lin Feng. If you chase like this, you'll never catch up. Lin Feng scratched his head, then suddenly smiled. If I build 2 more thrusters, even with 3 thrusters at full power, I still can't catch up with you? As they were talking, Lin Feng had already brought the materials to the back of the raft, preparing to build 2 more propellers next to the existing ones. But when Lin Feng opened the manufacturing workshop, he was frustrated to find that there were no magnets. Now turn around and go harvest materials from those stinking rafts? Lin Feng felt he didn't have the guts to endure the stench while working. He'd rather just buy it at a high price through the trading channel. Lin Feng quickly opened the trading channel and placed 8 trades. Trade Mechanical Module X2 for Magnet X1. Trade Mechanical Module X2 for Magnet X1. Trade Mechanical Module X2 for Magnet X1. Mechanical modules are in high demand right now. Trading 2 mechanical modules for 1 magnet isn't unreasonable, is it? Lin Feng was pondering this when he received a transaction notification. Transaction successful. You have received 1 magnet. Transaction successful. You have received 1 magnet. Transaction successful. You have received 1 magnet. In less than 5 minutes, I had all 8 magnets. After obtaining the magnet, Lin Feng began manufacturing a low-speed engine and a raft propulsion system. At this moment, seeing that Lin Feng couldn't catch up with him, Zhou actually dared to circle back to the stinking raft and pick up a few of his men. "Commander, let's run. Raymond Lamb is so damn cunning. I feel dizzy. I also feel nauseous." Zhou glared at everyone. "Shut up, everyone. Quickly rejoin the rafts behind you." He stared at Lin Feng's raft, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Seeing that the distance between them was getting further and further apart, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If it weren't for his dirty tricks, I'd be a corpse by now. I'll settle the score with him sooner or later." Upon hearing this, his subordinates immediately began to fawn over him. "The commander is right. We'll wipe that brat out sooner or later. We have to kill him, otherwise it would be a waste of the suffering our brothers endured. Commander, in the future, with just one word from you, we will take that dog Lin Feng's life." The group was arrogant and showed no intention of escaping. After boasting for a while, they suddenly heard a deafening roar from afar. What was that sound? "Holy crap! Lin Feng is here." Nonsense, his raft couldn't possibly be that fast. Zhou cursed, then turned around and froze instantly. On the distant sea, a huge raft was seen pushing white waves as it rushed towards them at high speed. At the front of the raft, Lin Feng was holding binoculars and staring at him. How could he be so fast? "Commander, we have no weapons. What should we do?" "Quickly make some small wooden oars. Everyone get back to rowing." Zhou was at his wit's end. All he could do now was desperately try to escape. Upon hearing this, his men quickly made small wooden oars, and one by one, they stretched their necks and swung their shoulders, rowing the boat with all their might. Even so, the small raft didn't go much faster. Zhou got anxious and built a small wooden paddle himself, rowing like crazy while cursing loudly. "Hurry up and row. I'm exhausted. Lin Feng, I'll remember you for the rest of my life." Zhou was so exhausted that he was out of breath, constantly wiping away sweat, but he dared not slow down even for a moment. Lin Feng held up his binoculars and saw Zhou miserable state, which made him feel a sense of satisfaction. He was almost within firing range when he went to the catapult and began loading stones. Next, he tightened the catapult's rope and then suddenly let go. Bang! The stone was thrown out by the big iron spoon and landed squarely behind Zhou raft. "Damn it! Paddle faster. Everyone, give it your all." The 5 players put in every ounce of strength they had, rowing like mad. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't keep up with Lin Feng's speed on the raft. Bang! Another rock flew over and hit one of the players on the head. Before the man could react, he was hit by a rock and thrown into the sea. "Oh my god! Run! Jump ship! I'm not going to swipe anymore." The other 3 jumped into the sea, leaving Zhou alone on the raft. "Holy crap! You guys come back here and row the boat." Before he could finish speaking, another stone came flying at him. Bang! A loud bang. Lin Feng watched as the rocks smashed the raft, and before Zhou could react, he fell into the sea. The 4 of them swam desperately, but Lin Feng's raft was so fast. Splash! As soon as Zhou turned around, he saw Lin Feng's raft hurtling towards him. It's all over. His face was ashen, and his swimming movements froze. The next moment, Lin Feng's raft rushed over, and before Zhou could even scream, a huge wave slammed into his face. Then, he was run over by the speeding raft. Lin Feng shook his head. "I'm afraid I won't survive this time. Looking for trouble with me? Serves you right." Lin Feng raised his binoculars and looked into the distance, where he actually spotted Zhou second batch of rafts. Hee, these are all weaklings with no fighting ability. He turned and ordered the mentally challenged number 2. "Turn left and charge towards that group of enemies." "Yes, sir." The mentally challenged number 2 changed its course and moved closer to the other slowly moving rafts. The players on the rafts noticed the rafts approaching rapidly and all looked over. "Watch out, everyone. A raft is approaching." The other players looked on with disdain. The commander must have captured Lin Feng's raft. Yes. Lin Feng's raft is really big and impressive. Get ready to welcome them." An alert player asked in confusion. "But why haven't we seen our raft behind us?" "Don't worry. The captain won't fail. The other rafts must be collecting the dropped supplies." Everyone nodded, their faces full of anticipation. But just then, The raft opposite suddenly made a loud noise. Bang! Holy crap! What's that? Cannonball. No, he's not the regimental commander. He's Lin Feng. At this moment, someone saw Lin Feng standing behind the catapult, loading stones. Everyone panicked. Boom. Before they could even pick up their weapons, one of the rafts was hit by a rock. Holy crap! The ship's cabin is leaking. Quickly, prepare for battle. A player had just picked up a weapon when he was struck by a flying rock and died, coughing up blood. Fight! Run for your lives. The raft doesn't have a propulsion system. Jump into the sea. Jump into the sea. He wants supplies. Thump thump thump. Like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, everyone jumped into the sea. In less than a minute, all the dozen or so players on the 7 rafts had fled. Wow, so proactive. Lin Feng hadn't had enough fighting yet, and these cowards actually abandoned ship and ran away. Chapter 57, So Many Loot. Although Lin Feng hadn't had enough of the fighting, there was no point in continuing to bombard the empty raft. Besides, the stones had already smashed the structures on the raft, resulting in the loss of his own spoils. Shaking his head, Lin Feng gave up on continuing the attack. We can start collecting supplies now. Etc. Lin Feng was frustrated. The gluttonous generator was still running, and the raft simply couldn't be stopped. Holy crap! I miscalculated. Left with no other option, Lin Feng could only circle around in this sea area. But just as she was about to return to the stone house, she suddenly discovered that there were some extra things on the raft. A crossbow, wood, metal pieces, and a backpack? Lin Feng understood. These things must have been items that were knocked onto the player when the raft hit him. He went to the backpack first. Received, Canvas Backpack X1. Canvas Backpack. Description: this backpack, made of canvas, has 6 storage compartments, each with 20 compartments, for a total of 120 compartments. This stuff is good. Lin Feng opened his backpack and saw that there were some other things inside. Received, 20 wood. Received, 10 grass balls. Received, 2 magnets. Received, 18 gold coins. There are still gold coins? Lin Feng smiled. He hadn't expected there to be 18 gold coins inside. He had made a huge profit this time. Without a doubt, this backpack must belong to Zhou Hai. It has to be said, this guy is actually a fairly wealthy player. After putting away the gold coins, Lin Feng happily returned to the stone house and handed over the task of controlling the wooden magic to the mentally challenged number 2. At this moment, Song Xinling was preparing dinner when Lin Feng realized that he had been dealing with these guys for several hours without realizing it. Indeed, I'm a little hungry. The girl remained completely unfazed by Lin Feng's triumphant return, as if Lin Feng was destined to win every battle. Indeed, at least so far, Lin Feng has not failed. Sharks, ghosts, pirates, and so on have all been eliminated by Lin Feng. Let's eat something first. The girl handed over the stir-fried tomatoes she had just made, and Lin Feng didn't hesitate, picking up his chopsticks and starting to eat heartily. But halfway through his meal, he suddenly stopped. He was pondering a very important question. The lazy sailor's laundry basket was still on Zhou Hai's raft, and how could he get up there to collect supplies? The reason I could tolerate the stench of the 2 biological weapons before was because they were taken out of my backpack for a short time. But now it's different. The area around Zhou Hai's raft must be filled with a stench, making it impossible to get close. He looked up at Song Xinling. Would you like to go grocery shopping? Are you going to the supermarket to buy supplies? Upon hearing about going to the supermarket, Song Xinling's interest was clearly piqued. You go ahead. I'll stay here to control the raft and wait for it to stop, so we can collect the spoils. In fact, it wouldn't be a problem for the 2 of them to go to the supermarket together, but Zhou Hai's team's rafts are currently floating on the sea, and he has to keep an eye on them. Otherwise it would be a huge loss if they drifted away. Song Xinling was a little disappointed that he wasn't going with her. Lin Feng had no choice but to explain why he had stayed, and then said, go to the supermarket and see if you can find any gas masks or similar items. You can also have a buffet while you're at it. Wouldn't that be great? The girl pouted. So you want me to buy things for you? Okay then. Song Xinling had just agreed when she suddenly frowned. Wait, we only have 100 gold coins right now. If we spend 1 gold coin to pay the teleportation fee, won't I be downgraded to a basic VIP when I get there? Then I won't be able to eat the cream cake. Sure enough, sweets have an irresistible allure for girls. Lin Feng smiled slightly and stuffed all the gold coins into Song Xinling's hands. Look at how much wealth we have now. Song Xinling counted the pile of gold coins, and then looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. 118? Where did you get the extra 18? It's from Zhou Hai's backpack. Lin Feng smiled smugly and tossed over a white canvas backpack. Change into this. Wow. This backpack is so pretty. It has quite a large capacity. Let's take it on and see. The girl slung the backpack over her shoulder, and it actually looked quite good. A white shirt, a white jacket, white pants, white sneakers, and a white backpack. It looks good, but Raymond Lam just thinks it's a bit monotonous. This sewing machine doesn't seem to be able to make clothes in other colors. Song Xinling didn't care about those things. Although the colors were monotonous, these clothes were indeed well matched, which was better than wearing colorful but extremely discordant clothes. She stuffed all the gold coins into her backpack and smiled happily. Then I'll go. Lin Feng nodded. Don't forget to buy gas masks. Okay. The girl pouted impatiently, paid 1 gold coin, and began the teleportation. With a flash of white light, Song Xinling's figure vanished instantly. Lin Feng continued eating his stir-fried tomatoes. He thought to himself, luckily, no matter how many gold coins I have, they only take up 1 storage slot. Otherwise, even if I become a millionaire in the future, I won't have anywhere to put my gold coins. Before long, Lin Feng finished 2 meals, drank some black tea, and went up to the deck of the raft. The mentally challenged number 2 kept controlling the raft, circling around in the nearby waters. However, as it gradually got dark, Lin Feng felt that the air outside was getting colder and colder, especially with the strong winds blowing. 2 or 3 hours later, the gluttonous generator finally ran out of fuel. Lin Feng's raft also stopped next to the second batch of rafts under Zhou Hai's command. Before night fell completely, Lin Feng began collecting supplies from the raft. He jumped onto the nearest raft and first checked if there were any storage boxes in the cabin. Feeling in the dark, Lin Feng actually spotted a box. However, when it was opened, there was nothing inside except some basic materials. Shaking his head in frustration, Lin Feng moved all the materials onto his own raft, and then continued searching the other rafts. However, apart from some crossbows and bolts, Lin Feng did not obtain any special supplies. It seems the good stuff is on the other side. Before we knew it, it was completely dark. Lin Feng then made some ropes and connected all the rafts together, tying them to the back of his own raft. He then threw a fragment of the ghost into the gluttonous generator, preparing to drive the raft closer to the well-equipped rafts. 2 or 3 hours later, Lin Feng found the 5 drifting rafts. But he couldn't get close because the smell in that area was just too strong. By the way, she should be back by now. Chapter 58? What? Buy 1 get 3 free? Lin Feng opened the private messaging interface and sent a private message to Song Xinling. Raymond Lam, it's been so long. Haven't you finished shopping yet? A short while later, the girl replied to the message. Song Xinling, what's the rush? I haven't finished shopping yet. Raymond Lam, don't forget your gas mask. Song Xinling, I know. Oh dear, there's an outfit on sale up ahead. I'll talk to you later. Lin Feng remained silent. She really did go shopping. Song Xinling probably won't be back for several hours. He simply lay down, ready to take a long nap. He was indeed exhausted after 2 days without rest. Huh? Why doesn't Song Xinling seem tired? Lin Feng closed his eyes, feeling quite puzzled. As drowsiness grew stronger, he drifted off to sleep, but just then, a flash of white light jolted him awake. Holy crap! That's blinding. Lin Feng looked up and realized that Song Xinling had actually returned. Frustrated, she rubbed her temples. She had to come back just when she was about to fall asleep, of all times. Seeing Lin Feng sitting blankly on the bed, the girl suddenly took out a variety of things from her backpack. Cheer up. I bought so many things. As she tossed the items she had bought onto the storage box one by one, Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god. Did she spend all her gold coins? Lin Feng looked at the more than 20 boxes on the storage box, feeling wide awake, his mind preoccupied with the few gold coins he probably had left. How many gold coins did you spend? Song Xinling frowned and pondered for a moment. Let me think. I spent a total of 15 gold coins. What? So much stuff, and it's only 15 gold coins. Lin Feng was stunned. Even if each of these 20-odd items only costs 1 gold coin, it would still cost at least 20-odd gold coins. Seeing Lin Feng's astonished expression, Song Xinling smiled smugly. The food in the food section is on sale, super cheap, and buy 1 get 3 free. Buy 1 get 3 free? Lin Feng had heard of buy 3 get 1 free, but he had never heard of buy 1 get 3 free. He looked at Song Xinling with a puzzled expression and asked, how can it be so cheap? Number 008 told me that because there are too few players who can afford to buy things, some of the food in the food section is about to expire, so they are selling it off at a low price. This is acceptable. Lin Feng quickly picked up the boxes and checked the labels. Product, salmon sushi to meet your daily food needs. Price, 2 gold coins. Current price, 1 gold coin note. Buy 1 get 3 free. Product, spicy crayfish to meet your daily food needs. Price, 2 gold coins. Current price, 1 gold coin note. Buy 1 get 3 free. Product, premium fruit salad to meet your daily food needs. Price, 2 gold coins. Current price, 1 gold coin note. Buy 1 get 3 free. Lin Feng counted carefully and found that Song Xinling had spent 5 gold coins to buy 4 servings of salmon sushi, 8 servings of spicy crayfish, and 8 servings of premium fruit salad. Moreover, just 1 serving of these foods can meet your daily food needs, which is really a great deal. Etc. Lin Feng suddenly slapped his forehead. This stuff is enough for the 2 of us to eat for 10 days, but it's almost expired. Oops, I forgot about that. Song Xinling then realized that she had been so focused on getting a good deal that she hadn't thought of this aspect. I knew I shouldn't have bought so much. I should have bought everything off the shelves. Sold out. Lin Feng was relieved that there was only a little food left on the shelves, otherwise she probably would have had to buy 100 servings. Frustrated, Lin Feng scratched his head, pondering how to deal with the food. Sell it. Lin Feng thought about it for a moment and realized that selling these things wouldn't be difficult, and she might even be able to make a fortune by taking advantage of the information gap. These foods originally cost 2 gold coins in the Doomsday Mall supermarket. He can sell them to unsuspecting players for 1 gold coin each. By selling 4 servings of food, he can make a net profit of 3 gold coins. We have to be quick. If players knew that these foods were on sale with a buy 1 get 3 free offer, they certainly wouldn't be ripped off. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly posted a trade in the trading channel. Trade premium fruit salad X1 for gold coins X1. Trade 1 spicy crayfish for 1 gold coin. Salmon sushi X1 trade gold coins X1. Lin Feng quickly listed the transaction details and added notes to each transaction. Note: this food, originally priced at 2 gold coins in the Doomsday shop, is enough to keep you full for a day. If you urgently need gold coins, it's now being sold at 50% off. Players who saw the notes and then saw these items fell for the trap one by one. Lin Feng quickly received a series of transaction notifications. Transaction successful. You have received 1 gold coin. Transaction successful. You have received 1 gold coin. Transaction successful. You have received 1 gold coin. In less than 5 minutes, 16 out of the 20 trades Lin Feng posted were completed, but the last 4 trades remained uncompleted. Huh? What's going on? Why aren't they buying anymore? Lin Feng was still wondering when Song Xinling suddenly reminded him. Someone exposed your scam in the chat channel, and everyone is cursing you. Huh? Who's meddling in this? Lin Feng opened the chat channel and was instantly overwhelmed by the shouts and curses in front of him. What the heck? Raymond Lam tricked me. This food was 50% off, buy 1 get 3 free, and I still bought it for 1 gold coin. Holy crap! I thought I got a good deal. Raymond Lam, you're so ruthless. Damn it. Damn it. And this stuff is about to expire. Chen Bing, everyone knows now, right? Raymond Lam is a big liar. Thanks for the reminder, Sister Chen Bing. Luckily, I met a kind person. I almost paid. Lin Feng was speechless upon seeing Chen Bing's message. Why is this woman always going against me? I didn't do anything to him, so go cool off somewhere else. Raymond Lam, Chen Bing, you're messing things up again. Chen Bing, oh? The big boss has arrived? Welcome, you big liar. That woman is so mean. Last time they put themselves on the wanted list, and now they're trying to sabotage his business again. It's simply intolerable. Before he could think of how to reply, he saw that Chen Bing had sent another message. Chen Bing boss, please guide me, and I'll stop opposing you. How about it? This young lady is all in. Raymond Lam Pa. Immediately afterwards, another message appeared. Song Xinling Pa. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, not expecting her to join in the cursing. The next moment, the idle people in the chat channel stopped caring about the gold coins Lin Feng had tricked from the players. Holy crap! This guy's charm. Is this the prelude to a love triangle? Warning. High energy content ahead. A major conflict may be brewing. Enjoying grilled fish while reading gossip. Chen Bing, are you kidding me? That's not the point. Failed to offer financial assistance. Now seeking revenge. Watch the show. Watch the show. Waiting for the war to begin. Chapter 59. What is charm? Lin Feng smiled. Seeing how much everyone enjoyed reading gossip, Raymond Lam simply started making things up. Raymond Lam, you can't force a relationship. Chen Bing. Even though I'm as handsome as Pan and incredibly charming, you can't keep pursuing me like this. Raymond Lam, I prefer someone a bit passive. If you could change your temper, it's not impossible. Raymond Lam, try your best. I'm actually looking forward to it. If you're a little gentler, I might agree to your request. A threesome is no problem for me. Everyone was astonished by these words. Holy crap! A threesome? This is mind-blowing. Look at that charisma of the big boss, wow. Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, Chen Bing's face turned black with anger. Chen Bing, Lin Feng. Don't talk nonsense here. Raymond Lam, oh? You're going back on your word now? Chen Bing, you. Shut up. Chen Bing sent Lin Feng a private message like this, but she only wanted to use this trick to get Lin Feng to reveal it. She didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually bring it up now. If this gets out, where will I put my face? Before Lin Feng could reply, the players were already buzzing with excitement. I'm doing pretty well too. Stop bothering the big shots. Let's stick together. Get out of here. My team is just as good as Raymond Lam's. Come find us. We'll take you grocery shopping every day. Stop bragging. Let's get real. If you follow me, I'll immediately send you 100 rare materials. I'm sending out 200 copies. Chen Bing, get out. Get as far away as you can. Lin Feng chuckled as he looked at the messages on the chat channel, thinking to himself that these people could brag all they wanted, since he wasn't the one who was getting angry. 16 portions of food have already been sold. We can simply eat the remaining for ourselves. After doing the math, Song Xinling spent 1 gold coin to enter the Doomsday Shop, spent 15 gold coins to buy items, and just earned 16 gold coins, which means she didn't spend a single penny. Haha, I got it for free. He was happily about to look at the other items the girl had brought back, when he suddenly noticed Song Xinling staring at him angrily. What's wrong with you? Are the things you said on the chat channel true? Lin Feng was stunned. Wasn't he obviously trying to anger Chen Bing? Didn't she even realize that? And was she still angry? He quickly explained, I only said it to annoy Chen Bing. She's caused me so much trouble, so I have to make her suffer a bit. The girl's bright eyes darted around, and after thinking for a moment, she said angrily, that woman is not simple. You'd better be careful. She's clearly jealous, but she's making it sound like she's worried about being tricked. He was so driven to lie that he was buying near-expiry food from a girl. So who could possibly fool this con man? Okay, bring the rest of the things over so I can take a look. Song Xinling tossed a few packaging boxes over in an annoyed manner. Lin Feng didn't mind and took the box to examine it. Product, disposable gas mask. Price, 6 gold coins. Description, it can be used continuously for 24 hours and can resist the invasion of all toxic gases. This thing is really expensive, and there's no discount. What's even more frustrating is that it can only be used continuously for 24 hours. Looks like I'll have to use it sparingly. Lin Feng shook his head. Although he felt he had overpaid, he knew that with this, he could deal with those rafts that were surrounded by a foul stench. Huh? What are these? Lin Feng looked at the 4 identical boxes with a puzzled expression. That's a switch controller, used to control the thrusters and generator. I bought it because I saw it was on sale. Wow, this stuff is great. Lin Feng had been struggling to control the raft's propulsion system independently, but this thing made things much easier. He gave the girl an approving look and quickly checked the product label. Product, simple switch controller. Price, 3 gold coins. Current price, 1 gold coin. Description, installed on electrical equipment. It is compact in size and can be switched on and off independently. Lin Feng nodded. With these switches, Lin Feng's raft would have a speed-changing function. With 3 thrusters and 3 switch controllers, it's like having 3 acceleration levels. Turn 1 on for slow speed, turn 2 on for medium speed, and turn all 3 on for full speed. He excitedly ran to the gluttonous generator with 4 boxes in his arms and opened one of them. Received, simple switch controller X1. In an instant, a movable switch appeared in Lin Feng's hand. He placed the switch on the gluttonous generator, and it automatically assembled. Lin Feng smiled slightly, preparing to test the effects of this thing. He took out a fragment of a ghost and threw it into the gluttonous ghost generator. The next moment, the generator started working, and the 3 wooden thrusters roared. Just as the raft was about to start moving forward, Lin Feng flipped the switch on the gluttonous generator. Click! With a crisp sound, the gluttonous generator gradually quieted down and finally stopped running. The thrusters, having lost their power supply, gradually came to a stop. It really works. With this switch, Lin Feng can add fuel to the gluttonous generator in advance, and when he needs to use it, he just needs to flip the switch. He threw another 10 ghost fragments into the generator in one go, and then began installing the switch controller on the wood thruster. Before long, all the controllers were installed. Lin Feng yawned, feeling incredibly sleepy. Now that he had the gas mask, he could get a good night's rest and just wait to harvest supplies tomorrow. He yawned as he returned to the stone house, and when he came in, he saw that Song Xinling was already asleep in bed. That's true. If it weren't for the shopping trip to the supermarket that woke her up, she probably would have fallen asleep even faster than I have. The next morning, Lin Feng had just opened his eyes and was still not fully awake when he received a system announcement. Announcement: the arrest warrant for Lin Feng has expired. Announcement: during the period the wanted notice was in effect, the wanted player Lin Feng was not killed and has received all investment rewards. Announcement: player Lin Feng has received the following rewards: 230 wood, 180 grass balls, 90 plastic shards, 50 glass shards, and 30 metal shards. Lin Feng was yawning when he was forcibly pulled into the chat channel. At this point, the chat channel was in complete chaos. Holy crap! All the materials I invested in are gone. Isn't it obvious? Who could kill boss Lin Feng? I didn't invest in it in the first place. Qinbing, I hate you so much. It's all Qinbing's fault. If she hadn't issued the arrest warrant, I wouldn't have been able to recover my materials. Qinbing, you get the hell out here. The boss is awesome. I knew no one could handle the big boss. The big shot made a fortune. Is this what you call making a huge profit? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. The reward on the wanted poster was too little. The player's investment was really too conservative. It wasn't even as much as the supplies seized from Zhou. He wasn't in the mood to reply to messages, so he clicked to collect the reward and was about to close the chat channel to go have breakfast when a new message suddenly appeared. What? Another wanted poster has been put up? Is it another wanted notice for me? Chapter 60: issuing warrants for someone else? Then I need to invest. Wanted, Li Gan. Initiator, Xin. Number of investors, 3 maximum 300. Total investment kill reward, wood X8, glass, shard X1. Remaining time, 7 days. Upon seeing the wanted poster, everyone immediately became interested. Who is Li Gan? Don't know him. Holy crap. I know him. He robbed me of everything. Yes. I've seen him too. He's fucking awful. He robbed my entire 10-man team, and 9 of my brothers died. You're really fast. So you're the only one who got out here? Ahem. I tried my best. The next moment, Xin, the person who initiated the arrest warrant, spoke. Xin, help. Xin, I'm being chased by Li Gan. Xin, who will kill these despicable pirates? I'll do it. Hey beautiful, wait for me. Traveling on a raft. Seeing the conversation, Lin Feng smiled. So it wasn't a warrant for my arrest. I guess I'll have to make a proper investment. What is needed most right now? Lin Feng thought about it for a moment and decided that it would be best to accumulate more ghost fragments. This stuff is great as fuel, but lately those ghosts seem to be afraid of me and haven't shown up at all. At this rate, The fuel will run out. Lin Feng clicked on the wanted poster option. Note: players can invest in wanted posters, up to 30 items. Only 30 pieces? Lin Feng shook his head and took out 30 ghost fragments to fill in the gaps. Investment successful. Received 30 ghost shards. The next moment, the wanted poster at the top was updated. Wanted: Ligon. Initiator: Qin. Number of investors: 11, maximum 300. Total investment kill rewards: wood x18, grass ball x20, glass shard x2, metal shard x8, ghost fragment x30. Remaining time: 7 days. The next moment, the chat channel exploded. Someone has invested in ghost fragments. What are those? The materials you get from killing ghosts. I've only ever gotten one of those. Holy crap! When the number of investors was 10, there weren't any ghost fragments yet, but when the number reached 11, there were 30 more ghost fragments. Who is this? So powerful. Lin Feng: ahem, it's my investment. Everyone, please invest more. I'm going to personally take down Ligon. Everyone was taken aback when Lin Feng spoke. Wow, that's amazing. 30 ghost fragments. That's insanely rich. I just want to know, how did the expert kill so many ghosts? Curious. Incomprehensible. Lin Feng laughed. What kind of expressions would these players have if they knew that he was chasing ghosts all over the ocean? Lin Feng: in short, everyone should invest more, and I guarantee that Pirate Ligon will die. Everyone knows Lin Feng's strength. Since he has already made his statement, no one hesitates. In less than 10 minutes, all 300 investment slots for the wanted poster were filled. Number of investors: 300, maximum 300. Total investment kill rewards: wood x210, grass balls x330, glass shards x90, metal shards x30, plastic shards x28, magic crystals x8, magnets x4, mechanical modules x10, ghost shards x30. This time, because Lin Feng personally took charge, the players were less conservative in their investments, and some even invested in magic crystals, magnets, and mechanical modules. The chat channel was constantly refreshing with exciting messages. With the big boss involved, Ligon is doomed. Boss, my magnet is counting on you. This investment is guaranteed. I was too slow, I missed my chance. You guys are ruthless. In less than 10 minutes, all 300 spots were gone. Some people were happy, while others were disappointed. The pirates who were chasing Qin were furious, and their faces turned black. Ligon: Lin Feng, you dare to cause trouble? I'll tear you to pieces. Lin Feng was delighted to see that the person who was wanted had actually come, and he sent a message. Raymond Lam, come on. Be arrogant for a while longer. Don't hold back. You can curse me all you want. Just one thing. Don't regret it later. Ligon, you son of a bitch. Lin Feng, if you've got the guts, come at me. Upon seeing Lin Feng's news, Ligon didn't know what to say. He was furious, shut down the communication channel, and started yelling at his subordinates. Shut down the chat channels, everyone, and keep watching. Qin, I'm going to get you today. Boss, we're running low on fuel. One of the men explained nervously. Use other supplies to trade for food in the trading channel. I must capture Qin today, and that Lin Feng too. I must kill him as well. Lin Feng was happily plotting how to get rid of Ligon when he suddenly noticed Song Xinling looking at him with a puzzled expression. Huh? What's wrong? You're going to fight pirates? Yes. But the problem is, how are you going to find him? We don't have an ID tracking transmitter. Lin Feng smiled. If you don't have it, you can go buy it. I saw this thing when I went to the supermarket last time. It's a bit expensive, but it's definitely worth it once you buy it and kill Ligon. So that means I can go grocery shopping again? Upon hearing this, Song Xinling instantly perked up. Lin Feng was speechless. Ever since she was allowed to go to the Doomsday Mall for buffets and supermarkets, she had completely forgotten about taking photos. Take a picture first, then you go shopping, and I'll collect the supplies. Oh dear, I completely forgot to take pictures these past 2 days. Lin Feng shook his head. The only thing that could make her forget about taking photos was probably shopping. He took out his camera, did what he was supposed to do, took pictures, waited for her to choose, and then posted them on the chat channel along with a missing person notice. Of course, Lin Feng was already numb to the envious and praising comments from those bored players in the chat channel. Showing off their love? Joke. How could I possibly have the time or inclination for that? Wouldn't it be better to use this time to collect supplies? After taking the photos, he gained a 300% work efficiency boost. Lin Feng drank another can of Red Bull before seeing Song Xinling off and starting the most important task of the day. Time to put on gas masks and harvest supplies, etc. Blind boxes. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered that he hadn't picked up today's blind box yet. Luckily, Song Xinling had gone to the supermarket and wasn't on the raft, so he didn't have to jump into the sea to pretend to retrieve the treasure chest. Open the blind box system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. April 7th. Received. 1 magical colorful paint blind box. Colorful paint? Pigments? What's the point of having this stuff? Lin Feng impatiently glanced at the blind box's description and his eyes widened instantly. Holy crap! I have to get the last one. Chapter 61 Silver Bullet. The amazing colored paint blind box. Rank, excellent. Introduction, 60% of the product is ordinary colored paint, 35% is waterproof colored paint, and 5% is magic invisible paint. Invisible paint? I have to get my hands on it. Lin Feng held the heavy, colorful blind box in his hands, took a deep breath, and directly chose to draw one. As the notification appeared, Lin Feng stared expectantly at the open packaging box. The next moment, 3 glass jars appeared in his hands. You've opened the magical colored paint blind box and received 3 magic invisible paints. Holy crap! Lin Feng smiled. He had actually drawn the magic invisibility coating, which had only a 5% drop rate. He quickly checked the item description. Magic invisible coating. Description: this is a disposable product. It can be applied to any item, and there is no limit to the number of items that can be coated. The application process takes only 10 minutes, but the coating only becomes invisible after 3 hours. Holy crap! That's amazing! Lin Feng laughed. This thing is simply an escape artifact. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, just spend 10 minutes painting the raft invisible and suddenly disappear in front of the enemy. Escaping for your life will be a piece of cake. Etc. I'm already this strong, why would I still think about running away? It must be used for a surprise attack. Perfect timing. Once I'm done collecting supplies, I can use the magic invisibility coating to ambush Li Gan. I wonder how much longer Qin can hold on. Lin Feng shook his head. I can't worry about that now. I'll just have to fend for myself. I have so many supplies to deal with. How can I save her if I don't finish dealing with them? A hero saves the damsel in distress? Forget it. Lin Feng is only concerned about the reward for the wanted poster. It doesn't matter whether Li Gan is killed sooner or later, as long as it's dealt with within 7 days. Moreover, Qin doesn't seem easy to deal with. I estimate it won't be a problem to deal with her for 2 or 3 days. If she were too weak, she probably would have been captured by Li Gan before he could even issue an arrest warrant. Lin Feng stopped thinking about these things and began to dismantle the rafts that had been towed over earlier. Although these rafts didn't have any good materials, they couldn't be wasted. As he got busy, the rafts turned into basic supplies in Lin Feng's pocket. He also collected some metal pieces, glass pieces, and plastic pieces, but the quantity was much less than that of wood and straw. Around noon, Lin Feng took out a plate of spicy crayfish, intending to take a good rest and enjoy a nice meal. Upon opening the box, Lin Feng glanced inside and saw 20 bright red crayfish neatly arranged. I took one out, peeled off the shell, and tasted the shrimp meat. It's spicy with a hint of sweetness, and the shrimp meat is chewy and delicious. It couldn't be more delicious. Moreover, this stuff is so addictive that Lin Feng's face turned red from the spiciness, but he just couldn't stop eating it and devoured all 20 crayfish in one go. It feels so good, but it's so spicy. Lin Feng gasped for breath, gulping down mouthfuls of black tea, but his tongue still felt numb from the spiciness. Let's get to work. Lin Feng picked up a small wooden hammer, trying to distract himself by working. After a while, the irritation on his tongue finally subsided a bit. He glanced at the slightly setting sun and scratched his head in confusion. Why hasn't she come back yet? Song Xinling has been at the Doomsday Mall for several hours now. Even if she just wandered around inside, it wouldn't have taken this long. Besides, although the supermarket is big, she would get tired of it after a few laps. As he was thinking, he saw a white light appear on the raft. Song Xinling had returned. Lin Feng quickly returned to the raft, ready to see what good things the girl had brought back this time. Of course, what he was most concerned about was the ID tracking teleporter. So, did you manage to buy the teleporter? Song Xinling nodded. I managed to buy it, but it's so expensive. How many gold coins do you want? It cost 25 gold coins. We just paid the bill, and we've been downgraded from advanced VIP to basic VIP. Lin Feng remembered that this thing wasn't cheap, but he didn't expect it to be so ridiculously expensive. The original 118 gold coins, minus the 1 gold coin costing the teleportation and the 25 gold coins for purchasing the teleporter, leave only 92 gold coins. Li Gan, I hope you can make up for this huge loss, my 25 gold coins. Lin Feng reluctantly accepted the exquisitely packaged box and checked the product label. Product, ID tracking transmitter. Price, 25 gold coins. Description, a disposable item that can lock onto a player's name and teleport them to the vicinity of that player's current sea area. You don't need to worry about duplicate names when using it. Upon opening the package, I found that the object was a long, thin metal rod with a button at the top, which I assumed was the teleportation button. I didn't expect this thing to be so small. It's a pity it's a disposable item. Lin Feng felt increasingly pained by the thought, carefully putting the thing away. Then he looked at Song Xinling and said with righteous indignation, Don't worry, after I kill Li Gan, I'll definitely be able to get a lot of gold coins back. I hope he's rich enough. The girl nodded. She wasn't worried that Lin Feng couldn't beat Li Gan. But was it really worth it to use a teleporter worth 25 gold coins just to kill him? Looking up, I saw Lin Feng had run off to dismantle the raft. After a long period of work, Lin Feng finally dismantled the poorly equipped rafts. Next, he had to deal with the rafts shrouded in a strong stench. Wearing a gas mask, Lin Feng jumped into the sea and swam to the 5 rafts. This gas mask is really good. Lin Feng swam all the way here and didn't smell a single odor. He climbed onto a raft, first stuffing his rotten leather boots into his backpack, then swam to Zhouhai's raft and collected the lazy sailor's dirty laundry basket. The surrounding smell gradually dissipated. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng tried to take off his mask, and instantly, a strong feeling of nausea rushed to his head. Holy crap! That lasts that long. Lin Feng put the gas mask on his face again and began to examine the storage boxes in Zhouhai's raft. Upon entering the partially collapsed cabin, Lin Feng immediately spotted 4 neatly arranged storage boxes. Unboxing. Lin Feng was instantly astonished when he opened the first storage box. Received, mechanical seed X3. Received, 8 pieces of cloth. Received, cotton X10. Received, 1 white flag. Received, hot water bottle X1. Received, 10 metal ingots. Obtained, magic crystal X2. Received, 1 silver bullet. Lin Feng was stunned. There wasn't a single common item in the storage box. They even have mechanical seeds and hot water bottles, etc. What are these silver bullets for? Are they for killing ghosts? But there's no gun, so what can you do with just 1 bullet? Chapter 62. So, it was you who bought my junk equipment. Lin Feng quickly checked the description of the silver bullet. Silver bullet. Description, used to kill spirit-like creatures. It needs to be loaded into a firearm. If you don't have a firearm, you can hold the bullet in your hand and poke the spirit. But this is very dangerous. Lin Feng looked at the introduction and was speechless. But the problem is, where do we get the guns? One thing is certain. You can't buy guns in the Doomsday Mall, or at least not yet, otherwise Lin Feng would have discovered it long ago. Let's put it away first. Lin Feng put the bullets away and then checked the description of the hot water bottle. Hot water bottle. Description, adding 2 liters of hot water will keep it warm for 6 hours. The introduction was very simple. Lin Feng thought about it for a moment and figured that the large iron pot should be able to boil water, but he had never tried it before. Lin Feng understood the uses of the remaining items, so he put them into his backpack and continued to check the other storage boxes. The other boxes contained common supplies and food, nothing special. They could just be carried back 1 trip at a time. At this moment, Lin Feng took off his gas mask, smelled the surrounding odor, and felt relieved that the disgusting stench had dissipated. However, his gas mask had already used up its 1-hour usage limit. Lin Feng frowned. It's been used for less than an hour. And this thing even is rounding? After thinking about it, Lin Feng felt that the number of times it was rounded up was definitely possible, but the number of times it was rounded down was not. He was afraid that wearing a gas mask would consume at least 1 hour of its usage time. Shaking his head helplessly, he took the supplies he had and returned to his raft. Now that the stench is gone, Song Xinling also came to help. Before dark, the two of them had moved all the supplies that could be taken back directly. Besides materials, the biggest gains were weapons and armor. Lin Feng felt that these things were useless to him, so he decided to pack them up and sell them to exchange for gold coins. Lin Feng opened the trading channel and quickly posted more than a dozen trading listings. Trade 2 crossbows, 20 bolts for 2 gold coins. Trade 2 crossbows, 20 bolts for 2 gold coins. Trade 4 hardwood bows, 40 arrows for 2 gold. Lin Feng's offer wasn't low. After all, the purchasing power of gold coins was evident to all players. Whether the deal would go through depended mainly on whether the other party needed the weapon. After a long day, Lin Feng was exhausted. He yawned, went back to the stone house, lay down, and prepared to get some rest. Little did he know, the communication channel had already exploded. Holy crap! Why are there so many weapons listed in the trade channel? Wow, that's a tycoon. He's hanging out over a dozen hardwood bows, and even hand crossbows. Selling all this stuff in a bundle? Who can afford it? It costs 2 gold coins to buy. Li Gan and his gang of scumbags can't even afford this, yet they want to arrest me. What? Li Gan? Where's Raymond Lam? Come out and put him on his toes. Li Gan, Lin Feng is nothing. I'll take all these weapons and see if he dares to come and die. Holy crap, Li Gan is that rich. The transactions are all done. He really bought them all. Boss Lin Feng is in danger. So many weapons. Once he's fully equipped, his combat power is off the charts. Seeing the crowd's discussion, Li Gan smirked smugly. The weapons in the trading channel aren't exactly cheap, but once he gets them, his pirate crew's strength will increase several times over. When the time comes, we can use these weapons to rob other players, and we can earn back the lost gold coins in no time. He distributed the weapons he had just acquired and said to his men, Lin Feng would never have imagined that my villainous pirate gang would suddenly acquire so many weapons and equipment. He's doomed this time. Boss is brilliant. If Lin Feng dares to come, he'll never come back. Tell them to be on their guard. That brat Lin Feng wiped out a pirate crew and took down Zhou Hai's team. I don't want to be ambushed by him. Yes, by the way, boss, should we still pursue Qin Qin? Chase her. This girl can run so fast. I don't believe she has more fuel than us. The gluttonous generator consumes all the food. She won't last much longer. Clear. The subordinate hurriedly walked away with a pile of weapons. Li Gan smiled slightly, picked up his binoculars, and looked at a small wooden raft in the distance. Go ahead and run. When you can't run anymore, when you run out of food, and when you're starving, you'll come begging to me. He put down the binoculars, lay down, and his mind was filled with thoughts of how to properly toy with Qin Qin now that he had caught her. As for Lin Feng, he's not so worried anymore. Early in the morning, Lin Feng opened his eyes with a yawn, wondering what to eat, when he suddenly received a transaction notification. Transaction successful. You have received 2 gold coins. Transaction successful. You have received 2 gold coins. Transaction successful. You have received 2 gold coins. Oh, a buyer with such a huge appetite. All transactions have been completed. After careful calculation, Lin Feng realized that he had completed 15 transactions and earned 30 gold coins, bringing his total assets to 122 gold coins. VIP status is back. Lin Feng laughed, feeling utterly delighted, when suddenly he heard Song Xinling's anxious voice. Lin Feng, something terrible has happened. Li Gan has purchased a lot of weapons. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, what weapons did he purchase? Go check the messages on the chat channel. Lin Feng opened the chat channel and quickly checked it. Did you know what? Last night, Li Gan got his hands on a ton of weapons and equipment, hardwood bows, hand crossbows, 20 or 30 in total, plus tons of crossbow bolts and fletching arrows. I heard he spent a lot of money, lots of gold coins. It's over, it's over. Lin Feng probably won't be able to kill Li Gan this time. Holy crap, My investment is going to go down the drain. Raymond Lam was speechless. He thought someone had bought his weapons and equipment, but it turned out to be Li Gan. This is ridiculous. Li Gan bought the junk equipment I captured at a high price, and now he wants to deal with me? Isn't this the biggest joke ever? Lin Feng, is Li Gan there? Thanks, I sold all that junk equipment. When Lin Feng announced this, everyone was stunned. What? You call that junk equipment? Wow, that's a true master. Li Gan's series of acts of aiding his enemies. Ha ha ha, Li Gan was so arrogant yesterday. Turns out he bought some old stuff from a big shot at a high price. Li Gan was in a particularly good mood today, standing on the raft enjoying the breeze, when suddenly his subordinates rushed over. Boss, all the equipment you bought yesterday was provided by Lin Feng. What? Li Gan was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening. He quickly opened the chat channel and saw everyone's comments. His face almost turned black with anger. How did Chapter 63 become showing off wealth? Chapter 60 surpasses 300 views for the first time, so here's an extra chapter. Li Gan was happy all night, only to end up buying a bunch of junk equipment that Lin Feng had discarded at a high price. I've lost out. Staring at the string of sarcastic messages on the chat channel, Li Gan was furious, but he didn't know what to say. Seeing that everyone had been complaining for a long time, but Li Gan hadn't shown up, Lin Feng sent another message. Lin Feng, Li Gan, are you there? I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to you for buying so much of my junk equipment for 30 gold coins. If you need anything else, just let me know, don't hesitate. Boss, Lin Feng is looking for you in the chat channel. Shut up. I can see. Li Gan glared at his subordinate, gritting his teeth as he stared at the information on the communication channel. Li Gan, Lin Feng, stop talking nonsense. If you've got the guts, come and fight me. I'll make sure you regret it. Before Lin Feng could even reply, the players started mocking him. I'm so angry. So angry. Pirate Li Gan, having been tricked, is enraged and decides to commit suicide. The truth revealed, Pirate Li Gan's suicide pact. This guy is definitely asking for it. Lin Feng wondered, what gives this guy the audacity to challenge me when he bought my outdated stuff and is still so smug about it? It must be because he was angry. Lin Feng shook his head and turned off the communication channel. Since someone was already carrying out the psychological attack for him, why waste his time? He had a lot of things to do anyway. Looking up, I saw Song Xinling intently checking the messages on the chat channel, probably finding it interesting and using it like Weibo. Okay, stop looking. I'm starving. I want to eat. You eat first, I'll watch for a bit longer. Everyone's having a good time making fun of us. Lin Feng was surprised that she had this hobby, so he picked up a plate of spicy crayfish and ate it with great interest. But the next moment, Song Xinling suddenly leaned over. This smells so good. Aren't you going to browse the chat channel anymore? Eat and brush at the same time. As she spoke, the girl also brought over a plate of spicy crayfish and began to eat it with relish. Then, ouch, it's so spicy. Give me a drink right now. I can't take it anymore. It smells so good. Lin Feng saw that the girl's eyes were watering from the spiciness, but she was still eating the shrimp meat bite by bite, seemingly even more addicted than he was. Before long, the two finished the spicy crayfish, so they didn't need to eat anything else today. Next, Lin Feng began to dismantle Zhou Hai's raft, and Song Xinling helped Lin Feng collect all the dismantled materials. The two of them worked all day and finally managed to dismantle the rest of the raft. The supplies were piled up so high that the storage boxes probably wouldn't be enough to hold them all. Lin Feng didn't plan to make any more storage boxes, so he just piled the materials on the open ground of the raft, intending to see if he could unlock any new storage items soon. As the sun set, Lin Feng sat on a small hill made of piled-up materials, gazing blankly at the horizon. Suddenly, Song Xinling became interested and climbed up with her camera. I haven't taken any photos today, so I'll take this perfect shot of the beautiful sunset. Lin Feng took the camera and stood with Song Xinling on the hilltop made of piled-up supplies. They skillfully snapped 3 photos in a row. A few minutes later, Song Xinling picked out 2 photos, and Lin Feng uploaded them to the chat channel, routinely attaching a missing person notice. In the chat channel, everyone started a new discussion. Unexpected, a scene of public displays of affection. Handsome and beautiful, a perfect match. Where are they standing? Holy crap! Wood, straw, metal sheets. That mountain under the boss's feet is made up of supplies. Damn, this is so rich. This small mountain is at least 1,000 pieces of materials. Is this a fancy way of showing off wealth? Showing off your love and wealth like this, you'll have no friends. Lin Feng was stunned. He's just too lazy to make so many storage boxes, so why would he say he's showing off his wealth? Besides, these are the cheapest basic necessities, so what's there to flaunt? Forget it. These players always have such unique thought processes. Lin Feng didn't care, he just found it strange. Logically speaking, the missing person notices have been posted intermittently for half a month, so how come, apart from scammers, we haven't run into a single acquaintance of Song Xinling? Could it be that his family and friends are all? Lin Feng shook her head. Although the environment here was harsh, not all of her acquaintances would die. So, the most likely explanation is that this game world is divided into different regions. Just like how online games assign players to different servers. If that's really the case, then things will be difficult. This game has never mentioned separate servers, let alone cross-server communication. Lin Feng didn't tell Song Xinling his guess. As the sky gradually darkened, he suddenly thought of something. Alright, we still need to repair the catapults. In the last battle with Zhou Hai, the catapults were 50% damaged, and the concrete protective wall was also partially damaged. He needs to repair these things as soon as possible so he can launch a surprise attack on Ligan first thing tomorrow morning. Of course, ambushes are usually carried out at night, but Lin Feng had invisibility paint, so even if he rushed up to Ligan's face in broad daylight, Ligan couldn't see anything. After spending more than an hour using some materials to repair the damaged building, Lin Feng leisurely went to take a nap. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Feng got up. At this moment, Song Xinling had already prepared the grilled fish, but when she saw Lin Feng get up, she handed him the last serving of spicy crayfish. You eat this. We're going to fight Ligan today, so you might not have time for lunch. Lin Feng nodded. Song Xinling's thinking was indeed very thoughtful. Without any hesitation, he opened the box and began to wolf down the food. In less than 10 minutes, he devoured all 20 crayfish. Next, he began to put on his equipment and check his weapons. After Song Xinling finished eating, he took out a can of magic invisibility paint. This thing, a tiny jar, should not be enough at all, but Lin Feng chose to use it. With a thought, the surrounding objects were coated with a layer of glossy paint. The items that were painted on appeared translucent to Lin Feng, but to Ligan, they were probably completely invisible. As Lin Feng shifted his thoughts, the raft and all the items on it were painted over in a very short time. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Why has our raft become semi-transparent? Lin Feng smiled slightly and shifted his focus to the girl. The next moment, Song Xinling was shocked to find that her body was gradually becoming semi-transparent. At this point, Lin Feng explained, "This is invisible paint. Once you apply this, we'll become invisible." Song Xinling was still looking puzzled when she saw Lin Feng himself gradually become semi-transparent. Done. Let's get started. Chapter 64 has been marked. Lin Feng took out the ID tracking transmitter and chose to use it directly. The next moment, a notification appeared. Please enter the player ID you wish to track. Player ID, Ligan. Lin Feng filled in Ligan's name, and the next prompt appeared. Player Ligan has been locked onto. Press the teleporter button to teleport to the nearby sea area. Lin Feng smiled slightly and pressed the button on the teleporter in his hand. Click. Instantly, a beam of white light descended from above. The next moment, Lin Feng and his raft appeared in an unfamiliar sea area. Although it's described as unfamiliar, there's really no difference. It's all just a desolate sea. Lin Feng noticed that the white light from before was actually lighter in color than it had been. Could it be that even when in stealth mode, the white light teleportation cannot be detected by other players? Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Lin Feng smiled slightly, raised his binoculars, and searched for targets. After searching for a long time, he finally spotted a few fast-moving rafts. The other party is moving quickly, seemingly chasing some target. Are you pursuing Qin Qin? No way. 2 whole days have passed, and Ligan still hasn't caught her. For a moment, Lin Feng didn't know whether to praise Qin Qin for being amazing or criticize Ligan for being too incompetent. Of course, there's no time to watch the show now. The invisible coating is only effective for 3 hours. We must catch up with Li Gan immediately and take him down. Lin Feng let Song Xinling go into the stone house to take shelter from the wind first, then went to the back and turned on the gluttonous ghost generator. Then, he turned on all 3 raft propellers. Instantly, the huge waves propelled the raft to accelerate, reaching its maximum speed in less than 5 minutes. Braving the strong wind, Lin Feng controlled the small wooden rudder, adjusted the direction, and charged towards Li Gan's pirate crew. At this moment, Li Gan was looking around with binoculars. He had just gotten up this morning when he received a system notification saying that his ID had been locked by a special item. But after searching with his binoculars for a long time, he found nothing. Strange. Who locked my ID? Was it Lin Feng? Li Gan was frustrated. If the player who locked onto him was locked on, then why didn't they come out? Looking out over the sea, there was nothing at all. He was feeling down when his subordinate suddenly rushed over. Boss, Qin Xin can't hold on much longer. Yeah. She's asking for help in the chat. Li Gan excitedly opened the communication channel and, sure enough, saw the distress message sent by Qin Xin. Qin Xin, help. I've run out of food. Qin Xin, I only have some grass and wood left. Can I trade some food for that? Qin Xin, my gluttonous generator needs fuel. Li Gan, I think you'd better just stop and surrender. As long as you follow me, you'll definitely live a good life. Qin Xin, bah? I'd rather jump into the sea and commit suicide than be caught by you. Li Gan, holy crap. You've got a pretty explosive temper. Angrily shutting down the communication channel, Li Gan said to his men, keep a close watch on him. Qin Xin's fuel is almost gone. We must capture him today. Yes, boss. At this point, Li Gan didn't care about anything else. Whether it was Lin Feng or anyone else, anyone who came looking for trouble was just asking for death. His pirate crew consisted of 18 people, but they only built 6 rafts in order to concentrate their strength. The rafts had concrete protective walls and stone houses as shelters, making them no less impressive than Lin Feng's rafts. Moreover, he also had a secret weapon, a spear-throwing machine. With a range of nearly 100 meters, great power, and a fast rate of fire, he refused to believe that anyone could defeat him. So, let's capture Qin Xin first. If anyone causes trouble along the way, just send them to their death. Just as Li Gan was feeling smug, he suddenly saw his subordinate rushing back. Boss, we're hearing some strange noises behind us. Li Gan hadn't heard it yet, but in those 2 or 3 seconds, he heard a booming sound that grew louder as it approached. This sounds like a raft propulsion device, but there's nothing on the sea. Li Gan picked up the binoculars with a puzzled look, but when he looked in the direction from which the sound came, he still couldn't find anything. However, the roaring sound was getting closer and closer. Damn it! This is unbelievable. Tell everyone to be careful. Yes. The subordinate had just agreed when suddenly there was a loud bang. Boss, what's that sound? Li Gan also heard the impact, but when he stared at the source of the sound, he saw nothing. But just then, a loud bang came from the raft next to us. Boom. Something struck the concrete retaining wall, instantly blasting it into fragments. Holy crap. What happened? Li Gan was stunned. He hadn't seen anything at all during the whole process. It was as if the protective wall had spontaneously combusted. The 3 players hiding behind the protective wall were even more shocked. I can't believe my eyes. Why did the protective wall explode? Damn, a ghost in broad daylight. Before anyone could react, there was a loud bang, and something suddenly smashed the deck of the raft, leaving a large hole. Holy crap, it's really haunted. Quick, hide. At this moment, all the pirates panicked, and Li Gan's eyes widened, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Spirits appearing during the day? That's ridiculous. It's a bug. Quickly, fire towards the direction the sound is coming from. I refuse to believe it. Can ghosts really exist in broad daylight? In a panic, everyone grabbed their weapons and started shooting. Li Gan even went down into the fray himself, went to the spear-throwing machine, and fired several spears at the other side. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Feng was having a great time when he suddenly heard a series of whooshing sounds. He looked up and saw that several spears were flying towards him. Bang! Bang bang bang. The spears struck Lin Feng's concrete protective wall, instantly causing 50% damage. One section of the protective wall was hit twice and immediately turned into a pile of debris. What? There's such a thing? A projectile spear? Continuing to follow Ligan around is too risky. It's too easy to be tracked. We need to take action. Idiot number 2, control the small wooden rudder and circle around their raft. Yes, sir. Idiot number 2 began to adjust his direction, but Lin Feng discovered that the other party could still hit him. Am I invisible? How the hell could this have hit me? Lin Feng looked puzzled, but when he glanced to the side, he instantly understood. Damn, I've been marked. Although Lin Feng's raft was invisible, the arrows and spears stuck on it were not. He had to get rid of them as soon as possible. The raft moved at high speed and automatically, making it difficult for the pirates to shoot accurately. Lin Feng quickly pulled the spears and arrows off the raft and threw them all into the sea. Less than 2 minutes later, Lin Feng disappeared from the pirates' sight again. Chapter 65 My 5 Gold Coins. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Are we really fighting ghosts? All the arrows and spears have been pulled out. Where is it now? The pirates saw the arrows and spears stuck in the air, as if they had been pulled out by something and thrown into the sea. They lost sight of their goal. Ligan was furious. He had finally managed to mark the enemy's location, but now he was blind again. At this moment, the only thing he was certain of was that the enemy was still nearby, and the roaring sound surrounded his pirate crew, sometimes here and sometimes there. Raymond Lamb was delighted. Now he was like he was playing a target shooting game. He went to the catapult on the side of the raft, loaded stones, aimed, and fired. Boom, boom, boom. Invisible stones streaked through the air and crashed directly onto the raft opposite, causing the pirates to scatter and hide in all directions. Holy crap! Where is it? It's haunted. This is definitely a ghost in broad daylight. I fucking surrender. When Ligan looked up, his face turned black with anger. On their own rafts, little white flags were raised, and they began to surrender. No surrender allowed. Anyone who surrenders will be fucking killed. The fleeing pirates paid no heed to his orders, and one by one they hid behind cover, waving small white flags of surrender. Ligan gritted his teeth and pointed the spear-throwing machine directly at his surrendering subordinates. Whoosh whoosh. Several whooshing sounds rang out, and the pirates who had surrendered with white flags were instantly pierced through the chest by spears. Seeing this scene, how could anyone else dare to surrender? One by one, covered in dust and dirt, they picked up their weapons and fired wildly at the empty sea. Holy crap, that's incredibly resilient. Lin Feng had originally intended to have some fun, but he didn't expect the pirates to go crazy, shooting everywhere. Although his raft was invisible, it would eventually be marked if this continued. Here's something a little more intense for you guys. Lin Feng pinched his nose, endured the stench, and stubbornly refused to put on a gas mask. He put the rotten boots into the catapult's big iron spoon and threw it out. Bang! The rotten boots remained in the backpack without being coated with invisible paint. The pirates were stunned when they saw a boot flying through the air. Holy crap! What's that? Damn! It stinks. As the boot landed on a raft, 2 or 3 pirates were instantly made dizzy by the stench. Ligan was dumbfounded. He saw his men stagger and vomit. Then one by one they jumped into the sea without hesitation. Just as he was wondering about this, he heard another bang. Looking up, I saw an iron basket flying through the air. Suddenly, he recognized the item. The lazy sailor's laundry basket? He had seen this thing in the doomsday shop before. It emitted an unbearable stench, but it was extremely expensive, and ordinary players simply couldn't afford it. Lin Feng. It must be him. Ligan realized that Lin Feng was probably the only one who could afford a laundry basket. Bang! In his astonishment, Ligan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and realized he had been shoved into the laundry basket. He was instantly overwhelmed by the indescribable stench and collapsed. Lin Feng, you're fucking disgusting. Ligan struggled to take a mask out of his backpack. Disposable face masks. Description: reduces poison gas damage by 50% for 10 minutes. After putting on a mask, Ligan felt a bit more clear-headed. He quickly threw the iron basket aside, but when he looked around, he saw that all his men had been knocked out by the fumes. One by one, everyone climbed into the sea and swam desperately into the distance. Li Gan was furious. He cursed as he fired wildly at the sea. Lin Feng, if you've got the guts, come out here. I'll fucking kill you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Spears shot towards the sea, but hit nothing. He gritted his teeth in anger, reloaded his spear, and continued firing. But at some point, the raft opposite him went silent, and he couldn't find Lin Feng's location at all. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice. Li Gan, I'm here. Li Gan turned around abruptly, only to find nothing but the calm sea before him. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang came from more than 10 meters away. Holy crap! Before Li Gan could dodge, a transparent stone struck him in the chest. He and the stone fell into the sea with a splash. Lin Feng smiled slightly, put on a gas mask, and jumped directly onto the empty raft, putting away the biological weapon on the deck. Damn it! The next moment, a system announcement popped up. Announcement: Player Lin Feng has killed Li Gan and completed the wanted poster mission within 7 days. He will share the invested resources equally with Qin Qin, the player who initiated the wanted poster. All investing players will receive a 5x return on their investment. Lin Feng was forcibly pulled into the chat channel. Holy crap. Wow, this guy's amazing. My 2 pieces of wood turned into 10. I regret it. I should have invested more. The mechanical module has increased 5-fold, thanks to Lin Feng. I was just a little slow back then. I'm so envious of you guys. Nothing more to say, you're awesome. Lin Feng was a little confused as he looked at everyone's messages. Why haven't I received my earnings? He turned off the chat channel, checked it, and immediately saw the notification message. Receive the wanted poster investment reward, 150 ghost fragments. Great. There's more fuel than we can use. Wanted kill reward, 105 wood, 165 grass balls, 45 glass shards, 15 metal shards, 14 plastic shards, for magic crystals, 2 magnets, 5 mechanical modules, 15 ghost shards. That's awesome. From now on, I'll make sure anyone who gets on the wanted list gets killed. In less than 3 days, Lin Feng had acquired a large batch of supplies. Moreover, there are still 6 rafts of supplies that haven't been looted yet. Lin Feng was delighted and was about to see what treasures Li Gan had on his raft. I suddenly received a private message. Received as a gift, 5 stones. When Lin Feng opened it, he was surprised to find it contained the image of Qin Qin, the woman who had been being chased. Qin Qin, thank you so much. I was almost caught by Li Gan. It's all thanks to your timely appearance that I survived. Lin Feng, it's nothing special. I came here for the wanted poster reward. Lin Feng replied to the message, pondering to himself. What's the point of just saying thank you? You need to do something more substantial. He was secretly grimacing when he suddenly saw the other party send him a transaction message. Gold coins X5 trade would X1. Qin Qin, I don't have any supplies that you'd care about. So these 5 gold coins are just a token of my gratitude. It's not easy for a girl like her to save up 5 gold coins. While marveling at the transaction, Lin Feng completed it without hesitation. Transaction successful. You have received 5 gold coins. But then again, why not take the gold coins if they're free? After closing the private messaging interface, Lin Feng happily walked into the stone house on Li Gan's raft. On the other side, Qin Qin stared in astonishment at the transaction results. My gold coins, and he actually accepted them. Lin Feng, you're not playing by the rules. Shouldn't you have declined? Chapter 66, it only cost 10 gold coins, goodbye. After the battle ended, Lin Feng happily prepared to collect supplies from the enemy's rafts. However, his gaze was immediately drawn to the spear-throwing machine on the Li Gan raft. I took a closer look. Spear thrower. Description: this weapon can quickly throw spears with a range of up to 100 meters and a relatively high rate of fire. However, its parts wear out rapidly, and each shot increases the damage level by 1%, requiring frequent repairs. This thing has a long range and is quite powerful, but it needs to be repaired frequently. Lin Feng inspected the extent of the damage. Spear thrower, 95% damaged. In such a short time, Li Gan actually fired 95 spears. Looking at the spear-throwing machine in front of him, which was about to be scrapped, Lin Feng tried to repair it. Fortunately, it only required a few mechanical modules to fix. However, Lin Feng did not choose to repair it. This thing is good, but it's a building item, You can only dismantle it, you can't move it onto your raft. By the way, could we join the two rafts together? That way we wouldn't have to take it apart. With this in mind, Lin Feng immediately began to dismantle the excess items from the Ligon raft. 3 hours later, Lin Feng had dismantled the raft, leaving only the stone houses and spear-throwing machines. Next, he returned to his raft, started the propeller, brought the front of his raft closer to the rear of the Ligon raft, and then created a raft deck in the gap between the two rafts. As the materials in his hands disappeared, the two rafts were indeed connected. Marvelous! Lin Feng connected all the gaps between the two rafts in one go. In less than 5 minutes, the area of his rafts had increased by 1/3, and it now had 2 stone houses. He came to the stone house in front and found 3 storage boxes inside. The first 2 storage boxes contained basic supplies, so Lin Feng didn't bother with them and went straight to check the third storage box. Received, Durian X1. Received, Mechanical Module X3. Obtained, Magic Crystal X2. Received, 1 glass filled with lemonade. Received, 22 gold coins. What? All bark and no bite. I thought he had a lot of good stuff. That's all the property you have. Lin Feng shook his head. Only the 22 gold coins made him feel satisfied. As for the rest, let's see. A glass filled with lemonade. Description: a cup created by a bored magician, always filled with lemonade. It refills immediately after being drunk from. Besides quenching thirst and tasting good, it has no other use. Although this stuff can only be used to quench thirst, it's so good you can drink it all in one go. With it, you'll never have to worry about being thirsty again. Lin Feng picked it up and took a sip. It has a sweet and sour taste that is very refreshing. Could we sell them? Lin Feng tried it and found that even if he turned the cup upside down, not a single drop of lemonade would come out. It really can only be used to quench thirst. Lin Feng shook his head, put the cup into his backpack, and took out a large durian. Take care of this thing now. Lin Feng called over Song Xinling, who was collecting supplies on other rafts, and asked her to come and eat durian, while he began peeling durian shells. Received, 4 pieces of durian flesh. Received, Durian Shell X1. What? It can even break down into durian shells. At this moment, Song Xinling ran over excitedly. As soon as she saw the thick durian flesh, she happily picked up a piece and began to taste it. While tasting it, he kept praising it. This tastes really good. Lin Feng opened the manufacturing workshop while eating. As expected, with the acquisition of the durian shell, the manufacturing workshop unlocked a new manufacturing principle. Spiked durian shell mine. Durian shell January 1st. Gunpowder January 1st. Description: buried in the soil, this can be used to kill enemies who step on landmines, causing area of effect explosive damage. Wow, this stuff is great. But the problem is, I'm at sea, where can I plant landmines? He was feeling down when he suddenly heard Song Xinling say, "Look over there. It looks like there's an island." Lin Feng looked in the direction the girl was pointing, and indeed saw a faint black dot. For Lin Feng, the island meant resources. He didn't even bother eating the durian. He picked up his binoculars and looked over. In his field of vision, Lin Feng saw some creatures moving on the island, which looked like cattle or sheep. We're rich now. As long as we get to that island, we can eat as much steak and lamb skewers as we want. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stuffed the durian flesh into his mouth in a few bites. You eat first. I'm going to tie all the other pirates' rafts together and sail them to the island. He was about to get busy when he suddenly remembered the glass full of lemonade. He took it out, took a sip, and handed it to Song Xinling. Try this, it tastes great. The girl took the glass, curiously took a sip, and found it tasted really good. In fact, she couldn't finish it. Wow, that's amazing. She gave a satisfied exclamation, and when she looked up, Lin Feng had already run off to do his work. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Feng connected all the rafts together, turned on the gluttonous generator and the raft propellers, and his raft, along with the 5 captured rafts, set off in a grand procession towards the island. Because of the heavy load and the relatively slow speed, even with all 3 thrusters activated, it would take him a day or 2 to reach the island. In his spare time, he continued to dismantle the supplies. Lin Feng worked like this until dark, dismantling 3 rafts, and there was really nowhere left to store the supplies he had obtained. He looked at the small hill on his raft, and shook his head dejectedly. This can't go on. Go ask in the chat channel if anyone has a schematic diagram of an advanced storage box. Lin Feng opened the chat channel and sent a message. Lin Feng, does anyone have a good schematic diagram of a storage box? I'll pay a high price. No. Are you here to mock us poor folks? Shinbo, I have a high-level storage box. I only accept gold coin transactions. Lin Feng was speechless. If it was about trading with gold coins, wouldn't it be better for him to go to the Doomsday Mall himself? However, let's take a look at the other party's schematic diagram and offer first. Lin Feng, what kind of storage box? What is its capacity? How much does it cost? Shinbo's expanded storage box, twice the capacity of a regular storage box, priced at 5 gold coins. Raymond Lam, that's it? Lin Feng was speechless. He had so many supplies, but nowhere to put them. And they actually had the nerve to put a mere storage box with double the capacity up for sale. And what's more, they actually offered 6 gold coins for it. Raymond Lam, you can keep this for yourself. When Shinbo heard that Lin Feng wasn't going to buy, he quickly changed his mind. Shinbo, for gold coins. Is that alright now? Lin Feng, this isn't about the money. Your storage box is completely useless to me. Shinbo, Lin Feng, have you thought this through? There's probably no larger storage item in the entire world right now. You won't lose out on 4 gold coins. Raymond Lam, I can go to the Doomsday Mall. Shinbo, holy crap. Items in the Doomsday shop with a larger storage capacity than my expanded storage box are worth at least 10 gold coins. Raymond Lam, it only costs 10 gold coins. Oh, goodbye. Lin Feng quickly turned off the communication channel. The players were left completely bewildered. He said he only wanted? So rich. Incredibly rich. Shinbo, Lin Feng. Wait. I'll sell it for 2 gold coins. Haha. The big boss went shopping. A failed sale. Chapter 67, District 10,000, is to be merged. After turning off the chat channel, Lin Feng calculated the number of gold coins he had. Originally, there were 122 gold coins, plus 5 gold coins that Xin gave away, whether genuinely or not, plus 22 gold coins seized from Ligon. Now there are a total of 149 gold coins. With so much money on hand, I might as well go and have a good look around the Doomsday Mall. After stopping the raft, Lin Feng called Song Xinling over, paid 2 gold coins, and they were teleported to the Doomsday Mall together. A flash of white light, and the two appeared in the small square of the Doomsday Mall. There are just too many players here. When Lin Feng came last time, he only had to queue at the buffet restaurant. He never expected that now there would be a long queue at the entrance of the Doomsday Mall. The players crowding at the entrance were clamoring for the NPC in the formal attire to go in, but the NPC looked disdainful and stared blankly at the sky, as if he hadn't heard them. But when he turned his head, he suddenly saw Lin Feng and immediately greeted him with a smile. Mr. Lin Feng, you've arrived. Oh, it's number 008. Lin Feng smiled slightly and asked, why are there so many players lately? Number 008 explained, the main reason is that the game is merging regions, so the store needs to be expanded, and a lot of space is under construction. Lin Feng astutely grasped the key phrase, merging regions. You mean, this game has different regions? Number 008 nodded. Please come with me. There is a special passage for VIPs. The people in line were already puzzled enough to see the NPC chatting with Lin Feng so meekly. Surprisingly, they didn't have to queue at all. They went straight in through a small door on the side. Why aren't they in line? Exactly. We've been waiting for ages. An NPC in formal attire glared at them and said dismissively, if you don't want to queue, then leave. What the hell? What the hell is your attitude? One hot-tempered player clenched his fist in anger, but to his surprise, the NPC brought his face close to his. Go ahead and hit me. I won't hit you. I'll curse you to death. The player clearly knew that attacking an NPC would result in being kicked out, and he was so angry that he could only grit his teeth and hurl profanities. But the NPC in the formal attire actually took out a pair of earplugs from his pocket, put them in his ears, and leisurely walked away. Everyone was speechless. Those with money are the bosses, and those without money are just animals. Realistic. It's so damn realistic. While everyone was feeling down, Lin Feng had already followed number 008 into the lobby of the Doomsday Mall. This place was also packed with people, but they were high-level VIPs who could go directly into the restaurant to dine. Lin Feng sat at the dining table, ordering food while listening to number 008 explain the division. There are 10,000 initial partitions in the game world, each with a different number. In order to avoid too few players surviving in a single partition and to increase the difficulty of competition, the game world will merge partitions from time to time. Looking at the menu, Lin Feng asked, "Which partition is this? When is this partition merge scheduled?" "This is District 10,000. In about a week, District 10,000 will merge with District 9999 to become the new District 5000. Lin Feng felt a bit confused, nodded, and handed the menu back to number 008. "I understand. You can serve the food now. I want 2 large lobsters, 2 cream cakes, a glass of red wine, a glass of mango juice, and a serving of sweet and sour pork." The players at the next table were practically drooling over the dishes Lin Feng had ordered. Look down and see what you're eating and what others are eating. There was nothing they could do. Seeing the words VIP seat floating on Lin Feng's table, everyone could only swallow their saliva and continue eating the simple meals on their plates. Lin Feng was completely oblivious to the envious glances from the crowd, and was instead preoccupied with the information revealed by number 008. According to him, after about a week of regional merging, a large number of unfamiliar players would suddenly appear in his region. Among them, there will inevitably be some individuals or teams that develop exceptionally well, and when the time comes, there will likely be no shortage of people coming to cause trouble for them. "Let's eat quickly, then we'll go to the supermarket to buy more supplies." Lin Feng needed to plan for the regional merger. He was a well-known figure in Zone 10,000, and as the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If players from Zone 9999 came, they would most likely cause him trouble. Ugh, so many numbers, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Lin Feng stopped thinking about it, picked up the lobster, and started peeling and eating the meat. A dozen minutes later, the two, having enjoyed their meal, went straight into the supermarket. Song Xinling went to the clothing section, and Lin Feng also pushed a shopping cart and started browsing from the beginning. There wasn't much to see in the supplies section, and Lin Feng wasn't interested in the food section either, especially since there were no discounts. He pushed his shopping cart a long way before finally arriving at the area where weapons and equipment were displayed. Huh? Why are they selling medicine here? Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to a pile of neatly arranged small boxes. Product: power pills. Price: 3 gold coins. Description: after taking this product, you will gain immense strength. The effects are unimaginable and last for 30 minutes. Was the duration really that short? Lin Feng frowned, feeling that the price was a bit too high, but the description said the effects were unimaginable and must be very powerful. He remembered that he still had a weapon that he hadn't used until now, that extremely heavy and clumsy spear. If he used the power pill. Lin Feng nodded and decisively tossed a power pill into his shopping cart. Anyway, he's not short of money, so it's good to buy it and try it out. Continuing to examine the shelves, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a set of protective clothing. Product: high-strength fiber protective helmet. Price: 5 gold coins. Description: it has strong defense and ordinary cold weapons cannot cause it any damage. Product: ultra-strong fiber protective top. Price: 10 gold coins. Description: it has strong defense and ordinary cold weapons cannot cause it any damage. Next to these two items are super strong fiber protective bottoms and super strong fiber protective boots, both priced at 5 gold coins, with identical descriptions. This protective suit, though expensive, is a very practical close combat defensive gear. Lin Feng is no longer afraid of enemies attacking from a distance. After all, he has catapults and spear throwers, and ordinary enemies simply cannot defeat him. But close quarters combat is a different story. Given the strength of the future enemy, idiot number 2 probably wouldn't be able to handle it, and he himself only has spiked plate armor and ordinary spears. If this protective suit were used in conjunction with the mighty pill and the heavy spear, I'd probably be invincible in close combat. Lin Feng nodded and threw all 4 boxes into the shopping cart in one go. Next, Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart to the schematic diagram area. Holy crap! A space compression safe? Is this thing designed to prevent theft? Chapter 68 The Ghost is kind bonus Chapter 1 for Chapter 65's first 400 reads. Product, Space Compression Safe. Price, 18 gold coins. Description, it has 5,000 storage units and can be set with a 4-digit password. It is fireproof, theft-proof, and compact. Lin Feng nodded. The safe was indeed fully functional, and he was quite satisfied with its capacity. However, the password setting function was somewhat useless. There are no thieves on the high seas, so what's the point of setting a password? Although somewhat puzzled, he readily tossed the safe into his shopping cart. After browsing around for a while, Lin Feng finally arrived at the discount section. After examining it carefully, Lin Feng's gaze finally settled on a special offer schematic diagram. Product, schematic diagram of gunpowder manufacturing principle. Price, 5 gold coins. Current price, 2 gold coins. This is just in time. Lin Feng obtained a durian shell and wanted to make a spiked durian shell landmine, but he did not unlock the manufacturing principle of gunpowder. The gunpowder manufacturing schematics are on sale right now. I have to buy them. Lin Feng tossed the schematic diagram into his shopping cart, realizing he didn't need anything else for the moment. So he waited for Song Xinling to return and prepared to check out. In that moment, he calculated the total price of the goods, which amounted to 48 gold coins. Lin Feng was depressed. He had 149 gold coins before coming to the Doomsday Mall. He spent 2 gold coins on teleportation and 48 gold coins on the items. After checking out, he had 99 gold coins left, which just dropped him from a high-level VIP to a basic VIP. He was feeling down when Song Xinling came running over excitedly, carrying a packing box in her hand. Without needing to ask, she immediately picked out what clothes she liked. I think this dress is nice, but it's a bit pricey. Lin Feng glanced at it briefly and exclaimed, "Wow, this outfit is priced at 10 gold coins." I bought it. Although the clothes were expensive, Lin Feng no longer cared. For him, there was no difference between having 99 gold coins or 89 gold coins left. He was still a beginner VIP anyway, and he wouldn't be able to afford the lobster. Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Song Xinling was overjoyed and quickly said, "That's great. I think this dress suits you very well." "Suitable for me? You picked this out for me." Lin Feng paused for a moment before carefully examining the product label. Product, Black Knight Cloak. Price, 10 gold coins. Description, the black cloak looks imposing when worn, but offers almost no defensive capabilities. However, when worn at night, it provides excellent concealment, making it a favorite among assassins. Assassin. Speaking of which, this thing is actually quite useful. What? You're not satisfied? Song Xinling pouted when she saw that he was obviously just being perfunctory. The product is nice, but I don't need it. I spent ages picking this out for you. Lin Feng glanced at the sulking Song Xinling, then at the packaging box in his hand, and remained silent for a few seconds. He really didn't need this thing. If Song Xinling took a fancy to some nice clothes, he wouldn't mind paying 10 gold coins, but as for himself, he refused to waste it. Lin Feng glanced at the sullen Song Xinling, subconsciously touched his ear, and felt that his next decision would be very dangerous. He chuckled, and the next second, he quickly threw the box onto the shelf, pushed the shopping cart, and rushed to the checkout counter without looking back. Before the NPC in charge of settling the bill could even speak, Lin Feng slapped 48 gold coins over. "I'll take your 48 gold coins, that's just right." Before the sales clerk could finish speaking, Lin Feng quickly stuffed the items into his backpack and rushed out. Lin Feng. The next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Song Xinling. She glared angrily in the direction Lin Feng had disappeared and said resentfully, "Humph. Fine, I won't thank you then." Nearby, several shoppers looked on in astonishment. Could she be Song Xinling? I saw her picture on the chat channel, but she doesn't look like this in the picture. Holy crap, she has such a fiery temper. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Song Xinling glared at them fiercely. The players immediately shut up, each pretending to look down and select items. The girl's face turned bright red, and she cursed inwardly. "Lin Feng, it's all because of you. My image is ruined. Completely gone. The next moment, she ran out of the supermarket as fast as she could. At this moment, Lin Feng had arrived at the plaza outside the Doomsday Mall. Although Song Xinling was quite angry, at least he had saved his ears. He's the most famous big shot in District 10,000. If his ear is pulled in public, where will he put his face? Whoa! Luckily, I ran fast. He was secretly rejoicing when he suddenly saw Song Xinling rush out of the Doomsday Mall. The next moment, Lin Feng chose to teleport without hesitation. A flash of white light, and he and the raft were instantly teleported back to the sea surface where they had been. The next moment, Lin Feng saw that Song Xinling had also been teleported back. She was furious, but her eyes were full of grievance as she stared at Lin Feng. Just as she was about to explode, a strange voice appeared. Sizzle. The smell of a living person. Song Xinling suddenly realized what was happening, throwing all her anger and grievances to the back of her mind, and stared at the ghost radio that had been silent for a long time. The ghost is here again. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Ghosts, you guys are really something. Knowing I was in trouble with my ears, you actually came all the way to save the day. He smiled slightly, looking confident and assured. It's nothing, it's not the first time. It's just delivering fuel to us. He was boasting smugly when he noticed the girl staring wide-eyed at something behind him, as if she had seen something even more terrifying. That shouldn't be happening. Even if she's timid, after seeing so many ghosts, she should be used to it by now. Lin Feng shook his head, turned around and looked behind him, and was instantly stunned by the scene before him. Holy crap! What the hell is this? On the sea not far away, a huge figure is slowly approaching. The thing glowed with a faint green light, stood 5 or 6 meters tall, and had a humanoid outline, but its lower body seemed to have 7 or 8 tentacles. Is this thing a human ghost, or is it a freaking octopus ghost? Lin Feng took out the magic spiked spear, looked at the spear shaft which was only a little over a meter long, and then at the opponent's tentacles which were more than 2 meters long. He then decisively threw the broken thing aside. Run! Lin Feng grabbed Song Xinling and rushed to the gluttonous generator. He quickly started the 3 raft propellers, gripped the small wooden rudder, and began to turn around. The roar of the propellers filled the air, and the raft began to accelerate. Lin Feng vigorously turned the small wooden rudder, and the raft paddled half a circle, speeding away from the ghostly monster. But the ghostly monster was also incredibly fast. Its 7 or 8 tentacles tumbled around, moving at a speed no slower than Lin Feng's. Holy crap! This thing is way too fast. Lin Feng was shocked as he heard the sounds of a ghostly radio emanating from the howling wind. Sizzle. Hungry. I'm so hungry. Lin Feng suddenly paused, as if he remembered something. Ghost fragments. Aren't those things used to feed spirits? Who knows, this monster might be able to be fed ghost fragments. Without hesitation, he took a fragment of a ghost from his backpack and threw it out. Don't chase me, there's food over there. Chapter 69 Triple Crisis. Upon seeing the glowing green fragment of the ghost, the monster immediately rushed over, grabbed the fragment, and stuffed it into its mouth. Sizzle. Tasty. Too little. I'm hungry. Lin Feng thought the ghost fragment could buy him some time, but to his surprise, the monster swallowed it whole. Seeing the monster chasing after him menacingly again, Lin Feng quickly threw out 7 or 8 ghost fragments. It hurts like cutting off a piece of my own flesh while I'm throwing it away. This can't go on. At the rate the monster is eating now, it will consume all the fuel I've worked so hard to accumulate in just one night. Oh right. System. I haven't opened any blind boxes yet. Lin Feng didn't care about being seen by Song Xinling and quickly opened the blind box system. A notification appeared instantly. Players who did not claim yesterday's blind boxes must do so within 24 hours. Hurry up. Collect it immediately. Lin Feng anxiously issued the order. Next, 2 notifications popped up one after another. Daily blind box giveaway successful. May 7th. Received. 1 crazy musical instrument blind box. Daily blind box giveaway successful. June 7th. Received. Planting gift pack blind box X1. What? This is no use. Lin Feng quickly selected a box to draw, without even carefully reading the description of the blind box. You have opened the frenzied musical instrument blind box and obtained Indestructible War Drum X1. You have opened the planting gift pack blind box and received, for mutant seeds. Depressed. Raymond Lamb was extremely frustrated. I was hoping to find some weapons in the blind boxes that I could use to fight the ghost monsters, but all I got were useless ones. After stuffing the obtained items into his backpack, Lin Feng threw out 2 more ghost fragments to buy time. At this moment, the blind box system, which was not yet closed, issued a notification. A new day has begun. Shall we draw a blind box? Smoke. This is the last chance. If he still can't draw a weapon to deal with spirits this time, he'll probably lose all his remaining ghost fragments. Weekly Super Blind Box Giveaway Successful. July 7th. Received, Classic War Gift Pack Blind Box X1. Classic War Pack. Cool. There's finally hope. Lin Feng quickly checked the blind box description, filled with anticipation. Classic War Gift Pack Blind Box. Tier, Epic. Description, 24% chance of obtaining a 100% accurate revolver, 24% chance of obtaining a silent rapid-fire crossbow, 24% chance of obtaining a smoke grenade, 24% chance of obtaining a fragmentation grenade, 4% chance of obtaining a high-powered torpedo. Extract. Lin Feng didn't care which one he drew. Having a powerful weapon was better than being empty-handed. You have opened the Classic War Gift Pack blind box and received 1 by 100% accurate revolver. Finally, a weapon dropped. Lin Feng threw out 2 more ghost fragments to lure the monster away, and immediately checked the item description. A revolver that never misses a shot. Introduction. Within 100 meters, you're guaranteed to hit the target, but exactly where the bullet will land is a matter of chance. The advantage is that you don't need to practice aiming. The disadvantage is that practicing won't help. Faced with such an introduction, Lin Feng was speechless. He pointed his revolver directly at the ghostly monster and pulled the trigger. Click. The firing pin made a sharp sound, but nothing came out. There aren't even any bullets yet. Lin Feng was speechless. What good is a gun if you only have one? Etc. Silver bullets. He suddenly remembered the silver bullets he had captured earlier. Those things were extremely lethal to spirits. Lin Feng quickly took out the silver bullets and hurriedly stuffed them into the magazine. In that instant, the ghostly monster had already rushed to within 20 meters of the raft. Delicious living people, you can't escape now. Go to hell. Lin Feng suddenly pulled the trigger, without even having time to aim. Bang. A loud bang followed, and smoke billowed out. The silver bullet was fired instantly, striking the massive body of the ghost monster with a loud bang. In an instant, a burst of silver light erupted. The ghostly monster let out a scream and instantly burst into flames, its massive body shattering into countless fragments that fell onto the sea. You really don't need to aim. It hits the target every time. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, turned around to look at Song Xinling, whose eyes were tightly closed, and patted her on the shoulder. It's all right. The problem is solved. Song Xinling nodded tremblingly, and after a while, she nervously opened her eyes. By this time, the sea had calmed down, and in the place where the monster had died, there were scattered fragments of ghostly light that shimmered with green light. Lin Feng maneuvered the raft closer to retrieve the item. Obtained, Ghost Fragment X1. Obtained, Ghost Fragment X3. Obtained, 1 skull of the deceased. Huh? There's such a thing. Lin Feng looked at the skull in his hand, which reeked of decay, and felt nauseous. Even so, he still patiently checked the item description. The deceased skull. Description. It can be used to create magical items, or it can be used as a decoration. Decorative items. Lin Feng stared at the skull's 2 sunken eye sockets and tossed it into his backpack without hesitation. This thing might be very useful, and it would be a pity to throw it away, but he didn't want to hang it aside as a decoration and have it stared at by those 2 dark eye sockets every day. After the battle, Lin Feng lost more than a dozen ghost fragments, but after killing the monster, he got another 30 ghost fragments, so it wasn't a complete loss. However, after a night of fear and anxiety, I couldn't fall asleep. Lin Feng brought over 2 bottles of Red Bull, drank one himself, and gave the other to Song Xinling. Next, after lighting a fire, Lin Feng began to settle the goods he had purchased from the Doomsday Mall. He first took out the space compression safe and placed it in the corner of the stone house. This thing isn't very big, about the size of a wooden storage box, but it's made entirely of metal and has a lever that can be turned. Lin Feng had just finished setting the device up when he received a notification. Please set a 4-digit password. 1234. Setup complete. Since there were no thieves around, Lin Feng became more relaxed. After setting the password, he started rummaging through the safe to find supplies. He stuffed everything from the 2 wooden storage boxes into the safe, leaving only some food for easy access. Next came the supplies piled up like a small mountain on the raft. After calming down, Song Xinling also came to help. The two of them worked until the next morning before they managed to put all the supplies into the safe. The raft looks much neater. Next, Lin Feng opened the manufacturing workshop to check the gunpowder manufacturing principle diagrams he had bought the night before. Gunpowder, charcoal 0 to 1, saltpeter 0 to 1. Description: it can be used to manufacture many kinds of weapons. Lin Feng nodded. Charcoal was easy to obtain, but he had never seen saltpeter before. Never mind. No rush. Chapter 70 Monster, you're here again. After shutting down the manufacturing workshop, Lin Feng checked the 2 items that had appeared in the blind box last night. An indestructible war drum. Description: allied personnel within the drum's range receive a boost to combat effectiveness. The faster the drumming, the greater the boost. Lin Feng looked back at the mentally challenged number 2. He could definitely handle knocking this thing. The speed of idiot number 2 is absolutely unmatched. Seeds with genetic mutations. Note: after planting, all sorts of strange and unusual things may grow. Please use with caution. Could it possibly grow into a monster? Lin Feng put away the seeds and decided to plant them and the mechanical seeds as soon as possible. At this moment, Song Xinling had already grilled 4 octopuses and brought the food over. Let's eat something first. I'm really hungry. Lin Feng picked up a grilled octopus and began to wolf it down. Seeing how much he enjoyed his food, the girl smiled slightly and took something out of her backpack. I just caught something great while fishing. Come and take a look. Lin Feng looked up and was immediately stunned. This is a compass? Lin Feng finished his food in a few bites and then took the metal compass to examine it. Treasure hunt compass. Description: the treasure hunting compass is constantly spinning, but if treasure is found in the nearby sea, its pointer will stop in the direction of the treasure. At this moment, the compass needle was spinning continuously on the dial, clearly indicating that there was no treasure nearby. However, having this thing might come in very handy in the future. You might even find treasure in the vast ocean someday. Lin Feng placed this thing on the safe so he could observe the rotation of the dial from time to time. After dinner, Lin Feng still had things to do. He had nowhere to plant the harvested seeds, so he needed to build 2 more large farms. After preparing the materials and choosing a location, Lin Feng began construction. Before long, the 2 large farms were completed. Next, he planted the mechanical seeds and the genetically mutated seeds in 2 large farms, watered them, and then used metal sheets to fertilize the mechanical seeds. Soon, the mechanical seed sprouted. However, this thing doesn't look like a plant at all. What grows out are clearly metal vines. Lin Feng looked to the other side. The genetically mutated seed had also sprouted, but what is this thing that's growing out? 4 identical seeds sprouted and grew into 4 completely different seedlings. One was hunched over, another was completely black, and 2 others were very thick and short, but they didn't seem to be the same species. Let's see in a few days. I wonder what kind of weird stuff it will turn into. After finishing these tasks, Lin Feng picked some tomatoes and cotton that he had planted earlier before returning to the stone house, intending to take a good rest. When Lin Feng opened his eyes after falling asleep, it was already dark. He yawned, smelled the aroma of food, and looked to the side to see Song Xinling cooking stir-fried tomatoes. This scene was originally incredibly pleasant, but just then, the ghost radio started playing that familiar sound again. Sizzle. An amazing flavor, sizzle. Upon hearing the sound, Song Xinling, who was cooking, immediately stopped what she was doing and stared nervously outside. Outside? Could it be one of those terrifying monsters again? No way. Lin Feng defeated that terrifying ghost monster yesterday using silver bullets. But he only has one silver bullet left. What if the monster reappears? Peeking out, Lin Feng felt a sense of despair. Holy crap! It's this thing again. A gigantic monster with 7 or 8 tentacles is rapidly approaching the raft. If they don't come up with something, they're definitely going to die today. It's it again? What do we do? What do we do? Fight. The odds of winning are too low. Running away? You can't outrun it. Lin Feng stared at the monster with frustration, while a terrifying voice came from the ghost radio. The smell of a living person. Don't run. I'm going to eat you all. At this moment, Lin Feng did not start the engine, but instead opened the trading channel. Trade 1 skull of the deceased for 5 gold coins. Note: rare item, only 1 available. Seeing Lin Feng standing there in a daze, Song Xinling was astonished. Lin Feng, think of something quick. The next moment, Lin Feng received a transaction notification. Transaction successful. You have received 5 gold coins. Someone actually bought it? Upon receiving the gold coins, Lin Feng instantly felt much more confident. Let's go. Go? Where to? Doomsday Mall. This. The girl was stunned for a moment, then instantly relaxed. Yes, we can take refuge in the Doomsday Mall. Behind the raft, the ghostly monster sped up, and its arrogant voice came from the ghostly radio. Got it. Sizzle. I've got a delicious live person in hand. Let me eat you all. Just as the ghostly monster was about to pounce on the raft, a burst of white light erupted from the entire raft. Then, it vanished into thin air. The ghostly monster looked around in astonishment and confusion. Food. Where's my food? At this moment, Lin Feng had already appeared in the Doomsday shop. He had just traded 5 gold coins for the skull of the deceased, spent 2 gold coins to pay the teleportation fee, and had 102 gold coins left. The premium VIP membership is back. However, Lin Feng didn't rush into the mall. Instead, he grabbed a passing NPC and asked, "Where is number 008? He's in a meeting." Lin Feng was speechless. What were these NPCs doing having nothing better to do than hold a meeting? Shaking his head helplessly, he first entered the buffet restaurant through the VIP channel, eating while waiting for number 008 to return. He has something he wants to ask number 008. A moment later, number 008 appeared. He bowed and politely asked, "Mr. Lin Feng, you wanted to see me? Why do you guys keep having meetings all the time?" Lin Feng asked impatiently. Because the supermarket didn't have a revolver on the shelves yet, they took one from the warehouse. What? Lin Feng has confirmed that the blind box system is stealing resources from the Doomsday Mall. This time it's confirmed. There's another issue. Player 092 accepted bribes from players and leaked important game information. NPCs can accept bribes? Lin Feng glanced at number 008 and strongly suspected that the other party was hinting at something to him. However, if one could accept a bribe, Lin Feng took out a gold coin and waved it in front of 008. I want to ask you something. It's my pleasure to serve you. Number 008 reached out and grabbed the gold coins with remarkable ease, but Lin Feng quickly stuffed them back into his backpack. Answer my question first. Why does this tentacle-covered ghost monster keep bothering me? Chapter 71, the belated 50% off card. Number 008 hesitated for a moment. There's a hidden condition in the game that I can't tell you about in principle. Lin Feng was speechless. Wasn't this just asking for gold coins? You speak first, and I'll give you 1 gold coin after you finish. Upon hearing this, number 008 perked up. At this stage, the ghost monster will only attack the player with the most ghost fragments in area 10,000. So, as long as you always have the most ghost fragments, you can encounter those ghost monsters every night? Number 008 nodded. Theoretically, that's how it is. What is that ghostly monster afraid of? Number 008 hesitated for a moment. Could you add another gold coin? Lin Feng was speechless. This guy was even darker skinned than him. I only have 102 gold coins left, not even 1 more. If you won't tell me, then I'll consider my previous answer as free. Number 008 was stunned. Mr. Lin Feng, there's a risk in telling you these secrets. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. I haven't given you the gold coins yet, so it doesn't count as a bribe. You leaked the information on your own initiative. As he spoke, he looked up and glanced around. Someone come here, I want to report someone. Upon hearing that Lin Feng was going to report him, number 008 immediately became nervous. Wait, I'll talk. Lin Feng smiled slightly and looked at number 008, who muttered something with a frustrated expression before explaining. The ghost monsters are most afraid of the sacred fire. As long as the sacred fire is present, they will not dare to approach. Lin Feng nodded. The ghost monsters were indeed extraordinary. They were not afraid of ordinary flames at all, which he had known for a long time. But the question was, where could he get the sacred fire? Do supermarkets sell Olympic torches? No. Where can we get the Olympic flame? Number 008 was speechless. He didn't know how much information he had to reveal to him for a single gold coin. I don't want the gold coins. I have a meeting to attend. Mr. Lin Feng, please enjoy your meal. Before Lin Feng could ask any more questions, number 008 had already slipped away like the wind. Oh my god, is it really necessary? You don't want the gold coins anymore? Lin Feng was frustrated. The supermarket didn't sell the Olympic torch, so where was he supposed to get one? Never mind. Let's go buy some magic crystals after we finish eating. Lin Feng pondered how to use magic crystals to create a large number of magic spiked spears, and then use spear throwers to attack the ghost monsters from a distance. Although this method is quite costly, it's better than just waiting to die. Just as he was feeling down, Song Xinling smiled slightly and said to Lin Feng, "Quickly check the chat channel." Lin Feng opened the chat channel and saw that Song Xinling had heard that the Olympic torch was needed, so she went to the chat channel to inquire about it, and unexpectedly, she actually found something. Liang, I have a blueprint for the construction of the Sacred Flame platform, but I lack the materials. It just so happens that it's available now, and it costs 10 gold coins. Lin Feng quickly replied. What materials are needed for Lin Feng's manufacturing? Liang, you should have wood, magic crystals, metal ingots, and a large iron pot. Lin Feng nodded. This thing was not bad, but 10 gold coins were still too expensive. Raymond Lam, it's too expensive. I'll chat with you privately later. He turned off the communication channel, thinking that number 008 said the supermarket didn't sell the Olympic torch, but it didn't say the supermarket didn't sell the schematic diagram of the Olympic torch stand. He decided to go in and take a look first. Lin Feng finished the last bite of food and pulled Song Xinling into the supermarket. He had a clear purpose. He went straight to the supplies area to look for magic energy crystals. Product, Magic Crystal X5. Price, 2 gold coins. Lin Feng found the price a bit hard to accept. Using this thing to make magic spiked spears and throwing them around like they were free was just too much of a loss. Unfortunately, survival was the priority. Lin Feng bought 5 boxes, totaling 25 magic energy crystals, which cost 10 gold coins. Next, Lin Feng went to the schematic diagram area and searched for a while before finally finding the schematic diagram for the manufacture of the Sacred Flame platform. Product, Manufacturing Principle Diagram of the Sacred Flame platform. Price, 15 gold coins. Description, it can be used to dispel all spirits. It requires the addition of magic energy crystals as fuel. Each magic energy crystal can burn for 1 hour. As long as it is within the range of the holy fire's light, no spirit can approach. 15 gold coins, that's more expensive than the player's bid. Lin Feng decisively gave up and pushed the shopping cart to the checkout. 10 gold coins will be yours, just right. Lin Feng shook his head in pain. His high-level VIP status had been downgraded again. No, we have to make more money. Back in the Doomsday Mall lobby, Lin Feng didn't rush to leave, planning to go back after dawn. While waiting, he opened the chat channel and sent a private message to the seller he had just met. Would you sell Lin Feng for 5 gold coins? Liang Yu? Lin Feng, your offer is too high. This schematic diagram isn't worth that price at all. Liang Yu was frustrated. He figured he had no use for the schematic diagram and was thinking of selling it to earn more gold coins. But Lin Feng immediately cut the price in half. Lin Feng, this thing of yours, even if you sold it to someone else, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Give it to me for 5 gold coins. At least you're not stuck with it. Liang Yu, minimum 8 gold coins. Raymond Lam, maximum 6 gold coins. Liang Yu, 7 gold coins, absolutely no less. Lin Feng's deal is done. The next moment, Lin Feng readily paid 7 gold coins. Liang Yu, what? Why are you suddenly so agreeable? Raymond Lam, thank you. Lin Feng was secretly pleased as he closed the private messaging interface. It's a good deal to pay 7 gold coins. You'd have to pay 15 gold coins if you bought it from the supermarket. This is equivalent to a 50% discount. I wonder if Liang Yu will hate me when he finds out the supermarket's price. After spending a while longer in the Doomsday Mall, Lin Feng teleported Song Xinling back to the sea. He didn't eat, mainly because he had dropped to the basic VIP level, and it would be embarrassing if he couldn't eat lobster. By this time, it was already light, and the ghostly monster had disappeared. However, after learning the information from number 008, Lin Feng was certain that he would encounter it again tonight. Let's open a blind box first, then eat, and after eating, we'll make lots of other things. While Song Xinling was cooking, he activated the blind box system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. January 7th. Received 1 blind box with mall discount card. Mall discount card? Why didn't you come sooner? Lin Feng checked the blind box description. Mall discount card blind box. Grade, excellent. Description, 40% chance of getting a 1 gold coin discount card, 30% chance of getting a 2 gold coin discount card, 20% chance of getting an 80% off card, 10% chance of getting a 50% off card. Extract. Instantly, the blind box was opened. Lin Feng now held 3 golden cards in his hand. You have opened a blind box of discount cards from the online store and received 3 by 50% off cards. Holy crap! This is awesome. Chapter 72, I'm going on a shopping spree. You just wait. Lin Feng wouldn't use a 50% off card carelessly. He'd be losing out if he used it to buy cheap items. With the same 50% discount, you save 5 gold coins on a 10 gold coin item and 50 gold coins on a 100 gold coin item. He smiled slightly, turned around, and saw that Song Xinling had already prepared breakfast. After wolfing down his food, Lin Feng opened the manufacturing workshop, preparing to create the sacred flame platform. Holy flame altar, magic crystal May 5th, large iron pot 1/1, metal ingot 2/2, wood 8/8. All materials are complete. Lin Feng went behind the stone house, found an open space, and chose to manufacture. 10 minutes later, the cauldron with a wooden base was completed. Above the sacred fire platform was an empty iron pot, but it looked like it had been transformed into a large brazier. Lin Feng didn't add any fuel. 1 magic crystal can only burn for 1 hour, so he mustn't waste it. After completing the sacred flame altar, Lin Feng also created 10 magical spiked spears for use with the spear throwing machine. Lin Feng could have killed the ghost monster with the spear throwing machine, but that thing was too fast, and without a safety measure, the risk was too great. Now that he has the sacred flame platform, Lin Feng is determined to kill that monster. Having done all that, he opened the chat channel, finally having some free time to check out the players' conversations. The weather's getting colder and colder lately. I really wish I could live in the Doomsday Mall forever. I'm broke. I have cotton, but I can't make a sewing machine. What should I do? Yeah, we don't have clothes to keep warm. Fire pits aren't effective anymore, and clothes at the supermarket are so expensive. Looking at everyone's messages, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that it was time to harvest cotton. He had a sewing machine, so harvesting cotton now would be a great way to make a fortune. With this in mind, Lin Feng decided to post information about buying cotton. But just then, a player got there first. Zhao Yi is buying cotton. 5 units of basic resources will be traded for 1 unit of cotton. I'll sell the cotton to buy clothes. If you want clothes, sell me your cotton quickly. What? My lines got stolen. This scene is so similar. It's as if that bastard Zhou Hai is still alive. At this moment, players in the chat channel started clamoring for a price increase. Cotton wasn't this price before. Zhao Yi, you're so damn ruthless. That's right. That's right. Zhao Yi, how much cotton did players worldwide have back then? And now? Scarcity drives up prices. That's the price I'm charging for cotton. Lin Feng was delighted. Zhao Yi had already said all the offensive things, so all he had to do was raise the price slightly. Lin Feng directly copied Zhao Yi's information and adjusted the quantity of basic supplies from 5 to 6. Lin Feng buying cotton. 6 units of basic resources for 1 unit of cotton. Buy cotton to sell clothes. If you want clothes, sell me your cotton quickly. Zhao Yi, you're copying me. Raymond Lam, thank you. Zhao Yi, there's so much cotton now. Your price increase is disrupting the market. Lin Feng, are you from the Market Supervision Administration? This is my price. Xiaoyi, okay. You go first. I don't believe you can collect all the cotton. Lin Feng smiled slightly, ignored him, and casually copied more than 100 transaction records and sent them to the transaction channel. We have plenty of supplies. Why would we be worried about not having enough cotton to buy? As soon as Lin Feng posted the transaction details, he received a large number of transaction notifications. Transaction successful. You have received 1 cotton coin. Transaction successful. You have received 1 cotton coin. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. While he was at it, he manufactured another sewing machine and planned to buy cotton so that he and Song Xinling could make clothes and sell them in large quantities to make a fortune. He had just finished making the sewing machine when he heard Song Xinling excitedly shout, "Lin Feng, I've caught a diagram of clothing design principles. Wow, this is exactly what I wanted." Lin Feng quickly grabbed the schematic diagram and selected the appropriate tool next to the sewing machine. Unisex thin padded jacket, fabric May 5th, cotton thread April 4th, cotton 6/6. Description: some of these are thick cotton padded coats, breathable and warm. That's settled. Lin Feng smiled slightly and asked Song Xinling to make thin cotton clothes with him. In just over 10 minutes, the two of them had each made a thin cotton coat. The coat was still white, somewhat thick, and quite warm to wear, but it required a huge amount of cotton. A thin cotton coat requires 15 units of cotton, and just purchasing this cotton requires 80 units of basic materials. Pricing is an issue. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng decided to let the players trade with him using gold coins. In the Doomsday Shop, a warm garment costs at least 3 to 5 gold coins to buy, but I've priced it at 2 gold coins. He clearly remembered that in the Doomsday Shop, 200 basic materials only cost 1 gold coin. In this way, the 2 gold coins earned from selling the clothes can buy at least 400 sets of basic materials. After deducting the cost of 80 sets of basic materials, you will make a net profit of 320 sets of basic materials. Extremely profitable. Lin Feng quickly opened the trading channel and immediately posted the trade. Trade unisex thin cotton jacket X1 for gold coins X2. Trade unisex thin cotton jacket X1 for gold coins X2. Lin Feng had just posted the transaction when he saw several other listings for thin cotton padded coats. Trade unisex thin cotton jacket X1 for wood X120. Trade unisex thin cotton jacket X1 for 120 grass balls. These few trades were snapped up by players as soon as they were listed, but my own trades remained untouched. Hehe, no problem, I can wait. Now, all the players are selling cotton to themselves, so if Xiaoyi doesn't raise the purchase price, he won't have a source of cotton at all. He probably thought he would stop acquiring cotton after a while, but Lin Feng was thinking of collecting all the cotton from the players. As long as you keep going to the Doomsday Mall and trading basic supplies with gold coins, you can continuously buy cotton. Once Xiaoyi runs out of cotton, the only thing left to buy in the trading channel is his own clothes. Sure enough, after the previous transaction of the thin cotton coat was completed, no new thin cotton coat transactions appeared for quite some time. At this point, players also started complaining in the chat channel. Why has the price of the thin cotton coat increased? It used to be traded for 120 basic supplies, but now it suddenly costs 2 gold coins? I don't know, it's too expensive. Although I have a few gold coins, this is too much of a rip-off. I can't bear to spend them. Xiaoyi, everyone saw it, right? Those 2 transactions were posted by Lin Feng. He manufactured clothes, but you can't afford them. You might as well trade all your cotton to me. My clothes are cheaper. TCH. You'll just raise the price anyway. Let's make sure we don't lose too much money on the cotton first. Lin Feng smiled slightly upon seeing everyone's messages. If Xiaoyi doesn't raise prices, all the cotton will end up in his own pocket. If he wants to raise prices, I'll definitely oblige, since the profit margin is huge. However, Lin Feng estimated that Xiaoyi would most likely choose to wait, betting that he didn't have such a big appetite. Chapter 73 Profiteering Sale. Lin Feng kept buying cotton, listing it for trading, and busy making clothes. Each piece of cotton, once made into a thin cotton padded coat, was immediately listed by Lin Feng on the trading channel, priced at 2 gold coins. At first, no one bought it, but after a while, a buyer finally took a liking to it. Lin Feng received a transaction notification. Transaction successful. You have received 2 gold coins. Then, a series of transaction alerts popped up. 2 gold coins, 2 gold coins, 2 gold coins. 5 transactions have been completed in such a short time. 10 gold coins, easily earned. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and quickly told Song Xinling to take the gold coins to the Doomsday Mall to restock. Seeing that Lin Feng had earned so much, the girl excitedly teleported over with the gold coins. Before long, the girl returned with 10 boxes of basic supplies. Lin Feng looked and saw 5 boxes of wood and 5 boxes of straw, 1,000 of each, for a total of 2,000 basic supplies. Continue the acquisition. Lin Feng chuckled and directly copied the previous transaction details. Then, a series of transaction notifications appeared. His business was booming, but Zhao Yi became more and more depressed. He wondered, just how big was Lin Feng's appetite? This won't do. We have to raise prices to grab the goods. Zhao Yi was getting anxious. He was worried that if he didn't raise the price, Lin Feng would really buy up all the cotton from the players. He opened the trading channel and entered a message. Zhao Yi is buying cotton at high prices. He can exchange 7 units of basic materials for 1 unit of cotton. Wow, this is great. Stop right there, everyone. Cotton prices have gone up. On Lin Feng's side, the transaction speed suddenly slowed down. When he opened the chat channel, he found that Zhao Yi had raised the price. This is what truly disrupts the market, isn't it? Lin Feng quickly sent a message in the chat channel. Lin Feng 8 basic materials. Trade 1 unit of cotton. Holy crap! Prices have gone up again. Come quick, everyone. Zhao Yi 9 copies. 10 copies of Raymond Lambs. Zhao Yi, you son of a bitch. Is Raymond Lamb facing financial difficulties? Lin Feng guessed that Zhao Yi was probably a lone wolf with not many supplies, so the price increase would cause him to run out of supplies. Moreover, this guy probably doesn't have any extra gold coins, otherwise he would probably have pulled the same trick. This method of using gold coins to buy supplies in the Doomsday Shop is something that I can think of, and others can think of too. We must harvest as much cotton as possible before other team players leave the game. Lin Feng made a tough decision and sent another message. Lin Feng 12 batches of basic supplies, including cotton, have been received. Holy crap. Release it now. Release it now. Prices have gone up again. This is so exciting. While continuing to fill in the transaction details, Lin Feng urged Song Xinling to restock at the Doomsday Mall. In less than half an hour, almost all of the basic supplies that Song Xinling had just bought were traded for cotton. At this point, the transaction speed dropped drastically, or even came to a standstill. Lin Feng opened the chat channel and saw that, sure enough, a team of players had joined the fray. Chu Jinxiong cotton harvesting. 13 basic materials. What? Prices have gone up again? 13 basic documents, Zhang Chun. Hu Qing, I'm offering 14 sets of basic materials. The skeleton monster pirate crew guarantees their reputation and offers the absolute highest price. Chu Jinxiong, what are you doing here? A pirate captain, trying to steal business? 14 basic documents, Zhang Chun. Chu Jinxiong, holy crap. Prices have gone up. Chu Jinxiong, I also have 14 copies here. Hu Qing, you guys. I have 15 portions. It's getting lively. It's getting lively. I miscalculated. I sold it too early. Will the price go up again? Looking at the messages on the chat channel, Lin Feng smiled. With large teams involved, you don't need to worry about anything else. Anyway, you've harvested enough cotton, and as the price war continues, your profit margins will only get smaller and smaller. While other teams were busy bidding for cotton, I used this time to manufacture and sell the thin cotton-padded clothes. He and Song Xinling both drank Red Bull and took photos, which gave them a 400% boost in work efficiency. Thin cotton coats were quickly put up for sale in the trading channel, each still priced at 2 gold coins. Transaction successful. You have received 2 gold coins. Transaction successful. You have received 2 gold coins. Lin Feng watched as the gold coins fell into his pocket, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. Upon opening the chat channel, I discovered that the price of cotton had been driven up to 20 units of basic materials for every 1 unit traded. The profit margin is already quite small, and due to the large number of large teams involved, cotton is already in short supply. But it's not that they actually collected all the cotton from the players. Rather, most players would keep the cotton in their own hands. The amount of cotton circulating in the market right now is simply not enough for these large teams to divide up. It's like a big watermelon. Lin Feng ate a big piece first, and although there was still a lot left, it had to be shared by dozens of people. In the end, no one was satisfied, and each person could only scoop out a spoonful at most. While everyone else was fighting tooth and nail, Raymond Lamb had already started turning his thin cotton coat into cash. A few hours later, Lin Feng had sold a total of 70 thin cotton coats, earning 140 gold coins. After deducting the 22 gold coins spent on purchasing from the Doomsday Shop and teleporting twice, I made a net profit of 118 gold coins. With the gold coins I had left, I now have a total of 203 gold coins. What a lucrative opportunity. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction and said to Song Xinling, "Tomorrow morning, I'll take you shopping. Buy whatever you want." "Really?" "Of course. I'm a man with over 200 gold coins now." Lin Feng grinned smugly and was about to urge the girl to make dinner when he suddenly heard the ghost radio making a series of sounds. Sizzle. "Found it. Found it. He's dangerous." Sizzle. "Don't be afraid. We'll follow behind the big ghost." Lin Feng was stunned. This sound is strange. It sounds like more than one ghost has arrived. In the dim night, Lin Feng glanced around. On the distant sea, a colossal, ghostly monster appeared, followed by hundreds of ordinary ghosts. Holy crap! They're joining in the fun too. Lin Feng quickly prepared the magic-spiked spears he had made beforehand, turned the raft around, and aimed the spear-throwing machine at the direction where the ghost monsters would appear. In less than a minute, the ghost monster had already rushed dozens of meters away. Sizzle, the smell of a living person. A delicious meal. The ghostly monster had 7 or 8 tentacles churning on the sea surface, its gaping maw wide open greedily, and one large hand already reaching for the raft. Lin Feng. "He's here." Song Xinling screamed nervously, but Lin Feng calmly tossed a magic energy crystal into the sacred fire platform. Chapter 74, They've Been Thieved. With a loud bang, a white flame instantly ignited on the cauldron. The arrogant ghost monster, upon seeing the white holy fire, suddenly stopped, and its 7 or 8 tentacles rushed wildly in the opposite direction. Holy crap! Lin Feng was speechless. He thought the ghost monster would try to hold him off for a while, but the guy turned and ran as soon as he saw the holy flame. "Hey, what the hell? Don't you dare run away." Lin Feng originally thought the ghost monster would stay at a relatively safe distance and guard him, so he could use the spear thrower to throw magic nail spears. But the monster was about to run out of range in just a few seconds. Idiot number 2. Activate the thrusters, give chase. This is truly a case of fortunes changing every 30 years. Just a few days ago, this monster was chasing after him, but today he has to get his revenge. As soon as the raft's propulsion system activated, Lin Feng immediately aimed at the ghostly monster. Whoosh! A magical spiked spear shot out and pierced the ghost monster's rear end. Ouch, it hurts. Run for your life. The ghostly monster was struck by the magic spiked spear, and its body suddenly burst into a burst of green light, but the wound healed immediately. However, his speed slowed down a bit, and he had only run less than 50 meters when he was hit by Lin Feng's spear again. Sizzle. Spare me, spare me. Spare my life? No way. Lin Feng had finally managed to bully this ghost monster, so how could he let it go? Besides, if he killed this guy, he could get 30 ghost fragments and a skull that he didn't know what use it was. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Feng fired several more spears in succession. The ghostly monster tried to escape for its life, but each time it was hit, its speed would slow down for a moment. The ordinary ghosts that were originally following behind the ghost monster were now so frightened that their spirits scattered, and they ran for their lives, fearing that they would be shot to death by Lin Feng's spear. But Lin Feng didn't care about them at all. Ordinary ghosts couldn't run as fast as ghost monsters, and they were already within range, but Lin Feng completely ignored them. However, those ghosts still could not escape their fate. Sizzle. Holy fire. Oh no, I'm going to be burned to death. Who said they could kill Lin Feng today? I'm so hot. Lin Feng's raft hadn't caught up with the ghost monster yet, but it had already caught up with the group of ordinary ghosts. Lin Feng originally didn't have time to deal with them, but to his surprise, as soon as the raft caught up with these ordinary ghosts, white flames suddenly burst into their bodies. Holy crap! The Olympic flame has this function? This is so damn convenient. Lin Feng didn't even need to think about how to hunt down these ordinary ghosts. As soon as they got close to the holy fire, they would be burned to death and turned into pieces of ghost fragments. From the ghost radio came a series of mournful howls, which were chilling to the bone. Lin Feng scratched the goosebumps on his body uncomfortably. If you're going to die, then die. What's with all the yelling? Whoosh whoosh. He pulled the lever of the spear-throwing machine sharply, and 3 more spears shot out. The ghostly monster turned around nervously, trying to dodge, but the spear had already pierced its back. Boom. In an instant, the ghost monster's body exploded completely, turning into a pile of ghostly fragments glowing with an eerie green light. He's dead. Raymond Lamb was very depressed. He hadn't yet vented his anger at being chased by this monster a few days ago. Looking back, he discovered that several ghosts had actually bypassed the sacred fire on the raft and run far away. Idiot number 2. Catch up with those ghosts. I'm going to take it out on them. The mentally challenged number 2 changed direction, and the raft pushed against the giant waves as it chased after the fleeing ghosts. Lin Feng abandoned the spear-throwing machine and simply grabbed a magic spike spear, standing in front of the raft, ready to stab the ghosts to pieces. But he miscalculated. The raft moved very fast and caught up with the ghosts in less than 2 minutes. Just as Lin Feng was about to swing his spear to poke their butts, the ghosts were burned to ashes by the light of the sacred fire. Lin Feng thrust his spear straight forward, but it struck nothing. Fine. Not even a chance to vent your anger. Lin Feng reluctantly put away his spear and began to retrieve the ghostly fragments that glowed green on the sea surface. At this moment, Song Xinling's gaze was blank. Although she had experienced such thrilling scenes countless times, each one was still breathtaking. Being chased by ghosts is scary, but chasing ghosts is even scarier. Especially when the screams of those ghosts came from the ghost radio. That feeling. Song Xinling doesn't want to experience that again. While she calmed herself down, Lin Feng had already steered the raft and salvaged large quantities of supplies. This wave of acquisitions netted him at least 100 ghost fragments, plus a skull of a dead man. He tossed the skull into his backpack without hesitation. He didn't want to look at such a frightening thing again. After packing up the supplies, Lin Feng pulled Song Xinling back to sleep. The girl wasn't in the mood to sleep, but Lin Feng was so exhausted that he started snoring within 2 minutes of lying down on the bed. In the stillness of the night, Lin Feng's snoring was exceptionally clear. Snoring, snoring. Song Xinling was already nervous, and listening to Lin Feng's snoring made it even harder for her to fall asleep. She leaned against the headboard, looking dejected, not daring to close her eyes. Even blinking seemed to allow her to hear the ghosts' screams before they died. What's more, there's also Raymond Lamb's snoring sound playing in the background. However, perhaps because she was too tired, the girl fell asleep without realizing it. The next day, Lin Feng woke up very early. When he looked at Song Xinling, he saw that she was actually asleep while sitting up. Shaking his head, Lin Feng prepared to make breakfast, but as soon as he got up, he suddenly froze. Holy crap! This is... Lin Feng discovered a series of footprints inside the stone house. The size of these footprints doesn't seem to belong to Song Xinling. Besides, they've been on this raft for so long and have never noticed any footprints left behind. Following the footprints, Lin Feng suddenly tensed up. Those footprints led to the safe. Holy crap, there really is a thief. Lin Feng quickly ran to the safe, opened it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the password was 1234, nothing was stolen. It seems the thief didn't expect him to use such a simple password. Lin Feng checked the other items and found that nothing was missing, except that half of the tomatoes in the storage box were gone. Damn it, from now on we have to put all the food in the safe. With that thought in mind, he casually stuffed all the food into the safe, changed the password to 4 irregular digits, and then felt relieved. Wait, I can't be the only one who encountered a thief, can I? Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately opened the communication channel. Chapter 75. The cattle and sheep are too agile. Holy crap! Half of my supplies are gone. My supplies are gone too. And there are thieves in this godforsaken place. This is inhumane. It's my only mechanical module. Thieves are despicable. Hey guys, does anyone know how to deal with thieves? Yeah. Is Raymond Lamb here? Lin Feng originally came to gather information, but unexpectedly, he was singled out by everyone. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, why not share some tips on preventing theft? Lin Feng ahem. Just go to the Doomsday Mall and buy a safe. What? You can buy safes with these? How much does one cost? I've seen it. It seems to cost 18 gold coins. What? You wouldn't even be worth 18 gold coins if you sold me. Dude, is this how you deal with thieves? Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem for me. Let's all disperse. The big shot is showing off his wealth again. The poor don't deserve to own a safe. Lin Feng shook his head. He had anticipated everyone's reaction, but was it his fault that he was rich? Just kidding. Apart from the initial 100 or so gold coins, all the others were painstakingly obtained by Lin Feng from the players, bit by bit. It's hard work to scam people out of money. Lin Feng didn't care that he couldn't find a way to deal with thieves here. Anyway, he had a safe and changed the password to an unpredictable one, so thieves would just be wasting their time. But upon further reflection, Lin Feng suddenly dismissed the idea. A thief might not only steal from one player. If the thief steals other players' supplies and then tries to steal from you, wouldn't it be possible to recover the supplies he stole from the thief if you caught him? Hey, acting on behalf of heaven. Thieves can steal, right? Well, I'm waiting for you to steal from me today. Lin Feng planned to pretend to rest in the middle of the night, and when the thief came, he would pin him to the ground and beat him up, then take the stolen goods. That's a great idea. As Lin Feng was making plans, Song Xinling had already gotten up. Rubbing her tired eyes, she stepped out of the stone house and pointed to the sea in the distance, saying, Lin Feng, the island. Lin Feng then suddenly remembered that he had been trying to land on the opposite island for the past few days, but the ghost monster had caused him to deviate from his flight path. But this morning, the raft unexpectedly drifted to the vicinity of the island. I'll pack my gear, and you're in charge of making breakfast. Lin Feng picked up his binoculars and could clearly see the scene on the island. The island is not large, but it is relatively rich in resources, and there are several large yellow cattle and goats in the grasslands on the island. After this wave of harvesting, Lin Feng will have something to eat. He prepared his weapons and equipment, intending to use his spear to finish off his prey. After packing his things and having a meal, Lin Feng docked the raft at the shore. As he arrived, the cattle and goats on the shore actually approached. Shouldn't they be avoiding me? Lin Feng was puzzled. He picked up his spear and prepared to go ashore, but as soon as he stepped onto the shallows, the cattle and goats rushed over. Bang! Before Lin Feng could react, he was knocked into the sea. Looking down, I was shocked to see that the concrete spiked armor on my body had cracked open. Concrete spiked plate armor 50% damaged. What? 2 oxen rammed this thing, and it was reduced to half blood. Lin Feng looked up in astonishment, and saw that the 2 yellow oxen that had bumped into him were completely unharmed, and were even standing on the shore, mowing. That look in his eyes was clearly mocking him. Lin Feng didn't know how he could see the mockery in the cow's eyes, but in any case, he was very frustrated by this. I'll fucking blow you all up. He returned to the raft, went directly to the catapult, loaded it with stones, and hurled them at the cattle and sheep. Bang! 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 Lin Feng threw 3 stones in a row, but he missed hitting the target even once. These animals reacted so quickly, their agility was almost abnormal, that Lin Feng suspected the game was deliberately increasing the difficulty of hunting. This is fucking impossible to hit. Lin Feng estimated that even if he sent the mentally challenged number 2, he wouldn't be able to handle these agile animals. But he couldn't just give up on the resources on this island. Depressed, Lin Feng tried several more times with the catapult, but still couldn't hit it. After a while, the cattle and goats actually walked away dejectedly, looking completely bored. Lin Feng was speechless. He was the most famous big shot in District 10,000, yet he was looked down upon by these beasts. If word gets out, where will I put my face? Seeing that the cattle and sheep had gone some distance, Lin Feng tried to land again, but But as soon as they saw Lin Feng coming, they immediately turned around and rushed over. Lin Feng could only stay on the shore for a dozen seconds at most, let alone collect supplies. He would be lucky to avoid being hit and thrown into the air. We have to think of a way. He sat dejectedly on the deck of the raft, pondering how to deal with them. Song Xinling leaned over and asked, "Could we use spiked durian shell mines to blow them up?" Durian shell landmine? That's right. The 10 or so seconds it takes to land on the island isn't enough time to do anything else, but planting a landmine shouldn't be a problem. As for the saltpeter needed to make gunpowder, Lin Feng immediately opened the trading channel and listed a transaction. Trade 1 magic crystal for 1 saltpeter. There shouldn't be many players who own saltpeter right now. Lin Feng is trading it for magic crystals, and the price he's offering isn't low, so the deal should go through. A few minutes later, a transaction notification popped up. Transaction successful. You have received 1 saltpeter. Lin Feng smiled. With saltpeter in hand, gunpowder could be made. With gunpowder, durian shell landmines would be a piece of cake. He opened the manufacturing workshop and examined the manufacturing principles of gunpowder. Gunpowder, charcoal 0 to 1, saltpeter 1 to 1. With the charcoal ready, Lin Feng made a batch of gunpowder in just 1 minute. Next, he explained the manufacturing principle of the spiked durian shell landmine. Spiked durian shell mine. Durian shell January 1st, gunpowder January 1st. All materials are ready. Let's start manufacturing immediately. With the materials in hand disappearing, a landmine covered in durian spikes was completed in less than 5 minutes. If you don't look closely, you might mistake this thing for just a durian, but Lin Feng knows it's actually a powerful landmine. Spiked durian shell landmine. Description: buried in the soil, this can be used to kill enemies who step on landmines, causing area of effect explosive damage. Hey, I'll blow you all up. Lin Feng smiled slightly, grabbed the landmine, and rushed onto the island. When the oxen and goats saw him charging at them again, they turned around and tried to knock Lin Feng away, but Lin Feng had already planted the landmines. Withdraw. Chapter 76: Buying Durians at High Prices. Lin Feng had just run onto the raft when several yellow cattle chased after him. They were pointing their horns and bellowing arrogantly when suddenly one of the yellow cows stepped on a patch of soft sand. Moo? The ox looked down in confusion, about to see what it had stepped on. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. The landmine exploded instantly, shattering the spiky durian shell and sending nearby cattle and goats flying. 2 cows and a goat near the center of the explosion were instantly killed, and several other animals nearby were also injured and cried out in pain. Moo! Bah! The injured cattle and sheep not only didn't approach, but stared intently at Lin Feng, as if they were holding a grudge. What? So you guys are still going to challenge me, huh? Lin Feng picked up his spear and was about to go over. He thought the injured cattle and sheep would avoid him, but to his surprise, they charged even more fiercely this time. Bang! Before Lin Feng could even pick up the dead cattle and sheep, he was knocked away by 2 goats, and his concrete spiked armor was completely destroyed. Sitting on the raft, Lin Feng slapped his thigh hard. Buy durians. He opened the trading channel and immediately placed 5 trades. Trade 5 metal pieces, 5 glass pieces, 5 plastic pieces for 1 saltpeter, 1 durian. Trade 5 metal pieces, 5 glass pieces, 5 plastic pieces for 1 saltpeter, 1 durian. To prevent players who possess these resources from missing the trade, he also opened the chat channel and sent a message. Raymond Lam buys durians and saltpeter at high prices. Everyone was puzzled. Durian? What would this big shot need that for? Is it edible to put saltpeter and durian together? The boss knows how to eat. The boss knows how to eat. Lin Feng was speechless. What they were saying was completely nonsensical. Lin Feng urgently needs to complete the transaction. I have it. I have it. The transaction has been completed, but I have a question. Is this dish edible? Lin Feng. Holy crap. I've figured it out. This thing can make landmines. Hey bro, I also have these supplies. Can you set a higher price? That's enough for Raymond Lam. What? It can make landmines? I sold it at a loss. The pros have been giving us newbies a hard time lately. Lin Feng didn't have time to pay attention to them. He took the durian, peeled it open, ate the flesh, and then used it to make landmines. In less than 10 minutes, 5 spiked durian shell landmines were made. He looked up at the few remaining prey on the island and gave a cold smile. This time I'll wipe you all out. Lin Feng, carrying 5 landmines, rushed to the shallows of the island and planted all 5 in one go. Before he could finish what he was doing, the oxen and goats charged over like madmen. Lin Feng quickly ran onto the raft. Behind him, the prey chased after him and instantly detonated 2 landmines. Boom. The 2 landmines detonated almost simultaneously, killing 5 prey instantly. Then, there was another explosion. The last 2 prey also lost their lives in the explosion. 5 oxen and 5 goats were all wiped out. Lin Feng looked at his prey lying on the ground and breathed a slight sigh of relief. We're having meat tonight. He smiled slightly and stepped onto the island. Arriving at a fallen yellow ox, Lin Feng began to dissect it. Received 10 beef. Received 1 cow tail. Received 2 bull horns. Received 4 pieces of cowhide. Lin Feng felt he had really struck gold with all the supplies he had obtained from just 1 cow. He then went to a goat and began to break down the supplies. Received 8 pieces of goat meat. Received 2 goat horns. Received 3 goat skins. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Feng had finished butchering the 10 prey and had collected a lot of beef and mutton, horns, and fur. However, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the cow's tail. What else can this thing be used for besides eating it? Oxtail. Description: it can be eaten or used to make a cowtail whip for attacking enemies. Making weapons: it's more worthwhile to eat them. Raymond Lamb has no shortage of weapons now, so oxtails have been declared a part of his diet. By the time they had moved the supplies back to the raft and put them in the safe, it was almost dusk. Lin Feng called Song Xinling over and asked her to cook a dish of stir-fried beef with tomatoes in a large iron pot. Of course, this dish is originally meant to be stewed, but a large iron pot can only hold 2 ingredients at a time. If you put in tomatoes and beef, you can't add water. The girl got busy, and Lin Feng took the opportunity to open the blind box system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. February 7th. Received a cross-dimensional airdrop blind box system developer. Extinction Emperor X1. Airdrop? Wanna play PUBG? Lin Feng was taken aback and checked the blind box description. A blind box drop across dimensions. Rank: excellent. Description: 40% chance of obtaining a basic airdrop flare gun, 30% chance of obtaining a mid-level airdrop flare gun, 20% chance of obtaining a high-level airdrop flare gun, and 10% chance of obtaining a super airdrop flare gun. Lin Feng was a bit confused. They were all signal guns, so what was the difference? Although it was obvious at a glance that the higher the level of the flare gun, the more abundant the airdrop supplies, Lin Feng still felt quite bewildered. Forget it. Let's take it out and see what it's like. As Lin Feng chose to open the blind box, a wooden box in his hand opened instantly. You have opened a cross-dimensional airdrop blind box X1 and obtained a super airdrop flare gun X1. Super airdrop flare gun. Description: a disposable item. Remember to use it to call in an airdrop when danger strikes. The airdrop crate is 100% guaranteed to contain heavy weapons. Heavyweight weapon? This thing is awesome. Although Lin Feng has not yet encountered a truly troublesome enemy, the merger of the regions is imminent, and he may encounter a powerful opponent at that time. In short, having this airdrop flare gun gives me an extra layer of insurance for survival. By this time, Song Xinling had already prepared dinner. Lin Feng stuffed the airdrop flare gun into his backpack and went to the 2 storage boxes in the stone house. Because he was worried about thieves stealing things, Lin Feng didn't put anything in the storage box. But later, he stuffed the rotten boots into the storage box. Now, thinking about how the storage box that served as the dining table actually contained a smelly boot, Lin Feng subconsciously pinched his nose. What? The food doesn't taste good. Song Xinling looked at Lin Feng in confusion. No, this tastes absolutely amazing. Lin Feng didn't say what was in the box, otherwise he was worried that the girl's appetite would be severely affected. I'm hungry, let me try it first. Lin Feng picked up a piece of beef, put it in his mouth, and tasted it. This beef is quite chewy and tastes very good. It also has a tomato flavor that really stimulates the appetite. Chapter 77. This chair is said to be useful for fighting. From the very first bite, Lin Feng couldn't stop. In less than 5 minutes, he finished the food on his plate and even licked his lips with lingering satisfaction. But, belch, he was so full. The portion of beef is really big. Song Xinling glanced at Lin Feng, then at the food on her plate, and realized she probably couldn't eat that much. Then, 10 minutes later, a symphony of hiccups echoed from the stone house. Belch, let's get some rest. Lin Feng dragged a chair to the head of the bed, lay down, and continued to burp. Belch, no, I can't sleep if I eat too much. Song Xinling sat up in distress, rubbing her swollen stomach. After an unknown amount of time, the girl gradually fell asleep, but Lin Feng got up, drank a can of Red Bull, and lay back down on the bed. Red Bull has an energizing effect. If I drink it, I won't be able to sleep tonight. In the stillness of the night, only the soft sound of waves could be heard on the sea. Lin Feng kept his eyes closed, but his ears were constantly listening to the sounds outside. A moment later, a slight impact sound came from beside the raft. Bang! A thief has arrived? Lin Feng smiled inwardly and remained motionless in the same spot. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a series of light footsteps came from outside. The footsteps grew closer and closer, stopping at the door for a moment before the door was gently pushed open. In the dim light, Lin Feng couldn't make out the person's appearance, only vaguely seeing him tiptoeing to the storage box. Lin Feng smiled. Go ahead and steal it. It'll suffocate you. Lin Feng secretly reached out and grasped the chair beside the bed. He clearly remembered that the chair's description mentioned that it could be used for fighting. Perfect timing. I'll beat the thief up with a chair. It won't kill him, but I can still give him a good beating. Everything was ready. All that was needed was for the thief to open the box. The next second, the thief opened the box as expected and took something out. What else could that be but rotten boots? Instantly, a strong stench wafted out, making Lin Feng feel dizzy, let alone the thief. Holy crap! It stinks. As soon as the thief made a sound, he hurriedly looked up, only to be knocked over by a chair. Damn! Who is it? You stole my things, and you're asking who I am? Lin Feng pinned the thief to the ground, picked up the rotten boots, and gave him a good beating. Song Xinling was jolted awake. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Feng carrying a chair and smashing it hard against a man's back. Who is he? Lin Feng didn't even turn his head, continuing his assault, shouting, Thief! The man, pinned to the ground and being beaten, screamed pitifully. Stop! Stop hitting him. I'll give you everything I stole. Spare my life. Hearing the other party plead, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little confused. Why does this person's voice sound so familiar? Could he be number 008? Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and took a closer look. The clothes the guy was wearing were the standard attire for a Doomsday Mall employee, a black tuxedo. Looking down again, Lin Feng was speechless. What? It really is you. Number 008. What are you doing, sneaking out of the Doomsday Mall to steal things? Number 008 was also taken aback. When he looked up, he saw Lin Feng's familiar face. Lin Feng? It's you? I knew I shouldn't have come here. Lin Feng is the best performing player in the entire 10,000 district. Of all people to steal from, why did he have to steal from Lin Feng's raft? If other players discover him, he can still intimidate them by posing as a staff member of the Doomsday Mall, but Lin Feng is a high-level VIP. Lin Feng put down his chair, scratched his head, and felt that he had gone too far just now. Number 008 had helped me a lot, and now he was beaten up, his clothes torn, and his face bruised and swollen. It was really unfair. But why would you, a perfectly good waiter, go outside and steal things? Number 008 stared at the chair with a wary look on his face and said with a bitter expression, At the last meeting, the higher-ups issued a theft mission. I had no choice. Lin Feng finally understood. This game is designed to make players unhappy. Not only do they create those incredibly powerful cows and sheep, but they also send NPCs down to steal things. However, blaming number 008 for this is pointless, especially since he already got a good beating from him, so there's no need to make things difficult for him. Not making things difficult doesn't mean not robbing him. Robbing him doesn't count as making things difficult for him. Lin Feng nodded secretly, feeling that his idea was absolutely right. Fine, I won't punish you this time, but... Just as number 008 was about to secretly rejoice, he heard what followed. Hand over everything you stole, and then my all-nighter won't have been in vain. No, that won't do. We also have performance records to show. Lin Feng smiled kindly and dragged the chair next to him. Here, you're not protected by the Doomsday Mall. If you don't hand over your things, I might not be so polite. Number 008 turned pale with fright when he saw the chair. How about this? How about I give you all the good stuff I stole, and you give me some cheap basic supplies in return? Is that all right? No bargaining. Lin Feng flatly refused, this time throwing the chair onto his shoulder. I'm ready. You can decide what to do next. No. Don't resort to violence so easily. If I don't meet my targets, I'll be punished when I get back. You have to let me report back. Lin Feng didn't rush to make a move. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly smiled. Do you have any more theft missions tomorrow? Why are you asking this? Just tell me if you have it or not. Number 008 glanced at the chair on Lin Feng's shoulder, then touched the bruises all over his body, and said honestly, there are missions for today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded. How about this? Considering our past relationship, hand over the good stuff you stole, and I'll give you some basic materials to complete the task. Real. Number 008 was overjoyed, but the next moment, he was stunned. However, in return, take me with you to steal things tomorrow and the day after. What? Number 008 was completely dumbfounded. What does this mean? Isn't robbing yourself enough? Do they want long-term investment? Lin Feng didn't care what number 008 thought, and asked cheerfully, just tell me if you agree or not. Well, okay then. Number 008 nodded and turned to run away, but Lin Feng grabbed him back. Hand over what you stole first, and I'll keep my word and give you the basic materials. But if you don't come to me by tomorrow night, I'll file a complaint against you on the Doomsday Mall. I'm a high-level VIP, so I have the right to file a complaint. I'll file a complaint against you every time I go there. No, Raymond Lamb, you're so mean. I'm helping you boost your sales figures, so hurry up and bring me your backpack. Chapter 78. See you there. Lin Feng snatched backpack number 008 and searched it carefully. He found some really good stuff. Received, Mechanical Module X5. Obtained, Magic Crystal X2. Received, Coconuts X2. Received, 6 pistol bullets. Number 008 watched helplessly as Lin Feng took all the valuables from his backpack. But Lin Feng shook his head in dissatisfaction and said, tell me, did you steal only poor people all night? How come you only have this little bit of stuff? Number 008 said dejectedly, I just saw someone doing well, but who knew it was you? All right. Lin Feng took a dozen or so pieces of wood and straw and hastily stuffed them into backpack number 008. Take these things and hand them in. That's all. Lin Feng nodded. This thing of yours isn't worth much. How can you say that without any conscience? Number 008, feeling utterly hopeless, took the backpack and decided to work overtime tonight to steal a few more tickets. Before leaving, he turned back and said, come to the Doomsday Mall tomorrow, buy some equipment, and then go steal things. No problem. Lin Feng readily nodded, thinking that complaining was indeed a very effective tactic. After watching 008 leave in a small raft, Lin Feng returned to check the coconuts and pistol bullets he had just acquired. It goes without saying that coconuts are edible, but he guessed that the hard coconut shell could probably be used as a material. As for the pistol bullets, Lin Feng took out his unerring revolver, loaded the bullets into the magazine, and just right, 6 bullets filled the magazine. Although it's not a silver bullet and can't kill ghosts, it's quite useful against ordinary enemies. After loading the revolver, Lin Feng looked at Song Xinling, who was wide awake, and asked, or, shall we eat coconuts? The girl nodded. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she ate the coconut and waited an hour or two until dawn. A moment later, Lin Feng processed the 2 coconuts into coconut juice, coconut meat, and coconut shells. The two shared the coconut juice and coconut meat, while Lin Feng picked up the coconut shell and began to think. What can this thing do? Coconut shell. Description: can be used to manufacture coconut shells. Lin Feng nodded. Coconut cannonballs. That sounds really powerful. Upon opening the manufacturing principle interface, sure enough, after obtaining the coconut shell, he unlocked the manufacturing principle diagram for the coconut cannonball. Coconut shell 1 first, gunpowder 0 halves. Description: it can be launched from catapults or turrets, causing area of effect explosive damage upon impact with the target. Its power is immense. The shells are good, but coconut shells and gunpowder are hard to come by. He seriously suspected that his development speed was too advanced, otherwise saltpeter should not be so rare. Saltpeter can only be obtained by trying to buy some, or simply by purchasing it from the Doomsday Mall. As for coconuts, if only we had some seeds. The two of them ate the coconut meat and drank the coconut juice. Although their stomachs were somewhat full, they were still not satisfied. It was still dark, and with nothing else in a hurry to do, Lin Feng decided to go shopping at the Doomsday Mall. Song Xinling was overjoyed to hear that they were going shopping, and she excitedly set off with Lin Feng. 2 flashes of white light appeared, and the 2 people appeared at the entrance of the Doomsday Mall. The first thing, of course, is to go through the VIP channel and have a buffet meal. The NPC in formal attire ran over respectfully with a menu. Lin Feng looked up, and, noticing it wasn't number 008, asked, "Where's number 008? The NPC politely replied, "Number 008 is away on a business trip. If you need to summon him, I will call him to see you as soon as he returns." Lin Feng frowned, thinking that this guy had probably pulled off a few more heists before dawn. After ordering, the 2 began to eat heartily, but they had only eaten half of the meal when number 008 arrived. "Mr. Lin Feng, you wanted to see me?" Despite having been thoroughly beaten up by himself, number 008 still bowed politely, but when he raised his head, Lin Feng was stunned. "Oh my god, why is your face so swollen?" At this moment, number 008 had changed into a new suit, but the bruises on his face had not only not decreased, but had actually increased. Although Lin Feng was a bit ruthless, he didn't really slap his face. Number 008 looked depressed. "After I left your raft, I went to steal things from other players, but I was in soreness from your beating and my movements were clumsy. I accidentally bumped into something and got caught." Lin Feng was stunned. "And then you got beaten up again?" Number 008 nodded, giving Lin Feng a bitter and resentful look. "Look at you. You're all injured like this, and you still want to steal things. Take me with you tonight. Even if we get caught, I'll keep you safe." Number 008 is depressed. "Otherwise, you shouldn't come with me." Lin Feng patted number 008 on the shoulder like a good buddy. "How can I do that? I've beaten you up like this. How can I not help you improve your performance?" "Help me? You're the one who's trying to get the benefits." Number 008 secretly complained, but didn't dare to say it out loud, lest he anger Lin Feng, who complained every day that he couldn't take it anymore. "If you absolutely have to go, you must buy one piece of equipment." "What equipment?" "Black Knight Cloak." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt that the name sounded somewhat familiar. Song Xinling, standing next to Lin Feng, gave him a disdainful look. "That's the outfit I picked out for you last time." "Ahem. Your eye for quality is absolutely amazing. It was a huge mistake not to listen to you and buy it last time." Last time, Lin Feng almost had his ear pulled in public just because he didn't buy this piece of clothing. He was absolutely impressed. If it weren't for the ghost monster coming to the rescue, they probably would have gotten themselves into trouble. Seeing that Lin Feng had nothing else to do, number 008 said, "Mr. Lin Feng, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. The higher-ups are waiting for me to deliver the supplies. Go ahead and get busy. See you tonight." Number 008 nodded helplessly, then turned and slipped away. Lin Feng sighed, thinking that with so little stuff in his backpack, he was probably going to get a severe scolding from his superiors. Being an NPC is tough. It's even harder to be an NPC who knows themselves. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, seemingly feeling some sympathy. While feeling sympathy, he pondered how to extract more benefits from number 008 that night. A few moments later, the 2 had filled their stomachs. Lin Feng stood up, pulled Song Xinling along, and said, "Let's go shopping at the supermarket." "Just that cloak. Take a look around some more. I have 3 50% off discount cards. I can help you pick out a new outfit today." "Really?" Song Xinling looked excited, but then suddenly paused. Has the supermarket lost another discount card? Forehead. That's a must. The system is the ultimate thief. Chapter 79. Are the quilts on sale? The two entered the supermarket, and Song Xinling ran to the clothing section. Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart and slowly browsed the shop from the beginning. He originally wanted to see if there was any saltpeter in the materials section, but he searched for a long time without finding any. It seems that saltpeter is not yet available for purchase. It can only be obtained through trading with other players. After pushing his shopping cart around for a while, Lin Feng finally stopped at the household goods section. What is this? Product: luxury coffee cup. Price: 40 gold coins. Description: the cup always contains a full cup of coffee, with a rich aroma and excellent energizing effect. Lin Feng has almost finished his Red Bull. Although the coffee in this cup doesn't boost his work efficiency, it's good that he can drink it all in a long time. This price is acceptable. Nodding, Lin Feng tossed it into his shopping cart, thinking of using a 50% off card to buy it for 20 gold coins. Continuing on, Lin Feng didn't find anything particularly attractive, so he made his way to the discount section. As soon as he arrived, he was drawn to one particular item. It was a large box with a picture on it, which was covered with mosquitoes. Is this some kind of mosquito selling? Lin Feng was taken aback. Upon closer inspection of the label, he discovered that the box actually contained mosquitoes. Product: 1 million poisonous mosquitoes. Price: 20 gold coins. Current price: 5 gold coins. Description: a disposable item containing 1 million poisonous mosquitoes. Once released, they will attack any living creature they encounter. Do not open it carelessly. When escaping, you can release them behind the raft to deal massive damage to pursuing enemies, potentially turning the tide of battle. Wow, supermarkets really sell everything. Lin Feng tossed it into his shopping cart without hesitation. After thinking for a moment, he realized it wasn't enough, so he added the 2 remaining boxes from the shelf. Now I have 3 million mosquitoes. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued to inspect the goods on the shelves. Quilt. On a cardboard box, there was a picture of a comfortable cotton quilt. Lin Feng quickly checked the price. Product: warm cotton quilt. Price: 4 gold coins. Current price: 2 gold coins. Description: this is an extremely warm comforter set. You can not only use it to cover yourself while sleeping, but also drape it over your body when it's cold, making you a comforter superhero who is not afraid of the cold. The Blanket Superman. Lin Feng pursed his lips and looked at the number of quilts on the shelf. There were more than 70 sets in total. If I bought all of these, wouldn't I have a monopoly on cotton quilts? Lin Feng started to plan. He would buy all the quilts for 2 gold coins and then sell them for 6 gold coins, thus earning twice the gold coins in no time. Moreover, if you buy up all the blankets in the supermarket, even if the players know they're being scammed, there's nothing they can do. The only problem is how often the quilts will be restocked. If you buy them all today, they'll be restocked tomorrow, and all your efforts will be wasted. You might even have to sell them at a loss. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly pushed the shopping cart to the checkout counter. Just as the NPC in charge of checkout was about to calculate the price, he was asked, "When will the supermarket restock its blankets?" The other person was taken aback, thought for a moment, and said, "At least a week from now." "Hey, why are you asking this?" "Fine." Lin Feng turned around and went back to the discount section. He parked his shopping cart to the side and started piling quilts into it. Of course, there were too many quilts to pack all at once. Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart back to the checkout counter, threw the quilts on the counter, and then pushed the empty shopping cart to continue packing quilts and sending them to the checkout counter. After 4 or 5 trips, I finally managed to empty the shelves of quilts. At this moment, 2 players came to the discount section and were immediately attracted by the price tags on the quilts on the shelves. Holy crap! The comforter is on sale, only 2 gold coins. Wait, why are the shelves empty? Look over there. One of the players saw a small mountain of quilts piled up in front of the checkout counter and stared in astonishment, his mouth agape. Holy crap! They've all been booked. No, does he really need so many blankets? Oh no, this guy's hoarding it to drive up the price. Who is he? He's absolutely despicable. As the 2 were feeling down, Song Xinling hurriedly passed by carrying a packaging box. She turned around and saw the empty shelves as well. Huh? Quilts? They're all sold out. Looking at the checkout counter, the girl immediately understood. She could tell from Lin Feng's beaming smile that he had no good intentions. But it looks like they're about to make their fortune. The girl smiled slightly, ran over, and threw the black cloak in front of the checkout counter. The two players recognized Song Xinling almost simultaneously. It's her. Is that man Raymond Lam? Holy crap! It's him again. He's going to screw us over again. While the two were discussing, the NPC waiter was settling the bill. He glanced at Lin Feng, then at the 70-odd quilts in front of him, and his lips twitched. Please wait a moment. Next, the NPC quickly ran to another NPC and whispered, Quick! Put the purchase limit on all the discounted items. Oh. The NPC looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression, then instantly understood. I'll take care of it right away. A moment later, the NPC in charge of settling the bill returned. A total of 215 gold coins. Your balance is insufficient. You need to return some quilts. Returning the comforter? Impossible. Lin Feng smiled slightly and took out a gold 50% off card. The NPC froze instantly. Why is it another discount card? Give me that coffee cup at half price. Okay, after the 50% discount, this cup will cost you 20 gold coins, for a total of 195 gold coins. Lin Feng paid with gold coins, leaving him with only 6 gold coins. Forget about being a high-level VIP. He wasn't even a basic VIP now. But that's alright. I have 75 quilts. I'll keep 2 and sell the remaining 73 quilts at 6 gold coins each, and I'll immediately earn 438 gold coins. We've made a fortune this time. Lin Feng excitedly stuffed these things into his backpack and pulled Song Xinling away from the Doomsday Mall. Back on the raft, Lin Feng immediately hung the quilt in the trading channel. Trade 1 warm blanket for 6 gold coins. Trade 1 warm blanket for 6 gold coins. He copied the same transaction details more than 40 times in one go, then opened the chat channel and notified all the players. Lin Feng is selling warm cotton quilts for 6 gold coins. Only 73 are available. First come, first served. A comforter? I want that. Wait a minute. I remember it only cost 2 gold coins in the supermarket special offer section, so why is Lin Feng's quilt so expensive? What? The supermarket only sells it for 2 gold coins? I'm off to buy it right now. Chapter 80. A Super Eater? Lin Feng smiled when he saw someone going to the supermarket to buy a quilt. Lin Feng, I bought out all the comforters in the supermarket, and I guarantee they won't be restocked anytime soon. I don't believe it. I'm going to the supermarket to see for myself. No need to go. I saw him buy all the quilts on the shelf with my own eyes. Holy crap. No way. Raymond Lam, you're so despicable. They've started openly ripping us off now. Damn it. This is absolutely awful. The chat channel was buzzing with activity. Everyone was criticizing Lin Feng. No matter how harshly you scold him, it's useless. Lin Feng has monopolized all the quilts, and scolding him won't solve the problem of keeping warm. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and hurling insults, but they were caught off guard when they saw a message from Lin Feng. Raymond Lam, only 30 quilts left. I won't bother you any longer. You guys continue. Who the hell bought it? Do you really enjoy being ripped off? Anyway, I bought it. You bunch of poor bastards. Don't blame me if you can't afford it. What the heck? This is outrageous. We should all boycott Raymond Lam's monopolistic practices. Raymond Lam, there are 20 more to go. Please continue. Wait. I'll buy it. Holy crap. I want one too. Damn it, I can't afford it. While everyone was cursing in the chat channel, Lin Feng sat on the raft counting money. Transaction successful. You have received 6 gold coins. Transaction successful. You have received 6 gold coins. Before long, Lin Feng's 73 quilts were sold out. Looking at the gold coins he had, plus the 6 gold coins he had left, he now had a total of 444 gold coins. 444. Bad luck. Bad luck. I'll go shopping later. Oh right, I didn't buy her any new clothes. Lin Feng then remembered that he had promised to buy Song Xinling new clothes, but he hadn't been able to. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After putting away the gold coins, Lin Feng got ready to get busy with his day's tasks. On the nearby island, although he had taken care of the cattle and sheep, there were still many supplies that he had not collected. He took the mentally challenged number 2 with him, removed the 2 remaining landmines on the island's shore, and began collecting supplies. With the gathering gloves, the speed of gathering supplies is very fast. With the charging station, the mentally challenged number 2 no longer has to worry about running out of power. I help him carry supplies back and forth. At noon, mentally disabled number 2 even delivered the lunch that Song Xinling had prepared, becoming a thoughtful deliverman. Lin Feng sat under a big tree, wolfing down his stir-fried beef with tomatoes while sipping his coffee. There were quite a few supplies on the island. Lin Feng spent the whole morning collecting only about a third of the supplies. However, to his disappointment, apart from basic resources like stones and wood, there was almost nothing else of value. After lunch, he continued working. When he reached the top of the island, Lin Feng was surprised to find a deep cave. Oh my god, so that's how it is. All the valuables must be in the cave. Lin Feng picked up his climbing axe and started climbing down the cave, but he had only climbed halfway down when he had to come back up. It was too dark inside. I couldn't see anything. And because I had to hold a climbing axe in both hands, I couldn't light a torch. Looks like I need a headlamp. I'll go to the supermarket tomorrow. Raymond Lamb feels he's become lazy since he got rich, and he absolutely won't buy things he can afford. Helpless, he continued to plunder the island's surface for supplies, working until dusk, until the island was practically bald from all the loot. Go back and have dinner. There's still an operation tonight, so we can't afford to waste time. Lin Feng quickly returned to the raft, and, while Song Xinling was making dinner, he opened today's blind box. Daily blind box giveaway successful. March 7th. Received, a super-eating adorable pet blind box system developer, Lord of the Heavenly Explosion Gang's Hall of All Living Beings, Ru Jiuji X1. Can eat a lot. Does the system think I have too much food? Is the system developer deliberately trying to mess with me? Lin Feng glanced at the blind box description speechlessly. Adorable pet blind boxes with an extra large appetite. Rank, excellent. Introduction, 30% chance of getting a schizophrenic husky, 30% chance of getting a goofy Alaskan Malamute, 30% chance of getting a silly Samoyed, 10% chance of getting a gluttonous golden orange cat. Wow, they really are all adorable pets. Lin Feng scratched his head, wondering what else these pets could do besides eat so much. By the way, I won't be home tonight, so having a cute pet keep Song Xinling company isn't a bad idea. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng opened the packaging box in his hand. A husky. In an instant, a tiny puppy, less than an arm's length long, appeared. As soon as it was released, it wagged its tail vigorously. The black and white patterns on its face were quite beautiful, but this thing seemed to have absolutely no fighting ability. You've opened a Super Eater Adorable Pet Blind Box X1 and received a Schizophrenic Husky X1. The Split Personality Siberian Husky. Introduction. Don't worry, it will eat anything, and it will grow up quickly. Mature, split personality huskies are quite powerful, but their performance is extremely inconsistent, making them the most unpredictable factor on the battlefield. Lin Feng was relieved. He had indeed drawn a cute but useless pet that could eat a ton. Often woof woof woof. The husky seemed to sense Lin Feng's disdain and barked in dissatisfaction. Is this your street swearing skill? Woof. Woof 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 woof. Lin Feng was annoyed. This husky had quite a temper. Hearing the husky's barking, Song Xinling ran over in confusion. As soon as she saw the husky on the deck, she happily approached it. A husky? Where did you get that? Found it in the ocean. Woof 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 woof. The husky barked at Lin Feng a few more times in dissatisfaction, then obediently moved closer to Song Xinling and wagged its tail affectionately. What? So they've already started vying for favor? I actually drew a love rival. Woof 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 woof. Just as he was thinking about it, he got yelled at by the husky again. Raymond Lamb was unhappy. If you keep yelling at me like that, do you believe I'll throw you into the sea? Upon hearing this, the husky got angry and barked and cursed at Lin Feng again. But just as Lin Feng walked over and was about to drag it into the sea, the thing suddenly went limp. A woo. A woo. Lin Feng, you scared it. Oh no, I've fallen out of favor. What would you like to eat? How about stir-fried beef with tomatoes? Woof woof. As soon as the husky heard there was food, it immediately nodded and barked. Lin Feng was speechless. He seemed to have never received this kind of treatment before. Just as he was feeling down, a small raft drifted by in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng realized that it was indeed number 008. Mr. Lin Feng, may I have a meal here? What's going on? 2 more mouths have appeared in just a few minutes, and another one is said to be a huge eater. All right, 1 more of you won't make a difference. Chapter 81. They're almost fleecing the sheep bald. Song Xinling prepared some more food, and Lin Feng and number 008 ate stir-fried beef with tomatoes together. Number 008 ate while praising the food. I knew you'd find good food here. Lin Feng was puzzled. What was so great about stir-fried beef with tomatoes? Could it possibly be better than a lobster at a buffet? Number 008 clearly noticed Lin Feng's confusion and shook his head, saying, "We NPCs don't live like humans at all. The food we eat is, sigh. Never mind. Let's not talk about it." Raymond Lam was speechless. You're not even living a human life, are you? You weren't human to begin with. As Lin Feng watched as number 008 wolfed down a plate of stir-fried beef with tomatoes, he saw him snatch away the dog food that Song Xinling had just cooked. Woof 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 woof. The husky was unhappy and snatched the food from the dog's mouth. How rude of it. Number 008 didn't care at all. While wolfing down his food, he said to Lin Feng, "How about this? I won't eat your food for nothing. You pay for my dinner for 3 days, and I'll give you 3 good things." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng became interested and quickly glared at the husky to shut it up. What good stuff? 50% off discount card. What the heck? How come you have something like this? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Number 008 smiled smugly. Today, some discount cards were stolen from the supermarket warehouse. I was sent to investigate, and I found that 3 50% off cards were missing. I was going to report it, but I thought I might as well steal 3 more and sell them to the players, saying that 6 50% off cards were missing from the warehouse. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. Is this something an NPC would do? Isn't this embezzlement? Aren't you afraid someone will report you if you sell it? Number 008 nodded dejectedly. Later I was worried about being reported, so I let you have it. Lin Feng pursed his lips. You ate 3 whole servings of my tomato and beef stir-fry. You didn't lose out. He was speechless. Was this number 008 a starving ghost? 1 serving of food would make me feel incredibly full, but number 008 managed to eat 3 large servings. A few minutes later, Lin Feng felt that number 008 was not edible, because that husky actually ate 5 servings of stir-fried beef with tomatoes. Lin Feng stared at the husky in astonishment and said, "What? You're not even as big as the food you ate. How the hell did you manage to eat 5 servings of tomato and beef stir-fry?" Woof 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 woof. The only response he received was an unhappy roar. It was already completely dark, and it was almost time to set off. Lin Feng and number 008 boarded a small wooden raft. This raft was brought by 008, and it has a strangely shaped propeller at the back. So we'll use the thrusters to find other players? Lin Feng felt that this was completely impractical. Not to mention that this thing was noisy and would be detected if it got too close to the player. Its speed was also very worrying. Even if this thruster is fast, it can't possibly be faster than my 3 thrusters. On this vast ocean, relying on the speed of thrusters to find players, you're lucky if you can pull off 1 job in a night. Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled expression, number 008 took out a metal rod from his pocket. Lin Feng recognized this thing. An ID tracking teleporter? That's so extravagant. You probably didn't even steal enough to buy one. Number 008 shook his head. This is an NPC-specific version. It can be used an unlimited number of times. What? Lin Feng snatched the teleporter, thinking that even if he had to break up with 008 immediately, he had to get his hands on this thing. Unlimited use would be a great deal. However, number 008 remained remarkably calm when Lin Feng snatched the teleporter. Lin Feng glanced at number 008, then at the teleporter's description, and instantly understood. NPC players search for teleporters. Description: this item can only be used by NPCs. After use, It will teleport the user to a nearby sea area near a specific player or a random player. Can only be used by NPCs. Lin Feng was speechless. Even if he snatched it, it would be useless. Let's go. Shaking his head dejectedly, Lin Feng returned the teleporter to number 008. The next moment, number 008 pressed the teleporter. In an instant, Lin Feng felt his surroundings blur, and they found themselves in an unfamiliar sea area. Looking up, Lin Feng saw a small wooden raft. The raft doesn't look very big, but it's fairly well equipped, so the players on it probably aren't particularly poor. Lin Feng nodded secretly, and then saw number 008 start the propeller on the raft. Huh, why is there no sound? Lin Feng initially thought the thrusters would make noise, but after getting closer to check them, he suddenly realized what was going on. Silent raft propulsion. Description: although it's not fast, it will absolutely not make any noise. Holy crap, this stuff is amazing. Number 008 suddenly glanced at Lin Feng nervously. You're not going to take this thing apart, are you? No. If we dismantle it, all that'll be left is a pile of materials. Number 008 was relieved and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Lin Feng, however, had already set his sights on the raft. Wait 3 days. This raft will be mine in 3 days. Then you can simply attach the raft and the silent raft propeller together onto your own raft. Pretty. Let's do it. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, and the next moment, they had already approached the raft on the other side. Bang! The two rafts collided, but there was no movement on the other raft. Number 008 tiptoed onto the raft and skillfully opened the cabin. Lin Feng followed closely behind him and could vaguely hear a player snoring on the raft. Let's get started. Lin Feng lowered his voice and opened the only storage box in the cabin. Just as number 008 was about to reach out, he saw Lin Feng take out the items one by one. Received, 40 wood. Take this. Received, watermelon X1. This one is mine. Received, 15 grass balls. Take this. Obtained, 3 magic crystals. This one is mine. Player 008 watched helplessly as Lin Feng nearly emptied the box, and hurriedly said, "We have rules that we can only take half of the supplies from a player's box." Oh. Lin Feng nodded and put the dozens of stones he was about to hand to number 008 back into the storage box. Next, he took out several mechanical modules and stuffed them into his backpack. This one is mine. Number 008 is speechless. So, the resources that are supposed to be returned to the players have to be paid for by themselves. Moreover, Lin Feng didn't leave him anything of value. All the good stuff went to him, and he only got some wood and straw. Lin Feng, you can't be so ruthless. Lin Feng was taken aback. Didn't I leave him supplies? I mean you can't be this cruel to me. Lin Feng nodded. You're right. He turned around and took out the stones from before, then handed them to number 008. The supplies in the storage box were almost gone. Number 008 quickly pulled Lin Feng out. Stop taking it. Let's find another player to steal from. You can't just fleece them all. Chapter 82 Pirates? Let's do something big. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and 008 arrived at another sea area. This time, the other side was still a small raft, but Lin Feng realized that the owner of the raft must be quite wealthy. Putting everything else aside, the 9 cucumber seedlings neatly planted behind the raft are not something an ordinary person could cultivate. He smiled slightly and set his sights on the cucumbers. Received, cucumber X5. Received, cucumber X5. In less than a minute, he had picked 6 of the 9 cucumber seedlings. I'll leave you a third. That's more than enough. What can I do? I'm a part-time thief. It wouldn't be right not to steal. Over here, 008 pushed open the cabin door in the dark. When he turned around, he found that Lin Feng hadn't followed him. Just as he was wondering about this, he saw Lin Feng come in while munching on a cucumber. Huh? Where did you get these cucumbers? Lin Feng pointed outside. They're grown outside. We have rules that we can only steal from storage equipment. Wah! Before number 008 could finish rambling, Lin Feng stuffed a cucumber into his mouth. Get to the point. Number 008 was speechless. Just as he was about to open the box, Lin Feng beat him to it. Received, 35 wood. Here, take this. Received, 3 metal ingots. This one is mine. Number 008 looked miserable. Lin Feng had started again. This was his second job, and all he had in his backpack was a pile of wood, grass, and stones. How can we expect to improve performance if things continue like this? You should be grateful if you don't get a severe scolding from your superiors. A few seconds later, number 008 couldn't stand it anymore and dragged Lin Feng out. Thump. Player 008, dragging Lin Feng along, accidentally bumped into the doorframe. The sleeping player was startled and quickly got up. Who? The player looked down and immediately saw a series of footprints. Looking at the end of the footprints, he saw his own storage box. Holy crap! A thief! The player quickly jumped up to check the storage box. The next moment, Lin Feng and number 008, who were running away on the raft, heard an angry roar. This is fucking amazing. Which bastard stole my supplies? Holy crap. My cucumber. My cucumber. Number 008 gave Lin Feng a disdainful look, but Lin Feng said innocently, I left him 15 cucumbers. He definitely won't starve. Halfway through his speech, Lin Feng suddenly looked expectant. Let's go? Let's pull off one more job. Frustrated, number 008 pressed the button on the teleporter, and the two appeared in another sea area. Once his vision cleared, Lin Feng immediately spotted a dozen or so slowly drifting rafts. It seemed they had encountered a team of players. This is a bit tricky. What? A gang of pirates? When Lin Feng looked up, he was surprised to see a skull and crossbones flag hanging on the large wooden raft in the very center. Stealing from pirates carries absolutely no moral burden. You've ever felt any moral burden? Number 008 was speechless. Raymond Lam's skin is really thick. Lin Feng ignored what 008 was saying, but he was a little troubled. This pirate crew is not only large, but they also have players specifically assigned to keep watch at night, so stealing from them is really not easy. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to act, number 008 asked, how about we switch to another player? They're the ones. Players who act alone usually don't have much in the way of resources, and they don't make much money from a single theft. They might not earn as much as they would from 10 thefts. How could we let such a fat fish slip by so easily? Lin Feng took out a black cloak from his backpack, put it on, checked the equipment in his backpack, and smiled slightly. Let's go? Let's move closer. Are you sure? Lin Feng made his decision, but number 008 had second thoughts. If this job goes well, great. But if it fails, he could lose his life. He's not in the Doomsday Mall now and isn't protected at all. It's not worth risking his life just to steal a few things to boost his sales. He was still hesitating when he suddenly felt a gust of wind. He turned around and saw that Lin Feng had already activated the silent raft's propulsion system. Holy crap! Lin Feng, I haven't even said I was going to make a move yet. Could you please keep your voice down? The players on night watch might hear you. Number 008 sighed in despair, watching helplessly as the raft sailed toward a pirate's raft. When they were less than 20 meters from the pirate raft, Lin Feng turned off the thrusters. When their small raft came to a stop, it only slightly bumped into the raft opposite them. Next, Lin Feng tiptoed onto the raft. Upon closer inspection, he found the raft completely bare, with only two pirates fast asleep, clutching their weapons. Clearly, there were only two henchmen on the raft, and no storage boxes at all. He was about to cross the raft and climb onto another raft when he looked back and realized that 008 hadn't boarded yet. Raymond Lam was unhappy. How can the ringleader not do any work when they're out stealing? Besides, what if he escapes by himself using the teleporter if he doesn't bring 008 along? This must never be allowed to happen. Lin Feng tiptoed back, grabbed 008, and headed towards the pirate raft in the middle. Fortunately, the black cloak was quite effective at concealing itself. Once, a player on patrol looked in this direction but couldn't find anything. This dark cloak is really nice. Of course, I was the one who recommended it to you. Do you get a commission if you recommend me to buy something? Number 008 glanced at Lin Feng with a frustrated expression and asked, those two players have been guarding that spot the whole time. How are we supposed to get over there? Lin Feng was also in a bit of a dilemma. Killing those two pirates wouldn't be a bad idea, but the problem is that if it causes too much of a commotion and alerts the other pirates, I might not be able to steal anything. And He might even lose his life here. Even if you are strong in combat, it's not convenient for you to fight more than 20 pirates by yourself. As for whether number 008 can help, Lin Feng shook his head. This guy basically has no fighting ability whatsoever. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I've got an idea. What method? Where is your teleporter? Here. Player 008 thought Lin Feng was going to target a different player, so he hurriedly took out the teleporter. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng snatched the teleporter away and said understandingly, "Go get the raft and lure the pirates away." What? You want me to be the bait? Then what are you going to do with my teleporter? Lin Feng smiled slightly. With the teleporter in my hands, you won't abandon me and run away. This? Lin Feng, you're so damn despicable. Lin Feng shook his head and said seriously, this is called an insurance measure. Besides, your raft is completely silent. They won't be able to find you at all. This job is much safer than going in to steal things. Number 008 was helpless. The teleporter is in Lin Feng's hands. If I don't do as he says, I can forget about escaping. Okay, I'll go. Chapter 83 is so unprofessional. Number 008 dawdled back to the raft, and then he began to think. How can I lure the patrolling players over without being detected? This is a troublesome problem. Number 008 scratched his head in thought, while Lin Feng grew impatient. I've been waiting for 5 or 6 minutes. Why hasn't number 008 made a move yet? Lin Feng was just thinking of looking in that direction when he suddenly heard a strange cry. Quack quack. Quack quack quack. Quack 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 quack. Holy crap! Lin Feng was stunned. This number 008 is actually imitating a frog's croak. Where the hell did this frog come from in the ocean? That's so fake. On the raft, 2 patrolling players asked the same question. Hey, did you hear that? It looks like a toad. Bullshit. Where would a toad come from in the ocean? Did you hear me wrong? As the 2 were pondering this, suddenly, the voice of number 008 came from not far away again. Quack quack. Quack quack quack. Quack quack quack. His shouts grew louder and louder, making Lin Feng's heart pound. Is this some kind of tactic to lure the enemy, or is it actually calling the police? If he had spoken any louder, all the pirates would have been woken up. Isn't this just sabotaging your teammates? Lin Feng was flustered, and the 2 patrolmen were even more flustered. Holy crap, it really is a toad. Hey, where are you going? Get that damn toad away. It's keeping the boss awake, and we're definitely going to go hungry tomorrow. Yeah, wait for me, this damn toad. The 2 pirates rushed over to 008, and Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He groped his way up to the pirate captain's raft in the dark, but when he got to the cabin door, he found that the guy was using a security door. Password protected door. Description: allows setting a 4-digit password. Incorrect password will prevent access. My goodness, that's way too cautious. Arranging 2 players to patrol at night wasn't enough. They even installed a security door. Lin Feng was depressed. We've come all this way, only to be blocked by a broken door. Wait, if we can't get through the door, we can try through the window. Lin Feng looked up and suddenly smiled. The cabin only had 4 small wooden windows installed, which were not burglar-proof and could be opened with a gentle push. Without hesitation, Lin Feng climbed through the window and crept in. In less than 5 seconds, he found the 4 storage boxes in the corner of the room. Pretty. Lin Feng smiled inwardly and began to work. Open the first storage box. Received 20 mechanical modules. Obtained 10 magic crystals. Received 15 metal ingots. The box was full of all sorts of rare materials, and Lin Feng kept taking them out and stuffing them into his backpack. With number 008 not around, and no one to bother him while he worked, Lin Feng stole the entire storage box in less than 2 minutes. Looking up at the fast-sleeping pirate, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued working. Open the second storage box. It's full of food. Received 5 tomatoes. Received 2 watermelons. Received apple X3. Received 5 bottles of Erguo 2. Holy crap, Erguo 2. Lin Feng was stunned. These pirates actually had Baijiu Chinese liquor to drink. I checked the information about Erguo 2. Erguo 2, a type of Chinese liquor. Description: this is a high-proof liquor. Drinking it has a certain probability of causing the user to become violent and intoxicated, increasing their combat power by 300%. It can also be used to create Molotov cocktails when necessary. Holy crap, this is amazing! Lin Feng happily stuffed 5 bottles of erguo, a type of Chinese liquor, into his backpack, but when he opened the third storage box, his backpack was already full. Lin Feng was frustrated. The things in his backpack were all things he had painstakingly stolen, and he absolutely couldn't lose them. But now there's no room left to store anything. Listening to the pirate captain's snoring, Lin Feng's mind raced as he tried to think of a solution. Or, how about stealing another raft from them? No problem if your backpack can't hold everything. Just get a raft and haul it all away. However, another problem arose. Which raft should we steal? Lin Feng looked outside, and then back at the raft he was on. There are at least 2 or 3 players on the other rafts, but this raft only has the pirate captain left. Stealing this raft is definitely the most profitable thing to do. Besides, wouldn't that save me the trouble of carrying things back and forth? Only, we need to get rid of this pirate captain. Lin Feng smiled slightly, took out a gas mask from his backpack, carefully put it on, and then took out the ultimate biochemical weapon he had prepared in advance, the lazy sailor's laundry basket. The moment the laundry basket was taken out, an unbearable stench filled the cabin. The pirate captain was awakened by the fumes in less than 5 seconds. Cough, cough. Holy shit. Who the hell did this? It stinks. Help. Someone come quick. The pirate captain, as if suffocating, struggled to his feet and stumbled to the security door. What the hell is a password again? Lin Feng was standing right next to him, but thanks to the concealment effect of his black cloak, the pirate captain didn't even notice him. It stinks so badly, my brain. What was the password again? It's 1357. The next moment, the pirate captain entered the password with trembling hands, and as soon as the security door opened, he staggered out. Someone come here. Someone is coming quickly. Not far away, 2 pirates were busy chasing away toads when they suddenly heard their leader shouting at them. Turning around, the 2 saw the eldest brother holding onto the raft and vomiting into the sea. But the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. They watched as a figure emerged from the cabin and kicked their boss in the backside. Thump! The pirate captain kicked it directly into the sea. Holy crap! Who the hell kicked me? Help! Help! I can't swim. His shout startled all the pirates awake. They were all bewildered when they smelled a foul stench wafting from the vicinity. Holy crap! What the hell is this taste? Someone's attacking. Before anyone could react, they heard the roar of thrusters. When they looked up, they were dumbfounded. All I could see was my boss struggling on the surface of the sea, and his raft had somehow managed to move away on its own. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Oh no. Pirates! Aren't we fucking pirates? At this moment, the pirate captain finally scrambled onto a raft, still dizzy, and immediately roared. Get the hell up and fight. There are assassins. Looking at what was happening in front of him, number 008 was stunned. It was supposed to be stealing, but when did it turn into robbery? Raymond Lam has absolutely no professional ethics. Just as he was secretly grumbling to himself, he saw Lin Feng driving the raft towards them. Along with it came a disgusting stench. What? Lin Feng. No, don't come any closer. Chapter 84, Slowing Down Hourglass. Bang. Lin Feng, piloting the pirate's raft, crashed violently into raft number 008. Instantly, a stench assaulted our senses. Number 008 was jolted so badly he almost fell into the sea, but the next moment, with a thud, the 008 was so choked by the fumes that its legs trembled, and it wobbled and fell into the sea. Lin Feng, give me back the teleporter, or I'm not playing with you anymore. I want to go back to the Doomsday Mall. Hearing number 008's angry roar, Lin Feng realized that he hadn't put the laundry basket away yet. He quickly pulled 008 out of the sea, then ran into the cabin to collect the laundry basket. At this moment, number 008 finally came to his senses a bit, but as soon as he regained his senses, he stared wide-eyed at what was behind him and shouted, "They're here." Lin Feng turned around and saw more than a dozen pirate rafts rushing towards him menacingly. This is practically a life-or-death situation. At this moment, Lin Feng's raft was still pushing raft number 008 forward, and the pirates wouldn't be able to catch up for several minutes. Lin Feng estimated that he had enough time, so he squatted down and began to build the raft deck, trying to piece the two rafts together. Number 008 was completely dumbfounded. Lin Feng, give me the teleporter now, or it will be too late to escape. Wait a moment. Raymond Lamb remained very calm. He guessed that the teleporter could only transport the raft where number 008 was located, and the players on the raft. I can't just throw away the raft I finally managed to snatch. Number 008 has crashed. Seeing that the pirates were about to catch up, Lin Feng was still leisurely connecting the raft. This is truly putting money before life. Behind them, the pirate captain let out a roar. Chase it. Hurry up and chase it. Bring my raft back. Boss, should we fire? The pirate captain kicked his men into the sea, yelling, That's my raft. Get it going. Another subordinate asked timidly, Boss, but your raft is too fast. We can't catch up. The pirate captain, looking frustrated and reluctant, said, Fire. Boss, did you say to fire? The pirate captain kicked his men into the sea. Fire. I told you to fire. Upon hearing this, the pirates all grabbed their weapons, and instantly, countless arrows streaked through the air and shot towards them. But at that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Holy crap, where's the boss's raft? That's it. How the hell did it just vanish into thin air? Thump. The pirate captain plopped down on the deck, tears welling up in his eyes. Who the hell did this? My raft, the supplies I painstakingly collected. They're all gone. The pirates stared blankly at the calm sea, each one gazing at the empty expanse with a bewildered expression. Or, let's break up. All right, everyone, I'm out of here. There's nothing left in the pirate crew now, so I'm leaving too. In less than 5 minutes, a dozen pirates, in their rafts, scattered in all directions. The pirate captain suddenly came to his senses, looked around, and found that all his men had fled. Holy crap! Where are they? All of you get back here. While the pirates were busy disbanding, Lin Feng and 008 had already teleported to another sea area. There was a small wooden raft nearby, which looked quite shabby. Number 008 was thinking of going over to work when Lin Feng suddenly stopped him. What's wrong? Number 008 looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. This player is so poor. How could you still do this to them? Wow. Lin Feng, when did you become so compassionate? Lin Feng scratched his head. The main thing is, tonight we need to divide up the loot on this raft first. Instead of wasting time stealing that stuff, we might as well dismantle this raft first. Number 008 thought about it and realized that made sense. They had already stolen a whole raft, so why were they still eyeing what the player had? He nodded and said, Then let's tear it down together. Let's teleport back to my raft first. You're going back already? Lin Feng nodded. If you're hungry, I can make you breakfast when we get back stir-fried beef with tomatoes. When number 008 heard that meals were provided, and that it was stir-fried beef with tomatoes, he instantly felt hungry. Okay, is it enough to fill you up? You can eat your fill, but you have to pay for the food first. Food money. A 50% off card. Wow, you still remember that. Number 008 sighed and handed Lin Feng a gold 50% off card. I'll give you the remaining 2 tomorrow or the day after. You've gotten a great deal. Lin Feng smiled slightly, accepted the 50% off card, and as number 008 pressed the button on the teleporter, the two appeared near Lin Feng's raft. Woof woof woof. As soon as he approached, Lin Feng heard the husky barking, and he waved his hand impatiently. Stop calling, it's me. Woof 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 woof. It would have been better if Raymond Lamb hadn't said that. The moment he did, the husky barked even louder. Hearing the husky bark, Song Xinling rushed out, looked ahead, and froze instantly. There was a well-equipped large wooden raft in front of them. Lin Feng, did you steal this? Lin Feng grinned smugly and nodded, saying, Of course. Such a large raft. How did you steal it? Won't you be discovered? Number 008 added a timely comment. He got caught, so he switched to robbery. Song Xinling frowned, feeling that her life was becoming more and more like that of a pirate. Lin Feng smiled slightly and pulled Song Xinling aside, saying, Don't feel guilty. I'm just an accomplice. He's the principal offender. Here's a 50% off card for you. Make something nice to eat. This meal was paid for by number 008. A 50% off card? Food money. Song Xinling was stunned. Such a precious item was actually used to pay for a few plates of stir-fried beef with tomatoes. This world must have gone mad. While the girl was busy cooking, Lin Feng began discussing the division of the spoils with number 008. Here's what we'll do. Everything in the storage box is mine, and as for the rest, you can start unpacking now. As much as you can take out, it's all yours. What? Number 008 is dumbfounded. Is this what they call dividing the spoils? So I'm here to be a laborer. Hey, Raymond Lamb, you're so dark-skinned. Hurry up and demolish it, it's almost dawn. Lin Feng left with a remark and walked happily to the cabin door. What's the code for the security door again? 1357. Oh well, who cares? Number 008, come over here and tear down this broken door. A moment later, Lin Feng opened the remaining 2 storage boxes. Gold. What? 30 gold coins. This was such a profitable move. Lin Feng took out the gold coins, and then his gaze was drawn to a glass hourglass. Received. 1 slowing hourglass. Chapter 85 90% failure rate. Slowing down hourglass. Description, a disposable item. When used, it reduces the speed of all enemies within a 100-meter radius by 50% for 10 minutes. It can slow you down for 10 minutes, and the radius is 100 meters. This thing is a magical auxiliary tool. Lin Feng chuckled and accepted the speed-reducing hourglass. I searched through the storage box again, but there was nothing special inside. At this time, Song Xinling had already prepared breakfast. Although it was still dark, Lin Feng was hungry, so he called 008 over to eat. And of course, there's that husky that can eat like crazy. Song Xinling was very busy this morning. Lin Feng had 1 serving of food. Song Xinling had 1 serving of food. Number 008 had 3 servings of food, and Era had 5 servings of food. During the meal, Lin Feng lost 20 portions of ingredients. Lin Feng ate, while staring at the husky with a frustrated expression. Number 008 was alright. It only came to freeload for 3 days, but this husky. I need to get this guy some cheap dog food. A dozen minutes later, it was almost dawn, and everyone had finished breakfast. Number 008 wiped his mouth and said with satisfaction, I'm going back to report now. You had a good haul tonight, didn't you? A great harvest. A great harvest. Although number 008 had been exploited by Lin Feng, he had managed to salvage a considerable amount of supplies from the pirates' raft this morning, including rare materials such as mechanical modules and metal ingots. Although I was a bit humiliated, I did make a fortune. I'll definitely be able to report back without any problems, and I might even get some praise from my superiors. Before he left, he even made a special appointment with Raymond Lamb to meet again that evening. After seeing off number 008, Lin Feng looked at the raft in front of him, which was in terrible condition, shook his head, and continued to dismantle it. Upon arriving at the pirate's raft, Lin Feng looked up and noticed that the skull and crossbones pirate flag was still there, so he climbed up and took it down. Received, skull and claw pirate flag X1. Description, it can be hung on a raft, looks very impressive, and there are only 10 in the world. This thing doesn't seem to have any practical use, but there are only 10 in the whole world, so it's very rare. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Or sell it. Lin Feng opened the chat channel, preparing to post a transaction message to attract more buyers, but as soon as he opened the channel entrance, he was bombarded with a series of messages. Holy crap! I've been robbed. There really is a thief. Half of my supplies are gone. Everyone should stay up late these next few nights. Sigh. I can't afford a safe. I've noticed a pattern. Thieves seem to only steal from inside the boxes. Everyone, please move all your supplies out of the boxes. That seems to be the case. This should be a game mechanic. That's right. That's exactly it. I caught the thief last night, and it turned out to be an NPC from the Doomsday Mall. He said himself that he could only steal supplies from chests. Suddenly, different voices appeared in the chat channel. Bullshit. All the cucumbers I planted outside were stolen. I'm so angry. What's that? I was sleeping soundly when I was suddenly woken up by the stench. I ran outside for some fresh air, and someone kicked me overboard, then stole the whole raft. Holy crap. Are you sure that was theft? That's blatant robbery. Wait a minute. The NPC I caught clearly said that we could only steal things from chests. The NPC is definitely lying. I'm going to complain to the Doomsday Shop. Damn it, all my gold coins are gone. Upon seeing this message, Raymond Lamb smiled. Isn't this the pirate captain whose raft you stole? Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Lin Feng decided to hang the pirate flag himself for 2 days before selling it. Otherwise, he wouldn't want the NPCs to take the blame if they recognized it. The chat channel was in complete chaos, with everyone discussing how to prevent theft. Lin Feng watched for a while and realized that the only reliable method they could come up with was to keep watch at night. I wonder if I'll be able to succeed tonight. Lin Feng shook his head and continued dismantling the pirate leader's raft. After about 2 hours, he finally managed to dismantle the raft completely, but he only obtained some basic supplies. Next, around lunchtime, Lin Feng decided to take Song Xinling to the Doomsday Mall for a buffet and see if they sold any mining lamps so they could buy some to explore the island's caves. Before setting off, he inspected the workshop, built a tall mast out of wood and nails, and then hung the pirate flag on it. Song Xinling stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. We've switched careers to become pirates? I just think this thing is pretty. The girl nodded, but she felt that what Lin Feng was doing now was not much different from being a pirate. Stop looking. Let's go to the Doomsday Mall. Lin Feng pulled Song Xinling along, paid 2 gold coins, and instantly teleported to the small square of the Doomsday Mall. At this time, there were many more players here than usual. Lin Feng listened carefully and found that everyone was there to buy anti-theft items. Have you heard? A high-level VIP complained about Doomsday Mall, and now they're selling burglar alarms at low prices in the supermarket. I've heard about that too, but if we keep queuing like this, they'll be sold out by the time we get in. Don't worry. I heard there are plenty of alarms, and they only cost 1 gold coin. That's great. We don't have to worry about our supplies being stolen anymore. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard their conversation. Which player is so unethical? If he complains, he'll cut off his own source of income. He quickly grabbed an NPC and asked, "Is number 008 here? Number 008? I heard he did a good job and was granted 12 hours of leave. Have a holiday?" Lin Feng was speechless. He hadn't expected the NPC to be so humane. However, he had an urgent matter to attend to with number 008, so he pulled the NPC aside and asked, "Could you ask him to come find me right now?" Let me see if I can find it for you. Hurry up. Lin Feng gave a reminder, and then the NPC hurriedly ran away. He found another NPC and successfully entered the buffet restaurant through the VIP channel. Before we could even order, number 008 came running over excitedly. Lin Feng threw the menu on the table. "You can still laugh? Haven't you heard that supermarkets sell alarms?" Upon hearing this, number 008 not only wasn't worried, but instead laughed leisurely. "Don't worry, that alarm has a 90% failure rate." 90%? Lin Feng was stunned. Isn't this just ripping off the players? Huh. Wrong. Why should I be angry if they cheated me? Lin Feng laughed. Then go on vacation. We'll continue tonight. Okay. Number 008 trotted away happily, humming a little tune as he went. Lin Feng frowned. He doesn't seem like an NPC at all to me. Chapter 86. The head is in danger. Lin Feng always felt that number 008 didn't seem like an NPC at all. If anyone said he was a player, Lin Feng would definitely believe it. Seeing Lin Feng's doubtful expression, Song Xinling speculated. Could the NPCs actually be another group of players, just with different survival missions than ours? That's possible. Lin Feng nodded and casually ordered the dishes. Let's eat first. 20 minutes later, the two finished eating and headed straight for the supermarket after leaving the buffet restaurant. As soon as they entered the supermarket, they saw a group of players queuing up next to a shelf. Without asking, they knew it must be selling burglar alarms. Lin Feng shook his head, feeling sorry for the players' empty pockets of gold coins. With a 90% failure rate, it seems pointless to buy it. Of course, Lin Feng guessed that the product description would definitely not mention this terrible failure rate. Song Xinling went to the clothing section as usual, and Lin Feng promised to let her pick out a new dress. He pushed the shopping cart himself all the way to the household goods section. After checking, He quickly found the product he needed. Product: head-mounted mining lamp. Price: 5 gold coins. Description: the brightness is good, but it requires batteries. Each battery can last for 10 hours. Lin Feng nodded. The miner's lamp was practical, but the need to constantly change the batteries was a bit of a hassle. His gaze shifted to the side, and he saw another miner's lamp. Product: magic searchlight. Price: 10 gold coins. Description: a head-mounted searchlight powered by magic crystals, providing ample light. Each magic crystal can be used for 10 hours. Although this searchlight is a bit pricey, its advantage lies in the fact that it can be powered by magic crystals. This is much more cost-effective than buying batteries. I bought it. Without hesitation, Lin Feng immediately stuffed the magic searchlight into his shopping cart. He pushed the shopping cart a few more steps, and suddenly his eyes were drawn to an item. Product: premium nutritional dog food. Price: 28 gold coins. Description: this dog food produced by an unscrupulous merchant contains excessive amounts of growth hormones to make your dog grow quickly. 2 servings a day will last for 28 days. Lin Feng was about to put the dog food into his shopping cart when he suddenly realized that his husky was no ordinary pet. It ate way too much. This guy's appetite is definitely 5 times that of a normal pet. He ate 28 days worth of dog food in just 6 days. 28 gold coins in 6 days. That's fucking expensive. They even added growth hormone. As huskies grow up, their appetites will inevitably increase dramatically. Will this amount of dog food last for 3 days? Lin Feng decisively gave up on the premium nutritional dog food, pushed the shopping cart around again, and found that there was nothing he particularly needed, so he went to the clothing section to find Song Xinling. As soon as he arrived, he saw the girl with a box in her left hand and a box in her right hand, muttering to herself. They're all beautiful. Which one do you want? Lin Feng leaned closer and saw that Song Xinling was holding 2 different colored loafers. When the girl saw him arrive, she said with a troubled expression, "Could you help me choose?" Lin Feng took the packaging box and examined it carefully. Product: little rabbit bread shoes. Price: 20 gold coins. Description: these cartoon bunny bread shoes are extremely warm, providing excellent insulation and preventing slipping on ice. Product: white velvet loafers. Price: 20 gold coins. Description: these are extremely warm white velvet loafers, providing excellent warmth and a 100% movement speed bonus. Both of these loafers look great and have special functional effects. A few days ago, Raymond Lamb would have really had to be very selective, but now, why bother choosing? They're so cheap, I don't even need a 50% off card. I'll buy them all. Buy them all? Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Lin Feng grinned smugly and said, "Do you think I look like someone who's short of money?" As he spoke, he tossed 2 boxes into his shopping cart with a flourish. Seeing that Lin Feng was so agreeable, Song Xinling's face lit up with a happy smile. "I also saw something great that I can buy with a 50% off card." "What good stuff?" Song Xinling pulled Lin Feng along and ran all the way to the discount section. "What do you think of this?" Lin Feng looked down and saw the product Song Xinling had mentioned on the bottom shelf. Product: 1000 T Magic Inflatable Hammer. Price: 300 gold coins. Current price: 150 gold coins. Description: this weapon was specially developed for female players. Normally, it's just an inflatable hammer that can be used to hit your boyfriend, but it has 10 chances to unleash a 1,000-ton blow. As long as the female player says the name of this product while using the hammer, she will be dealt a massive 1,000-ton blow. The product itself is really good, but the description, what does it mean to use this to discipline your boyfriend? Lin Feng subconsciously touched his head, feeling that this item was somewhat targeted at him. How about that? Isn't it amazing? With this, I can fight alongside you too. Lin Feng thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, although I have some issues with the product description, at least this thing is really amazing. Lin Feng sighed, stuffed the 1000 T Magic Inflatable Hammer into the shopping cart, and then walked to the checkout counter with a solemn expression. The NPC cashier at the checkout counter checked the prices of the goods and said, "Total, 200 gold coins." Lin Feng took out a 50% off card and said to the NPC, "Give me another 50% off that hammer." Forehead. Clearly, The NPC was somewhat surprised that Lin Feng could always produce discount cards that had never actually been issued. After the discount, it costs 125 gold coins in total. Lin Feng paid the bill readily and left the Doomsday Mall with Song Xinling. 2 flashes of white light appeared, and the two returned to the side of the island. As soon as Song Xinling returned to the raft, she asked Lin Feng to bring out the 2 pairs of bread shoes and the inflatable hammer. The girl happily opened each box and tried on 2 pairs of loafers. She had to admit, the shoes were really nice. Lin Feng scratched his head, puzzled. He didn't think he had ever seen Song Xinling wear anything that didn't look good. Good foundation. Lin Feng secretly thought that Song Xinling looked even more fresh and youthful in her loafers. But the next moment, the scene suddenly changed. The girl opened the box of the inflatable hammer, then took a deflated black balloon and began to blow it up. Her delicate little face puffed up slightly red as she blew for quite a while before she finally managed to inflate the air hammer. Then, Lin Feng saw a beautiful young woman, who looked incredibly innocent, carrying a long-handled hammer with great confidence. The large black hammer was marked with the number 1000T. The girl smiled mischievously, glanced at the hammer, and then at Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng, I really want to try it. What? Chapter 87. Let's go back and haggle slowly. Bang 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 bang. In the end, Lin Feng's head could not escape its fate, but fortunately Song Xinling did not reveal the product name of this thing. Otherwise, Raymond Lamb would probably have been turned into a meat pie on the spot. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the girl had had enough. She put away the 1,000-ton inflatable hammer, suddenly ran up to Lin Feng, and out of the blue, pop. The girl gently kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. Comfortable. Ah, that feels so good. Lin Feng felt like his soul was about to float away. Let's do it one more time. He felt himself melting with joy, but when he turned around, he found Song Xinling running away in a hurry. Huh, why aren't you continuing? I'm going to make lunch. Huh? No, didn't we just finish eating at a buffet? I'm not full. Lin Feng shook his head, and the next moment, he smiled slightly, savoring the sudden kiss. Feeling great. Feeling great. Lin Feng excitedly unpacked the searchlight, put in a magic crystal, and happily ran off to explore the caves on the island. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he turned on his headlamp, gripped his axe, and began to climb down little by little. The cave was dark and quite deep. It took Lin Feng more than 10 minutes to climb to the bottom. There's a passage here, damp and dark, but I didn't see any monsters. As he continued deeper into the cave, the path became wider and wider, and soon he arrived at a spacious underground palace. Lin Feng took out his unerring revolver and carefully surveyed the area, finding nothing but some stone statues around him. However, in the center of the underground palace, there was a platform with a black treasure chest on it. Only a broken box. As Lin Feng approached the treasure chest, a notification appeared. A ghost chest has been discovered. Open it. Open. Without hesitation, Lin Feng opened the treasure chest, but the expected reward notification did not appear. The moment the chest was opened, it released a series of faint green lights. Holy crap! A ghost! A semi-transparent head peeked out from inside the treasure chest. It was clearly a ghost. Lin Feng raised his gun to fire, but suddenly realized that there were no silver bullets in the magazine. But the next moment, the ghost didn't attack. Instead, it spoke. Lucky visitor, I am a great mage cursed by the devil. If you are willing to give me 18 magic crystals as an offering so that I may be freed, I will bestow upon you powerful magic. What? Lin Feng was stunned. He thought the ghost was a monster that had attacked him, but it turned out to be a magic seller. I can barely afford 18 magic crystals, but what if I can bargain down the price? 18 yuan is too much. I'll give you 3 yuan at most. What? The ghost hadn't expected to run into a bargain hunter, and the bargaining was so ruthless, only 3 yuan. My magic is very powerful, 3 magic crystals. Are you insulting me? At least 9 magic crystals. Hey, there's a chance. Lin Feng thought to himself, as long as this ghost can bargain, anything is negotiable. 4 pieces. 9 yuan. 5 pieces. 9 yuan. 6 pieces. Minimum 9 yuan. Lin Feng gave up so much. Yet this ghost still managed to bite off at least 9 magic energy crystals. It has to be 9 yuan? Can't you go for less? The ghost raised its chin sharply. Otherwise, there's no chance. Huh? Fine. You're not going to lower the price, huh? Huh? What are you going to do? Lin Feng suddenly slammed the lid of the treasure chest shut. Bang! Before the ghost could react, the box lid slammed shut inside. I'll move you onto the raft, and then we can haggle over the price. Thinking of this, Lin Feng tried to lift the treasure chest, but after several attempts, he found that the treasure chest was as if it were embedded in the platform. Oh, it's quite sturdy. Lin Feng immediately made a pickaxe on the spot and began to carve the stone platform. Bang 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 bang. With each swing of his pickaxe, the stone platform was chipped into pieces, starting from the edge. In less than 10 minutes, the ghostly treasure chest fell off the stone platform. Click! The treasure chest lid was knocked open. The ghost peeked out and discovered that the treasure chest was tilted and had fallen to the ground. What exactly do you want? Shut up. I'm taking you home. Go home. Before the ghost could figure out what was going on, Lin Feng suddenly grabbed it back. Then, he tried to lift the treasure chest, and this time he was able to lift it. Go home. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to put the thing into his backpack, he discovered that the ghost treasure chest could not be put into his backpack. Helpless, Lin Feng had no choice but to carry the treasure chest back, but when he arrived at the cave entrance, a problem arose. Carrying the treasure chest, he could only use one hand to wield the climbing axe, so he couldn't climb up. What should we do now? Lin Feng thought for a while and realized there was only one way that would work, to make a rope and pull it up. After spending some time, Lin Feng made a rope, tied one end to the ghost treasure chest, and carried the other end himself, climbing up to the cave entrance. Next, he put in a lot of effort to pull the treasure chest up from below. Huh? This ghost needs to lose weight. It's fucking heavy. Lin Feng sat down at the cave entrance to rest, took a sip of coffee, and thought he should use this time to open today's blind box. Upon opening the blind box system, a prompt appears. Daily blind box giveaway successful. April 7th. Received. Giant hunger-resistant food blind box system developer. Undead Overture X1. Zhu Kong is hungry. Did the husky get dog food? Lin Feng quickly checked the blind box description. Super hunger-suppressing food blind box. Rank, excellent. Introduction, 40% chance of finding indestructible pet food, 30% chance of finding a large jar of oil tea, 20% chance of finding armor-plated compressed biscuits, 10% chance of finding a chocolate bean that will keep you full for 3 days. Lin Feng laughed. He didn't want any of the good stuff. He just wanted the pet food with the highest drop rate. Upon opening the blind box, a large pile of bags of pet food instantly fell to the ground beside Lin Feng. You have opened a super hunger-resistant food blind box X1 and received 50 pieces of unbreakable pet food. Wow, so many. Enough for the husky to eat for a while. Lin Feng picked up a bag of pet food and checked the product information. Unbreakable pet food. Description: aside from edible glue, this product contains no additives, is highly nutritious, but digests slowly. For most pets, feeding it once every 5 days is sufficient. Lin Feng was stunned. These 50 bags of dog food could actually last for 250 days. However, a husky's appetite is probably 5 times that of an average pet, so feeding it 50 days at most. Lin Feng shook his head. Although he couldn't hold out for long, it was still much better than fighting with him for the tomato and beef stir-fry. This thing, I wonder if number 008 can eat it. As Lin Feng stuffed the pet food into his backpack, he was hatching a wicked plan. After resting for a while, he carried the ghostly treasure chest towards the raft. Let's haggle over the price when we get there. Lin Feng patted the treasure chest, hummed a little tune, and went back. Chapter 88. Let's get this straight. I didn't tell you to eat it. From afar, Song Xinling saw Lin Feng carrying a large box as he approached. What are you carrying? Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, a merchant who sells magic spells. Huh. The girl paused for a moment, then asked in astonishment, a merchant who sells magic actually lives in a box? Ask him yourself in a bit. Lin Feng placed the ghost treasure chest on the storage box and casually opened the lid. Instantly, a ghost glowing green rose from the box, and it froze when it saw the scene around it. Huh? What's this? Where's my underground palace? Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, he suddenly heard Song Xinling scream in terror. Lin Feng, what brings a ghost back with you? Seeing that the girl was quite frightened, Lin Feng quickly explained, he's not an ordinary ghost, he is. Before he could finish speaking, a dog suddenly barked behind him. Woof 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 woof. Lin Feng was taken aback. Hey husky, what are you doing here? Stop barking. The husky wouldn't listen to Lin Feng. Its eyes were fixed on the ghost, and it continued barking wildly. Lin Feng looked up and was immediately stunned. Huh? Where's the ghost? He looked into the box and was surprised to find the ghost's spirit huddled tightly in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. What? You're afraid of dogs? Lin Feng scratched his head. Are these three creatures in front of us in a cycle of mutual antagonism? Song Xinling is afraid of ghosts, ghosts are afraid of huskies, and huskies listen to Song Xinling. This relationship is actually quite harmonious. Lin Feng shook his head, ignoring the husky. Let it bark if it wants. It might scare the ghost, and make it easier to negotiate a price later. Turning around, he grabbed Song Xinling's arm, and said reassuringly, It's okay. Look, with Era here, there's nothing to worry about with this ghost. The girl nodded. I'll try to control myself, but is that thing really selling magic? I need to pay him 18 magic energy crystals. I already bargained it down to 9, but with Era around, I'm sure I can bargain it down even further. He glanced at the husky, which was still barking furiously, though he had no idea what it was saying. If only there were a translator. Song Xinling seemed to have calmed down and peeked inside. I used him to test my courage. Huh? You can do that? Lin Feng felt he had hit the jackpot, kidnapping a ghost, and having it become Song Xinling's tool for testing her courage. Otherwise, the task of haggling with him will fall to you. The girl nodded emphatically. I'll try my best. She looked like she had a long way to go, which made Lin Feng shake his head. Is this really that difficult? Okay, let's urge her to cook first. I'm starving. Otherwise, why don't you cook something first? It's getting late, and I think number 008 will be here soon. Song Xinling breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that she had to cook. I'll go right now. By the way, we don't need to make those 5 portions of Era's food today. Upon hearing this, the husky, which was barking wildly at the ghost, suddenly turned its head. Huh. The next moment, he started barking wildly at Lin Feng. Woof 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 woof. Hey husky, shut up. Woof 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 woof. Clearly, Lin Feng couldn't control this husky, but the next moment, Lin Feng took out a bag of pet food from his backpack and waved it back and forth in front of the husky. Instantly, it became obedient. Hearing the rustling sound of the pet food bobbing in the bag, the husky actually sat down and wagged its tail, as if to say, As long as you give me food, I'll do whatever you say. Lin Feng smiled. Want some? The husky nodded eagerly. Will you still yell at me from now on? The husky shook its head frantically. What? You understand everything. Lin Feng was also impressed. He didn't expect that this husky could not only understand his words, but also make reactions that were easy for him to understand. I'll provide you with food and drink, so from now on you have to listen to me. This time, Lin Feng thought the husky would still nod and cooperate with him, but to his surprise, the dog had very little patience. Seeing that Lin Feng had been teasing him for a long time but hadn't given him any dog food, the husky started barking and cursing again, and it seemed to be cursing even more fiercely than before. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Lin Feng didn't mind the husky's bad attitude. He took a plate, poured out the pet food, and even sniffed it, looking like he was thoroughly enjoying it. The husky got anxious. Woof 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 woof. Woof woof. A woo. A woo a woo. However, after chirping for a while, it withered when Lin Feng ignored it. Looking back, the husky was lying on the ground, staring longingly at the pet food in its hand, as if it had suffered a great injustice. Seeing this, Lin Feng curled his lip. If you want to eat, then be nicer to me in the future. A woo a woo. The husky nodded sadly, its eyes still fixed on the food it was being fed. Lin Feng had had enough fun with the husky. Seeing its pitiful and aggrieved look, he was about to hand it over some pet food when he suddenly felt his hand slip. Huh. Oh, whoa. Lin Feng and Era looked over there together, only to see that number 008 had somehow arrived on the raft and snatched the pet food from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, I'm starving, let's eat first. Splash. Pet 008 seemed to be really hungry. It picked up the plate and poured the whole serving of pet food into its mouth, chewing it like it was eating instant noodles, while frowning as it refused to eat. Lin Feng, what did you make today? It tastes good. It's just, I can't bite it apart. Lin Feng stared in astonishment, his mouth agape, speechless for a long time. The husky became an internet sensation. Woof, 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 woof. The next moment, Lin Feng saw the husky frantically chasing after number 008 and biting his butt. Number 008 ran while shouting, Lin Feng, tell your husky to get away from here. Holy crap, you actually went for it. I have a badass. Lin Feng shook his head. I thought to myself, how dare number 008 steal the husky's food? He deserves it. Belch. Lin Feng, tell it to stop right now. Belch. What kind of food is that? How come I feel so full after just one serving? Belch. Oh my god, stop chasing me. My stomach is so bloated I can't run anymore. Finally, it was Song Xinling who stepped in and managed to calm the husky down. She looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Dinner is ready. By the way, what's for the husky today? Let him go hungry for now. That won't do. I'll go make something else to eat. No need. I've prepared pet food. Lin Feng explained. Hurry up and get it out. The husky has been hungry all day. Urged on by Song Xinling, Lin Feng had no choice but to take out another portion of food and watch helplessly as the girl poured out the pet food. Splash. When the bag of pet food was poured into the plate, number 008 stared in shock. Lin Feng, did you just feed me dog food? Lin Feng quickly waved his hand. Make it clear, I didn't ask you to eat that. Belch. This. Chapter 89, number 008. Let's get started with push-ups. Watching Lin Feng happily devour a plate of stir-fried beef with tomatoes, number 008, burping contentedly and clutching his buttocks where the husky had bitten him, began his nighttime burglary. Number 008 pressed the transmitter button. The next moment, the two appeared in another sea area. Not far away, there was a fully equipped raft. The owner of the raft must be very wealthy. But just as he was about to make a move, Lin Feng hesitated. He glanced at number 008, who was still hiccuping, and asked, Are you sure you can do this? Belch. Why isn't it working? Number 008 is still hiccuping, one after another, and it just won't stop. Lin Feng shook his head. Otherwise, you'd better not go. With your loud burps, you'll wake up the raft owner before you even start doing anything. Belch. If I don't go, you won't leave me a single hair. You don't trust me? Can't be trusted. Number 008 was blurted out without even thinking. Lin Feng was speechless. This guy didn't even try to cover it up. It was really hurtful. All right, in that case, there's only one way. Number 008 was slightly taken aback. What method? Speed up digestion. Do push-ups. What? Either do push-ups, or you wait, and I'll go steal it myself. Lin Feng shrugged. It's up to you to choose. This. A moment later, number 008 started hiccuping and began vigorous exercise. Lin Feng sat to one side, drinking coffee and counting, listening impatiently to number 008 burping. 1, 2, 3, 36, 37. Number 008, utterly despondent, did push-ups while hiccuping and his arms trembling. But he couldn't hold on for long before he reached 100. With a thud, number 008 fell to the ground and could no longer stand up. He raised his head, trembling as he wiped away his sweat, and asked, Is there any other way? Lin Feng shook his head. Why don't you give up? Belch. No. The next moment, number 008, supporting himself with trembling arms, began his vigorous exercise. Belch. Ouch. Belch. I'm exhausted. Belch. Dog food. Damn dog food. Belch. Why is it so hard to digest? Lin Feng leisurely counted them and smiled to himself. Dog food with glue added is obviously hard to digest. Let's see how long you can last. He wasn't trying to mess with number 008 on purpose, but the problem was that he wouldn't give up and Lin Feng insisted on acting alone. What if this guy caused trouble? Let's get him under control first. A dozen minutes later, number 008 finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a thud, he lay sprawled on the raft, motionless like a dead dog. Belch. Lin Feng, I can't go on. Belch. Go ahead, I'm not stealing tonight. Lin Feng smiled. If you had said so earlier, none of this would have happened. Number 008 hiccuped in frustration, his body twitching. How was I supposed to know the dog food you bought was so hard to digest? Wait, where did you buy this dog food? I'm leaving now. You can rest, but don't cause any trouble. Lin Feng ignored him and, seeing that number 008 was completely exhausted, jumped into the sea and swam towards the raft on the other side. Belch. Lin Feng, are you deliberately plotting against me? Belch. This is so damn unlucky. Lin Feng swam to the raft on the other side in no time. He crept onto the raft and immediately set his sights on the fruit grown by the player. Watermelon, grapes. What? Pineapples too. Does this player own an orchard? If the farm had been growing vegetables, Lin Feng probably wouldn't have bothered with it, but it was growing a huge amount of fruit. He hadn't even tried grapes or pineapples since coming to this world. Without number 008 intervening, Lin Feng went even further this time. Not only did they pick all the fruit, but they also took out a small shovel and dug up 4 fruit seedlings. Received 2 pineapple seedlings. Received 2 grape seedlings. Lin Feng stuffed the seedlings into his backpack, not forgetting to make a comment. Grapes and pineapples grow from seedlings? This game has almost completely distorted common sense. Having secured the supplies at the farm, Lin Feng made his way to the ship's cabin door. He gently pushed open the door and saw 2 storage boxes in the room, but just as he was about to go in, he saw the burglar alarm on the floor. The alarm looks like a smoke detector, but it emits a red laser beam from each of its 2 sides. At this moment, Lin Feng's foot had already been hit by the laser beam, but it did not trigger an alarm. The failure rate is really high. Lin Feng shook his head and picked up the burglar alarm directly. Burglar alarm. Description: place the alarm at the entrance of the room. It emits 2 red laser beams that will trigger an alarm if they hit an intruder. However, there is a chance that this device will malfunction. Sure enough, the introduction only mentioned a chance of malfunction, but didn't say the failure rate was as high as 90%. It's obviously a scam to rip off players. And this costs 1 gold coin each? Lin Feng felt sorry for the player, thinking that there was no use in keeping the item for him, so he stuffed it into his backpack without any hesitation. Next, let's unbox it. Lin Feng squatted down, opened the first storage box, and took out the items one by one. Received 40 wood. Received 40 grass balls. The box contained mostly basic supplies. Lin Feng took only a small portion before opening the second box. He wasn't being kind-hearted. He simply felt that these basic materials took up too much space, and the last time he carried a backpack, he didn't have enough room for them. Lin Feng smiled as soon as he opened the second storage box. Wow, I didn't realize this guy had so many good stuff. Obtained 5 magic crystals. Received 8 mechanical modules. Received Santa's stocking X1. Huh? What's this thing? Lin Feng initially thought it was a pair of socks, but when he took it out, he found there was only one. After reading the introduction, he suddenly realized what was going on. Santa's stocking. Introduction: just hang it above your bed, and Santa Claus will remember to bring you presents someday. Can this thing provide free supplies? The description is far too vague. It doesn't say when Santa Claus delivers gifts, nor what kind of gifts he delivers. Lin Feng inexplicably felt that this thing was not a good thing. Otherwise, why wouldn't this player hang the stockings at the head of the bed? There's definitely something wrong with these socks. Lin Feng nodded, stuffed the stockings into his backpack, and then tiptoed out. Number 008 rubbed his sore arm and stared at the raft with a frustrated expression. The next moment, he saw a figure tiptoe out of the cabin and swim towards him. Poor player. Lin Feng probably stole all his valuables. Chapter 90. Let's go. Let's get revenge. A moment later, Lin Feng climbed onto raft number 008. Let's go. Find the next target. I'm saying, aren't you going to share the spoils with me? Seeing that number 008 was staring intently at his backpack, Lin Feng immediately changed the subject. Huh? Why aren't you burping anymore? Huh? That's right, I've stopped hiccuping. The push-ups must have worked. Let's not waste any more time. Teleport now. Number 008 paused for a moment, then said, "No, I meant the division of the spoils." Lin Feng waved his hand. "You've stopped burping. Go steal the next one yourself." Wow, you really are stingy. Frustrated, player 008 pressed the teleporter button, and yet another player was robbed. Over the next 3 hours, Lin Feng and number 008 stole 6 tickets. But these players were too poor, and Lin Feng didn't put anything in his backpack. Number 008 was overjoyed. These were rare basic materials that Lin Feng didn't even want, so he kept stuffing them into his backpack. But Lin Feng felt that he was wasting time, and every time he hadn't finished stealing them, Lin Feng would drag number 008 out of the player's cabin. Back on the raft, number 008 stared at Lin Feng with a sullen expression. "I'm telling you, if you're not going to steal, then don't stop me. Don't you have any self-respect? These are just basic supplies. What's there to steal?" Number 008 is wronged. Even if he steals from the richer players, Lin Feng still only gets these basic resources. What's the difference? He was still upset, and Lin Feng was not happy about it. "I'm asking you, is there something wrong with your teleporter? Why do I keep teleporting to the vicinity of poor people today? Is this my fault too?" Seeing that player 008 looked aggrieved, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Never mind. Let's quickly teleport to the vicinity of the next player." Number 008 pressed the teleportation button, and the two instantly appeared in another sea area. Lin Feng looked up and saw yet another pitiful little wooden raft. Just as he was feeling down, he suddenly received a private message notification. When I opened it, I was surprised to find that it was sent by Song Xinling. "Is Raymond Lam working? Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? I found out someone else has been put on the wanted list. Do you want to go check it out? A wanted poster? It doesn't have to be me. It's not you, it's a pirate captain, the leader of the white-headed falcon pirate crew. I'll go check on it. You should go to sleep, it's too late." Hee hee, I'm testing my courage. I'm haggling with that ghost. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. In the middle of the night, Song Xinling is haggling with a ghost? This is too surreal. She developed her courage way too fast. Sharp. Lin Feng thought for a while and decided that sending this message was the most appropriate. "Okay, I won't keep you from your work any longer. I'll continue bargaining." Lin Feng felt that Song Xinling's mind seemed a bit off. Her change of heart was too fast. He shook his head and closed the private messaging interface. Seeing him standing there blankly without saying a word, number 008 asked in confusion, "Are you coming? What are you busy with?" "Wait a minute, I'll go check the chat channel." Lin Feng waved his hand, opened the communication channel, and immediately saw the wanted poster at the top. Wanted, by Jun. Initiator, Chun Ming. Number of investors, 299 maximum 300. Total investment kill rewards, glass shards x140, metal shards x130, grass balls x80, wood x30, mechanical modules x20, magic crystals x12. Remaining time, 7 days. Holy crap. Lin Feng immediately saw that there were 299 investors left, meaning there was only one investment spot available. He quickly opened the wanted poster interface and filled in the investment items as fast as he could. Midway through, number 008 asked him if he was coming, and he was slapped and pushed into the sea. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief after the investment was successful. Wow, I almost missed it. Lin Feng, you've gone too far. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why are you pushing me? Lin Feng then realized what was happening. What? How did you fall into the sea? You must have done this on purpose. Wait a minute, I'm busy right now. Seeing that nothing serious had happened to number 008, Lin Feng checked the messages on the communication channel again. Holy crap, the last investment spot is gone. I was just hesitating about what to invest in. The wanted poster was put up in the middle of the night. By the time I saw it, it was too late. Too slow, huh? Haha. This investment was fantastic. By the way, is this guy a pirate? I heard he's the leader of the white-headed falcon pirate crew. Just as everyone was having a good time, the person on the wanted poster arrived. Who the hell put up the wanted poster for Jun? Chen Ming? Who the hell do you think you are? Chen Ming, you despicable pirate. You robbed all my supplies yesterday. Bai Yingjun, holy crap? It's you. I should have killed you yesterday. Chen Ming, let's get a big shot to take him down. This pirate leader is no ordinary man. He has 25 men under his command, all equipped with crossbows, a total of 6 rafts, all equipped with catapults, and more. In one breath, Chen Ming revealed almost everything about Bai Yingjuan's family background. Everyone was astonished. Holy crap! You have a great memory. Perfect intelligence. This is insane. A catapult? I've never even heard of one. Oh no, that's amazing. My investment is probably ruined. At first, Bai Yingjun was a little angry when Chen Ming revealed all his assets. But seeing that everyone had backed down, he suddenly became smug. Bai Yingjun, Chen Ming, thanks. You've laid bare my entire fortune. Now let's see who dares to come looking for trouble. It's all over it. I was so reckless. I shouldn't have invested in so much stuff. Seeing this, Lin Feng also had a bit of a headache. This thing even has catapults, and it looks like there are at least 6 of them. It's quite powerful. It would be difficult to kill him even if I did it myself, let alone someone else. No way. I've already invested. This guy has to die. If Xiao Yingjun survives for more than 7 days, all my investments will be lost. I must find a way to get rid of him. Suddenly, Lin Feng slapped his forehead. Yes. Bai Yingjun is fat. Whether we kill him or not is another matter. Let's steal some kills from him today. Lin Feng smiled. He turned around and saw number 008 just climbing onto the raft. Walk. Go? Where to? Use the teleporter to find Bai Yingjun. Bai Yingjun. Holy crap. Isn't this guy a pirate? Lin Feng was taken aback. You knew about this too? Number 008 looked worried. My colleague went to steal something from Bai Yingjuan's raft last night, and ended up being severely injured. He looked at Lin Feng with a bitter expression. Or, shall we find someone else? Should we get someone else? That won't do. Lin Feng patted number 008 on the shoulder. Let's go. We'll avenge your colleague. Chapter 91. I feel like I've lost out big time. Under Lin Feng's repeated pressure, number 008 pressed the button on the teleporter. The next moment, they appeared near the white-headed falcon pirate crew. In the darkness of the night, Lin Feng could clearly see the 6 rafts opposite him. These 6 rafts are quite special. Each raft is equipped with protective walls and catapults. When the 6 rafts are moored, they are arranged in a hexagonal pattern, so that if any enemy approaches from any direction, at least 3 rafts can attack immediately. Such an opponent is really difficult to deal with if you confront them head-on. Seeing that, Lin Feng stared at the raft opposite him for a long time and thought, without saying anything about making a move, number 008 began to back down. Look, there are 6 people on night watch over there. We can't get close at all. Why don't we switch to another one? Anyway, I'm not planning to avenge my colleague. No, we have to steal him today. Lin Feng pondered. If he didn't make Bai Yingjun poor, how would he fight him later? Not only does Lin Feng steal, he also sabotages. But how exactly does it work? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said to number 008, You'd better stay here for a while and don't go over there. Why won't you let me do it again? Because I'm going to use biological weapons. If you come with me, you might not come back. Number 008 understood instantly. What are biological weapons? It's just rotten boots and a lazy sailor's dirty laundry basket. Lin Feng originally thought that number 008 would choose to give up, but the guy smiled slightly and actually took out a mask from his backpack and put it on his face. Number 008 fastened his mask tightly and smiled smugly. Is this okay? Lin Feng was stunned. What? You even brought masks? He ripped off the mask numbered 008 and examined it. High-performance gas mask. Description: possesses 100% gas defense capability, but the effect only lasts for 30 minutes, after which it automatically expires. Lin Feng had seen a mask before, but it only offered 50% protection against toxic gases. This mask, however, was just as effective as a gas mask. It was truly a wonderful thing. This thing is pretty good. Maybe I should keep it for now. Lin Feng, are you a robber? Number 008 was speechless. Lin Feng really knows how to make a profit without wasting a single penny. However, he had anticipated this would happen, So he took out another mask from his backpack. What? You actually prepared to? It's mainly because I know you too well. Number 008 glanced at Lin Feng, put his mask back on, and asked, Shall we get started? Let's get started. What do we do? Swim over. Throw the biological weapons onto the raft, and then while they're reeling from the fumes, just open the crates and steal them. Number 008 nodded. Lin Feng finally realized that he was not like a thief at all. In fact, he was more like a robber. Having made their plan, the two put on masks and steered their raft toward the raft opposite them. My original plan was to sneak over first and then drop off the boots and laundry basket, but I never expected the situation to get out of control. Before they even got close, they heard a clear, crisp voice call out. Thief! Thief! Stop thief! Stop thief! Lin Feng was taken aback. What's going on? Number 008 shook his head vigorously. I don't know. At this moment, the pirates on the raft heard the shouts and quickly got up. The pirates on night watch even picked up their weapons and searched the surroundings. Just as they were feeling bewildered, that clear voice rang out again. Over here. Over here. Stop thief. Over here. Upon hearing this, the pirates all headed towards Lin Feng. At that moment, he finally saw what was making the sound. Holy crap. Why the hell is there another bird? Lin Feng saw a bird cage on the raft directly in front of him, and the clear warning sound was coming from the bird inside. Number 008 panicked. Lin Feng, what should we do? Quickly throw out the biological weapons. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng threw the lazy sailor's laundry basket out of his hand. He looked back and saw number 008 standing there dumbfounded and motionless. He snatched the rotten boots that had been given to him and threw them onto the raft as well. Instantly, a stench filled the air. It stinks. It stinks. The little bird kept chirping, and the pirate next to it cursed loudly in disgust. Holy crap. It stinks like hell. Put on your mask. Lin Feng pulled number 008 directly onto the pirate's raft, but before they could even make a move, the pirates took out masks and put them on. What? Were you all prepared this thoroughly? Raymond Lamb was dumbfounded. The pirates, who were just staggering around a moment ago, all put on masks in less than 5 seconds. They looked left and right, and in less than 2 seconds, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng and number 008. It's them. Quickly, catch those two thieves. The next moment, Lin Feng grabbed number 008 and ran. Before jumping down, he grabbed the bird cage. Help! It stinks. Help! Thump! Lin Feng, number 008, and that bird cage suddenly fell onto the small raft. The pirates on the other side are getting anxious. Holy crap! Bring them back here right now. They stole the boss's white-headed falcon. An impatient shout came from behind the group. Damn it! Get my bird back right now. A laundry basket? Boots? This must be Lin Feng. Quickly, capture Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly started the raft. Over here, number 008 gripped the teleporter tightly, trembling, and pressed the button immediately. In an instant, the small raft vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. Commander, they've disappeared. Bai Yingjuan's face turned black with anger. Damn it, what's going on? A teleporter. It must be an ID tracking teleporter. Lin Feng, you just wait. Bai Yingjun ordered his men to stay put, paid 1 gold coin, and ran directly to the Doomsday Mall. He wanted to buy an ID tracking teleporter to teleport directly to Lin Feng, kill him, and reclaim his white-headed falcon. When Bai Yingjun arrived at the Doomsday Mall, he was annoyed. He had to queue to get in. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and number 008 appeared near another player. Raymond Lamb feels sorry for him. He hasn't brought his laundry basket and boots back yet. But in that situation, you'd risk your life for your possessions. I wonder if it's worth it to exchange it for a little bird. Who are you calling a little bird? Who are you calling a little bird? What? Lin Feng was stunned. The little bird was actually unhappy. If you're not a bird, what are you? I am the white-headed falcon. I am the white-headed falcon. Lin Feng was stunned. This little guy? Falcon. Approaching the bird, Lin Feng tried to check the item's attributes. Bald falcon. Introduction. A parrot named Bald Falcon, of which there is only one in the world, is extremely rare. If not cared for properly, it can easily cause trouble for its owner. This? Tricking the master? I feel like I've lost out big time. Chapter 92. What the heck? I'm being chased? Lin Feng stared at the white-headed falcon with a sense of frustration, while number 008 was getting anxious. Lin Feng, let's get back to work. We failed to steal that ticket, so my sales record for today is still pending. You wicked thief, you won't get away with this. You wicked thief, you won't get away with this. Before Lin Feng could speak, the white-headed falcon spoke up. Lin Feng looked at number 008 and asked, "Do you have any way to shut it up?" "This, kill him. How could you even think of that?" Lin Feng stared at the white-headed falcon with a frustrated expression and asked, "What do you want me to do to shut up and stop causing trouble?" The bald falcon rolled its small black eyes. "I want to eat. I want to eat. Want some food?" Lin Feng thought for a moment. The pet food he received didn't specify which pet it was for, so it should be usable by all pets. Besides, there was no problem with number 008 eating it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out a piece of unbreakable pet food, tore open the packaging, and poured out a few pieces. "I'll give you some food, just be quiet for a bit." Okay. The bald falcon nodded, and upon hearing there was food, it instantly became docile. But when it tried to pick up a piece of pet food with its beak, it couldn't bite it. The white-headed falcon stared at the pet food with frustration, pecking at it several times, but its sharp, hooked beak couldn't break the food at all. "It's too hard. I can't eat." Lin Feng was unhappy. He was already grateful to have food, and this parrot was actually being picky. Without saying a word, he shoved his hand into the cage and forced a pellet of pet food into the parrot's mouth. The parrot struggled violently, but Lin Feng ignored it completely, stuffing the food into its mouth one pellet at a time until all 5 pellets of pet food that had been poured out were inside. Only then did he clap his hands and stop. "You're full, so behave yourself and stop yelling." "I feel so full." Number 008 stared at the parrot with its swollen belly and felt a strange sense of empathy. He secretly vowed that from now on, he would always ask questions carefully before eating anything Lin Feng ate. Seeing that white-headed falcon was already paralyzed, Lin Feng said with relief, 008, "Let's go. Let's get to work. I'll rob that by Ingjun again tomorrow night." "You still won't give up?" "I also lost 2 biological weapons. This isn't over." Number 008 had a bad feeling. He started the raft's propeller while wondering whether he should come to see Lin Feng again tomorrow. But just then, a white light flashed across the sea not far away. "Holy crap! What's going on?" Lin Feng looked over there in astonishment. In the afterglow of the white light, he saw 6 rafts speeding towards him. The next moment, he received a private message. When I opened it, I was surprised to find that it was sent by Bai Ingjun. "Bai Ingjun, Lin Feng, did you just steal my white-headed falcon?" "Bai Ingjun, I'm right next to you now. You're dead today." "Bai Ingjun, I thought you were so amazing. All those rumors were just lies? Turns out you only have this one beat-up raft." Lin Feng was stunned when he saw this. How could he have discovered me when I was so well hidden? Looking up, he realized that this guy had mistaken the player he was about to steal from for himself. "Sorry, I made you take the blame." He smiled slightly and quickly said to number 008, "Quick, teleport." Number 008 didn't want to cause trouble either. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't intend to confront him directly, he readily pressed the teleporter button. When the teleporter was used, there was no light or sound, and they disappeared without anyone noticing. Bai Ingjun, however, still believed that he had found Lin Feng's raft. He held the binoculars, staring intently at the motionless raft, growing more and more puzzled the more he looked. What happened? Why isn't Lin Feng coming to fight or running away? His subordinate asked, "Commander, should we open fire?" "Why the hell are you firing? My white-headed falcon is still in Lin Feng's hands. Should we just charge straight in?" "Charge. Hand-to-hand combat." Bai Ingjun felt increasingly uneasy. Despite his impressive display of force, the other side remained unresponsive. A few minutes later, 6 rafts were about to reach the lone raft when the players inside were suddenly awakened by the sound of the propellers. Holy crap! What happened? He rushed out of the cabin, only to be instantly dumbfounded. 6 rafts charged menacingly toward them, while an ugly man roared angrily from the opposite side. "Lin Feng, you get the hell out here." "Lin Feng, It's a misunderstanding. I'm not Raymond Lamb. The pirates ignored his explanation and charged at the raft as it drew near. After searching for a long time, they couldn't even find a trace of Lin Feng. Where the hell is Lin Feng? Bai Ingjun glared angrily at the player. I don't know. I've never even seen him. Bai Ingjun angrily cursed. Damn it. I tracked you here using an ID tracking teleporter, and you're telling me you've never seen Lin Feng? No. I was just taking a nap, and you guys came all over here. You won't tell, huh? Empty this raft. This. On another stretch of sea, Lin Feng scratched his head and muttered to himself. There's nothing I can do. This player is just too unlucky. Tonight, either I steal from him or Bai Ingjun robs him. Bad luck, really bad luck. Number 008 glanced at Lin Feng and asked, It's almost dawn. Are we still going to work? Let's do it. Of course we have to do it. Raft number 008 started its raft and headed towards another raft not far away. But before they could make a move, they saw a flash of white light in the distance. Lin Feng was stunned. Holy crap, Bai Ingjun is chasing after us again. Without hesitation, number 008 pressed the button on the teleporter. The next moment, the two disappeared into thin air, and Bai Ingjun charged aggressively toward the raft opposite. Damn it, you wasted 2 of my ID tracking teleporters. Lin Feng, when I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces. Moments later, the scene repeated itself. Before the players on the raft had even regained their senses, they were dragged in front of Bai Ingjun by several pirates. Damn it! Tell me now, where did Lin Feng go? What Lin Feng? In another part of the sea, 008 looked at the sky, which was gradually brightening. Or, let's just call it a day. Lin Feng waved his hand, deep in thought, when he suddenly received a private message from Song Xinling. Lin Feng, a thief, just broke in. Upon seeing the message, Lin Feng immediately tensed up. He wasn't worried about the items being stolen, but rather about the girl's safety. Are you alright? I'm fine, but what? But the thief seemed to be in a hurry. His attempt to steal startled me, and then What do you mean? In my nervousness, I hit him with a hammer. Holy crap, is that thief still alive? I don't know, he's gone. Chapter 93. Can a subsystem still be extracted? Lin Feng closed the private message interface and looked at number 008. What are the consequences of accidentally killing an NPC? Number 008 was stunned for a moment. Lin Feng, you're not going to kill me, are you? No. I was just asking casually. Number 008 was still a little worried, so he shifted back a bit before saying, as long as it's not in the Doomsday Mall, there won't be any consequences. But why are you asking this? I'm just a little curious. Lin Feng couldn't very well say that Song Xinling killed the NPC who was stealing things with a single blow, could he? Of course, the girl only said that the thief disappeared, which doesn't necessarily mean he's dead. He might just be seriously injured. However, the probability of serious injury is not high. He will most likely be sent flying by the hammer and die. Let's go back first, and deal with Bai Ingjun tomorrow. Number 008 was also tired. After a whole night of work, although the harvest was not much, they still managed to obtain some basic supplies. Okay, I'll teleport right away. Player 008 selected player Song Xinling as the teleportation destination and pressed the teleporter button. The next moment, the two of them appeared next to Lin Feng's raft. Do you want to eat something else? Number 008 shook his head. Although I've stopped burping, my stomach is still very bloated, so I'm not going to freeload. Lin Feng nodded. That's fine then. Pay for last night's dinner. Number 008 is speechless. Lin Feng, you feed me pet food, and you expect me to pay for it. Raymond Lamb was unhappy. First of all, you snatched the pet food yourself, and secondly, that pet food wasn't cheaper than the breakfast you ate before. Okay. Number 008 handed Lin Feng a 50% off card, and then left looking dejected. Lin Feng was puzzled. He had returned to the raft, but why hadn't Song Xinling come out? He strode to the cabin door, and as soon as he pushed it open, he froze. At this moment, Song Xinling held a bottle of Red Bull in one hand and a dog leash made of straw rope in the other, staring at the ghost huddled in the ghost treasure chest with ill intent. No, 6 magic crystals are still too expensive. Make it cheaper. I'm already offering a very low price. It really can't be any cheaper. Can't you lower the price? Fine, Husky, let's go. As soon as Song Xinling loosened the leash, the Husky frolicked and started biting into the ghost treasure chest. Woof, 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 woof. It has to be said that the Husky was incredibly fierce. Lin Feng even saw that every time it took a bite, the ghost would dissipate a patch of green light. If this continues, the ghost will probably be bitten to death. Holy crap! Could a Husky really attack spirits? That's amazing. That's amazing. But, this man and his dog actually spent the whole night haggling over the price? Lin Feng suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the ghost. He wondered when Song Xinling had gone astray. The girl turned around and saw Lin Feng return. She smiled smugly. I managed to cut my money down from 9 magic energy crystals to 6 tonight. Pretty impressive, right? Impressive, but we've already done enough. Haggling with him is a waste of time. Upon hearing this, the ghost inside the treasure chest quickly poked its head out. Yes, give me magic crystals, and I'll teach you magic spells right away. Then you can just throw me away. Song Xinling pouted, that won't do. I won't give up until the price is below 3 magic crystals. Bang! The girl slammed the lid shut on the box, sending the ghost crashing inside. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling that he and Song Xinling were becoming increasingly roguish. He was just about to ask her about smashing the thief with a hammer when Song Xinling suddenly pointed curiously at the cage in Lin Feng's hand and asked, "What's that?" "A little bird." The bald falcon was displeased, and with its bulging belly, it cried out angrily, "You're the little bird. I am the white-headed falcon. I'm so full." The girl blinked hard, then pointed at the bird in astonishment and asked, "Can it talk?" "I am the white-headed falcon. Can't you tell I can talk?" Lin Feng shook his head, patted the cage, and cursed, "You damn bird. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll roast you and eat you. My meat doesn't taste good. My meat doesn't taste good." Lin Feng was speechless. This white-headed falcon really couldn't keep quiet. The next moment, he took out a few pellets of pet food and violently stuffed them into the white-headed falcon's mouth. "Eat more, talk less." The bald falcon was already stretched to its limit, and now it's completely exhausted. "I'm so full. I'm so full." "Lin Feng, you're not human. You're not human." Lin Feng ignored it, handed the cage to Song Xinling, and said, "This bird is yours to take care of from now on. I'm worried it might overeat and die one day if I take care of it." "You're really stuffed." The girl nodded, sensing that the white-headed falcon was already barely alive. Setting the bald falcon aside, Song Xinling began making breakfast, while Lin Feng took the opportunity to open the blind box system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. May 7th. Obtained, System Child System Blind Box System Developer, SCP. Anouk Seller Confucius X1. Systems Child System Blind Box. What is this thing? Lin Feng looked at the blind box description with a puzzled expression. System Subsystem Blind Box. Rank, Excellent. Introduction, 50% chance of obtaining a 100x drop rate subsystem, 50% chance of obtaining a data lens subsystem. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw the description of the blind box. This is the first time he has ever seen a blind box with only 2 items to choose from, and both of them have the same drop rate, with both subsystems having a 50% drop rate. Okay, either one is fine with me. Green chose to extract directly. The next moment, a notification appeared. You have opened the System Subsystem Blind Box X1 and obtained the Data Lens Subsystem X1. Okay, I thought I'd get a 100x drop rate. By the way, what exactly is the purpose of this Data Lens Subsystem? With doubts in his mind, Lin Feng opened the introduction to this subsystem. Data Lens Subsystem. Introduction. With this subsystem, you can read the hidden attributes of any item. Lin Feng felt that this data lens subsystem seemed quite powerful, so he wanted to try it out and see what kind of data it could see. He first took out a burglar alarm from his backpack. As soon as he had a thought, a prompt popped up in the data lens subsystem. Burglar alarm. Hidden data. Failure rate 90%. Wow, it really does allow you to see the hidden data directly. This hidden data is the same as what 008 said, and it seems to be very accurate. Next, Lin Feng thought of the sock he had stolen the night before. That player clearly has Santa's stockings, but doesn't hang them by the bed. There must be something fishy going on. With a thought, he activated the data lens subsystem. The next moment, the hidden data appeared. Holy crap! I see. Chapter 94 Attending a Funeral? Santa Stocking. Hidden data, 25% chance of obtaining food, 25% chance of obtaining materials, 50% chance of obtaining a ghost. Lin Feng was stunned. There's a 50% chance a ghost will appear in Santa's stocking. That's so exciting. Imagine this. The night before, you hung the stocking by your bed with anticipation, waiting for Santa Claus to bring you presents. But in the middle of the night, you were suddenly awakened by a ghost. That was so damn exciting. Although Lin Feng is not afraid of ghosts, if he were to be dragged up by a ghost while he was sleeping, he would be terrified. Forget it, I don't lack food and supplies. I should just sell this thing as soon as possible. With that in mind, Lin Feng immediately listed Santa's stocking in the trading channel and left a message in the chat channel. Special item for sale, Santa's stocking. Hang it by your bed, and you might receive a gift from Santa. Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng didn't mention that Santa Claus has a 50% chance of delivering a ghost. Special item? How much are you asking for? Can large quantities of basic resources be traded? I haven't seen a single special item yet, and the big spenders already have so many that they're selling them off. Lin Feng, it would be best to trade using special items. DM me if you're interested. Alright, boss, I have special items for trade. I have one too. Lin Feng received several private messages instantly. Hey boss, I have a special item, a seashell that can be blown around and produce beautiful music. You can play it for Song Xinling. Could Raymond Lam possibly be any more reliable? Lin Feng felt he had no musical talent, and besides, the seashell wasn't really of any practical use. He shook his head, closed the private message, and opened the next one. Hey bro, I have a lucky die that I can use to predict my lucky number. Raymond Lam, never mind. I've always been lucky enough. Lin Feng was speechless. Now that things had progressed to this point, players did have quite a few special items, but the problem was that the things they traded were of little practical use. I don't know how twisted this game's humor is, that it has come up with so many useless things. Lin Feng suddenly smiled as he opened the next private message. Finally, a reliable item has arrived. Hey bro, I have a set of clothes, it's women's clothing, but I'm a guy so... A deal involving Lin Feng. Lin Feng has no use for Santa's stocking. If he can exchange it for a women's outfit to give to Song Xinling, then he'll consider it a win. The next moment, the other party sent the transaction details. Pale Beach Bikini X1 trade Santa's stocking X1. Holy crap. Lin Feng was stunned. He never expected that the other party would actually use this thing to trade with him. However, he actually really liked the clothes. Just imagining Song Xinling in a beach bikini makes Raymond Lam's blood boil. However, it's a pity it's not summer now. Lin Feng did not hesitate and chose to make the deal. Transaction successful. You have received a pink beach bikini X1. Holding the silky soft pink bikini in his hands, Raymond Lam was instantly filled with endless fantasies. A few minutes later, he remembered to check the item information. Pink beach bikinis. Description, summer clothing, cool and breathable, allowing the wearer to achieve 100% swimming speed, for women only. Huh. Any special effects? We made a profit. We made a profit. Lin Feng nodded with great satisfaction and was happily preparing to put the bikini away when Song Xinling saw him. Lin Feng, what's that in your hand? The summer clothes I prepared for you. The clothes prepared for me? Upon hearing this, the girl immediately became interested. She excitedly ran over and snatched the new clothes. Then, Lin Feng, you. Looking at the pink bikini, Song Xinling blushed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. I found this in the sea. Nobody would believe you. Did you steal some girl's clothes last night? Wow, that's absolutely insane. Raymond Lam was dumbfounded. Stolen? Song Xinling is too good at making connections. Even if someone actually finds this item in a player's inventory, they'll probably steal it back. But this time it's absolutely a case of injustice. Bang, bang, bang. Before Lin Feng could explain, a 1,000-ton inflatable hammer came flying at him. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng, rubbing his numb head, ate his breakfast in a depressed mood. Song Xinling then ran over and carefully put the pink bikini into the safe. Lin Feng remained silent. She outwardly looked disgusted, but in the end, she really loved it. Looks like I'll be able to feast my eyes in the summer. Secretly relieved, Lin Feng wolfed down his breakfast. After Song Xinling finished eating, he took her to the Doomsday Mall. Lin Feng's purpose for this trip was very clear. He wanted to find out in the supermarket of the Doomsday Mall if there were any items that could be used to start a fire. Bai Ingjun is quite capable. If we're going to steal something tonight, we need to come up with a foolproof plan. Since they're not afraid of biological weapons, let's switch to fire attacks. The two entered the Doomsday Mall, where Lin Feng encountered an NPC and inquired about the whereabouts of number 008. Upon seeing that he was a high-level VIP, the NPC quickly and politely greeted him. You're looking for number 008? He went to a funeral. Huh? Attending a funeral? Lin Feng was stunned. The NPC nodded and said with a heavy heart, number 009, who was close to number 008, died in an accident last night while on a business trip. On business trip? It definitely means going out to steal things. Lin Feng turned to look at Song Xinling, then at the NPC. Never mind, I won't look for him for now. The truth has come out. Number 009 was most likely the thief who was smashed away by Song Xinling with a hammer. That's terrible. 1,000 tons. He probably died right then and there. The death shouldn't have been too painful. It was a quick and painless one. Lin Feng silently mourned for number 009 for a few seconds, then turned around and saw that the girl was clearly a little nervous. She tugged at Lin Feng's arm and whispered, "These NPCs won't come after me for revenge, will they?" "Shoo, keep your voice down, they don't know it was you." Lin Feng made a shushing gesture, then acted as if nothing had happened and swaggered into the supermarket with the girl in his hand. The girl clung tightly to Lin Feng's arm and nervously glanced away whenever she saw an NPC. Lin Feng shook his head, telling her to behave like that. This is just the first one. The 1,000-ton inflatable hammer still has 9 more chances to be used. Next, at least 9 more unlucky souls will die suddenly under Song Xinling's command. Sigh, you'll get used to it. Chapter 95. Her, drunk and disorderly? I can't even imagine. As soon as he entered the supermarket, Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart straight to the weapons section. After searching the shelves for a while, Lin Feng spotted a familiar item. Erguo-2. Product, Erguo-2, a type of Chinese liquor Molotov cocktail. Price, 5 gold coins. Description, throw it out and set it on fire to burn the enemy to death. Erguo-2, a type of Chinese liquor, can actually be used to make Molotov cocktails, but the price is too high. Lin Feng shook his head, deciding to give up on the item. Looking to the side, Lin Feng smiled. Product, kerosene lighter. Price, 1 gold coin. Description, it can be used to start a fire, but its real function is to set a fire. Once lit, it can be thrown out and will ignite when it touches a clump of grass. This stuff is great. Lin Feng laughed. Kerosene lighters are cheap, and they can easily light a bundle of grass. There are plenty of bundles of grass on their own. Without hesitation, Lin Feng bought 6 kerosene lighters in one go. Tonight's fire attack plan was in place. After wandering around for a while, Lin Feng didn't find anything he urgently needed, so he went to the clothing section to find Song Xinling. At this moment, the girl is staring blankly at an item. He leaned closer for a better look, and lo and behold, a rugby uniform? Lin Feng looked at Song Xinling, then at the rugby uniform, and felt that something was off. Why is such a cute and innocent girl becoming more and more violent and aggressive? You've taken a liking to this? Song Xinling nodded. It has such high defensive capabilities. Lin Feng checked the product label. Product, fiery red rugby jersey. Price, 80 gold coins. Description, this equipment offers extremely high defensive capabilities, granting a 90% immunity to all physical attacks when charging forward. This rugby uniform is absolutely amazing. But is this thing really suitable for Song Xinling? Lin Feng discovered that Song Xinling's personality seemed to have undergone some irreversible changes. She used to be timid and didn't participate in battles much, but recently she's started using ghosts to build her courage, and she's doing it very quickly. Just last night, she even killed a thief instantly with a single blow from a hammer. The outfit she chose today is even more powerful, granting her 90% immunity to physical attacks when charging. It's practically the core equipment for frontline tanks. Could it be that Song Xinling is actually a violent girl? Seeing Lin Feng hesitate, Song Xinling tugged at his sleeve and said, "This rugby uniform is so cool. I really like it. I bought it." Raymond Lam is not short of money. He can get a rugby jersey that costs 80 gold coins for only 40 gold coins with a 50% off card. He just couldn't understand why Song Xinling's aesthetic sense had suddenly become so violent. As Lin Feng stuffed the bright red rugby jersey into his shopping cart, he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, I'll try using the data lens subsystem to see if there's any hidden data in this thing." The next moment, the data appeared. A bright red rugby jersey. Hidden data. While in a drunken state, charging grants 100% immunity to physical damage. This? Lin Feng was stunned. Song Xinling was wearing it and acting crazy while drunk? This scene is absolutely terrifying. Seeing Lin Feng pause for a moment, the girl quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "And nothing. By the way, how much alcohol do you drink?" Song Xinling thought for a moment, then frowned and said, "I don't think I've ever had a drink before." Lin Feng nodded. Judging by the looks of it, she'll definitely go on a drunken rampage after just one bottle of Erguo. He hesitated, wondering if he should make her drink a bottle of Erguo, a type of Chinese liquor, first if a war really broke out. That's a problem. As Lin Feng pondered this, he pushed the shopping cart to the checkout counter. After using the 50% off card, he spent a total of 46 gold coins and was still very wealthy. The two left the supermarket and had a big meal at the buffet before being teleported back to the raft. As soon as Song Xinling returned, she hurriedly opened the box containing the rugby uniform. A few minutes later, Lin Feng saw that his cute and innocent little beauty was gone. Song Xinling had completely turned into a violent girl. Song Xinling was wearing a heavy rugby uniform, with a bright red lining and layers of wire mesh fencing over it. The girl's delicate face was also covered by a spherical rugby helmet, with metal wire guards on the mask, making her look very imposing. Moreover, she was carrying a 1,000-ton hammer on her shoulder. Holy crap! Overbearing, a domineering aura. Lin Feng felt that if Song Xinling just moved aside during a fight, the enemy's morale would drop to negative numbers. Okay, you should change now." Upon hearing this, the girl shook her head. "No, I'm going to threaten the ghost while wearing this rugby uniform." This? Before Lin Feng could react, the girl rushed into the stone house. The next moment, he heard the girl's voice coming from the room. "Hey, 6 magic crystals are too expensive. Are you going to lower the price or not?" Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling that this ghost was really unlucky. Bang! Just as I was thinking this, suddenly, I heard a crashing sound behind me. Lin Feng turned around and was stunned. Holy crap! Ice! Lin Feng saw that there was a piece of ice floating next to his raft. The ice was not big, about the size of an apple. He ran over to check and picked up the ice block. Received. 1 ice cube. Ice cubes. Description: easily dissolves into fresh water, can be used as food or a weapon, a material obtainable only in cold weather. Lin Feng nodded and looked into the distance, noticing that some ice floes had appeared sporadically on the sea surface at some point. It looks like the weather is getting colder and colder. As he was pondering this, he felt the ice in his hand begin to melt into water. It melted way too fast. Seeing that the apple-sized ice cube had already melted halfway in his hand, Lin Feng stuffed it directly into his mouth. Isn't it edible? We can't waste it. It's so damn cold. Lin Feng crunched the ice cubes, feeling that besides quenching his thirst, this stuff had no other use. Let's see if we can unlock any new manufacturing schematics. Upon opening the manufacturing workshop interface, Lin Feng quickly discovered the newly unlocked manufacturing principles. Magic Frost Bomb. Ice cubes 0 out of 10. Magic crystals May 5th. Gunpowder 0 to 1. Description: when the frost bomb hits a target, it explodes, causing area of effect damage and a slowing effect, reducing enemy movement speed by 50%. However, it needs to be stored in the freezer. Holy crap! That's amazing. A refrigerator. Where the hell am I supposed to get a refrigerator? Lin Feng checked the manufacturing workshop but couldn't find the manufacturing principle of the refrigerator. Looks like I'll have to make another trip to the Doomsday Mall. Lin Feng ran into the stone house and said to Song Xinling, "You keep negotiating the price. I'm going to the Doomsday Mall again." Before he could finish speaking, a flash of white light appeared, and Lin Feng vanished. Song Xinling looked puzzled. "Didn't you just get back? Huh. Did you manage to cut down a few magic crystals?" Chapter 96. They really mutated. Lin Feng teleported to the Doomsday Mall and rushed straight into the supermarket. Pushing his shopping cart, he ran all the way to the household goods section, where he immediately spotted several large boxes. Product: mini refrigerator. Price: 15 gold coins. Description: it has 80 storage units and requires a constant power supply, otherwise the cooling will stop. Product: large capacity freezer. Price: 25 gold coins. Description: it has 200 storage units and requires a constant power supply, otherwise the cooling will stop. Product: gluttonous super freezer. Price: 90 gold coins. Description: it has 1,000 storage units and integrates a gluttonous generator. It needs to consume food to generate electricity, but the conversion efficiency is higher. If there is no fuel, it will automatically consume the food in the freezer to keep it cool. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw the description of the last product. "So if I forget to refuel, you'll eat all the food in my fridge." This bastard is such a glutton. Lin Feng thought for a moment. The first two options wouldn't result in him stealing food from the freezer, but they would require a constant power supply and wouldn't have a large capacity. As the wealthiest person in District 10,000, what can that little bit of storage capacity do? Never mind, since that's how it is, I'll just think about adding some fuel. Lin Feng shook his head and stuffed the gluttonous super freezer into his shopping cart. With this, he could collect ice blocks and create magical frost bombs. Lin Feng paid with a 50% off card, spending 45 gold coins, and then teleported back to the raft. As soon as he opened the door of the stone house, he saw Song Xinling again, leading the husky and haggling with the ghost. "No way. 4 yuan is still too expensive." Song Xinling pouted in dissatisfaction, while the white-headed falcon in the cage beside her diligently echoed her sentiments. "Too expensive. Too expensive." Then, the husky began its strategic deterrence. Woof 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 woof. The ghost shrank its head, and after all this commotion, it had lost a lot of weight. It was only then that Lin Feng realized that ghosts could also lose weight if they were tormented for too long. However, Song Xinling really worked hard. In just 2 days, she managed to cut the price down to 4 magic energy crystals. What discount did you get? Lin Feng couldn't quite figure it out, but it was definitely very cheap. At this moment, Song Xinling saw Lin Feng return and quickly came over to ask, "What did you go to buy?" "Oh, I bought a freezer to store ingredients and ice." "Great. Now we don't have to worry about the food spoiling." The girl was eager to see the freezer Lin Feng had bought, so she turned around and quickly closed the ghost treasure chest. "Quickly, take the freezer out, and let's take a look." Lin Feng glanced at the ghostly treasure chest with sympathy, then took out a box from his backpack. In the corner of the room, Lin Feng opened the box. In an instant, a white freezer, more than half the height of a person, appeared in front of the two. One side of the freezer has an openable refrigerator lid, and the other side has a white fuel tank for adding fuel. When Song Xinling saw the freezer, she was immediately captivated and quickly stuffed all the food stored in the safe into it. Lin Feng took out a fragment of a ghost and put it into the fuel tank. Add 1 fuel ghost fragment for 24 hours of continuous power. Holy crap, this thing is so energy efficient. Lin Feng laughed. He had plenty of ghost fragments on hand. Burning one a day to cool the freezer would be more than enough. But then he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. That's not right. I should be the player with the most ghost fragments, so why haven't any ghost monsters bothered me lately? Clearly, even that ghostly monster with 7 or 8 tentacles doesn't dare to bother him anymore. If there are no ghosts, where would the fragments of ghosts come from? Lin Feng scratched his head in frustration, his gaze unconsciously shifting to the ghostly treasure chest. Or should we just abandon them after we've served our purpose? But even if we kill him, we'll probably only get 1 or 2 fragments of the ghost. This is a real headache. These ghosts are such cowards. Lin Feng added 10 more ghost fragments to the freezer, and then, feeling reassured, He took his fishing rod and went out to sea to fish for ice blocks. At this time, although there are not many ice blocks on the nearby sea, they can still be collected piece by piece. He saw that he had prepared a piece of floating ice, and with a flick of his fishing rod, he hooked the ice block. Of course, ice is so slippery that it shouldn't be able to hook anything, but the world is set up in a mysterious way. Anything floating on the sea can be hooked by the fishing rod. As soon as he got the ice, he hurriedly put it in the freezer, afraid that it would melt in his hands. After going back and forth several times, Lin Feng suddenly paused for a moment. Why should I run by myself? He turned around and called out to Idiot 2. Idiot 2, come and help me deliver the ice. For whom? Put it in the freezer. The freezer? Who is it? Lin Feng was frustrated. This idiot number 2 really was an idiot. He would do something stupid every now and then. Helpless, he took a block of ice he had just hooked up, pulled the mentally challenged number 2 to the freezer, and said to him, "This white thing is called a freezer. Bring the ice here, understand?" After a moment of apparent reaction, the mentally challenged number 2 nodded and said, "I'm building a new concept. Now I understand." Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, really wanting to upgrade the robot's intelligence. Otherwise, Raymond Lamb would eventually be driven to his death by the pathetic intelligence of mentally challenged number 2. Although there were some minor setbacks, the mentally challenged number 2 was finally able to help him with the work. With him delivering ice back and forth, Lin Feng saved a lot of time. Seeing that there was no more ice on the sea nearby, Lin Feng put down his fishing rod and went to the gluttonous super freezer to check the amount of ice that had been accumulated. Upon opening it, Lin Feng was frustrated. There was still plenty of ice left, but their own food was almost gone. Apart from beef and lamb, the only other food left in the freezer was cucumbers and fruit. The tomatoes were all gone. By the way, the food on the farm should be ripe by now. With that in mind, he quickly went to the large farm behind the stone houses. By this time, the crops planted on the 4 large farms had all ripened. Lin Feng first collected the tomatoes and cotton, and soon he had 24 cotton and 24 tomatoes. But when he arrived at 2 other large farms, he was suddenly stunned. Approaching the mechanical seedlings that had sprouted from the mechanical seeds, Lin Feng saw a pile of mechanical modules and tried to pick them. Received, Mechanical Module X6. Received, Mechanical Module X6. Holy crap, they're all mechanical modules? This is a steal. Lin Feng collected all 4 mechanical seedlings, obtaining a total of 24 mechanical modules. Let's take a look at the large farm where they grow mutant seeds. It's incredibly lively there. What is that? Is it a pitcher plant? What's this? A square watermelon. Holy crap, this corn is thicker than me. Chapter 97 The Plan to Grill by Ing Jun. Looking at the plants in front of him, Lin Feng felt as if he were dreaming. Is this fucking real? Lin Feng tried picking some. Obtained 6 mutant pitcher plant slime. Obtained 6 mutant square watermelons. Obtained 6 mutant giant corns. Obtained 6 mutated hard pea pods. Of all the plants, only the pea pod looks normal, but just how hard is it? Lin Feng checked the introduction. Mutated hard pea pods. Description: inedible and indigestible, will cause stomach aches if eaten. The hard peas inside can be used as slingshot bullets. Slingshot bullets. Lin Feng felt that he didn't need a primitive weapon like a slingshot, so he didn't hesitate to stuff 6 pea pods into the freezer's fuel compartment. The next moment, Lin Feng was stunned by the pop-up notification. Add 6 hard-burning pea pods for up to 18 days of continuous power. Holy crap! It's incredibly durable. Can 1 pea pod last for 3 days? This was the first time Lin Feng had found fuel that was more durable than the ghost shard, with a working time 3 times longer. Now he no longer has to worry about the gluttonous super freezer swallowing up his food. He discovered that the things grown from these mutated seeds were extraordinary. Lin Feng couldn't wait any longer and checked the descriptions of the other fruits. Mutant pitcher plant slime. Description: not edible, can be used to make glue. Mutant square watermelon. Description: sweeter and with an excellent taste. It can restore mental energy after consumption. Mutant giant corn. Description: it can be broken down into large corn segments. Yes, it's just bigger. Lin Feng stuffed all the materials and food into the freezer and stored them away. As for the mutated pitcher plant slime and the mutated square watermelon, he would deal with them when he needed them. Number 008 will be here soon. We can roast a few large corn pieces first, which will be perfect for dinner. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out a large ear of corn from the freezer, broke it down, and actually got 10 large corn pieces. Although it was divided into 10 portions, the corn pieces were still quite large. He and Song Xinling estimated that one portion would be enough to fill them up, while for number 008, 3 pieces would be sufficient. Lin Feng approached the large-capacity barbecue grill that hadn't been used in a long time and started grilling corn pieces. Gradually, the aroma of roasting corn filled the air. He was turning the corn cobs over when he heard a loud bang from inside the stone house. It seems the afternoon's bargaining is over. The next moment, the girl rushed out of the room. It smells so good. I can smell roasted corn. Lin Feng turned around and smiled slightly. Tonight we'll have roasted corn. The girl happily came over, about to check how the corn was roasting, when she suddenly paused. Are you sure this thing is corn? Ahem, this is a mutated giant corn. Its main feature is that it grows very big. 1 ear is enough for us to eat for 5 days, of course, if number 008 doesn't come to freeload. This is way too outrageous. Lin Feng shook his head. Exaggerate. He's become so used to the exaggerated nature of this gaming world. Lin Feng was already used to things like palm-sized tuna, wild cattle and goats jumping around, and corn that was thicker than himself. Who cares? Let's try it and see if it's good. Song Xinling nodded, feeling a little awkward about eating such a large piece of corn. However, after a dozen minutes, she couldn't care less about any of that. This corn is so fragrant and sweet. The girl was holding a corn cob that looked like a pancake and eating the fragrant corn without any manners. Lin Feng was even more exaggerated. He had already eaten half of it in less than 5 minutes. The husky was drooling at the sight, sticking out its tongue and moving between Lin Feng and Song Xinling. It circled around several times, and seeing that no one paid any attention to it, it roared angrily. Woof 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 woof. Lin Feng turned around and realized he hadn't fed the dog yet. There's no way around it. This thing can eat too much. While munching on corn, he took out a portion of pet food from his backpack and poured it into a plate. The husky glanced at the corn in the 2 people's hands, then at the pet food in the plate, whimpered in grievance, and stuck its head into the plate, munching away on the pet food. Before long, number 008 arrived in his raft. Lin Feng, unusually generous, handed him a large piece of corn. Number 008 was stunned for a moment, but when he saw that Lin Feng and Song Xinling were also eating this, he felt relieved. A few moments later, the 3 of them had filled their stomachs, and it was completely dark. Lin Feng and number 008 then set off on their small raft to steal something. As Lin Feng was leaving, he turned around and saw Song Xinling leading a husky and arguing with the ghost treasure chest. Beside him, number 008 asked, "Are you still looking for Bai Jun?" Lin Feng nodded. "Let's steal a few tickets from other places first, and then settle accounts with Bai Jun later tonight." Number 008 frowned, assessing the risk level for tonight, and pressed the ID tracking transmitter. The next moment, they appeared in another sea area. Not far away, a raft was quietly moored. The raft didn't look very big, and Lin Feng guessed that the owner probably wasn't wealthy. However, he took a fancy to the 2 large farms on the raft. As soon as the raft docked, Lin Feng slipped over to the farm. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that the large farm was filled with mutated plants. What? Mutant peas and pitcher plants. I made a profit. Lin Feng quickly harvested all the mutated hard pea pods and the mutated pitcher plant slime in less than a minute. Looking at the large farm on the other side, there are 4 tomato seedlings planted there. Lin Feng picked all the ripe tomatoes from the 2 plants, looked at the 2 remaining plants with green tomatoes, and nodded seriously. "These 2 are for you." After picking all the tomatoes, Lin Feng turned around and slipped into the cabin, casually picking up the useless burglar alarm from the ground and stuffing it into his backpack. At that moment, number 008 was busy taking supplies out of the storage box when Lin Feng came over and asked, "What good stuff do you have?" "These are just basic supplies, Just one mechanical module and 2 magic crystals. Don't try to take them from me. Lin Feng nodded. I won't fight you for these. Just give me all the grass balls. Upon hearing this, number 008 paused for a moment. Lin Feng, when did you become so understanding? TCH? When have I ever been inconsiderate? Okay, I'll give you all 40 grass balls. Lin Feng took the bundle of grass handed to him by number 008, feeling secretly pleased with himself. This player knew from the start that he would be poor. The supplies in his storage box combined probably weren't even as valuable as the pea pods and pitcher plant slime he had. As for why it's made of grass, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Hurry up, I need to make more grass balls. Tonight we're having a barbecue of Baiying Jun. What? Chapter 98 smells like barbecue. In the first half of the night, Lin Feng and number 008 stole 5 or 6 more tickets, but because most of the players they encountered were not very wealthy, they did not gain much. Of course, there was enough grass for grilling by Ingjuan's bundles. Within 3 or 4 hours, Lin Feng stole more than 200 portions. Looking up at the sky, Lin Feng nodded. It's about time. Let's go settle accounts with Baiying Jun. Are you sure? We already failed once before. Don't worry, without that talkative parrot around, we'll be absolutely safe. Well, I thought we could just drag this out. Reluctantly, number 008 pressed the button on the teleporter, and the next moment, the two appeared near the white-headed falcon pirate crew. However, Lin Feng always felt that this pirate group should change its name. They've already lost the white-headed falcon, so what's the point of calling it the white-headed falcon pirate group? How embarrassing. Lin Feng shook his head and said to number 008, let's move closer. This time there won't be any problem. Number 008 started the raft, and the silent raft propeller stirred the water without making a sound. The two of them approached each other without anyone noticing. As they approached the pirate raft, Lin Feng pulled 008 down to swim across, and the two of them slipped aboard while the pirates on night watch weren't looking. However, each raft was guarded by pirates, and moving around in the blind spots of these 6 people was not easy. Lin Feng scratched his head, turned around and asked number 008, are you a fast swimmer? It's alright, why are you asking this? Lin Feng looked serious. I'm worried that if you make a mistake, you won't be able to swim back to the raft, and will be caught. Oh, don't worry about that. If we get spotted, I'll definitely swim faster than you. Lin Feng nodded. That puts my mind at ease. The next second, without warning, Lin Feng suddenly pushed number 008. Before he could react, he fell into the sea. Thump! Holy crap! Lin Feng, you bastard! Before number 008 could unleash a torrent of curses, Lin Feng quickly lowered his voice and warned, run! The next moment, the pirates who were left on night watch all looked towards the sea and instantly saw a blurry figure swimming away into the distance. Thief! Quickly, catch him. It must be Lin Feng. Should we call him the commander? Find out the truth first. Let's catch that guy. 5 of the 6 men chased after the raft, leaving the last one to guard it closely. Lin Feng smiled. Now we don't need to search each raft individually. Baiying Jun must be on that raft. Over there, 5 pirates were swimming after 008, while over here, Lin Feng silently crept onto Baiying Jun's raft. He tiptoed, and, taking advantage of the pirate on night watch staring at the sea, sneaked into the cabin of the raft. At this moment, Baiying Jun was fast asleep in bed when Lin Feng came in and began rummaging through the supplies in the storage box. There are 4 storage boxes in the room. 2 of them contain basic supplies. Lin Feng took out the bundles of grass and scattered them on the ground before starting to search the other 2 storage boxes. Received, 3 watermelons. Received, 1 bottle of Erguo 2. Received, 1 fruit-flavored high-calcium tablet. Received, 1 high-pressure oxygen tank. Received, Lazy Sailor's Laundry Basket X1. Received, Rotten Boots X1. Oh ho, those 2 biological weapons are back again. Lin Feng smiled slightly and stuffed all these things into his backpack. As for the items whose purpose he didn't know, he wasn't in a hurry to check them. Today's most important task is not to steal, but to cause destruction. Lin Feng took out a kerosene lighter. Snap! The man rubbed the kerosene lighter with a grinder, and instantly, the lighter ignited. Lin Feng glanced at Baiying Jun, who was still fast asleep, and nodded in satisfaction. The food hasn't been detected yet. Set it on fire. Bang! Lin Feng tossed the lighter next to the bundle of grass, and instantly, the dry grass was ignited. After setting the fire, he dashed off, stumbled onto another raft, and left behind a pile of straw and a lit kerosene lighter. The pirate who stayed on the raft to keep watch suddenly saw that the raft next to him was on fire and quickly shouted, "Fire!" Suddenly, he smelled something burning next to him. He turned around and saw that the commander's cabin was also on fire. "Commander! Commander! Fire!" At that moment, Bai Ingjuan's voice came from inside the cabin. "Cough cough! Who the hell did this? Everyone come and put out the fire. Cough cough, I'm choking." Bai Ingjuan burst out, holding his breath. When he reached the outside of the cabin, his clothes were on fire. One by one, everyone woke up with a start and were shocked to find that their raft was on fire. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Get up and put out the fire. Everyone immediately realized what was happening and hurriedly grabbed pots and pans from the cabin, repeatedly using seawater to put out the fire. The 5 pirates who had been chasing 008 around realized something was wrong. When they looked back, the team's 6 rafts were already engulfed in flames. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Stop chasing them. Get back to put out the fire. The 5 pirates quickly turned around and swam hurriedly toward the raft, but as they approached it, they suddenly saw a figure. Upon closer inspection, isn't that Raymond Lam? Holy crap! It's Lin Feng. Grab him. He must have started the fire. Lin Feng kicked the pirate who was trying to climb up, sending him flying back into the sea. But by then, the other pirates had already spotted Lin Feng. But the raft was still on fire, so how could they have time to capture Lin Feng? What the hell? What do we do? Bai Ingjun roared angrily. What the hell are you all standing there for? Put out the fire first. Yes. The pirates really couldn't care less about him anymore, and continued to put out the fire one by one. Lin Feng looked at the few pirates floating on the sea, smiled coldly, and took out the high-pressure oxygen tube from his backpack. This thing is a steel can, and it's quite heavy. It's perfect for hitting someone. Get out of the way. The 5 pirates floating on the sea looked at each other, unable to get up, and unwilling to leave like Lin Feng. Seeing how ignorant they were, Lin Feng grabbed an oxygen tank and smashed it at one of the pirates. Bang! Oh, my head. The pirate felt like his head was about to split open, so he covered his head and ran away into the distance. The other 4 were unarmed and dared not block the way. They all fled for their lives without looking back. Lin Feng turned around and saw that the pirates had brought the fire under control. Several men rushed over with weapons, and with a graceful leap, jumped directly into the sea. But just as he was about to swim towards number 008, he looked up and suddenly froze. What the hell? Where did number 008 go? Holy crap! That far? Are you kidding me? Lin Feng was speechless and swam desperately toward number 008, pondering as he swam. Next time I do something like this, I'll have to find a daring NPC. Looking back, Lin Feng smiled. While the pirates were chasing after him, the fire intensified, especially on Bai Ingjuan's raft, which was burned the most. It smells like barbecue. Chapter 99, so this is what happens to me too. Today was the last day of the theft. After Lin Feng finished causing destruction, he didn't linger and had 008 teleport the raft away. Stealing is the priority. At this time, the fire on the pirates' 6 rafts grew larger and larger, and 4 of the 6 catapults were burned down in less than 10 minutes. Holy crap! My catapult! The storage box is on fire too. Damn it, my barbecue grill! Quickly, put out the fire. On Bai Ingjuan's raft, besides himself, there was only one subordinate. At first, everyone listened to him and came over to put out the fire on his raft, but when all 6 rafts caught fire, the pirates couldn't care less about Bai Ingjun anymore. You all come here and put out the fire. The pirates ignored him, each focused on putting out the fires on their own rafts. Bai Ingjun was furious. But no one came to help, and he couldn't just watch the raft burn to the ground. Left with no other choice, he had to personally carry a large wooden bowl, fill it with seawater, and use it to fight the fire. But the fire was too big. He couldn't possibly put it out by himself with just a wooden bowl. He was so tired he could hardly breathe, yet he was still cursing loudly. Lin Feng. Cough cough. You're so damn mean. I'll kill you sooner or later, cough. You're choking me. As soon as he was teleported to another sea area, Lin Feng suddenly sneezed several times. Someone insulted me. Is that strange? This? Lin Feng thought about it for a moment and realized that he did seem to be quite hated. The next moment, he suddenly looked at number 008. Was it you? Number 008 laughed. If it were me, you should be sneezing 24/7. Lin Feng nodded speechlessly. Get to work. The two began a new round of looting, but this time, they didn't have much success. As soon as number 008 opened the door, the burglar alarm suddenly went off. Beep 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 beep. Instantly, the players in the cabin woke up with a scream. Oh, thief. Roll. Lin Feng was stunned. Judging from the voice, it was a woman inside. Before he could react, he heard number 008 let out a scream. Ouch. Lin Feng looked down and saw that the woman had actually thrown a high heel at him. Just as number 008 was about to run out, Lin Feng pushed him inside. Just bear with it a little longer. What? Bang. Another high heel flew over. The next moment, Lin Feng picked up the high heels and ran towards the small raft. Number 008 screamed all the way and was knocked over by a flower pot. Lin Feng looked back, picked up the flower pot, happily stuffed it into his backpack, and continued running. A few seconds later, he jumped onto the raft, and number 008 followed closely behind. Just as he jumped onto the raft, he saw the woman pick up a large rock and chase after him. You damn thief. Huh? Where are my shoes? The flower pot is gone too. Give me back my stuff. Hearing the woman's roar, number 008 was so frightened that he shivered. Lin Feng frowned in surprise. Holy crap. So fierce. Lin Feng, you've tricked me again. Looking up, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Number 008 had bruises all over both eyes, and a cactus stuck in his head. The cactus is mine now. Lin Feng, do you have any humanity at all? You're even trying to rob this. After being a thief for a few days, I've developed an occupational hazard. I unconsciously put anything good into my bag without thinking. As he spoke, Lin Feng had already stuffed the cactus into his backpack. Hey, this thing's really sharp. Are you out of your mind? Number 008 glanced at him sullenly and pulled a few long thorns from the top of his head. Cough cough. Seeing that you are so badly injured, here are the remaining 5 grass balls for you. Number 008 was speechless for a long time before stuffing the 5 clumps of grass into his backpack. You have to understand, for a stingy guy like Lin Feng to even produce 5 portions of grass balls is already a huge waste of his money. Next, the two planned to steal a few more tickets before dawn, but before they could set off, Lin Feng suddenly paused. Holy crap. Dead. Number 008 was taken aback. Who died? By Jun, he was burned to death. Announcement. Player Lin Feng has killed by Jun, completing the wanted poster mission within 7 days. He will share the invested resources equally with player Chun Ming, who initiated the wanted poster. All investing players will receive a 5x return on their investment. The next moment, Lin Feng was forcibly pulled into the communication channel. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Bai Jun is really dead? I thought I was going to lose money this time, but I never expected that 5 magic crystals would instantly increase in value 5-fold. I've missed another chance to get rich. A true master is a true master. Raymond Lam is awesome. Wow, you're so awesome. Could you tell me how to prevent theft? I've lost everything except the 5 times the resources I just earned. They were all stolen. Didn't the boss say to buy a safe? Wait a minute, I bought a burglar alarm yesterday. How come it still got stolen? Oh my god, you shouldn't have mentioned it. It just makes me so upset. Even my burglar alarm got stolen. Holy crap, this is inhumane. Huh, I think I've spotted 2 thieves nearby, not far from my raft. I'll fire a shot at them first. Quickly, blow up on that despicable thief. Holy crap. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw this. 2 people? Aren't you talking about us? Lin Feng suddenly realized, run? We've been spotted. Oh. Number 008 reacted for a moment and immediately pressed the teleporter button. Click. No response. Click 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 click. Still no response. Holy crap. The battery's dead. What? Your teleporter needs batteries. Lin Feng was speechless. He never expected that the teleporter would run out of power. At that moment, a muffled thud came from the other side, and Lin Feng immediately got scared. Catapult. He immediately activated the silent raft's propulsion system, and just as he started moving, a rock crashed down behind him. Lin Feng was speechless. He never expected that he would encounter such a thing one day. In the chat channel, the player sent a message with a smug look on his face. I almost hit them. They don't have heavy weapons. I have to catch these two thieves today. Pretty. We must seize this opportunity. Good job, keep going. Lin Feng was annoyed. This guy was even live streaming his catching of a thief in the chat channel. Behind them, the player kept throwing stones at them as Lin Feng and number 008 ran for their lives. Why aren't your raft armed? I'm a thief, not a pirate. Turn left. Turn right. The two fought and fled for their lives, the raft carving a strange route that perfectly dodged the flying stones. But the player got more and more enthusiastic as he chased, throwing stones at the player recklessly and constantly showing off in the chat channel. Raymond Lamb was getting impatient. I remember now. I had a secret weapon in my bag. What? You keep driving your raft. Lin Feng took out a package from his backpack, which contained 1,000,000 poisonous mosquitoes. Chapter 100. Are you a person? The 1,000,000 poisonous mosquitoes were originally intended as a backup plan for Bai Jun, but unexpectedly, he didn't need to use them. Instead, this player benefited from them. Lin Feng ran to the back of the small raft, and as soon as he opened the packaging box, a swarm of poisonous mosquitoes flew out. The swarm of poisonous mosquitoes buzzed and flew away in a dark mass to the back. The sound gave Lin Feng goosebumps. If the small raft hadn't been moving so fast, Lin Feng would have been covered in bites from those thirsty, venomous mosquitoes. At this moment, the player was still excitedly throwing stones in this direction, losing heads while showing off in the chat channel. I'm almost catching up with them. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Watch, watch, let's wait and see the thief get a beating. Aim carefully before you fire. I can't wait. Hurry, hurry. Just as everyone was engrossed in watching, the player suddenly sent a strange message. Holy crap, there seem to be mosquitoes. My goodness, so many mosquitoes. I'm being drained dry. Everyone was stunned by the news. What the hell are mosquitoes? Where would mosquitoes come from in the ocean? Yeah, are you chickening out? If you're too scared to hit a thief, just say so. This excuse is ridiculous. Holy crap, there really are mosquitoes. I'm not kidding. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I was so excited, but it turns out I'm just a coward. Let's disperse. Let's disperse. No one believed there would be mosquitoes on this vast ocean. One by one, they cursed and left the chat channel, but the player was now truly in trouble. He had no time to spare for launching stones. He had already taken cover in the cabin. Even so, they could not escape their fate. Outside, a swarm of venomous mosquitoes buzzed around the cabin, while inside, swarms of mosquitoes flew in through the window cracks. The player was being bitten by mosquitoes so badly that he was jumping around and scratching his ears and cheeks. He had nowhere to hide, so he could only keep circling around a bonfire. Go to hell. That thief is so damn cunning. These must be poisonous mosquitoes released by a thief. He cursed and jumped around, but the bites on his body only increased. The mosquitoes were like hungry ghosts, taking every opportunity to bite him. Moreover, these mosquitoes are so venomous. A single bite can swell up to the size of a steamed bun. Am I going to get bitten to death by mosquitoes? The only response he received was a series of buzzing sounds. Oh, dead mosquito. I'll fight you to the death. The player went berserk, squatting on the ground and starting to build a fire pit. Wherever there was a sliver of open space on the ground, he would build a fire pit. The mosquitoes quieted down a bit, but when he looked up, he found that his storage box, table, and chair were all emitting blue smoke. I'm fucking. It's over, it's over. If he doesn't light a fire, he'll be bitten to death by mosquitoes. If he does light one, he'll burn himself to death. Dead end. Boom. The storage box caught fire first, followed by the tables, chairs, benches, and wooden hatches. The mosquitoes were all driven away by the thick smoke, and he staggered along, running and jumping into the sea. Looking at the raft he had destroyed with his own hands, Tears welled up in his eyes. Why the hell would I be chasing after a thief like that? Not far away, Lin Feng, who was stranded on the sea because the teleporter had run out of power, stared in astonishment at the distance. I only released a bunch of mosquitoes, so how did the raft catch fire? Number 008 swallowed hard. Lin Feng, are you associated with the fire element? Lin Feng thought about it carefully. The fortune teller said I'm lacking all 5 elements. Huh. Later, I burned down that fortune teller's stall. Number 008 nodded thoughtfully. So you have a criminal record. Seeing that the raft opposite them was burned down to its bare deck, Lin Feng yawned and asked, how do we get back? Number 008 thought for a moment. Wait until dawn. 1 hour after dawn, the Doomsday Mall will forcibly teleport me back. And what about me? As long as you're on my raft, we can go back to the Doomsday Mall together, saving you a gold coin in teleportation fees. Hey, this is great. If I had known, I would have taken your raft to the Doomsday Mall a couple of days ago. You're so rich. Why are you trying to save these few gold coins? Lin Feng objected. Those gold coins were hard-earned money, swindled bit by bit. Number 008 was speechless. Is there anything to eat? Lin Feng took out 2 of the stolen, mutated watermelons. These things are very expensive, so hurry up and hand over the money for your meal. Number 008 shook his head, tossed the last 50% off card to Lin Feng, and the two began to eat watermelon. I must say, this mutated square watermelon is really sweet, and one bite instantly makes you feel refreshed and full of energy. It really can restore mental energy. Lin Feng happily munched on the watermelon, finishing it in less than 5 minutes. Then, the two entered a long wait. With nothing to do, Lin Feng lay on the raft and suddenly remembered that he hadn't claimed the wanted poster reward yet, so he quickly checked the messages. A message pops up. Receive the wanted poster investment reward, 150 ghost fragments. I almost missed out on the investment. This is awesome. Wanted kill reward, 70 glass shards, 65 metal shards, 40 grass balls, 15 wood, 10 mechanical modules, 6 magic crystals, and 15 ghost fragments. Seeing the substantial profits, Lin Feng smiled. The quality of the resources invested by players this time has obviously improved a lot. If this continues, the profits from future bounty posters will be even greater. Sigh, I was planning to confront them head-on, but I never expected Bai Aingjun to be burned to death. Why did you set fire to it if you wanted a direct confrontation? Lin Feng glanced at number 008 and said, I think you know too much. Cough cough cough. I don't know anything. Keep making these comments. The two waited idly for dawn. Just as the sun rose, a mournful voice suddenly came from nearby. Lin Feng. Upon hearing that someone had come to see him, Lin Feng immediately sat up. He looked up and almost fainted from fright. Holy crap! What is this? Are you even human? Across from them, on a bare raft, sat a man covered in bags and with a face covered in soot. He pointed angrily at Lin Feng and shouted angrily. Those mosquitoes, did you put them there? Number 008, let's go. Lin Feng couldn't bear to look at him either. This guy was definitely the first player he had ever met who he couldn't bring himself to fight. This guy was covered in mosquito bites and burned to a crisp by a fire. He's really had a terrible time. When raft number 008 started, the player wanted to give chase, but when he looked back, the thrusters had already burned to ashes. Lin Feng, don't you fucking run away. I'll remember you for the rest of my life. Ouch, it hurts. Chapter 101 Lin Feng is a thief. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief after dodging his enemy, who was covered in bites. It was about 10 minutes past dawn when he suddenly remembered that he was going to the Doomsday Mall later, so he decided to call Song Xiling ahead of time. He had just opened his private messages when he saw the message from the girl. Lin Feng, I've managed to get the price down to 1 magic crystal. Wow, you're really something. Lin Feng was convinced. He hadn't intended to lower the price this much when he took the ghost treasure chest back. A few seconds later, Song Xiling replied to the message. Why did it take you so long to reply? And another thing, I spent 3 days painstakingly negotiating the price, and this is all you give me? You didn't even bother to give me a proper compliment. Humph, I'll never work hard again. Lin Feng was taken aback. He thought for a moment, scratched his head, and sent the message. You're really capable. Humph. You're just giving me the runaround again. You didn't have breakfast today? Let's have breakfast at the Doomsday Mall today. Is this your strategy for dealing with no breakfast? Lin Feng scratched his head and explained helplessly. The main problem is that number 008's teleporter ran out of power. I'll force teleport back to the Doomsday shop with him in a bit, which will save me 1 gold coin in teleportation fees. A few seconds later, the girl sent a message. You go first. I need to take advantage of that ghost's near collapse and keep haggling until it's free. Huh. I'm finding bargaining really fun now, even though I've already drunk all my Red Bull. It's alright. It's alright. You can take your time with your work. By the way, I just checked the chat channel, and you're being criticized again, huh? Huh. Who is it this time? Lin Feng was speechless. He ended his chat with Song Xinling and immediately opened the chat channel. Instantly, he saw a barrage of curses. Without a doubt, it must have been the unlucky guy covered in bites who had exposed his identity as a thief. Holy crap, that thief was Raymond Lam. He's so damn cunning. He even released poisonous mosquitoes. But where did he get those poisonous mosquitoes from? I saw it in the Doomsday shop. There seemed to be only 3 boxes on the shelf, labeled 1 million poisonous mosquitoes. That's a million? This product is outrageous. It's inhumane. Given Lin Feng's temperament, he probably bought all 3 boxes of poisonous mosquitoes. Luckily, I didn't see him stealing, or I would have been in big trouble. Raymond Lam, give me back my high heels. Holy crap, shameless. He even stole someone's high heels. This guy has absolutely no bottom line. I remember there were 2 thieves. Who was the other one? NPC? Holy crap. Could it be that Lin Feng colluded with NPCs to steal our supplies? Speechless. Is this game even fair? Lin Feng, a powerful figure in the game, forced NPCs to harass innocent players, encountering resistance and retaliating by releasing 1 million poisonous mosquitoes. Lin Feng. Holy crap, you actually dare to show your face. Lin Feng laughed. Anyway, the 3-day theft period had already passed. So what if he was discovered? Lin Feng, yes. It was me. I deeply regret not being able to take care of the players. You're amazing, boss. Don't come and take care of me. I'm very poor. You've been taking care of me, fine, but why did you even steal the burglar alarm? Lin Feng, that thing has a 90% failure rate. There's no point in keeping it. What? A 90% failure rate? What's the point of buying it? No. Boss, are you kidding us? Lin Feng, NPC insider information. Don't hate me. It's the Doomsday Mall trying to scam you. Holy crap. The Doomsday shop is outrageous. I'm going to file a complaint. With just a few words, Lin Feng successfully shifted the hatred to the Doomsday Mall, and then he happily shut down the chat channel. Suddenly, a white beam of light appeared in the surrounding area. Number 008 tugged at Lin Feng, forced teleportation. Let's go to the buffet. The next moment, the white light disappeared, and Lin Feng appeared in the Doomsday Mall. Number 008 led him through the VIP entrance into the buffet restaurant, and then went back to report. Lin Feng had always been puzzled as to who this NPC was reporting to. Of course, you won't find any answer to this question by just thinking about it. It would be best to take the opportunity to sneak into the NPC activity area of the Doomsday Mall and have a look. Who knows? We might be able to steal some good stuff. However, Lin Feng immediately dismissed the idea. What if he pulled off a heist and was permanently banned from entering the Doomsday Mall? Looking at the large lobster on the table, Lin Feng decided to try to behave himself in the Doomsday Mall. After wolfing down his food, Lin Feng strolled into the supermarket, hoping to find something he needed to buy. But as soon as he pushed his shopping cart inside, he saw a notice. Announcement: Player Song Xinling has become the first to unlock a magic skill, officially launching the game's skill system. Huh. That ghost. Could we really have given her the magic for free? Before Lin Feng could react, he was forcibly pulled into the chat channel. Song Xinling, isn't that the big boss's girlfriend? Holy crap. All the big shot's girlfriends are this amazing. Wait. How do I learn magic skills? I know. I found a ghost chest, and I have to pay the ghost 18 magic crystals, but I can't afford it. That's fucking expensive. Wouldn't it cost 36 magic crystals for 2 people to learn? This family is incredibly wealthy. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean 36 magic crystals? They're clearly free. Of course, Lin Feng didn't intend to reveal that he could negotiate the price. He turned off the chat channel, glanced at his shopping cart, turned around, and walked out of the supermarket. Why buy anything else? Let's go back and learn magic skills first. He jogged all the way to the small square of the Doomsday Mall and chose to teleport. The next moment, he appeared on his raft. When the scene before him became clear, he saw Song Xinling wearing that rugby uniform, swinging a 1,000-ton inflatable hammer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Although she only had an inflatable hammer and didn't unleash the massive damage of 1,000 tons, her speed was ridiculously fast. That's not even the most outrageous part. The most outrageous thing is that every time she swings the hammer, a red light bursts out from the hammerhead. Holy crap! What kind of magic have you awakened? Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Song Xinling slung the hammer over her shoulder. It's much worse than I expected. It's just 1,000 times the critical damage. Not cool at all. Lin Feng was stunned. What? 1,000-fold critical hit, and you're still not satisfied? A 1,000-ton inflatable hammer, plus a 1,000x damage critical hit. Isn't that just one-hit kill? Chapter 102. The skills here are a bit. Lin Feng approached Song Xinling and was able to directly view her magic skills. Song Xinling ally. Magic spell. Desire for evil critical strike. Description. Unleash the desire for evil critical strike. The player's next 10 attacks will deal 1,000x critical damage. Lin Feng felt that Song Xinling seemed to be a born violent girl. With that damage output and the equipment she's wearing, she's definitely a war machine. He glanced at the mentally challenged number 2 standing to the side and realized that he was about to lose his job. Seeing Lin Feng standing there in a daze, Song Xinling quickly urged him on. You should hurry and go find the ghost to learn magic. I'm worried he won't last much longer. Huh? Lin Feng was stunned. Could it be that the ghost was being tortured to death by Song Xinling? We'd better hurry. Lin Feng darted into the stone house, opened the ghost treasure chest, and said to the ghost, Quickly teach me magic skills. The trembling ghost, seeing Lin Feng, said with a resentful expression, I have one condition. What? You're going to negotiate. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to teach him a lesson when he heard this, but seeing how weak the ghost looked, he was really worried that he would die right after he finished dealing with him. Okay, what are your conditions? You finished learning magic, just find a place to dump me. Don't let that witch torture me. A female demon? Lin Feng blinked, looked back at Song Xinling outside, and nodded in surprise. Okay, I promise you. I suppose this was his last wish. Good. The ghost nodded weakly, looking relieved, and then pointed at Lin Feng. Instantly, Lin Feng received a notification. Player's talent has been confirmed. Currently learning the corresponding magic skills. Successfully learned the art of patience from Master Tortoise Shell. What? Master Tortoise Shell's ninjutsu? Why does this name sound so pathetic? Lin Feng immediately looked at Ghost. Can the skills be changed? No. Everyone's skills are learned based on their talent. No. This. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, the ghost suddenly collapsed. Bang bang bang. Lin Feng looked at the ghost treasure chest and saw that several ghost fragments had fallen from the bottom of the chest. What? He's dead. Lin Feng was depressed. My skill level sounds so frustrating. Damn it. Forget it. Let's see how it goes. Frustrated, he opened the magic skill description and a string of information popped up. Magic skill, Master Tortoise's Ninja. Description, by unleashing the Turtle Shell Master's Ninja technique, the player will release a massive turtle shell shield, which can be cast on themselves or teammates, lasting for 10 minutes. Before that, it is virtually impossible to destroy. I'm a support. Lin Feng plopped down on the ground, glanced at Song Xinling dejectedly, and felt like he was about to be relegated to the sidelines. Seeing Lin Feng sitting on the ground looking depressed, Song Xinling approached him curiously. What's wrong? Didn't you learn any magic? Lin Feng looked up, utterly dejected. I learned it, but it's even more frustrating than not learning it at all. The girl quickly checked Lin Feng's skills, and as she looked at them, she suddenly smiled. Your skills are amazing. What's so great about it? I'll go out and deal damage. You can cast a turtle shield on me, then sit back and command, operating the weapons on the raft. Isn't that perfect? She scratched her head, looking at the catapults and spear throwers outside with a troubled expression, and shrugged, saying, "If you're going to rush out and deal damage, I can't handle these things." Lin Feng nodded. Although he was in a bad mood, he felt that what the girl said made a lot of sense. Come to think of it, if you go out to deal damage, you can't stay in the center. If you stay in the center, you can't go out to deal damage. You can never do both. Although he had figured this out, Lin Feng was still a little depressed. He looked up at Song Xinling and suddenly froze. "Why do you look so pale?" "I don't know. I feel so dizzy." Lin Feng suddenly remembered that using magic spells seemed to consume mental energy. He couldn't care less about being upset, and quickly took out a mutated square watermelon from his backpack. "Quickly eat this watermelon. It can restore your mental energy." Song Xinling nodded, ate a few bites of watermelon wearily, and her complexion gradually became rosy. Seeing that she was much better, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that magic skills should not be used casually, otherwise they would greatly reduce mental strength. He was thinking when he suddenly felt a tightness on his cheek. "Pop. Thank you." The girl kissed him hard, and then she smiled sweetly, watching as Lin Feng held his breath and tried to stop himself from laughing like an idiot. Lin Feng was feeling frustrated. "Do you want to see me make a fool of myself?" "No. Absolutely not." He steeled himself and pressed his lips against Song Xinling's, giving her a hard kiss. "Oh!" the girl screamed. A few hours later, the two were grilling large corn cobs by the barbecue grill. Lin Feng covered his reddened ears and looked at the fire with a frustrated expression. Song Xinling glanced at him and coughed twice. "I didn't mean anything by it. It's just, could you please not use so much force next time?" Lin Feng looked at the girl's cheek and felt that the two were even. He even left a small bruise on her fair face from his kiss. "I'll be gentler next time." "Oh, my face. I can't go out and see anyone for the next few days." The two looked at each other, leaned against each other, and ate their dinner while watching the sunset. While eating, Lin Feng asked, "Would you like a bottle of erguo too?" "What do you want to do?" Song Xinling stared at him nervously. Lin Feng explained, "I just wanted to see if you'd go on a drunken rampage after drinking a bottle of erguo." The girl was speechless. "I won't indulge your perverse tastes. I was just trying to anticipate this." "Oh dear, don't pull my ear. Erguo too has special effects." "I won't drink it." Lin Feng felt he had been cheated. Both of his ears were swollen. After wolfing down the large corn cob, Lin Feng quickly left the violent girl. While she was still eating, Lin Feng wanted to draw out today's blind box. Then, have a good night's sleep. He hadn't slept for several days, and as he was thinking, Lin Feng habitually took a sip of coffee. Holy crap. Let's get hyped tonight." Lin Feng stared at the coffee cup in his hand and shook his head in frustration. "Sigh? I picked up the bad habit of drinking coffee after only 3 days as a thief." Lin Feng put the coffee cup away and opened the system interface. Daily blind box giveaway successful. June 7th. Received. Only so many ghost follower blind boxes. System developer, Jia Tianbang. Jiang Hongyan X1. Ghost follower? That's all. How much exactly? Lin Feng scratched his head, sensing the system developer's deep malice. Chapter 103 Zhao Dagong has shown up. That's all the ghost follower blind boxes available. Rank, excellent. Description, 50% chance of dropping a regular ghost, 30% chance of dropping a giant ghost, 15% chance of dropping an octopus ghost monster, and 5% chance of dropping an extremely large gluttonous ghost. What the heck? A gluttonous ghost? And it's super big. System, are you trying to eat me out of house and home? Lin Feng secretly hoped that the gluttonous ghost would not be revealed, but he figured it had the lowest drop rate and probably wouldn't be. The next moment, you open one of the limited ghost follower blind boxes and received one super duper. This is fucking. The next moment, a green light and shadow appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes, as if a green filter had suddenly appeared in front of him. Where is the ghost? Lin Feng looked up in confusion, then froze instantly. At this moment, a huge ghost appeared in front of the raft. Its lower body was submerged in the sea, while its upper body was as broad as a mountain, with a large belly and an outline that looked just like a sumo wrestler. Holy crap, this guy can eat so much. Suddenly, The ghost radio started playing nearby. Sizzle. I'm so hungry. Do you have any ghost fragments? I just need to eat 50. What? 50? Raymond Lamb was getting impatient. System, are you so broke that you can't afford to keep this up anymore? That's why you gave me this as a reward. The only response he received was the voice of that gluttonous ghost. Sizzle. You need to be full to have the energy to work. Lin Feng covered his forehead in frustration. You can go hungry for now, anyway. I think you need to lose some weight. He went to the gluttonous ghost and checked its attributes. Super huge gluttonous ghost. Description: an incredibly strong ghost with an insatiable appetite. It needs to consume ghost fragments. When ghost fragments are unavailable, it will prey on sea creatures and can even eat humans. However, it is completely obedient to your commands. Note that during the day, try to keep it underwater. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Oh, so it's okay to go hungry. That puts my mind at ease. Sizzle. You can't do this to me. Lin Feng glanced at the gluttonous ghost and went to find something to eat in the sea. Sizzle. This. Okay. Just as the ghost was about to sink, Song Xinling suddenly rushed over carrying a hammer. Ghost. When Lin Feng saw that Song Xinling was not only not afraid, but was also preparing to fight the ghost, he immediately stopped her. No. That's my new pet. Pets? You call those things pets? Song Xinling's lips twitched in surprise, and the next moment, a splash came from the sea. Sizzle. Got it. Got it. The two turned around at the same time, and saw the gluttonous ghost holding a large shark in its hand, its huge mouth wide open. The shark struggled violently, but couldn't break free. The gluttonous ghost grabbed it by the tail, stuffed it into its mouth, and began to chew it greedily. Sizzle. It doesn't taste good. Sigh. But I'm so hungry. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Song Xinling opened her mouth wide in astonishment. A shark, gone in one bite. Lin Feng coughed lightly. More than that, I don't think he's full yet. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the gluttonous ghost actually nodded. Sizzle. I'm definitely not full. Go downstairs. Don't come out unless I call you. Sizzle. I'm going down now. The next moment, the mountain-like ghost slowly sank into the sea and disappeared. Lin Feng sighed, turned to look at Song Xinling, and nodded in admiration. You've really built up your courage. Hey, where's Era? Wasn't he fierce towards ghosts? Lin Feng turned around and suddenly saw the husky slumped in the stone house, whimpering. Oh, whoa. What? You're chickening out already. Lin Feng shook his head. It seemed that this husky wasn't very brave. He probably couldn't count on it in a war. Lin Feng yawned, walked over and patted the husky's head, thinking to himself, if a war breaks out, I should give the husky a bottle of erguo-tu-tu. Lying down on the bed, Lin Feng was finally able to get some rest, but having drunk some coffee earlier, he was now half asleep and couldn't fall asleep. So he opened the chat channel to see what the players were talking about. His eyes widened as soon as he opened the chat channel. Holy crap! Who did this? At the top of the chat channel, there was a wanted poster, and unfortunately, Raymond Lamb was on the list for the second time. Wanted, Lin Feng. Initiator, Buying How. Number of investors, 1 maximum 300. Total investment kill reward, would X4. Remaining time, 7 days. Lin Feng took a look and realized that the wanted poster was only invested in by the person who initiated it. Looking at the name of the person who initiated it, he seemed to understand something. Buying How, by Yingjuan's younger brother. Looking down, Lin Feng was stunned. Turns out nobody invested. Shaw, only a fool would invest in that. The guy on the wanted list is none other than Raymond Lamb. Exactly. I lost money on my last investment. Everyone, please disperse. Lin Feng was speechless. It turned out that once people saw the wanted notice for him, no one was willing to invest anymore. But if none of them invest, how will they make money? What's the difference between hanging it up and not hanging it up? At this moment, Bai Yinghao stepped down to speak. Bai Yinghao, don't you guys want to kill Lin Feng? Hasn't he swindled us enough? Why don't you all come out and invest? Raymond Lamb, yes. Yes, everyone hurry up and invest. Bai Yinghao, Lin Feng. You son of a bitch. Raymond Lamb, don't be angry, don't be angry. I had no choice. I wouldn't make any money if I didn't come out and stir up some trouble. Originally, There were only 2 investors when Bai Yinghao was speaking, but as soon as they heard Lin Feng come out and stir up trouble, those 2 players immediately withdrew their investments. Oh my god, thank goodness I didn't get too worked up. Never invest. Investing in this company will inevitably result in losses. The big boss is too cunning. No one can outwit him. Bai Yingjun, holy crap. You guys. Bai Yingjun was a pirate. He deserved to die. Don't drag us down with him. Exactly. No matter how much I hate Raymond Lam, I would never invest in a single piece of equipment. Raymond Lam, please stop. Hey boss, stop pissing us off. Just seeing your name gives me the creeps. Lin Feng was stunned. What had he done to leave such a deep psychological scar on these players? After careful consideration, he realized that he hadn't killed any players he didn't need to kill, and he had even spared the life of the pirate Zhao Dagong. Was he being cruel? The next moment, he actually saw the message sent by Zhao Dagong. Zhao Dagong, Lin Feng. He makes life worse than death. I wholeheartedly agree. Agree +1. Chapter 104. Can a person get a good night's sleep? Lin Feng was stunned when he saw Zhao Dagong's message. Is it really necessary for him to hold such a grudge, just because he was asked to write an 800-word apology? Lin Feng, Zhao Dagong. I have an ID tracking transmitter. Zhao Dagong, huh? Raymond Lam. I'm going to disappear right now. Lin Feng was just joking around, but he didn't expect that this guy would actually disappear and never send another message. The onlookers looked on with sighs. Zhao Dagong, this is fucking exciting. Extremely strong, will to survive. Lin Feng shook his head, feeling like there was nothing left to talk about. Never mind, let's go to sleep. He glanced at Song Xinling. The girl was already fast asleep. He yawned, then snuggled into the covers and went to sleep comfortably. However, while he was fast asleep, 25 players were plotting something big. Player Lu Haizhu stayed up late at night, opened the private message interface, and began contacting other players. Are you all ready? Ready? I'll be there in half an hour. I have 12 people with me, all of them. Okay, all 13 of my people are ready. Just thinking about it is exciting. If we can't beat Raymond Lam, let's steal his stuff. Yes. If you can't use open tactics, use covert ones. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Lu Haizhu was full of confidence, just waiting for the 12 people on the other side to come over so they could do a big job together and steal Lin Feng. The night before last, he was robbed by a thief. Almost all of his few belongings were stolen, including his burglar alarm. Even a fool could guess that Lin Feng was responsible. As luck would have it, he ran into the remaining pirates under Bai Yingjun's command again today. The group didn't fight, but after a lot of complaining, they realized they were all in the same boat and had been robbed by Lin Feng. After discussing it, everyone felt they couldn't swallow this insult, but they knew they were no match for Lin Feng if they went head-to-head with him. So they decided to steal Lin Feng's supplies together. However, the group was too poor to afford an ID tracking teleporter, so they recruited a group of newly established pirates, each contributing 1 gold coin to buy a teleporter. Sigh, we're so poor. A fellow accomplice patted Lu Haizhu on the shoulder and comforted him. Lin Feng is rolling in money. If we pull off this heist, we'll be set for life. Another chimed in. That's right. Lin Feng would never have imagined that someone would be eyeing his supplies. Lu Haizhu shook his head dejectedly. But Lin Feng has a safe, so there probably isn't much he can steal. Hee. I've already thought about this. I'll steal whatever I can. The fruits and vegetables I grow, the tools I leave outside, anything I can take apart, basically anything I can take. Lu Haizhu nodded. Yes, to vent our anger, we'll smash what we can't take. The more they talked, the more enthusiastic they became, and they all rolled up their sleeves, waiting for everyone to arrive so they could set off. Just then, the roar of thrusters came from outside. Everyone looked up and saw that their partners had arrived. The 2 groups greeted each other with pleasantries and flattery as soon as they met, and within 10 minutes they were acting like a close-knit family. Then, they happily gathered together and teleported out as a group. A flash of white light, and the group found themselves in an unfamiliar sea area. Upon closer inspection, Lu Haizhu saw a huge wooden raft not far away, gently and quietly floating on the sea. So big. It's so damn fat. It must be Lin Feng. Let's go. Wait. We can't turn on the thrusters. It's too loud. How do we get there? Lu Haizhu thought for a moment. then sighed in frustration. Roll over there. What? These rafts are all too big now. It's too tiring to paddle across. Stop talking nonsense. Let's row for the supplies on Lin Feng's raft. The group looked at each other helplessly, picked up their small wooden oars, and began rowing frantically. It's fucking far. I'm so tired. Stop talking nonsense. I'm tired of you all talking. The 25 aspiring pirates, panting heavily, rowed their small wooden oars, struggling to keep quiet, and their tongues lolling out from exhaustion. Finally, half an hour later, they approached Lin Feng's raft. Lu Haizhu, wiping his sweat and panting heavily, said, "Get ready, swim across." "Oh no, I can't swim anymore. Why don't we take a break?" Come on, you can rest all day after you steal the stuff." One by one, the players sighed and groaned as they entered the sea and began swimming. A few minutes later, Lu Haizhu was the first to approach the raft. But just as he was about to climb up, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. Thief! Thief! Huh? What's that noise? Before Lu Haizhu could react, a dog suddenly barked in his ear. Woof 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 woof. Holy crap! They have a watchdog too. Several pirates had just swum over when they heard the sound and were instantly terrified. What to do? How the hell do you steal this? Before anyone could react, a series of warning sounds suddenly came from the side. Beep 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 beep. Holy crap! A burglar alarm? Isn't that thing supposed to have a 90% failure rate? Holy crap! So many. Everyone looked down and saw that there was a circle of burglar alarms around Lin Feng's raft. If one of these things doesn't work, a bunch of them can have a different effect. Just as the group was hesitating about whether to steal it or not, they suddenly saw a husky rush out of the house. Closely following behind the husky was a violent girl dressed in a rugby uniform. Where's the thief? Lin Feng trailed behind, muttering to himself as he ran. Wasn't there supposed to be no theft mission today? Did number 008 lie to me? Before he could figure it out, he heard a scream. My hand. Let go. While Lu Haizhu was still in a daze, his hand, which was clinging to the raft, was bitten by the husky. He screamed, and just as he pulled his hand back, the girl in the rugby uniform rushed over and slammed a hammer into his chest. Bang! Everyone looked astonished. Just like the girl hitting a golf ball, she slammed Lu Haizhu into the air with one swing. My goodness! That's fucking brutal. Quick! Run! Without further hesitation, everyone jumped into the sea and swam toward the raft. Song Xinling glared at them angrily, then turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Are we going to chase them or not?" Lin Feng yawned and smacked his lips. "Forget it. Let the gluttonous ghost chase after it." Sizzle. "I'm going right now, delicious food." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the enormous gluttonous ghost rose from beneath the sea. One player heard something strange behind him, turned around, and almost fainted from fright. Oh my god. A ghost, that's a ghost. When everyone turned around, they were all stunned. What the hell? Have I just come out of seclusion? Run. I can't do it anymore. I'm scared. I can't swim anymore. Chapter 105, A Depressing, Sleepless Night. The crowd cried out in desperation, desperately swimming towards their rafts, but they were no match for the gluttonous ghost. That obese body, as large as a mountain, stretched out its two hands, grabbed a player in each hand, and stuffed them into its mouth. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng quickly covered Song Xinling's eyes. Not suitable for children. The next moment, the voice of the gluttonous ghost came through the ghost radio. Sizzle, the taste is so-so. Sizzle, I'm still hungry. Sizzle, maybe Lin Feng tastes better. Lin Feng was stunned upon hearing this. This pet isn't thinking about eating itself every day, is it? Of course, the description makes it very clear that unless Lin Feng himself orders the gluttonous ghost to eat him, this guy will not take a bite. However, it's quite a headache to always have him on my mind. What if one day I drink erguotu, a type of Chinese liquor, get drunk and act crazy, and accidentally say something like, "Eat me up"? Lin Feng shook his head vigorously. No, I can't drink. While he was distracted, half of the 25 players on the other side had already been wiped out. The remaining 10 or so people rushed onto the raft and started the raft's propulsion system. But one player who was lagging behind had just started the raft when he felt it flip over. and he and the raft were thrown into the air by the gluttonous ghost. My mother. Then, with a scream, he fell into the mouth of the gluttonous ghost like a peanut. Crackling sounds. Sizzle. The taste is still not very good. The meat is too dry. Upon hearing this, Song Xinling was curious and wanted to move Lin Feng's fingers away, but she didn't dare to look directly at him, so she secretly peeked at the person opposite her through his fingers. Instantly, she screamed and quickly closed her eyes. Lin Feng, are you sure we want to keep a pet like this? From the current perspective, it seems quite necessary. I'm just a little bothered that he's always thinking about tasting my flavor. In less than 10 minutes, the gluttonous ghost had almost devoured all 25 players. Only 2 or 3 were lucky enough to escape, crying and howling all the way. But Lin Feng shook his head. I'll probably have this psychological trauma for the rest of my life. Serves you right. They're stealing from me. Can't a person get a good night's sleep? Lin Feng yawned and looked at the calm sea. You glutton, get out of here and be quiet. I'm going to sleep. Sizzle. Okay, even though I'm not full. The enormous body gradually sank below the surface of the sea, and Lin Feng pulled Song Xinling back to the stone house. But as soon as he entered the house, he suddenly noticed that Song Xinling's expression was off, and that she had lit a fire. Lin Feng immediately became nervous. You look terrible. It seems like I always do this every time I use a skill. Let's eat a mutated watermelon first to restore our mental energy. Lin Feng quickly took out a square watermelon and let the girl eat it. Sure enough, after eating the watermelon, her complexion improved quickly. I feel like your mana bar is a bit short. Blue bar? Song Xinling asked, puzzled. My mental strength is a bit low. I'll check the shop tomorrow to see if there are any items that can boost it. I'll go to sleep now. Song Xinling nodded, and just as she lay down, she suddenly sat up again. I've discovered that my magic skills are really good. This time, I didn't even use the 1,000-ton impact of the inflatable hammer. I just relied on the 1,000x critical hit from my magic skills to send that person flying. You don't look like you just killed someone at all. I only knocked him away. He should only be seriously injured. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. He was probably already dead the moment he was smashed into the sky. Lin Feng sighed, looking dejected. The mere mention of magic skills upsets him, and then he suffers from insomnia. It was almost dawn, but he was still awake. After glancing at the sleeping Song Xinling, Lin Feng got up, yawned, and walked out of the stone house. It's already the second day. Let me open a blind box to change my mood. Upon opening the system, a prompt appears. Weekly Super Blind Box giveaway successful. July 7th. Received 1 happy investment blind box. Financial management blind boxes? Lin Feng was a little confused, so he checked the blind box description. Happy financial management blind box. Tier, epic. Description, 50% chance of getting a tattered wallet, 25% chance of getting an angry green pig coin machine, 25% chance of getting a money-making piggy bank. Lin Feng thought about it carefully and decided that as long as he didn't draw a broken wallet, it would be fine. The next moment, he opened the box in his hand, and instantly, a piece of music with no aesthetic appeal started playing. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Suddenly, a standing game console appeared in front of him. Looking at the game console's control panel, there's a joystick, 2 large red buttons, and a coin slot next to it. You have opened the Happy Investment Blind Box X1 and received Angry Green Pig Gambling Machine X1. Isn't this just an old-fashioned game console? Looking at the screen, on the rough pixelated screen, a green pig wearing a steel helmet hopped over, grumbling. Huff huff. The angry green pig wants revenge. Pull up the slingshot and smash the little bird hiding in the building. First level, you need to insert 1 gold coin. Let's get started quickly. Lin Feng was stunned. If he remembered correctly, this game should be called Angry Birds. Moreover, that game was originally played with a touchscreen. So what the hell is this game with a joystick and buttons? Lin Feng pursed his lips speechlessly and checked the item description. The Angry Green Pig Gambling Machine. Introduction. There are 100 levels in total. Each level requires a certain number of coins. Successfully completing a level rewards you with double the coins. Failing a level does not refund the coins. The reward doubles every 10 levels completed, and you receive 4 times the coins for the current level. Note that you cannot replay a level after completing it. What the hell? Can I even pass the first level? Lin Feng was speechless. This thing really was a coin-operated gambling machine. If you couldn't pass the level, all the coins you put in would be lost. Or, why don't you give it a try? Just as Lin Feng was about to insert the gold coins, he saw another system notification. Players who log in for a cumulative 28 days will be rewarded with one chance to win a wish box blind box. Holy crap! How could I have forgotten about that? Lin Feng was excited. What should I get? Can I wish for a magic skill reset blind box? Retrieving relevant rewards. Upon seeing this notification, Lin Feng excitedly rubbed his hands together. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Half an hour has passed, and the system interface is still showing that it is searching. No way. System, did you crash? Lin Feng scratched his head in frustration, feeling that the system probably didn't have such blind boxes. Sigh. Never mind. I'll try another one. Just as Lin Feng was about to give up, a new message suddenly popped up on the system interface. Holy crap. It's done. Successfully won a blind box from the Wish Lottery. Received one freshly made magic skill blind box. Freshly made. Damn it. No wonder it was so slow. Chapter 106. The second skill slot is full of bugs? Lin Feng looked on with anticipation as he clicked on the blind box's description. Freshly made magic skill blind boxes. Tier, Epic. Description, 100% chance of obtaining a bugged second skill slot. Lin Feng was stunned the moment he saw the introduction. Full of bugs. There's no choice at all. You only have one prize. Why are you even giving out blind boxes? Lin Feng shook his head in frustration, feeling that the blind boxes he made were all crudely made. As he opened the package that was glowing green, a beam of light shot into the top of Lin Feng's head and then disappeared. The item description pops up automatically the next moment. The second skill slot is riddled with bugs. Introduction. You have gained a second skill slot, but it is extremely unstable. The skill in the slot may appear or disappear at any time, and you may not see any skills the next time you open it. In short, everything about this second skill slot is unpredictable. This is fucking. Lin Feng rubbed his temples speechlessly, thinking that something was better than nothing. He opened his magic skill interface and saw a line of small text suddenly appear outside the box that read, Master of Tortoiseshell's Ninja. Assassin's Creed, Shadow of the Mist. It's really full of bugs. He clicked on the skill description and took a closer look, discovering that the skill was quite powerful. Magic spell, Assassin's Shadow in the Mist. Description. Using the Assassin's Shadow of the Mist, the player selects a target within a 100-meter radius, instantly teleports to that target, and gains a 5% chance of a one-hit kill for the next 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the player will instantly teleport back to their initial position. Assassin skills. Although the skill slots look a bit strange, the skills I randomly got are really good. It has both explosive power and the ability to survive. You can fight and then leave. Lin Feng was amused, but as he laughed, his expression suddenly froze. Don't fucking start a war, and then the second skill slot bugs out and disappears, or they just give you a really weak skill instead. He felt he needed an item to improve his luck, otherwise, if he had bad luck in battle, both skill slots would be filled with Turtle Shell Master Ninja. A chain of shields, then just stand there and take the hits? I can't even imagine what it would look like. Lin Feng shook his head, turned around, and looked at the angry green pig coin-operated gambling machine next to him. The awful music kept playing. Jingle bells, jingle bells. First level, you need to insert one gold coin. Let's get started quickly. Lin Feng took out a gold coin and inserted it into the coin slot. Ding. Coin inserted successfully. Move the joystick to aim the slingshot, and press the red button to launch the green pig. Attention! Only 5 green pigs can be launched each round. If any birds are still alive at the end, the game is lost. In the video, a round, green pig, making grunting noises, jumps onto a slingshot. Lin Feng pulled the joystick, aimed, and fired. Bang bang bang. The green pig successfully smashed all the little birds, and the first level was successfully passed. Congratulations on passing the level. You have been awarded 2 gold coins. Crackle crackle. 2 gold coins fell out from under the stand-up arcade machine. Lin Feng picked them up, looked at them, and smiled with satisfaction. The 1 gold coin I just put in instantly turned into 2. Hee. If this continues, we'll be rich. At this moment, the game console screen switched to the second level. The second level requires inserting 2 gold coins. Let's get started quickly. Lin Feng put 2 gold coins into the coin slot, and the next moment, he was stunned. This is fucking. In the picture, the green pig is still the same green pig, but all the birds have hidden inside the house, and the house is not just ordinary, it is made entirely of stones. In the first level, the birds had nothing, but in the second level, they all hid in sturdy houses. Lin Feng hesitated. He had 5 chances in total. If he failed to eliminate the bird in all 5 attempts, he would lose all his coins. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng nodded, feeling confident, and began to operate the joystick to fire. Then, I'm sorry, you failed the challenge. Try again next time. Holy crap. Lin Feng was speechless. He had just been so close, but he hadn't succeeded. No. Do it again. I'm sorry, you failed the challenge. Try again next time. Again. I'm sorry, you failed the challenge. Try again next time. I fucking don't believe it. I'm sorry, you failed the challenge. Try again next time. Damn it. Keep it up my ass. I'll smash you. After 4 attempts, Lin Feng completely lost patience. This was something that actually came from a financial blind box. This is clearly a scam to rip people off. Lin Feng frantically smashed the game console, trying to extract all the coins it had swallowed, but the thing was incredibly hard and couldn't be broken at all. Finally, his violent behavior woke Song Xinling up. Lin Feng, what are you doing? I'm looking for my gold coins. Huh? A game console? In an instant, the girl spotted the stand-up game console next to Lin Feng and ran over excitedly. How do you play this? Huh? Angry Green Pigs? Is this the sequel to Angry Birds? Why isn't it a touchscreen? The girl seemed quite interested in the game and came over to ask Lin Feng for coins. Lin Feng reluctantly stuffed 2 gold coins into the box and reminded him, this game is very difficult. Don't worry, I've completed Angry Birds dozens of times. Without a second thought, Song Xinling shot out the first green pig. Then, Lin Feng slapped his forehead. I guess it's hopeless. The girl seemed to get really into it as soon as she started playing, saying, it's okay, there are still 4 left. Then, I'm sorry, you failed the challenge. Try again next time. That's impossible. We should have won. Lin Feng, can I have 2 more gold coins? The girl turned her head, a big smile on her face. Lin Feng nodded dejectedly. It's just that I have a lot of money. Song Xinling started the second round, and then, when the third green pig was launched, Lin Feng knew that this round was doomed again. He scratched his head in anguish, finding the broken game console increasingly unpleasant to look at. Etc. Could there be hidden data? He suddenly remembered that he had a subsystem, so he quickly used the data lens to check the hidden data of the gambling machine. The next moment, he understood. The Angry Green Pig gambling machine. Hidden data. The button below the slot machine adjusts the game difficulty. The default difficulty is advanced level. Holy crap. This is a deliberate scam. Lin Feng was frustrated. If he had known there was a button to adjust the difficulty, he wouldn't have lost so many coins. He looked up and saw that Song Xinling had only 1 green pig left to launch, so he immediately shouted, stop. Oh. The girl's small hand froze on the joystick, and the last green pig had already jumped onto the slingshot. Don't fire yet. The next moment, Song Xinling saw Lin Feng squat down, seemingly groping for something under the game console. What are you looking for? Lin Feng strained his neck and said with difficulty, anyway. Hold on. Don't fire. Chapter 107 Visiting the Prison. Let's make arrangements. Click. Finally, Lin Feng found the button and pressed it hard. A sound suddenly came from the coin-operated slot machine. Difficulty level adjusted to hard. Difficulty. No. Lin Feng stretched out his arm and pressed it several times in one breath. Click, 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 click. Difficulty adjusted to normal. Easy, beginner, newbie, newbie, newbie level. The coin-operated slot machine was so clunky from all the pressing he made that it kept repeating the words newbie level. Hearing the series of stuttering sounds, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and saw that the game screen was refreshing continuously. The The stones of the house turned into wood, the wood into branches, and the branches disappeared. In the end, only a gray, naked bird remained on the screen. All right, you can shoot now. This works. Song Xinling stared in astonishment at the empty screen on the game console. With a press of the red button, the green pig smashed the bird into a pile of ashes without any hindrance. Congratulations on passing the level. You have been awarded for gold coins. Crackle crackle. Instantly, for gold coins fell out of the slot machine. Lin Feng took out the gold coins and shoved them into Song Xinling's hand. Keep going. Make more money. Forehead. Looking at the screen of the third level, Song Xinling felt that the game had suddenly become boring. However, looking at the gold coin she had just earned, she smiled slightly and suddenly became interested again. You cook today, I'm going to beat the game in one go. Lin Feng waved his hand. Let's go to the Doomsday Mall for breakfast and buy some things while we're there. I'll play a little longer before we set off. Next, Lin Feng saw the coin machine continuously dropping out gold coins. Congratulations on passing the level. Reward, 6 gold coins. Congratulations on passing the level. Reward, 8 gold coins. Congratulations on passing the level. The reward for level 10 is doubled. You will receive 40 gold coins. Palalalala. In less than half an hour, Song Xinling reached the 10th level, with 40 gold coins falling out in a flurry. The girl squatted down to pick up the gold coins, while Lin Feng happily counted his earnings on his fingers. After careful calculation, they had earned a total of 65 gold coins that morning. Adding the 253 gold coins they had left, they now had a total of 318 gold coins. Let's go? Let's go shopping at the Doomsday Mall. Lin Feng smiled slightly, paid the teleportation fee for the 2 people, and the next moment, they appeared in the small square of the Doomsday Mall. Upon seeing a high-level VIP being teleported over, an NPC hurriedly ran over. Mr. Lin Feng, please. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback and asked, Is number 008 here? He wasn't looking for NPC 008 because he had something to do with him. It's just that he and this NPC had been through thick and thin together, and he always wanted to see him when he came to the Doomsday Mall. However, the NPC on the other end hesitated for a moment before saying, Number 008 is in prison. What? Your Doomsday Mall even has a prison? Forget it. Just tell me quickly why he was locked up. The NPC sighed and said, Yesterday, the Doomsday Mall received several complaints from high-level VIPs, who said that we NPCs colluded with players to steal and rob, and then account 008 was found out. Lin Feng was stunned. Have they found out who he was colluding with? Will the players who colluded with him be punished? The NPC glanced at Lin Feng, clearly knowing that he was the one who had colluded with player number 008. Number 008 didn't admit it personally, but everyone knows what's going on. When he said that, Lin Feng clearly saw a look of contempt in the NPC's eyes. How could he tolerate that? Lin Feng smiled slightly and asked, Which NPC are you? I am number 083. I've got it. I'll confess now. I colluded with player 083 to steal other players' supplies. Go report this immediately, and I'll take responsibility for any punishment. Huh. Number 083 was instantly dumbfounded. Mr. Lin Feng, you can't betray me. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to get number 008 out. I don't like the look of you today, so I'll use you as a scapegoat. No. Mr. Lin Feng, I'll do anything you ask. Just please don't send me to jail. Seeing that this guy had chickened out, Lin Feng smiled coldly. I don't care if you don't want to be a scapegoat. How about you take me to visit him in prison? Upon hearing this, number 083's face darkened. He quickly bowed respectfully. Mr. Lin Feng, I'm being summoned from above. I have to go back immediately. Before he could finish speaking, the NPC slunk away. Lin Feng remained silent. If you don't dare to do it, then don't do it. At least get me into the VIP lane first. He was feeling down when another NPC suddenly approached him. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the NPC had a pointed mouth and monkey-like face, and looked like a small person. Mr. Lin Feng, I am number 666. I just heard that you were going to visit someone in prison. I can help you go there. Oh. Lin Feng never expected that there would be such a bold NPC among them, who would actually dare to send him into the NPC activity area? Well, it's fine. Lin Feng also wanted to visit that unlucky guy, so he said, "Take us to the restaurant first. After we eat, we'll go to the supermarket to buy things. You can wait for us at the supermarket entrance." Number 666 nodded, but then hesitated slightly. "Mr. Lin Feng, although I can help you with this matter, the risks involved are quite high, so..." As he spoke, number 666 had already stretched out his hand. Lin Feng was speechless. Just how greedy were these NPCs? Is one gold coin enough? This. Number 666 opened his mouth with difficulty, but did not continue. Raymond Lam was impressed. Goodness, this number 666 is really good at asking for money. But who is Raymond Lam? Can he just give away his money so easily? Lin Feng took out a gold coin and glanced at number 666. Just one gold coin. Any more, and I'll go find someone else to work for. But, just as number 666 was about to speak, he saw Lin Feng take the gold coin back. He quickly grabbed the coin and said with a fawning smile, "One gold coin is enough. Enough, Mr. Lin Feng. Don't worry, I will definitely arrange this matter properly." Raymond Lam nodded. Contentment brings happiness. You're right. This way, please." Number 666 casually stuffed the gold coins into his pocket, smiled, and escorted Lin Feng into the VIP channel, even helping him order food at the buffet restaurant before leaving with a fawning smile. Seeing that number 666 had left, Song Xinling curled her lip. That number 666 doesn't look like a good person at all. Lin Feng waved his hand. Who cares? A good NPC is one that can get things done. Let's eat first. Song Xinling nodded, and the next moment, she was only focused on enjoying the sweet and delicious cream cake. After taking a sip of the red wine in his glass, Lin Feng pondered to himself, what exactly is the NPC activity area like? Chapter 108, Keep a Low Profile. Let's keep a low profile. After a hearty meal, Lin Feng took Song Xinling to the supermarket. As usual, the girl headed straight for the clothing section as soon as she entered the supermarket. Lin Feng shook his head, ignoring her, and pushed the shopping cart toward the weapons and equipment section. He searched the shelves for a long time before finally finding what he needed. Product: Philosopher's Stone Powder Capsules. Price: 5 gold coins. Description: consuming this product will permanently increase the player's maximum mental strength. This is exactly what he needs. Every time Song Xinling releases a magic spell, her mental energy becomes weak, which won't do. There's no time to eat mutated watermelons to restore her mental energy during battles. Thinking about myself, the situation became even more precarious. Although casting a spell might not deplete his mental energy, he has 2 skill slots. If you don't have enough mental energy to unleash one skill, that's awkward. The second skill is essentially useless. However, this product seems good, but it doesn't mention how much mental energy it restores. If it only adds a little bit, it's useless to buy it. Let's take a look with a data lens. Lin Feng picked up the packaging box and activated the data lens subsystem. Philosopher's Stone Powder Capsules. Hidden data. Effective content is only 0.001%, which can increase the player's maximum mental strength by 1 point. The player's base mental strength is 100 points, and after consumption, it will increase to 101 points. It can be consumed in combination. Holy crap! Just a measly 1-point increase in mental strength. This is such a rip-off. According to the data provided by the data lens, each player starts with only 100 points of mental energy, but the mental energy required for skills may vary. If a skill is too powerful and consumes more than 100 points, the player will not be able to release the skill at all. Holy crap! I need to check my hidden stats for magic skills. He quickly checked the skills interface, and the data popped up the next moment. Master Tortoiseshell's Patience. Hidden data. Consumes 100 points of mental energy. Assassin's Shadow in the Mist. Hidden data. Consumes 150 points of spirit power. Seeing this enormous drain on his mental energy, Lin Feng was stunned. This is fucking. Luckily, I checked it beforehand. So, just by casting a shield, my mental energy is completely depleted. Lin Feng calculated that to unleash both skills, he would need at least 250 points of mental energy. If he started with 100 points of mental energy, he would need to consume at least 150 Philosopher's Stone powder capsules. If he didn't want to become completely weak after using his skills, he needed at least 10 points of mental energy as a reserve. If he also wanted to give Song Xinling 10 points of mental energy as a reserve, he would have to buy 170 Philosopher's Stone powder capsules at once. Holy crap. Bankrupt. He currently has only 315 gold coins and wants to buy 170 Philosopher's Stone powder capsules, which will cost him a total of 850 gold coins. However, Lin Feng was overthinking it. Upon closer inspection, there were only 40 Philosopher's Stone powder capsules on the shelf. Okay, I'll take them all. Lin Feng tossed all 40 boxes into his shopping cart. Buying 40 Philosopher's Stone powder capsules wasn't enough, but unfortunately, they were out of stock. Never mind, I'll check again tomorrow. I still have 115 gold coins left, so I've managed to keep my VIP status. Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart and continued walking forward. After browsing for a while, he arrived at the discount section. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that there were discounted foods on the shelves. Product: jam-filled bread to meet your daily food needs. Price: 2 gold coins. Current price: 1 gold coin note. Buy 1 get 3 free, limited to 1 item per purchase. Product: Chinese hamburger meat sandwich to satisfy a day's food needs. Price: 2 gold coins. Current price: 1 gold coin note. Buy 1 get 3 free, limited to 1 item per purchase. Why are there purchase limits in the special offer section? Lin Feng scratched his head, looked at the discounted, near-expiry food, and seemed to be deep in thought. It wouldn't be good to go see number 008 empty-handed. He's in jail this time, and who knows when he'll be released. Besides, I have to show him some goodwill. If number 008 admits to colluding with me to rob players' resources, I might be restricted from entering the store. Both morally and logically, he had to show sufficient sincerity. Lin Feng nodded. Number 008 can eat so much. Bringing him a few portions of food shows a lot of sincerity. As he spoke, he stuffed 4 boxes of jam-filled bread and 4 boxes of hamburgers made with both lean and fatty meat into the shopping cart. Even though they're nearing their expiration date, they taste great, and he'll definitely love them. Lin Feng was very satisfied, and pushed the shopping cart to find Song Xinling to go out and pay. A moment later, the two appeared at the supermarket exit, where number 666 had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as he saw Lin Feng, he leaned over and whispered, "I've made arrangements, but only you can go in." "You didn't say you could only bring 1 person in." Number 666 hurriedly explained with a smile. "If you want to enter the NPC activity area, you must wear our NPC formal attire, but I only managed to get 1 set." Lin Feng took the black suit handed to him by number 666 and examined it. NPC dress. Introduction. Wear this, and you can impersonate an NPC. This is great. Where did you steal it from? These are clothes I stole from wardrobe number 009. What? These are that dead man's clothes. Lin Feng was speechless. Wasn't number 009 the NPC who was killed by Song Xinling with a single hammer blow? A while ago, Raymond Lam heard that number 008 went to attend the funeral of the person who wore the dress. Hey, can't you at least steal a living person's clothes? That's just too damn unlucky. Number 666 looked troubled. Each NPC only has 1 dress, and I can't steal it from anywhere. They're all wearing them. Although number 666 spoke sincerely, Lin Feng always felt that this guy was full of bad intentions and that not a single word he said was reliable. However, there's no other way now. At this point, probably only a treacherous person like him would be willing to lead me into the NPC activity area. Lin Feng turned around and told Song Xinling to wait for him there, then said to number 666, let's go. Please change your clothes and come with me." Lin Feng nodded impatiently, draped the tuxedo over his shoulders, and followed number 666 into the back lounge area. Lin Feng had been to the leisure area before, but because the prices were too high, he never went back after that one visit. The two entered the lounge area and walked to the end of it. Number 666 took out an access card from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. The next moment, Lin Feng saw him skillfully stick the card onto the wall, and a hidden door opened in the wall. Wow, That's pretty well hidden. Upon hearing Lin Feng speak, number 666 quickly turned around and reminded him, "You must keep a low profile here. Let's go, let's go." Lin Feng nodded impatiently and walked through the hidden door. In front of me was a spacious corridor with labels on the walls. NPC-only passage. No players are allowed to enter. Cut. Didn't I still get in? Number 666 turned around nervously. Keep it down. Please keep it down. Chapter 109. This must all be an illusion. Lin Feng walked along the spacious corridor, passing by one or two NPCs every now and then. They all seemed to be very busy, and he didn't see number 666 greet them. Raymond Lamb was really low-key this time, keeping his head down as he walked inside. Not far away, he saw rooms appearing on both sides, each with a sign at its door. This is a supermarket warehouse. Upon seeing the sign, Lin Feng stopped and even reached out to pull the doorknob. Click, click, click. The door was obviously locked. Lin Feng shook his head, wondering how he could take a look around the warehouse, when he was pulled back by number 666. "Mr. Lin Feng, you can't go there." Lin Feng thought for a moment. "What if I gave you 1 gold coin?" Number 666 panicked a little. "Don't even mention 1 gold coin. Even if you gave me 100 gold coins, I wouldn't dare bring you into the supermarket warehouse. If I get caught, I'll be locked up in jail." All right, lead the way. Could you please be a little more discreet?" Just as number 666 was about to walk forward, he turned back and reminded her again, still worried. Lin Feng nodded impatiently, continuing to mutter about the signs on the rooms he passed. Supermarket Product Research and Development Center, Island Construction Team, Marine Supplies Delivery Center. Wait, is this door open? Ahead, the door to a room wasn't closed properly, and the voices of NPCs could be heard coming from inside. "The higher-ups ordered us to develop a ghost that can deal with Lin Feng. Why haven't you finished it yet? We just developed a super-sized gluttonous ghost a couple of days ago, but what? But that ghost suddenly disappeared a few days ago. Lost. You're all in cahoots to lie to me, aren't you? It's really lost. Look, the blueprints are still here. I'm not listening to your explanation. You've delayed the project by so many days. Someone will take you to jail soon, and you can keep 008 company." Lin Feng was listening intently when he suddenly saw several NPCs push open the door and come out. When the NPC saw Lin Feng standing at the door listening to the whispers, he immediately gave him a scolding. "What are you looking at? Get back to your work." The person in front, number 666, quickly ran back. "Sorry, this is my colleague. He's a little stunned." "What? Who are you calling stupid? Let's go quickly. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile." Number 666 looked annoyed, pulled Lin Feng along, and only after they were a distance away did he explain. "They're from the NPC management office. Their status is equivalent to..." Equivalent to what? It's equivalent to the Eastern Depot. After much effort, number 666 finally came up with a satisfactory explanation. Then, with a look of indignation, he said, "Last time I accepted a 1 gold coin from a player as a bribe. They caught me, confiscated the gold coin, and even made me starve for 3 days." Lin Feng was convinced. The world of NPCs was truly rich and colorful. However, he suddenly realized that the ghost that had just been developed to deal with him was the gluttonous ghost that had been extracted from the system. There's nothing we can do. That NPC is just too unlucky. Another NPC has been unwittingly imprisoned because of his own actions. What a tragedy. Lin Feng shook his head, surprisingly feeling a bit of sympathy. However, Lin Feng will absolutely not return that gluttonous ghost. The two walked a little further and finally arrived at their destination. A serious criminal prison? Looking at the sign at the entrance, Lin Feng asked doubtfully, "Won't number 008 be executed?" That's not the case. All NPCs who make mistakes only receive one punishment. Only the duration of the punishment differs. "Oh, what kind of punishment is that?" Number 666 visibly shuddered. "You'll see when you go in." Lin Feng nodded, and then saw number 666 open the prison cell door directly. "Don't you need a key? You can come in here freely, but usually no one goes in. The cells inside are locked." "So that's how it is." Lin Feng said to number 666, "You wait outside." Okay, please go ahead. Lin Feng entered the prison, and everything was dark. He could vaguely see a row of locked cells, but he couldn't see the scene inside the cells very clearly. He was wondering which cell number 008 had been put in when he heard a familiar voice coming from not far away. Huff huff. It's so damn spicy. I can't take it anymore. Let's find another one. It stinks so badly. Sigh. When will this lockup end? The voice was clearly that of number 008, but he was muttering to himself for a long time. What was he saying? Lin Feng approached curiously and saw a figure in a dark cell nearby, seemingly licking something. Number 008. Lin Feng asked tentatively. Lin Feng. Huh. Am I hallucinating? Number 008 looked up in surprise and saw a familiar figure standing at the cell door. Holy crap. Lin Feng. Is it really you? How did you get in? I bribed an NPC and sneaked in dressed in the 009 suit. Lin Feng leaned closer and looked at number 008. He saw that apart from his miserable appearance, there seemed to be no signs of torture on his body. Moreover, he was even holding a lollipop the size of a fist in his hand. What's that in your hand? You mean this? This is my food. It's awful. Disgusting. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't find the lollipop unpalatable at all. The dark brown candy looked like it was chocolate flavored. Let me see it. Lin Feng took the lollipop out of number 008's hand, frowned as he looked at it, but didn't find anything unusual. However, when he saw the item's attributes, Lin Feng was instantly stunned. Weird flavor lollipop. Description: nutritious, available in 3 flavors: white bitter, red spicy, and brown feces flavored. Note: this lollipop is for licking only. Do not chew or swallow. This is... Lin Feng was speechless. Was this what they called punishment? He looked at number 008 and asked incredulously, is this all you can eat every day? Number 008 nodded, about to speak, when suddenly he felt a wave of gagging and took several breaths to recover. Brother, you've suffered. Raymond Lamb returned the lollipop to number 008, and it seems that this time, he really messed things up for number 008. This lollipop is very nutritious, but you can't bite it. You can only lick it. Number 008 is truly living a life worse than death right now. Luckily, I had the foresight to prepare some good things for you. Number 008 was stunned upon hearing this. Oh no, I must be hallucinating. I'm just glad Lin Feng isn't messing with me. I said, since you're just an illusion, stop playing tricks on me and go back now. Looks like they were right. Being locked up here for too long can easily lead to schizophrenia. Sigh. The recipe was changed in chapter 110. Raymond Lamb was speechless. He was standing right there, a perfectly healthy person, and number 008 actually mistook him for an illusion. However, he now knows what kind of image he has in 008's eyes. No. Am I really that bad in your eyes? Number 008, taking advantage of the fact that the other party was an illusion, chuckled without any attempt to hide his smirk. What do you think? All right. Lin Feng shook his head, took out a box of Rujiamo Chinese hamburger with both lean and fatty meat from his backpack, and sighed. I was originally planning to bring you some food, but I see you're eating quite well, so I'll just take care of it myself. As he spoke, Lin Feng opened the packaging box, picked up the Rujiamo Chinese hamburger, and was about to take a bite. Click. Lin Feng bit his lip, and his 2 rows of teeth collided. Looking back, good heavens, number 008 had already snatched the Rujiamo Chinese hamburger and stuffed it into his mouth. He ate heartily while frowning. I really got to eat it. The Rujiamo Chinese hamburger is real. Lin Feng, is it really you? You actually brought me food? At this point, number 008 forgot about his food and turned to look at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with tears, almost on the verge of crying. My God. Number 008, you don't need to be so touched. Seeing him like this, Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He hadn't realized that number 008 was so easily moved. After thinking about it, he realized that he hadn't done anything particularly touching for number 008 in the past, and yet he had gotten himself into trouble. To break the emotional atmosphere, Lin Feng coughed and said, don't get too emotional yet, okay? I brought you discounted food, buy 1 get 3 free. I know. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Knowing that you're moved by what? You're Lin Feng, For crying out loud. If you're so stingy, bringing me a discounted, near-expiry food item is like a huge financial blow. Major hemorrhage? Lin Feng scratched his head, unsure whether the guy was praising him or criticizing him, but that didn't seem to matter. Eat slowly. I brought you 8 portions of food, enough for 8 days. Seeing Lin Feng stuff the food into the iron bars of the cell one by one, number 008 burst into tears on the spot. Lin Feng, you're such a good friend. Don't worry, I absolutely deny colluding with you. As long as I deny it to the death, they can't do anything to me. Once I'm released from prison, I'll come find you right away. You absolutely have to wait for me, and don't get involved with any other NPCs. Number 008 became more and more agitated as he spoke, with snot and tears streaming down his face. At first, Raymond Lamb listened and nodded along, but later he suddenly felt something was off. Etc. Are you sure about your sexual orientation? I'm not a casual person. Lin Feng stared warily at number 008, his face full of worry. Number 008 was also taken aback, wiped away his tears, and said awkwardly, I overdid it just now. Lin Feng twitched his lips in surprise. Thinking about the sentence, don't get involved with other NPCs, just now, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Alright, I've seen you. Since you're not busy, I'll be going now, okay? Not staying any longer? No. Lin Feng turned to leave, but suddenly turned back. Well, since you already have something to eat, you can give me those 3 lollipops. Number 008 was startled. Holy crap, Lin Feng. You have such unusual tastes. What are you thinking? I'm going to use this to torture others, though I haven't decided yet who I'll torture. Number 008 is speechless. Lin Feng really doesn't come for nothing. He always manages to gain something from every appearance before leaving. He wondered if he had been a little too moved earlier. Handing 3 different flavored lollipops to Lin Feng, number 008 gave him a reminder. You'd better bring me food in 8 days. What? You're still not out of jail after 8 days? Number 008 looked distressed. I reckon they won't let me out for at least 20 or 30 days. Lin Feng nodded sympathetically and was about to leave when he suddenly heard number 666 calling him from the doorway. Mr. Lin Feng, someone is coming. You must keep a low profile. Otherwise, come out first. Lin Feng glanced at number 008 and said, Okay, you stay in prison and have a good time. I'm leaving now. I'll squat properly. Lin Feng nodded and left the prison. Less than 2 minutes later, the prison cell door opened again. Number 008 was taken aback when he saw several NPCs from the management office escorting someone in. You're delaying the project, so you'll stay here obediently for 10 days. I'm innocent. The ghost was really developed, but it got lost. The man cried out that he was innocent, and was then pushed into a cell by an NPC from the management office. Click. The door was locked. This is your ration. The next moment, the NPCs threw 3 weird flavored lollipops into the cell, and then turned and left. Number 008 peeked out and asked curiously, Brother, why were you locked up here? The man looked distressed. The gluttonous ghost I developed is gone. The one used to deal with Lin Feng? Yes, that's it. Number 008 secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, Thank goodness the ghost is gone, otherwise who would bring me food? He pondered this while offering words of comfort. It's okay, the food here is just a little mediocre, you'll be fine with it. The man was stunned upon hearing this. Number 008, have you gone mad from eating too many lollipops? Number 008 hid the food behind his back and smiled slightly. The weird flavored lollipop has a different recipe, and it tastes pretty good now. What? Don't believe me? Try it. A moment later. Holy crap, it's so spicy. Number 008, you fucking screwed me over. Holy crap. Water. I need water. After leaving the prison, Lin Feng followed cell number 666 back home. But as he walked, he suddenly saw an unlocked room door and quietly stopped. Lin Feng smiled when he saw the sign at the entrance. A crop research and development center? Seeing that number 666 was busy walking out, he turned around and slipped into the crop research and development center. This place is quite large, but there was no one inside. The room was filled with bottles and jars, their contents unknown. Lin Feng picked up a glass bottle and checked its properties. Laboratory glass bottles. Description: this item is for NPCs only and cannot be taken outside of NPC living areas. It's no use. Lin Feng took a few more items, but they were all for NPCs only, and he couldn't take them with him. But he wouldn't give up. Since we're already here, we can't go back empty-handed. We have to steal something. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, began to search through the items one by one. As number 666 walked along the wide corridor, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is Raymond Lamb so quiet? He hasn't made a sound at all. He turned around nervously, and his face turned pale instantly. Where is he? Chapter 111. This dress fits quite well. Why are they all NPC-only items? Lin Feng searched through the crop research center for a while before finally finding items he could take with him. On a table, Lin Feng saw a pile of packaging bags the size of seasoning packets. He picked them up and looked at them, then smiled. Experimental grade plant fertilizer. Introduction: this newly developed fertilizer is highly effective. Plants will mature within 24 hours after application. One packet is recommended per plant. This thing can increase planting efficiency several times over. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stuffed all the fertilizer on the table into his backpack, getting a total of 30 bags. This trip was worthwhile. Having obtained the item, Lin Feng peeked out, and, finding no one in the corridor, swaggered out. He had barely stepped out the door when several NPCs rushed over from a short distance away. Lin Feng turned around and saw them rushing into the Crop Research and Development Center. The next moment, a roar came from inside the room. Holy crap! Where's the fertilizer we just developed? It was just placed on the table. The supermarket is coming to pick up the goods soon. What the hell am I going to do? I heard that a ghost went missing from the Ghost Research Center a few days ago, and the person in charge was locked up. Could we be in the same boat? Which bastard leaves without locking the door? Get the manure out of here right now. I don't want to go to jail. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he had found another cellmate for number 008, which meant that number 008 had more company. He quickened his pace and headed towards the exit of the NPC activity area. He passed through the hidden door without any problems, and as soon as he came out, Lin Feng saw number 666 anxiously waiting for him. Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, where have you gone? I kept looking for you inside, but I couldn't find you, so I had no choice but to wait at the exit. Lin Feng remained silent. This guy is clearly suppressing his anger and playing the submissive role. Moreover, he didn't even look for me. In the entire NPC activity area, the only rooms you can enter besides the prison are the Agricultural Research Center. If he really wanted to look for me, he could find me in less than 5 minutes. Number 666 was clearly worried about getting involved in something, so he ran away in advance, and even shamelessly claimed that he hadn't been found. Hypocritical. Although he had thought of this, Lin Feng didn't mind. Sometimes, such a scoundrel is more useful. With money, anything is easier. With a slight smile, Lin Feng patted number 666 on the shoulder. I just wandered around for a bit. It was my first time here, so I was just curious. Despite not believing it, number 666 kept nodding and, while seeing Lin Feng out, said in a low voice, Mr. Lin Feng, you are the most powerful player in our 10,000th district. I have an idea that I would like to discuss with you. Oh, what are your thoughts? Number 666 sighed, looking worried for his master. Region 10,000 is about to merge with Region 9999. Although you are the best player in our region, the situation may not continue after the merger, so just say it. Lin Feng felt that the way this number 666 spoke was so predictable and annoying. Seeing Lin Feng's impatience, number 666 quickly explained. What I'm thinking is, if there are any theft missions in the future, you can take me with you. I guarantee I'll be more capable than number 008, and I'll never give anything away. I'll also let you know any inside information about the Doomsday Mall as soon as possible, so even if the regions are merged, you won't have anything to worry about. Worrying. Lin Feng felt that number 666 was someone he should be worried about. This guy is way more cunning than Thief 008. If you take him along when you're stealing, you never know who might end up cheating whom. Of course, having another intelligence line is not a bad thing. Moreover, this kind of NPC has an advantage. If an accident happens and number 666 is killed, Lin Feng will not feel sorry. He nodded and said to number 666, "You must find a way to tell me any inside information. As long as the information is valuable, you'll definitely get a good reward." Upon hearing this, number 666 quickly expressed his gratitude. The next moment, he leaned close to Lin Feng's ear mysteriously and whispered, "Mr. Lin Feng, I'll tell you a reliable piece of information for free. The regions will be merged tomorrow morning." Lin Feng nodded. "Very good. This news is very important." On the surface, Lin Feng was very satisfied, but deep down he was speechless. What's the point of telling me this now that it's going to happen in a few hours? If there's no more valuable news, I'll be leaving now. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, number 666 hesitated for a moment. "That, Mr. Lin Feng, the 009 tuxedo." Lin Feng glanced at the suit he was wearing and smiled slightly. "This suit fits me quite well, thank you." After saying that, Lin Feng didn't look back and ran towards the supermarket entrance. He grabbed Song Xinling's small hand and rushed out of the Doomsday Mall, instantly teleporting away. Behind them, number 666 caught up, panting, but they were nowhere to be seen in the small square. "Holy crap, we've lost big time. Lin Feng, you're a real sly one." Back on the raft, Lin Feng tossed fertilizer to Song Xinling, asking her to fertilize the fruit while she was picking it. Meanwhile, he took out a Philosopher's Stone powder capsule, intending to eat 30 of them first. However, before he could put the capsule in his mouth, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Bang! Looking back, Lin Feng was stunned. "Holy crap! My raft! Where did such a big block of ice come from?" At this moment, the raft deck was smashed into several pieces by an ice floe that was more than half a person tall, creating a huge gap. Lin Feng looked up and realized that many huge ice floes had appeared on the sea surface at some point. "This is fucking." Lin Feng was frustrated. If every ice floe would break several of his deck sections, the raft would probably sink overnight. "Let's fix it first." Lin Feng put away the capsule and quickly went to repair the raft. In a short while, the raft was restored to its original state, but the floating ice was still leaning against the raft. He stared at the ice floe for a closer look, then suddenly paused. Is there something in the ice floe? Through the ice, he could vaguely see some debris inside, which appeared to be materials. Holy crap! Isn't this like a treasure chest full of surprises? Lin Feng quickly put on his harvesting gloves, and as soon as he touched the ice floe, it instantly decomposed into various materials. Received 10 ice cubes. Received 2 pieces of wood. Received 1 gold coin. Received mechanical module X1. Holy crap! They even have gold coins? Lin Feng smiled. There are so many ice floes on the sea. If we extract them all, we're sure to get a lot of supplies. Just as I was about to break down the other ice floes, I suddenly heard Song Xinling's voice from behind me. "Lin Feng, quick, check the chat channel. Everyone's looking for you." Huh? Lin Feng was stunned. He hadn't cheated any players today, so why were they looking for him? Chapter 112 added 2 more pieces of war supplies. Lin Feng opened the chat channel and saw that these players were indeed looking for him. Why are all the Philosopher's Stone powder capsules sold out on the supermarket shelves? I saw Raymond Lam buy all those capsules with my own eyes. What? They're hoarding again? Is Raymond Lam there? I need to buy capsules. I'm willing to pay a premium, but I need them urgently. Hey bro, I want one too. Otherwise I won't have enough mental energy to unleash my skills. My god, boss, you should say something. Hey bro, I'm waiting online. Seeing everyone's eagerness, Raymond Lam chimed in. Sorry, Raymond Lam, Philosopher's Stone powder capsules are not for sale. No way. Boss, I'll pay double the price. 3 times. I'll offer 3 times the price. Raymond Lam already said he's not selling. I don't even have enough for myself. What? Boss, you're kidding us. You've bought up all the Philosopher's Stone powder capsules in the supermarket. Raymond Lam was speechless. There were only 40 capsules on the supermarket shelf, not even enough to meet my needs. Raymond Lam, not for sale. It's gone, it's gone. If you need it, go to the supermarket tomorrow and buy it yourself. Hey, don't go, boss. You know how fast supermarkets restock. Holy crap, What do we do? I learned magic, but can't cast it. Boss, come and scam me. I want to be the sucker. In the chat channel, players were all frustratedly begging to be tricked by Lin Feng, but he had already stuffed a capsule into his mouth. You have consumed a Philosopher's Stone powder capsule, permanently increasing your spirit power by 1 point. Lin Feng took a moment to assess the situation, and aside from the line of subtitles that popped up, he didn't notice any changes in his body. Never mind, I'll eat 30 of them first. Next, Lin Feng put the capsules into his mouth one by one, and prompt messages popped up one by one. You have consumed a Philosopher's Stone powder capsule, permanently increasing your spirit by 1 point. You have consumed a Philosopher's Stone powder capsule, permanently increasing your spirit by 1 point. A few minutes later, Lin Feng ate 30 capsules, and then he actually started burping from being so full. Belch. These capsules are also surprisingly filling. Belch. Song Xinling. Come here quickly. It's time to take your medicine. Belch. I'm going to retrieve the ice flows. Lin Feng handed the 10 capsules to Song Xinling, and then ran off to start the raft and find some ice flows. The girl looked at the capsule in her hand, then at Lin Feng, who was still hiccuping. How much did he take? Bang. Just as she was wondering, the girl suddenly heard a loud bang. The raft was going too fast and crashed directly into the ice floe, breaking its deck. The next moment, Lin Feng hurriedly ran towards the front of the raft. Belch. It smashed again. Lin Feng was frustrated. Even at the slowest speed, the raft would be smashed by the floating ice. This was clearly a trick by the game's settings. We absolutely need to replace the raft's deck with a sturdier one. Lin Feng pondered as he dissected the floating ice in front of him. Received. 10 ice cubes. Received. Grass balls x5. Received. Octopus x1. Received. Monk's torn futon x1. A monk's tattered prayer mat. Lin Feng stared blankly at the tattered prayer mat in his hand. What's the use of this thing? The monk's broken futon. Introduction. Simply sit cross-legged on it and pretend to meditate. In just 30 minutes, your mental energy will be fully restored. Pretend. That's not a big request at all. But when war breaks out, where do I find 30 minutes to meditate? Never mind. Maybe it'll come in handy sometime. Lin Feng stuffed the monk's tattered prayer mat into his backpack and began repairing the damaged raft. He had just finished repairing the raft when he received a private message. Zhoulang Lin Feng. I bet you're currently troubled by repairing your raft, right? Raymond Lam, did you come here specifically to mock me? Zhoulang. No. I just happened to have the manufacturing schematics for a metal plate, and I was wondering if you needed them. Lin Feng had a premonition that this bastard was going to rip him off. He does need the schematic diagram of the metal deck, but if the other party tries to rip him off, it would be a huge loss. Lin Feng, what do you want to trade? Zhoulang, gold coins. How many gold coins does Raymond Lam have? Zhoulang, 20 gold coins. Raymond Lam, you really dare to ask for such a price? Zhoulang, this schematic diagram was obtained from opening a treasure chest. It's very difficult to get through other channels. My price is not expensive at all. Lin Feng was speechless. Why didn't this guy just say 200 gold coins? Lin Feng, 5 gold coins or more. No discussion. Zhoulang, what the heck? You've gone way too far in driving down the price. Raymond Lam, think it through before you contact me. I'm very busy. After sending the message, Lin Feng immediately closed the private messaging interface, but he felt a sense of frustration. As darkness was approaching, was it possible that I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight and would have to keep staring at the ice floes at sea? Never mind, I wasn't planning on sleeping anyway. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that number 666 said that at midnight tonight, districts 10,000 and 9,999 would be merged. At such an exciting moment, I shouldn't go to sleep. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng felt relieved. He called Song Xinling to take control of the raft, while he began to focus on breaking down the floating ice. With her help, the chances of hitting ice floes were much smaller. However, the raft still needed to be repaired occasionally. Although it was a bit troublesome, the harvest of supplies was quite substantial, and sometimes gold coins could be obtained. Under Song Xinling's control, the raft once again approached the ice floe. Lin Feng reached out and touched it. Before the ice floe even hit the raft, it was broken down into pieces of material. Received. 10 ice cubes. Received. 1 glass slide. Received, 1 stone. Received, saltpeter x2. Saltpeter? Upon seeing the saltpeter, Lin Feng smiled. Wasn't this the material he had been longing for? With saltpeter, he could make gunpowder. With gunpowder, he could make magical frost bombs. With the merger of the regions, another series of fierce battles are inevitable, and Lin Feng needs to manufacture the magic frost bomb as soon as possible. Now that it was getting dark, Lin Feng had Song Xinling turn off the thrusters and began to manufacture the magic frost bombs himself. He first made 2 batches of gunpowder using charcoal and saltpeter, and then opened the diagram for the manufacturing principle of the magic frost bomb. Magic frost bomb. Ice blocks October 10th. Magic crystals May 5th. Gunpowder 1 out of 1. All materials are complete. With a slight smile, Lin Feng began to create them. In less than 10 minutes, 2 magical frost bombs appeared in Lin Feng's hands. This thing is heavy, crystal clear, shaped and sized like an ostrich egg, and a bit cold to the touch. All set, 2 more pieces of combat supplies. Chapter 113 was merged into District 5000. As midnight approached, Lin Feng sipped his coffee and opened the chat channel. He guessed that once the regions merged, the chat channel would definitely be very lively, and some interesting things might happen, such as seeing the wanted poster from Region 9999 suddenly appearing on the chat channel of the merged new region. I forgot to prepare an ID tracking teleporter beforehand. Otherwise, I could have given the wanted player in Zone 9999 a surprise. As Lin Feng was pondering this, an announcement suddenly popped up in front of him. Announcement: due to a decrease in player density across all regions, the game will be merging regions in 10 minutes. At that time, Region 10,000 will be merged with Region 9999 to form a new Region 5000. The chat channel suddenly became lively. Regional merge? I didn't know this game had so many regions. Holy crap, the regions have merged. More players means fewer resources, right? Resources should be allocated per capita, right? I have a feeling that the regional merger will lead to a major free-for-all. Chogu, I am the leader of the adult team. With the new servers merging, players from server 10,000 must unite and wipe out the players from server 9,999. Sweat. Is your team name mocking us for being minors? With the new servers merged, does anyone know which servers the players are from? I think it's better to let the new players take down Lin Feng. I don't want to be screwed over again. Agree. Agree +1. Seeing this, Lin Feng was speechless. Instead of uniting to deal with the new server, these players are actually thinking about how the newcomers will kill them. This is fucking. Raymond Lamb, can't you guys just be a little more united? Although our team has been tricked by you before and wants you to disappear from this region, we currently support you in uniting against outsiders. Raymond Lamb, okay. Agree +188. Wait, didn't I agree to unite against a common enemy? Raymond Lamb, okay, you can keep dreaming. Agree +189. Seeing the agree messages popping up one after another, Lin Feng gritted his teeth in hatred. What will happen if the new districts are merged? Anyone who disagrees, I'll have Song Xinling beat them to a pulp. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Song Xinling hurriedly approached. Who are you going to beat up? Looking back, Lin Feng was stunned. At this moment, the girl had already put on her rugby uniform and was carrying a sledgehammer, ready for battle. Why do you look like you're about to get into a brawl? If the new districts are merged, won't that always lead to massive brawls? Lin Feng suddenly realized that the academic genius was not her true nature at all. The girl's true nature was that of a violent girl with explosive fighting power. Suddenly, an announcement popped up in front of Lin Feng's eyes. Announcement: the merger of the new districts has officially begun and will be completed within 30 seconds. The next moment, the chat channel suddenly froze, and the screen froze on the message, agree +444. Lin Feng stared speechlessly at the ominous message, counting the seconds with frustration. Merger complete. Communication restored on Zone 5000's communication channel. Holy crap, the merge is already complete. I was having a buffet when I was suddenly kicked out of the Doomsday shop. What are you eating for? It's time for a fight. Who's the best in Zone 10,000 Renduo? Sign up now. Upon seeing this message, Lin Feng was pondering whether to reply when a series of messages refreshed the chat channel. Raymond Lamb. Raymond Lamb +1. Raymond Lamb +2. Raymond Lamb, holy crap? Are you guys serious? Raymond Lamb +29. Rin Duo, understood. Public enemy number 1. Brothers, are you all ready? Guorong, let's fight. Chu Hang, my team is ready. Shin Tao, hurry up, hurry up. Rin Duo, don't rush me. I'll get it done right away. What's been resolved? Holy crap. This was premeditated. Are they planning to ambush Raymond Lamb? Could it be any more obvious? Clearly, the top teams in Zone 9999 knew about the zone merger beforehand, and even planned to eliminate the best performing player in Zone 10,000 and divide up the resources once the zones merged. I've been successfully targeted. Raymond Lamb, aren't you ashamed that so many of you are ganging up on me? Rin Duo doesn't think so at all. Guorong's answer is quite reasonable. The warrant for Chu Hang's arrest has been issued. Invest now. Shin Tao. It's all set. Investment completed. The next moment, Lin Feng saw the wanted poster at the top of the screen. Wanted, Lin Feng. Initiator, Rin Duo. Number of investors, 25, maximum 300. Total investment kill rewards, wood X20, grass ball X50, plastic slab X80, glass slab X30, stone X10, magic crystal X20, mechanical module X50, ghost fragment X10. Remaining time, 7 days. Next, Rin Duo's message came through. Rin Duo Lin Feng. Sorry, but the newly established 5,000th district can only have one leader. Since you're so popular, don't blame us for being impolite. Raymond Lamb. If you've got the guts, come at me. Lin Feng replied with a message and immediately closed the communication channel. The other side had already gathered at least 4 teams and could attack at any time. He had to be prepared for battle. Hey, why is Chiu Gu from the adult team so quiet? Weren't they supposed to be united against a common enemy? Lin Feng shook his head. Forget it. I guess they're too scared to say anything after seeing this. He called to Song Xinling and asked her to observe the surroundings, while Lin Feng ran to the safe and stuffed everything he could use after the battle started into his backpack. This also included a super strong fiber protective suit that had never been worn before, a power pill, a heavy spear, an airdropped flare gun, rotting boots, a lazy sailor's laundry basket. Lin Feng stuffed everything he might need into his backpack. Facing several teams of players at the same time, he absolutely could not let his guard down. After tidying up these things, Lin Feng didn't rush out, but instead opened the blind box system. Before the war even starts, let's see what good stuff we can get. Daily blind box giveaway successful. January 7th. Received. Raft upgrade pack blind box system developer. Too lazy to name, X1. Holy crap. That's a good idea. Raft upgrade pack blind box. Rank, excellent. Description, 80% chance of obtaining a sailboat upgrade pack, 19% chance of obtaining a yacht upgrade pack, 1% chance of obtaining a gunboat upgrade pack. They can even build gunboats. If I could pull out a gunboat, wouldn't I be invincible? Start drawing. Start drawing. Chapter 114, Who the hell is messing with me? The moment Lin Feng pulled out the blind box, he found a semi-transparent package in his hand. Through the package, he saw a miniature white yacht. You have opened a raft upgrade pack blind box X1 and obtained a yacht upgrade pack X1. Okay, the gunboat is gone. With a 1% drop rate, Lin Feng didn't have high hopes. He was just glad it wasn't a sailboat. Let's take a look at the introduction. Yacht upgrade package. Description. After use, the raft will be upgraded to a white yacht of the same size. Furthermore, the buildings on the raft will automatically transform into yacht cabins. While the yacht lacks powerful offensive capabilities, its defensive capabilities are far superior to the raft. That's acceptable. The next moment, Lin Feng used the yacht upgrade package. Instantly, bursts of white light enveloped the raft, and then the main body of the raft changed. The wooden raft deck pieces, flashing with white light, transformed into white painted metal decks. At the same time, the stone houses were transformed into white yacht cabins. Song Xinling stared in astonishment at everything that was happening before her eyes, her mouth agape. Lin Feng, what have you done? Our raft. It's no longer a raft. It's a perfect yacht. Lin Feng smiled slightly and walked over happily. By this time, the entire yacht had been upgraded, and the spacious white deck featured 2 cabins, one at the front and one at the back, which shone brightly in the moonlight. Suddenly, a heavy impact came from the front of the yacht. Bang! Lin Feng looked over and saw a piece of ice floe hit the bow of the boat, but it did not cause any damage to the yacht. Haha, to hell with your metal deck manufacturing schematics. I don't need them anymore. He was happily heading over to collect supplies from the ice floes when he suddenly received a private message. Upon opening it, I discovered it was from the player who had previously offered to sell me the schematic diagram. Hey Lin Feng, you're being targeted right now. Hurry up and buy my schematics to upgrade your raft deck. If you're serious about buying, I can give you a 50% discount. Otherwise you probably won't be able to handle the massive team coming from server 9999. Raymond Lamb doesn't need it. Boss, have you thought this through? Ordinary wooden decks simply can't withstand an attack from a large team. Seeing that the other party was still not giving up, Lin Feng smiled slightly, took out his camera, and took a close-up picture of his yacht. The next moment, a photo appeared in the private message interface. Holy crap! Is this a huge ship? Holy crap! How did you even make this? Goodbye, Raymond Lamb. The player was still in shock when he discovered that the private messaging interface had been turned off. What the hell? Are we really playing the same game? While the player was having doubts, Lin Feng had already cleared the ice floes from the bow of the ship. He was about to stuff the ice blocks and other materials he had just obtained into his backpack when he saw a flash of white light in the distance. Holy crap! They're here already? Song Xinling, prepare for battle. Lin Feng quickly put on the super strong fiber protective suit and then swiftly went to one of the catapults, ready to attack his opponent at any moment. However, after the white light dissipated, he only saw a raft, and the raft did not look very powerful, with only a small cabin. Lin Feng was a little confused. Logically speaking, Rinduoduo should have made a lot of moves, so there shouldn't have been only one raft. To be precise, the other side must have sent several teams at the same time. It couldn't have been just one teleportation beam. There must have been at least 100 rafts. What are you playing at? An advanced scout? Or, the other side wouldn't be so brain dead as to send someone to deliver a declaration of war before the war even begins, would they? Lin Feng watched helplessly as the raft approached, but after a long while, no other rafts were teleported over. Never mind, let's start fighting. Lin Feng tightened the catapult's rope, aimed, and was about to fire when suddenly everything went black and he lost sight of himself. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? The next moment, a prompt popped up in front of me. Warning! You have been attacked by a control-type skill. Magic skill, Proctor's domain. Description: this is an invigilator's domain. Within a 200-meter radius, all living enemies will be forcibly drawn into the examination room barrier to take a random subject exam. The exam lasts for 2 hours. Students may submit their papers early after completing the exam. Those scoring below 60 points will be required to retake the exam. Note that students will not be subject to any external interference while taking the exam. Holy crap! Does this mean if I don't get 60 points on the test, I have to stay in this barrier for 2 hours? You guys actually managed to develop such a crappy skill in games. As Lin Feng was secretly complaining, suddenly, the surrounding environment changed. A table appeared in front of him, with an exam paper and a pen on it. Looking to the side, Lin Feng was stunned. To my left, there were 4 tables in a row, occupied by Song Xinling, Era, Baitu Lying, and the gluttonous ghost. Damn, have all the gluttonous ghosts hiding in the sea been captured and brought here for the exam? Song Xinling looked at Lin Feng and said, Stop looking and answer the questions, or we won't be able to get out. Answer the questions. Lin Feng looked at the test paper in front of him, his face turning black with anger. This is a math test. That's it. See you in 2 hours. Lin Feng stared at the questions on the test paper with a look of utter despair. He glanced to the side and saw that Song Xinling had already started answering the questions. Yes, she's a top student. He quickly looked towards Song Xinling, but could only see the girl answering questions. He couldn't see the specific content on the test paper. This exam even has anti-cheating measures in place. I can't. Oh woo. Wah. At this moment, the bald falcon and the husky stared helplessly at the test paper. They didn't even know how to pick up a pen, let alone answer the questions. I'm going all out. Lin Feng picked up his pen and began to work on the math problems. However, 5 minutes later, he was still stuck on the second multiple-choice question. What the hell? Which bastard came up with this question? I'll just guess C. He had just written C into the parentheses when he saw Song Xinling stop writing. I'm done answering. I feel a bit rusty. Almost the instant the girl stopped writing, a voice suddenly rang out. Song Xinling has scored 100 points, a perfect score, and is allowed to leave the examination room. Perfect score. Is this guy still rusty? Holy crap, a top student is a top student. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the girl suddenly disappear from the barrier. Lin Feng, keep it up. Aim for a perfect score. Within the examination hall's protective barrier, only the girl's voice before she left echoed in Lin Feng's ears. You expect me to get 100 points? He glanced at the multiple-choice question he had just guessed, then continued answering with a bitter and resentful expression. I'd be lucky to get 60 points, let alone 100. Once I get out of here, I'm going to chop that player into 8 pieces. You bastard, you messed with me. Chapter 115. The skill is malfunctioning? Luo Tian used his proctor's domain to trap Lin Feng within the examination room's barrier, then drove his raft over, intending to steal all the supplies on it. This wasn't the first time he'd used this skill. The fastest player he'd encountered before still took a full hour and a half. In that time, he could have already emptied the raft of supplies. As he got closer to Lin Feng's raft, he suddenly paused. Holy crap! Is this a yacht? As expected, he's the most awesome player in server 10,000. He's fucking rich. Su Tian suddenly laughed. Let's steal the supplies from Mao and just sail away on the yacht. I'm rich this time. Bang! The raft crashed into the yacht, and Luo Tian flipped onto it, crossed the wide metal deck, and headed straight for the back of the yacht. Holy crap! 4 catapults were installed, along with spear-throwing machines. Both cabins are reinforced with metal plates, so their defensive capabilities are excellent. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Luo Tian was excited when he suddenly saw a robot. This robot looked like an iron barrel and stood motionless guarding the cabin door. Are you a robot? Luo Tian asked in confusion, and subconsciously pulled out a spear, though he was clearly a little uneasy. But the next moment, he received a notification. Iron Bucket Number 2 robot has been bound. Luo Tian laughed. It seemed that without Lin Feng's command, the robot would just stand there motionless. That puts my mind at ease. Now that we're already bound together, I'll find a way to unbind you later. With no threats on the yacht, Luo Tian became quite unrestrained. He happily went to the cabin, and upon seeing the refrigerator, he suddenly felt hungry. It's only been 5 minutes, no rush. Let's fill our stomachs first. Thinking of this, he actually opened the freezer, took out a tomato and a cucumber, and happily started eating them. Once I'm full, I'll sail the yacht away. When Lin Feng finishes his exams, he'll definitely fall straight into the sea. If he drowns, hee. Thinking about the wanted poster that Renduo had just put up, Luo Tian became more and more excited. If this goes well, not only can we seize the yacht, but we can also divide up the supplies listed on the wanted poster. He was sitting in his chair dreaming, when suddenly his face stiffened slightly. A student submitted their paper early, and passed with a perfect score of 100. What? Has it really been 10 minutes? Is my skill broken? Luo Tian was astonished. He couldn't believe that someone could pass the exam and leave the exam room barrier within 10 minutes. Moreover, the other party actually passed with a perfect score of 100. This is ridiculous. Cheating can't happen this fast. Suddenly, a void vortex appeared in front of Luo Tian, and a beautiful girl walked out of the vortex. But no matter how he looked at it, he felt something was off. Because the girl's fair face was covered by a round red helmet, and her slender figure was also shrouded in a large rugby uniform. Even more outrageous, the girl was also dragging a large black sledgehammer in her hand. What the hell? A violent girl? Luo Tian lost all interest in daydreaming and turned to run away. He was quite aware of his own fighting ability. Even 10 of him couldn't defeat one ordinary player in a fight, let alone the fierce girl behind him. Don't hit me, I was wrong. No way. My God, I'm just a thief. You don't have to be so ruthless, do you? Enough with the nonsense. Take this hammer blow first. Wearing that bright red rugby uniform, Song Xinling charged forward like a cannonball, wielding a sledgehammer and shouting out the deadly product name. A 1,000-ton inflatable hammer. Buzz. In an instant, the sledgehammer smashed into Luo Tian's buttocks, unleashing a force of 1,000 tons. With a muffled thud, Luo Tian let out a scream as he was sent flying through the air, his crotch exposed. Song Xinling watched as the player flew through the air in an arc and crashed into the sea, splashing up a high spray of water. Yeah, he should be dead by now. The girl turned around, thinking that the player who used the skill was dead, and Lin Feng and the others should come out now. But several minutes passed, and they still hadn't returned. Huh? That shouldn't be the case. She opened her private messaging interface, just about to send a message to Lin Feng, when she suddenly saw a series of unread messages. Song Xinling, how's the situation outside? Are there many enemies? Can you handle it? Please reply to my message quickly. You wouldn't have already. No, that won't happen. If you can't beat them, feign surrender to save your life. Why haven't you replied yet? Are you really going to? It must be a battle. Yes, a battle. Who could possibly beat you? What if the other side has a large number of people? It's over. This is probably bad. Seeing this string of messages, Song Xinling was speechless. She had only been gone for less than 10 minutes, and Lin Feng actually thought she had died 3 times over. Hey, I'm perfectly fine, okay? Are you deliberately cursing me? As soon as Song Xinling sent the message, Lin Feng replied. What's the situation outside right now? Hee, don't worry. I've taken care of the player who used the skill. I was wondering why you guys haven't come out yet. What? He's already dead? Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng in the examination room became even more depressed. Holy crap, the skill effect is still working even after the character dies. Song Xinling was slightly taken aback, then understood Lin Feng's meaning, and then she sent a message. You should focus on your exam. I estimate you'll have about 2 hours left, so I'll start making breakfast. Lin Feng was frustrated. Although the external problems were temporarily resolved, he still had to continue answering math questions. Wait a minute. What I'm getting at is her implying that I won't get a score of 60 within 2 hours. Lin Feng glanced to the side and saw that Era, Bai Tu Liang, and Shanqi Gue Yuling were all distracted. Clearly, these 3 are not intelligent enough to solve the math problems on the test paper, etc. If I go out with them in 2 hours, wouldn't that mean I'm just as smart as them? Damn it. I need to answer the questions quickly. An hour and a half later, Lin Feng, covered in sweat, finished answering the last trigonometric function question and was finally ready to hand in his paper. As he put down his pen, a voice came from the examination room. Lin Feng, you have scored 60 points, passing the exam. You are now allowed to leave the examination room. I spent almost 2 hours working on this, and you only gave me a 60? Woof 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 woof. Impossible. Impossible. Lin Feng nodded vigorously. It seemed that even the husky and the white-headed falcon couldn't stand it anymore. At this crucial moment, it seemed that they were still supporting him. However, the next moment, it must have gone too high. It must have gone too high. The husky nodded vigorously in agreement. You damn parrot, you stinky husky, you bastards. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, he was teleported out of the examination room barrier. Chapter 116. Investments completed, time to fight. A void vortex suddenly appeared on the yacht deck. As soon as Song Xinling looked up, she saw Lin Feng walk out with a resentful expression. Huh? You actually came out 10 minutes early. So how did you do? What score did you get? 100 points. Real. Lin Feng thought to himself, since she wouldn't know exactly how many points he gave, what's wrong with saying 100? But the next moment, he suddenly realized a serious problem. The bald falcon can talk, and that dead bird might just betray its owner. What if the bald falcon deliberately reveals its score? That would be so embarrassing. Just as he was worrying, Song Xinling brought over a plate of stir-fried beef with tomatoes. Quickly replenish your lost brain cells, 100 points. You're really amazing. Sharp? Is Song Xinling really praising herself? Lin Feng ate the tomato and beef stir-fry on his plate, but he felt it lacked flavor. The next moment, 3 void vortexes appeared around them, and the exam was over. The husky was the first to rush over, opening its mouth as if wanting some pet food, while the white-headed falcon was the second to fly out, flapping its wings and squawking. It's too hard. It's too hard. Bullying the bird. Bullying the bird. Song Xinling reached out, and the white-headed falcon landed on the girl's arm. How was it? Was the math problem difficult? Too difficult. Too difficult. Lin Feng just answered. Suddenly, Lin Feng stood up, took out a bag of pet food from his backpack, shook it vigorously at the white-headed falcon, and even gave it a furtive glare. The white-headed falcon instantly recalled the horrific scene of Lin Feng violently feeding the animals, and paused for a moment. Song Xinling frowned suspiciously and asked, "White-headed falcon, what did you just say?" Lin Feng is so smart. He passed with a perfect score in less than 2 hours. Less than 2 hours. It really is 100 points. Song Xinling nodded, clearly having a higher assessment of Lin Feng's intelligence. Lin Feng, however, looked utterly helpless. In less than 2 hours. Is the bald falcon emphasizing this time point a way of mocking itself? No. That bird is so cunning. Come on, I think the white-headed falcon is hungry too. I'll feed Ta some pet food. Song Xinling nodded and handed the white-headed falcon to Lin Feng. The bald falcon panicked and spread its wings to fly away, but Lin Feng grabbed its claws and began to violently feed it. I'm full. I'm full. Eat more, and you'll be able to talk when you're full. We made it. We made it. Digest slowly. You'll have more energy if you gain weight. No. No. Just eat your food. 10 minutes later, the bald falcon remained motionless and was tossed into its cage by Lin Feng. Song Xinling stared at him in astonishment. You're going to kill it by overeating it, aren't you? Lin Feng waved his hand. It's all right. It's growing. It won't hurt to eat more. At this moment, the husky, who had been waiting for its pet food, suddenly dodged away from Lin Feng, staring at the dog food in his hand with a wary look. It wanted to eat it, but was also afraid of being violently fed by Lin Feng. Whoa! Lin Feng looked back. Although the husky was still quite restless, thankfully it couldn't talk. He waved and said, "Don't worry, if I stuff you to death, I'll go bankrupt." Whoa! Upon hearing this, the husky was momentarily stunned, and then it realized that Lin Feng was treating it like a glutton. Woof 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 woof. Don't yell, or you won't get any food. Woof! Woof! Woo! Upon hearing that there would be no food if it was called again, the husky immediately cowered, drooping its head and staring longingly at the empty plate in front of it. That's more like it. Lin Feng poured some pet food for the husky, ate the rest of the tomato and beef stir-fry, and then jumped onto the thief's raft to scavenge for supplies. This player was incredibly poor. On the dilapidated raft, there was only one storage box. When Lin Feng opened it, he found that almost all the items he obtained were various materials. Received, 20 wood. Received, 35 grass balls. Received, 12 stones. Received, half an admission ticket x1. Half an admission ticket? What's that? Lin Feng looked puzzled and quickly checked the item description. Half an admission ticket. Introduction. Finding the other half will grant you entry to the dungeon. Duplicate. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen news about dungeons after entering the game world. It's starting to resemble a traditional online game more and more. Lin Feng stuffed the item into his backpack, feeling fairly satisfied with his haul. Anyone who has played online games knows that dungeons are equivalent to resources. As long as you can clear a dungeon, you will definitely get a lot of resources. Lin Feng had never heard of this dungeon entry ticket before, and players who possessed it were probably extremely rare. By obtaining the dungeon entry ticket first, and clearing the dungeon, you can quickly widen the gap in strength between yourself and other players. I wonder where I can get the other half of the ticket. Lin Feng was pondering when he suddenly heard Song Xinling's voice. Ren Duo and his gang are coming to kill us. Quick, check the chat channel. Lin Feng nodded and quickly opened the communication channel. The first thing that catches the eye is the wanted poster pinned to the top. Wanted, Lin Feng. Initiator, Ren Duo. Number of investors, 300 maximum, 300. Total investment kill rewards, wood X 80, grass ball X 70, plastic slab X 80, glass slab X 40, stone X 50, magic crystal X 40, mechanical module X 60, ghost fragment X 30, saltpeter X 2, durian X 5. Remaining time, 6 days. Below the wanted poster, Lin Feng saw messages exchanged between Rin Duo and others. Rin Duo's wanted list is full, ready to get started. Guorong, I'm ready to leave anytime. Chu Hang, wait for me in 15 minutes. I'm having breakfast. Chen Tao, why is your team so slow? Other teams from the original 9999 district who want a piece of the pie, please be teleported to Lin Feng's location in 15 minutes. Of course, teams from the 10,000 district who want to join in are also welcome. Opportunities for cooperation are rare, so cherish them. The Black Spider team will arrive in 15 minutes. Rin Duo, please bring our team. Our team is too small to get involved. This time, Raymond Lam is doomed. The sole ruler of Zone 5000, the legendary Rin Duo, has been born. I'm inexplicably a little worried about Raymond Lam. A moment of silence. Seeing these messages, Lin Feng's face grew increasingly gloomy. No wonder Rin Duo didn't make a move last night. It turned out he was waiting for the wanted notice to be fully subscribed. You're quite the player. Lin Feng, Rin Duo, Guorong, Chu Hang, Chen Tao, I've remembered you for. You must all die in the end. Rin Duo, he? Okay, you've got a temper. See you in 15 minutes. With a cold laugh, Lin Feng turned off the chat channel. The next moment, he turned to look at Song Xinling. Let's go? We're going to the Doomsday Mall. We're not hiding from being hunted down, are we? What are you thinking about? Let's go buy some capsules. Chapter 117, Where is the Loan Company? In the blink of an eye, the two were teleported to the Doomsday Mall. Lin Feng was just about to find an NPC to lead them into the VIP channel when number 666 approached with a smile. Mr. Lin Feng, you've arrived. Hey, you've come at the right time. Has the supermarket restocked Philosopher's Stone powder capsules recently? Number 666 shook his head. I'm afraid we haven't restocked yet. With the regional merger, the NPCs are busy redistributing duties. All right. Lin Feng was speechless. He hadn't expected that the NPCs would be so busy after the regions were merged. Never mind. I'll go check it out myself. Number 666 nodded respectfully and was about to lead Lin Feng into the VIP channel. But as Lin Feng walked, he kept having doubts in his mind. I only have a little over 100 gold coins. Even if the supermarket restocks, I still can't afford enough Philosopher's Stone powder capsules. Depressed. I'm so frustrated. If you can't buy enough capsules, you won't be able to unleash your second skill. Hey, number 666, does the Doomsday Mall have any loan services? Loans? Yes, we do. Huh? Where? I've never seen it before. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. It's in the lounge area. Loan sharking. This thing is in the lounge area? Because the loan interest rates are too high, the Doomsday Mall has placed it in the leisure area, where the prices are very high. Holy crap. Lin Feng was convinced by this logic. He immediately grabbed number 666 and asked, are there any conditions or thresholds for lending? Number 666 thought for a moment and said, if I remember correctly, only high-level VIPs and above can borrow money. Lin Feng smiled. Luckily, I still have 100 gold coins, making me a top-tier VIP. Okay, you can go now. I'll go check it out in a bit. As soon as they entered the mall, Lin Feng pulled Song Xinling into the supermarket. He wanted to check if the Philosopher's Stone powder capsules had been restocked. However, the shelves were empty. This is fucking rip-off. Originally, if the supermarket restocked the capsules, he planned to borrow some gold coins, buy the capsules, and then go back to fight Rin Duo. But now it seems that the plan has fallen through. Without the combined power of two skills, he really wasn't confident he could handle so many top-tier teams from Zone 9999. Going to war is no joke. If you lose, you'll lose your life. Lin Feng pondered his next move with a sense of frustration, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a suitable solution. Even if he hid in the Doomsday Mall, he couldn't escape being forcibly teleported out to fight everyone at the last minute before the wanted notice expired. Moreover, hiding in the store all the time is hindering the development speed. The only way is to buy an ID tracking teleporter, teleport to the vicinity of other players to avoid trouble, and wait for the supermarket to restock Philosopher's Stone powder capsules before engaging in battle with them. Oh right. They also need ID tracking transmitters. Suddenly, Lin Feng came up with a perfect plan. He quickly went to the shelf where the teleporters were located, and upon closer inspection, he found that there were only 35 teleporters for sale on the entire shelf. If the supermarket doesn't have time to restock lately. Lin Feng laughed, threw all the ID tracking transmitters into his shopping cart, and said to Song Xinling, "Wait here for me for a while. I'm going to borrow some money." "Why do you need so many teleporters?" Song Xinling asked, puzzled. "Hee, a money grab." Lin Feng gave a sinister smile, rushed out of the supermarket, and headed straight for the leisure area. A moment later, Lin Feng appeared in an inconspicuous corner of the leisure area. In front of them was a small plaque with the 4 large characters, Loan Company, written on it. Lin Feng nodded. "This is it." He entered the shop and found it dimly lit. Behind a bulletproof glass window, similar to that of a bank, an NPC was fast asleep. "No way you're that free." Seemingly having heard Lin Feng's complaint, the NPC got up from the service counter, yawned, and said, "Cinema. Turn left at the entrance. Custom-made clothing. Turn right at the entrance." After saying that, the NPC lay down again. Lin Feng was speechless. He walked over and knocked on the bulletproof glass. "I didn't come here to ask for directions." The NPC paused slightly, looking at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. "Then what are you here for?" "I've come to borrow money." "Borrow money?" Suddenly, the NPC seemed to have been injected with adrenaline and jumped up instantly. "Holy crap. Finally, some business. How much do you want to borrow?" Lin Feng stared at him in astonishment. "Didn't you have any business before?" "Ahem. Please take a look at the lending rules first." The next moment, the NPC brought out a notice board. Looking through the bulletproof glass, Lin Feng instantly understood why there was no business here. Loan terms and limits on loan amounts and frequency. Only those who reach the advanced VIP level or the supreme VIP level are eligible to take out loans. Advanced VIP, credit limit of 1,000 gold coins, daily interest rate of 10% of principal, repayment period no later than 10 days, and can borrow once every 28 days. Supreme VIP, credit limit of 5,000 gold coins, daily interest of 10% of principal, repayment period no later than 10 days, and one loan can be taken out every 14 days. If the debt is not repaid within 10 days, the player's property will be forcibly and automatically confiscated and recycled at the supermarket price. After reading the lending rules, Lin Feng was speechless. 10% interest? That's outrageous. What's the difference between that and robbery? The NPC clearly guessed Lin Feng's thoughts and gave an innocent explanation. "These are all regulations from above. Are you going to lend it to me or not?" Lin Feng gritted his teeth. "Borrow. How much do you want to borrow?" Scratching his head, Lin Feng calculated for a long time before saying, "I'll borrow 875 gold coins." Upon hearing this, the NPC immediately perked up. "Wait here, I'll get the money for you right away." As he spoke, he turned around and went into the back room. Less than a minute later, he came out carrying a cloth bag. "Your gold coins." Lin Feng took the gold coins, opened them, and counted them. The quantity was correct. There were exactly 875 gold coins. "All right, I'll return the gold coins to you tomorrow." Lin Feng stuffed the gold coins into his backpack and was about to leave when the NPC suddenly said cheerfully, "You don't need to rush to return them. You're so greedy. If you don't pay me back soon, I'll go bankrupt." Lin Feng muttered a complaint and quickly left the loan company. However, instead of returning to the supermarket, he ran to a corner of the leisure area, changed into the NPC suit number 009, and went into the NPC living area. A moment later, he arrived at the prison in the NPC living area. As soon as he pushed open the door, he heard several people whispering inside. "I'm so wronged. I had already developed the ghost, but it just vanished into thin air. Who do you think you are? I lost all the fertilizer I just developed because I didn't lock the door when I went to the cafeteria." Next, number 008 spoke. "I think it's quite nice to stay here." The two people beside them were speechless. Chapter 118. Stay calm. Don't be reckless. Upon hearing what number 008 said, Lin Feng felt that he had fallen into depravity. What a hard-working NPC. Because of him, he's been locked up in prison and is now retired. I wonder when he'll be released. Lin Feng shook his head and walked closer to cell number 008. Number 008. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, number 008 looked excited. Forrest. As soon as he opened his mouth, his two fellow inmates turned to look at him. Who? Number 008 was startled and quickly corrected himself. Linlin number 5. You've come to see me? A fellow inmate frowned. Number 008. Why do you still have a regional accent? This is none of your business. Lin Feng glared at the two of them, deliberately putting on a serious expression. I am a new NPC from District 9999. I am currently at the administration office and investigating your misconduct. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the two quickly shut up and moved to the side. Number 008 secretly admired Lin Feng, who was getting better and better at making up lies. He could lie so easily. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Lin Feng, asking, Did you bring me food again? Didn't I buy you 8 days worth of food? You've already eaten it all. No. You forgot you bought food that's close to its expiration date. At most, it'll spoil by today. I didn't think of that. I'll definitely bring you some next time. Number 008 is depressed, so why did you come to find me? Lin Feng smiled slightly. It's nothing. I just need to borrow something. Huh? I have nothing left but this life. Don't you have a teleporter with unlimited uses? Can I borrow it? Number 008 was stunned for a moment. That thing, players can't use it. Don't I already have this outfit? In an instant, number 008 understood. If Lin Feng can impersonate an NPC by wearing this NPC outfit, then he can probably use the teleporter as well. I mean, what have you been thinking about all day? How could you come up with something like this? Lin Feng shrugged. Want to save money. Alright. Since you brought me food, I'll lend you the teleporter. As he spoke, number 008 took the teleporter out of his pocket. I've replaced the battery, but you should still use it sparingly. Lin Feng nodded. So thoughtful. Also, don't let anyone else find out. I don't want to add more punishment. Lin Feng nodded. No problem. Wait. Most importantly, you absolutely must bring me some food tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded again. Leave it to me. Hey, you absolutely have to come. I can't even get any weird flavored lollipops anymore. Ahem. Don't worry. I have something urgent to attend to. I'll be going now. Lin Feng turned to leave, but suddenly turned back and asked in confusion. You have a teleporter. Why don't you teleport out of the prison? You think I didn't try? Escaping won't help. You'll be forcibly teleported back. Okay, take care. Lin Feng turned around, walked out of the prison, and without pausing, rushed out of the NPC activity area and headed straight for the supermarket. Time is of the essence now. Every minute and every second is accumulating high interest. He ran into the supermarket, panting, and pulled Song Xinling to the checkout. Wait, quickly check the chat channel. Rin Duo and the others are looking for you. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then opened the chat channel and saw that it was quite lively today. Rin Duo Lin Feng, where the hell are you hiding? There aren't any in the nearby waters of Guorong's area. Chu Heng must have hidden in the Doomsday Mall. Qintao, so we'll just wait here. Can he really stay hidden forever? What a coward. District 10,000 is all garbage. Even the big shots in the original server are such cowards. They're all a bunch of useless trash. Seeing that Lin Feng dared not show himself, the new players from server 9999 all started to put on an act. But just as they were getting into the swing of their argument, a message of resistance suddenly appeared. Zhao Dagong, who the hell are you guys cursing? Are all the players in zone 10,000 by Zhao Dagong blind? Zhao Dagong was being verbally abused to his face, and he didn't dare say a word. Zhao Dagong, was really messed up by Lin Feng, but I'm from District 10,000. Zhao Dagong, if you have the guts, curse back. Zhao Dagong, I'll curse him out with 800 words first. Who the hell are you? You dare to challenge us in District 9999? Everyone come out and criticize Zhao Dagong. The chat channel exploded the next moment. Fight those bastards in District 9999. This is absolutely outrageous. I'm on Raymond Lamb's side today. Let's fight. I'll beat you bastards from District 9999 to death. Zhao Dagong, yes. Let's all curse them out. They can't even write an essay, but they can at least curse, right? Let's curse those bastards to death. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng was somewhat dazed. Zhao Dagong, a pirate who had been bullied to the point of questioning his existence, was actually the first to stand up and speak up for him. "You bastard Zhao Dagong. And you call that even touching?" Lin Feng sighed. At this point, it would be unreasonable for him not to step in. Raymond Lam, don't worry, everyone. Rinduo is doomed. As soon as the message was sent out, Lin Feng disappeared. He had originally wanted to make a splash, but he never expected that everyone would be so fiercely criticizing him. Before I could even read the message I sent, it was drowned out by a torrent of insults. Good heavens. Is this going to be a war of words across the entire region? Lin Feng was impressed. He realized that even 10,000 players could be terrifying when they got angry. He was staring blankly at the massive amount of text-to-text arguments that kept refreshing when suddenly a private message popped up. Lin Feng opened the messages one by one, and they were all messages of support for him. "Boss Lin Feng, we must take down that bastard in District 9999. Boss, I'm not doing well and can't be of much help, but I support you. Lin Feng, even though you've tricked me before, if you can help our 10,000th district stand up for itself, I'm willing to give myself to you." Upon seeing this message, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill. Although this woman genuinely supports me, she's a little scary. Lin Feng shook his head and opened the next private message. "Brother Lin Feng Xiaogu, I've infiltrated Rinduoduo's side with a team of adults. Although I don't dare to openly support you, I'm currently undercover behind enemy lines. I'll immediately notify you of their movements via private message." Holy crap. Lin Feng was just wondering why Xiaogu, who kept saying he wanted to fight Rinduoduo, had disappeared. After all that fuss, he went to the other side to play Infernal Affairs. Lin Feng is a talent. He had just replied to the message when Xiaogu sent a reply. Xiaogu got into a fight. Raymond Lam got into a fight. Who got into a fight? Xiaogu originally wanted to join Rinduoduo in attacking your team in District 10,000, but ended up fighting with Rinduoduo and his group. Raymond Lam, holy crap? Xiaogu, or should I take this opportunity to turn against them? Damn, we can't beat them at all. Raymond Lam, stay calm. Don't be reckless. Chapter 119, running away, running away, running away. Xiaogu is too clever. Keeping him by Rinduoduo's side might prove very useful after the war starts. However, war is not an option right now. Our priority today is to make money. Lin Feng instructed Xiaogu to continue lying low, while he himself pulled Song Xinling out of the Doomsday Mall. On the chaotic sea, a dozen or so teams and a couple hundred rafts were crowded together. Rinduoduo had just defeated the traitorous team and was hesitating whether to give chase when he saw a white light flash near them. Holy crap! Is that Raymond Lam? Why the hell is this a yacht? This is weird. This is fucking weird. Hearing his subordinates' discussion, Rinduoduo raised his binoculars. In his field of vision, there was a huge yacht opposite, with two people standing on it, a man and a woman. He was also puzzled. They were both the best performing players in their respective regions, so why did he still only have a raft, while Lin Feng had a yacht? Just as I was wondering, a private message popped up. When Rinduoduo opened it, she was surprised to find that it was a message from Lin Feng. Raymond Lam, wow. So many people have come. It's quite lively. Rinduoduo, it really is you. Lin Feng, that's right. The yacht you see is mine. Sigh, what a pity. You guys have a lot of people, but your equipment is just so damn bad. TSK. Rinduoduo, don't try to fool me. I'll beat the crap out of you in a minute, you believe me? Raymond Lam, oh my god. How scary. I'm a scaredy cat. I'm out of here. Rinduoduo, Lin Feng. You bastard, don't you dare run away. Before Rinduoduo could finish sending the message, she saw a white light flash across the opposite yacht and disappear instantly. Everyone was speechless. Huh? No. Why did he run away again? Holy crap. It looks like they were teleported away. Damn it. We came all for nothing. Holy crap. Lin Feng is mocking us in the chat. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly opened the chat channel and instantly saw the message sent by Lin Feng. Raymond Lam, you trash. If you have the guts, teleport back and grab me again. Raymond Lam, if you guys don't have the guts, then just stay quiet and doze off. Raymond Lam, Rinduoduo, you should just relax and take a nap. It's not shameful to lose to me. Rinduoduo, Lin Feng, you just wait. Raymond Lam, don't worry, I'm waiting. Rinduoduo, damn it. I'm coming to settle accounts with you right now. Rin Duo closed the private message interface and shouted to the team leaders, "Let's go. We'll teleport there." Guorong shrugged. "Does anyone have an ID tracking transmitter? Can I borrow one?" Everyone looked at each other, and finally all eyes fell on Rin Duo. "None of you have teleporters anymore? I didn't prepare that much beforehand." Rin Duo glanced at everyone and said irritably, "Why are you all looking at me? You have 10 minutes to go to the Doomsday Mall and buy it. This will go right away." At first, everyone hesitated, but seeing Rin Duo glaring at them fiercely, they quickly and sheepishly teleported into the Doomsday Mall. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was teleported back. Rin Duo looked at everyone and saw that they all looked embarrassed. What happened? The teleporters in the Doomsday Mall are all sold out. What the hell is going on? Rin Duo stared at the crowd in astonishment, but they were clearly not lying. This is so frustrating. He led several hundred people to surround Lin Feng, but ended up losing because he didn't have a teleporter. No. We must take down Lin Feng today. If we mobilize so many top-notch teams and Lin Feng still manages to escape, where will we put our pride? How will we intimidate the players in Zone 5000 in the future? He glared at the crowd and said furiously, "Go buy it from the players. We must kill Lin Feng today." Yes. Seeing that Rin Duo was getting angry, Guorong nodded repeatedly, opened the trading channel, and was about to enter the trading information when he saw a series of transactions selling teleporters. ID tracking transmitter X1 trade gold X35. ID tracking transmitter X1 trade gold X35. Someone is selling teleportation devices. Rin Duo glanced at Guorong and scolded, "Then buy it. What are you dawdling about?" But it's too expensive, 10 gold coins more expensive than the Doomsday Shop. Hurry up and buy it. Once we rip off Lin Feng, we'll make back this money, won't we? Okay, I'll buy it right away. On the other side, Lin Feng was happily playing with the NPC-specific teleporter in his hand. This thing is really useful. It lets you teleport for free. Song Xinling frowned, staring at the trading channel. Are you sure they'll buy such an expensive teleporter? Don't worry, Rin Duo is more anxious than I am. Huh? A transaction has been completed. The next moment, a series of trading notifications suddenly popped up in Song Xinling's trading channel. Transaction successful. You have received 35 gold coins. Transaction successful. You have received 35 gold coins. Upon closer inspection, Song Xinling realized that she had completed 10 transactions, instantly earning 350 gold coins. Lin Feng smiled slightly. They should be here soon. Before they could finish speaking, the two saw a white beam of light flash across the nearby sea. They've come, just as expected. Next, about a dozen more white pillars of light appeared around them. Each time the white light disappeared, at least a dozen rafts would appear. There aren't many people here. It seems some teams are reluctant to buy teleporters. Lin Feng chuckled, opened his private messaging interface, and sent a message to Rin Duo. "Raymond Lam, you're chasing me so closely. Rin Duo, stop talking nonsense. Don't you dare run away." "Raymond Lam, I'd like to run, but I don't have a teleporter." "Rin Duo, then you can just wait to die." "Raymond Lam, hey? Wait. Someone's selling teleportation devices. They're a bit pricey, but I can afford them." "Rin Duo Lin Feng, you son of a bitch. Goodbye, Raymond Lam." He turned off the chat channel and said to Song Xinling, "Quickly, raise the price of the teleporter by 10 gold coins." "Huh? It's gone up that much. Just raise the price." "I'll change the price right away." Song Xinling canceled all the previous transactions and directly adjusted the price to 45 gold coins. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said to Song Xinling, "We're slowly ripping them off, so the longer it goes on, the less Rin Duo will be willing to give up, since they've already been ripped off by several hundred gold coins." "You're really good at scheming." Song Xinling nodded in admiration, but Lin Feng looked dejected. "It's all because of the exorbitant interest rates." At this moment, the rafts of the surrounding teams were all approaching Lin Feng's side. "It's time to run away." Lin Feng smiled slightly and pressed the teleporter button. The next moment, a white light flashed, and he and his yacht were instantly teleported to an unfamiliar sea area. Chapter 120. A small knife cuts the buttocks, slowly drawing blood. Damn it. Raymond Lamb has run away again. What should we do? Chase after them. There's no teleporter. At this moment, Rinduoduo also ran out of teleporters. Frustrated, he opened the trading channel and took a closer look, almost fainting from anger. What the hell? Weren't teleporters supposed to cost 35 gold coins each? How did they go up to 45 gold coins? Guorong, who had come closer, said to Rinduoduo with a bitter face. The seller took the opportunity to raise the price. Buying his teleporter is a huge loss. Go ask in the chat channel. Guorong shrugged. I asked around, and no one seems to have gotten a teleporter yet. These things are too expensive. Most players simply can't afford to hoard them. Otherwise, shall we wait and see? Screw you. You can't even handle Lin Feng? Do you want me to lose face in the whole district? But this is really too expensive. Rinduoduo glanced at Guorong and said, tell the others that we can't afford it, and neither can Lin Feng. Let's chase after it again. This time, Lin Feng won't be able to escape. Stop dawdling. Go buy it now. Okay, I'll have them buy it right away. More than a dozen team leaders collectively bled out of their pockets, and one by one they completed the transaction in frustration. On the other side, Raymond Lamb was overjoyed. Holy crap, 11 more deals closed? I didn't realize these teams were so lucrative. Should we raise prices again? Raise the price, this time by 5 gold coins. Start with a small cut on the butt, then slowly bleed out the rest, making Rinduoduo unable to resist. Lin Feng was having a good time when he suddenly received a private message. He thought it was a message from Rinduoduo, but when he opened it, it turned out to be from Chiu Gu. Boss Chiu, I can't stay undercover any longer. What's going on with Raymond Lamb? Chiu Gu, what's going on? You don't know? They don't know Song Xinling is your person, but do you think I don't know? This teleporter of yours is way too damn expensive. Raymond Lamb, you're broke? Chiu Gu, I really can't afford the next wave. Raymond Lamb, how did you know I had another wave? Chiu Gu, those newbies in zone 9999 might not know you, but don't I know you well? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then sent Chiu Gu a transaction message. ID tracking transmitter X1 trade gold coins X25. Upon seeing this transaction details, Chiu Gu was speechless for a moment. Hey, Mr. Chiu, could you give our own people a discount? Raymond Lamb, oh dear, they're coming. I'd better get out of here. Chiu Gu. The reason Lin Feng didn't make the transactions himself, but instead had Song Xinling do them, was to prevent Rinduoduo from seeing through his scam. However, he forgot that there was a conscientious undercover agent on the other side. Of course, Chiu Gu didn't need to worry. That guy was quite reliable and never intended to expose his conspiracy. However, he was worried that this guy wouldn't be able to afford a teleporter in the next wave. Alright, if it really comes to that, I'll just give him one. As Lin Feng pondered this, he saw several flashes of white light appear not far away. Rinduoduo and the others have appeared. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't teleport away immediately, Song Xinling asked in confusion, why aren't you teleporting? Let's put on an act before we leave. The next moment, he activated the raft's propulsion system and sped towards the empty spaces in the team's formations. Seeing this, Rinduoduo suddenly laughed. Alright, Lin Feng's out of teleporters. All of you get the hell out of here. Upon hearing this, his subordinates immediately adjusted their course and chased after Lin Feng in the direction he had fled. Guorong, Chu Hang, and others led their teams, closely following Rinduoduo's team. As soon as they entered the firing range, they would open fire. Rush! Kill Lin Feng. He's dead this time. He made me lose 80 gold coins. I have to kill him. In an instant, the morale of the dozen or so teams soared, and they rushed forward with all their might, all wanting to be the first to kill Lin Feng and seize the yacht. Chen Tao, who had always kept a low profile, unleashed his magical skills much earlier. Behold Lao Tzu's divine speed. Instantly, the raft Chen Tao was on doubled its speed and sped over, while the rafts beside him also received a speed boost and followed closely behind. Just as Lin Feng's yacht was about to enter firing range, Chen Tao gave the order. Prepare to attack. Yes. His men all agreed, and the catapults were all loaded with stones. Put. Bang bang bang. The catapults made a series of impacting sounds as stones were hurled at Lin Feng's yacht. Everyone was filled with anticipation, their eyes fixed on Lin Feng's yacht. The next moment, Chen Tao was dumbfounded. What the hell? Didn't they say there was no teleporter left? He watched helplessly as the yacht flashed a white light and disappeared in an instant. Thump thump thump. The stones fell onto the empty sea, splashing up bursts of water. What the hell? It got away again. Holy crap. What the hell are they chasing me for? Doesn't he not have a teleporter? Shut the hell up. Chen Tao looked frustrated. He had even used his skills, but Lin Feng had still managed to trick him. I fucking want to buy a teleporter. Chen Tao was stunned as soon as he opened the trading channel. Holy crap. Prices went up again. The leaders of the other teams also noticed that the price of the teleporter had increased by 5 gold coins, and they all looked at Rinduo. Purchase. Rinduo was also helpless. Lin Feng failed to catch it, and he spent several hundred gold coins to buy a teleporter. Fortunately, the price increase wasn't too dramatic this time, and judging from Lin Feng's condition, he probably won't be able to hold on much longer. One more wave. Guo Rong, Chu Hang, and Chen Tao are doing alright, but most of the other teams can no longer afford the expensive purchase costs. Those teams weren't very strong to begin with, so Rinduo didn't care and simply abandoned them. He took 7 teams and bought another batch of teleporters, preparing to chase after them again. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was watching Song Xinling count her money on the trading channel. Haha. Sold another 300 gold coins in hand. Lin Feng chuckled and said to Song Xinling, quick, increase it by another 5 gold coins. I adjusted the prices as soon as those transactions were completed. Great, you figured out all my tricks. Lin Feng chuckled and saw that several more teleportation beams appeared nearby. They arrived pretty quickly. Lin Feng smiled slightly and sent Rinduo a private message. Raymond Lam, oh ho. You guys are really rich. You actually chased after me again. Rinduo stopped talking nonsense. Tell me first, do you still have a teleporter? Raymond Lam, unfortunately, I just bought 2 at a high price. Congratulations, you missed out again. Rinduo Lin Feng, you son of a bitch. Goodbye, Raymond Lam. The next moment, the crowd that had just arrived watched in disbelief as Lin Feng's yacht flashed a white light and disappeared. Holy shit, they ran away again. Are you kidding us? Damn it. I'm going to risk everything today. I have to catch this bastard. Chapter 121. Thanks. See you later. I'll buy it again. Rinduo opened the trading channel and took a closer look. The teleporter had actually increased by 5 gold coins again. He couldn't stand it anymore and sent a private message to the seller. Rinduo, are you here to rob me? Song Xinling, get out. Rinduo, what the hell? You dare talk to me like that? Do you believe I'll come over and kill you? Song Xinling, do you have a teleporter? When asked by the other party, Rinduo was immediately put on the defensive. What the hell? A woman actually dared to bully me. Rinduo is so angry. But he was at a loss and was getting angry when he saw a new message from the other end. Song Xinling reminds you, there are only 7 teleporters left, and Lin Feng is currently negotiating the price with me privately. Rinduo what? He calculated that he still had 7 teams on his side, and he had to seize these teleporters. Don't sell to him, Rinduo. We'll buy them all for only 55 gold coins. Seeing that Rinduo had taken the bait, Song Xinling smiled slightly and sent another message. Song Xinling, Lin Feng asked for 60 gold coins. Rinduo no. I'll offer 65 gold coins. Song Xinling's deal is done. Rinduo wiped his sweat. If Lin Feng bought the teleporter again, they would lose several hundred gold coins for nothing. He had negotiated the price, but Guo Rong and his group were dumbfounded. I was wondering, why did the price suddenly jump to 65 gold coins? Rinduo glared at the group and said, hurry up and make the deal. There are only 7 teleporters left. If we buy them all, Lin Feng will definitely die. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately invigorated. Although the price is high, as long as Lin Feng doesn't have a teleporter, it's all negotiable. All the team leaders bought teleporters, except for the conscientious undercover agent Xiaogu, who stared blankly at the sky-high transaction price. I can't afford it. Helpless, he had no choice but to send a private message to Lin Feng, But before he could even open the private message interface, he heard Rinduo cursing loudly. Which son of a bitch hasn't bought a teleporter yet? Everyone looked at each other, and finally all turned their attention to Chiu-Ji's team. Chiu-Gu was speechless. I'm out of gold coins. Rinduo asked, annoyed. How many gold coins do you have? 5 gold coins. The team lent him 10 gold coins. What? Guorong and the others were stunned. So they had encountered a poor guy, and they all had to collectively bleed money to help him? Seeing everyone hesitate, Rinduo cursed. If you don't want the last teleporter to be bought by Lin Feng, you'd better hurry up and pay up. The group thought to themselves, we've already spent several hundred gold coins. If we're short of this little bit of money and fail to catch Lin Feng, that would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, the leaders of each group quickly sent people to deliver gold coins to Chiu-Gu. Chiu-Gu was also impressed. If he had known this would happen, he would have been better off saying he was out of gold coins. In less than a minute, he had all the gold coins. He happily bought a teleporter, thinking to himself that he had done an absolutely competent job as an undercover agent. On the other side, Lin Feng was wondering whether he should send a private message to Chiu-Gu to ask if he wanted to give him a teleporter for free, but unexpectedly, the deal was completed. Huh? Didn't he run out of money? He quickly sent a message to Chiu-Gu to inquire. Raymond Lam, didn't you say you were broke? How did you manage to afford such an expensive teleportation device? Chiu-Gu, isn't it because you're so cunning? When Rinduo found out there were only 7 teleporters left, she made everyone buy them. Raymond Lam, the problem is, you don't have any money either. Chiu-Gu, later, they each lent me 10 gold coins. Raymond Lam, holy crap. Why didn't you complain about being poor earlier? Chiu-Gu, is the final battle about to begin? Raymond Lam, don't worry, the battle is about to begin. After turning off private messages, Lin Feng began to check the gold coins he had earned. After these few waves of setbacks, Lin Feng has earned a total of 1,625 gold coins. Adding the 111 gold coins he had before, he now has a total of 1,736 gold coins. Hehe, I've got the supreme VIP status. Lin Feng chuckled and looked up to see beams of teleportation appearing nearby. They're really racing against time. Lin Feng smiled slightly and sent a private message to Rinduo. Raymond Lam, I'm going to have a buffet. You guys wait here. Rinduo, Lin Feng. You bastard. Lin Feng, oh, by the way, let me tell you something. Your teleporters were all bought from my wife at a high price. I made, well, a lot of money in these last few waves. You can do the math yourself. Rinduo, what? Rinduo, Raymond Lam, you're so mean. Rinduo, I Fu-K. Raymond Lam, thanks. See you next time. Seeing that Rinduo was too angry to speak, Lin Feng casually replied with a message, closed the private message interface, paid 2 gold coins, and then teleported to the Doomsday Mall with the yacht. The 7 teams watched helplessly as the yacht disappeared again, feeling utterly devastated. This is fucking. What's the point of knitting then? I don't want to chase anymore. The team members were demoralized and increasingly depressed, while Lin Feng had already leisurely teleported to the Doomsday Mall. Number 666 seemed to know he was coming, and approached him with a smile. Mr. Lin Feng, it's only been such a short time since we last met, and you're already a VIP. Lin Feng inwardly groaned. What kind of VIP status is this? After paying off my debts and buying all the Philosopher's Stone powder capsules, I barely had any gold coins left in my pocket. Has the shopping mall/supermarket received any stock? In another hour, the supermarket will be receiving a large shipment of goods, and all the NPCs have been assigned their duties. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that the out-of-stock items would be restocked in an hour. Taking advantage of the 1-hour break, Lin Feng decided to try out the VIP buffet. Take me to the buffet. Number 666 quickly led the way, and once they sat down at the dining table, a line of glowing green subtitles immediately appeared on top of the table. VIP seats only. The bright green marker immediately attracted the attention of other players. Holy crap. So rich? If I remember correctly, a Supreme VIP needs a balance of 1,000 gold coins. Holy crap. It's Lin Feng. Players from the original 10,000 server recognized him, which puzzled the players who had just arrived from the 99.99 server. Wait, isn't Lin Feng being chased? Why is he eating here? I heard he's been on the run. He must have come here to seek refuge. Hearing these people talking, the players in Zone 10,000 were outraged. Who are you trying to insult? It's hard to say who'll be afraid of if a fight really breaks out. I heard that it was boss Lin Feng who extorted a huge sum of money from Rinduo. Blackmail. You guys don't know yet? Go check the chat channel. Lin Feng listened intently, also out of curiosity. Just as he was about to open the chat channel, he saw a message from Gu. Brother Lin Feng Gu, look at the chat channel. I've had someone leak your dirty tricks. A dirty trick. Chapter 122, going to repay the loan from the company? Lin Feng felt like Gu was scolding him. He quickly opened the chat channel, and wow, it was completely flooded with messages from players. Ha ha ha. Raymond Lam successfully outwitted the bandit leader, Duo. That guy is so ruthless. He tricked me out of over 1,000 gold coins in just a few rounds. Rinduo, you've had a tough time, but you did a great job. Who the hell leaked this information? Rinduo. The top player in District 10,000 teaches Rinduo a lesson. The entire 9999 district has lost face. Rinduo, if anyone dares to speak again, I'll kill them. Raymond Lam is awesome. The boss is awesome. Let's screw him over a few more times. A flood of messages kept coming in, and Rinduo was cursing in the comments. But unfortunately, he was outnumbered and no one paid any attention to him. TSK. He's not dead yet, but his spirit has died first. Lin Feng shook his head, watching with amusement as everyone mocked Rinduo. The previously arrogant players from Zone 9999 were now all dumbfounded, not daring to utter a sound. He turned off the chat channel, looked up to order food, and suddenly realized that everyone was staring at him. Ahem, could you please stop watching me eat? Everyone then came to their senses, turning their heads away with strange expressions, but still glancing in their direction from time to time. The main point is that Raymond Lam pulled off this job brilliantly. Not only did he walk several teams around like dogs, but he also made a fortune in the process. The players in Zone 9999 looked dejected, staring at Lin Feng, and couldn't even eat. Before long, the restaurant had seen several different groups of people come and go. Lin Feng ignored them and decided to enjoy his VIP dining experience since he had less than an hour left. After taking the menu from number 666, Lin Feng glanced at it and was surprised to find that there were only 5 choices. Why are there only 5 dishes? The VIP menu always features 5 randomly selected main dishes. Of course, the premium VIP menu also allows customers to order from other dishes. Lin Feng waved his hand and said without looking closely, "Bring one of each of these 5 dishes." "Okay, please wait a moment." A moment later, another NPC came over pushing a food cart. Then, he brought up the food from the food cart one by one. The players next to them stared wide-eyed. "Holy crap! What's that? Dompa pork? My goodness, the famous dish, boiled cabbage and clear broth. And what about Wensi tofu? My mouth is watering. That tastes like durian cheese pizza. My god, there's even a jar of Daughter's red wine." Lin Feng was stunned when the NPC placed the jar of Daughter's red wine on the table. He hadn't looked at the menu carefully and hadn't expected to order such a large jar of yellow wine. Song Xinling glanced at Lin Feng. "You drink it yourself. I want to order a bubble tea." As she spoke, the girl took a premium VIP menu from the NPC and ordered a milk tea. Lin Feng glanced at the jar of Daughter's red wine in front of him and frowned. "This whole jar. I'm going to black out from drinking it all." Half an hour later, Lin Feng, his face flushed, staggered out of the buffet restaurant. Song Xinling supported him with a worried expression. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Come on, let's go pay back the loan from the company." It's to pay back the loan company. They're all the same." After wandering around, Lin Feng arrived at the loan company in the leisure area. The NPC was stunned when he saw Lin Feng. "Are you here to return the money?" "Yes. I'll pay back the money." "That was way too fast. Settle the accounts quickly." "Okay, I'll settle the accounts right away." The NPC counted on his fingers for a long time before finally saying, "The principal was 875 gold coins, plus 1 day's interest, totaling 963 gold coins." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard this. "Wrong. Huh? I didn't miscalculate. Lin Feng counted on his fingers for a long time before finally nodding firmly. It should be 962.5 gold coins. You overcharged me by 0.5 gold coins. Huh. The NPCs behind the counter were dumbfounded. He explained to Lin Feng, we calculate the extra amount as a whole number. No way. You're defrauding customers. No. But that's just how the rules are set. And besides, there's no 0.5 gold coin denomination. Lin Feng swayed and leaned forward, pressing his face directly against the bulletproof glass. He took out 963 gold coins from his backpack, stuffed them into the window, and then stared intently at the other person. I don't care about anything else. Just get me the money. The NPC could tell that Lin Feng was just drunk and picking a fight with him. Anyway, he had the money, so he didn't care. Sorry, we don't give change. With a cold laugh, the NPC picked up a large pile of gold coins and prepared to leave, but as soon as he turned around, he heard a piercing sound. Sizzle. When they turned around abruptly, the NPC was dumbfounded. Suddenly, Lin Feng produced a small dagger, and even more strangely, the dagger cut a large hole in the hard bulletproof glass. A powerful magic blade. As soon as Lin Feng finished cutting, the powerful magic blade suddenly disappeared. The next moment, with a bang, the cut glass was pushed over by Lin Feng. Give change. This. Quickly, give me the money. No. You're being unreasonable. If you don't give me change, I'll beat you up. Upon hearing this, the NPC paused for a moment, then smiled. In the Doomsday Shop, players are not allowed to harm NPCs. All damage will be reflected back to the player. The NPC puffed out his chest and smiled slightly. You're coming? Seeing this, Song Xinling quickly pulled Lin Feng aside. You can't hurt NPCs here. Don't go on a drunken rampage. I wasn't drunk. Lin Feng swayed unsteadily, pointed at a chair to the side, and said fiercely, You think I can't hurt you? Holy crap. You're already this drunk, so don't try to be a hero. The NPC sneered with disdain, then ran to the spot Lin Feng was pointing at, waiting for him to make his move. But Lin Feng didn't make a move. Instead, he took out the NPC dress from his backpack and hurriedly put it on. Holy crap. How come you have a formal dress? Let's talk some more. Upon seeing Raymond Lam don the formal attire, the NPC's face turned pale. He knew the formal attire quite well. Players wearing formal attire would be identified as NPCs by the system. Players cannot harm NPCs, but NPCs can. Lin Feng sauntered over and headed straight for the chair. The NPC turned ashen with fear and kept begging for mercy. Mr. Lin Feng, there's been a misunderstanding. Please don't get agitated. He initially thought Lin Feng was just drunk and seeing things, which was why he went for the chair. But to his surprise, he picked up the chair and hoisted it onto his shoulder. I heard this chair can be used for fighting. I tried it last time, and it worked pretty well. Don't. No. I'm giving you your change. Please don't touch me. Chapter 123, he was indeed drunk. The NPC was genuinely terrified. He kept wiping his sweat, completely at a loss for what to do. In this game world, there is no such thing as a 0.5 gold coin. How am I supposed to give Lin Feng change? Before he could come up with a solution, he suddenly saw Lin Feng carrying a chair and staggering over. Upon seeing this, the NPC took off running, but the room was only so big, and he was chased around in circles by Lin Feng, almost getting hit on the head several times. Lin Feng chased after him, yelling, Give me the money. Get the money right now. Stop hitting me, or I'll refund you 1 gold coin. Ouch. The NPC had just said he'd refund 1 gold coin when a chair smacked him on the head, causing him to scream in pain and run for his life. Give change. This. Get the money, you bastard. I'll refund all the interest, okay? Give change. The NPC was almost in tears. He ran frantically, begging for mercy, and was hit on the head a few more times. He screamed, This is all I can give you. You can't expect me to return all my principal, can you? I'd be locked up in jail if I did. Then why the hell don't you pay me back the interest? You shouldn't chase after them. Lin Feng stopped, swaying slightly, and threw the chair to the ground. Give me back the interest. This? Aren't you going to pay me back? I'll return it right away. The NPC, with a pained expression, stared warily at the chair in Lin Feng's hand, and pushed a small pile of gold coins in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled and counted. There were 88 gold coins in total, just right. That's fair. I am the most fair-minded person. I'll come again next time. The NPC turned green with fright upon hearing this. No, please don't come. Lin Feng squinted. You think I won't pay you back? No, no, no. Lin Feng nodded, turned to leave, then suddenly paused, turned back and asked, I've already paid back the money. Will they take any supplies from my yacht? No, no, no. I'll pretend you never came to borrow it. Hearing this, Lin Feng put down his chair with relief and swayed as he pulled Song Xinling out. But as soon as he stepped out of the lounge area, Lin Feng stopped swaying as he walked. The girl was slightly taken aback and looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Were you pretending to be drunk just now? Lin Feng shook his head. Not really. I was only a little drunk, and I was putting on a show for 9 parts of it. Drama queen. Lin Feng chuckled. This saves me 88 gold coins. Why don't you ask for your principal back? What do you know? If he pays back the principal, he can pretend I never borrowed money. But if he doesn't pay back the principal, our yacht might be confiscated to pay off the debt. Song Xinling nodded and exclaimed, You've really planned this out meticulously. Lin Feng assumed the girl was praising him, and happily dragged her into the shopping mall supermarket. He arrived at just the right time. The supermarket started restocking just as he pushed his shopping cart in. Lin Feng saw an NPC pushing a cart as he walked over. The cart was neatly stacked with Philosopher's Stone powder capsules. I ran over and snatched the cart. Hey, what are you doing? Take a break. I'll take care of all of this. What? Before the NPC could react, Lin Feng pushed the cart straight to the checkout counter. Players who were waiting on the shelves to buy capsules were stunned when they saw Lin Feng push capsules that hadn't even been put on the shelves to the checkout counter. Holy crap! This is possible. He paid for everything? I came here for nothing today. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Feng had already started paying the bill. The NPC at the checkout counter twitched his lips and said to Lin Feng, a total of 150 Philosopher's Stone powder capsules, totaling 750 gold coins. Lin Feng nodded. Although he only needed 120 capsules, 30 more wouldn't hurt. The longer the blue bar, the better. For you. Lin Feng tossed over 750 gold coins, leaving him with only 111 gold coins. I feel like I'm on the verge of bankruptcy. Boss, you're about to go bankrupt, and you're not leaving us a single one. Lin Feng turned around and saw a player staring longingly at his Philosopher's Stone powder capsule. Come back and buy it tomorrow. Without looking back, Lin Feng left with a large pile of capsules. But after he left the supermarket, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he pulled Song Xinling into the self-service restaurant. The girl stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. Didn't you just finish eating? It's time to take your medicine. He sat down, piled 150 Philosopher's Stone powder capsules on the table, and began to unpack and take the pills. This left the other players completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! Is Raymond Lam going to commit suicide by overdosing on medication? Are you stupid? Those are Philosopher's Stone powder capsules. Holy crap! My friend messaged me saying they were queuing up to buy medicine when a big shot snatched it all up. He bought an entire cartload of 150 capsules. It's time to let those players in server 9999 witness the power of us big shots, a power monopoly. Judging from his demeanor, he doesn't seem to be trying to inflate prices. It looks like he's planning to eat it all up. Holy crap! He ate all 150 of them. That's incredibly extravagant. That's a super long blue bar. While everyone was talking, Lin Feng was stuffing capsules into his stomach one by one. He was already full, and when he stuffed more capsules into his stomach quickly became bloated. Belch. I feel like I could eat this stuff. Belch. I miscalculated. I should have known better than to eat so much. Belch. How many are left? Song Xinling said weakly. You just ate 30. Belch. What? There are still 110 left to eat. The girl nodded sympathetically, clenching her little fists tightly. Go for it. Belch. Or, let Renduo and the others wait a little longer. 15 minutes later, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng finished all the Philosopher's Stone powder capsules. His mental strength had reached 280 points, but the price he paid was that he could no longer sustain it. When he was taking the last dozen or so capsules, Lin Feng stood up while holding his stomach. While onlookers watched with envy, he endured the pain with a pained expression. Finally, like a pregnant woman, Lin Feng was helped out of the buffet restaurant by Song Xinling and slowly moved outside. In the small square of the mall, when the crowd saw Lin Feng, they whispered among themselves in confusion. What's wrong with the boss? I don't know. Maybe I ate some special substance that can help me get pregnant. What? Men can get pregnant too. Hearing the comments from others, Lin Feng felt like crying, but had no energy left to explain. With the slightest effort, I felt like my stomach was about to burst. Are you sure you can fight Rinduo like this? Lin Feng felt that the question raised by Song Xinling was worth considering, and he nodded. I'll send a private message and ask Rinduo to wait for me a bit. Chapter 124 I'm stuffed. Wait for me a bit. Lin Feng opened his private messages and sent a message to Rinduo. Raymond Lam, sorry, I ate too much. Please wait for me a moment. Rinduo Lin Feng. You. Raymond Lam, I really ate too much. I can't move at all, but don't worry, I'll come find you after I've digested it. Rinduo, are you fucking messing with me? Raymond Lam, how can you be so distrustful? Rinduo, holy crap. You're talking to me about trust. Rinduo was so angry he was speechless. He just couldn't believe that this guy could push himself to the point of being unable to move. They're definitely up to some dirty trick again. He immediately notified the entire team, urging everyone to be on high alert and on guard to prevent Lin Feng from suddenly attacking them. However, 10 minutes passed, half an hour passed, and 2 hours passed, but there was still no movement on the sea. The team leaders all looked at Rinduo expectantly, each of them having their own doubts. Where are they? Wasn't it said that Raymond Lam was going to launch a sneak attack? It's been almost 3 hours. Is this bastard hiding in the Doomsday Mall and not planning to come out? Seeing that everyone was getting tired of waiting, Rinduo reluctantly sent a message to Lin Feng. Rinduo Lin Feng. What the hell are you playing at? No reply. Rinduo, hurry up and reply to my message. There has still been no reply. Rinduo, are you fucking dead? There has still been no reply. Rinduo was speechless. Now that none of them had a teleporter, they couldn't go anywhere, and they couldn't fight inside the Doomsday Mall. This is fucking. I've never fought such a drawn-out battle before. He was feeling down when a private message popped up. Lin Feng, sorry, I just took a nap in the mall, and I'm still too full to move. Please wait a little longer. Rinduo, you. Raymond Lam, how about you guys take a nap too? Rinduo, you bastard. You think you can trick me into lowering my guard and launching a sneak attack? No way. Raymond Lam, look at you. There's absolutely no trust in him. Rinduo, don't you dare mention the word trust. Frustrated, Rinduo turned off the chat channel and looked up at the sky. The sun was already beginning to set. In a few more hours, it will be dark. Lin Feng is too cunning. Is he planning to launch a sneak attack under the cover of night? In that case, shall we take a rest first? No way. This kid is too cunning. He might be deliberately trying to lure me in so he can attack while I'm resting. Damn it, when are they coming? Guorong rode over on a raft and asked Rinduo, how much longer do we have to wait? Rinduo snapped irritably. Tell them to be on high alert and ready to fight at any moment. But everyone has been waiting for hours. If this continues, my men will be exhausted. Keep your eyes peeled, or you'll get ambushed. Keep your eyes wide open and watch out. Okay, I'll notify the others right away. Guorong was also frustrated. He had originally planned to make a fortune by following Rinduo, but after a whole day of trouble, he had been swindled out of several hundred gold coins by Lin Feng without even getting a scratch. Ugh, this is so damn frustrating. While Rinduo was on high alert, Lin Feng was sleeping with his stomach in his hand. Song Xinling stood to the side, staring at Lin Feng, utterly bored. One of them was upset, and the other was frustrated, while the players next to them were incredibly excited. Look, Boss Lin Feng is sleeping. What's so interesting about sleeping? No, I saw him walking like a pregnant woman before. Is he about to give birth now? Holy crap, this is breaking news. Whose child is it? I don't think it's Song Xinling's. No way, are you guys stupid? How can a man get pregnant? Who knows? There might be special items that can get men pregnant. That makes sense. That makes sense. Nothing is impossible here. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder and louder, making Song Xinling's face turn pale. Shut up, all of you. The girls' shouts silenced everyone, but their curious eyes kept glancing in their direction. A moment later, some players who knew the inside story finally came over, and after hearing everyone's gossip, they shook their heads speechlessly. Stop making wild guesses, everyone. The big boss is just bored and has nothing better to do. Holy crap! You insulted a big shot? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? He's really stuffed. He ate 150 Philosopher's Stone powder capsules in one go. Why don't you try it? Holy crap! 150. No wonder we were out of stock again today. Turns out the big shots ate them all. Damn it. I want to eat this too. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a little better in his stomach. He got up and saw that everyone was staring at him with envy and jealousy. Stop it! Stop it! What are you all looking at? He turned around, looked at Song Xinling, and said, I feel like it's almost completely digested. 5 hours have passed. Huh? It's been that long. The girl nodded helplessly and asked, Shall we go back now? Go back. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly saw 7 or 8 NPCs rushing towards the Doomsday Mall. Out of curiosity, he pulled someone over and asked, What happened to the mall? Upon seeing that it was a high-level VIP, the other party nodded and said, We're going to capture number 666. Huh? He got into trouble. He stole 009's old dress and gave it to Raymond Lam. Hey, you're Raymond Lam. The NPC then realized that the player ID on the other end was Lin Feng, and said in a terrified voice, Mr. Lin Feng, I'm busy. I'll be leaving now. The NPC disappeared in a flash. Such a rude attitude. Wouldn't it kill you to say something nice to me? Song Xinling nodded meaningfully. He could be locked up in jail. Cough cough. That's not how you finish someone off. After thinking for a moment, Song Xinling said, I reckon we've already been listed by all the NPCs. Huh. An NPC killer, an NPC prison courier. It really is true. Lin Feng felt that he might never be able to make any more NPC friends, so he had to cherish number 008. While thinking, Lin Feng chose to teleport. But as soon as the teleportation beam appeared, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Holy crap! I forgot to deliver food to number 008. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. The next moment, Lin Feng and his yacht appeared in the same sea area. In the instant the white light flashed, dozens of rafts in the distance simultaneously erupted in excited cheers. Holy crap! Lin Feng. Damn it! He finally showed up. Get the hell ready. Let's fight. Everyone was in high spirits, except for Qin Tao, who looked depressed. Damn it, I've used up all my mental energy. Where is chapter 125? Everyone charge. At Rindwood's command, all the rafts sped toward the yacht. Looking around, Lin Feng saw dozens of rafts rushing forward at high speed, surrounding him from all directions. At this rate, he would be surrounded and trapped like dumplings. However, it's not a big problem. Lin Feng took out 2 of his most treasured biological weapons and ordered Idiot Number 2 to drive the yacht and speed towards Rindwood's team. This move stunned the entire team. Holy crap! Lin Feng is courting death. Starting a war is suicide? It seems the battle will have to end sooner than expected. As everyone was discussing this, they suddenly saw Lin Feng's yacht launch something. Holy crap! What's that? Boots. Bang! A boot landed on Rindwood's raft, immediately emitting a foul stench. In an instant, the 5 or 6 players on the raft were all rendered unable to fight. What the hell is this thing? It stinks like hell. Rinduo was speechless. He didn't expect Lin Feng to start off with such a dirty joke. But he smiled slightly, took out a bunch of masks, and tossed them to his subordinates. Put on your masks and fire. His subordinates quickly grabbed the masks, put them on, and instantly regained their fighting spirit. This scene left Raymond Lam completely stunned. Holy crap! How come everyone knows to bring masks? He packed away the lazy sailor's laundry basket, thinking that poison gas wouldn't be enough to deal with them, so he would switch to mosquitoes. He had just finished preparing the mosquitoes when he heard a series of loud bangs. Looking up, he saw that the catapult opposite him was firing a string of stones. Get into the cabin quickly. Lin Feng pulled Song Xinling into the cabin, where they heard a series of loud crashes coming from the yacht, which cracked the cabin roof. Looking outside, he saw that he was less than 100 meters away from the team opposite him, and they would be close in a dozen seconds. Haha, you hurt me, I'll cripple you. At that moment, Lin Feng took out a magic frost bomb and threw it to Song Xinling. Here you go. I'll tell you when to throw it. Throw this thing onto the raft on the other side. Should we throw it onto Rin Duoduo's raft? No need. It can be thrown onto any raft. As they spoke, the two rafts drew closer. The pirates on the other side had already prepared their weapons, planning to jump onto the yacht and kill Lin Feng as soon as the two sides got close. This moment will arrive soon. Lin Feng's yacht whizzed past a raft, and instantly, the three players jumped onto the yacht together. But just then, Lin Feng shouted, "Throw it." Without hesitation, Song Xinling threw the magic frost bomb at the raft. Boom. A loud explosion. Instantly, a chill swept out from the center of the explosion. Song Xinling had planned to throw out a bomb, and then smash the three players away with a single hammer blow, but suddenly, the hammer missed its target. Looking back, the three players were slowly jumping onto the yacht, but they were too slow. By the time they landed, the yacht had already sped away, splashing water everywhere. Thump, thump, thump. What the hell is going on? It seems like we've been slowed down. This is fucking. The three looked to the side and saw that not only they, but all the rafts nearby had slowed down. Holy crap. Turn around and chase them right now. We can't catch up. What is Raymond Lamb doing? Holy crap. A mosquito. When Rinduoduo's team encountered a 50% slowdown, Lin Feng immediately opened a box containing 1 million mosquitoes at the back of the yacht. Instantly, a huge swarm of mosquitoes flew out of the box. That wasn't all. Lin Feng then opened the second box, and the 2 million mosquitoes that flew out buzzed and chased after living people. The mosquitoes would bite the players as soon as they saw them, causing them to run away with their heads covered. But they could run just as fast as they walked, so they couldn't escape at all. That's so damn mean. There's no way to dodge this. What to do? What to do? Hearing the screams of the crowd, Rinduoduo's face turned black with anger. After releasing poison gas, they released slowing gas, and after releasing slowing gas, they released mosquitoes. Is there a more disgusting way to fight than this? Just as he was about to swear, he felt something get into his throat, making him cough. Cough, cough. Damn mosquitoes. Scatter. Scatter the fuck now. Upon receiving the order, everyone steered their rafts away, but the rafts could only reach 50% of their original speed, which was far from enough to shake off the swarm of nasty mosquitoes. Rinduoduo is getting anxious. Damn it, I'll kill you right now. The next moment, Rinduoduo unleashed his skills. Use Divine Shield Teleport. Divine Shield Teleportation does not provide an attack power bonus, but it allows you to instantly teleport to any location and remain unharmed for 10 minutes. This move is a defensive teleportation technique. The real damage comes from the short-barreled shotgun in his hand. This thing has a short range, but enormous power. I've never seen anyone withstand a close-range shot from it. He gave a cold laugh, instantly turning into a wisp of smoke, and the next moment, he appeared on Lin Feng's yacht. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng also kept a dog. As soon as he appeared, the husky bit his calf. You damn dog. Rinduoduo raised her gun to shoot, but remembering that she had limited bullets, she endured the pain, kicked hard, and threw arrow away. But in that instant, Lin Feng and Song Xinling rushed over. Rinduoduo sneered and rushed towards Lin Feng, ready to pull the trigger. But before he could get there, Song Xinling swung a sledgehammer and shouted, "A 1,000-ton inflatable hammer." The inflatable hammer instantly unleashed a 1,000-ton weight of damage, and Rinduoduo felt a jolt as he was sent flying. Holy crap. Rinduoduo is still within the skill's duration and has not suffered any actual damage, but she still suffers physical effects when attacked. He cursed all the way as he flew into the air, where he saw his team members bitten by mosquitoes until they were unrecognizable, before finally landing on the distant sea. With a thud, a high spray of water erupted from the sea. This series of bizarre moves left the other teams completely dumbfounded. Who was that person who got thrown out? It seems to be Duo. What? He got thrown out? How could he possibly survive? That was so damn exciting. Everyone was shocked and speechless, but several regimental commanders received Duo's distress message. Duo, come pick me up quickly, I'm way too far away. Guorong looked out at the distant sea and replied with a blank expression. Guorong, the problem is, I can't see you. Duo, don't you have a telescope? Guorong, holy crap. That's way too damn far. Duo, stop dawdling. Send someone to pick me up right now. Guorong, I'll arrange it right away. Guorong turned and ordered his men. Quickly, go and bring Duo back. The subordinate looked at the direction Guorong was pointing, completely bewildered. Where is it? Chapter 126, Keep your distance. Guorong sent someone to pick up Duo, and then used binoculars to look at Lin Feng's yacht, only to find that Lin Feng's yacht was actually heading straight for his team. Holy crap. We can't confront him head on. This kid is too cunning. Retreat. Fight while retreating. At his command, the team's rafts immediately turned around to avoid Lin Feng's yacht. Guorong had thought that the other teams could draw fire from the front, but to his surprise, these guys were all as clever as monkeys and quickly distanced themselves from the yacht. What the hell? Who's chasing whom? Guorong couldn't help but open his private messages and start ranting. Guorong and Chu Hang, why did you both step down? Chu Hang, aren't you retreating too? Guorong, you guys are all so cunning, huh? If everyone's withdrawing, who's going to hold the front? Chu Hang, find a small team to lead the charge. Who should replace Guorong? Chu Hang, let Xiaogu go. Their team still owes us dozens of gold coins. Letting him go is perfectly fine. Guorong, let Xiaogu hold the line in front. We'll attack from range. Chu Hang, just do it. Smash it until Lin Feng is dead. After the two reached an agreement, Xiaogu received a message from Guorong a short while later. He took a closer look and was instantly dumbfounded. Damn it. Did they find out I was sent undercover as cannon fodder? Frustrated, he opened Lin Feng's private messages and sent a message. Boss Xiaogu, they want me to be at the front and draw their fire. Raymond Lam, are you stupid? Why do you listen to them? Just pretend you didn't see the message and run away. Is it really that simple? Raymond Lam, if you don't run, I'm going to crash into you. Xiaogu looked up and realized that Lin Feng's yacht was rushing towards him. If the two sides encounter each other, failing to open fire will immediately expose their weakness. Withdraw. Retreat at top speed. Retreat to the very back. Upon hearing this, his men all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned and fled. In less than a minute, Xiao Ji's team caught up with the other teams. Next, Xiao Ji's private messages were flooded with messages, one after another, popping up non-stop. Guorong, why did you withdraw? Chen Tao, didn't you hear me tell you to stand at the front? Chu Hang, get back to the front. Guorong, get the hell back here. Chu Hang, you think I won't shoot you? Xiaogu stared at the messages popping up in front of him, gritting his teeth in hatred. These cowards, knowing that Lin Feng was powerful, were trying to find someone to take the fall for them. They were utterly despicable. Damn it. Once I reveal my identity, you'll be sorry. He turned to his men and said, keep accelerating. Get to the very back as fast as you can. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaogu retreated to the very back of all the teams. Guorong stared at Xiao Ji's team with frustration, really wanting to wipe them out. But internal strife will only make the situation worse. Damn it, forget about him, let's fight. At this moment, Lin Feng's yacht had entered firing range, and the regimental commanders discussed and opened fire together. Instantly, a series of stones shot towards Lin Feng's yacht, interspersed with dozens of spears. Lin Feng was frustrated. These guys were focusing their firepower too much, and he couldn't get close at all. Idiot number 2, turn around and retreat. Yes, sir. Idiot number 2 adjusted its direction. The yacht turned a corner and began to retreat. But when Lin Feng looked back, he saw that these cowards were chasing after him, but they were still maintaining their maximum firing range. Lin Feng was a little frustrated. At this rate, how long would this battle last? As darkness was approaching, Lin Feng stared at the teams opposite him, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. Idiot number 2, keep holding them off. Lin Feng pulled Song Xinling into the cabin, then glanced at the husky and pulled it over. The quantity is just right. Song Xinling asked in confusion. What do you mean? Just right. That's perfect. 1 bottle each for the 3 of us. With that, Lin Feng took out 3 bottles of erguo, a type of Chinese liquor. Come on, the battle is imminent. Let's down this. Oh whoa. Lin Feng pulled the husky over, opened a bottle of erguo, a type of Chinese liquor, and shoved the liquor into the dog's mouth. Glug glug glug. In less than 10 seconds, a bottle of erguo, a type of Chinese liquor, was forcibly poured into the husky's stomach. Then, the husky went berserk. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Rest for a bit. I'll call you later. Woof 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 woof. Lin Feng ignored it, opened another bottle of erguo, and gulped it down his throat. After finishing the wine, his face turned bright red. Song Xinling stared blankly at Lin Feng. Are you alright? Lin Feng shook his head. I'm fine. I just always feel like acting crazy when I'm drunk. It's your turn. Swaying unsteadily, Lin Feng opened the 3rd bottle of erguo, a type of Chinese liquor, and handed it directly to Song Xinling, saying, to get drunk and cause trouble, bottoms up. This. The girl looked at Lin Feng, then at erguo, and nodded vigorously. Then I'll give it a try. To activate the effect of her drunken rampage, Song Xinling picked up a bottle of erguo, a type of Chinese liquor, and poured it into her mouth. Raymond Lam exclaimed, Great. That was really satisfying. Glug glug glug. Thump. Huh. Lin Feng was about to praise her a few more times when the girl suddenly closed her eyes and collapsed. Miscalculation. Miscalculation. How come he passed out drunk before he even started causing trouble? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, peeked outside, and saw that it was already completely dark. It's time to set off. He grabbed the barking husky and led it towards the catapult. Hey, I'm going to shoot you out of the water and send you into the sea. You swim towards the nearest raft and bite whoever you catch. Bite them to death. Oh whoa. The husky was stunned for a moment, with a bad feeling, but the next moment, Lin Feng pressed him down onto the catapult's big iron ladle. Woof 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 woof. The husky tried to resist, but as soon as Lin Feng let go, it flew away. He originally planned to throw Song Xinling over there too, but the problem was, the girl got drunk. Women really have a low alcohol tolerance. Who are you calling a poor drinker? Huh. Lin Feng turned around and saw Song Xinling carrying a large sledgehammer. Her face was flushed, and she walked with a swaying gait, as if she couldn't stand steadily. But the girl just wobbled over and actually sat down right on the catapult's big iron ladle. Aerial trapeze. Hee hee. My turn. Seeing this, Lin Feng sobered up considerably. Holy crap, you're way too forward. Aren't we supposed to shoot it? Hurry up. It feels so exciting. Song Xinling sat on the large iron ladle, crossed her legs, and played with the inflatable hammer in her hand, as if she were experiencing a new attraction at an amusement park. Hurry up. Hold on tight. Lin Feng tightened the rope, and the next moment, he used the tortoise-shell master's ninjutsu to create a shield for Song Xinling. The girl stared at the translucent white shield, blinking in confusion. Huh? A swimming ring? Are you drunk, or are you out of your mind? Chapter 127. Hurry. Launch quickly. Quickly. Launch it. Before Lin Feng could react, Song Xinling pushed him away. In an instant, the rope slipped from her grasp, and the large iron ladle was thrown violently. Song Xinling flew in an arc towards the enemy's raft. Great! That was so exciting. Thump. The consequence of not aiming properly was that Song Xinling fell directly into the sea. Lin Feng blinked in astonishment. He hadn't even started acting crazy yet, but Song Xinling's behavior had completely sobered him up. Greedy ghost, you can swim over to your own target. Eat as much as you want if it's not one of your own. Buzz, I understand. On the other side, 5 teams of players were harassing Lin Feng from a distance, when suddenly a large dog flew in from midair. Then, they watched helplessly as the big dog fell into the sea. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, they suddenly heard a girl scream. Looking up, he saw a girl carrying a large sledgehammer flying over from Lin Feng's yacht. Holy crap! Is this how Lin Feng operates his catapults? He's Song Xinling, the one who swindled us out of several hundred gold coins. Catch her quickly. Holy crap! That's beautiful. They caught her alive. The group rushed over in their rafts, all incredibly excited. But as the first raft approached Song Xinling, the people on the raft suddenly saw the girl and swung a hammer at her. This is ridiculous. Does she want to smash the raft? Everyone stared at her like she was a fool as she swung the hammer and smashed it down in front of the raft. 100 no, a 1,000-ton inflatable hammer. Boom. With a loud bang, the front of the raft was instantly smashed to pieces, and the players on the raft were all thrown into the air. Before one of the unlucky ones could even land, the husky pounced on him and bit him hard. My brother. The man screamed in agony, his whole body convulsing in pain. When the others saw this, their faces turned green with fright. Before they even landed in midair, they all ran to the side as fast as they could. But the husky went crazy, paddling wildly in the ocean, biting any player it caught, and not letting go easily. In a daze, Song Xinling unleashed a magic skill, swung her hammer, and sent the player who was being bitten by the husky flying before he could break free. What the hell? Is this woman crazy? It was her. It must have been her who knocked Ren Duo flying. Retreat. Retreat. Seeing the man and dog acting so ferociously, the players on the nearby raft quickly turned around, but the raft suddenly stopped moving. Holy crap! Out of fuel. The group turned around and were instantly dumbfounded. Suddenly, the husky jumped onto the raft and started munching on their gluttonous generator. Holy crap! Kill it quickly. Damn! This thing bites everything. One by one, everyone picked up their weapons and was about to rush over, but the husky was too fierce, barking wildly and biting whatever it could grab. One player lost his grip on the spear, and the spearhead was bitten off by the husky. Holy crap! Does it have metal teeth? Woof 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 woof. The husky pounced and bit the player's penis, killing him instantly with a scream. Damn! This dog is so damn mean. Does Lin Feng keep all the things he like? Run the hell out. Song Xinling is coming. Everyone looked back and saw that Song Xinling had already climbed onto the raft and was rushing over with a sledgehammer in her hand. Without hesitation, everyone jumped into the sea, risking their lives. Upon seeing this, Guorong immediately ordered all his teams to come and provide support, but before the other rafts could get close, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. In the darkness of night, a green light slowly rose from the sea. Upon closer inspection, everyone was terrified. What the hell? What the hell is this? Holy crap! A ghost this big. This thing was also raised by Lin Feng. Before anyone could react, the gluttonous ghost stretched out a large hand, grabbed a fleeing player, and tossed him into the air. The player let out a scream and fell directly into the gluttonous ghost's huge mouth. Crackling and crackling. The sound of chewing on a living person sent chills down everyone's spines, and they were all dumbfounded. But at that very moment, Guorong made his move. He first sent Chu Heng a private message. Guorong, my skills are immune to ghosts. Go take care of Song Xinling and that mad dog first. We'll be counting on you to take down Lin Feng later. Chu Heng, once you make your move, we'll have no backup plan. Guorong and Ren Duo are still alive. Chu Heng has already used his skills. He's completely ineffective in combat for the time being. Guorong, do you think Ren Duo dominated District 9999 on his own? He only got into trouble when the mastermind behind him came out. Chu Heng, what? I don't understand. Guorong didn't reply to the message. Instead, he directly used a magic skill. Instantly, a burst of eerie light erupted around him, and he transformed into a ghost, floating directly next to Song Xinling. When Song Xinling saw him coming, she swung her sledgehammer and smashed it down. With a bang, Guorong turned into a ball of ghostly light and returned to his original state in less than a second. Don't bother, physical attacks are ineffective against me. Song Xinling's expression tightened, and she swung the sledgehammer to attack again, but her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Guorong, making her completely unable to move. The shield on her body had not disappeared, but it was completely unable to stop Guorong's actions. At this moment, the husky pounced, but was kicked away by Guorong. The only thing that could potentially harm him, the gluttonous ghost, seemed oblivious to Guorong, preoccupied only with devouring the fleeing player. With a cold laugh, Guorong was about to grab the girl by the throat and strangle her to death. However, Despite his lack of hesitation, he was still outmaneuvered by Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was holding binoculars, keeping a close eye on Guorong's movements. Finally, one of them came out. He popped a power pill into his mouth and felt a sudden burst of immense strength in his body. He took out a heavy spear from his backpack, but Lin Feng felt that the spear was as light as a fly swatter. I can't bear to part with my wife, and I can't get your skills, so here I come. In an instant, Lin Feng unleashed the assassin's shadow of the mist. A cloud of white mist rose around him, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Guorong. Lin Feng, yes, it's your grandfather. Before Guorong could react, Lin Feng stabbed him in the chest with a spear. Guorong's body immediately turned into a ball of green light, and in less than a second, it reassembled. Physical attacks? You can't hurt me. Yeah. Lin Feng suddenly stabbed him again with his spear, but Guorong didn't care. He turned into a ball of green light and continued to mock him. Your skill duration is short, but mine is very long. Lin Feng completely ignored him and kept poking him. Guorong's spirit was almost unable to recover and was constantly being scattered by Lin Feng. Are you stupid? Are we just going to keep fighting until the skill's duration ends? I have plenty of patience. Take your time. Guorong was still feeling smug when he suddenly received a notification message. The opponent's skill effect, one-hit kill, has been activated. What? Upon seeing this notification, Guorong was instantly stunned. Holy crap! It actually works? Chapter 128. Did I come to the wrong game? Guorong realized he had been careless. He still wanted to escape, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. With a loud bang, he exploded instantly, turning into more than a dozen ghostly fragments. Lin Feng was stunned. Holy crap! Players can drop ghost fragments after they die. Skill duration expired. Looking up, Lin Feng saw a player on the other side using a skill, so he rushed over. Taking one down, this was worth it. He grabbed Song Xinling and Era, transformed into a wisp of white mist, and instantly teleported onto the yacht. Chu Hang drove the raft over, but Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen, and even Song Xinling and the husky were gone. Holy crap! Where did they all go? He looked down and saw several fragments of a ghost floating on the sea, and was stunned. Guorong, you died before you even fought back? The next moment, he realized a problem. Guorong isn't afraid of ghosts, but he can't. Looking back, he saw the mountain-sized ghost slowly approaching him. Holy crap! Turn around. Turn around now. Upon hearing this, his subordinates immediately changed direction, and Chu Hang drove the raft at breakneck speed, with the gluttonous ghost chasing after him step by step. Clearly, the gluttonous ghost was not full. Lin Feng sat on the yacht, thinking he would rest for a while and watch the show, but the next moment, he lost his composure. Suddenly, a white beam of light appeared behind those teams in our field of vision. It's obvious that other teams have teleported over. He was initially worried that he couldn't see clearly, but when the white light dissipated, a white ball of light appeared in his field of vision. The Olympic Flame Platform? Oh no. Lin Feng had used the Sacred Flame Platform before and was quite familiar with its light. Even a powerful gluttonous ghost might not be able to withstand the scorching light. Idiot number 2. Go and meet Ghost. Yes, sir. Under the control of the mentally challenged number 2, the yacht sped towards the gluttonous ghost. At this moment, Lin Feng, using the light from the sacred fire platform opposite, saw the enemy's raft. This guy's tough. Seeing Lin Feng's solemn expression, Song Xinling took a look through the binoculars and was instantly stunned. That thing, is it a raft? In view, the 5 rafts were already taking the shape of iron ships, gleaming with a metallic luster from top to bottom, and behind the heavy metal armor plates, heavy gun emplacements were erected. When she saw the gun emplacement, Song Xinling even rubbed her eyes in surprise. The enemy actually has artillery emplacements. Lin Feng nodded. This is going to be difficult. No matter how strong our side is, we can't fight cannons head-on with catapults, especially since the other side has 5 cannons. The team's raft sped forward, breaking through the other teams and heading straight for Lin Feng. Lin Feng finally caught up with the gluttonous ghost and immediately shouted, "Gluttonous ghost, come back quickly and dive into the sea." Sizzle. I'm still not full. Eat my head. Are you out of your mind? Sizzle. Get down. I'm getting down right now. The gluttonous ghost gradually sank, and at this moment, the raft opposite was less than 200 meters away. Instantly, Lin Feng heard a cannon blast. Boom. 5 cannons on the other side fired simultaneously, and the shells came crashing down instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The shells hit the yacht, smashing several large holes in the metal deck. Lin Feng was speechless. It was clear that he was being completely dominated by the opponent. Damn it. Moron 2. He's running away on a yacht. Yes, sir. The mentally challenged number 2 quickly turned around, but the enemy launched another volley of fire in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng's yacht suddenly had several large holes, and through the holes, he could see the rolling waves. This is fucking. Hurry up. Finally, the yacht turned around, and Lin Feng saw that the other party was chasing closely, so he took out another magic frost bomb and stuffed it into the catapult's large iron ladle. Bang! As soon as Lin Feng loosened the rope, the magic frost bomb shot directly behind him. With a loud bang, a burst of icy cold air erupted, and the speed of the 5 rafts opposite them decreased sharply. Lin Feng thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but to his surprise, the other party wasn't moving at full speed just now. Their speed gradually increased again. Who the hell is this? Lin Feng was wondering when he suddenly received a private message. Rinshio Hai, give up resistance, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw the name. Raymond Lam, are you Rin Duoduo's brother? Rinshio Hai, I'm his father. You're in big trouble. Lin Feng, holy crap. You're the strongest player in server 9999, right? Rinshio Hai said he would settle the matter himself, but I'm supposed to do it myself? Lin Feng thought for a moment, and then replied to the message. Raymond Lam, how is your son? How badly is he injured? Does he need an urn? Rinshio Hai, Lin Feng. You son of a bitch. Raymond Lam, I'm off now. After closing the private messaging interface, Lin Feng took out the deceleration hourglass and selected to use it. Instantly, the speed of all objects in the surrounding space, except for his yacht, decreased by 50%. Just as Rinshio Hai regained its previous speed, it was slowed down by the decelerating hourglass. Damn, how many slowing items does this kid have? Rinshio Hai stared at Lin Feng's yacht with frustration, watching it gradually disappear into the distance, but he just couldn't catch up. It's alright. I can wait as long as you can run at your speed. He turned and gave orders to his men. Have the other teams follow us and tell them that as long as they come along, they'll get plenty of benefits after the battle. Yes. Also, call Rin Duoduo over. I'll take care of it right away. Before long, the subordinate notified the other teams and brought Rin Duoduo over as well. Rin Xiaohai smiled slightly, looked smugly at the team gradually gathering behind him, and said to his son, see? I've been keeping to myself and letting you take the lead so that I can hone your skills. Only with strength can you unite these players. You're still too green. Dad, if you gave me all these resources, I would have killed that brat Lin Feng long ago. You dare to talk back? Just watch. Watch how your father avenges you. Rin Xiaohai gave a cold laugh, picked up a bottle of vodka, and took a swig. But just as he put down the bottle, he heard a noise from afar. Rin Duoduo also heard the sound, looked ahead, and was instantly stunned. Dad, look what's that? Rin Xiaohai was also taken aback when he saw a red ball of light appear on Lin Feng's yacht. This? Airdrop a flare gun. Before Rin Xiaohai could react, Rin Duoduo surprisingly revealed the origin of the ball of light. The next moment, the two heard a buzzing roar. What is that? Is that a plane? At this moment, players from other teams were also drawn to the military green plane overhead. My god, there are airplanes in this game. It flew towards Lin Feng's yacht. No way. They can even launch airdrops. This is a cheat code? Did I come to the wrong game? Chapter 129. No, that's what I was just about to say. Taking advantage of Rin Xiaohai's slowed-down state, Lin Feng fired the airdrop signal gun. Lin Feng originally thought that after firing the airdrop gun, a package would automatically be generated in the sky and attached to the parachute. But to everyone's surprise, the airdrop was even more spectacular than expected. With a deep rumble, a military transport plane flew into the night sky. By the moonlight, Lin Feng could clearly see the massive fuselage hurtling toward him at an incredible speed. Song Xinling looked up, stared at the plane for a few seconds, and then said something that shocked Lin Feng. If we shoot it down, will the plane become ours? Huh? Lin Feng was stunned. That thing? Are you sure we can take it down? The transport plane was flying at an altitude of at least 1,000 meters, so how could it possibly be shot down? It's a bit unrealistic. The girl thought about it seriously for a moment, nodded, and looked somewhat dejected. But the next moment, Lin Feng slightly raised the corners of his mouth. It's not necessarily impossible. He jogged all the way and rushed into the damaged cabin, then turned around and came out carrying a mutated square watermelon. Eat quickly. Huh. If you unleash your skill, combined with the power of a 1,000-ton hammer, you might be able to shoot that plane down. Eat up. If we succeed, we'll get an airplane. If we fail, we'll only lose a watermelon. The girl was stunned. Lin Feng's plan sounded too crazy. Seeing her in a daze, Lin Feng smashed the watermelon open and stuffed it into her hand. Meanwhile, the plane had already dropped the airdropped package. A military green parachute, with a large red and blue box attached, slowly descended. While Lin Feng told mentally disabled number 2 to drive the yacht and catch the airdrop, he urged Song Xinling to eat the watermelon quickly. A few seconds later, before the airdrop even landed, the girl ate the watermelon. Lin Feng quickly grabbed a rock. I'll throw it out in a bit, and you just swing the sledgehammer, aim it at the plane, and smash it. Use this stone. Song Xinling was stunned. Could a rock really shoot down a plane? Lin Feng quickly offered an explanation. Aircraft are already very fast. If you hit the right spot, even an egg can malfunction it. Of course, Lin Feng was exaggerating a bit, but this was all about luck. Whether he could hit it or not was another matter. If the stone happened to hit the propeller, wouldn't that be a huge win? Are you ready? Before the airdrop even landed, Lin Feng urged again. Song Xinling nodded guiltily. I'm ready. Smash it down. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng threw the stone into the air, and Song Xinling instantly unleashed her skill. A 1,000-ton inflatable hammer. Buzz. The hammer swung up instantly, a burst of red light erupting from the hammerhead, and the next moment, a loud bang. The stone had just landed when the girl smashed it away with a hammer. Lin Feng didn't even see the trajectory of the stone before he looked up and saw a burst of fire erupt from the left wing of the plane. Holy crap. That freaking hit. You're such a little genius. Song Xinling said weakly. Actually, I aimed at the bottom of the cockpit and fired. Haha, but luckily you missed. The rock clearly hit the airplane propeller. If it had hit the cockpit, it probably would have only cracked the metal. Once we get the airdrop, we'll chase after the plane. Lin Feng smiled slightly, then looked up and his face suddenly darkened. The plane was emitting thick smoke from its wing, but it showed no signs of crashing. It swayed in the sky, then suddenly accelerated and flew away. Holy crap, it ran that fast. Song Xinling shook her head. I knew we couldn't beat it. Huh. Look. Song Xinling was slightly taken aback. Looking into the distance, she saw the plane swooping down as if it were about to crash into the sea. The next moment, the two vaguely saw a parachute pop out of the plane and slowly descend into the sea. You jumped. There's actually a pilot on this plane? Could it be some unlucky NPC? Song Xinling nodded. You've probably sent another cellmate to cell number 008. Lin Feng scratched his head. That's not important. Let's see if we can find any more plane wreckage later. Bang. Suddenly, a muffled thud came from behind. Lin Feng looked back and saw that the airdrop had landed on the yacht's deck. Hee, let's open the box first. Lin Feng quickly ran to the airdrop crate, opened the blue lid, and two notifications popped up instantly. You have opened an airdrop supply crate. Obtained. Tracker Torpedo X8. Holy crap. Torpedo. This is such a wonderful surprise. 8 torpedoes, each more than half a person long, appeared in front of Lin Feng. Although they looked rusty, they were still considered heavy weapons. Moreover, in naval warfare, is there a more suitable weapon than a torpedo? He quickly checked the torpedo's attributes. Tracker Torpedo. Description: this weapon is extremely powerful and can automatically track nearby targets. It requires a torpedo launcher to fire. If you don't have a torpedo launcher, just smash its fuse with a hammer. Smash the fuse. Is that even allowed? Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling that the torpedo launch seemed somewhat hasty. But why worry about all that when you're practicing kung fu? Since the description says it can be launched with a hammer, let's give it a try. At this moment, Rin Xiuhai's raft had regained its speed, and the 5 rafts were closely chasing Lin Feng. Hey, let's give him a shot first. Lin Feng picked up a torpedo and placed it on the deck behind the yacht, aiming the warhead at the nearest raft. Song Xinling, quickly give it a whack. At this moment, the girl's skill duration had not yet ended, and she swung her hammer, smashing it into the torpedo's rear. Bang! The torpedo made a muffled sound, shot out, and landed on the sea surface, rushing towards the raft like a fish. At this moment, Rin Xiuhai was proudly instructing his own son. Airdrops won't help. With Lin Feng's strength, he can only stall for time. Now that our raft has regained its speed, Lin Feng will be blown up by my artillery in less than 10 minutes. Dad, are you dissatisfied? If you want these resources, you have to prove yourself first. No, Dad. What exactly are you trying to say? Look, what's that? Rin Xiuhai saw his son staring at the sea with a puzzled look on his face. He turned around and was instantly dumbfounded. Holy crap! A torpedo? Why didn't you warn me sooner? No, that's what I was going to say. Before Rin Duo could finish speaking, one of his subordinates rushed over. Commander, we have a torpedo. Idiot, turn around right now. Do you need to ask me about something like this? Yes. I'll go right away. Chapter 130, I am an undercover agent. Instantly, Rin Xiuhai's team was thrown into chaos. What the hell is that? Torpedo. Turn around immediately. What the hell? This bastard has torpedoes too. Turn around. Turn around. In an instant, everyone was in chaos, but Rin Xiuhai's team was well equipped, and in less than 30 seconds, all 5 rafts turned around. When his team turned around, the team following behind was completely dumbfounded. Huh? What's going on? Why did they turn back? Damn it. They're trying to escape. What? Should we retreat? Hearing his subordinates' discussion, Chu Hang laughed in anger. Although he didn't know why Rin Xiuhai wanted to run away, he knew that since Rin Xiuhai had run away, he had to hurry up and make his escape. What are you hesitating for? Turn around and get out of here. Upon hearing this, his men quickly turned around, but they were too slow. Rin Xiuhai's team had already retreated by the time Chu Hang's raft had rounded the bend. Damn it! Hurry up and get moving. Chu Hang kept urging them on when he suddenly heard his subordinates cry out in astonishment. Holy crap! What's that? Torpedo! Oh no! A torpedo is coming straight at us. Upon hearing this, Chu Hang turned around. Holy shit! This is all over. His face turned deathly pale, and without caring about the raft, he jumped into the sea. Unfortunately, he was too late. A loud bang. The torpedo struck the raft and exploded instantly. The raft was blown to smithereens, and the debris and bodies were swept into the air by the massive waves. Players from other teams, witnessing this, finally realized what had happened. Holy crap! Run the hell out. Rin Xiuhai and his son are such scoundrels. They ran away without even telling us. Turn around now. I don't want to be cannon fodder. All the teams realized what was happening and hurriedly turned around, only concerned with escaping for their lives. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's yacht had caught up, but Rin Xiuhai's raft was too fast for Lin Feng to catch up with. Lin Feng opened the private messaging interface and sent a message to Gu. Where are you located, Raymond Lam? Gu, I'm worried about being pulled back and used as cannon fodder. I'm currently at the very back. By the way, why did Rin Xiuhai's team withdraw? Lin Feng, has Rin Xiuhai gone to your place? Gu is almost here. Wait. You don't mean for me to stop him, do you? Raymond Lam is so sensible. Upon seeing this message, Gu was completely stunned. Boss Chiu, what can I use to stop his armored raft? Raymond Lam, just use your team's raft to block his way. Gu, that's our team's most valuable asset. After Lin Feng's mission is accomplished, all the armored rafts except for Rin Xiuhai's raft are yours. Gu, holy crap? Dude, I wasn't prepared for this, are you kidding? Raymond Lam, hurry up. Gu, it's settled. I'll definitely keep Rin Xiuhai firmly under control. Raymond Lam, don't risk your life. Stop me and run. I'm going to launch a torpedo. Lin Feng reminded him, but Gu seemed to be too busy to reply. I wonder if this guy is reliable or not. Lin Feng's team pursued closely, bypassing the other teams. They had 7 torpedoes left and had to use them to deal with Rin Xiuhai first. Idiot number 2, don't crash into the other rafts. Keep going. Yes, sir. He was giving chase, and Rin Xiuhai was fleeing for his life, while Qiuge had already assigned tasks to his men, who were all looking on in astonishment. Commander, which side are we on? Weren't you going to beat up Lin Feng? Besides, can we stop Rin Xiuhai? Qiuge was frustrated because, in order to prevent his undercover identity from being exposed, he hadn't explained it clearly to his subordinates at all. With time of the essence, he didn't have time for a long explanation. He patted his chest and ordered, "We're undercover agents. Now get to work. Stop Rin Xiuhai, and his armored raft will be ours." Everyone was stunned, feeling as if their commander was dreaming. Qiuge was furious and shouted at him, "Get the hell out there and get to work." Yes. Seeing that Qiuge was angry, no one dared to ask any more questions, and they gathered a raft to intercept Rin Xiuhai. Rin Xiuhai looked through his binoculars and saw a group of rafts blocking his way. He angrily asked, "Which team is that up ahead? Tell them to move aside." Rin Duo recognized the team. Wasn't this Qiuge, who owed her a lot of gold coins? He quickly opened his private messages and sent a message. "Rin Duo Qiuge, get your team out of the way." Qiu received the message and replied quickly, "Qiuge will make way immediately." Rin Duo, hurry up. Don't worry. While pretending to be submissive and making way, Qiuge ordered his men to put all the rafts together in 2 rows, blocking Rin Xiuhai's path. Seeing this, Rin Xiuhai became anxious. Are they going to give way or not? Rin Duo was taken aback. When she looked up, she saw that Qiuge, who had agreed so readily, was now blocking her way. Damn it! Qiuge is messing with me. Rin Xiuhai looked frustrated. Had he raised a stupid son? Tell them, if they don't move aside, open fire. Good. Rin Duo Qiuge, if you don't get out of the way, I'm opening fire. Qiuge, no. I'm making arrangements right now. Rin Duo, what are you calling dispatching? Whose side are you on anyway? At this moment, Qiuge had already blocked off the front line. He smiled slightly and replied with a message. Knowing Qiu, I'm an undercover agent. Rin Duo you Fuke. You Fuke asking for death? Qiuge ignored him and directly opened Lin Feng's private message interface, preparing to notify Lin Feng that he was ready. But when he opened his private messages, he found that there was one unread message. Raymond Lam, don't risk your life. Stop me and run. I'm going to launch a torpedo. Holy crap. Danger. Everyone, jump into the sea right now. Everyone was stunned when they heard Qiuge's order. Commander, did I hear that right? Jump into the sea? Qiuge was furious. Jump into the sea. There are torpedoes. Before he finished speaking, Qiuge was the first to jump into the sea. Seeing this, the others knew the situation was critical and jumped in one after another like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Behind them, 5 armored wooden rafts sped towards them. Rin Xiuhai ordered them to open fire, but they were already too close. Boom, boom, boom. The armored raft crashed into Qiuge's team's raft, causing it to slow down drastically. Even worse, they actually arranged 2 rows of rafts to block the road. Rin Xiuhai looked back and saw 3 torpedoes approaching one after another on the sea, about to collide with him. Speed up! Speed up! Speed up! Commander, the thrusters are already running at maximum power. Damn it! No need to speed up, just run. Without hesitation, Rin Xiuhai grabbed his son and was about to jump into the sea, but the 2 of them fell directly onto Qiuge's raft. Before the 2 could get up, they heard a loud bang. Boom. The armored raft was instantly blown to pieces, and the father and son were blasted away by the waves and smashed to pieces by the raft fragments. Chapter 131, Cleaning Up the Battlefield. Holy crap! The commander is dead. Run away quickly. It's too late. Torpedoes hurtled toward the armored raft. In less than a minute, the remaining 4 armored rafts were blown to pieces. Players from other teams gasped in horror at the horrific scene. My God! They were all wiped out. Let's run for our lives. If we kill Rin Xiuhai and his son, Lin Feng will definitely come after us. Quick! Speed up! Run! The rafts that Lin Feng had previously overtaken started running off in opposite directions. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately ordered the mentally challenged number 2 to turn around and chase after them. Of all the players, Qiuji's mind was the most confused. He stared at the 5 armored rafts, shattered by torpedoes, his face filled with despair. Lin Feng, is this the raft you promised me? They're all blown to pieces. We've lost money. We've lost a lot. Qiu was on the verge of tears. His team had very few rafts left, and the 4 armored rafts that Lin Feng had promised to give him had all been reduced to wreckage. He squandered all the wealth of the adult team this time. Just as he was feeling down, he suddenly received a private message from Lin Feng. Raymond Lam Qiu, how are you? Are you alright? Qiu, I'm fucking amazing. Raymond Lam, you weren't hit by a torpedo, were you? Didn't I tell you to stop it and run? Qiu, you promised me 4 armored rafts, but you blew them all up. Lin Feng, well, why don't you gather supplies here first? You won't lose out. Qiu thought it made sense. Even without the ironclad raft, if we can collect all the materials from the sea, we won't lose out. Qiu, I'll get back to work now. Lin Feng, wait a minute. Tell me first, are Chen Tao and Chu Hang still alive? Which raft are they on? Qiu, Chu Hang has already been killed by your bomb. As for Chen Tao, his team is on the run. It's easy to find him. He has a pirate flag hanging on his raft. Raymond Lam, thanks, you're busy. After turning off the communication channel, Lin Feng immediately picked up his binoculars and looked towards the rafts fleeing for their lives in the distance. In less than a minute, he found a raft flying a pirate flag. Are you trying to run away after making such a high-profile move? Lin Feng shook his head, picked up a torpedo, and aimed it at the raft. Lin Feng opened his private messages, searched for Chen Tao, and sent him a message. Raymond Lam, Chen Tao, all your brothers are dead, now it's your turn. Unexpectedly, the other party replied to the message instantly. Chen Tao, wait. I surrender. Lin Feng, I've already prepared the torpedoes. You want to surrender? Where were you before? Chen Tao, no. I'll agree to anything. Just spare my life. Lin Feng shook his head, and just as he was about to send him a message, he heard a bang beside him. Looking down, I saw that Song Xinling had already smashed the torpedo out with a single blow. Fierce. Lin Feng looked at the girl in surprise, feeling that she didn't seem to be completely sober yet. But it doesn't matter, since I didn't intend to leave Chen Tao anyway. He smiled slightly, and replied to the message. Raymond Lam, look behind your raft. Chen Tao, huh? Chen Tao, holy crap. Chen Tao, Lin Feng, you're not giving me any chance at all. Goodbye, Raymond Lam. Boom. Lin Feng had just sent the message when the torpedo struck Chen Tao's raft. Amidst the flames, a massive wave of water erupted, blasting the raft to pieces. I've taken care of all 4 of them, plus Rin Xiuhai. What can I do? If you're going to cause trouble, then so be it. Why make such a big show of it? Doesn't that just force me to use my deadly skills? Lin Feng, with a compassionate expression, opened the chat channel and sent a message directly. Lin Feng, Rin Xiuhai, Rin Duo, Guorong, Chu Hang, and Chen Tao are all dead. Those of their accomplices who didn't want to die left the raft behind and swam away to their deaths. The chat channel exploded the moment this message came out. Holy crap! The boss wiped them all out. Awesome, boss. I heard the big shot has torpedoes, is that true? What the hell? A torpedo? They deserve to die. Brother Lin Feng, we're Guorong's men. We'll jump into the sea right now, please spare our lives. Hey boss, I'm jumping. Don't blow me up with torpedoes. Ha ha ha, you scum of District 9999. Now you know how powerful boss Lin Feng is. 666. Those bastards like Rin Duo deserve to be killed. Lin Feng saw that the players in Zone 10,000 were all praising him, and suddenly felt that being a fence sitter wasn't so bad. If these guys keep taking me down one by one, then this victory will be too humiliating. Of course, he needs to appease the players who jumped into the sea now. Otherwise, if these guys collectively rebel, he'll probably waste a lot of time. After all, killing people doesn't give you any gold coins. Raymond Lam, as long as they don't resist and jump into the sea on their own, I won't attack them. I don't have the time. But if anyone tries to resist, I'll give them a torpedo. No. Don't worry, boss, we would never dare to rebel. Anyone who dares to resist, I'll kill them first. Yes, anyone who resists me will be killed. I've already jumped. The raft is for the pros. Lin Feng never expected that this huge chat channel would be flooded with hundreds of players begging for mercy. Looking through the binoculars, I saw that the players had indeed jumped into the sea one by one, and almost all the rafts had stopped, drifting quietly on the surface of the sea. Problem solved. You mentally challenge number 2. Turn around and go back to find Xiaogu. Upon hearing this, Song Xinling, who was standing nearby, was taken aback. Aren't you going to collect these supplies? Lin Feng tapped the girl on the head. There are many good things on Rinqiu Hai's raft. We can't let Xiaogu take all the good things. The yacht turned around and headed towards Qiu Ji's team. In less than 5 minutes, his yacht appeared in front of the adult group. A player was busy collecting supplies when he looked up and froze. Everyone stop. Lin Feng is here. Lin Feng? He's not going to blow us up, is he? Should we jump into the sea? Didn't the commander say we were undercover agents? Don't move yet. Hearing his subordinates talking, Xiaogu quickly looked up. The yacht opposite was cutting through the waves and heading this way. Holy crap! Are they going to discard me after I've served my purpose? He quickly opened his private messages and sent a message to Lin Feng. Hey Mr. Qiu, what brings you here? Lin Feng. It's alright. I'll help you collect supplies. Qiu, you want to steal this little bit of trash? Raymond Lam, don't play dumb. Aren't all the good stuff in Rinqiu Hai's hands? It's okay. You pick yours. I'll pick mine. Whoever finds the good stuff keeps it. After sending the message, Lin Feng immediately put on the collection gloves. Don't blame me for being slow. Hey, you two, you idiots, come here too. Chapter 132, whoever finds it keeps it. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, the husky rushed out, barked excitedly twice, jumped into the sea, grabbed something, and dog-paddled its way back. Holy crap! You're even faster than me. Lin Feng was stunned. The husky was incredibly fast, and... What? It's a good thing. Cream spray gun. Description: this spray dispenses sweet, creamy liquid that can be applied to various foods to slightly increase their feeling of fullness. This thing didn't seem to be of much use, and Lin Feng was about to throw it aside when Song Xinling snatched it away. Wow. Cream. Let's get to work first. Song Xinling stared at the cream spray gun, nodded reluctantly, and jumped into the sea with Lin Feng to start scavenging for supplies on the surface. Since the idiot dog number 2 couldn't go into the water, Lin Feng had it fetch things from the side of the yacht. As a result, because it was too fast, the husky was almost exhausted from running around. After making more than a dozen trips, the husky angrily started barking at the mentally challenged number 2. Woof 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 woof. I don't understand what you're saying. Woof woof woof. I don't understand what you're saying. Oh woo. I don't understand what you're saying. The husky was frustrated. It stared at the mentally challenged number 2, wishing it could rush up and tear it apart, but then Lin Feng's voice suddenly came from behind it. Hey husky, get to work. The husky turned around and barked wildly, but when it saw Lin Feng shaking a bag of pet food in his hand, it instantly wilted. Oh woo. After letting out a few pitiful cries, the husky started carrying supplies back and forth again. These two people and their dog completely stunned Xiaogu. He originally thought that since he had more people, he would definitely be able to move faster than Lin Feng, but this husky was just too fast. One dog running back and forth was equivalent to 3 people. That's not even the most outrageous part. Lin Feng used some special method, and with just a wave of his hand, all the scattered supplies nearby would go into his backpack. He alone was faster than 10 of our people. He was feeling down when he suddenly heard a crisp sound. Take me with you. Take me with you. I can fly. I can fly. Faster. Faster. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng realized that the white-headed falcon was actually trying to come out and help with the work, so he quickly told Song Xinling to go back and release it. A moment later, Qiuge saw a large parrot flapping its wings, calling out as it carried supplies back and forth. The bird is capable. The bird is capable. I'm the fastest. I'm the fastest. Lin Feng, annoyed by what he heard, looked up sullenly and said, I know you're capable, so shut up and finish your work before you start talking. Mph. I told you. I told you. Other birds won't say that. I'll talk as I do it. Seeing this talkative parrot, Qiuge was completely exasperated. This dead bird is really good at getting things done when it's being talkative. It's even more diligent than a husky. It picks up supplies, throws them onto the yacht, and then flies back to pick up more supplies. Damn, are they all this capable? Commander, they've looted all the supplies. Huh? This. In less than half an hour, the entire sea surface was cleaned up. If Chiu-gu hadn't stopped him in time, Lin Feng would have almost dismantled his team's raft and loaded it onto the yacht. Brother Lin Feng, I'm truly impressed. You're a real boss. Even moving things is this fast. Seeing Chiu-gu praise him like that, Lin Feng nodded smugly. You did a great job as an undercover agent. Let's work together again sometime. Good. Chiu-gu verbally agreed, but inwardly regretted it. Lin Feng could tell he wasn't being sincere, so he patted Chiu-gu on the shoulder and said, The supplies you harvested have definitely paid for themselves. Breaking even. It really is just breaking even. Chiu-gu looked annoyed, but Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly and said, I'll find you something good later. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you suffer any losses. After saying that, he leisurely climbed onto the yacht. Chiu-ji's subordinate asked doubtfully, Boss, will the big boss really still come to us if there are any good things in the future? Chiu-gu shoved the man aside. He better not come looking for me. He was about to walk back to his raft when he suddenly received a private message notification. Raymond Lamb, forget it. I see you're really too poor. Let's make a deal. The next moment, a transaction request popped up in the private message interface. Trade 3 large mutated corn, 10 chunks of mutton, 10 cucumbers for 1 piece of wood. Okay, it's all food. Is this considered an undercover agent's food allowance? Chiu-gu didn't hesitate and immediately chose to trade. He was worried that if he delayed, Lin Feng wouldn't be willing to give up even this small thing. The next moment, everyone was stunned. The moment the transaction was completed, Chiu-gu almost tripped over the corn in his hand. What the hell? This is corn. It's even thicker than mine. It's even longer than mine. This one should last a long time. Chiu-gu got up and stared at the 3 ears of corn that had fallen on the deck. He felt that boss Lin Feng seemed to have become more generous. Let's go get some late-night snacks. Lin Feng, on his side, drove his yacht and chased after the ordinary wooden rafts. After traveling for a while, he approached the rafts, but Lin Feng did not stop the yacht. Instead, he continued to move forward, heading in the direction where the transport plane had crashed. If we can find the wreckage of that transport plane, the harvest will definitely be even greater. The raft continued forward, and the sky gradually brightened. Seeing that Song Xinling was also tired, Lin Feng urged her to go to sleep. He then leaned against the railing of the yacht, enjoying the sea breeze, and opened the check-in system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. February 7th. Received. 1x Love and Wellness Home Life Blind Box System Developer. Yi Tianan of Buying Palace. User 6430731. Living life. Is the system telling me to calm down, live a good life, and stop causing trouble for others? Why does it seem like it's not very useful? With a sense of doubt, Lin Feng opened the information box. Love and wellness at home blind boxes. Rank, excellent. Description, 40% chance of getting a bamboo stool, 30% chance of getting a wooden office chair, 20% chance of getting a genuine leather sofa, 5% chance of getting a pink mini TV, 5% chance of getting a pink microwave oven. Forehead. Seeing these rewards, Lin Feng scratched his head. Of all the prizes, Lin Feng wanted the microwave oven the most. The others seemed to have no practical use. However, color TVs. Lin Feng thought about it for a moment and felt that the color TV was probably a trap, with an 80% chance of having no signal. Start drawing. Clang. In an instant, a pink television set fell onto the yacht's deck. You've opened a love-filled home life blind box X1 and received a cute pink mini TV X1. Holy crap! How did they pull it out? Lin Feng shook his head, squatted down, and turned on the small color TV. Click. The screen, which was barely bigger than the palm of my hand, lit up instantly. The top right corner of the screen displays a line of small text. Doomsday TV 1. The screen displayed a large message. No signal. Holy crap. There's absolutely no signal. Chapter 133. There's an acquaintance at the Doomsday TV station. Lin Feng stared at the words, no signal, looking utterly frustrated. Why would you show a TV if there's no signal? He banged on the top of the small color TV a few times, apparently because some TVs malfunction and a few bangs can fix them. Bang bang bang. After being subjected to Lin Feng's barrage of attacks, the TV screen flickered a few times, still displaying no signal. Just as he was about to give up, a system announcement suddenly appeared. Announcement: Player Lin Feng has unlocked the television set item, officially launching the Doomsday TV station in Zone 5000. Please watch. Almost simultaneously, Lin Feng was forcibly pulled into the communication channel. The players were just talking about Lin Feng taking down Rinduo when they saw this announcement that came out of nowhere, and they were all stunned. What? There's a TV station here. Wow, this guy's awesome. He can just relax on the raft and watch TV. Hey, that's a yacht, boss. Holy crap. Look at this guy. Am I even living a human life? New to Zone 9999, huh? You'll get used to it. You'll understand eventually. In front of Boss Lin Feng, you're nothing. I want to watch TV too. Watching the news broadcast is good too. I want to watch idol dramas. Are they going to broadcast anime or not? What kind of dreams are you all having? It's like you all have televisions on your screens. You'll have no friends if you act like this. Hey bro, can I come on your yacht and watch TV there? Upon seeing this message, Lin Feng shook his head. Raymond Lam, no signal. No way. Boss, you're not kidding us. The TV station is running, so why is there no signal? It must be a white lie from the big boss, afraid we'd be too jealous. No, I think the boss just doesn't want us to go on the yacht and watch TV. Agree. I completely agree. A new player in server 9999 agrees. Okay, it seems my reputation is completely ruined. Frustrated, Lin Feng turned off the communication channel. Looking down, he saw that the TV had flickered and the picture was back on. Lin Feng was stunned. He realized that the figure on the TV screen was someone he knew. Holy crap. Number 008. Isn't this guy in jail? Lin Feng was stunned. The next moment, he heard number 008 speak on the screen. Welcome to Doomsday TV 1, General Channel. There are 4 programs available to watch on this channel. From midnight to 6 o'clock, we will broadcast Doomsday Weather Forecast. From 6 to 12 o'clock, we will broadcast Doomsday News Broadcast. From 12 to 1800 hours, we will broadcast Doomsday Lottery Results. And from 1800 hours to 2400 hours, we will broadcast Doomsday Ghost Crosstalk. It is 1:21 a.m. Please watch the Doomsday Weather Forecast program. The next moment, 008 disappeared, and the scene switched to a cloud map of a spherical planet. Lin Feng scratched his head, thinking that at least there was a signal, so he might as well check the weather forecast. Next, number 008 appeared. Damn, he's the only NPC on TV. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless, but thinking about it, it was better for number 008 to be assigned to a TV station than to go to jail. Moreover, this way I won't have to go out and deliver food to him. With that in mind, Lin Feng listened attentively to 008's analysis of the upcoming weather conditions. Recently, global temperatures will continue to drop. Players are advised to prepare for the cold. In the coming week, some areas may experience icing and snowfall. Lin Feng frowned. Could this game really freeze the ocean? Is that still called ocean survival? Wouldn't this turn into a survival exercise on the ice field? Lin Feng was wondering what the follow-up analysis would be, but he was surprised to find that number 008 had repeated what he had just said. Global temperatures will continue to drop in the near future. Seriously? Just this one sentence is being replayed for 6 hours straight. Lin Feng was annoyed. He reached out and turned off the power to the small color TV. Click. The image flashed, and then the screen went black. Lin Feng thought for a moment and realized there were 3 programs he hadn't watched: the evening news, the lottery results, and the ghost comedy show. As for the news broadcast, I doubt there's anything worth watching. And Ghost Crosstalk is even more ridiculous. Who can laugh at those green ghosts performing crosstalk? It's more like a horror movie. But, lottery results. Does this mean the Doomsday Mall has started selling lottery tickets? Wow. Isn't this a huge business opportunity? If only we could find a way to do something underhanded. Hey, we're definitely going to make a fortune. Lin Feng smiled slightly, carried the pink little color TV into the yacht's cabin, and planned to visit the Doomsday Mall after finding the plane wreckage to explore ways to make money. I picked up the binoculars and looked around, but there was still no wreckage of the plane in sight. With nothing else to do, he decided to pack up the supplies on the yacht. After carefully sorting through the materials for a while, Lin Feng realized that most of what he had collected were basic materials. Originally, he wanted to get his hands on the cannons on the armored raft, but he didn't expect the torpedoes to be so powerful that the cannons were blown to pieces. After tidying up for a while, Lin Feng actually made some discoveries. What is this thing? He picked up a thin pen and checked the item description. Common ballpoint pens. Description: artwork created through writing, drawing, and other creative activities can be used to restore mental energy. This doesn't seem to be of much use. Not to mention that Lin Feng himself doesn't think he has any artistic talent. Even if he did, he doesn't have any paper. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a yellow piece of paper. Rough toilet paper. Description: it can be used for writing or drawing. I actually collected them all. Lin Feng picked up a ballpoint pen and tried drawing a little person on the paper. After you stop writing, a prompt will appear. Received: Lin Feng's painting X1. Description: disposable item. Appreciating Lin Feng's paintings will restore 1 point of mental energy. 1 o'clock. This is fucking. Is the game mocking my drawing skills? The only response he received was a single message. Player's mental energy is not full. Wish to enjoy now? Lin Feng thought about it for a moment and decided that it would be better for him to use this thing himself. Otherwise Song Xinling would laugh at him to death if she saw it. Appreciate. The next moment, a notification appeared. You have viewed one of Raymond Lamb's paintings, restoring 1 point of spirit. Lin Feng nodded dejectedly and put the ballpoint pen away. At this moment, Lin Feng had packed up all the supplies. He picked up his binoculars and looked at the sea again. Suddenly, he saw something floating on the sea. Huh? What's that? Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng smiled. In the field of vision, the thing floating on the sea was half of the transport plane's wing, with a propeller sticking out in the middle of the wing. Holy crap. Finally found it. Chapter 134 Aircraft Engine. Absolutely must not be disassembled. Lin Feng steered the yacht toward the piece of wing wreckage, but the closer he got, the more uneasy he felt. Wait, how come there's only one wing left floating here? I picked up the binoculars and looked around. I didn't see any other aircraft parts nearby. Even this broken wing was in danger of sinking to the bottom of the sea at any moment. Lin Feng quickly stopped the yacht and spent some time making several long ropes. He tied one end to the yacht and used the other end to pull himself into the sea. Swimming to the wing, Lin Feng quickly secured it with several ropes to prevent this final victory from accidentally sinking to the bottom of the sea. Now I can rest easy. Lin Feng tried climbing onto the wing and found it quite stable. After checking the information about the wings, he felt he had really struck gold this time. Transport aircraft wing. Description: constructed of aerospace alloy. It houses an aircraft engine. Its advantages are its light weight, but its disadvantage is its lack of strength. Although the wings are not very useful, they can probably yield a lot of aviation alloys after being disassembled. Moreover, there's an aircraft engine there. Lin Feng quickly went to the engine. This engine is really big, with a diameter of more than 1 meter and a propeller diameter of nearly 3 meters. Approaching the aircraft engine, Lin Feng checked the item's attributes. Aircraft engine. Description: extremely powerful engine with immense power output, but also consumes significantly more energy. Looking at the simple introduction, Lin Feng imagined his yacht with this aircraft engine installed. However, there is a troublesome matter at hand. The engine is a building item. It can only be disassembled and cannot be moved. Am I supposed to disassemble this thing into a pile of materials? Lin Feng shook his head. We have to find a way to move it onto the yacht. With that in mind, Lin Feng swam back to the yacht and temporarily towed the wing. He would start installing it once he figured out a way to move the engine up. Of course, in the meantime, he could search the vicinity for any other aircraft wreckage. Lin Feng piloted the yacht and searched for a while longer, but after a long time, he still couldn't find any other wreckage. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly, a swimming figure appeared in the field of vision of the binoculars. Huh. Could this be an NPC who parachutes in? Lin Feng drove his yacht closer, and the NPC seemed to sense it, swimming desperately away. Holy crap! You think you can outswim my yacht? Lin Feng was not satisfied and immediately accelerated. The roar of the propellers came from the stern of the yacht, and in less than 5 minutes, they caught up with the NPC. The other person turned around and was scared out of their wits. What the hell? They caught up with us so quickly. The NPC looked terrified. He had long heard that any NPC who got involved with Lin Feng never had a good ending. They either died or were imprisoned. This time, he was tasked with delivering an airdrop, only to find out that the recipient was Lin Feng. Holding onto a sliver of hope, he thought that flying a plane over at high altitude wouldn't be dangerous. After all, it was several thousand meters above the ground, and Lin Feng couldn't possibly reach it. However, to his utter surprise, he ran into big trouble as soon as he dropped the airdrop. The plane was flying perfectly fine when an unidentified object suddenly smashed one of its propellers. Before the plane crashed, he parachuted to save his life and thought the situation couldn't get any worse. But while swimming, he was chased by Raymond Lamb's yacht. Am I just incredibly unlucky? The NPC swam forward dejectedly, only to be suddenly swept aside by a wave of water surging from behind. After a few frantic thrashings, he barely managed to stay afloat. When he looked up, he saw Lin Feng standing on the yacht, wearing an innocent smile and waving at him. Hey there, are you sure you don't want to come up and sit by the fire for a bit? The NPC paused for a moment, then said, I have a name, call me number 999. 999. Lin Feng recalled number 009, who had been killed by Song Xinling with a single hammer blow, and nodded as if he had a sudden realization. Looks like I'm an NPC with a 9-star rating. He paused for a moment, then immediately smiled at number 999 and said, Hey number 999, why don't you come up and warm yourself by the fire? Number 999 had been soaking in the sea for quite a while, feeling tired and cold. After thinking for a moment, it realized that since it was already so unlucky, going up to sit for a while probably wouldn't cause anything worse to happen. So it nodded, swam to the side, and climbed out. Mr. Lin Feng, I'll just sit for a bit. I'll leave when it gets light. Don't try to trick me. What are you saying? Am I that scary? As Lin Feng spoke, he dragged a chair out of the cabin and pulled it in front of number 999. He originally wanted to let number 999 sit down for a while, but to his surprise, as soon as the other person saw the chair, he quickly took several steps back, as if he would jump down if you forced him to. Don't be impulsive, Mr. Lin Feng. Is something wrong with me? Hey, I heard you used this thing to beat up my friend at the loan company. Oh, you gave him a good lesson. Perhaps worried about angering Raymond Lamb, number 999 held back for a long time, but instead of beating him up, he gave him a good lesson. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, thinking that if he wasn't going to sit, he would sit down himself. Lin Feng plopped down in a chair, took out a cup of coffee, took a sip, and asked, Want to warm yourself by the fire? I'm not hungry. Okay, I think you should calm down first. Lin Feng ignored him, picked up his binoculars, and looked around. After a moment, he asked, Where did all the wreckage of your plane go? Number 999 glanced at the back of the yacht and said nervously, Part of it has sunk to the bottom of the sea, and part of it is tied to the back of your yacht. It sank to the bottom? Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of heartache. If I had arrived earlier, I might have been able to salvage the other wreckage as well. However, it's no use thinking about it now, since I was chasing Rin Xiuhai at the time and didn't have time to come back. Lin Feng stared at number 999 for a moment. Why don't you say a word? Can't we have a proper conversation? What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Feng glanced at the damaged wing behind him and asked, Do you know how to get a building onto a yacht? If I tell you, will you let me go? What are you saying? Do you expect me to imprison NPCs? Seeing Lin Feng say that, number 999 felt a little relieved. To move the building onto the yacht, a crane is needed. Does the online store sell them? It seems not. Then isn't that the same as saying nothing at all? User 999 quickly added, Maybe they sell schematics. In that case, we could try to get one. Lin Feng nodded, glanced at the reserved-looking number 999, and shook his head. If you don't feel safe sitting here, why don't you jump down? Chapter 135, He seems very afraid of us. Lin Feng didn't actually kick poor number 999 off the yacht, but he also ignored the guy. Firstly, he didn't have the time, and secondly, Lin Feng and number 999 had nothing to talk about at all. Driving the yacht, Lin Feng continued along the way, intending to collect supplies from the ordinary rafts. Although there weren't many good items on those rafts, they were still quite rich in basic materials. The yacht cut through the waves and continued on its way. More than half an hour later, he saw the first raft. Picking up his binoculars, Lin Feng spotted dozens of rafts of various sizes scattered across the sea, none of them close together. Collecting them one by one would probably take a lot of time. It would be better to link them all together, drag them along, and dismantle and scavenge for supplies as we go. However, a problem arose. With so many rafts, he would need to make a lot of ropes and personally go down into the water to connect the rafts one by one. By the time he had connected all the rafts, a whole day would probably have passed. Lin Feng thought for a moment and realized he needed to find someone to help him. He looked back at number 999, who was standing there dumbfounded, and suddenly smiled. "Hey you, number 999, could you do me a favor?" Seeing Lin Feng beckoning to him, number 999 quickly turned around and said, "Okay, Mr. Lin Feng, please go ahead." Lin Feng pointed to the rows of rafts on the sea, smiled slightly, and said, "It's nothing really, just helping me connect all these rafts together." "Huh? So many?" "Not many, just a few dozen rafts. I'll be in charge of operating the yacht and making the ropes. You can help me connect them together." Lin Feng made it sound like the matter was extremely simple, but number 999 was dumbfounded. He suddenly regretted it. He should have taken the opportunity to jump into the sea and run away earlier. Now, before he could even rest for long, Lin Feng had conscripted him to do hard labor. Number 999 looked depressed and didn't want to work, but he was worried that Lin Feng would punish him, so he could only nod. I'll do it. I'll do it." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled and handed over a long rope. "Thank you for your help." Well, number 999 took the rope, sighed, jumped into the sea, swam towards the raft, tied one end of the rope to the raft, and the other end to the railing of the yacht. By the time he finished and climbed up, Lin Feng had already made 5 or 6 long ropes. "I'll treat you to breakfast after we finish our work." Lin Feng patted number 999 on the shoulder as he handed over the rope. Then, he personally steered the raft closer to the other rafts. Number 999 wondered to himself, was he doing this for breakfast? It's because he's afraid of upsetting Raymond Lamb, who might beat him up or even kill him. While number 999 was busy connecting the rafts, Lin Feng made several more ropes. He suddenly realized that having a bad reputation among the NPCs had its advantages. Number 999 was obviously afraid of him, which was why he was working so hard. With his help, I can save half the time. Lin Feng and number 999 worked for several hours, and it was almost dawn, but they had only managed to moor 1/3 of the raft. Moreover, as more and more rafts were moored to the yacht, the speed of progress was greatly reduced. Although there weren't many valuables on these rafts, they were still quite heavy, and it was already a miracle that they could barely be pulled forward. A short while later, Song Xiling got up. She saw Lin Feng and a strange NPC busy mooring a raft, so she quickly came over to help. Era, who had also had enough sleep, also ran over to join in the fun. Seeing everyone busy, the bald falcon flapped its wings in its cage, and even wanted to help. "The bird is capable. The bird is capable. Take me with you. Take me with you." Lin Feng felt much better when he saw everyone coming to help. Putting everything else aside, with Era and Baitu Falcon helping out, it was much faster than with number 999. "Come on, everyone, let's do it together." Lin Feng distributed the ropes he had made to Era and Baitu Falcon, and had them carry the ropes to the rafts. Just as number 999 had tied down a raft and was about to swim back to get the rope, a husky, dog paddling, rushed over in a hurry. Holy crap! Number 999 was startled and was about to dodge when he saw the husky climb onto the raft, throw a few ropes next to him, bark a few times, and then turn around and swim back. They don't even give you a moment to slack off. Lin Feng, you're really good at exploiting NPCs. Number 999 shook his head dejectedly, sighed, and continued working. Meanwhile, Song Xinling wasn't idle either. She swam to the vicinity of several other rafts, waiting for Era and Baitu Falcon to bring her ropes to tie the rafts. Lin Feng's task is simply to keep making ropes and maneuver the raft closer to the raft that 999 and Song Xinling have tied together. In less than an hour, the group had tied all the rafts to the back of the yacht. Of course, the cost is also huge. Lin Feng's yacht is now moving slower than a snail, and it is almost impossible to see that it is moving forward. After a while, the work was finished. Number 999 was finally able to catch his breath. He looked up and saw that the sun was slowly rising. In another hour, he would be forcibly teleported to the Doomsday Mall. He swam to the yacht and was about to climb on, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to make a quick getaway. "Mr. Lin Feng, I've finished my work for you, so I won't go up." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned around and asked, "Aren't you going to stay for breakfast?" No, I'm not hungry." "All right, since you're so eager to get home, be careful." Number 999 nodded gratefully. "Be careful. He's safe as long as he leaves Lin Feng. But if he stays for breakfast, who knows what might happen?" "Ugh, I'm exhausted. The plane crashed, and I don't know how I'm going to explain this when I get back. I'll inevitably end up in jail." Number 999 shook its head and, with the last of its strength, sped away in the direction away from the yacht. Watching number 999 leave, Song Xinling said with a puzzled look, "He seemed very afraid of us." Lin Feng was taken aback. "You think it's strange that an NPC is afraid of us?" It would be strange if I weren't scared." All right, let's cook first. I've been busy all night, and I'm starving." Song Xinling nodded and quickly returned to the cabin to prepare the food. However, as soon as the girl went in, she let out a surprised cry. "TV set." "Lin Feng, where did you get this TV? How come I didn't notice it before? Let me open it and take a look." Lin Feng clutched his hungry stomach. "Could you cook something first? I'll watch and then do it." Chapter 136, Doomsday News Broadcast. Lin Feng, clutching his hungry stomach, went into the cabin, wondering what program was currently on. He had just climbed into the cabin when he heard Song Xinling's excited voice. "Wow, we're on TV." "You were on TV?" Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly looked at the TV screen. "An NPC I don't recognize is speaking. If I remember correctly, this program should be Doomsday News Broadcast. Yesterday, a large-scale player versus player clash occurred in Zone 5000. The two sides were Lin Feng's team from the former Zone 10,000 and more than 10 teams led by Rin Xiuhai and Rin Duoduo from the former Zone 9999. In the end, Lin Feng, with a huge advantage, destroyed the alliance of players from the former Zone 9999 and killed more than 100 players, including Rin Xiuhai, Rin Duoduo, Guorong, Chu Hang, and Shin Tao. Here, I would like to remind all players, cherish life and stay away from Lin Feng." Lin Feng was stunned. "This is cherish life, stay away from me? Isn't the evening news broadcast messing with me? We want to file a complaint." Lin Feng looked annoyed, but patiently waited to see what other important news would follow. But the NPC host actually nodded politely on the screen and said, "That's all for today's news. See you tomorrow, viewers." Then, the same news story began to be replayed over and over again. Lin Feng was speechless. Was this the only news item that was being broadcast continuously for 6 hours, from 6 in the morning to noon? Thank goodness. Thank goodness none of the other players have TVs, otherwise my reputation would have been severely damaged in the eyes of the players in Zone 5000. He was secretly relieved and urged the girl to hurry up and cook. But Song Xinling frowned. "You should check the chat channel. Everyone's talking about today's news." "Huh? Don't they not have televisions?" Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly opened the chat channel. Instantly, a flood of messages appeared before his eyes. "Raymond Lam is being targeted. The host says, cherish your life. Stay away from Raymond Lam. It's time to stay away. It's time to stay away. Holy crap. You guys have TVs now? Come to the buffet restaurant. They've installed a big screen TV that's playing a Doomsday News broadcast. Lin Feng killed over 100 people in one go. That's amazing. Holy crap. I want to watch this too. I'm out of coins. Come and see, everyone. Learn the important spirit of cherish life. Stay away from Lin Feng." Coming right now. Coming right now. Holy crap. The buffet restaurant actually has TVs. Just watching TV. Just watching TV. Looking at the constantly refreshing messages in front of him, Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions. His impressive record was exposed on the evening news, so he probably won't dare to cause trouble for others anymore. But, if this continues, my bad reputation for cheating people will probably spread throughout the entire 5,000 district. He was feeling down when he suddenly received a private message. Hey Chiogu, why wasn't I mentioned in the news? If any NPCs interview you, could you please help promote my adult team? Raymond Lam, I'm so annoyed. Chiogu, no way. Boss, you're a walking trending topic. If you say a word for me in any interview, my team will become famous. Raymond Lam, otherwise, shall I have an NPC interview you? Brother Chio, that would be perfect. Didn't you say you'd contact me if there was anything good? Raymond Lam, get out of here. It's dawn. Wake up. Stop dreaming. Boss Chio, you can't go back on your word. Chiogu, boss. Can I pay to trend on social media? Chiogu. Lin Feng immediately turned off private messages and shook his head in frustration. This guy, he always brings up the very thing he shouldn't have said. He glanced to the side and saw that Song Xinling hadn't cooked yet. She was staring at a news story that was being replayed endlessly for a long time. Oh well, whatever, we're going to the Doomsday Mall anyway, so you don't need to cook. Let's go eat at the buffet. The girl paused for a moment before realizing what was happening, and then reluctantly turned off the TV. I'd like to see if there are any other programs coming up. Until 12 o'clock, this news will only be playing on repeat. Let's go. Lin Feng paid 2 gold coins, and, pulling the girl along, teleported to the Doomsday Mall. At this time, the number of people queuing in the mall's small square was 5 or 6 times greater than usual. It's obvious to anyone that these players came to the cafeteria to watch TV. Lin Feng grabbed any NPC at random, passed through the VIP channel, and went directly into the buffet restaurant. While ordering the food, Lin Feng asked questions. Is number 008 here? The NPC pondered for a moment and asked, which 008 are you looking for? Huh? It's just number 008, isn't it? Well, after the regional merger, there are now 2 number 008s here. Lin Feng had a headache. I'll look for number 008 in District 10,000. The NPC nodded. You mean number 100000008? He's in prison. Lin Feng's mind was filled with 6 zeros, and he asked in frustration, are numbering systems this complicated now? Yes, it is indeed quite complicated now. Okay, didn't I see 008 broadcasting the weather forecast? How come he's still locked up in jail? The NPC explained, because there aren't enough people, 1,000 watched 0008 as the weather forecast host. However, after the show, he has to go back to jail, but at least he can have a normal meal. Just say 008. Don't include so many zeros. Okay, Mr. Lin Feng. I'm paying attention. Lin Feng nodded, ordered the food, and then chased the NPC away. The Doomsday Mall exploits its employees even more than I do. You still have to work and go back to jail. However, since number 008 has food, then I don't need to bring him meals, right? Nodding, Lin Feng felt he had saved a few more gold coins. Just as Lin Feng was secretly relieved, the food was served by the NPC. Lin Feng was about to eat when he looked up and saw Song Xinling staring intently at the TV on the wall. Song Xinling. Aren't there any other news? Lin Feng sighed, picked up a piece of cream cake, and stuffed it into the girl's mouth. Oh, Lin Feng, you got cream all over my face. Lin Feng took a sip of red wine, glanced at the girl, and said, eat quickly. After you finish eating, I want to go check where the lottery station is. Lottery station? Song Xinling was slightly taken aback and quickly reminded Lin Feng. Lotteries are all scams. Lin Feng waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm going to give kickbacks to the lottery NPCs. This has no bottom line. Chapter 137, let them disappear for a while. After wolfing down their food, Lin Feng pulled Song Xinling into the supermarket. As soon as they went inside, they saw a new lottery ticket booth near the checkout counter. An NPC was busy collecting gold coins from the players while handing out printed lottery tickets. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to wipe his sweat. Lin Feng originally wanted to recruit the NPCs who bought and sold lottery tickets. But with so many people buying lottery tickets now, it wasn't convenient to discuss any underhanded dealings. He could only shake his head dejectedly and look at the notice board next to the lottery stall. Lottery purchase and winning rules. Each lottery ticket costs 1 gold coin. Each player can buy a maximum of 1 lottery ticket per day. Lotteries purchased within 24 hours of the purchase date will be drawn live on Doomsday TV between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. the following day. Purchase rules. Choose a 6-digit number as your lottery number and purchase a lottery ticket. Winning rules. Matching all 6 digits in sequence wins first prize 100 gold coins. Matching all 5 digits in sequence wins second prize 50 gold coins. Matching all 4 digits in sequence wins third prize 20 gold coins. Matching all 3 digits in sequence wins a consolation prize 1 gold coin. Upon seeing the winning rules, Lin Feng shook his head, feeling that the odds of winning this lottery were exceptionally low. To win the first prize, you not only need to select 6 numbers, but the order of each number must also match perfectly, which is an extremely low probability. These people are all gamblers. Seeing that there was no chance here, Lin Feng complained, and then pulled Song Xinling away from the lottery stall, thinking of going to the supermarket instead. Unfortunately, there's another food sale today with a buy 1 get 3 free offer. Lin Feng smiled slightly, casually picked up a box of food, and said to Song Xinling, "You can wander around here for a bit. I'm going to ask number 008 something. Then I'll wait for you in the clothing section." Lin Feng nodded, paid the bill, rushed out of the supermarket, went straight into the lounge area, found a corner, changed into an NPC outfit, and blended into the NPC activity area. He walked straight ahead to the prison, thinking he might ask number 008 about the lottery. Before long, he arrived at the prison gate. As soon as Lin Feng pushed open the prison cell door, he heard people talking inside. "Hey, new guy, how did you get locked up here?" "Sigh, it's all tears when I talk about it." "What's going on? You didn't run into Raymond Lam, did you?" "That's right. I ran into him. I was flying a plane to deliver an airdrop, and Lin Feng shot it down." "What the hell? You shot down a plane? You're really unlucky." "That's nothing. I was forced to do hard labor for several hours, and I was so tired I could barely walk when I got back." "Cherish life. Stay away from Raymond Lam. Don't worry, being locked up here, you don't have to worry about running into Lin Feng." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly wanted to give that unlucky guy a surprise. What if cell number 999 looked up and suddenly saw him standing at the cell door, smiling and staring at him? The scene must have been quite terrifying. Of course, Lin Feng had no intention of doing that. He had gone to great lengths to infiltrate the NPC activity area, and it would be too much of a waste to expose himself just for this kind of perverse pleasure. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng quietly approached the door of cell number 008. Number 008 was also quick-witted. He cautiously approached, and upon seeing that it was Raymond Lam, he suddenly smiled. "You brought me something delicious again?" Lin Feng nodded and handed in the discounted food. Although the NPCs nearby saw someone coming, they couldn't see clearly because of the dim light and were worried that it was someone from the management office, so they didn't dare to come over and ask any questions. Number 008 carefully hid the food behind his back and asked, "Have you run out of teleporters? I'll return it to you when the battery dies." "You okay?" Number 008 seemed to have anticipated this, nodded dejectedly, and asked, "What is it? Tell me quickly." "Hee. You knew I needed to talk to you." "Nonsense. Why would you remember me if there's nothing wrong?" Lin Feng nodded in deep agreement and said, "Do you know what the tricks are in lottery draws?" Upon hearing this, number 008 immediately became alert. You're not planning to do anything underhanded, are you?" "You understand me. That's a bit difficult. The lottery draw is broadcast live on the battlefield, and there are 3 NPCs present at the same time, so there's no way to tamper with anything." Lin Feng thought about it for a moment and felt that it was indeed quite difficult. The possibility of bribing 3 NPCs at the same time was extremely small. "But," Lin Feng asked, "do you handle the lottery draw?" "I'm one of them. If the other 2 NPCs aren't present when the lottery is drawn, will you be the only one left?" "What?" Hearing this, number 008 was dumbfounded. "You're going to kill the other 2 NPCs? Lin Feng quickly shook his head. No need. No need. I'll just kidnap them for a while. Are you sure you can kidnap NPCs? Lin Feng thought for a moment and nodded. This didn't seem too difficult. He's been in here several times already, and he doesn't think the security in the NPC activity area is that good. Isn't kidnapping 2 NPCs easy enough? While pondering, Lin Feng said, if this works out, I'll give you 1% of the lottery winnings. 1%? That's just 1 gold coin. Lin Feng, you're so stingy. If this is found to be related to me, I'll probably spend the rest of my life in prison. Lin Feng thought about it and realized that what he was doing was not a good idea. After all, number 008 had helped him so much. I'll give you 2%, that's double. Number 008 was speechless. Only Lin Feng had the nerve to emphasize that it had doubled. Isn't that just 2 gold coins? No way. You need to give me at least 3%. All right. 3 gold coins wasn't much. Lin Feng smiled slightly and gave number 008 an okay sign. I'm coming to kidnap you before noon tomorrow. You'd better time it right. If they disappear too early, I can't guarantee that the Doomsday Mall won't send other NPCs to help temporarily. Lin Feng readily nodded. No problem. What number do you want to buy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you afraid others won't know you cheated? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, then, 124,578. Number 008 frowned and said helplessly, okay, at least it's much better than 123,456. Having finalized the lottery numbers, Lin Feng inquired about the location of the live lottery draw and then leisurely left. As soon as Lin Feng walked out of the cell, several NPCs nearby quickly gathered around and asked, Number 008, why do people keep coming to see you? Oh, that's someone from the TV station. They said they wanted me to improve my weather forecast hosting style. Sigh, why don't I have such a good job? Let's keep licking our lollipops. What do we need to prepare for Chapter 138? Lin Feng left the NPC living area and returned to the supermarket. He then dragged Song Xinling to the lottery stall to queue up and buy lottery tickets. Song Xinling looked puzzled and asked in a low voice, you got the winning numbers from number 008. Shoo. Lin Feng gestured for her to be quiet, then leaned close to her ear and said, the winning numbers for tomorrow's first prize are 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. Buy those numbers in a bit. Song Xinling nodded, secretly memorizing the string of numbers, but in her heart, she doubted whether the matter was reliable. Lin Feng disappeared for half an hour, and when he came back, he actually knew the winning lottery number for tomorrow's first prize. Could it be that number 008 could help them manipulate the system behind the scenes? The girl frowned in thought as she followed Lin Feng forward. After a while, the two finally arrived at the lottery stall. The NPC wiped his sweat and said, a lottery ticket costs 1 gold coin. What numbers do you want to buy? Lin Feng handed over 2 gold coins and said to the NPC, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. 1 for each of us. The NPC nodded, quickly entered 2 strings of numbers, and then Lin Feng received 2 lottery tickets. Winner, 2 lottery tickets with the number 124,578. Lottery number 124,578. Description: disposable item used for prize redemption. You can redeem your prize at a lottery station after winning. Seeing the 2 small white bills in his hand, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and pulled Song Xinling to leave the supermarket. But the next moment, Lin Feng suddenly turned his head and asked, by the way, what do you usually need to prepare for a kidnapping? Huh? Upon hearing this question, Song Xinling paused for a moment, then asked timidly, who are you planning to kidnap? Tie up the 2 NPCs for a while, but don't hurt them. Song Xinling had a vague feeling that Lin Feng seemed to have some important plan, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, I guess we'll need some rope. Lin Feng nodded. As for the rope, ordinary rope isn't very reliable. Why don't we check in the supermarket to see if they have any suitable items? With that thought in mind, Lin Feng turned around and went straight into the weapons and equipment section. Before long, he found a satisfactory item. Product: strong rope. Price: 1 gold coin. Description: extremely strong and sturdy. It can be used to tie objects or serve as a temporary safety rope. This is absolutely perfect, and it's so cheap. Lin Feng tossed the 2 sturdy ropes into his shopping cart and was about to check out and leave when he suddenly remembered that he still had a lot of things to buy. He had acquired dozens of rafts, and after breaking them down into materials, one safe would definitely not be enough to hold them all, so he needed to get another safe. Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart, found the shelf where the safe was located, picked up an item and threw it into the cart. Then, he went to the manufacturing schematic diagram area to see if there were any manufacturing schematic diagrams for cranes. However, after searching extensively, Lin Feng couldn't find any relevant schematic diagrams, so he shook his head, pushed his shopping cart, checked out, and left. Without a crane, the aircraft engine can't be installed on the raft. Lin Feng pondered this question, paid the bill, and left the Doomsday Mall with Song Xinling. It was already noon when Song Xinling returned and turned on the TV, thinking she would watch the lottery results. But when you turn on the pink TV, the screen displays the words, temporarily suspended. Lin Feng, why did Doomsday TV suddenly stop broadcasting? Lin Feng shook his head. We only started selling lottery tickets today, and the first draw is tomorrow, so there are no programs airing at this time today. Oh, okay, if there's nothing on TV, watching anime is fine too. You'd better come and help me with the work. Behind the yacht, there are dozens of rafts being towed. If these rafts are not dismantled and disassembled, the yacht will continue to move forward slowly, like a snail. Song Xinling was a little disappointed that there was no TV to watch, but she worked very hard, taking Zhejiang No. 2, Era, and Baitu Falcon with her to pack up the supplies on the raft. Lin Feng focused on checking the storage boxes, while Song Xinling, along with her Hua and White-Headed Falcon, dismantled the raft and loaded materials onto the yacht. Mentally challenged No. 2 is still responsible for providing support on the yacht. With the chores handed over to them, Lin Feng had a lot more free time. He leisurely went to a raft, climbed into a cabin, and opened the storage box inside. Received, 40 wood. Received, 35 grass balls. Received, 12 stones. Obtained, Magic Crystal X1. Received, 6 mechanical modules. Received, 3 carrots. Seeing these supplies, Lin Feng shook his head. So poor. Lin Feng didn't even take the contents out of the storage box. He went straight to the next raft to open the storage box. This raft is quite large. Lin Feng guessed it belonged to a regimental commander. There were 3 storage boxes inside the cabin alone. Lin Feng didn't examine the 2 boxes of materials and supplies closely. He directly opened the last storage box. The next moment, a series of notifications popped up. Received, 45 gold coins. Received, 1 crumpled, smelly sock. Received, 1x short-acting all-purpose glue. Lin Feng found only 3 items in the storage box, but none of them were ordinary. Needless to say, 45 gold coins is definitely not a small amount, but those 2 special items filled Lin Feng with even more curiosity. He quickly took out the stinky socks that were rolled up in a ball and checked them. Stinky socks rolled into a ball. Description: this can be stuffed into an enemy's mouth, rendering them unable to make a sound and giving them the sensation of eating excrement. Hehe, this stuff is great. Lin Feng stuffed the item into his backpack and then checked the product description of the short-acting, all-purpose glue. Short-acting, all-purpose glue. Description: this product can be used to bond anything you see. It bonds firmly, but each bond only lasts for 1 hour. The entire tube is used up and then discarded. Lin Feng looked at the super glue in his hand, which was about the size of a tube of toothpaste, and thought that this thing probably couldn't stick much. But he looked at the 2 items and suddenly laughed. We'll definitely need these 2 things tomorrow. Now we have ropes, socks to gag, and even the all-purpose water can be used to gag NPCs. As long as I don't act recklessly, I'll definitely be able to kidnap the other 2 NPC hosts of the lottery show tomorrow. As long as I can keep them under control for a short while, the winning numbers will be announced by number 008. By then, he and Song Xinling will be able to win a lottery prize of 200 gold coins in one go. How can you rely on luck when buying lottery tickets? Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued to rummage through the storage boxes on the other rafts. Chapter 139 Husky. Come back here. After a whole afternoon of work, half of the rafts tied to the back of the yacht were finally cleared away. It has to be said that with the help of the husky and the white-headed falcon, the work efficiency is really high. Otherwise, dismantling these rafts would take at least 2 or 3 days. As dusk fell, Song Xinling busied herself with cooking. Lin Feng took out a bag of pet food, poured it into a plate, and let the husky and the white-headed falcon eat together. "You two have worked so hard. You should eat first." Upon hearing this, the husky rushed over and plunged its head into the plate. The white-headed falcon wanted to eat, but it circled the plate several times in a hurry, unable to get its mouth in. "You husky, you're bullying the bird. You husky, you're bullying the bird." Upon hearing this, the husky paused for a moment, then buried its head and continued to eat voraciously. But after a few bites, it looked up at the white-headed falcon that was rapidly flapping its wings, howled twice, and moved aside. When the white-headed falcon saw that the husky had given in, it quickly jumped over and pecked at a few pieces of pet food. The husky was getting really anxious, howling and barking incessantly. The bald falcon cries as it eats. "Huskies are so great. Huskies are so great. Much better than Raymond Lamb." Lin Feng initially thought the dog and bird were quite harmonious, but this damn parrot actually took the opportunity to insult him. Just as I was feeling down, the husky suddenly turned its head towards me and barked a few times. The white-headed falcon then chimed in. "That's right. That's right. Woof 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 woof. That's right. That's right. Woof 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 woof. Yes. That's it. That's it." Lin Feng was annoyed. If he didn't say anything, these two would probably never stop. "Era, are you stupid? Woof 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 woof. Can't you see that the bald falcon is trying to trick you? If you don't grab some food soon, it'll eat all your pet food." Just as Era was about to bark at Lin Feng, he suddenly sensed something was wrong, stared at the white-headed falcon with wide eyes, and instantly became anxious. "Woof woof woof." It cried out twice and pounced onto the plate, pushing the bald falcon out of the way. Lin Feng smiled slightly, watching the show with a playful expression. Huskies really aren't very smart. Even a white-headed falcon that's stuffed can't eat many kibbles of pet food. Raymond Lamb is bad. Raymond Lamb is bad. Just as he was feeling smug, the white-headed falcon objected, staring intently at Lin Feng with its small eyes. Lin Feng didn't mind. "You're full. Go back and rest, or I'll give you an extra meal." "No. No. Bullying the bird. Bullying the bird." The bald falcon flapped its wings and flew into its cage in a flash, never daring to cause trouble again. Lin Feng glanced at the mentally challenged number 2, who was standing to the side charging, and nodded. Mentally challenged number 2 is still the least troublesome. When mentally disabled number 2 heard Lin Feng mention him, he remained silent for a few seconds. "I don't understand what you're saying. You should just shut up and recharge." Lin Feng felt that this mentally challenged number 2 liked to act crazy from time to time. Sometimes it wouldn't respond when you looked for it, and sometimes it would talk nonsense when you didn't look for it. As expected, it's rather idiotic. Just as he was pondering this, a rich aroma wafted over, and Lin Feng saw that Song Xinling had already brought over steaming hot food. "Great, let's eat." The husky and the white-headed falcon were almost full, but Lin Feng was still hungry. Song Xinling brought out a plate of food, and Lin Feng wolfed it down. He looked up while eating and saw that Song Xinling had turned on the TV. Lin Feng recalled, "At this time of day, shouldn't they be airing doomsday ghost comedy?" Click. As the girl pressed the button, the television screen appeared. On the screen, Lin Feng saw 2 ghosts standing in front of a table, wearing gray coats and shaking bundles in dry voices. The comedian outside the table opened his mouth and said, "Crosstalk requires 4 skills." The straight man behind the table asked in a very convincing manner, "What is it?" "Take off your shoes, get on the Kong-heated brick bed." What are all these things? What could have been a funny joke was made boring and tasteless by these 2 ghosts, who also dragged out the sounds from time to time, creating a scary and eerie atmosphere. This program is airing in the first half of the night. It's clear that Doomsday TV is designed to keep players awake all night. Lin Feng shook his head and continued to focus on eating, but Song Xinling actually started watching with great interest. They were so focused that they even forgot to put food in their mouths. Lin Feng sighed. She's really not the same Song Xinling who was afraid of ghosts anymore. After dinner, Lin Feng lay down on the comfortable bed, ready to get some rest. But the voices of the two ghosts from the television kept lingering in my ears. It's strange that Lin Feng only plays different crosstalk routines on Doomsday Ghost Crosstalk, when other programs are endlessly replayed. Song Xinling was so engrossed in watching that she even occasionally burst out laughing. Lin Feng felt something was very strange. In the dead of night, a petite and lovely young woman was staring at two ghosts on the TV screen and giggling foolishly. If Lin Feng encountered such a situation in real life, he would definitely stay as far away as possible. Who knows if those two ghosts will crawl out of the TV like Sadako at any moment. Wrong. Lin Feng suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his description of Song Xinling. She only looked petite and cute, but in reality, she was a violent girl. As he was pondering this, suddenly, the television emitted a series of chaotic electrical noises. Lin Feng sat up abruptly and saw a bright green head popping out from the television screen. Holy crap! They actually managed to escape? Song Xinling was also startled, but the next moment, Lin Feng saw her pull the rope next to her and wake up the sleeping husky. Husky! Bite him! The ghost had barely peeked out from the palm-sized screen when it saw a large dog lunging at it. The ghost strained its neck, only to be suddenly stuck by the narrow screen. The ghost radio emitted a sound. Sizzle. Oh no. It's stuck. Help. The ghost twisted its neck with all its might, but it couldn't retract it. The husky went up and bit a big hole in the ghost's head. Almost simultaneously, the ghost let out a scream, instantly exploded, and floated into the screen. Sizzle. Run. Can't afford to offend them. Can't afford to offend them. Lin Feng was stunned. Just as the ghost was about to crawl out and commit a crime, it was scared back by the husky. Holy crap. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw the husky leap up and dive right into the television. Song Xinling was also taken aback and quickly reached out to test the screen. Bang! The girl's hand suddenly hit the glass screen. Oh no. The passage is closed. What the hell? How did that husky squeeze in there? Don't think about that problem yet. Let's figure out a way to get it out first. Chapter 140, Rescuing the Dog. Lin Feng was speechless. Not only could ghosts crawl out of the TV, but things from the outside could even get inside. But where would the husky go if it crawled into the screen? It must be in the studio of Doomsday TV. Lin Feng quickly took out a gold coin and said to Song Xinling, I'm going to the Doomsday Mall to find Era. You rest first. Wait. How can I sleep? I'll come over too. Alright. Lin Feng thought for a moment. What if Song Xinling was left alone in the middle of the night and encountered danger? It would be better to take her with him to the Doomsday Mall. Although most people are no match for girls, it's always good to be cautious. Lin Feng quickly paid 2 gold coins, and the two were instantly teleported to the small square of the Doomsday Mall. Lin Feng grabbed a random NPC and led them into the VIP passage. Since there was only one NPC outfit, Lin Feng had to leave Song Xinling to wait in the buffet restaurant. After escorting the girl into the restaurant, Lin Feng glanced at the restaurant's large television screen. No signal. Lin Feng understood. After the show Ghost Comedy started airing, the ghost would randomly choose a TV set at a random time to crawl out and attack the player. While they were attacking, other televisions would show no signal. However, more than 10 minutes have passed since the husky crawled into the TV, and the Ghost Comedy show still hasn't continued. It seems the husky has likely already killed those two ghosts. Lin Feng quickened his pace. Although the husky was powerful, in the end, with several thousand NPCs in the NPC activity area, how could the Doomsday TV station not be able to handle one husky? Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickened his pace. He found a corner to change into an NPC outfit and headed straight for the secret door of the leisure area. Along the way, the surrounding area was unusually lively. Inside the mall, dozens of NPCs, just like him, were hurrying towards the NPC activity area. You were called back to? Yeah. I heard the ghost in the TV studio was killed by a husky. Where the hell did this husky come from? They say he crawled in from the player area through the TV. What the hell? This is a bug, right? Players can't get in, can they? It's not a player who came in. It's a husky. Listening to the two's discussion, Lin Feng walked forward in the crowd, but he had only gone halfway when he saw several NPCs hurriedly returning. Go back, everyone. That husky has been caught. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then quickly asked, "You caught it so quickly? Where is it being held?" "It's been temporarily locked up in jail. The supermarket staff will come and pick it up in a bit, put it in a cage, label it, and sell it at a high price at the supermarket." "What? Sell it?" "Yes. I heard it'll sell for 200 gold coins." 200. Lin Feng was speechless. His husky had wandered into the NPC living area and turned into supermarket merchandise. And it's so damn expensive. One by one, everyone walked out, except for Lin Feng, who stood there dumbfounded, looking utterly dejected. "Looks like we have to stir things up today." Lin Feng nodded and jogged straight to the prison. Am I destined to be in prison? Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the prison gate. As soon as he pushed open the gatehouse door, he heard the husky barking angrily. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Woof, woof woof woof. The NPCs in the prison next to them looked annoyed and stared at the husky, telling it to shut up. But the husky seemed to smell Lin Feng's scent and barked even more loudly. Lin Feng pretended not to see and approached the door of cell number 008. "Hello." Number 008 was taken aback, then turned around and asked, "Lin Feng, what happened to your dog here? Don't even mention it. It's all because of that TV. Do you know how to get it out for me?" Number 008 thought for a moment and said, "There's no way around it. The prison is sealed by magic and can't be opened at all. And even if you could open the prison door, you probably still wouldn't be able to take Arrow away." "Why?" "It has an alarm, the kind that's 100% trouble-free." Lin Feng thought for a moment. There were at least several thousand NPCs here. If something really happened, it would be difficult to deal with. If something goes wrong and the husky doesn't get out, then all his efforts will have been in vain. Thinking of this, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Looks like I'll have to stake out the place." "Staking out? I heard that the mall staff will pick up the husky later, so I'll take advantage of that time and snatch it away." Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then reached out and patted number 008 on the shoulder. "However, you might have to suffer a bit." "What?" "Lin Feng, I'm already in this state. Please don't drag me down with you." "Don't worry. I won't cheek you this time." After saying that, Lin Feng hid in the shadows of the prison and began to stake out the location. Number 008 looked puzzled, wondering what Lin Feng was planning to do. In short, it's definitely not a good thing. Number 008 was very confident and began to mentally prepare himself for the bad luck ahead. However, the feeling of waiting for bad luck to happen seems even worse. "Lin Feng, you might as well not have told me." Number 008 cursed in frustration and looked towards Lin Feng, but could only see a blurry shadow. Helpless, Number 008 wore a bitter face, waiting for his day's bad luck to arrive. More than half an hour later, the prison cell door was finally pushed open. In the dim light, Number 008 saw several people pushing a small cart in. "Where's that dog?" "Woof woof 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 woof." "So that's where they were locked up? Let's go pick up the goods." Several men carried a large cage off a cart, opened the prison door, and were about to go in to catch Era. Unfortunately, the husky was too clever. It took several NPCs a full 10 minutes to finally put the husky in its cage. There was also an unlucky guy who got bitten by the husky and cried out in pain. "I will never do this kind of work again. Hurry up, get to the supermarket quickly." "Hey, there seems to be a figure over there." The group looked to the side and were instantly startled. In a gloomy corner, an NPC wearing a mask and formal attire suddenly appeared. "Holy crap, you scared me to death. Which department are you from? What are you doing hiding here wearing a mask?" The other person did not answer, but instead took out a black, worn-out boot from the backpack behind them. Bang! The next moment, the NPC who asked the question felt as if he had been hit by something, and then a stench instantly spread. "Holy crap, it stinks like hell. Ugh, everyone run. It stinks like hell." Several NPCs rushed toward the prison gate, only to be knocked back by something. Looking up, they saw the masked guy pushing a cart and blocking the gate. "Holy crap, I can't take it anymore. Quickly move that cart away from me. No, I can't take it anymore." Chapter 141. A cart came along by chance. Number 008 was furious. Nausea, dizziness, and foaming at the mouth. "Couldn't you have provided me with a mask?" He struggled to lift his head and saw that Lin Feng had already opened the door and pushed the cart out. With a bang, Lin Feng slammed the prison gate shut. The crucial point was that he hadn't taken the boot with him. What the hell? Lin Feng, you're so unfair. At least take the tools of the crime with you. The world spun around number 008, but Lin Feng had already taken off his gas mask and was pushing a cart outside. As he walked, he suddenly felt something was off. Huh? Why is the husky so quiet? Looking down, I saw the husky lying sprawled in its cage on the cart, making whimpering noises but unable to make a sound. Sorry, I forgot you're also afraid of the smell. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, only to see the husky give him a disheartened look and continue to whine silently. He was walking along smoothly until he was about to leave with his cart when he was suddenly stopped by two NPCs. Did you pick up your order from the supermarket? Seeing the two men looking at him suspiciously, Lin Feng quickly nodded. Why are you pushing this dog this way? Isn't the supermarket delivery lane at the back? Also, are you the only one responsible for picking up and delivering the goods? Lin Feng frowned, guessing that these two were probably from the NPC management office. If he didn't handle them well, he might get into big trouble. He looked at the husky lying paralyzed in the cage and said helplessly, "Look, this dog suddenly got sick. The higher-ups said that sick dogs can't be put on the shelf and told me to just find a random place and send it away to get rid of it." The two NPCs looked down and, sure enough, found the husky looking listless. They nodded in confusion. Is that so? It killed two ghosts just now, and it didn't seem to be hurt. How did it get sick so quickly? I don't know, don't ask me. I'm just following orders from above. They told me to hurry up and make sure there's no infectious disease. The two were taken aback upon hearing this. Infectious disease? Lin Feng leaned closer and said in a cryptic tone, "You guys know Lin Feng, right?" Upon hearing this, the two men's expressions instantly changed. Yes, I know. The TV station even reported on him during the day. This guy is too dangerous and always uses dirty tricks. Several NPCs have been imprisoned because of him. Lin Feng nodded in agreement and continued, "This dog belongs to Lin Feng." The higher-ups said that Lin Feng might have deliberately sent over a dog with a contagious disease to harm the NPCs. Holy crap, is that true? It's possible. I heard that Lin Feng may have already infiltrated the NPC activity area. So he's going to kill all of us NPCs? I think he's trying to take advantage of the chaos, to plunder the mall's supplies while the epidemic is raging here. That's so damn insidious. The two men started cursing him, their words flowing like a never-ending string of curses, leaving Lin Feng no time to interrupt. Helpless, he patted the cage hard to get their attention before quickly saying, "Are you two crazy? Standing so close to this cage. Aren't you afraid of catching a contagious disease?" Instantly, the two men became wary and quickly made way for each other. "Quick, get rid of this sick dog. Don't waste time. Why aren't you wearing a mask? Here, don't get infected." Lin Feng took the mask and nodded gratefully. "Yeah, that's great. Hey, stop dawdling. Put on your mask and get rid of it quickly." Without further hesitation, the two turned around and left, fearing they might contract the epidemic. Lin Feng stuffed the mask into his backpack and nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect the management office to have such a kind NPC. Lin Feng quickened his pace and pushed the cart away from the NPC activity area. As soon as he came out, he went straight to the small square of the Doomsday Mall and sent a message to Song Xinling. "Raymond Lam, come out quickly. Come to the small square. We're going back." "Song Xinling, you rescued the husky? How is it?" "Raymond Lam, it might not be very good." "Song Xinling, huh? The husky is injured? Is it serious?" "Raymond Lam, it's nothing serious. He's just a little lethargic from the smoke. Come out quickly." Lin Feng sent the message and had already pushed the cart to the small square. Some NPCs looked at him with suspicion, but he ignored them and kept his head down as he pushed the cart forward. "Hey, isn't that the husky we just caught?" "Yeah, weren't we supposed to send it to the supermarket to sell? How did it end up here?" "I don't know, let's ask." "Huh? Where did everyone go? Disappeared so quickly? Don't you think that person looks familiar?" "He looks a bit like Raymond Lam." "Holy crap, could it be that Lin Feng, dressed in a tuxedo, entered the NPC activity area and stole that husky?" "Quickly, go after them and see." The two NPCs hurriedly chased after him, but the person had already disappeared from the small square of the Doomsday Mall. The two looked puzzled when they suddenly heard several NPCs rushing towards them from behind. Someone broke into the NPC activity area and stole the husky. Everyone, chase after them. Holy crap! Something really happened. Why bother chasing them? They've already gotten away. Inside the shop, the NPCs were in complete chaos, while Lin Feng and Song Xinling had already teleported back to the previous area. As soon as they got back on the yacht, Song Xinling opened the cage. The husky wobbled out, turned its head, and barked twice at Lin Feng. Raymond Lam was unhappy. Hey, don't repay kindness with enmity. Although you suffered a bit, at least I rescued you. Woof 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 woof. The husky didn't care about any of that. All it could think about right now was that Lin Feng had made it smell so bad. Woof 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 woof. Lin Feng shook his head, ignoring the husky, and turned to examine the cage and cart. These two items were an unexpected bonus. Of course, there was also the mask that the NPC kindly gave me. Large cage. Description: this cage is used to confine pets or other items. It can only be opened from the outside. What are the other things? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Use it to imprison pirates? That's a good idea. Just as Lin Feng was about to put the cage away, he suddenly noticed a label stuck on it. Product: Grumpy Husky. Price: 300 gold coins. Description: formidable combat power. Lin Feng scratched his head. Wasn't it 200 gold coins? It's gone up to 300 now? It's actually worth a lot. Suddenly, he had an impulse. Why don't we sell it? It's worth 300 gold coins. A steal. No. Woof 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 woof. Song Xinling and Era turned their heads together, unanimously rejecting the idea. Don't sell the husky. Don't sell the husky. Sell me. Sell me. Birds sell well. Birds sell well. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he glared at the white-headed falcon. You? No way. Don't even think about escaping. The bird is wronged. The bird is wrong. Chapter 142. Knocking on the table. Key points. After rejecting the white-headed falcon's suggestion, Lin Feng looked down at the description of the cart. Human-powered handcart. Description: a handcart that requires manual pushing and can be used to transport goods. Its capacity depends on the volume of the goods. As long as the goods can be piled up, it can be pushed away without changing the weight of the cart. In addition, items can be built on the cart. Lin Feng nodded. This thing might be useful if they came to the island in the future. However, if it were possible to build items on it. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. The truly remarkable function of this cart is not transportation, but construction. With such a large yacht, it would have taken at least 4 catapults to build before, but now that we have the carts, we only need to build one. We can simply push the catapult to wherever there are enemies. Hee. Good stuff. I'll have to sneak a few more cart loads when I get the chance. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng pushed the cart directly into the yacht's cabin. It was now past midnight, and Lin Feng turned on the TV, wondering if Channel 008 had broadcast the weather forecast. Click. As Lin Feng turned on the switch, 3 large characters were displayed on the television screen. No signal. What's going on? Lin Feng looked puzzled, then suddenly understood. He just used rotten boots in prison, and number 008 probably hasn't recovered yet. The weather forecast might be cancelled today. Just as Raymond Lam was about to turn off the TV, he was suddenly stopped by Song Xinling. Don't turn off the TV, there's a signal. Lin Feng looked down, and, sure enough, a picture appeared on the television. On the screen, number 008 looked unwell, gagging uncomfortably as he spoke. Global temperatures will continue to drop in the coming days. Players are advised to prepare for the cold. In the next week, some areas may experience freezing temperatures and snowfall, and there is also the possibility of encountering ice flows at any time. Number 008 finished speaking with difficulty, and then the footage of his laborious broadcast began to be replayed over and over again. Lin Feng shook his head. Except for the last sentence, it was exactly the same as yesterday's weather forecast, so there was no difference whether he read it or not. Song Xinling, on the other hand, stared at the screen in astonishment. What happened to number 008? Cough cough. Just like the husky, I got smelly from the boots. Thinking about it, Lin Feng felt a little sorry for himself. He hadn't taken the rotten boots away in order to trap the NPCs with the stench. If we hadn't managed to get this car today, we would have really lost out. But Lin Feng sighed, inwardly lamenting. It seems that gamers nowadays all have the habit of wearing masks with them. Catch up on sleep. Catch up on sleep. Lin Feng waved his hand, yawned, and ignored Song Xinling. He was exhausted from being dragged to the NPC activity area by his husky in the middle of the night, and he needed to catch up on his sleep as soon as possible. The key was that he still had a big task to do tomorrow. Kidnapping shouldn't be too difficult, right? Lying in bed, Lin Feng muttered a few words before drifting off to sleep. The next day, when Lin Feng got up, Song Xinling had already prepared breakfast. After taking a quick bite, he led everyone to continue dismantling the raft. However, even after 2 or 3 hours of work, they hadn't completely dismantled the raft. Nevertheless, they had gathered quite a lot of supplies, and the second safe was almost full. Of course, dismantling these rafts also yielded some special items, but apart from a super strength pill, the rest were all rather useless items. Full-length mirror. Introduction. Looking in the mirror regularly can make you more and more beautiful. A cheerful juicer. Introduction. This juicer can be used to juice ingredients. It can add up to 3 ingredients at a time, one of which must be liquid. The taste of the juice produced is unpredictable. A pair of ripped cotton socks. Description. The warmth is negligible, but it can prevent blisters if you don't have shoes. Lin Feng looked at the descriptions of these items with a helpless expression. What kind of junk is this? Never mind, let's put it away for now. We need to get down to business. Lin Feng piled everything aside and said to Song Xinling, I'm going to the Doomsday Mall to do something big, so I'll leave these things to you. You mean kidnapping NPCs? Lin Feng nodded. For our first prize. Then you must be careful. Turn on the TV and wait for the lottery results. Lin Feng smiled slightly, paid a gold coin, and was directly teleported to the small square of the Doomsday Mall. There was still some time before noon, so Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He thought he could find an NPC to take him through the VIP channel, so he could go to the supermarket for a stroll. He was looking for an NPC when suddenly someone pulled him into the VIP passage. When he looked up, Lin Feng was stunned. Number 008? Aren't you in prison? Number 008 gave a wry smile. Thanks to you, a whole bunch of NPCs have been thrown into prison. Because there aren't enough cells, they released me early. Oh ho, then I've really done you a big favor. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get in. Ahem. Alright, let's find a place to talk business first. Number 008 leaned closer to Lin Feng and whispered, Go to the lounge area to change into your formal attire in a bit, and I'll take you to a safe place. No problem. Lin Feng and number 008 arrived at the relaxation area, changed into formal attire, and then walked together into the NPC activity area. Number 008 reminded him, Keep your head down, keep a low profile, and don't say anything. Okay. Lin Feng nodded impatiently and walked forward with number 008 into a place called the NPC leisure area. Then, number 008 said to Lin Feng, Give me the money. What money? Entry requires 2 gold coins. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. So I have to spend money too. Number 008 shrugged. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Lin Feng realized that number 008, having spent so much time with him, had actually learned to scam people. However, 2 gold coins weren't much. Lin Feng nodded and handed the gold coins to number 008. The next moment, number 008 opened the door, handed the gold coins to the NPC guarding the door, and led Lin Feng inside. This place is a bit like a buffet restaurant, but much smaller, and there's basically no one else inside. Number 008 found a table to sit at and pointed to the counters around the room. Food and drinks are available for self-service. Except for the fact that no one brings them over, everything else is just like a buffet. Lin Feng nodded and asked, Why aren't there any other NPCs here? We're poor. We simply can't afford it. I've told you before, we NPCs live a life that's practically inhuman. Lin Feng tapped the table to indicate that he was highlighting the key point. Well, first of all, you're not human. Chapter 143 Number 008, You've gone bad. Let's get down to business first. Number 008 didn't bother arguing with Lin Feng. He helped him secure the first prize, which would earn him 3 gold coins, a considerable sum for him. The TV station is to the right of the NPC lounge area. The other 2 NPCs will pass by here in 15 minutes and record the lottery draw with me. Lin Feng nodded and asked, "Now there's another problem. Where do I send them after I tie them up?" Number 008 thought for a moment and said, "That's easy. You can hide the 2 of them in a corner of another room in the studio. I'll just pretend I didn't notice them. That's it. That's it." Lin Feng suddenly realized that number 008 wasn't there to discuss the kidnapping plan at all. He was clearly just trying to trick him into paying for it. "Never mind. Since I'm already here, I'll eat something first." Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and went to the food pickup area next door to fill his tray with food. The food selection here wasn't as extensive as in a buffet restaurant, but the taste was still pretty good, and there was also freshly squeezed draft beer to drink. Within just 5 minutes, Raymond Lamb ate an entire tray of food and drank a glass of ice-cold draft beer. Number 008 was even more outrageous. He ate 5 trays of food and 6 glasses of draft beer in one meal. "Goodness, your stomach must be a black hole." Belch. Number 008 let out a burp, nodded contentedly, and said, "We've come all this way. We have to eat our fill." After saying that, Number 008 stood up unsteadily and was about to walk out when he suddenly remembered something and sat down again. "Go tie those 2 up first. I'll come over after you're done." Seeing his drunken state, Lin Feng asked worriedly, "I only care about one thing right now. Even in this state, do you remember my lottery numbers?" Number 008 thought for a moment and then blurted it out. 123,456. "Damn it. That's a wrap. I'm not working today." Number 008 is way too drunk. If he works so hard all day and then gets the winning numbers wrong, wouldn't all his efforts be for nothing? Seeing Lin Feng about to leave, Number 008 quickly grabbed him, rubbed his temples vigorously, and said with a sudden realization, "Oh, I remember now. It's 124,578. Are you sure you won't say anything wrong?" Number 008 patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, 124578. You absolutely won't be wrong. Be careful not to say the wrong thing for that 3% commission." Upon hearing this, Number 008's eyes immediately cleared. "I guarantee there won't be any mistakes." Lin Feng nodded with great suspicion, then left the NPC lounge area first. He turned to the side and entered a place called Doomsday TV Station. Number 008 deliberately left the door open for him, and Lin Feng easily slipped inside. There were 2 rooms, one inside and one outside. The outer room was empty except for something that looked like a camera, a few props, and a backdrop, clearly a studio. That's really rudimentary. Lin Feng went straight into the room and found it to be a storage room filled with various odds and ends, including some traditional Chinese opera gowns, tables, and chairs. However, Lin Feng couldn't take them with him, as the items were all labeled NPC only. He figured he'd hide here and tie up the 2 NPCs as soon as they entered the studio. Lin Feng closed the door to the inner room, leaving only a crack to check the situation outside, but suddenly some faint green light appeared beside him. He looked behind him and was stunned for a moment. Ghost fragments. He wondered what the purpose of preparing ghost fragments in this place was. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly realized that these must be the ghost fragments transformed from the 2 ghosts that were killed by the husky. TSK. The scene must have been extremely bloody. Without hesitation, he stuffed the husky's spoils into his backpack, and as soon as he turned around, he heard the sound of a door opening outside. Peering through the crack in the door, Lin Feng saw 2 NPCs walk in one after the other, chatting idly. "How long until it starts airing?" 5 more minutes. Why hasn't number 008 arrived yet? Let's wait for him. Have today's winning numbers been set yet? It's all set up. Based on today's purchase situation, I've selected a set of numbers that no one has won. There's absolutely no chance of anyone winning the first, second, or third prizes. At most, a few hundred commemorative prizes will be awarded. That's right, the higher-ups think the players are still too rich, and they have to find a way to fleece them. Lin Feng listened to their conversation from the shadows and muttered to himself, Damn, how insidious. So the winning numbers were calculated from the lottery numbers purchased by the players. They can manipulate it however they want. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he had acted dishonestly today, but after hearing the conversation between the two, he felt that the behavior of the Doomsday Mall was even more dishonest. Why are we kidnapping them? We're doing this for the hell of fairness. Lin Feng nodded secretly, reached behind him, and pulled up a chair. The next moment, he kicked the door open, grabbed a chair, and rushed out. The two NPCs turned around abruptly, only to be knocked over by Lin Feng with a chair. Holy shit! Who the hell are you? Which department are you from? What do you want? Lin Feng had no time to answer their questions. He kept beating them up with the chair in his hand, then quickly took out a rope and tied them up before they dared not resist. What? What are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Could it be Raymond Lam? What? Holy crap. Mr. Lin Feng, spare us. We don't want to die. While the two were begging for mercy, Lin Feng had already tied them up like dumplings. He nodded in satisfaction, took out a rolled-up, smelly sock, and was about to stuff it into one of their mouths when he suddenly hesitated. No, I have to run away after I finish this. I can't take the socks with me. Lin Feng put away the smelly socks and took out the short-acting, all-purpose glue. The two of them turned green with fright when they saw it. What? What are you doing with that glue? It's okay, it's actually toothpaste. As Lin Feng spoke, he squeezed a line directly onto the NPC's mouth. Before the NPC could react, he felt his mouth being firmly glued shut. Another NPC was so frightened that he tried to hide to the side, but he couldn't escape his fate and his mouth was also stuck shut. Next, Lin Feng dragged the two whimpering NPCs into the storage room behind the studio. Before leaving, he gave me a special reminder. It's nothing, I just changed the winning numbers. I'm a kind person, I usually don't tear up tickets. Wah! Hearing this, the two NPCs shouted even louder, but Lin Feng smiled slightly and simply closed the door. Bang! Raymond Lam was in a great mood. It's much quieter now. Since the harvesting of leeks has fallen on my head, it's only right that I suffer a little. Let's go claim our prize. What's that next to chapter 144? After dealing with the two NPCs, Lin Feng slipped out of the NPC activity area and headed straight for the self-service restaurant. After sitting down and ordering, the large wall-mounted TV in the buffet restaurant just started playing Doomsday Lottery results. At this moment, the noisy buffet restaurant instantly fell silent, and almost all the players tightly gripped their lottery tickets, waiting for the next draw. Outside the restaurant, many players were queuing up to come in, all clutching their lottery tickets with expectant expressions. In contrast, Lin Feng was much more relaxed. He drank cola and stuffed fries into his mouth, comfortably waiting for number 008 to appear. The TV screen switched to show a drunken NPC. Number 008 swayed back and forth and began reciting his opening remarks. Luck always seems to fall on some lucky people out of nowhere, making others envious and jealous. So, is today's lucky person you, the one in front of the screen? Next, I will announce today's winning numbers. At this moment, the buffet restaurant became even quieter. Everyone stared intently at the big screen, silently reciting the numbers they had purchased. After a few seconds of silence, number 008 finally spoke again. Today's lucky number is 12. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly stiffened subconsciously, fearing that number 008 might accidentally blurt out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a daze. Upon closer inspection, even number 008 froze for a moment and stopped abruptly after saying 2. This really worried the other players. Holy crap! Go on, say something. Damn it! They're deliberately leaving us in suspense. My heart. Tell me, is it 123,456? 123,456? Absolutely impossible. How stupid would you be to buy consecutive numbers? Lin Feng frowned, feeling that someone was humiliating him, but he didn't care. Judging from the way 008 looked, he probably forgot the number he bought. It was obvious that number 008 was trying hard to remember, but his dragging his feet was making the other players in the buffet restaurant very anxious. Holy crap! Are they going to tell me or not? Can't we just have a quick and decisive meeting? My angina is about to flare up. Everyone was anxious and irritable, cursing in frustration. Number 008 was also sweating profusely, constantly wiping away his sweat. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Holy crap! What's that over there? As the first player realized something was wrong, the other players were also taken aback. In the lower left corner of the TV screen, half a person's head suddenly appeared, with only half of the top of the head showing, and it arched upwards. Number 008 must be drunk. He hasn't noticed anything unusual yet, and is still scratching his head in deep thought. The next moment, everyone saw half a head, which was also jutting upwards, as if trying to squeeze into the camera's view. What's going on? What's going on? Holy crap! They've shown themselves. Why do those two NPCs look like they've been tied up? I just want to know the winning numbers. No, I have a feeling something's fishy going on here. Did someone kidnap an NPC? Holy crap! It's a kidnapping. That NPC stopped halfway through his story. There must be someone holding a knife to his back. Are you kidding me? Isn't this cheating? Lin Feng grew increasingly anxious as he listened. His well-laid plans were on the verge of collapse because number 008 had drunk too much. Number 008, if you don't get up soon, the management office is about to arrive. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, then looked up and saw that, sure enough, the bad things came true. Suddenly, more than a dozen NPCs rushed in and headed straight for the camera. The players were all stunned by what they saw. Is this a capture scene? Damn it! Is there even going to be a lottery draw? Everyone was staring at the television. On the screen, number 008 was startled by the NPC who rushed in, but his eyes lit up instantly, as if he had suddenly come to his senses. The next moment, he announced as quickly as possible, "Today's lucky number is 124578. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow." Then, everyone saw the NPC who rushed in front of the camera being pushed aside by the host, who spoke at an astonishing speed and pressed some button. The scene suddenly changed, and a replay began. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized what had just happened. 124,578? Holy crap. I didn't win. I bought it for nothing. The order was wrong. Even a commemorative award would be fine with me. No, there's a conspiracy here. Someone is clearly cheating in the video. I'm going to file a complaint. Whoever won the lottery today, they're the one with the problem. NPC. An NPC, please. I'm going to file a complaint. Hearing an angry roar from a man at the next table, but no NPC paid him any attention, Lin Feng walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Bro, is this not a high-level VIP account? You. The man turned around and saw a figure scurrying away with 2 lottery tickets. This kid won the lottery? Holy crap. It's him. That kid won the lottery. It must be him. Everyone go check who's going to claim the first prize today. Everyone quickly got up and rushed out of the buffet restaurant, leaving the players outside completely bewildered. What happened? You won all of them? Holy crap. The odds of winning are that high? Let's go check it out. People outside were swarming out, and people inside were swarming out. It was incredibly lively. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already leisurely walked into the supermarket. Next to the checkout counter and the lottery stall, there was a new prize redemption area. There were still quite a few people buying lottery tickets, but Lin Feng was the only one redeeming his prize. When the NPC saw someone arrive, he nodded politely and asked, "Please show your lottery ticket to claim your prize." Lin Feng handed the lottery ticket forward, and the NPC took out 2 gold coins without thinking. But then he froze. 124578? First prize? Clearly, this NPC was not fully aware of what was happening at the TV station and thought everything was going according to plan, with only a bunch of commemorative awards being distributed. Seeing him in a daze, Lin Feng pursed his lips and asked, "Will you give me the prize or not?" Wait a minute. No, wait. By the way, what's your number? I am number 009. 009. Lin Feng was stunned. Wasn't number 009 supposed to have been killed by a single blow? How could he have come back to life? Besides, the NPC dress I wore before was number 009, wasn't it? Seeing Lin Feng's confusion, the NPC explained, "My full name is 999-9009. Lin Feng suddenly realized, so it was number 009 from District 9999. By the way, Have you heard who killed number 009 from District 10,000? Number 009 was taken aback and shook his head in confusion. He was smashed by my wife with a hammer. And you might not know me, but I'm Lin Feng. So, how about we discuss the prize redemption now? This. Mr. Lin Feng, I'll redeem the prize for you right away. Wiping away his sweat, number 009 quickly opened the cabinet and started grabbing handfuls of gold coins from inside. Chapter 145 Changing School Uniforms? Lin Feng readily accepted the 200 gold coins and was about to leave when he was surrounded by a large group of people. That's him. He won first prize. It's definitely a shady operation. Several of the leaders rushed over to question Lin Feng, but when they turned around, they saw that the other players had all retreated. What the hell are you all looking at? Charge. Behind them, a veteran player from server 10,000 coughed and said, "Hey, he is Lin Feng. Lin Feng, the big shot who was on the news yesterday." The group that was leading the way had been acting all high and mighty, but the next moment they were making way for each other. "Boss, please take care. Brother Lin Feng, we've misunderstood. It's only natural that the big shot won first prize. It's only natural." Lin Feng was also stunned. Before he could react, the other party's attitude had completely reversed. Then, "I'll leave. Please, please. Please, please." Lin Feng smiled and strolled away leisurely. Only after his figure disappeared did the crowd dare to whisper among themselves. What exactly is going on? I don't know. Could it be that boss Lin Feng has such great influence that he can kidnap an NPC and blackmail a TV host into giving him a big prize? Damn it, the lottery is over. No way. This is just too shameless. Or you could go and take action against the bigwigs. We'd all support you. Bullshit. I don't want to die. That's it, I'm done. I'll never buy lottery tickets again. Just as everyone was about to go home, they suddenly saw a group of strangely dressed people rushing over. Who are they? Are you a player? Wait, why are they all wearing school uniforms? To everyone's astonishment, they saw the leader take out a set of the same school uniform and hand it to the NPC at the lottery stall. Quickly put this school uniform on. Huh. Number 009, who was standing there dumbfounded, paused for a moment and asked in confusion, "Did we change our work clothes?" The higher-ups have confirmed that Lin Feng dressed up in a formal suit, impersonated an NPC, kidnapped 2 TV station employees, and altered today's winning lottery numbers. From now on, all our work uniforms will be replaced with this school uniform. Why school uniforms? Time is short, and the warehouse only has enough school uniforms. Hurry back and change. Number 009 took the school uniform and left in a hurry. Everyone was astonished. They really did kidnap NPCs? That's fucking awesome. Wait, something seems off about the art style here. In less than a minute, all the NPCs in the entire Doomsday Mall had changed into loose blue and white school uniforms. What was originally a high-end buffet restaurant now looks more like a student cafeteria. This single-handedly changed the clothes of all the NPCs. Awesome. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Feng had already happily teleported back to the yacht. He originally thought Song Xinling would rush over eagerly, but when the girl saw him return, she kept waving at him. "Come and see." Lin Feng paused for a moment, then quickly moved closer to the small color TV. The next moment, he froze. Why is number 008 wearing a different school uniform? Clearly, the lottery draw program was re-recorded, with number 008 and 2 other NPCs present at the same time. However, all 3 of them had changed their formal attire into loose-fitting blue and white school uniforms. Holy crap, they changed their uniforms? The Doomsday Mall is messing with me. Song Xinling frowned slightly. From now on, you won't be able to sneak into the NPC activity area. Lin Feng nodded, thought for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. Although we can't cause any trouble for a while, but can't there be any unexpected deaths among the NPCs? Then, I'm afraid it will be a long time. It's time to find the troublemakers among the NPCs. Upon hearing this, Song Xinling knew that something was definitely going to happen to one of the NPCs. Of course, she knew Lin Feng. Although he was exceptionally ruthless, he didn't kill people easily unless the other party went too far. But now, which NPC would dare to do anything excessive to him? The girl was wondering when she suddenly saw a flash of white light. Lin Feng was also taken aback. He looked towards the place where the white light disappeared and found an NPC wearing a school uniform on the sea surface, struggling to swim towards him. Lin Feng was stunned when he picked up the binoculars and took a look. Number 008. Song Xinling frowned. Why is he here? Lin Feng slapped his forehead and shook his head. This guy is definitely here to ask for a kickback. Don't think of him as so materialistic, okay? He's helped us a lot. Lin Feng shook his head. You don't know? Number 008 has gone astray now. He just ripped me off for a meal. Huh? This. Song Xinling initially found it strange, but then she suddenly understood. After hanging out with Lin Feng for so long, he was bound to have gone astray. Suddenly, she felt that she was no longer the same as before. It's over. Am I becoming particularly mean? Sigh. The girl sighed inwardly. When she turned around, she saw number 008 swimming over. Lin Feng reached out and pulled him onto the yacht, casually asking, "Why didn't you bring a raft?" Number 008 shook his soaked school uniform and wrung out the seawater. "I'm not on official business this time. I borrowed the teleporters from a colleague. Why are you in such a hurry to find me?" Kickbacks. Number 008 reached out his hand, waiting for Lin Feng to give him gold coins. Song Xinling, standing next to her, looked at him with a disappointed expression, thinking to herself that number 008 had really become like this. Lin Feng readily agreed and slapped the gold coin into number 008's hand. 3 gold coins, no renege on the deal. Only you would do this. If it were number 666. Number 008 stuffed the gold coins into his pocket and nodded with satisfaction. If it were number 666, he'd be lucky if he didn't rip you off. All right. Lin Feng could tell that number 008 was becoming increasingly assertive in his speech. With a slight smile, Lin Feng tugged at the school uniform on number 008's body. Your school uniforms are pretty good, aren't they? Instantly, number 008 shrank back warily, as if Lin Feng was about to force him to do something improper. What are you trying to do? You're not thinking of taking advantage of my school uniform, are you? The key is that I'm missing a school uniform right now. I need it, and you have one. Wouldn't it be perfect if you gave me yours? Lin Feng, you can't act like that. With a slight smile, Lin Feng nodded. He now felt that the other person was more like the previous 008. Okay. I was just kidding. You came to see me for no other reason. Number 008 was speechless for a moment. Although Lin Feng said he was joking, he still carefully kept his distance just in case. Indeed, there is one more thing that is quite important to you. Chapter 146 The Cleaner Plan? I'm not fish poop. What's so urgent? Lin Feng leaned closer and inquired carefully. He felt that number 008 wouldn't try to scam him. This trip was probably not just about getting a kickback. Just as he was thinking this, number 008 suddenly reached out his hand. This matter is extremely important. You have to give me some kickbacks first. Huh. Lin Feng was extremely disappointed. At this rate, number 008 was probably going to learn his stinginess to the bone. No. When did you become so realistic? Number 008 sighed. I'm really worried that once this is over and you're gone, I won't have any way to profit from it. Huh? I hung up. You're thinking way too far ahead. Lin Feng felt his head was spinning. Number 008 had been keeping him in suspense for so long. What important thing was he going to say? How much of a kickback do you want? 10 gold coins. Holy crap. Number 008. Are you really number 008? Seeing Lin Feng's astonished expression, number 008 smiled and said, You can cut the price in half. Lin Feng was speechless. Number 008 had even arranged for extra room for bargaining. Well, alright, 5 gold coins. Is that all you deserve? Lin Feng reluctantly took out 5 gold coins and slapped them into number 008's hand. He thought number 008 would be satisfied, but when he looked up, he saw that number 008 looked sad and almost wanted to squeeze out 2 lines of tears. I said, I've already given you the money. Why are you still making that face? Sigh. The thought that this might be the last benefit I get from you makes me sad, and I'm reluctant to spend it. As number 008 spoke, he reached out and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. You must take care this time. Lin Feng wiped his sweat. Or, why don't you hold a memorial service for me first? Let me experience what it's like to be a living funeral. Oh, that's too expensive. I don't have that much money. I can't even afford a frame for the portrait. No. Get to the point. If this keeps up, I'll really think I'm dead. Lin Feng pushed 008's hand aside, sat down on the deck, and said, Quickly tell me, meals are provided today. Meals included? Upon hearing this, number 008's sorrowful expression vanished instantly. Sigh, this trick still works. I seriously suspect you're just here to freeload. Finally, number 008 got down to business. You've gone too far lately. The higher-ups have decided to launch a hunt for you. The plan is called It's called the Cleaner Plan. The Cleaner Project? Are you guys mocking me for being a piece of fish shit? Ahem. I don't know, but you've gotten yourself into big trouble. What are the specific plans? The specific plan is to assemble an NPC assassination squad and eliminate you. Lin Feng scratched his head. Are you sure they can do it? Number 008 sighed. You think all the NPCs they send are like us? They're deliberately generated by the system to eliminate troublesome players. They have special privileges to use combat weapons, and even their numbers are different from ours. Different serial numbers? Aren't they all just a string of Arabic numerals? Number 008 shook his head, thought carefully for a moment, and said, I only remember the number of one of the assassin NPCs, Super 66666. It is indeed different. But then again, if you could remember the lottery numbers this clearly when they were announced, there probably wouldn't be any cleaner project. Mainly, I was drunk at the time. Lin Feng sighed. Just tell me when they're going to make their move. And what should we be careful about? They'll take action in about a week. As for what to watch out for, just hold out for 24 hours. 24 hours? The Doomsday Shop has a rule regarding the forced cleanup of players. It must end within 24 hours. You can think of it this way. If you survive 24 hours, you've successfully overcome the tribulation. Okay, you really don't have much faith in me. However, Lin Feng felt that this time he had indeed gotten himself into a lot of trouble. Just how strong was the assassin NPC? You'll never know until you experience it. In any case, you must prepare well. Lin Feng smiled wistfully, then took out 5 more gold coins and slapped them onto number 008's hand. Hey, what are you doing? To put your mind at ease. Lin Feng patted number 008 on the shoulder. Consider this a loan to you. If I die, consider it your compensation. Of course, I'm a very stingy person. For these 5 gold coins, I'll have to come back alive to collect the debt. Number 008 was stunned. I feel so much pressure. Could you lend me some more? No way. If I'm still alive a week from now, you'd better give me my gold coins back. Cough cough. If you don't return it to me, I'll take the transmitter. What's the difference between now and now? You stingy guy, time to eat. Lin Feng waved his hand and led 008 into the cabin. Song Xinling had already prepared 5 meals, 3 of which were for 008. Sigh, what a waste of food. As Lin Feng ate, he glanced at the side with concern. Number 008 didn't care and wolfed down the food in his mouth. After finishing their meal, they were satisfied and teleported back to the Doomsday Mall. By this time, it was getting dark. Lin Feng lay down on the bed, thinking about the assassin NPC he was about to face. Just like yesterday, Song Xinling turned on the TV, ready to watch the apocalyptic ghost comedy show. However, as the television clicked on, a line of subtitles appeared on the screen. Recruiting ghost comedians, broadcast temporarily suspended. Song Xinling was stunned. What? It's been taken off the air already. The girl glanced at the husky helplessly. Don't be so impulsive next time. Just scare the ghost away. The husky looked at the girl with a puzzled expression for the first time, seemingly recalling the unfortunate events of the previous night. It whimpered twice, then turned its head and went to sleep. Lin Feng sighed. TSK. There are even ghosts who dare to appear on TV. As he was pondering this, he suddenly remembered something important. I haven't done today's blind boxes yet. Lin Feng sat up abruptly and ran all the way to the cabin. The next moment, he opened the system interface. Daily blind box giveaway successful. March 7th. Received. Various mass blind boxes system developer. Lee Haijun, who likes Korak Cats X1. What? All sorts of masks. Lin Feng felt that system developers these days have increasingly wildly creative ideas. He quickly glanced at the blind box description and suddenly realized that this thing seemed quite useful. Various kinds of mask blind boxes. Rank, excellent. Description, 40% chance of obtaining a low-quality plastic mask, 30% chance of obtaining a clown mask, 20% chance of obtaining a ghost mask, 10% chance of obtaining a magical disguise mask. I hope it's not that cheap plastic mask. Chapter 147. What kind of junk is this? You open one of the various mask blind boxes and obtained one clown funny mask. This. Lin Feng now had a plastic mask in his hand. It looked quite rudimentary, just a plastic shell with 2 holes cut out and painted with colorful clown-like paint. Okay. Maybe I've been scamming too many people lately, and my luck has completely run out. Lin Feng shrugged and checked the item description. Clown funny mask. Description, can be used 3 times, each time for a maximum of 10 minutes. Anyone who sees this mask will burst into uncontrollable laughter, and the effect cannot be negated unless the other person avoids looking at you. Lin Feng nodded dejectedly. The clown is actually me. I guess it's a control skill, albeit a bit. After putting away the mask, Lin Feng returned to his cabin, finally able to get a good night's sleep. A few hours later, when he opened his eyes again, the sun was high in the sky. The aroma of food wafted around him, and the sound of a doomsday news broadcast echoed in his ears. Song Xinling came over with the food. You're up? Dinner's ready. Lin Feng nodded, got up, took a plate of food, and then focused his attention on the news broadcast. Today, the dungeon area has been completed. Players can enter the dungeon area using dungeon entry tickets to participate in the dungeon. In the future, the dungeon area will be open from time to time. You can get a lot of rewards in the dungeon, but you may also encounter dangers. Please enter with caution. Also, you can get dungeon entry tickets by using the ice flows. Next, the same news content was played repeatedly. Lin Feng stuffed food into his mouth while thinking about how to get dungeon tickets. After all, dungeon entry tickets are not easy to obtain purely through luck. Why don't we just buy one? Lin Feng finished the food on his plate, then opened the chat channel and sent a message. Raymond Lam is buying tickets for the dungeon. DM me if you have any. Hey bro, how much does a ticket cost? Raymond Lam, you should ask how much half a ticket costs. Half a sheet? Newbie, dungeon entry tickets aren't sold in whole tickets. They're all sold in half tickets. Looks like Raymond Lam already has half a ticket. I haven't even seen that thing yet. I do have half a ticket, but I don't want to sell it. If you're a big shot and want it, I'll definitely pay a high price. You just won the lottery. Raymond Lam, I'm very poor. Boss, you can't do this. If you're poor, then what do we call ourselves? Raymond Lam is rich. Boss, could you please stop lying through your teeth? As a newcomer to District 9999, I've witnessed it all. The big boss probably imagines us as rich people, so he won't feel guilty about scamming us. Feeling guilty? I bet those 3 words don't even exist in the dictionary of this big shot. There's no way around it. Whenever Raymond Lam tries to talk about something serious, the conversation inevitably veers off topic, and it can go on for 50 kilometers. Even if it goes off course, driving is still great. At least it's not so boring. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then turned off the communication channel and went to continue dismantling the raft. There are still several rafts here that haven't been dismantled. He led everyone to start dismantling the raft, and also collected a few special items. A mirror to reveal the true nature of an old swindler. Description, it's said to be blessed and able to reveal demons and monsters, but it's actually useless because it wasn't blessed. Blessed, however, it can be used to reveal invisible units. Lin Feng stuffed the palm-sized, octagonal mirror into his backpack and shook his head in frustration. It's only a half-finished product. Where am I supposed to get it blessed? A stinky salted fish. Description, it is a full 50 centimeters long. It can be used to stave off hunger or as a weapon. It is not very lethal, but it hurts a lot if it hits your face and will leave some salt on the wound. Lin Feng glanced at the brownish-yellow salted fish, grasped its tail, and found it quite comfortable to hold, but this thing doesn't seem to be of much use. It can be used to deal with NPCs, and it's especially useful when you're interrogating them. Oh no, I'm afraid I'm starting to have violent tendencies. Lin Feng felt that those NPCs didn't have any major grudges against him, so he stuffed the salted fish into his backpack for later use, to deal with when he had a major grudge. Carrot puppet. Huh? What's this thing? In Lin Feng's hand, there was a dried carrot with several toothpick-thin wooden sticks stuck in it, and an ugly face painted on its head. Holding the dried carrot doll, Lin Feng felt something was off. Why are there 5 sticks stuck in it? Male carrots. Lin Feng was taken aback. This detail was spot on. After checking the description, Lin Feng felt that this thing was really good. Description: write someone's name on the back of the dried carrot doll. Then, for 5 seconds, that person will suffer 100% of the damage the dried carrot doll would otherwise receive. Although it was only 5 seconds, it was enough for Lin Feng. Needless to say, once the enemy's name is written down, and Song Xinling delivers a blow, the opponent will definitely be turned into a meat pie. 5 seconds. Too many. Lin Feng smiled slightly, stuffed the dried carrot doll into his backpack, but the next moment, he took it out again and ran to give it to Song Xinling. During battle, I can stand at the front and send a private message to Song Xinling to remotely control the attack. Lin Feng had a good plan, but he never expected that the girl would treat that thing as a toy. Huh? It's a nice doll, so why is there an extra little stick? Should I pull it out? Don't. Lin Feng was stunned. Wasn't she being a little too cruel to those dried carrots? Fortunately, Song Xinling kept the small wooden stick because she was afraid of damaging this special item. But for some reason, Lin Feng always felt that his good brother was a little uncomfortable. Let's look at the next item. Ice blade mold. Description: this mold, when filled with fresh water and magic crystal powder and frozen in a low-temperature environment for 24 hours, can produce 3 disposable ice blade daggers. These daggers can be used as throwing weapons. Enhanced by the magic crystal powder, the daggers will not melt within 24 hours. Is this considered a good thing? Lin Feng scratched his head and decided to make 3 ice blade daggers first. However, just as he was preparing the materials, he received a private message. Hey bro, I have some dungeon entry tickets. Want to trade? Alright. Lin Feng turned around and waved to Song Xinling. Could you craft an ice blade dagger for me? I need to discuss business. After handing the mold to Song Xinling, Lin Feng quickly replied to the message. Lin Feng, what do you want to trade? I want to trade today's lottery tickets. Raymond Lam, seriously, you think I can go to the NPC activity area every day and kidnap the host? Isn't that right? Raymond Lam, let's change the terms. This matter is off limits. Lin Feng thought to himself, I can't kidnap NPCs yet. If I want to enter the NPC activity area, I need to get the school uniform first. Chapter 148 Survival is paramount. Lin Feng had originally planned to wait for the other party to change the terms of the transaction, but the player actually turned off private messaging. Lin Feng was speechless. Just as he was about to continue packing the supplies, he suddenly received a private message from an old acquaintance. Hey, Xiao Gu, do you need a dungeon entry ticket? Raymond Lam, nonsense. Do you even have a ticket? Chuck, I have it, and I have 2 complete copies. Lin Feng frowned, feeling that this guy seemed to be showing off his wealth. Raymond Lam, stop talking nonsense. Are you going to give me a ticket or something? Brother Xiao, you're right. I'm here to give out admission tickets. Raymond Lam, why do I feel uneasy? Free? Impossible. Xiao Gu definitely has the conditions. Is he here again to ask for lottery numbers? As Lin Feng pondered this, he saw that the other party had replied to his message. Brother Xiao, to be honest, I'm not just giving away freebies. I just want to team up with you in a dungeon. Raymond Lam, oh ho. Aren't you afraid I'll let my teammates down? Brother Xiao, you're definitely a bit of a swindler, but I see it. Following you might get me some benefits, but not following you might cost me my life. After thinking it over, I think saving my life is the most important thing, and besides, you can't possibly leave me with absolutely nothing. Lin Feng nodded, feeling that the other person's words were 90% meant to belittle him and 10% meant to subtly belittle him. However, Xiao Gu also made a lot of money last time. He said he lost money, but he actually got a lot of rare resources. He just pretended to be poor. He was willing to give away his ticket for free because he thought he could make money by working with him. Whether he could save his life was secondary. Alright, having a follower isn't bad. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng replied to the message. Raymond Lam, no problem. Whether I'll rip you off or not is another matter, but I'll definitely be safe. Gu success. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. The next moment, Lin Feng received a transaction request. Trade complete dungeon entry ticket X1 for large corn X1. Raymond Lam, holy crap. You didn't lose money on this deal. My brothers all said this corn is delicious, so I won't ask for more than one. One will do. Left with no other option, Lin Feng chose to make a deal. Transaction successful. You have received one complete dungeon entry ticket. Complete dungeon admission ticket. Introduction. With a complete dungeon entry ticket, proceed to the dungeon passage behind the Doomsday Mall Buffet restaurant to participate in the dungeon. Participation is on an individual basis, and each person needs to consume one dungeon entry ticket. Lin Feng glanced at the description of the dungeon entry ticket and sent a message to Gu. Raymond Lam, how much time do you need to prepare? Gu, any time is fine. I'm teaming up with the pros anyway. Raymond Lam, tonight, perhaps. Why is it nighttime? Gu. Raymond Lam, I guess the others weren't feeling well tonight. Gu, okay. I'll wait for the big shot at the Doomsday Mall tonight. Lin Feng turned off the chat channel, looked at the sun, and realized that it would be dark in about 3 more hours. While he was there, he needed to prepare the weapons and equipment he might need for the dungeon. Of course, he also needed to prepare some food, since who knew how long the dungeon would last. It would be embarrassing if he starved to death inside. After spending some time organizing the supplies, Lin Feng pulled Song Xinling and teleported her to the Doomsday Mall. Let's have a good meal before entering the dungeon. As soon as he paid the gold coins, the two appeared instantly in the small square of the Doomsday Mall. Looking around, Lin Feng almost thought he had been teleported to the wrong place. A huge number of players were queuing up at the Doomsday Mall. Now, the NPCs at the mall entrance had changed out of their formal attire and were all wearing baggy, loose school uniforms. Although he already knew about this, seeing it with his own eyes still made him feel that the scene was somewhat strange. Is this a waiter? This guy must be on duty. Song Xinling nodded. They're really going all out to prevent you from sneaking into the NPC activity area. Lin Feng shook his head, pulled over a duty student, and followed him into the VIP passage. Goodness, when he entered the self-service restaurant, Lin Feng almost thought he had returned to his middle school cafeteria. One by one, NPCs dressed in school uniforms moved back and forth, occasionally glancing at Lin Feng with an indescribable expression. It seems they hold a grudge against me. Song Xinling pouted. It would be strange if she wasn't resentful. She was originally dressed in a black tuxedo, looking smart and capable, but now you've forced her to act like a middle school student. How can she be happy about that? All right, considering how unlucky they are, I'll let it go. Lin Feng placed his order, and a school uniform-clad NPC brought the food over and left without looking back. Lin Feng didn't mind, and while enjoying his meal, he glanced at the wall-mounted TV next to him. At this moment, the television was continuously replaying the lottery results, and number 008 and 2 other NPCs announced the winning numbers, but the players in the restaurant were all uninterested. Lin Feng listened intently and understood. Lotteries? Those things are all scams. Exactly. Maybe it's another case of shady dealings. Our team each bought 1 ticket, and we didn't even get a single commemorative prize. We're quitting. Did Raymond Lam win the lottery again today? I think even if I don't win today, I'll win tomorrow or the day after. Lin Feng shook his head. These players overestimated themselves. He wanted to pull some strings behind the scenes, but he didn't have the means. However, we can't let everyone down. Lin Feng started thinking again about where to get a school uniform to wear. He looked around and saw that although there were NPCs everywhere, he couldn't find any he wanted to take advantage of. Distressed, Lin Feng shook his head dejectedly, feeling that failing to get the school uniform would let everyone down. Just then, a familiar voice came from the side. Boss, you're here so early? Lin Feng turned around and saw that it was none other than the conscientious undercover agent Gu. Come, sit down. Lin Feng kindly offered his seat, but Gu looked embarrassed and said, Boss, that's a VIP seat over there. Lin Feng then realized that unless you're a VIP, you can't sit at your own table. Or, shall I sit over there? No, If you sit down there, that area will become a VIP area, and I'll still have to be squeezed out. Lin Feng scratched his head, realizing for the first time how troublesome this VIP seat was. Chiogu looked embarrassed. Well, boss, you go ahead and eat. I'll just stand here. You should go eat something first. There might not be any food in the dungeon. It's best to eat your fill before going in. Chiogu quickly nodded. Then I'll go eat something first. Lin Feng turned his head and continued to eat heartily. In the blink of an eye, he had already finished 2 large lobsters. He was happily burping, unaware that Chiogu had been drooling with envy. Belch. Done. Song Xinling looked at Lin Feng worriedly. You have to be careful when you go into the dungeon by yourself. Belch. Don't worry. If things get really bad, I'll just sneak out early. That's what they say, but Lin Feng doesn't know what's going on inside the dungeon or whether he can escape at any time. Chapter 149 Whether to buy or not is not important. After dinner, Lin Feng told Song Xinling to wait at the Doomsday Mall while he dragged Chiogu off to participate in a dungeon. Sure enough, a new instance entrance was spotted next to the exit of the 2-person buffet restaurant. At the entrance, there is a small gate similar to a ticket checkpoint, where an NPC is idly watching the bustling activity in the mall. Lin Feng leaned over, patted the window, and slipped the dungeon entry ticket inside. The NPC was taken aback and quickly went to greet them. All right, the dungeon entry registration is complete. Then what? Lin Feng was taken aback. It seemed the NPC had no intention of letting him in at all. That's right. There aren't enough people in the instance right now, so you can't enter. But after you register, you can wait in the shop. Once enough people are available, you will receive a notification before the instance starts. Okay. How long do I have to wait? At the latest, within 24 hours. Lin Feng was speechless and said to Chiogu behind him, Let's register first. Chiogu slipped the copy admission ticket into the window, and the two completed their registration. However, they then faced a long wait. Midway through, Lin Feng even tried to force his way into the dungeon area, but was bounced back by an invisible force. Seeing that Lin Feng was getting impatient, Chiogu suggested, How about we go back to the restaurant and sit for a while longer? Lin Feng nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly bumped into a bald, fat man. The fat man, wearing sunglasses and short and stout, bumped into Lin Feng, looked up, and frowned. The next moment, he suddenly forced a mocking smile. I know you, isn't this boss Lin Feng? Who are you? Before Lin Feng could speak, Chiogu tried to push the fat man away, but when he exerted force, he bounced back and almost stumbled. The fat man took off his sunglasses, glanced at Chiogu sideways, and said, Don't you know this is the Doomsday Mall? Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to lay a hand on me? The fat man turned around and beckoned to an NPC. Someone is attacking me maliciously, kick him out. The NPC rushed over, about to drive Chiogu away, but was stopped by Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, you're here too. Lin Feng glanced at the NPC, then at the fat man next to him, and waved his hand. I guess this guy is also a high-level VIP. However, Chiogu is one of my men. I believe you know that NPCs who offend me don't have a good ending. The NPC nodded quickly, unsure of what to do. Lin Feng chuckled and said, You can go now. We just had a little misunderstanding. We'll be fine after a few words. Upon hearing this, the NPC quickly made a run for it, running away without even looking back. The fat man originally wanted to intimidate him, but the NPC he had summoned was actually driven away by Lin Feng with just a few words. However, he could also see that all these NPCs were afraid of Lin Feng. It didn't matter that he lost face this time, but it would be a different story in the dungeon. Lin Feng, you're amazing. But to tell you the truth, I've been watching you for a long time. I can't deal with you outside the dungeon, but once you're inside, you'll be all alone. Then, we'll have some fun. Lin Feng frowned and asked in confusion, From District 9999? How about it? No wonder you're so arrogant. So you haven't been watching me for very long. It's okay if you don't know me, you can learn about me slowly. Otherwise, you'll end up like Rin Xiuhai, rushing to kill me. What happened in the end? You were all dead, weren't you? As he spoke, Lin Feng sighed and looked at Chiogu. I can't even get a chance to be a good person. The fat man was speechless. Lin Feng not only spoke in a sarcastic tone, but also had a hypocritical face. Huh? See you in the dungeon." As he spoke, the fat man put on his sunglasses and swaggered toward the dungeon entrance. Bang! The next moment, the fat man was bounced back by that invisible force, clutching his forehead and cursing. Lin Feng shook his head. "If your eyesight isn't good, why are you wearing sunglasses?" "Lin Feng, you son of a bitch." Okay, I misspoke. You're just not thinking straight." After saying that, Lin Feng turned and left. Xiaogu followed behind. "Boss, why don't you say a few more things to him? He can't fight back here, so of course he'll just yell at them and leave. That way, he'll feel resentful." Xiaogu thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Hey bro, do you often swear and then quit when you play games?" "Ahem. I'm usually the one who gets scolded." The two strolled around and then went into the self-service restaurant. Lin Feng wasn't there to eat. He just thought that since he had nothing else to do, he might as well take Song Xinling shopping at the supermarket. And so, Xiaogu followed behind the two like a third wheel, just like a rich young master's lackey. He followed the two of them, first wandering around the clothing section for a while, listening to them argue for a long time about what clothes to buy, and then buying both pieces of clothing. Wow, what a tycoon! Xiaogu secretly envied Song Xinling as she stuffed two women's down coats of different colors into her shopping cart. Then, the argument started again. As expected, the two decided to buy both men's padded coats in different colors. Next, Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart to the weapons and equipment section, looked around for a while, but didn't buy anything. Instead, he stared at the cart in the hands of the supermarket NPC for a long time. "Boss, you're not thinking of buying the cart, are you?" Lin Feng looked at Xiaogu as if he were an idiot. "Why do you want to buy it?" Xiaogu was taken aback. He initially thought that Lin Feng was emphasizing why, but a few seconds later he realized that Lin Feng was emphasizing buy. "You don't need to buy it. Are you suggesting I steal it? Or rob it?" Xiaogu was looking confused when he saw the school uniform NPC suddenly stare at Lin Feng warily and push the empty cart away. No way. Did the boss already steal a cart? Or did he rob one? He is now gradually realizing the gap between himself and the big shots. The big shots never like to think about problems using the way normal people think. Game rules. It's likely that Raymond Lamb doesn't even have this concept in his head. Xiaogu nodded in deep agreement, decided to learn from the big shot's way of thinking, and started thinking about how to steal a cart. However, just as he felt he was getting closer to the level of a master, he received a message. All players have been gathered for the dungeon. The dungeon area will open shortly. Please arrive at the dungeon entrance within 10 minutes. Failure to enter within 10 minutes will be considered a forfeit. Almost simultaneously, Lin Feng also received this notification. The next moment, Xiaogu thought Lin Feng would buy it and leave, but to his surprise, he and Song Xinling exchanged glances and said in unison, "Forget it. Let's not buy it. It's too wasteful." Xiaogu was stunned, watching helplessly as the two of them stuffed the 4 pieces of clothing from the shopping cart back onto the shelf. This couple really knows how to live. Less than a minute later, Lin Feng returned pushing an empty shopping cart. Let's go to the dungeon." Why didn't she come out? Girls, whether they buy anything or not isn't important, but they absolutely have to go shopping. Chapter 150. How about a special item? When Lin Feng and Xiaogu arrived at the entrance to the dungeon area, there were less than 5 minutes left before the dungeon was about to begin. He went inside first, and the next moment, Lin Feng appeared on an unfamiliar beach. In front of him was a dense forest, and behind him was a boundless ocean. Lin Feng put on his gathering gloves and tried to collect wood, but found that he couldn't. Just as I was wondering, a new hint appeared. Instance name, Terrifying Island Golden Week. Instance introduction, lucky players have been granted a 7-day vacation. However, unbeknownst to them, they have actually entered a terrifying island. Here, players cannot use magic skills, craft any items, and can only collect resources from treasure chests. If they can survive for 7 days, they can successfully leave this terrifying island. Ghosts appear every night, and they become more ferocious each day. Seeing this dungeon description, Lin Feng felt a bit of a headache. It basically told the players, just run away and don't even think about resisting. They don't even allow the use of magic skills. Isn't this just blatant exploitation of players? Game, you're so mean. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, then suddenly saw the dungeon rewards. Dungeon rewards. Players who survive for 7 days will receive 50 gold coins, plus any resources collected within the island. Gold coins are always welcome, but Lin Feng felt that the most valuable items in this dungeon were the resources collected on the island, which might contain some special items. Originally, he didn't think this dungeon was a big deal. He had killed ghosts before, but the problem was that staying here for 7 days would seriously affect his development outside the dungeon. Just as I was thinking this, a new prompt appeared. Note: time inside the instance is equivalent to a single instant outside the instance. Players can participate in the instance without worrying about affecting their progress outside the instance. Okay, how thoughtful. Lin Feng turned off the messaging app and was about to collect the treasure chests when he suddenly received a private message. Where are you, Mr. Chiao? Lin Feng at the seaside. Gu, I'm also at the beach, or I'll try to find you. Lin Feng, you should find the treasure chest to survive first. Don't wander around, or you might run into other players and get into trouble. Gu, so how do we team up? Raymond Lam otherwise. Let's pretend we didn't team up? Gu. Lin Feng didn't intentionally want to trick him, but given the current situation, even if they wanted to meet, they didn't know where to go. He began to venture deeper into the island, searching for treasure chests in the dense forest. Before long, Lin Feng found a wooden box under a big tree. You have opened a dungeon treasure chest X1. Received: bottled water X1. Received: apple X1. Lin Feng put these things away, leaving the food for later, since he had eaten and drunk his fill before entering the dungeon. He estimated that the ghosts that appeared on the first night were probably just ordinary ghosts, and that as long as he could get a torch or something, he could get through it safely. You can't make torches in the dungeon, so you can only find more treasure chests as quickly as possible, as they will definitely contain lighting tools. Lin Feng was a little annoyed. This island had such abundant resources, yet they wouldn't let him collect materials to make torches. It couldn't be more unfair. He continued searching, but after a long time he found nothing. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized something. Can I sign in and draw blind boxes during the instance time? Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly opened the sign-in system. Next, he saw a string of gibberish. System error. Lin Feng was speechless. If it can't be used, then it can't be used. Why create a bunch of gibberish? Just as I was feeling disappointed, a new message popped up. Loading temporary patch. Loading complete. Replica subsystem installed. Replica subsystem? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and a wooden treasure chest suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. The system has disguised the blind boxes as dungeon treasure chests for distribution. Sign-in successful. Received 1 dungeon treasure chest blind box. Lin Feng squatted down and examined the box, which was exactly the same as the other treasure chests. Dungeon blind box treasure chest. Level: none. Introduction: none. This is ridiculous. There's not even an introduction. This blind box is just too blind. Lin Feng was speechless and simply opened the treasure chest. You have opened a dungeon blind box treasure chest X1 and obtained a kerosene lighter X1. A kerosene lighter? Lin Feng had used this thing before, but it was barely effective for lighting, though he remembered that it could be used to start a fire. If only we could start a fire. Wouldn't it be easier if I just found a big tree and set it on fire tonight? With this idea in mind, Lin Feng felt that this dungeon was much simpler. He searched for several more hours, but only found 3 treasure chests, from which he found a small amount of food and a wooden slingshot. Extra small wooden slingshot. Description: this skill can deal low damage. You need to find small stones as bullets. When you run out of bullets, you can use it to poke the enemy's nostrils. Lin Feng was speechless. This thing was no better than the weapon that came with his backpack. His infallible revolver was still lying in his backpack. Why would he need to use the wooden slingshot? Sell it after you get out. Thinking this, Lin Feng stuffed the wooden slingshot into his backpack, took out his coffee cup, and took a sip to refresh himself. Several hours have passed in the instance now, and it's exactly noon. When night fell, Lin Feng prepared to take out his magic-spiked spear and chase after the ghosts. When he got tired of chasing, he would light a fire to rest. Just as he was about to continue searching for the treasure chest, he suddenly heard some noises nearby. Lin Feng took out his revolver and looked around. He didn't expect that he would scare the other party out before he even found anyone. Don't shoot. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the sound and saw a skinny man holding a small white flag coming out of the woods. Holy crap, you're bringing a white flag into a dungeon. The skinny man nodded cautiously and explained, even if you're not bringing anything else, you still have to bring this, Boss Lin Feng. Could you please move the gun aside for a moment? Move it. Lin Feng nodded, since it didn't matter where the gun was pointed. You know me? I used to be in District 10,000. How could I not know the big shot? Did you learn anything? Boss, please don't rob a poor guy like me. Raymond Lamb was unhappy. You're not being honest. Who can afford to run a dungeon if they're poor? Upon hearing this, the skinny man explained with a bitter face. Boss, I just got lucky and managed to get 3.5 admission tickets in one go from the ice flows. 3.5 bills? That's perfect. Give me your extra half bill. Instantly, the skinny man realized he had said too much. Boss, you can't do this. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he still had a useless slingshot. That's true. I'm not a robber. Otherwise, how about I trade you a special item? Real. Chapter 151, They Still Won't Give Up? Upon hearing that Lin Feng wanted to trade special items for him, the skinny man was still somewhat incredulous. But the next moment, he saw Lin Feng take out a miniature slingshot from his backpack. This is it. Lin Feng nodded, put the slingshot in his hand, and showed it to the skinny guy. The skinny guy was certain that this thing was a special item, because the slingshot was abnormally small. The two wooden forks were not even as thick as 2 fingers, and they were too small to even be used as forks for eating. He looked puzzled and asked tentatively, Boss, can your slingshot really be used to shoot people? What do you mean by that? Would I possibly try to cheat you? No way. No way. The boss would never cheat me. The skinny guy was speechless. Lin Feng was notorious for ripping people off in the entire 5,000 district. It would be strange if he hadn't ripped off himself. But there was nothing he could do after being ripped off, since the big shot was carrying a revolver. Boss, let's make the deal quickly. Once it's done, I'll disappear immediately. Lin Feng didn't want to waste time, so he didn't even go through the trading system and just threw over the tiny wooden slingshot. Just throw me the admission ticket, and our deal is done. Okay, boss, I'll be right there. The skinny guy quickly took out half a coupon from his backpack, threw it at Lin Feng, picked up his slingshot, and ran away, afraid that if he was too slow, Lin Feng would shoot him. That's incredibly cowardly. I never said I was going to kill anyone. Lin Feng stuffed the revolver into his backpack and picked up the half of the coupon from the ground. Received. 1 additional half of the admission ticket. The other half. Lin Feng was speechless. The names of the dungeon entry tickets were half entry ticket and the other half entry ticket. Could it get any more casual? Lin Feng took out 1 half of the admission ticket and the other half together, and by piecing them together, he got a complete dungeon admission ticket. Lin Feng put away the admission ticket and continued searching for dungeon treasure chests, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a single one. Seriously? This is way too poor. Lin Feng felt that his luck was exceptionally bad. The whole day had passed, and he hadn't found a single torch. If it weren't for the kerosene lighter he found, he wouldn't even have a means of lighting. He found a large rock, sat down dejectedly, drank half a bottle of water, and ate a large apple, which he considered his dinner. If the harvest is still so bleak tomorrow, he'll probably have to eat the rations he prepared in advance in his backpack. Gradually, the sun began to set further and further away, and it looked like it was about to get dark. Lin Feng took out his magic spiked spear, ready to deal with any ghosts that might appear at any moment. However, just then, Chiyoga sent a message. Brother Chiyo, it's getting dark, and I don't have any torches. Raymond Lamb, you don't have a torch either? Upon seeing this message, Chiyogu remained silent for a few seconds. Brother Chiyo, from what you're saying, there aren't any torches? Raymond Lamb is really smart. Chiyoga, holy crap. Are we going to die on day 1, bro? Raymond Lamb, don't you have a magic spiked spear? Chiyogu, I didn't bring it. Raymond Lamb, okay, come find me when it gets dark. Chiyogu, where can I find you? Raymond Lamb, look which way the fire is, and run in that direction. Brother Chiyo, are you going to set this on fire? Don't you have a torch? Raymond Lamb, I have a lighter. Chiyogu, awesome. Boss, my life depends on you. Lin Feng shook his head in frustration, feeling that Chiyogu was somewhat unreliable, not even bringing enough weapons to the dungeon. Whether he survives or not depends not on himself, but on how fast he can run. I closed the private messaging interface. The sky around me had already darkened. In the dense forest, all was silent except for the occasional rustling of the leaves in the wind. Lin Feng slowed down, trying to find a wide, open space to land. Just as he chose an open spot, he heard a series of rustling footsteps behind him. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Lin Feng was stunned. The ghosts he had seen before had all approached him silently. Without the ghost radio, he wouldn't have heard a sound at all. But this time, the dense footsteps didn't sound like ghosts at all. To be precise, they didn't sound like human ghosts at all. As he was pondering this, he suddenly saw a flash of green light. The green light darted from behind one large tree to behind another at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, Lin Feng then saw another green figure rushing out of the dense forest and hiding behind a large tree nearby. What the hell? For a moment, Lin Feng wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Because he saw what the ghost looked like. It had 8 legs, a body like a spider, but a human head. Is this a ghost that escaped from Resident Evil? Lin Feng gripped his spear tightly and carefully observed his surroundings. He noticed that countless spider-shaped ghosts were approaching him in the distance. However, they act very cautiously, gathering together before launching an attack. Surrounded, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out a kerosene lighter. It's too late to attack now. Putting everything else aside, those hundreds or even thousands of headless spider ghosts are not something he can handle alone. Snap! Lin Feng approached a large tree nearby and lit a kerosene lighter. Instantly, as if provoked, the ghosts rushed over. Lin Feng raised his spear and swung it violently. In an instant, the 2 spider-like ghost heads were slashed by the spear and turned into a ball of green light and shadow. But the other spider-headed ghosts pounced on him one after another. Holy crap! Lin Feng kept waving his spear, but these ghosts were coming on strong, and if he wasn't careful, he would be bitten by the human-headed spider ghost. However, Lin Feng was certain that these things were indeed afraid of fire. The ghosts dared not approach the vicinity of the kerosene lighter's flame. Damn it! Set it on fire. The next moment, Lin Feng suddenly jumped up the big tree and, using the firelight, lit a dry branch. In those short 10 seconds, he had been bitten dozens of times on the back by the human-headed spider ghost. Although there were no wounds on his body, he felt excruciating pain. He felt that these ghosts weren't attacking his physical body, but rather his soul. Damn it! That's bullshit. Lin Feng hugged the big tree and blew hard on the flames on the dry branches. In less than a minute, most of the dead branches of the tree were burned. The flames grew larger and the light became brighter. Lin Feng felt the pain in his back had subsided. He turned around and saw the human-headed spider ghosts hiding in the shadows, crawling around erratically, but not daring to approach. Huh? You've been biting me for ages, and you still won't give up. Chapter 152. His mind might be failing him. Staring at the group of human-headed spider ghosts, Lin Feng felt angry. He had been bitten by these guys for a while, and his back was still aching. I'm not a boss if I don't teach you all a lesson. Lin Feng smiled coldly and continued to set the fire with the kerosene lighter. He walked to the right, setting fire to the dead branches and twigs on the big tree as he went. In less than 10 minutes, thick smoke was billowing up behind him. Although the fire was not large, it was visibly growing stronger. The spider-headed ghosts initially followed Lin Feng, but after seeing him setting fires, they ran away. Occasionally, when encountering new ghosts, they dare not approach them because they are afraid of the firelight. Lin Feng kept walking and setting fires, and by the time he was ready to stop and rest, a sea of fire had already engulfed him. Didn't they say we weren't allowed to collect wood? I'll burn it all for you. Lin Feng looked smug, but then suddenly realized a serious problem. Holy crap! If this fire gets too big, where the hell am I supposed to hide? He was feeling down when he suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps. Tada! Holy crap! Before Lin Feng could see clearly, a figure sped past at a speed no less than that of a motorcycle. So fast. Just as Lin Feng was wondering what was going on, the figure that had disappeared suddenly turned back. Tada! Boss, I've finally found you. Gu. Lin Feng looked puzzled, then saw the figure stop, his face pale and panting heavily. Why are you running so fast? Gu had stopped, but he couldn't catch his breath. He stared at his sneakers, panting heavily, but couldn't utter a single word. Okay, you should rest for a bit. Lin Feng stopped asking questions and went directly to Gu to check the sneakers he was wearing. Running shoes that have come to life. Description: possessing its own will, it can unleash extremely fast speeds once its owner senses danger. However, prolonged running can easily exhaust both the owner and the shoes. Lin Feng looked at Gu and nodded in deep agreement. If they ran any longer, this guy would probably really run himself to death. At this moment, Gu finally caught his breath. Boss, isn't this fire a bit too big? I can see the flames from far away. If it keeps burning like this, the island will be burned bare. Yeah, if this keeps up, you'll easily go bald. Where can we take shelter from the fire? I was just thinking about this when you came running over. Upon hearing this, Gu was taken aback. Boss, haven't you thought about a way out? Lin Feng scratched his head, looked at Gu, and smiled slightly. I didn't think of anything before, but now I have a solution. What method? Gu stared at the rapidly spreading fire behind him, looking puzzled. You rest for a bit, then carry me to the beach. What? Gu was completely stunned. He had run over here hoping to get away with Lin Feng, but he never expected that Lin Feng would make him his mount. Boss, isn't there any other way? Lin Feng shook his head. If he were to walk normally, avoiding the fire's reach to the seaside, he probably wouldn't make it to safety even by tomorrow night. Gu sighed helplessly. Lin Feng was right. As they walked, the fire was spreading. If they walked at a normal speed, they would definitely not be able to escape in a while. The question is, why didn't he just run away by himself? As Gu pondered this, he began to move to the side, but Lin Feng smiled leisurely and said to Gu, by the way, do you have enough food? Once we set it on fire, there probably won't be any treasure chests left to collect on the island. Upon hearing this, Gu paused in his tracks. He didn't have much food on him, and if he didn't get any food in the next few days, he would either starve to death or be crippled. Even worse than starving is that without fresh water, they would surely die. As he was pondering this, he saw Lin Feng take out a coffee cup and take a big gulp. I feel much better. Gu was stunned the moment he saw the cup. He clearly saw Lin Feng take a big gulp, but the coffee in his cup was still full. Special items? Seeing Qiuji's curiosity, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, it's not very useful, it's just that you can never finish drinking it. Not very useful. Gu felt that Lin Feng was giving him a warning. If he wanted to survive, he should cling to the powerful figures around him. Boss, you go first. Gu squatted down without hesitation, and Lin Feng could tell from his posture that he was clearly ready to be used as a mount. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Boss, you'd better hurry up. The sooner you come up, the less I have to run around. All done. Since things had come to this point, Lin Feng didn't hold back and immediately straddled Qiuji's neck. Holy crap, dude, isn't that a bit off with your posture? This is more comfortable. Hurry up and go. Your physique must have been strengthened, otherwise you would definitely be lying on the ground after that. Gu was speechless. Talking nonsense would only make him tired, so he decided to go all out and ran wildly toward the edge of the fire. Lin Feng was riding Gu when he suddenly felt himself being thrown off. This is incredible speed, it's like lightning. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the dark woods. He and Gu dashed away like a gust of wind, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Even so, Gu still ran for more than an hour before finally arriving at the island's beach. With a thud, Gu tumbled and fell onto the beach. Lin Feng was riding on his back when, before he could react, he plunged straight into the sea. After struggling for a while, Lin Feng swam to the shore and pointed at Gu, saying dejectedly, "Why didn't you say anything when you braked?" I. Okay, you should rest for a bit. Lin Feng didn't mind anymore. Running for more than an hour would be exhausting for anyone. He took out a bottle of water and threw it over. Gu finally caught his breath and managed to say those words. My running shoes are dead. What the hell? The shoes dead? Lin Feng looked down at Qiuji's feet and was instantly stunned. The running shoes that were perfectly fine before suddenly burst open on his feet and emitted a faint stench. Throw that thing away first. Gu opened the bottle cap, drank the bottled water in one gulp, and then miserably took off his running shoes and threw them directly into the sea. Boss, I lost a special item because of you. Don't worry, Boss, aren't you going to give me some compensation? I still have bottled water here, do you want some? Xiao became withdrawn. He lay down on the beach, looking dejected, his mind filled with sadness. Lin Feng scratched his head and reminded him, aren't you coming down? The fire's about to spread. Xiao looked up and, sure enough, saw flames and thick smoke gradually approaching. He couldn't care less about being sad anymore, so he plunged into the sea and bumped his head on sand. Why don't you just walk down? Lin Feng felt that Xiao had suffered a great blow, and it had damaged his brain. Chapter 153, Is There Treasure in the Stone Cave? To escape the smoke and dust on the island, Lin Feng and Xiao swam all the way out of the island. Xiao was panting heavily, feeling like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. How far are we going to swim? That's enough, let's soak here. Lin Feng finally stopped and looked back. He saw that a third of the entire island was already on fire. The fire continued to spread relentlessly, surging from one side of the island to the other. Lin Feng felt that he might have committed too many atrocities. Some players who had found torches and were sleeping soundly were probably choked awake by the thick smoke. As for whether he can escape after being choked awake, Lin Feng shook his head, feeling that at least half of the players in this instance would perish in the fire. As he was pondering this, he suddenly received a private message. Nangong Biao Lin Feng, are you still alive? Huh? Who's this? Who are you, Raymond Lam? Nangong Biao, you're still alive? The fire set up in this instance didn't even touch you, you're pretty lucky. Judging from his tone, Lin Feng guessed that this guy was the sunglasses-wearing fat man who had caused trouble at the dungeon entrance before. He smiled slightly and replied to the message. Raymond Lam, you mean this fire has nothing to do with the dungeon? Nangong Biao, huh? Raymond Lam, don't you understand? I started this fire. The other person was silent for a few seconds, then began to hurl insults. Nangong Biao Lin Feng, you bastard, so you were the one who started this fire. I'll kill you. Raymond Lam, let's get out of here first. I reckon in another 10 or so hours, the entire island will be burned to the ground. Nangong Biao, don't worry, I won't die before I kill you. Lin Feng was speechless. How angry must he be? Had he offended him? Thinking about it carefully, maybe he hadn't provoked them before, but he probably has now. Obviously, this fat guy almost became a roast suckling pig. Otherwise, where would he get such a big temper? Oh dear. He's barely clinging to life, and he still comes here specifically to mock me. Lin Feng ignored him, closed the private message, and looked at the island. At this time, the edge of the island had been almost burned. If he swam to that side now, by the time he landed, there should only be ruins left. Walk. Where to? There. Xiao glanced in the direction Lin Feng was pointing and nodded wearily. Boss, next time you're going to participate in a dungeon, be sure to let me know in advance. Continue forming a team? I will absolutely not go into the dungeon you're participating in. Forehead. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, feeling slightly melancholy. The players who entered the dungeon with him were indeed quite unlucky. Several hours later, as dawn approached, the fire on the island had not yet been extinguished and was still devouring the dense forest. At this moment, Raymond Lam had already swum onto the beach. He took out 2 cucumbers and gave one to Xiao, saying, You've been working hard all night. Have some to eat. Boss, is that all? We're not full. Lin Feng thought about it for a moment. Xiao was indeed very tired that night. He had carried him for more than an hour, and then sailed on the sea all night. Eating so little was really not enough. Wait a moment. Lin Feng turned his back, mysteriously took something out of his backpack, and then asked Xiao to hold out his hand. Xiao did as he was told, looking puzzled. He then saw Lin Feng take a bag and quickly pour a bunch of biscuit-like things into his hand. Then, he saw Lin Feng throw the packaging bag into the sea and say with a smile, Here's something good for you to eat. It'll keep you full for 3 days. There's such a good thing? Xiao stared at the pile of cookies in his hand with skepticism, feeling that they looked like cheap dog food. Dude, are you sure this thing is edible? Of course you can eat it. Would I poison you? Xiao shook his head. Although Lin Feng was particularly wicked, he wouldn't go so far as to harm his own people, especially since he hadn't offended him. All right. Chogu tried one and found it to be a bit fishy, but overall it was not bad. It was just that this thing seemed hard to chew. Why does this feel like dog food, a slang term for public displays of affection? Staring suspiciously at the food in his hand, Chogu steeled himself and, without thinking twice, began to gulp it down. Although it's hard to chew, it tastes good. If you hesitate any longer, you might not get anything to eat at all. Lin Feng was munching on a cucumber in each hand when he turned around halfway through and saw that Jiujin Shogu had already finished the entire bag of pet food. Wow, so fast. Belch. Dude, are these compressed biscuits? I feel so full. That's normal. That's normal. Number 008 had the same reaction after eating it. Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly and tossed over a bottle of water, saying, "Have a sip of water. It'll help you feel better." Shogu took the bottled water and was about to open the cap and take a few sips when he looked to the side and saw that the empty packaging bag that Lin Feng had just thrown away had actually been washed back by the waves. He didn't even bother to drink water. All he wanted to do was figure out what amazing food he had just eaten. Then he froze. Pet food that can't be chewed? Boss, are you feeding me pet food? Aye. Belch. Shogu wanted to swear again, but a burp stopped him. Lin Feng quickly snatched the packaging bag and threw it into the sea. Calm down. This stuff has no side effects other than bloating. Belch. Aye. How can I stay calm? Yesterday I was their mount. Today I'm being fed dog food. If these messy things get out, how will I ever be able to lead an adult team again? This is so incredibly embarrassing. Belch. Thank goodness, no one knows inside the instance. Shogu comforted himself in this way. After a moment, he composed himself and looked up to find that Lin Feng had already disappeared. Holy crap, it was just here a moment ago. He quickly opened his private messages and sent a message to Lin Feng. Where have you been, Mr. Chiu? Raymond Lam is collecting ghost fragments. Shogu, holy crap. Why didn't the big boss call me when this happened? Raymond Lam, I noticed you weren't in a good mood, so I didn't dare bother you. If you told me to go gather materials, my mood would immediately improve. A few seconds later, Lin Feng replied to the message. Lin Feng, come quick. I found a stone cave. Which side is over there? Shogu. Raymond Lam. Just follow my footsteps. While Shogu was busy looking for footprints, Lin Feng was standing next to a stone cave, pondering how to get in. The cave was blackened by the flames, and a large, closed iron door could be barely seen. Strange, how come there's a stone cave on this deserted island, and it's sealed with an iron gate? Could there be treasure inside? Lin Feng suddenly became interested and picked up the magic spiked spear to start poking at the iron gate. Bang 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 bang. Chapter 154. I'll open a blind box first. After poking at the iron gate with his spear for a while, Lin Feng found that it was not damaged at all. How come this thing is so sturdy? Forget it. Let's do a blind box first before Chogu comes looking for us. As he opened the blind box system, a prompt popped up. Sign in successful. Received 1 dungeon treasure chest blind box. Instantly, a dungeon treasure chest appeared out of thin air next to the stone cave. Dungeon blind box treasure chest. Level, none. Introduction, none. I'll just skip checking the introduction. Lin Feng shook his head speechlessly and directly opened the treasure chest lid. In an instant, he had a paper lantern in his hand. Paper lanterns for memorial services. Description: once the lantern is lit, all creatures within a 1-meter radius will be considered spirits. Targets of spirits will not be attacked by other spirits, but will require burning magic crystals as fuel, consuming 1 magic crystal per hour. Lin Feng looked at it carefully. The lantern was not lit at the moment. On the paper lantern surface, there were several black characters for offering sacrifice. This thing looks unlucky, but since it's quite functional, I'll keep it for now. Lin Feng stuffed the lantern into his backpack and then looked down to study the entrance to the stone cave. There was nothing he could do. The island had been burned to the ground, leaving not a single treasure chest behind. He did manage to collect some ghost fragments along the way, but far fewer than he had expected. Despite searching through so many ghosts last night, Lin Feng had only managed to find 20 or 30 ghost fragments. Putting aside the fact that collecting these things takes too much time, the main problem is that he has no shortage of ghost fragments. If he really needs them, He can just turn on the TV and listen to a few crosstalk performances. Lin Feng was certain that the only place where he could find important supplies was this stone cave. He was deep in thought when he heard Qiu Ji's voice behind him. "Boss, I'm here. You've come at the right time. Do you have any weapons like a hammer that I can borrow?" "A hammer? I do have a war hammer, but—" Qiu hesitated for a moment, looked at Lin Feng, and said, "What are you going to do?" "I'll take care of it." The warhammer is Qiu Ji's personal weapon. If he lends it to Lin Feng, he might never get it back. It's better to take the trouble himself. Lin Feng saw through his thoughts and didn't press him. "Then you can do it." He pointed to the iron gate at the entrance next to him and told Qiu to smash it open. "No problem." Qiu took out his warhammer, swung it, and smashed it down on the iron gate. A loud bang. He thought that this hammer blow would smash the iron gate open, but when he looked down, he found that the iron gate only had a small white mark on it. "Holy crap! What the hell is this door made of?" "Stop talking nonsense. Smash it open. There's treasure inside." Lin Feng sat to the side drinking coffee, looking like a supervisor, while Qiu slammed his warhammer down in frustration. 10 minutes passed, and the iron gate was deeply dented from being smashed, but it still couldn't be broken open. Seeing that Qiu was so tired he could hardly breathe, Lin Feng kindly asked, "Why don't you take a break, and I'll take over?" No. Boss, you can rest. I can manage." Qiu gripped his warhammer tightly, mustered his strength, and continued to hammer away at the iron gate. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Feng felt that Qiu hadn't come to participate in the terrifying Island Golden Week instance, but rather the Human Limit Challenge instance. This guy hadn't been idle since he entered the instance, running with heavy loads, swimming for long periods of time, and doing heavy physical labor. He experienced them all. "I'm serious. Why don't you take a break, and I'll give you a few punches." "No. It's about to break open." Qiu was sweating so much that he almost mixed the charred ash on the metal door into mud, but he still refused Lin Feng's help without hesitation. Finally, after he had been smashing at it for a full half hour, the iron gate was broken open. Bang! Lin Feng looked over and saw Qiu, along with his warhammer, tumble into the cave. He quickly rushed to the cave entrance and asked, "Qiu, are you all right?" Aye. Lin Feng sighed. He seemed more exhausted than from the fall. Lin Feng tossed in a bottle of water and jumped right in. But to everyone's surprise, a scream came from the dark cave entrance. "Ouch! Boss, you stepped on my butt." "Holy crap! Why aren't you up yet?" I'm so tired." Lin Feng quickly rolled over to the other side. Looking at Qiu, he saw him struggling to his feet in the dark stone cave, his face contorted in pain. "Hey boss, let's take a break." "Okay, I'll rest for a while, as long as I want." Raymond Lam was speechless. Qiu was just too ruthless to himself. With his audacity, he could probably make a fortune if he went into the business of staged accidents. Lin Feng pondered to himself, then took out a head-mounted searchlight. He had bought this from the Doomsday Mall and rarely used it, but it was quite useful in this cave. As the searchlight was turned on, Lin Feng was able to see the situation in the cave clearly. The cave wasn't very wide, but 2 or 3 people could walk side by side without much trouble. The cave walls were very smooth, so they must have been man-made. However, Lin Feng couldn't understand why there was a wide tunnel in this dungeon, unless it was a hidden level. "Qiu, maybe we've struck it rich this time." "Oh." Qiu was clearly still not recovered. He hesitated for a moment before responding, and then gulped down several more mouthfuls of water. Seeing that he couldn't muster any energy for the time being, Lin Feng said helplessly, "I'll go take a look ahead first. You rest here for a while." "No, I'm rested. You just said we made a huge profit?" Lin Feng glanced at Qiu and sensed that he had only recovered about 10% of his strength. He said helplessly, All right, I'll wait for you a little longer. You should rest." Upon hearing this, Qiu nodded gratefully. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Lin Feng wasn't entirely devoid of humanity. There's at least a little bit left. The two rested for another hour or so, and it was almost noon when they went deeper into the cave. Lin Feng, with a searchlight on, walked in front, while Qiu followed behind, occasionally looking back to check the situation. The two walked along the cave for quite a while before finally seeing a fork in the road, but the fork led upwards. Gu wiped his sweat. Why is it so hot here? Lin Feng climbed a few steps higher and felt that the temperature was getting higher the higher he went. I reckon they're keeping an eye on things up there. Lin Feng climbed down and continued walking forward, muttering to himself as he went. Strange, why are there so many exits here? Could this not be a treasure trove, but a network of underground passages? Gu was puzzled. Who used this passage? It couldn't have been prepared for players, could it? Keep walking. There should be other forks in the road. Lin Feng continued walking forward, passing several more forks in the road, all of which led to the ground. He felt like he was going in circles, even though he should have already gone around once, but he couldn't see the entrance to the passage that had been opened earlier. That's strange. Which way am I going? Chapter 155 The Ghost Army. Lin Feng walked along this winding passage for a long time. Gradually, he felt that the deeper he went, the more curved the passage became, as if it were a mosquito coil. He entered from the end and walked towards the center of the mosquito coil. This route was a complete waste. Lin Feng thought to himself, if he had known the route was laid out this way, he would have preferred to walk directly from the top to the center of the island and then find an entrance to crawl in. However, there's no point in thinking about this now. Besides, there might be a huge fire burning in the center of the island right now. Lin Feng continued walking forward, but Gu suddenly stopped. Boss, listen. Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and listened carefully. He could hear rustling footsteps coming from a distance. A human-headed spider ghost? The sound seems to be coming from the front. In such a confined space, if we were trapped here by a ghost, we'd probably be dead, even if we had 10 lives. Fine. Lin Feng smiled faintly and took out a paper lantern for memorial services from his backpack. When Gu saw the lantern, he was shocked to see that it had the character Dan, meaning offering or condolence written on it. He felt a chill run down his spine. Boss, what kind of treasure is this? Don't leave the area illuminated by this lantern. Lin Feng gave a reminder, then inserted a magic energy crystal and lit the lantern. As soon as the paper lantern lit up, Gu felt a chilling aura. Looking at the black character, Dan, meaning offering sacrifice, he felt his scalp tingle. Gu was speechless. He really couldn't figure out where Lin Feng had gotten all these strange and unusual things from. Before he could think any further, he suddenly saw dense green lights appearing ahead. The countless points of light rapidly approached from the front of the passage. Without a doubt, they were the human-headed spider ghosts we had encountered earlier. Qiu prayed silently, hoping the paper lantern would keep him safe, but the closer the ghosts got, the faster his heart beat. He wasn't afraid of ghosts, he was simply afraid of dying. With so many ghosts, if even one of them bites him, his soul will definitely be devoured. In contrast, Raymond Lam was much calmer. As he walked forward, he urged Gu to keep up so as not to fall behind, already having some guesses about this instance. Clearly, all the ghosts in the instance climbed onto the island through this underground passage. They climbed outwards from the center, climbing up each exit they encountered. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, there was a passage entrance in front of him. When the ghosts surged towards this side, some of them climbed up the passage. Lin Feng even heard the slight sound of the iron gate opening. So, I'm about to find the ghost's hometown? Gu was annoyed. Boss, why do you always like to argue with ghosts? Why add total? If you didn't always fight with ghosts, where would you get so many ghost fragments? Okay, you know a lot. Cough cough. I don't know anything. At this point, please stop joking with me. Lin Feng nodded and continued walking forward. The hordes of ghosts rushed towards them, seemingly without end. Gu felt like he was suffocating and followed closely behind Lin Feng. He sensed that Lin Feng had slowed down and even took out a magic-spiked spear from his backpack, ready to fight at any moment. Just as the two sides were about to make contact, something strange happened. The horde of ghosts seemed oblivious to them, passing by them without even turning their heads and rushing into the passage behind them. Lin Feng had a bit of a headache. Although these ghosts didn't attack, it was still quite creepy to see them passing by in a string, especially their fast-moving spider legs, which were an eyesore. Even if you close your eyes and rush forward, it won't be much better. You'll hear a continuous pattering sound in your ears. Gu slapped the goosebumps off his arms and asked nervously, Boss, just how many ghosts are there? Have no idea. Lin Feng shook his head, also trying to calm the goosebumps on his arms. Let's grit our teeth and move forward. Lin Feng quickened his pace, wanting to get away from these disgusting ghosts as soon as possible. After walking for about half an hour, the ghosts in front of him finally disappeared. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, took out his coffee cup, took a sip, and said to Gu, "Do you have any more water? I've finished all my bottled water." Gu nodded and handed a bottle of water to Lin Feng. "I'm asking you to drink it, but I'll just have coffee." "Oh, I'm not thirsty." Nobody would believe that. Gu probably sweated enough cold sweat to fill a bottle of water on the way here. No wonder he was thirsty. "Don't worry about saving, just drink up. I reckon we'll have plenty to eat and drink later." Huh? Gu looked puzzled, then saw Lin Feng point to the cave wall next to him. In an instant, he saw a metal sign. Instance NPC Activity Area. This is an NPC activity area? Lin Feng nodded. See this arrow? Just walk a little further ahead, and we'll reach the NPC activity area. There's a place to eat there. But can we just go in? Lin Feng thought for a moment. I really don't know. After all, I've never been to the NPC activity area in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Gu was certain that Lin Feng had indeed entered the NPC activity area of the Doomsday Mall. It seemed that the rumor of the big shot kidnapping the NPCs was 100% true. The gap is huge. While others buy lottery tickets hoping to win, this tycoon changes the winning numbers and sits back to collect his winnings. Gu muttered to himself as he followed Lin Feng deeper into the passage. After walking for less than 10 minutes, the two stopped. In front of them was only a downward passage with a long staircase. At the entrance of the passage, there is something that looks like a security gate. Lin Feng had seen this before. There was a similar security gate when he entered the NPC activity area, only it was larger. This thing was used to detect whether the person entering was a player or an NPC. Gu, it's your turn to make a move. Huh? What does the big boss want me to do? Smash this thing. In the Doomsday Mall, Lin Feng didn't dare to smash the security gate for fear of being caught by NPCs. But in the dungeon, Lin Feng estimated that there wouldn't be many NPCs, so even if he was caught, it wouldn't matter. With my own combat skills, can't I even handle a few NPCs? Gu didn't think too much about it, and took out his warhammer to start smashing. Bang 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 bang. This thing was obviously not as sturdy as the iron gate. Gu smashed it for only 5 minutes before the security gate was ruined. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and walked straight inside, with Gu following behind, panting heavily, afraid of falling behind. The two walked down the stairs, and it took them more than 10 minutes to reach the end. Gu looked out the stairs and immediately saw a school uniform NPC. How did you get in? Chapter 156 Stealing in the Open. Clearly, the NPC had no idea that a player would sneak into the underground passage and run into the NPC activity area of the instance. Lin Feng smiled faintly and asked the NPC, "Is there anything to eat?" Huh? The NPC was dumbfounded. Two players barged into the NPC's activity area, and their first words were actually asking for food. That was outrageous. Just as he was about to drive the two away, he was suddenly grabbed by an NPC who had rushed over from the side. He is Lin Feng. The NPC's expression darkened further. He immediately swallowed the words he was about to say to drive the two away, and quickly changed his tune. Say, food. Yes. We have it. Lin Feng nodded, completely calm. Gu, standing behind him, was completely stunned. Holy crap. That guy is awesome. I'm not intimidated at all by coming to the NPC activity area. He followed Lin Feng inside. The other NPCs who rushed over did not dare to forcibly stop him when they saw Lin Feng arrive, and kept trying to persuade him with kind words. Mr. Lin Feng, please order whatever you would like to eat or drink, as long as it's here. Mr. Lin Feng, please have a seat here. Just let me know if you need anything. Mr. Lin Feng, this way, the restroom is over there. Lin Feng glanced at the NPC next to him. Restroom? Doesn't the sign say warehouse? Mr. Lin Feng, we can't go into the warehouse. Oh, why are you here if I can't come in? Lin Feng didn't care what the NPCs said. He was determined to go to the warehouse. The NPCs, seeing that they couldn't stop him, looked at each other anxiously, sweating profusely. Go find the dungeon manager immediately. I'll go right now. What should we do? It's all because of rushing to meet the deadline. The security system for this dungeon is absolutely terrible. Let's wait for the supervisor to arrive. Have you heard? Last time, 2 unlucky guys at the TV station got tied up by Lin Feng and beaten up pretty badly. Luckily, I didn't stop it. If I hadn't stopped it, I would have gone to jail. If I had, I would have lost my life. Lin Feng found the NPC's whispers annoying and said, "If you're going to talk bad about me, just say so, but can you please keep it down?" The NPCs quickly shut up, hiding far away and not uttering another word. Xiaogu was truly impressed today. A big shot is a big shot. In the entire 5,000th district, probably no one could bully NPCs like this. He followed behind Lin Feng, puffing out his chest and holding his head high, looking at the group of NPCs with a sly, arrogant air. Back then, he had suffered a lot of disdain from these NPCs in the Doomsday Mall. Seeing these guys all bowing and scraping their heads made him feel quite pleased. Just as he was proudly weighing the warhammer in his hand, Lin Feng's voice came from ahead. "Hey, aren't you going to grab the benefits?" "Huh? Benefits?" When Xiaogu turned around, he found that Lin Feng had disappeared and the door of the warehouse next to him was wide open. Holy crap, the warehouse. Xiaogu lost all interest in giving the NPCs a sour look and dashed into the warehouse. Instantly, he smiled. The entire warehouse was filled with rows and rows of dungeon chests, containing at least 1,000 chests. Then look at Raymond Lam. What a waste of talent. Next to Lin Feng was a large pile of apples, bottled water, drinks, bread, and a bunch of empty boxes. "Boss, you don't want any of these things." Lin Feng turned around and looked at Xiaogu as if he were an idiot. "With so many things to choose from, don't you think you should pick out the valuables?" Bang! Lin Feng tossed another empty box aside, along with 2 large apples that flew out with it. Lin Feng didn't necessarily not want to take food, but his backpack had limited space, so he had to collect special items first. Lin Feng smiled as he opened the next dungeon treasure chest. Received, inflatable swimming ring X1. Instructions: when there is no raft, you can use a swimming ring to easily float on the water. Although this thing wasn't very useful, it was still much more valuable than things like apples or bottled water. Lin Feng stuffed it into his backpack and continued searching. Obtained, speed up cane X1. Description: using this cane will increase your walking speed. Obtained, incredible thief's gloves X1. Description: a disposable item. A simple grab in midair can steal 80% of the target player's gold. Obtained, ghost lure X1. Description: this is a disposable item. After use, ghosts within a 100-meter radius will be attracted to the vicinity of the ghost attractor. Lin Feng found a lot of special items, but many of them were duplicates. But while he was browsing, he suddenly received a system notification. Instance announcement. Due to an unknown error in the Terror Island Golden Week instance, the instance has been temporarily terminated. Instance players will be automatically teleported back to the Doomsday Shop. What? An unknown error? Lin Feng was stunned. "Boss, you are the unknown error." Xiaogu offered a careful reminder. "Hurry up and grab it. Take whatever you can." Upon hearing this, Xiaogu quickly sped up. But at that moment, 2 beams of white light suddenly descended upon the 2 of them. The next moment, the 2 were about to be forcibly teleported away. "Holy crap! You played dirty tricks in the dungeon." Lin Feng cursed as he opened another dungeon chest. Obtained, Ghost Command Banner X1. Description: all ghosts within a 100-meter radius will obey the commands of the player holding this flag. Huh? This is a good thing. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng was teleported to the Doomsday Mall. Before them stood the gate to the dungeon area, next to a disappointed Xiaogu. Looking across, they saw a temporarily closed sign hanging on the ticket booth. "No way. The instance area is temporarily unavailable?" Raymond Lam was wondering if he could watch it a second time, but it seems there's no hope. Just as I was feeling frustrated, another white light flashed beside me. Lin Feng looked and saw that it was Nangong Biao who had been teleported out. The fat man's sunglasses were gone, his face was covered in soot, and his clothes were torn and tattered from the fire. Nangong Biao noticed someone staring at him, and when he turned around, his face darkened with anger. "Lin Feng, You son of a bitch. Seeing that the fat man was about to make a move, Lin Feng quickly pulled over an NPC to block him. Bang! Nangong Biao's fist slammed into the NPC's stomach, and then the NPC felt a sinking sensation in his stomach and was sent flying backward. Thump! Nangong Biao struggled to his feet and was about to speak when he saw Lin Feng pull the NPC aside and ask, "Hey, he hit you, should we kick him out?" But he's a high-level VIP. Lin Feng laughed. High-level VIP, right? He took out the incredible thief's glove from his backpack, put it on, and then grabbed at Nangong Biao in midair. Nangong Biao was stunned for a moment, then quickly shouted, "No attacking players in the Doomsday Mall." Lin Feng feigned surprise. "I didn't attack, I just stole something. High-level VIPs should be pretty rich, huh? WH. What? Chapter 157 The boss is right. Before Nangong Biao could react, he received a notification message. You have been affected by a special item effect. 80% of your gold has been stolen. The next moment, he had only 36 gold coins left out of the 180 gold coins in his backpack. Holy crap. My gold coins. Lin Feng, give me back my gold coins. Nangong Biao was furious. His 180 gold coins, which he had painstakingly saved up, were almost stolen in an instant. Rolling up his sleeves, Nangong Biao rushed over to confront Lin Feng, but Lin Feng smiled calmly and pulled the NPC aside, reminding him, "Hey, he's not a high-level VIP anymore." The NPC nodded obediently and quickly said, "Player Nangong Biao has maliciously attacked an NPC. He is immediately expelled from the Doomsday Mall and banned from entering for 24 hours. Holy shit. You fucking... Nangong Biao was stunned. He realized that he was no longer a high-level VIP. Almost at the same time, a white light suddenly enveloped him, and the next moment, Nangong Biao disappeared completely. Everyone present was stunned. Holy crap. This is possible. That's so damn despicable. Of all people to mess with. Why did he have to mess with boss Lin Feng? Stop watching the show. Don't steal our gold coins again. Let's disperse. I'm penniless now. I used all my gold to trade for dungeon entry tickets. How did the dungeon, which was working perfectly, suddenly crash? Let's go, let's go. At least I didn't get burned to death. I'm never participating in dungeons again. My dungeon rewards. One by one, everyone walked away dejectedly, except for Qiugu, who stared at Lin Feng's palm and asked in confusion, "Boss, where are your gloves?" "Oh, disposable items. All used up. Such a precious item, and you just used it up so easily, sir?" Lin Feng looked at Qiugu strangely. "I have 2 more. What? Where did you get so many special items, boss?" Lin Feng scratched his head. "I found this in the warehouse just now." "What? You didn't find anything special?" Qiugu shook his head in frustration, looking distressed. "Boss, I just found a special item and I was forcibly teleported out." "What did you find?" Lin Feng asked curiously, thinking that if it was a good item, he would just buy it from the other party. The next moment, he saw Qiugu take out a very familiar-looking thing from his backpack. "Slingshot. All right. You're incredibly lucky." Lin Feng was certain that the broken slingshot had no practical use. It was only good for picking one's nose when there was nothing else to do. "Keep this for yourself." Lin Feng patted Qiugu on the shoulder and turned to walk into the shopping mall. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Qiugu pitifully put away his slingshot, secretly pondering how to tell the team what happened in the dungeon. The instance crashed, he didn't get any rewards, and after all that trouble, he got nothing but a wooden fork slingshot. And, damn it, I even wore out a pair of shoes. Can I get any more unlucky? Although this dungeon experience was terrible, Qiugu still decided to team up with the pros again next time. If I had been smarter this time and rushed into the warehouse to search for the treasure chests earlier, my harvest wouldn't have been so bad. I need to be more careful next time, and I need to get a bigger backpack. Qiugu nodded, left the Doomsday Mall, and teleported back to his team. Meanwhile, Lin Feng leisurely strolled into the supermarket and quickly found Song Xinling browsing the clothing section. "What clothes have you taken a fancy to? We're rich, pick whatever you like." Lin Feng was quite confident. He was already wealthy, and he had seized a large number of gold coins. In addition to the 144 gold coins he had just stolen, he now had a total of 465 gold coins. You can basically pick anything you want from this doomsday shop. Song Xinling pouted. Let's save our money. We'll talk about clothes later when I find something I like. She paused for a moment after she finished speaking. Why are you back so soon? Time spent inside the instance is almost negligible. In the blink of an eye here, I've already spent 2 days inside the instance. So that's how it is. The girl nodded, and she and Lin Feng strolled to the small square, where they were teleported back to the sea. Back on the yacht, Lin Feng began assigning tasks to Song Xinling. Your task now is to play games. Playing games. Lin Feng nodded. Although we are quite wealthy now, I need to save up more gold coins to deal with the assassin NPCs and buy some powerful equipment at the supermarket later. As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled Song Xinling to the angry green pig coin-operated gambling machine. Song Xinling enjoys playing this game, but she doesn't know if she can pass the next level smoothly. If she keeps losing, she'll probably have to pay money. Lin Feng remained calm, saying, "Don't worry, this is already the easiest one. You should be able to handle at least the first 50 levels." The green pig reappeared on the coin-operated slot machine, and the screen showed that the current level was level 11. Level 11 requires 11 gold coins. Let's get started quickly. Accompanied by strange background music, Song Xinling tossed in 11 gold coins, and from then on, the game went extremely smoothly. Congratulations on passing the level. Reward, 22 gold coins. Congratulations on passing the level. Reward, 24 gold coins. Congratulations on passing the level. Reward, 26 gold coins. Seeing that Song Xinling was having a great time, Lin Feng turned around and went to attend to his own business. He found many special items in the dungeon warehouse, but he didn't need some of them, so he planned to sell them as soon as possible. He opened the chat channel, intending to promote the product and encourage everyone to bid. But as soon as Lin Feng opened the chat channel, he was shocked by the flood of messages. What the hell is going on? I was just entering a dungeon, and suddenly the entire island is on fire. Holy crap, don't even mention it. I almost got burned to death. Luckily, it was close to the beach. Even after I jumped in, I was still nearly suffocated by the thick smoke. I'm stunned. Dungeons are actually this dangerous. How did a fire suddenly break out? I heard it was Raymond Lam who set the fire. What? So this fire wasn't part of the dungeon storyline after all. Are you stupid? Ghosts are afraid of fire. How could a dungeon set itself on fire? If I had known the big shots were coming, I shouldn't have joined the dungeon. Same feeling. Thank goodness I survived. No, I just want to know why the instance crashed. Yeah, I still want to survive and earn 50 gold coins. I don't know, probably because of the fire. Wow, that's awesome. He destroyed an entire dungeon single-handedly. Did you know? The instance area is now closed. What a scourge. Upon seeing this news, Lin Feng was displeased. Raymond Lam, who do you think is the scourge? No, I didn't mean to say I'm a troublemaker. Please don't misunderstand. Raymond Lam, if I hadn't messed up the instance, would you guys have survived? The expert is right. The expert is right. The expert is absolutely right. This guy is awesome. Everything he says is right. Chapter 158 Labor Capital Inflation. Seeing the chat channel filled with yes, Lin Feng was speechless. Although he had started a big fire and made everyone look bad, he had also taken remedial measures. If he hadn't looted the warehouse in the NPC activity area, the dungeon wouldn't have been forcibly terminated, and the fire would have continued burning. At least half of these talkative players would probably be dead by now. These people are really clueless. Lin Feng pondered to himself and sent a few messages in the chat channel. Raymond Lam has a large quantity of unusual items for sale. DM me if interested. Highest bidder wins. Raymond Lam Inflatable Swimming Ring X3, Speed Up Cane X3, Schrodinger's Mineral Water X3, Cool Flip Flops X1, Rusty Cleaver X1, Hunger Suppressing Chewing Gum X5. That's about all for Raymond Lam. DM me if you want it. Is that all? Point. Wow, this guy has so many amazing things to collect. I'd like to know what Schrodinger's mineral water was used for. You'll know once you buy it. I want the speed up cane. I'm going to negotiate the price now. Blind guess, I can't afford it. Can't afford it +1. Can't afford it +2. While everyone was complaining, Lin Feng had already received several private messages. Hey bro, What's the function of that Schrodinger's mineral water? Lin Feng glanced at the item description and replied, Raymond Lamb, it's like you never know what will come out after you open the bottle. I suggest drinking from a cup, not pouring it directly into your mouth. This. Raymond Lamb, do you want some? Hey bro, how many gold coins do you need, or what resources do you require? Raymond Lamb wants gold coins. How much are you willing to give? I only have 2 gold coins, just give them to me. Goodbye, Raymond Lamb. Lin Feng was speechless. Schrodinger's mineral water was, after all, a special item. It shouldn't be less than 5 gold coins, right? Only 2 gold coins. Was he kidding him? After negotiating prices with several players, Lin Feng successfully sold the inflatable swimming ring and speed-up cane, earning 60 gold coins. However, while many people inquired about the prices of other items, few actually intended to buy them. After chatting with several other players via private messages, he finally sold 5 pieces of hunger-suppressing gum at a price of 2 gold coins each. He also sold a bundle of flip-flops and a kitchen knife for a mere 15 gold coins. In the end, Lin Feng only had 3 bottles of Schrodinger's mineral water left unsold. The reason is simple. Players are worried that they might accidentally drink poison. Schrodinger, why are you playing with mineral water instead of cats? Lin Feng was speechless. He stuffed Schrodinger's mineral water back into his backpack and began to calculate the gold coins he had. Now I have 550 gold coins, plus the gold coins from the slot machine. What will that be? Lin Feng ran over to Song Xinling and leaned closer to ask, how's it going? How many levels have you reached? This is level 25. It's getting quite difficult now. You might lose the game if you're not careful. 25 levels? That fast. You didn't lose even once? You cleared them all. Song Xinling nodded. Yes, it's just a waste of time. This can be called a waste of time. Lin Feng had only been gone for less than an hour, and Song Xinling had already passed 15 levels, which was quite impressive. Hero, take a rest first. We'll have dinner later. Wait until I get past level 30. Song Xinling was clearly engrossed in the game, talking as she controlled the green pig in the game console to shoot at the last little bird hiding in the building. The next moment, the music for completing the level started playing. Congratulations on passing the level. Reward, 52 gold coins. Snap, 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 snap. A large pile of gold coins tumbled out from under the coin-operated slot machine, making Lin Feng's eyes widen in amazement. What the hell am I supposed to sell? I'd rather just sit here and play games. Next, Lin Feng stood to the side, watching the girl play games. He discovered that Song Xinling played the game in a completely different way than him. Before each shot, she would stare at the screen for a long time, as if she were manually calculating the trajectory of the bullet. For the next 10 minutes or so, the music for passing the level played intermittently. Congratulations on passing the level. Reward, 54 gold coins. Congratulations on passing the level. Reward, 56 gold coins. Congratulations on passing the level. Reward, 58 gold coins. Congratulations on passing the level. The reward for level 30 is doubled. Now you get 120 gold coins. Lin Feng was devastated as he watched as handfuls of gold coins rained down from the gambling machine. In just over an hour, Song Xinling earned 510 gold coins with this gambling machine. If she had known it was this easy, why would she have bothered with all that effort to make money? Just play games. Lin Feng checked and found that, including the 550 gold coins he had before, he now had a total of 1,060 gold coins. My VIP status is back. He pulled Song Xinling, who was about to cook, to her feet and waved his hand. I've gotten too big for my britches. You don't need to cook anymore. Let's go eat at a buffet, the VIP kind. Lin Feng, you've gotten too arrogant. That's all minor. Remember that. That nuclear generator you wanted to buy? I'll get it back today. Are you sure we can use that thing? Let's eat first, and then go take a look. Lin Feng paid 2 gold coins directly, and instantly teleported to the Doomsday Mall with Song Xinling. Lin Feng arrived at the buffet restaurant in high spirits. As soon as he sat down, the words Supreme VIP Seat appeared on the top of the table. An NPC quickly brought over the menu, but Lin Feng didn't even look at it before asking him to bring one of each of today's 5 dishes. Eating wasn't the most important thing on this trip. The key was shopping. After wolfing down his food, Lin Feng hurriedly ran into the supermarket. He originally wanted to see if there were any discounts on nuclear power generators, but after looking around, he found that the thing had already been taken off the shelves. It's a bit of a pity. Lin Feng shook his head, stopped near the discount section, and upon closer inspection, suddenly smiled. The crane that haunts my dreams. Product: high-load mechanical claw crane. Price: 800 gold coins. Current price: 600 gold coins. Description: it can transport any object onto a raft or boat, but requires a separate generator to provide power. We absolutely have to buy it. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stuffed the huge box in front of him into his shopping cart. Then he bought a gluttonous generator to power the crane. I still have two 50% off cards, so I'll use them both today. Looking at the two large items in the shopping cart, Song Xinling asked timidly, "Our VIP membership is gone again." Lin Feng waved his hand. "That's no big deal. Go back and play some games, and our VIP members will be back soon, right? Are you sure the card replacement process will go this smoothly?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and scratched his head. "That depends on you. Making money, you have to work hard." Chapter 159, I want the most ordinary one. After buying their items and paying the bill, Lin Feng and Song Xinling were teleported back to the sea. As soon as the girl returned to the yacht, she hurriedly turned on the small color TV, thinking of watching some ghost comedy, but the TV still showed the same line of subtitles as before. Recruiting ghost comedians, broadcast temporarily suspended. Song Xinling shook her head in frustration. How much longer until it resumes broadcasting? You idiot, this is all your fault. Oh woo, oh woo. The husky whimpered innocently a few times, then lay down and went back to sleep. With nothing to do, the girl lay down on the bed, but it was too cold. Even wrapped in a blanket, she felt a bit cold. She thought about asking Lin Feng for advice, but Lin Feng was busy installing his crane. All you do is work. I'm going to sleep. The girl angrily closed her eyes, enduring the slight chill, and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was running around the yacht, choosing a location to place the crane. Okay, it'll look more harmonious if we put it at the back of the yacht. A dozen minutes later, Lin Feng finally made a decision and opened the packaging box of the high-load mechanical claw crane on an open space behind the yacht. The moment the packaging box was opened, a crane appeared. The crane's base is firmly fixed to the yacht's deck. Behind it is a control panel with a button and a joystick, while in front is a metal boom with a mechanical gripper. Shaking the joystick controls the boom's direction, and pressing the button controls the gripper to grab objects. Lin Feng stared at the crane for a few seconds, then his mouth dropped open in astonishment. Isn't this just a claw machine? Hopefully it won't be as difficult to operate as a claw machine. Thinking this, Lin Feng tried to operate it, but the crane did not respond at all. Huh? Holy crap. I forgot to install the generator. Lin Feng quickly opened the packaging box of the gluttonous ghost generator next to the crane. Unexpectedly, the gluttonous ghost generator was directly integrated into the side of the crane. No wonder a separate generator is needed for power supply. It turns out the generator is like a component. Lin Feng nodded, took out a fragment of the ghost, and stuffed it into the fuel port of the gluttonous ghost generator. The next moment, the gluttonous generator started working, and Lin Feng controlled the joystick, causing the metal adjustment knob to move accordingly. He positioned the mechanical claw at the rear half of the yacht's wing, and then pressed the button to lower the claw. Buzzing. As the cable was slowly lowered, the mechanical claw grabbed the aircraft wing and began to automatically pull it up. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this thing wasn't as difficult to control as a claw machine. Using a remote control, Lin Feng lifted the airplane wing, which was suspended in mid-air, to the top of the yacht deck. He then pressed a button, and the mechanical claw slowly descended, released the hook, and retracted automatically. Pretty. Lin Feng quickly went to the wet airplane wing and began to dismantle it. Dismantle the wing assembly to obtain 2x aviation alloy, 2x metal sheets. Dismantle the wing assembly to obtain 1 piece of aviation alloy and 3 pieces of metal. Dismantle the wing assembly to obtain 2x aviation alloy, 2x metal sheets. After working for more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng finally managed to disassemble the wing section. Apart from aviation alloys and metal sheets, only an aircraft engine with a propeller remained on the deck. Lin Feng doesn't plan to dismantle the aircraft engine. It still has significant uses. As for these aviation alloys, Lin Feng checked the crafting workshop interface, which he hadn't looked at in a long time, and indeed found newly unlocked items. Peck mechanical bird, small aircraft core 0 firsts, precision module 1 first, mechanical module 3/3, aviation alloy 5/5. Description: average battery life, can attack all enemies encountered, attacks by pecking at their heads. Small reconnaissance aircraft, small aircraft core 0 firsts, precision module 3/3, mechanical module 10/10, aviation alloy 10/10. Description: average battery life, suitable for reconnaissance of sea conditions. Looking at these two manufacturing principles, Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling that there was no need to manufacture them for the time being. Besides, what exactly is the core of a small aircraft? Lin Feng searched, but couldn't find any relevant manufacturing schematics, so he thought he might try to buy them at the Doomsday Mall. That pecking mechanical bird is somewhat useful, although its attack power might not be very high. After collecting the materials scattered on the deck, Lin Feng began to study the aircraft engine. Aerospace alloys and such are not important. The key is to find a way to install aircraft engines on the yacht. The engine and propeller are too big. If they were installed on the deck of a yacht, they would not only take up a lot of space, but also make it easy to accidentally injure oneself. Its best installation location is at the stern of the yacht, below the deck, but nothing can be installed there. This is a real headache. I finally got it up and running, but it won't install. Lin Feng looked dejected. He glanced at the sky. It was already late at night, time to sign in. Let's see how the blind boxes are today. Lin Feng yawned and opened the check-in system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. April 7th. Received, fitness equipment blind box system developer, Higinbana, X1. Sports equipment. Upon seeing the name, Raymond Lam yawned even more. Okay, let's take a look at the description first. Sports equipment fitness blind box. Rank, excellent. Description, 40% chance of obtaining welding gun dumbbells, 40% chance of obtaining blade hula hoops, 10% chance of obtaining generator treadmills, 10% chance of obtaining generator rowing machines. What are all these? Lin Feng was speechless. The first two clearly had the attributes of tools and weapons, while the latter two required him to generate electricity by himself. I'm already so rich. Why would I need to rely on this for electricity? Etc. As for the welding gun. The next moment, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. The welding gun could obviously weld all kinds of things. If he had it, wouldn't he be able to install his aircraft engine at will? Yes, I'll take this one. Although the treadmill and rowing machine were obviously more valuable, Lin Feng felt he didn't really need them. If the power was insufficient, he could just get a few more gluttonous generators. Why make himself suffer? Thinking of this, Lin Feng made a wish in a very serious manner. Brother Lai, Brother D, and Brother Ichia, I'm easily satisfied. All I want is the welding gun with the highest drop rate. I just want the most basic reward, the welding gun dumbbell. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng ended this bizarre prayer ritual and opened the blind box in his hand. Chapter 160. Are you trying to work me to death? You have opened a fitness equipment blind box X1 and received a power-generating treadmill X1. Oh. Lin Feng felt like he was going to get constipated from being so angry about this reward. When I want good stuff, you don't give it to me, but when I don't want good stuff, you give it to me out of the blue. System, are you deliberately messing with me? Lin Feng stared speechlessly at the mobile treadmill in front of him, feeling like he was destined to suffer. Fine, I'll fucking accept reality. Power generator treadmill. Introduction. Running on this treadmill generates electricity. The amount of electricity generated depends on the runner's speed. Run, young man, for a strong physique. The treadmill has a speed rating system. It can even be rated? This thing is pretty smart. Lin Feng stood on the treadmill, gripped the handles with both hands, and tried to walk. A few seconds later, he heard an electronic voice coming from the treadmill. Snail, you have to keep going. Holy crap, you're mocking me. Lin Feng quickened his pace, and the wheels under the treadmill made a buzzing sound as they spun. A few seconds later, the electronic voice appeared again. Level 2 snail. You need to keep it up. What? Snails are a rating system? Lin Feng finally understood that no matter how fast he ran, he was still a snail in the mouth of this treadmill. He jumped off the treadmill and decided to give up. However, the electronic voice rang out again. Mr. Snail, are you giving up already? Shut up. Lin Feng looked helpless and started thinking about how much to sell this thing for. He felt it was a waste to have gotten such a piece of junk, and he was better off selling it for gold coins. If he had gotten the welding gun dumbbell, he could have welded the aircraft engine to the back of the yacht tonight. But at least we have the idea of installing an engine. If you don't provide the system, I'll just buy it, won't I? Let's go to the supermarket tomorrow. Lin Feng pondered this, glanced at the treadmill, and while wondering how many gold coins he should sell it for, he strolled back to his cabin to prepare for bed. It's getting colder and colder. I'll check with the supermarket tomorrow to see if they have anything warm to sell. In a daze, Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he was woken up by the sound of the small color TV. Yesterday, the 5,000th district dungeon officially opened, and the first batch of 100 players entered the Golden Week Terror Island dungeon. However, due to player Lin Feng's malicious arson in the dungeon resources were depleted, and nearly half of the players died in the forest fire. In the end, in order to save the lives of the players, the Doomsday Mall temporarily suspended the dungeon. The instance area is currently closed. Here, I would like to remind all players once again, cherish life and stay away from Lin Feng. After watching the host's broadcast, Lin Feng angrily raised his middle finger at the television. Protect the players' lives? How could they say such a ridiculous thing? They're clearly just using the excuse of the dungeon crashing, because they're worried I'll empty their inventory. Song Xinling turned around. After all, even the Doomsday Mall has its pride. Alright. Come to think of it, the news broadcast never mentioned my infiltration of the NPC activity area, and the kidnapping scene was even res hot by the TV station. These details may seem unimportant, but what the host really wants to say is always the same thing. Cherish life, stay away from yourself. Let's go to the Doomsday Mall for breakfast. You really go there every day? Mainly to buy things, and grab a meal while we're at it. Song Xinling nodded and teleported into the Doomsday Mall with Lin Feng. After sitting down in the buffet restaurant, Lin Feng finished his food in less than 10 minutes. He looked at Song Xinling, who was still enjoying her cream cake, and said, "You eat first. I'm going to the supermarket." So eager. Yes, we need to buy a welding gun. Welding torch? Wait, while you're at it, check if you have any heating equipment. Lin Feng made an OK sign and dashed into the supermarket. He first pushed the shopping cart to the tools section, looked it over carefully, and actually found the welding gun. Product, ordinary welding gun. Price, 5 gold coins. Description, it can be used to weld any metal product, and the weld is very strong, but it requires welding rods. Without hesitation, Lin Feng tossed the welding gun into his shopping cart. Next to the welding gun, he easily found welding rods, which cost only 1 gold coin. Lin Feng stuffed 5 welding rods into his shopping cart in one go. Now that those two things are sorted out, we need to check if there are any heating facilities. Lin Feng pushed his shopping cart to the household goods section, but before he even got close, he saw that a third of the shelves were empty. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng was speechless. Holy crap! Everything even remotely related to keeping warm has been snatched up? Lin Feng was frustrated. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It seemed that the weather was really cold now, and the players were really going to great lengths to buy warm clothing. Okay, I was planning to buy a thicker quilt, but it looks like that's out of the question. He pushed his shopping cart and moved to the building materials section. Looking at the middle of the shelf, Lin Feng was speechless again. Small heaters, electric heaters, insulation boards, and the like were all sold out. There was one more heating product on the upper shelf, but the price. Product, Greedy Ghost Temperature Control Air Conditioner. Price, 1,500 gold coins. Description, simply adding food can regulate indoor temperature, but it consumes a huge amount of fuel. What the hell? Is this all I got? Lin Feng believed that if the players weren't so poor, there probably wouldn't even be any of these things left. Well, looks like I'll just have to endure the cold for a few more days. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Feng suddenly had a strange idea. Otherwise, I might as well just live in the Doomsday Mall. Thump. Lin Feng glanced to the side and saw the NPC who was sorting goods tremble and dropped the packaging box in his hand. Mr. Lin Feng, I'm so sorry to bother you. The NPC quickly stuffed the box into the shelf and ran away in a flash. Huh? I have something to ask you. Lin Feng was about to ask when the warm clothing supplies would be restocked when the NPC just slipped away. He was thinking of asking other NPCs when he saw number 008 leisurely strolling over. Number 008? What are you doing in the supermarket? Number 008 was also taken aback. Lin Feng, I'm just filling in for him. You've come at the right time. Do you know when the winter supplies will be restocked? Well, at the earliest, maybe 3 days later. What? You didn't manage to get any warm clothing? Otherwise what? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and pointed to the empty shelves. Number 008 frowned, then suddenly smiled. That's easy. Just go to the dungeon and get one, right? Duplicate. Yes, I heard there's an awesome thing in the next dungeon called something like the Spirit of Magma. If you get your hands on that, you'll never have to worry about the cold again. But wasn't the instance area closed? The second dungeon is almost finished. Just wait one more day and it will be ready. Okay, I hope you're telling the truth. Chapter 161 Husky, it's your turn. After hearing what number 008 said, Lin Feng felt that his previous dungeon entry ticket hadn't been wasted. Okay, then I'll endure it for one more day. But Lin Feng was slightly taken aback and asked, is there anything else? Number 008 hesitated for a moment. You know, you messed up the dungeon last time, so the NPC assassination might appear in the next dungeon. This change is happening way too fast. Lin Feng was a little frustrated. If he encountered an assassination NPC outside the dungeon, he would have the yacht to rely on, and Song Xinling could also help him in the battle. But things are different once you enter a dungeon. Your skills might be restricted, and you'll be all alone, with at most an extra, dispensable, chuck. Seeing Lin Feng's gloomy expression, number 008 patted him on the shoulder. Good luck. I won't take your tip this time. Lin Feng pursed his lips, but his mind was already scheming how to deal with the assassin NPC. Obviously, dealing with them in the dungeon is quite dangerous. The only safe way is to destroy the dungeon before they make a move. Okay, let's do it this way. Lin Feng nodded in deep agreement, glanced to the side and saw that item 008 was no longer there, so he pushed the shopping cart and ran to the checkout counter to pay. But he had only taken a few steps when he saw a supermarket NPC pulling a cart towards him. Lin Feng took a closer look and suddenly laughed. A hand warmer? The NPC was taken aback, and when he looked up, he saw Lin Feng approaching. Hey, no need to put it on the shelf, I'll take the whole truckload. Huh. Before the NPC could react, Lin Feng had already pulled the cart away. The NPC at the checkout counter looked at Lin Feng with a surprised expression and asked, You don't sell that cart? I know. I just want those hand warmers. How much? As Lin Feng spoke, he carried handfuls of hand warmers to the checkout counter. The NPC kept counting them for a full minute before swallowing hard and saying, a total of 200 items, which will cost 200 gold coins. It's not expensive at all. Lin Feng was very satisfied and took the welding gun and welding rods out of the shopping cart. The NPC politely said, total 210 gold coins. Lin Feng paid the money without hesitation. Then he started stuffing things into his backpack, which made the other players look on with envy. No way, he bought an entire car full of hand warmers. This is leaving no way out for anyone. I heard there were new hand warmers, and I was just waiting by the shelf like an idiot, but Lin Feng actually took away the delivery cart. Are there any new products in the next couple of days? That's all. We really have to wait another 2 or 3 days. Damn it. When will winter ever end? Lin Feng ignored the gossip of others, stuffed his things into his backpack, and ran to the buffet restaurant to find Song Xinling. The girl hadn't even had dinner yet when Lin Feng came running over excitedly. You bought it so quickly? It's all bought. Now you don't have to worry about the cold anymore. I just heard that all the winter clothing supplies are sold out. Lin Feng smiled slightly, took out a bag of hand warmers from his backpack. I bought 200 of these in one go. Song Xinling took the packaging bag and saw that there were actually 10 hand warmers inside. After opening the packaging, the product description popped up. Hand warmers. Description: disposable product that can be applied to clothing like a plaster, providing a small amount of heat for approximately 8 hours. There are 10 sheets in each bag. How many bags did you buy in total? 200 bags. What? 2,000 sheets? When will we ever get them? Lin Feng thought for a moment. It's not a big problem. We can sell it for a high price. The girl nodded. That's a good idea, but the price should at least triple. The two were completely oblivious to the stares of those around them as they discussed the matter. Holy crap! They're going to hoard goods and drive up prices again. Living in District 5000 is so damn hard. Are there any special items that can be used to switch regions? Stop dreaming. If I could switch servers, I would have done it a long time ago. Why do I suddenly feel a little nostalgic for Rinqiu High? Amidst the size of the crowd, Lin Feng and Song Xinling left the buffet restaurant and teleported away. Back on the yacht, Lin Feng immediately began welding aircraft engines. He had Song Xinling operate the crane to hoist the aircraft engine to the back of the yacht, while he stood on the engine and welded it with a welding gun. As white sparks flashed, the aircraft engine was welded to the back of the yacht bit by bit. Lin Feng spent more than 2 hours on this task. After the welding was completed, only half of the rootless welding rod remained. Finally finished, Lin Feng sat on the aircraft engine, drinking coffee and enjoying the breeze, but his mind was preoccupied with something very important. He forgot to buy another gluttonous generator. Left with no other choice, Lin Feng rested for a while, then temporarily connected the gluttonous generator, which was connected to the charging station, to the aircraft engine. Then, he turned on the switch of the gluttonous generator. As the power supply began, Lin Feng stared expectantly at the engine blades. Then, he saw the aircraft engine emit a series of soft sounds, and the blades began to rotate slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wind was too weak, and the yacht didn't move an inch. Lin Feng stared at the blades in astonishment, wishing he could climb down and push them with his hands. This is way too slow. Lin Feng felt that all his hard work and effort over the long term had been in vain. Song Xinling leaned over to comfort Lin Feng. It's probably low on power, otherwise, it would be nice as a fan. Fan. Raymond Lam is depressed. Is it really worth going to such lengths for a fan? Insufficient power. Lin Feng scratched his head and turned his gaze to the generator treadmill. Otherwise, do you really expect me to generate the power myself? Power generation by human intervention? The girl looked puzzled, then noticed a new piece of equipment on the yacht, a treadmill. Upon closer inspection, Song Xinling realized that the treadmill could also generate electricity, but she thought it was unrealistic. Let's save our breath. At human running speed, the electricity generated would probably be less than that of the gluttonous ghost generator. Lin Feng pushed the treadmill to the back of the yacht and connected the power cable directly to the aircraft engine. Then, he smiled slightly. Just because humans aren't good at something doesn't mean dogs aren't good at it. Don't people say that huskies have too much energy and need more exercise? The husky, who was dozing on the deck, immediately looked at Lin Feng warily upon hearing this. Next, it was dragged onto the treadmill, howling all the way. Hey husky, run. Chapter 162, even the old pirate was robbed. The husky looked unwilling and lay down on the treadmill without moving. Just as Lin Feng was about to take out some pet food to entice it, he heard a sound from the treadmill. You're not even as fast as a snail. Get moving. Woof. Woof 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 woof. You're not even as fast as a snail. Get moving. Woof woof. You're not even as fast as a snail. Get moving. When the sound rang out for the third time, the husky suddenly jumped up and started running wildly. Lin Feng was stunned. Holy crap. 666. Has the husky gone crazy? The husky kicked off on all 4 legs and ran wildly on the treadmill. Sure enough, this thing is fast. The treadmill's prompts gave it a 5-level rating right away. Level 5 snail. You need to keep it up. Upon hearing that the husky claimed to be a snail while on the treadmill, it barked loudly a few times and began to flap its 4 legs even faster. Level 7 snail. You need to keep it up. Woof woof woof. Level 8 snail. You need to keep it up. Woof, woof woof woof. Level 9 snail. You need to keep it up. Woof. The husky was running so fast, its tongue lolling out as it raced for its life, not even bothering to bark. Lin Feng watched with great excitement as the aircraft engine at the back of the yacht began to spin, and it spun faster and faster. "Go for it, Siberian Husky." Lin Feng encouraged it with an expectant look on his face. Finally, 5 seconds later, the treadmill started running again. "Level 10 snail. You need to keep it up." Thump thump. Lin Feng was looking forward to the Husky's continued breakthrough, but it accidentally slowed down and was thrown off by the inertia of the treadmill wheels. Forehead. Lin Feng glanced back and saw the Husky had rolled over to the side of the yacht, lying on the ground, panting heavily with its tongue lolling out. It looks like this guy is very angry, but he can't catch his breath and can't even make a sound. Song Xinling quickly ran over to comfort the Husky, but the Husky's black eyes were fixed on the treadmill. "Mr. Snail, are you giving up already?" "Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof." The Husky got angry and barked furiously, as if it wanted to rush over and tear the treadmill apart. But as soon as it stood up, its legs trembled and it collapsed back down, then continued to pant heavily with its tongue lolling out. Only those angry little eyes were fixed intently on the treadmill. Lin Feng shifted his gaze to the aircraft engine. The propeller, which had just started to move rapidly, slowly came to a stop again. "All right, I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Moron 2, you come up here and run." "Yes, sir." Lin Feng watched as the mentally challenged number 2 walked onto the power-generating treadmill, his mind a little confused. In order to get the aircraft engine running, Lin Feng needs to add fuel to the gluttonous generator, let the mentally challenged number 2 charge through the charging station, generate electricity on the treadmill, and then supply the electricity to the aircraft engine. This whole ordeal was incredibly troublesome, and the number 2 charger was also charging extremely slowly. "Fine, as long as the engine can run, I'll accept it." Intellectual disability number 2 was already standing on the treadmill, its mechanical arms gripping the handrails, and then it began to run faster. The next moment, the treadmill made a clunking sound. Level 3 snail. Level 5, Level 9, Level 12. Level 23 snail you. Level 25 snail, you need to keep it up. In less than 3 minutes, the power-generating treadmill reached a rating of Level 25, and Lin Feng looked at the mentally challenged number 2, barely able to see its rapidly spinning legs. It's hard to imagine that a robot that looks like a metal tube could achieve such abnormal speed. Looking further back, the speed of the aircraft engine finally increased. Buzz buzz buzz. With a series of loud roars, Lin Feng felt like he couldn't catch his breath. The waves behind the yacht were also being whipped up by the powerful wind, creating continuous ripples. "You all go into the cabin first." Lin Feng gave a reminder, and Song Xinling quickly pulled the half-dead Husky into the cabin. Lin Feng held onto the crane's control panel, feeling the yacht slowly moving forward. "That wind is strong. Idiot number 2, can you go any faster?" After a 2-second silence, the mentally challenged number 2 replied, "We can continue to increase the speed." "Speed up." "Yes, sir." The speed of the mentally challenged number 2 was even faster. Amidst the whooshing sound of the wind, Lin Feng heard a series of clattering sounds coming from the generator treadmill. Level 26 snail. Level 28, Level 29. Level 30 snail, you need to keep it up. With a speed rating of 30, Lin Feng realized that his yacht was already moving at high speed. Lin Feng smiled. At the current speed, the difference between it and the other ships with all their thrusters running at full speed was not significant. "Idiot number 2, unleash your maximum speed." "Yes, sir." Level 31 snail. Level 32, Level 33. Level 34 snail, you need to keep it up. Level 35 snail, you need to keep it up. Lin Feng clung tightly to the crane, fearing that if he wasn't careful, he would be sucked away by the powerful wind. Braving the howling wind, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Idiot number 2, how long can you maintain the maximum speed?" 50 minutes on a full charge. 50 minutes. Well, that's not bad. Lin Feng felt his palms getting sore. If the blowing continued like this, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on to it anymore. "Idiot number 2, stop." "Yes, sir." Suddenly, mentally challenged person number 2 jumped off the treadmill. The dialogue on the charging treadmill has changed. "Mr. Snail, you're amazing. You almost wore me out." Looking at the treadmill that generates electricity, Lin Feng was surprised to find that the treadmill's rollers were actually emitting wisps of blue smoke. Holy crap! That speed is insane. Finally, as the treadmill wheels gradually came to a stop, the aircraft engine also lost its speed, and the strong wind gradually subsided. Lin Feng let go of his hand and watched as the speeding yacht raced across the sea for a while before gradually coming to a stop. There was a small, broken raft directly in front of them. The players on the raft were probably too scared, as they had raised a small white flag. Holy crap! I ran into another player. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, then picked up the binoculars and looked around. A familiar figure appeared in my field of vision. Holy crap! It was him. Zhao Dagong. He's doing so badly. The player on the other side was waving the little white flag vigorously, rowing hard as he went, but he didn't even have a propeller. Lin Feng opened his private messages and sent a message to the other party. Raymond Lam Zhao Dagong, is that you? Boss Zhao Dagong, it's me. I have nothing now, please let me go. I haven't been a pirate for a long time. I'm a law-abiding citizen now. Raymond Lam, no. You can't be in such a bad situation. Zhao Dagong, I just got robbed by pirates, and you showed up. Chapter 163 has become a free purchase. Lin Feng was stunned. He never expected that the old pirate from District 10,000 would have such a day, being robbed by other pirates. Lin Feng originally wanted to ask him about the pirates, but Zhao Dagong kept rowing the boat and avoided him as if he had seen a ghost. Alright. Lin Feng had no choice but to send a message. Raymond Lam, stop running, you idiot. Boss Zhao Dagong, I think I'd better disappear right now. Through the telescope, Zhao Dagong was still rowing hard, not daring to stop for a moment, completely out of control. Lin Feng simply started making threats. Raymond Lam, if you run again, I'll fucking open fire. Upon seeing these words, Zhao Dagong threw down the small wooden paddle and raised his hands. Zhao Dagong, boss. No, I'm not running anymore. Lin Feng shook his head. Threats are still the most effective. Lin Feng instructed the mentally challenged number 2 to steer the yacht slowly closer to the raft, then waved to Zhao Dagong. Why don't you come up and sit for a while? No. Zhao Dagong still had his hands raised, showing no intention of boarding the yacht. Alright, tell me, where did the pirates go? There. Zhao Dagong pointed with his finger, hesitated for a moment, and said, Boss Lin Feng, those pirates over there are no ordinary people. Lin Feng was not convinced. In District 5000, which pirate group is more powerful than us? Tell me. Lin Feng scoffed, looking completely unconcerned. Zhao Dagong nodded. I'll tell you everything I know, but can I put my hand down first? When did I let you hold it up? Zhao Dagong breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his raised hands. The pirate I encountered was only one person, and his raft looked dilapidated, but he had a very powerful weapon on it. What weapon? Lin Feng grasped the key point. I don't know its name. All I know is that it can continuously fire hailstones. Lin Feng was stunned. A weapon that could launch hailstones didn't sound very powerful, so how did it manage to beat Zhao Dagong into such a terrible state? Seeing the other person's puzzled look, Zhao Dagong quickly explained, the key is that hail releases cold air. It's so damn cold. I almost froze to death. Lin Feng nodded, guessing that Zhao Dagong wasn't exactly wealthy before he was robbed. In such cold weather, being attacked by hail was indeed unsafe. Moreover, Lin Feng estimated that Zhao Dagong didn't even have magic crystals to learn magic skills. Unwilling to listen to Zhao Dagong's rambling any longer, Lin Feng asked directly, How long have they been gone? About half an hour. I'll take care of that pirate for you. You're welcome. Lin Feng smiled slightly, turned around, and went back into the cabin. Zhao Dagong stood there dumbfounded on the raft, unsure whether he should leave. A moment later, Lin Feng returned. Here, consider this your reward for the information. With a bang, Lin Feng threw a packaging bag down. When Zhao Dagong looked over, he saw that Lin Feng had actually tossed him a pack of hand warmers. My benefactor. Zhao Dagong was so poor that he had just been robbed of everything by pirates and didn't know how he would get through the cold night. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng gave him a pack of hand warmers. And this stuff actually contains 10 patches in one pack, so getting through tonight shouldn't be a problem. Lin Feng didn't care about the pack of hand warmers. Although Zhao Dagong had offended him, he had at least spoken up for him when the regions were merged. Besides, if he can provide me with information from other players over a long period of time, this pack of hand warmers won't be a waste. In the future, let me know if there is any important news. I will pay a corresponding reward for valuable information. No problem. If the boss needs me, I'll be there anytime, without a second thought. Lin Feng shook his head. This guy was swearing again. All right, you can go now. I'm going to chase the pirates. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and disappeared from in front of the yacht. Zhao Dagong stared tearfully at the hand warmer in his hand, watching Lin Feng's yacht slowly start. Then, he was astonished to see a huge propeller at the back of the yacht. Huh, you can install an engine here? Buzzing. Before he could react, the yacht sped past, the huge waves nearly capsizing Zhao Dagong's raft. He quickly crouched down and grabbed the edge of the raft, but the next moment, a huge wave suddenly struck. Holy shit! This wind is so strong. Ah! Before Zhao Dagong could finish his exclamation, he was lifted up by the strong wind and, with a splash, was swept directly into the sea. As soon as Zhao Dagong surfaced in the sea, he saw the huge propeller behind Lin Feng's yacht, whipping up a strong wind, and sailing away in a flamboyant manner. Dude, you really didn't do this on purpose? As Zhao Dagong was muttering to himself, he received a private message. Raymond Lam, sorry, I forgot to tell you to dodge. Zhao Dagong, you're awesome. This engine is fucking amazing. Despite his frustration, Zhao Dagong still readily sent a message of praise. Lin Feng, don't worry. With me here, those pirates won't get away. I understand that, Zhao Dagong. Zhao Dagong felt a mix of emotions. Once a pirate was targeted by Lin Feng, he couldn't escape, could he? He still remembers that pirate crew photo and the 800-word apology message. Thank goodness I'm not a pirate anymore. Zhao Dagong sighed and swam back to his small raft. Lin Feng urged the mentally challenged number 2 to run wildly on the treadmill, occasionally picking up binoculars to look at the sea. After a while, the target appeared. Haha, just a broken raft after all. Idiot number 2, slow down. Yes, sir. The speed of the mentally challenged number 2 decreased slightly, and the yacht slowly approached the other party's raft. Lin Feng was preparing for battle, but before he could make a move, he received a private message from a stranger. Is Lin Feng, the big boss, on Han Hao's yacht? We've been discovered. Raymond Lam, yes. I heard you're a pirate? Han Hao, I surrender. Raymond Lam, huh? Lin Feng was speechless. This guy surrendered too readily. He hadn't even started the fight yet, and the other side had already eliminated his reason for starting the war. Han Hao, boss, I'm just a nobody. Please have mercy on me. Take whatever you want, as long as I have it. Raymond Lam, you're being way too decisive. Han Hao, make it quick. If it makes you happy, I might save my life, right? Raymond Lam, okay. What good stuff do you have? Lin Feng sighed. Since the other party surrendered right away, he couldn't very well beat them up. In that case, he would just treat it as a free purchase. Chapter 164 Moron number 2 couldn't be any stupider. After a moment of silence, the other party sent a long list. Lin Feng examined it carefully and found that in addition to some basic supplies, there were also a small amount of rare supplies and a few special items. It seemed that this stuff was pretty good. Since the other party was a pirate, Lin Feng didn't need to be polite, but considering how good his attitude was, there was no need to be too harsh. Lin Feng, I want half of the rare materials and one special item. Han Hao, no problem. No problem. What special item have you taken a fancy to, sir? I'll trade it to you at a low price, along with some rare resources. Lin Feng, not bad. You're on the right track. I want that crazy CPU, and besides that, I want one more thing. Han Hao was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had already given everything he could. What else did the big shot want? Han Hao, boss, what else do you need? Anything I have, I'll give you. Raymond Lam, I want the buildings on your raft. Han Hao, boss, you're kidding me. Buildings can't be moved. Han Hao, or are you going to tow my entire raft away? Lin Feng smiled slightly and replied to the message. Lin Feng, don't worry, I have a way. I don't need your raft. Han Hao, boss, I have one last question. I'll give you the stuff. Can you spare my life? Raymond Lam, sure, but first, raise your hand. Lin Feng looked through his binoculars and saw that the player on the raft opposite him had indeed raised his hands, looking even more obedient than Zhao Dagong. Was that a coward robbing another coward? Lin Feng suddenly understood why Zhao Dagong always had a white flag. In essence, he was just a coward who was all bark and no bite. However, he's a bit of a coward, but he's also quite loyal, which I like. Lin Feng nodded secretly, and upon checking his private messages, he saw that Han Hao had already sent out the details of the transaction. Trade Crazy CPU X1, Magic Crystal X4, Mechanical Module X5, Ghost Fragment X3 for Grass Ball X1. Lin Feng nodded. The other party was really honest. They hadn't skimped on anything. He quickly selected the trade option and instantly gained a huge amount of materials and a crazy CPU. Lin Feng checked the description of the crazy CPU item. Crazy CPU. Description: used to enhance the intelligence of artificial intelligence products. The effects after installation are unclear, hence it is also known as Schrödinger's CPU. Upon seeing this introduction, Lin Feng was speechless. He felt that the game had entered the Schrödinger era, where everything could be Schrödingerized. Let's see if we can give it to the mentally challenged number 2. He's already stupid enough, he can't get any stupider. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng instructed the mentally challenged number 2 to steer the yacht toward Han Hao's raft. Han Hao raised his hands, a fawning smile on his face, and watched as the yacht passed the raft, turning its back to him. Then he froze. Holy crap! What the hell is that? There's a propeller too. A hovercraft? Han Hao stared blankly at the propeller, which was bigger than himself. Before he could react, he saw a buzzing roar coming from the stern of the yacht. The next moment, he saw a metal boom protruding from the deck of the yacht, with a huge mechanical claw at the end of the boom. Holy crap! What's this now? Han Hao was dumbfounded. He thought the yacht was impressive enough, but he didn't expect there to be a huge propeller at the back of the yacht. Even more outrageous, there was a crane installed on the yacht. A big shot is a big shot. Han Hao was glad he surrendered quickly enough. Otherwise, if a real fight had broken out, he might have witnessed some powerful secret weapon. As he was pondering this, he saw the enormous mechanical claw descend upon his head. My God! Before he could dodge, his clothes were caught by the mechanical claw. Boss, put me down. Didn't you agree to spare my life? Boss, you can't go back on your word. Lin Feng was taken aback. He peered down and saw that the mechanical claw was slowly lifting Han Hao up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He quickly pressed the button on the control panel, and the mechanical claw lowered Han Hao, who was hanging in mid-air, back down, narrowly avoiding falling into the sea. As soon as Han Hao landed, he quickly dodged away. I felt a surge of frustration. What kind of twisted sense of humor does this guy have? Is he treating me like a toy? Lin Feng walked to the yacht's railing and smiled awkwardly. The view is limited, huh? Otherwise, could you do me a favor? When Han Hao saw Lin Feng peeking over, he quickly suppressed his resentment. Boss, please speak. Please go ahead and say it. Give me directions, I need that thing. Lin Feng pointed to a metal can in the center of Han Hao's raft. Boss, you want this? Yes, that's the one I want. It looks like a weapon that makes hail, right? Han Hao was puzzled. Lin Feng definitely didn't have this thing, otherwise he wouldn't have wanted it. But if he didn't have this thing, how did he know it was used to make hail? Lin Feng waved his hand. Anyway, I just want that thing. Okay, alright. Han Hao felt he had never been so unlucky. Not only was his prized weapon targeted, but the big boss also wanted him to help move it away. This was truly a case of helping someone to the extreme. Am I a little bit pathetic? Han Hao muttered to himself, but outwardly he obediently cooperated with Lin Feng. Boss, a little to the left. A little to the left. To the right. Yes, this is it. It's hooked. With Han Hao's help, Lin Feng operated the crane and successfully lifted the large tank that was used to make hailstones. Next, as Lin Feng controlled the crane and mechanical claw, the large tank slowly landed on the deck behind the yacht. Bang! A soft sound. The metal can landed smoothly on the yacht deck. Lin Feng smiled slightly, walked to the side of the yacht, and leaned out to express his gratitude. Thanks, this is a good item. I'll take it. Sir, please take care. Han Hao still had a fawning smile on his face, but his whole face was twisted with heartache, and Lin Feng couldn't even tell whether he was smiling or crying. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Feng comforted him. It's alright. Don't be a pirate anymore. Start anew and work hard. As he spoke, Lin Feng clenched his fist tightly. Hanhao clenched his fists and echoed with a sorrowful expression. Start anew. Strive, work hard, and improve yourself. That's more like it. See you later. Lin Feng smiled slightly and told mentally challenged number 2 to go and use the treadmill. Then, amidst a sense of desolation, Hanhao was swept into the sea by a huge wave. Lin Feng saw Hanhao swimming vigorously behind him and slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to remind him to move aside. After struggling for a while, Hanhao finally climbed onto the raft. Looking at the empty deck, he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, how did he know I was a pirate? Chapter 165, The Mummy-Making Process. Idiot number 2, stop. The mentally challenged number 2, who was frantically pedaling the treadmill, responded and jumped off the treadmill. Looking at the treadmill that was emitting blue smoke, Lin Feng worried that it would be broken sooner or later by the mentally challenged number 2. However, this isn't the first time it's emitted blue smoke, so it shouldn't break down so quickly. Thinking this way, Lin Feng felt a little relieved. He took out the crazy CPU he had just stolen and prepared to upgrade the IQ of mentally challenged number 2. At first, Lin Feng didn't examine the so-called CPU closely, but now that he held it in his hand, he felt that the thing looked somewhat familiar. With its yellow casing and a Mario image on the surface, it clearly looks like an old-fashioned game cartridge. This is a game card daring to call itself a CPU? Lin Feng was very worried that the mentally challenged number 2, having installed a Mario game cartridge, would instantly turn into a game console. Never mind, let's give it a try first. Lin Feng summoned the mentally challenged number 2 and selected to use the insane CPU. The next moment, a card slot slowly cracked open on its round head, and a card of the same shape was inserted into the card slot. Lin Feng tried to remove the previous cassette tape, and a prompt appeared. Found, one short-circuited CPU. Introduction, it can be used to reduce the intelligence of advanced mechanical intelligence. Intelligence degradation. Lin Feng was speechless. No wonder the idiot number 2 was so stupid. It turned out that the CPU it used was so terrible. TSK. Hopefully this thing will boost your IQ. Lin Feng inserted the insane CPU into the slot inside the head of the mentally challenged number 2, and a notification popped up. CPU replacement for intellectual disability number 2 is complete. The second mentally challenged device is currently integrating data. Data fusion of idiot 2 complete. Mentally challenged number 2? Lin Feng tried to communicate with the mentally challenged number 2, and then number 2 made a strange sound. Oh, Mamma Mia! Huh. Lin Feng was stunned. Isn't that a line from Mario? Mentally challenged number 2, are you alright? I'm fine, I feel really great. By the way, I need to find Bowser's castle and rescue the beautiful princess. Holy crap. Lin Feng was frustrated. This insane CPU really was like a game cartridge. Hey, are you Mario or idiot number 2? Oh, Mamma Mia. Of course I'm mentally challenged number 2. Lin Feng was frustrated, thinking that idiot number 2 probably had a split personality disorder. Seeing this, Song Xinling, who had been waiting nearby, was also puzzled. But she rolled her cute little eyes and suddenly asked a question. Idiot 2, where is Bowser's castle? Suddenly, like Mario, mentally challenged number 2 raised his fist and jumped up. I know, Bowser's castle is over there. He pointed in a direction with his finger, looking extremely certain. Lin Feng scratched his head, wondering if this CPU was actually a plot device. If this guess is correct, following the direction pointed out by idiot number 2 should indeed lead to Bowser's castle, etc. Is there really a princess waiting there for mentally challenged number 2 to be rescued? Why does this relationship seem so complicated? Song Xinling tugged at Lin Feng. Anyway, we're fine now, so let's head in that direction and let mentally challenged number 2 take control of the yacht. He knows the way anyway. Lin Feng nodded. That's good. If there really is a castle, that would be quite interesting. Maybe we could even peel off Bowser's shell. Thinking about it this way, Lin Feng felt there was a lot of profit to be made, so he let the mentally challenged number 2 charge itself and control the yacht to move forward on its own. It has to be said that the IQ of the idiot number 2 seems to have really increased after the CPU was replaced. Giving him orders is effortless. It's just that this guy seems a little mentally unstable. It doesn't matter anymore. Let's go take a look at that thing that makes hailstones. Lin Feng handed the yacht over to the mentally challenged number 2 to take control, and then went to the big jar. Upon closer inspection, the name and attributes were displayed. Hail generator. Description: this can be used to generate large amounts of hail. It requires magic energy crystals as fuel. Each magic energy crystal can continuously generate hail for 10 minutes. The hailstone launch radius is 50 meters, and the bombardment radius is 10 meters. It can cause low-level concentrated damage and produce a significant cooling effect. Lin Feng nodded. The destructive power of this thing was negligible, but its cooling effect was still quite good. After all, it was winter now, and it was already cold enough without cooling. He glanced at the aircraft engine at the back of the yacht, and suddenly had a strange idea. If it's hail and strong winds, the effect should be brutal. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he had a new battle strategy. Looking at the sky, it was getting late, so Lin Feng pulled Song Xinling back to the cabin, intending to get a good night's sleep. However, it was a bit cold inside the cabin. Raymond Lam seemed all right, not feeling much of an impact, but Song Xinling was clearly struggling to cope. Quick, put the heat pack on your body before going to sleep. Song Xinling nodded, took out a heat pack, and stuck it to her clothes. Gradually, she felt the heat pack begin to emit heat. It was indeed effective. However, it doesn't generate enough heat. It can only warm a tiny area. Lin Feng scratched his head. Apply more. Next, Lin Feng took out 2 whole packs of hand warmers and said, lie down. Oh, let me put a heat pack on you. How much do you want to apply? Song Xinling looked puzzled, and just as she lay down, she heard a few slapping sounds. Lin Feng had a whole row of hand warmers stuck to his back. Then, heat packs were applied to my legs, arms, and even the soles of my feet. Okay, flip it over. Lin Feng, isn't this a bit much? Anyway, this thing isn't worth much, and once I get other heating devices, I won't need the hand warmers anymore. Lin Feng helped the girl turn over, and then started sticking heat packs on her repeatedly. Oops, could you be a little gentler? I'll paste this myself. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng looked at Song Xinling, who was covered in heat packs, and nodded in satisfaction. Okay, you can go to sleep now. Song Xinling looked furious. You've stuck me to you like a mummy. It's so hard to turn over. How am I supposed to sleep? Lin Feng smiled slightly, and turned on the pink TV. Let's watch some crosstalk and go to sleep. Song Xinling curled her lip. There aren't any crosstalk performers, so it'll definitely be suspended. Before the girl could finish speaking, she suddenly froze, only to see an image appear on the television screen. 2 ghosts, dressed in traditional Chinese robes, were actually performing a crosstalk routine. Did the TV station hire a ghost who can perform stand-up comedy? Lin Feng waved his hand. That's easy. Anyway, the ghosts are all created by the Doomsday Mall itself. Chapter 166. Is there really a Bowser's Castle? Song Xinling watched a ghost-themed crosstalk performance and fell asleep shortly afterward. Lin Feng lay in bed in pain for a while, then suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked in yet, so he tiptoed out of the cabin to collect his blind box. Incidentally, he turned off the television. Stepping out of the cabin, the outside was gloomy. Lin Feng pulled up a chair, sat down, yawned, and opened the check-in system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. May 7th. Obtained. Weird homework blind box system developer. Earth Destroyer Sect Master X1. Operation. Lin Feng was stunned. These blind boxes really do give you all sorts of weird stuff. It's been years since I've done my homework properly. Let's take a look at the introduction first. Weird homework blind boxes. Tier, Epic. Introduction, 60% chance of finding one homework problem, 30% chance of finding a whole homework book, 5% chance of finding a large summer vacation homework book, and 5% chance of finding a large winter vacation homework book. Holy crap. The workload is getting heavier and heavier. Could it be a controllable item, like that exam? Lin Feng recalled the embarrassing situation of being trapped in the examination room, and suddenly laughed. Of course, others should also enjoy this situation. Start drawing. Without hesitation, Lin Feng opened the blind box in his hand. The next moment, 3 notebooks, each an inch thick, appeared in his hand. You've opened a bizarre homework blind box X1, containing a huge book of summer homework X3. Holy crap! 3 books, and they're as thick as bricks. A whole book of summer homework. Description: once this is thrown at an enemy, they must do their homework. And summer homework gets hotter and hotter as they do it. If they don't finish it soon, they'll die of heat stroke. Of course, they can slack off, but they must finish their homework, otherwise they can't take any other action. This is fucking. That's awesome. As expected of an epic blind box, what's inside is simply epic. Lin Feng stuffed 3 summer homework assignments into his backpack and was about to go back to sleep when he looked up and suddenly froze. What? What's going on? In the darkness, a shadow appeared on the sea. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng realized that there was an island there. Lin Feng was shocked when he took out his binoculars and looked inside. And this freaking has a castle. Through the telescope's field of vision, one can vaguely see a stone castle standing atop the island. Because of the distance and the darkness, Lin Feng couldn't see the specific situation on the castle. However, judging from the size of the castle, it wasn't very big. With the walls, it was about the size of a football field. He glanced at the mentally challenged number 2 who was steering the raft and asked, "Is this the Bowser's castle you were talking about?" "Oh, Mamma Mia. You're right, that's it. Could you please stop saying Mamma Mia?" "Mamma Mia. No problem." Lin Feng shook his head and continued to observe the castle opposite. At the current speed, he estimated that they should be able to reach the vicinity of the island tonight. Looks like I'm going to be busy again. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng took a sip of coffee, packed his gear, and prepared to go to the island at any time. But just as he finished packing his things, he received a private message from Xiaogu. "Hey, Xiaogu, are you asleep yet?" "Raymond Lam, you're not asleep? What do you want from me in the middle of the night?" "Haven't you heard, Xiaogu? The new dungeon is about to open." "Raymond Lam, so fast? What exactly was the time?" "Xiaogu, my friend heard from the Doomsday Shop that a new dungeon will open in 30 minutes. So, how about we team up again?" "Lin Feng, okay. See you at the entrance of the instance area." Lin Feng closed the private messaging interface and commanded the mentally challenged number 2. "Stop." "Oh, Mamma Mia. We're almost at Bowser's castle. Can you please get rid of that catchphrase?" "Able." The mentally challenged number 2 answered quickly, but Lin Feng felt that this guy had learned to be perfunctory. "Wait for me for about 10 minutes. I'll go to the castle when I get back." "Okay." The mentally challenged number 2 nodded, but his eyes remained fixed on the castle on the island not far away. Raymond Lam was speechless. It was as if the second idiot had been possessed by Mario. His mind was filled with nothing but saving the princess. Fortunately, completing the dungeon was a matter of moments, so he didn't need to worry about any danger happening here. After paying 1 gold coin, Lin Feng was instantly teleported to the Doomsday Shop. In less than 3 minutes, he squeezed into the entrance of the dungeon area and stuffed the complete dungeon entrance ticket into the ticket booth. Turning around, he saw Xiaogu rushing over and calling out, "Big Boss." He then hurriedly stuffed the dungeon entrance ticket into the ticket booth window. Xiaogu breathed a sigh of relief. "I finally made it. There are so many people today." Lin Feng nodded. Although he had destroyed the last instance and a large number of players had died, the players' enthusiasm for participating in the instance remained undiminished. Lin Feng didn't care. Regardless of what other players thought, his goal was to find the lava spirit and then destroy the dungeon as quickly as possible. Lin Feng was just pondering this when Xiaogu suddenly pulled him. "Hey boss, how did an NPC sneak in?" Lin Feng looked and saw that there were indeed 3 NPCs talking in the crowded crowd, and one of them was glancing at him from time to time. Are they the assassin NPCs? Lin Feng carefully examined them and found that the 3 NPCs looked no different from the other NPCs, but their eyes. The 3 NPCs looked at him without any fear, but rather with some disdain. Good heavens! The assassin NPC is really something else, huh? We must teach them a lesson this time. In the dungeon, it wouldn't be so easy for Lin Feng to kill them, but it would be quite simple to cause them some trouble. With a slight smile, Lin Feng directly opened the communication channel. Attention all players participating in this dungeon by Lin Feng. Insider information, there is an NPC thief inside. Huh? What's going on? Can we trust what experts say? It's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Where's the thief? Holy crap! There are 3 NPCs next to me. They look like they're going into a dungeon too. Damn it. Thieves must die. They're even playing dirty tricks in the dungeon. Everyone be on high alert. And if you see them stealing, take them out. Lin Feng smiled. The fire was lit. Although some people still didn't believe it, it was always a good thing to create more trouble. The three NPCs looked puzzled. Everyone had been fine just now, with only a few people glancing at them curiously. But now, almost everyone is secretly staring at them, and it seems like they're spewing profanities. What happened? I don't know. We were speaking quietly enough just now. Chapter 167, An Unfinished Building? Or an Unfinished Instance? After waiting another 7 or 8 minutes, the dungeon area gates opened. A group of players rushed into the gate, and then disappeared one by one from the Doomsday Shop. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. It didn't matter whether it was sooner or later. He paid special attention to the 3 assassin NPCs and saw that, just like the other players, the dungeon area gate was already open, so he squeezed in with the crowd. Let's go. Seeing that most of the players ahead had entered, Lin Feng and Xiaogu also walked into the dungeon area. The next moment, everything around him blurred. When his vision returned to normal, Lin Feng was already inside a tall building. Xiaogu also entered the building and disappeared from his side. Just as Lin Feng was about to take a good look at this unfinished building, he received a private message from Xiaogu. Hey Xiaogu, I'm in an unfinished construction site. Where are you? Same as Raymond Lam. Xiaogu, I looked out the window. The building seemed quite large, and it was situated on an island. Raymond Lam, same here. I said. Could you please be quiet for a moment? Xiaogu, okay boss, I'll shut up. Raymond Lam, be careful. Lin Feng sent a message and then closed the private messaging interface. The next moment, the dungeon information appeared. Instance name. Escape from the unfinished skyscraper. Instance description. A ruthless developer built a skyscraper on a seaside island, but it was never completed. This place is extremely dangerous, with concrete blocks frequently collapsing and falling. Only by finding a safe exit can you leave. Inside the instance, players cannot use magic skills, create any items, and can only collect resources from treasure chests. Please find the correct exit within 7 days, or the building will collapse. Upon seeing the dungeon description, Lin Feng quickly looked up at the ceiling. The cement wall is covered with cracks, and a piece of cement could fall off at any moment. It's completely bare. Setting it on fire is out of the question. The problem is, where is the correct exit? Can't we just climb out? Lin Feng went to the window without glass, reached out, and seemed to bump into something. Okay, this is way too deliberate. The windows have no glass, so you could easily climb out, but the dungeon has set up a barrier. Why not just completely block off the building? Why do I feel like this isn't an unfinished building, but rather an unfinished dungeon? Thinking this through, Lin Feng stepped back and continued checking the dungeon rewards. Instance rewards. Players who leave the unfinished building within 7 days will receive 50 gold coins, plus any resources collected within the unfinished building. The rewards are exactly the same, nothing new. Lin Feng closed the instance information and pondered the information that number 008 had revealed to him. Didn't they say there's a lava spirit in this dungeon? Are you kidding me? Is there any connection between this unfinished building and the spirit of magma? Lin Feng was completely bewildered, feeling that at most he could collect some bricks here. He looked out the window again. Looking down, the building was at least 100 stories high, and looking up, it was about 30 stories high. Moreover, the building was very spacious. At a glance, each floor was at least several thousand square meters, and there were probably dozens of rooms of various sizes. Let me sign in first. Lin Feng took a sip of coffee and opened the check-in system. Sign in successful. Received 1 dungeon treasure chest blind box. A dungeon treasure chest appeared in front of Lin Feng. Without even looking at the chest's description, he directly opened the lid. You have opened a dungeon blind box treasure chest X1 and a construction safety helmet X1. Holy crap. This thing is actually quite useful. Lin Feng now had a yellow safety helmet in his hand. Construction safety helmet. Description. Its defensive capabilities are decent. It can reduce the pain of being hit on the head by heavy objects. However, it might break if hit too many times. Lin Feng glanced at the cracked cement ceiling above his head and quickly put on the safety helmet. Click. He had just put on his helmet when he heard a sharp crack from above. When he looked up, he saw a block of cement falling down on him. Holy shit! Lin Feng quickly ducked, but before he could run away, he was hit on the head. Bang! A slight pain came from the top of his head. He touched his helmet. Thankfully, it wasn't broken. He looked at the cement block on the ground, unable to collect it. Well, you've arrived just in time. Lin Feng could hardly imagine what his head would have been like without this helmet. The movement speed is too slow, otherwise I could have dodged it. He remembered the special item he had found in the warehouse in the previous dungeon, the speed-up staff. At that time, Lin Feng found a total of 5 speed-up canes, sold 3 of them, and kept 2 for himself, planning to give 1 to Song Xinling each. Now, you can take this thing out. A moment later, Lin Feng, wearing a hard hat and leaning on a cane, set off, quickly searching for dungeon chests on the floor, looking just like a laborer who had come to the construction site to collect medical expenses due to a work injury. Da-da-da-da. The cane pounded the ground rapidly, and every now and then a cracking sound came from above Lin Feng's head, followed by a piece of cement hitting the ground behind him. While gathering supplies, Lin Feng didn't need to worry about danger. However, in this kind of godforsaken place, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. It would be best to find the lava spirit in the dungeon as soon as possible, then destroy the dungeon and leave. If too much time is wasted, not only will you be afraid to sleep at night, but you will also have to worry about assassin NPCs suddenly appearing out of nowhere. After searching the floor for a while, Lin Feng found dungeon chests in several rooms, but apart from a small amount of food and fresh water, he found nothing useful. During the search, he noticed that there were several staircases on this floor leading to the upper and lower floors, so he could consider going to other floors first. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng arrived at a stairwell. After considering it for a moment, he decided to walk up to the top floor first. Before taking action, he opened his private messages and sent a message to Chiu Gu. Raymond Lam. Chiu Gu, come upstairs. What if I'm upstairs from you? Chiu Gu. Raymond Lam, keep going. All the way to the very top. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end before a message was sent. Hey, Mr. Chiu, if we want to get out of this unfinished building, shouldn't we go downstairs? Raymond Lam wants to think differently from everyone else. Chiu Gu, although I feel like I'll have to come down after going up, I'll still go up and meet up with the big boss first. Lin Feng also felt that going up would mean coming down again, but going up first was better than going down directly. If everyone ran down, the supplies on the lower floors would definitely be scavenged less and less. Anyway, there was enough time, so it was better to go up and loot some supplies first. Perfect timing. The players below are all gathered together. Let them fight amongst themselves first. Maybe those 3 NPCs are waiting down there too. Chapter 168, Picking a Fight? Can't afford to pick a fight. At this moment, a few lucky players had already reached the first floor of the unfinished building, but after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find the exit of the building. How the hell do we get out of here? Do you need something like a key from time to time? Didn't you see there isn't even a door? What to do? Or, is this instance meant for us to fight each other in? Upon hearing this, the players retreated, glancing warily at those around them, fearing a sneak attack from their opponents. Of course, they weren't on the same page to begin with, so it was only a matter of time before they started fighting. The atmosphere became tense, and everyone was cautiously on guard against each other. Suddenly, footsteps came from the stairs upstairs. Someone else is here? NPC. The group turned their heads, and, sure enough, saw 2 NPCs dressed in school uniforms walking down. One of the players reminded everyone, don't fight each other yet. These NPCs seem very suspicious. Let's take them out first. Kill the NPCs? Is that even realistic? Are you stupid? This isn't the Doomsday Mall. NPCs shouldn't be protected. Besides, they're probably here to steal. I think we can pry them out of their mouths about how to get rid of this unfinished building. That makes sense. No matter what, we outnumber them. With so many people, how can we not handle 2 NPCs? With a common goal in mind, the players who had been at loggerheads became much more amicable, keeping their distance as they approached the 2 NPCs. Hey, NPC, do you know how to get out of here? One of the NPCs glanced at the player and said, I don't know. Have no idea? The players were unhappy. They felt that NPCs appearing in dungeons were either there to cause trouble or to reveal some hidden information. This guy says he doesn't know as soon as he opens his mouth. Isn't that just asking for a beating? Besides, everyone's in a bad mood right now. And if they're disobedient, then let's beat them up. I'll give you one more chance. Tell us how to get out of this unfinished building. I already said I don't know, and the dungeons aren't under our jurisdiction. Holy crap. Awesome. You're still acting so arrogantly towards us here. Brothers, these two NPCs don't know how they got out, so they're probably thieves planted by the game. Let's take care of them first to cool off. Upon hearing this, the two NPCs were visibly taken aback. A dignified assassin NPC, actually being called a thief by these guys? And these newbies even try to hit him? This is just asking for trouble. He glanced at the crowd and said disdainfully, I'm warning you. You'd better stay away from us. Oh ho, you think this is a doomsday shopping mall? Here, if we want to make a move, nobody can stop us. Everyone has been treated coldly by NPCs in the Doomsday Mall to some extent. Now that they've encountered two ignorant NPCs, especially outside the mall, who would be willing to tolerate them? Brothers, let's go. If I don't beat them both to a pulp, I'm not a Wong. Get the weapons. The crowd surged forward, each brandishing their signature weapons, machetes, clubs, spears, gauntlets. They unleashed their full might. However, after rushing forward for less than 3 meters, the crowd all stopped. What the hell, a gun? Wipe. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. An NPC, clutching a revolver, coldly stared at the crowd. Back off. Retreat. We retreat. The player in the lead looked terrified, nearly dropping his machete, and yelled at the players behind him. Get the hell back. Retreat, retreat, retreat. That was fucking thrilling. Wait, do all the thief NPCs carry guns now? Wait, are they really thieves? Who said they were thieves? I remember it was Lin Feng who said it. Holy crap, were we tricked? What the hell, did the big boss lie again? That guy is such a bastard. How could I have believed Raymond Lam's nonsense? Achoo. Lin Feng was climbing the stairs when he suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Huh? Someone's insulting me. Rubbing his nose, Lin Feng continued climbing. His floor wasn't far from the roof, but it was still 30 or 40 stories high. Leaning on his crutches and listening to the sound of cement blocks falling behind him, Lin Feng climbed for quite a while before finally reaching the top floor. Clearly, this is a spacious rooftop. Lin Feng slowed down and slowly walked up the steps, but the next moment, he stopped. There was a trail of blood on the stairs, which was still slowly flowing downwards. Looking up, Lin Feng saw the source of the blood. At the top of the stairs, a player lay motionless on the ground. Lin Feng stopped and tried to listen to what was happening above, but apart from the slight sound of the wind, he heard nothing. Obviously, no cement blocks would fall from the rooftop. This player was killed by other players, or NPCs. Lin Feng tentatively moved a few steps upwards, and gradually the view of the rooftop came into view. On the spacious rooftop, there was only the player's corpse at the stairwell. Looking in other directions, Lin Feng saw rough cement slabs on the platform, which seemed to be an unfinished rooftop building. Having found no trace of anyone else, Lin Feng decided to examine the player's corpse first. The backpack was still there, containing some food, a small amount of materials, and even 2 special items. Obtained, 9 magic crystals. Received, 2 apples. Obtained, Speed Up Cane X1. Received, Space Divination Dice X1. Lin Feng retreated into the stairwell and checked the attribute description of the Spatial Divination Dice. Space Divination Dice. Description: the dice are marked with up, down, left, right, front, back, and can be used to divine the location of special items. Each use consumes 1 magic crystal. Lin Feng was just wondering why this player had so many magic crystals in his backpack. It seemed like they were for divination. Lin Feng did not immediately begin the divination. Clearly, there must be an important and special item on this rooftop, otherwise this player would not have appeared here. However, the fact that the person who killed him didn't take any of the player's supplies, or even something like the spatial divination dice, is somewhat dangerous. It couldn't be clearer. He wasn't killed by a player, but by an assassination attempt on an NPC. Looks like we need to be careful. Lin Feng quickly sent a message to Chiu Go. Raymond Lam, if you see the rooftop, Don't go up. Look for me on the level below. Hey, Shogu, what's going on? Raymond Lam, the rooftop is dangerous. Never go up there rashly. Shogu, but I'm already on top. Raymond Lam, then you fucking get down here. Shogu, boss. Did I hear that right? There's someone you can't handle. Shogu, holy crap. Hey, Shogu. I saw a player come up and get stabbed to death by an NPC. Upon seeing this message, Lin Feng quickly offered a reminder. Raymond Lam, don't move, hide, and whatever you do, don't get caught. Dude, is this really an NPC? Chapter 169 heading upwards? Clearly, the assassin NPCs are currently guarding the rooftop, but it's uncertain how many there are. If there's only one, it's manageable, but if there are all three, then things could get really complicated. However, Lin Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. Logically, assassin NPCs should only attack themselves and not other players. Even if they are threatened by other players, they should not kill them directly. Judging from the message Shogu just sent, the player was probably killed by the assassin NPC as soon as he went up. The other party clearly started killing players as soon as he saw them. Is this NPC infected with a virus? Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling that something seemed wrong with the assassin NPC. Never mind, let's touch it and see what's going on. He took out his revolver, carefully climbed the stairs, and when he got to the rooftop, he saw that there was no one else around. He quickly leaned against a tall concrete slab and then tiptoed out. There was still no one else around, so Lin Feng didn't continue forward. Since he was already up here, he might as well see if he could use the spatial divination dice to find the special items hidden on the rooftop. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sent Shogu another message, telling him to hide well and be careful, and then took out the dice and a magic crystal. Upon selecting to use it, Lin Feng saw the magic energy crystal in his hand merge into the spatial divination dice. Then, the dice emitted bursts of brilliant light, indicating that it was ready to be used. Lin Feng threw the fist-sized die on the ground, and it started spinning on its own. A few seconds later, the die stopped, and Lin Feng saw that the face-up side had the character Ho Ho, meaning after written on it. He was standing with his back to the concrete slab just now. Using himself as a reference point, he should now continue moving towards the concrete slab. Lin Feng put away the dice and carefully approached that direction. He walked several dozen meters without encountering any assassin NPCs, so it went relatively smoothly. Although the rooftop area was large, the distance of several tens of meters was not short. Lin Feng leaned against another cement slab, took out the space divination dice, and prepared to perform another divination. But just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly saw a message pop up in the private message interface. Hey, Shogu, that NPC's gone, but I think I'm making some noise next to me. Raymond Lam, be quiet. Do you have any defense mechanisms? Chuck, yes, I have a defensive disposable item. Lin Feng, that's good. If you're close to the stairwell, run downstairs first if you encounter danger. Shogu, I get it. I get it. That NPC was terrifying. Raymond Lam, okay. I have other things to do. I'll come find you later. Brother Chio, you absolutely have to come find me. Lin Feng didn't reply. He simply closed the private message interface and took out the spatial divination dice. After consuming a magic crystal, the dice started spinning on the ground, and when it stopped, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. This? Superior? Which way up? Lin Feng was speechless. When the dice stopped rolling, the top face had the word top written on it. But I'm already on the rooftop. Where else can I go? There's no way out. Am I supposed to climb onto the concrete slab? We have no choice but to climb up and give it a try. Lin Feng shook his head, looked around, and finding no danger, took out his long and used climbing axe and carefully began to climb. However, the surface of the cement slab was quite smooth, and Lin Feng struggled a lot to climb up it. But the cement slab was completely bare. He was feeling down when he looked down and suddenly froze. Holy crap! So you were here all along. Behind the cement slab where Lin Feng was, a player was squatting. That person was none other than Shogu. At this moment, Shogu also looked astonished. He had just heard noises behind the concrete slab, and was clutching a special item in his hand, ready to run away at any moment. When he looked up, he saw Lin Feng standing on the concrete slab staring at him. He suddenly came to his senses, and quickly waved to Lin Feng. Hey bro, that's too high up there, come down right now. Lin Feng nodded. There were no special items up there anyway, so it was better to go down as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too easy to expose their location. Just as he was about to jump down, his arm suddenly bumped into something. He looked to the side, but there was clearly nothing there. Huh. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then reached out and touched it again, feeling as if he had touched something else. Strangeness. Lin Feng looked around, but didn't find any assassin NPCs. He then touched the area again and found something that looked like a step. Holy crap, there's a road here. Xiao Gu, who was squatting below, was extremely anxious. He saw Lin Feng making some strange movements and muttering to himself, completely disregarding the risk of exposing his position. Boss, come down here right now. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling him to wait a moment, then took out a bottle of water and splashed it forcefully onto the cement slab. Something amazing happened. The entire bottle of water didn't rise and fall naturally. Instead, it flowed down a path as if it had encountered something, and the outline of that path clearly resembled a staircase. Xiao Gu below was also stunned. Holy crap, dude, there's a hidden staircase up there? Lin Feng nodded and threw down the 2 climbing axes. Hurry up and climb up. I reckon even the assassins of the NPCs don't know about this hidden staircase. We'll be safe once we get to the top. Xiao Gu didn't hesitate. He picked up his axe and started climbing without delay. When he looked up, he saw Lin Feng seemingly walking on thin air, step by step, into the sky. Xiao Gu climbed desperately, afraid of being left behind. By the time he finally reached the top, Lin Feng had already disappeared. He didn't bother to send a private message to ask, and groped his way up the transparent staircase. After walking up for dozens of meters, he suddenly felt a pain in his head and bumped into a wall. Looking up for a closer look, he realized that there was a painted sky background above him, and he could vaguely see a doorknob. My God, are the sky and islands just background paintings? Xiao Gu pulled hard, and the door opened. It was dark inside, with only one light source, the small miner's lamp on Lin Feng's head. Boss, wait for me. Lin Feng turned around and waved at Xiao Gu. Don't you think this place looks familiar? Look familiar? By the light of Lin Feng's headlamp, Xiao Gu felt that the place looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Lin Feng didn't expect him to say anything, so he walked along the stone-paved path. Xiao Gu followed closely behind, feeling inexplicably that the place was somewhat eerie. After traveling quite a distance, the two finally saw some light. Ahead was a narrow opening. Chapter 170, it turns out the building was just a cement tank. This place, it looks like a castle? As soon as he arrived at the cave entrance, Lin Feng exclaimed in amazement. Before him was a long corridor with battlements on the stone walls beside it, resembling the passageway of an ancient castle. Xiao Gu also sighed, but his gaze quickly fell on a huge concrete building not far away. Hey bro, what's that cement can over there? Lin Feng looked in that direction and scratched his head. That direction looks like the location of an unfinished building. What? Were we inside that cement tank the whole time? It's confirmed. The sky and islands are all fake. They're just backdrops on the exterior of unfinished buildings. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, then suddenly remembered something. Weren't those spatial divination dice supposed to predict the location of special items? Lin Feng hadn't seen anything unusual along the way. Could that thing possibly plan a route based on the location of special items? Lin Feng pondered to himself, then took out the spatial divination die, consumed a magic energy crystal, and threw it on the ground. After spinning for a while, the dice came to a stop. Lin Feng looked at the words on the dice and saw that the top one had the word front. He looked ahead. The passage stretched on, and it seemed quite far. It now appeared that the dice really did plan the route automatically. Xiao Gu was puzzled when he saw Lin Feng throw the dice. Just as he was about to ask, Lin Feng pointed ahead and said, "Keep going forward." Good. Xiao Gu didn't ask any more questions, figuring that Lin Feng probably wouldn't tell him anyway, so he obediently followed him and walked forward along the passage. However, the corridor is very long, and it seems like it will never end anytime soon. Looking to the side, there is a lush forest all around, and the scenery is quite nice. After walking for a while, Xiao Gu couldn't help but ask a question. Boss, Are we heading towards the NPC activity area in the dungeon? How would I know? Oh. Although Lin Feng said he didn't know, Xiaogu still felt that this road must lead to the NPC activity area of the dungeon. However, the distance was really far. After walking for a while, they finally saw an ancient pointed castle in front of them. Lin Feng stopped, looked at the sky. The sun was already high in the sky. He had been in the dungeon for several hours, so he decided to stop and rest for a while and have something to eat. As he sipped his coffee, he gazed at the pointed castle and felt that the unfinished building and the castle seemed to be completely different copies of each other. Xiaogu sipped his bottled water with a wry smile, but his face was full of anticipation. He felt that since the unfinished building was so far away, he must be almost at the NPC activity area of the instance. After resting for less than 10 minutes, Xiaogu couldn't wait to continue walking. "Boss, I'm all rested. Let's continue." He got up and walked towards the front of the passage. Lin Feng didn't feel tired either, so he walked with him. But a few minutes later, Xiaogu in front of him suddenly paused. "Holy crap." Lin Feng was slightly taken aback and asked as he walked, "What's wrong with you?" But after taking only a couple of steps, Lin Feng paused again and made the same questioning sound as Xiaogu. "Holy crap." Lin Feng stood still, staring at the suddenly popped up notification message. Copy information error. Attempting to fix it. Congratulations to player Lin Feng for completing the escape from the unfinished skyscraper dungeon. The dungeon reward is 50 gold coins, plus all items obtained during the dungeon. Holy shit. I didn't get anything at all. What's going on? Shouldn't I be teleported back after the dungeon is completed? Lin Feng was stunned, wondering what had happened, when he saw another message. Copy information error. Attempting to fix it. Instance repair complete. Instance name, Castle Challenge Marathon. Instance description, this content has not been edited. Instance rewards. Players who rank in the top 3 of the marathon will receive 100, 50, and 10 gold coins respectively. Other players who complete the marathon within 72 hours will receive 5 gold coins each. Raymond Lamb was speechless. Did I just jump directly from one instance to another? This saves me a dungeon entry ticket, but the dungeon isn't finished yet. The dungeon description actually says this content has not been edited. Xiaogu turned to look at Lin Feng. "Boss, you're awesome." He hesitated for a long time before finally managing to utter only the word, "awesome." Then, clutching his wildly beating heart, he weakly asked, "Boss, are we trapped in this dungeon? It's clearly not finished yet." Let's go, don't think about that now. As long as you clear the level, I guarantee you'll earn 50 gold coins." Xiaogu frowned before realizing what was happening. This instance shouldn't be open yet. Right now, only the 2 of them have entered the instance. Isn't this a sure way to get the top 2 spots? A marathon for 2, damn. That was a steal. Xiaogu didn't care whether he could get out or not. Anyway, with the big boss by his side, he was unlikely to die. At worst, he could just destroy the dungeon and be forcibly kicked out. Lin Feng was speechless. He never expected that he would accidentally enter another instance, and it was an unfinished one at that. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Without hesitation, Lin Feng walked along the passage. There was no need to run. There were only 2 of them, and they could finish within 72 hours. The 2 of them strolled slowly through the empty passageway, chatting as they went, showing no signs of being in a competition. As they walked, they discovered a series of huge grooves on the ground of the passage. The 2 initially thought these were stone pits left to obstruct the players, but upon turning a corner, they realized what was going on. It turns out that those stone pits were unfinished mechanisms. Behind the bend, on top of those stone pits, there were fists bigger than a person installed, which would extend and retract one after another. Think about it. Normally there would be at least 100 players participating in this instance. With so many players running for their lives to compete for first place, it's impossible for them to be as relaxed as they are. Imagine the consequences for a running player encountering these enormous, retractable fists. These things are all just for show now. Lin Feng shook his head and strolled around the giant, retractable fists with Xiaogu, continuing to walk leisurely forward. Half an hour later, they arrived at a pool of water. The road ahead was blocked by a pool of water, and walls blocked both sides, making it clear that there was no way to take a detour. The two remained calm, and even glanced at the signboard next to them. Friendly reminder, beware of crocodiles. Crocodile? Where? Boss, I didn't see it either. Could it be that they haven't been put in yet? Chapter 171. A swarm arrives. The two stood by the pool for a long time, but did not see a single crocodile. It's confirmed. The crocodiles weren't let in. Hurry up and wade across. Lin Feng waved his hand, waded across the pond, and not far after getting ashore, they encountered another bend. After turning the corner, Lin Feng suddenly realized why this place felt familiar. In front of this passage, there were several gray mushroom-shaped figures moving back and forth. Isn't that the mushroom head from the Mario games? Chiogo recognized it at that moment. He had felt this place was somewhat familiar, and now Chiogo understood it looked just like the place in the Mario game. If that's the case, those mushroom heads are not to be touched. Touching them will result in certain death. Lin Feng shook his head. In the game, Mario dies if he touches a mushroom head, but in this dungeon, the situation might be different. Perhaps if the player touches them, the dungeon will be lost, or they will have to start over. Of course, either situation is rather frustrating, but fortunately, they don't have to race against time like other players. Dodging these regularly moving mushroom heads is a piece of cake. As he was thinking this, suddenly, those mushroom-headed figures in front of him started moving towards him. Holy crap! These mushroom heads are different from the ones in the game. Chiogu was stunned for a moment, then quickly pulled Lin Feng and ran backward. Lin Feng turned around and saw that, good heavens, not only were the few mushroom-headed guys in front of him approaching, but countless mushroom-headed guys behind him were also moving and running towards them. Wipe! Come on, everyone! Lin Feng took out a magic-spiked spear from his backpack, preparing to defend himself. However, with hundreds, or even thousands of mushroom heads, if a real fight broke out, it would probably take a while to end the battle, and what if he accidentally touched one of the mushroom heads? Lin Feng made a decisive decision. Retreat first. Boss, let's go behind the pond and deal with them across the pond. Good. Lin Feng nodded and retreated all the way to the back of the pond. But when they waded across the pond and looked back, they saw that the mushroom-shaped creatures had actually gone into the water and were splashing around chasing after them. Holy crap, these mushroom heads must have mutated. Holy crap. Boss, look behind you. Looking back, Lin Feng saw a large group of mushroom heads approaching from a more distant place, and among them were some large green-shelled turtles. That wasn't all. Behind them, 20 or 30 winged turtles were floating in the sky, also chasing after them. Lin Feng was certain that the two of them alone could not possibly defeat so many monsters. Run! Boss, which way do we go? Let's run to the next dungeon. Upon hearing this, Chiogu decisively sped up. This monster wasn't from the unfinished building instance, so he shouldn't follow them into it. The two sprinted for their lives, and Lin Feng asked as he ran, "Do you have any of those running shoes?" Upon hearing this, Chiogu's face darkened. "Boss, I only have one pair of those. Didn't I die running around in front of you during the first dungeon? Okay, let's run. That flying turtle is fucking fast." Lin Feng sped up, took out 2 speed-boosting canes, tossed one to Chiogu, and said, "Quick, this thing can speed you up." "Thank you so much, boss." Chiogu looked grateful, picked up his cane and ran forward, his speed indeed increasing considerably. Tada! The two of them ran forward with the help of crutches, with the turtle mushroom-headed creature in hot pursuit. Before long, they reached the border between the two instances. The next moment, Lin Feng saw a series of notification messages. Copy information error. Attempting to fix it. The escape from the unfinished skyscraper instance has been completed. Entry is no longer possible. If it's invalid, then it's invalid. Lin Feng wasn't here to complete the previous instance. He was simply here to avoid the monsters. He stopped, panting, took out a bottle of water, and gulped it down. But when I looked up, I was instantly so angry I wanted to curse. What the hell? They can get in. Chiogu was also taken aback. Boss, what do we do now? Run. Lin Feng gulped down the remaining half bottle of water and ran towards the skyscraper dungeon. The two, leaning on their canes, ran wildly back along the passage, rushing directly into the dark passage they had been in before. Then, they groped their way to open the iron gate at the end of the passage. As soon as Lin Feng rushed out, he saw a school uniform NPC patrolling the rooftop of the unfinished building. The NPC heard a sound, looked up, and saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng. The NPC gave a cold smile, a hint of doubt suddenly appearing on his face. How did you end up there? Lin Feng had no time to explain to the assassin NPC, so he called Xiao Gu and charged down the mountain. The assassin NPC took out a short knife and walked quickly towards them, but Lin Feng and Xiao Gu, who were using crutches, moved quite fast. The two ran down the stairs and were down in less than 5 seconds. The assassin NPC quickly gave chase, but he was too slow and couldn't catch up despite running at full speed. Lin Feng, don't run. Screw you. Lin Feng didn't care about him and ran down the stairs with his crutches. The assassin NPC looked puzzled, feeling that Lin Feng wasn't hiding from him, but rather from something else. Suddenly, he heard a dense sound of footsteps. He turned around, and his expression changed drastically. Wipe! What the hell is all this stuff? When he saw Lin Feng emerge from the passage above, the door was not closed, and a large group of strange and bizarre monsters suddenly poured out of the doorway. Mushroom head, turtle, flying turtle, and a cannonball with eyes? The assassin NPC looked puzzled. How could there be such a monster in the unfinished building instance? Damn it! Why are they coming straight for me? Damn it! Lin Feng, you fu ke. The assassin NPC discovered that the monsters moved incredibly fast. If he slowed down even slightly, he would be surrounded. Ahead, Lin Feng sprinted downstairs, with Qiu Ji close behind, panting as he asked, Boss, how long are we going to run? Just follow me. Lin Feng had no time to answer him. He was already out of breath. As he ran downstairs, he looked around. When he reached the next floor, he suddenly saw a familiar face. Nangong Biao? Lin Feng laughed, then suddenly turned and rushed towards Nangong Biao. At this moment, Nangong Biao also saw Lin Feng, picked up his weapon and was about to rush over, but Lin Feng was using a cane and was too fast. He ran over and hit him with the cane, knocking him over. Lin Feng, you son of a bitch. Before he could even get up, Xiao Gu, who was right behind him, smacked him with his cane. Wipe! Nangong Biao was annoyed. Were these two guys here specifically to mock him? Chapter 172, The Unlucky Nangong Biao. I'm going to fucking kill you today. Nangong Biao pushed off the ground and jumped up, but just as he was about to chase after him, he heard a series of hurried footsteps behind him. Upstairs, an NPC dressed in a school uniform came running over in a hurry, holding a short knife. The NPC was originally going to continue running downstairs, but when he saw a living person here, he turned around and rushed over, stabbing Nangong Biao with his knife. Nangong Biao was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had ever seen such a ferocious NPC. Just as he was about to defend himself, the NPC suddenly put away his knife. Nangong Biao was stunned, and then felt as if the NPC had kicked him hard in the middle. My God, my brother. He collapsed to the ground in pain, and the NPC ran away without even looking back. What the hell? Who are these people? Despite the excruciating pain, Nangong Biao tried to get up, when he suddenly heard a series of rapid footsteps coming from upstairs. Wipe! What the hell? He looked up warily and saw a large group of strange monsters rushing down from upstairs. Mushroom head, turtle, wipe! Nangong Biao finally understood why these guys wanted to beat him up. They wanted him to attract the monsters' attention. These monsters are obviously from the Mario games. In the game, encountering them means certain death. Depend on. They're all incredibly despicable. Nangong Biao quickly got up, clutching his crotch, and limped away. Behind them, the monsters chased after them relentlessly. Nangong Biao was sweating profusely with anxiety, but his younger brother was in too much pain to run fast. I fu ke. He turned around and rushed down the nearest stairs, not even needing to run. He simply let himself fall down the stairs. Flapping, flapping, flapping. Thump. Nangong Biao rolled all the way to the stair landing, and then continued to fall down the stairs to the next floor. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already run upstairs. Qiuge followed closely behind Lin Feng, asking with a puzzled look, Boss, why are we going up again? Nonsense, that's probably a dead end down there. Where else can I run if I don't run up? Well, okay. Don't worry, As long as someone down below helps us distract those monsters, it'll be safe up here. Xiaoga nodded, suddenly feeling a bit sorry for the players in the dungeon. He estimated that Nangong Biao had already been beaten to death by the monsters. The two ran wildly all the way to the rooftop, where, sure enough, there were no more monsters. The iron gate in the sky background was still open, but no more monsters were pouring out. It was estimated that all the monsters from the entire castle marathon had been lured into the unfinished building instance. Let's go, let's keep the marathon going. Lin Feng and Xiaogu climbed onto the concrete slab and rushed through the transparent staircase. But just as they reached the large iron gate, they heard an angry voice behind them. Lin Feng, don't run. Lin Feng looked back and saw that the assassin NPC had actually chased after him. What? They caught up so quickly. The NPC moved incredibly fast, flipping over and leaping onto the concrete slab to catch up with them. Lin Feng slammed the big iron gate shut. Let's go. Run towards the castle marathon dungeon. Xiaogu quickly leaned on his crutch and ran forward in the dark with Lin Feng. They ran ahead, and the NPCs chased after them. The two ran out of the dark passage and were about to enter the castle marathon instance when Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Boss, why aren't you running anymore? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Xiaogu looked puzzled. The NPC was about to catch up with him. Stopping now would be suicide. He glanced at Lin Feng, only to see that Lin Feng calmly took out a special item. Upon closer inspection, it was a workbook that was at least an inch thick. Summer homework? Xiaogu was stunned. Boss, how come you still have something like this? Lin Feng didn't immediately hand over the summer homework. Instead, he waited, hoping that he might be lucky and not need to use this special item. Xiaogu saw the NPC carrying a short knife getting closer and closer, but Lin Feng hadn't made a move yet, and he was so anxious that he was jumping up and down. Boss, what are you waiting for? If we let him get close, we're dead. This NPC is incredibly powerful. He had personally witnessed a player being stabbed to death by an NPC, and he had no interest in gambling his life with Lin Feng here. But just then, Xiaogu suddenly received a copy notification. Instance announcement. Due to an unknown error, the escape from the unfinished skyscraper instance has been temporarily terminated. Players will be automatically teleported back to the Doomsday Shop. Holy crap! The dungeon crashed. Lin Feng pulled the dazed Xiaogu towards the castle marathon instance. What's going on? Come here quickly, or you'll be teleported away. Oh, I understand. Xiaogu quickly ran backwards, and the white teleportation light that had just appeared on his body disappeared the moment he entered the castle marathon instance. The NPC, who was about to catch up, had its teleportation light growing stronger. It suddenly sprinted, trying to reach the NPC, but Lin Feng took off his helmet and smashed it down on the NPC's head. Bang! The assassin NPC dodged suddenly, slowing his speed by a moment. By the time he accelerated and charged forward again, the teleportation beam was already ready. Lin Feng, you wait. Goodbye. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the NPC ran away, being teleported away by the teleportation beam. Boss, I've learned something new. You knew the dungeon would crash, didn't you? Lin Feng nodded. Otherwise, why would I let those monsters pass through? Xiaogu suddenly asked, puzzled. Then why is the NPC still chasing you? Remember, never be as strong as me. Xiaogu frowned, feeling that Lin Feng's words were purely self-praise. And besides, if the NPCs were to deal with him, it probably wasn't because he was too strong. That's so mean. Yeah, I definitely can't be as mean as that guy. Xiaogu sighed inwardly, feeling that he had to keep this in mind. Otherwise he would probably be hunted down by the NPCs, who were just too ruthless. Boss, shall we continue? Continue what? Time to eat and sleep. Eating and sleeping? Aren't you tired? We finally found a safe instance. Why don't you take a break? Are you trying to die from overwork? Xiaogu was stunned. He had thought Lin Feng would be busy clearing the dungeon, but he didn't expect him to be eating and sleeping here. Lin Feng glanced at the sky, took out some food, and said while eating, I'll sleep for the first half of the night, and you can sleep for the second half. No problem. Xiaogu nodded, thinking that since the big boss wasn't in a hurry, he should also get some rest, otherwise he would easily collapse from exhaustion. Hey bro, do you think there are really no other monsters in this dungeon? Lin Feng munched on an apple while pondering. Who knows? Maybe there's a Bowser waiting in the castle. Chapter 173. The castle ahead is under construction. In the dead of night, Xiaogu woke up Lin Feng. Still half asleep, Lin Feng got up, smacked his lips, and said to Xiaogu, "All right, it's your turn to rest. I'll wake you up when it's light." "Boss, why don't you rest a little longer?" Lin Feng waved his hand. "You go to sleep, I'm going to have some coffee." When Xiaogu saw Lin Feng take out the coffee cup, he lay down on the ground, but he still felt uneasy, worried that Lin Feng would leave while he was sleeping. However, after such a long period of contact, Xiaogu discovered that although Lin Feng was sarcastic, he generally didn't harm his own people. Perhaps because he was too tired, Xiaogu soon started snoring. Lin Feng was also almost awake. Seeing that Xiaogu seemed to be fast asleep, he went around to the back and quietly opened the sign-in system. Sign-in successful. Received 1 dungeon treasure chest blind box. Lin Feng opened the dungeon treasure chest in front of him, and a new prompt appeared. You have opened 1 blind box treasure chest in the dungeon and received 1 invincible little star gummy candy. Isn't this the invincible star from the Mario games? How did it turn into a gummy bear? Lin Feng picked up the yellow gummy candy in his palm and examined it. Invincible little star gummies. Description: provides 10 seconds of invincibility after consumption, preventing injury and controlling immunity. Holy crap! This thing is awesome. Lin Feng quickly stuffed the gummy candies into his backpack, thinking to himself, if only I had a few more gummy candies. One can only make me invincible for 10 seconds, which is still too short. With that in mind, Lin Feng set his sights on the NPC activity area in this instance, thinking there were probably a lot of these gummy candies there. Why haven't we seen a single dungeon chest along the way? Hasn't it been installed yet? Lin Feng muttered to himself. We've prepared all the monsters, but not a dungeon chest. This is really frustrating. Helpless, Lin Feng leaned against the stone wall beside him, thinking that he would continue his journey when it got light and reach the castle first. However, feeling bored, Lin Feng started thinking about the problem again. How many Koopas are there in this world? If there's only one. If I defeat Bowser in the dungeon and leave the dungeon, won't there be no boss in the castle on the island? I have to kill it. That will make going out of the dungeon much easier. Lost in thought, the sky gradually brightened. Lin Feng took another sip of coffee and was just thinking of waking Xiaogu up so they could get going when the guy got up. Boss, is it dawn yet? Oh, you woke up pretty early. Lin Feng took out a large apple, ate it as he walked forward, and Xiaogu followed behind, feeling that he hadn't fully recovered yet. There were no monsters along the way, and the journey was going quite smoothly. However, because they had wasted too much time earlier, the two of them kept using the speed-up canes to move forward. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the place where they had encountered the mushroom head before. However, the place is now empty, with nothing dangerous except for some retractable fists. But when the two reached the next bend, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Fort. Chiu was a little worried. In the Mario game, these black turrets would fire projectiles, and getting hit by them would certainly not end well. Looking ahead, there were at least 50 or 60 of these black gun emplacements. If they opened fire all at once, they would probably be doomed. The two slowed down and approached slowly. When they were about 30 or 40 meters away from the first gun emplacement, the emplacement moved. Careful! Lin Feng quickly stopped, but the black turret trembled slightly, and then nothing happened. Holy crap! No shells. Lin Feng was taken aback. He cautiously approached, and saw that the other cannons were also beginning to vibrate. Without exception, all the gun emplacements only made firing motions, but no shells were fired. Lin Feng laughed. Looks like we really don't have any shells. Xiaogu relaxed a bit. Boss, thank goodness this instance isn't finished yet, otherwise we probably wouldn't have been able to get through it. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. It's also possible that they've run out of ammunition. Anyway, there's no danger. Let's keep going. The two continued on their way, encountering some other mechanisms along the way, but none of them worked. After walking along the road for 2 or 3 hours, they finally arrived at a stone castle. However, the castle gates were closed, and there was a notice board next to them. The castle ahead is under construction. Unauthorized NPCs are prohibited from entering. Shall we go in? Xiaogu looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Why come here if you're not going in? Lin Feng asked, looking completely bewildered. But the door is closed. Climb up. Lin Feng took out the 2 climbing axes again, went to the city wall, and prepared to climb up. Xiaogu stared at the city wall, which was over 10 meters high, feeling a little scared. What if there are monsters guarding it? Lin Feng stopped. That makes sense. Why don't you go first? Huh. Xiaogu was stunned, and suddenly had the urge to slap himself. Why was he so foul-mouthed? Although reluctant, Xiaogu still took the climbing axe. He struggled to climb up, his eyes fixed on the edge of the city wall, afraid that some monster's head might suddenly pop out from above. Just then, a creaking sound came from below. Xiaogu looked down and saw that Lin Feng had actually pushed open the city gate. Judge, come down quickly, the door isn't locked. What? Xiaogu was speechless. He should have known better than to climb that city wall. Bang! After climbing down 2 or 3 meters, Xiaogu heard another muffled thud from below. Looking down, he saw Lin Feng give an awkward smile. The city gates are full of monsters. Keep climbing. This. Helpless, Xiaogu continued climbing with a bitter face. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he reached the top of the city wall and looked inside. There was a wide corridor on the top of the city wall, and surprisingly, there were no monsters. He breathed a sigh of relief and dropped his ice axe. Boss, it's safe up there. Lin Feng nodded, picked up the axe that had fallen to the ground, and slowly climbed up as well. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Feng reached the top of the city wall. There is a circular corridor on the city wall, surrounding a pointed castle in the middle. The problem is that there are turtles and mushroom heads wandering around between the pointed castle and the city wall. Xiaogu asked worriedly, Boss, how do we get in? Lin Feng pondered for a moment, and finally focused his gaze on a green pipe opening between the castle and the wall. See that? That green water pipe. Xiaogu nodded. In the Mario games, you can take a shortcut by entering the pipes, but the problem is, a carnivorous plant might pop out of the pipe. As he was pondering this, he heard Lin Feng say, I'm going downstairs now. Boss, watch out for the man-eating plant. Huh? Why didn't you say so sooner? Chapter 174, Where are the promised gold coins? Upon hearing Xiao Ji's reminder, Lin Feng had already jumped down. In midair, he saw the green water pipe suddenly extend a man-eating flower like a giant pincer, with 2 rows of sharp teeth pointing directly at his heels. This is fucking. Lin Feng looked annoyed and quickly took out the invincible little star gummy candy. Xiaogu stood on the city wall, looking astonished. He watched helplessly as Lin Feng jumped into the man-eating flower's mouth, but just as they were about to make contact, a golden light suddenly flashed from Lin Feng's body. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng landed in the mouth of the man-eating flower, and the flower was instantly crushed by him. It shattered all over the ground. Invincible star? Xiaogu was stunned. Anyone who had played Mario games would know about this kind of item. But the question was, where did Lin Feng get this item from? He stared at Lin Feng with a puzzled look, only to see him flash with golden light and fall into the water pipe. Holy crap! Boss, wait for me. Just as Xiaogu was about to jump, he received a message from Lin Feng. Raymond Lam is in danger. I'll come back later. Xiao hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should wait before jumping in, but he was worried that the carnivorous plant at the water pipe entrance might come back to life, so he quickly sent a message. Boss Xiaogu, I am not afraid. The next moment, he leaped and jumped directly from the top of the city wall into the green water pipe inlet. With a thud, he passed through the dark water pipe entrance and fell directly onto the stone brick floor. Ding 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 ding. It hurt so much. What was that sound? Before Xiaogu could even get up, he heard a series of clanging sounds coming from ahead. When he looked up, he was utterly devastated. This is dangerous. In the dark passage, Xiaogu saw Lin Feng hopping around and bumping into gold coins that were suspended in midair. Every time he bumped into a gold coin, it would make a ding sound. In just a few seconds, Lin Feng had knocked down all the gold coins in front of him. This isn't dangerous at all. This is clearly someone trying to hoard all the gold coins. Lin Feng knocked away the last gold coin, and the notifications in front of him were still refreshing one by one. Received, 1 gold coin. Received, 1 gold coin. Received, 1 gold coin. With a slight smile, Lin Feng turned around and saw Gu staring at him with a sullen expression. There really was a monster just now. Boss, I believe you. Gu sighed, truly regretting that he hadn't come down sooner. Otherwise, he might have been able to grab a few gold coins. However, there's no point in saying all this now, since we still need to stick close to the big shots, right? Seeing that Xiao seemed quite open-minded, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Let's go. There's another water pipe ahead. Why don't you go first this time?" Gu waved his hand. "Boss, you go first. I might not be able to handle any monsters that might appear." Seeing Ji's words, Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and jumped down. Gu quickly sent a message. "Brother Qiu, is it dangerous down there?" "Raymond Lam, there's no danger. It's all gold coins. If you don't come down soon, I'll eat them all." "Holy crap. I regret it." Gu quickly jumped down, and sure enough, before he even landed, he heard a series of tinkling sounds. But Lin Feng was too damn fast. Gu had just gotten up when he saw that the last gold coin had been knocked away by Lin Feng. Just as he was feeling frustrated, he suddenly saw another water pipe ahead. Without hesitation, Gu rushed over, saying to Lin Feng as he ran, "Boss, let me jump first this time." Before Lin Feng could react, he saw Gu, leaning on his speed-boosting cane, rush over and leap into the water pipe inlet. The moment he fell into the water pipe, Qiu was excited. He couldn't wait to land on the ground and then rush over to clink the gold coins together. However, holy crap, why is it so hot here? The next moment, he fell out of the water pipe. Before he even hit the ground, he saw a large stone pit below, filled with mushroom heads. What the hell? Where are the promised gold coins? He spun around in midair and managed to grab the edge of the pit with great difficulty, managing not to fall in. Fortunately, the pit was deep enough that the mushroom heads couldn't touch him. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw a swarm of mushroom heads rushing towards him. In the nick of time, he saw that there was a pipe entrance above his head. Before the mushroom-headed creatures could catch up, he jumped and crashed headfirst into the pipe entrance. Then, to Lin Feng's puzzled look, he jumped out of the water pipe he had just jumped into. "Huh, you can jump back from here?" Lin Feng was stunned, thinking that the water pipe couldn't jump back, and besides, he had eaten all the gold coins in such a short time. Gu, panting heavily and utterly dejected, said, "Boss, it's too dangerous down there. It's full of monsters." "Serves you right. You were so impatient," Lin Feng muttered, but secretly he was glad that this guy had gotten him into trouble. Gu wiped his sweat while drinking water. "Boss, please stop teasing me. It's too dangerous down there. Let's think of something first. Please tell me about the situation first." Gu explained the situation clearly, and Lin Feng listened and nodded, increasingly convinced that the next level was the final stage of the game. Gray stone bricks, stone pits, and scorching heat. This was clearly the scene before encountering Bowser. Seeing Lin Feng deep in thought and remain silent for a while, Gu prompted, "Boss, what do we do?" "Keep moving forward. Go forward." Lin Feng nodded. "If we can't go this way, then of course we have to take a detour. Is there another way?" Gu looked on in astonishment, only to see Lin Feng point ahead and say, "There have always been other paths, but before I could say anything, you jumped in your haste." Then why are you asking me about the specifics below?" "Oh, I'm just curious, and I'd also like to get a rough idea of where we are." Gu felt that his IQ might not be high enough. He was so focused on grabbing the coins that he hadn't noticed that the path could be continued forward. Lin Feng patted Gu on the shoulder and smiled slightly. "It's all right. At least you're still alive." After saying that, Lin Feng bypassed the pipe entrance and continued walking forward. Dejected, Qiu followed behind, deciding never to crawl into a water pipe again. The two walked another 100 or 2 meters and saw another green water pipe entrance. The passage in front of the water pipe entrance was blocked by a notice board. "Tunnel construction ahead. Unauthorized NPCs are prohibited from entering." Qiu asked, "Boss, which way do we go?" Lin Feng suddenly made a shushing gesture. "Shoo, there's someone ahead." Qiu was taken aback, quickly shut his mouth, and looked ahead into the passage. Sure enough, he saw a faint little light slowly approaching. Chapter 175, was that really Bowser? Boss, what's next? Chiu asked in a low voice. Hide behind the water pipe. Lin Feng guessed that the person coming from the other side was probably an NPC. He wasn't afraid of the other party, but he was worried that if he was discovered, the NPC would directly have the higher-ups declare the instance a failure and kick him out. Wouldn't that mean all that fun was for nothing? The two tiptoed behind the green water pipe, and soon they heard the sound of two NPCs pushing a cart approaching. Hey, have you heard? That unfinished building instance crashed. I heard. They say the monsters from our dungeon have run into the unfinished building dungeon. This is outrageous. Apart from us construction workers, nobody knows how the monsters got through that building passageway. How would I know? Won't our instance also crash in the future? The NPC next to him suddenly paused, then seemed to pat his chest reassuringly. Don't worry, the Marathon Dungeon is a key project. After it's completed, we'll set up an anti-crash plan to ensure that Lin Feng can't cause any trouble. That's great. I heard that the construction teams for the first few dungeons had their wages docked because the dungeon quality wasn't up to standard. Stop arguing and take out the trash first. Lin Feng and Xiaogu suddenly heard that the two men had somehow poured a pile of stones and sand into the water pipe inlet, and then chatted as they pushed the cart away. Xiaogu looked at Lin Feng and said, Boss, it seems all the dungeons are on guard against you. Lin Feng waved his hand. Hee, they definitely don't expect that I'll destroy this instance before it's even finished. Let's think about where to go first. Drilling into the water pipes, of course. Clearly, the area beneath this water pipe tunnel is a temporary storage area for construction waste, which should pose no danger. Although Raymond Lam offered an explanation, Xiaogu still decided to let Raymond Lam jump first. Alright. Lin Feng felt that Xiaogu was genuinely frightened by the previous water pipe inlet. He climbed up to the water pipe inlet, jumped down, and entered a dark passage. He fell down the passage, and a few seconds later, with a splash, Lin Feng landed on a pile of construction debris. The construction debris was piled up like a small mountain. Looking around, there were gray walls on the left and right sides with wall lamps on them. Behind them, it looked like the end of a Mario game, with deep pits and a large rotating shaft with burning flames. Some of the pits even had a faint red glow, which looked like lava pools. However, the area ahead is much safer, with a rough and flat surface and only some shallow pits that are half excavated, indicating that construction is still underway. He was pondering this when he received a private message from Xiaogu. Hey, Mr. Chiu, is it safe down there? Raymond Lam, you're safe. Come down quickly. Lin Feng urged him on and walked down the pile of construction waste, exploring as he went. A few seconds later, there was a thud behind him, and Xiaogu got down as well. The two continued along the path, passing through one deep pit after another, and gradually discovered some figures ahead. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the people were all wearing school uniforms and were probably NPCs responsible for building the instance. Let's be careful and not reveal our position before we reach the finish line. Clear. Xiaogu nodded and followed Lin Feng stealthily forward, stopping to observe each time they entered the stone pit. About 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a distance of 30 or 40 meters from the group of NPCs and heard one of the NPCs shouting loudly. How long has it been? Hasn't Bowser delivered it yet? My instance is supposed to open in a few days. Manager, Kuba is on its way and will be delivered in about 10 minutes. The supervising NPC nodded and pointed to a stone wall next to him, saying, Make the entrance to this NPC activity area in the dungeon complicated for me. Don't let players sneak in and cause trouble all the time, especially that Lin Feng. If he comes in, the dungeon will definitely collapse. Don't worry, Supervisor. The flame lamp at the dungeon entrance needs to be turned 10 times to the left and 10 times to the right. Even if someone notices something is wrong, they'll probably turn it 3 times and then stop, probably thinking the flame lamp's interface is broken. Lin Feng and Xiaogu overheard their conversation. They exchanged a smile and both considered robbing the warehouse. However, there were too many NPCs there, and even if they knew where the entrance was, they couldn't get close. Just as the two were feeling frustrated, they heard the supervising NPC ask, Wait, where is the entrance to the backup passage? Are there any hidden doors or mechanisms? The NPC next to him quickly nodded. Yes, yes, the backup entrance is over at the junkyard. The method of entry is the same, no problem at all. Alright. Hurry up and urge him on. Bowser has to memorize the dungeon lines for me today. Yes. Don't worry, supervisor. The supervising NPC nodded, went to a nearby flame lamp, fiddled with it for a while, and then Lin Feng saw a hidden door open next to the flame lamp. Lin Feng laughed. He was worried that Lin Feng wouldn't know how to open the door, so he had to give a demonstration. Before Lin Feng could even speak, Xiaogu couldn't wait any longer. Boss, isn't the junkyard the place we just jumped down from? Let's go take a look. Wait a minute. Let me see what Bowser looks like. Bopa, isn't that the fire-breathing dragon with the turtle shell? It's not a turtle, is it? Maybe not. Faced with Lin Feng's question, Xiaogu was no longer sure. When he played Mario, he hadn't specifically researched whether Bowser was a dragon or a turtle. Let's take a look first, then we'll steal from the warehouse later. Helpless, Xiaogu had no choice but to continue squatting in the stone pit, watching the movements on the other side. A moment later, the closed hidden door opened from the inside, revealing an NPC leading an iron chain, followed by a huge monster, Bowser, carrying a spiky tortoise shell. This can be held in place by just an iron chain? Bowser shuffled forward step by step, the chain around his neck looking particularly frail. It was clear that he could easily break free with a little effort, but Bowser showed no intention of resisting at all, his head hanging low, as if he had been bullied. This Bowser isn't as brutal as I imagined. Lin Feng sighed, then saw Bowser being pulled in front of a notice board. The NPC holding the chain cleared his throat and said to Bowser, "These are your lines. Memorize them, and then rehearse them. Aren't you going to give us food yet?" Bowser looked up, glanced listlessly at the NPC, and looked miserable. "Memorize it quickly, or we'll all go hungry." "Okay, alright." Chapter 176. I forgot. Kuba sat down with a bitter face, stared at the contents of the notice board for a long time, and finally spoke with a miserable expression. "Only by passing through this door behind me can you escape." Gurgle. Bowser's stomach growled halfway through his sentence, and the NPCs stared at him sullenly. "Hurry up and memorize it. There's still a part to go. If you memorize it, you'll get something to eat." Gurgle. Okay. I'll memorize it right away. Only through gurgle. The thing behind me, gurgling. Looking at Bowser, who was so emaciated he looked almost unrecognizable, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. NPCs are abusing rare animals. Xiaogu was speechless. It's starving to death, and it can still be a dungeon boss. Let's go. Bowser probably won't be able to memorize his lines anytime soon. Let's go loot the warehouse first. This is great. Xiaogu instantly perked up, looking impatient, as if he couldn't wait to dive into the NPC activity area of the dungeon. The two quietly returned to the garbage heap, where they had jumped down earlier, and began to examine the flame lamps on the stone brick walls on both sides. Before long, Lin Feng found a rotating flame lamp, then turned it 10 times to the left and 10 times to the right. Sure enough, a hidden door opened with a rumble next to it. The two went in one after the other, and a few seconds later, the hidden door closed automatically. Ahead was a corridor, which was much cleaner and tidier than the outside. After walking a short distance, they saw a recessed area without a door frame, the width of which looked like a security gate for identifying NPCs. "This saves us trouble." Lin Feng swaggered forward, showing no sign of sneaking in. However, probably because it was a backup passage, there weren't many NPCs here. After walking along the corridor for less than 5 minutes, I came to an intersection. There are signs on both sides of the intersection, which thoughtfully provide directions. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng saw that the left side was the backup warehouse for the dungeon, and the right side was the main control area for the dungeon. There are definitely more good stuff in the main control area, but Lin Feng thinks there are also more NPCs there. Having learned from his experience of being kicked out of the dungeon last time, Lin Feng decided to only rob the dungeon's backup warehouse this time. Turning to the left, he saw 2 doors. One door read, Dungeon Monster Warehouse, and the other read, Dungeon Supplies Warehouse. The monster vault. It's best not to go in. Lin Feng nodded and pushed open the dungeon supply warehouse, but the next moment, A scream came from inside the warehouse. Raymond Lamb. Lin Feng was also taken aback. He never expected that there would be an NPC here, and that the NPC would recognize him so quickly. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng realized that the NPC looked familiar. It seemed to be the same NPC who had piloted the transport plane, number 999, from before. Number 999? Number 999 nodded nervously. How did you get here? They were sent here for reform through labor. Are you all alone? There's one more. Lin Feng was stunned. There was clearly no one else in the room. So where was the other one? After number 999 pointed to the door, Lin Feng suddenly realized what was happening. He went in, closed the door, and saw an NPC fall to the ground with a thud. I was so scared I fainted. Number 999 said with a pained expression. It can't be that bad. Lin Feng shook his head, wondering just how timid this NPC must be to be so scared that he fainted. Besides, I haven't even done anything yet. Lin Feng glanced at number 999 standing to the side and smiled slightly. Let me ask you something. Which of these dungeon chests behind you have good stuff inside? Number 999 looked worried. Mr. Lin Feng, whether you talk or not, I'm going to rob you anyway. If you just give me a straight answer, I won't do it. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out a rotten salted fish that he had previously scavenged. Then, I looked at the item description and started explaining its uses. This thing isn't very lethal, but it hurts a lot if it hits your face, and it leaves some salt in the wound. It's not very good for killing people, but it's absolutely top-notch for torturing people. Lin Feng weighed a rotten salted fish in his hand. The fish trembled and salt residue kept falling off. Number 999 knew very well that Lin Feng was not only shameless, but also particularly good at tormenting people. Last time, not only was his transport plane shot down by Lin Feng, but he was also conscripted and made to work for several hours. At that time, he decided that he would never take on any mission related to Lin Feng again in his life. But who would have thought that being assigned to build a dungeon by the prison would lead to running into Lin Feng, especially since this dungeon wasn't even open yet? Looking at the rotten salted fish that Lin Feng was holding in his hand, number 999 pointed to the pile of dungeon treasure chests in the corner with a look of utter despair. All the good stuff is there. That's more like it. Lin Feng nodded, then turned to Chiu Gu and said, You watch over those two for now. I'm going to go find the treasures. Boss, but... Seeing Chiu Gu staring longingly at the pile of treasure chests in the corner, Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll save some for you. Chiu Gu nodded. After all, the other party was a big shot, and even if they really didn't leave anything for him, he had no complaints. Helpless, Chiu Gu took the stinky salted fish and glared at number 999. You better behave yourself. Number 999's legs trembled. I will definitely behave. Lin Feng had already started searching through the treasure chests. He opened the first treasure chest. Received. Invincible Little Star Gummy Candy X1. Description. Provides 10 seconds of invincibility after consumption, preventing injury and controlling immunity. This is good stuff. We should open as many as possible. With that thought in mind, he tossed the empty dungeon chest aside and continued searching. Received. Adult Mushroom Gummies X1. Description. Taking this will increase your size for 10 seconds. After becoming larger, your strength attribute will be enhanced, and your fist will be able to smash buildings. Received. 1 green turtle shell. Description. Disposable item. Wearing it grants strong physical defense for 5 minutes. Received. Bamboo Dragonfly Flying Hat X1. Description. Disposable item. Grants flight ability upon wearing, lasting 5 minutes. Lin Feng opened the box while checking the properties of various items. Although these items wouldn't last long, there were enough of them. In one go, he searched through almost all of the dozens of dungeon chests piled up in the corner. Just as he was about to open the last 3 chests, he suddenly heard Chiu Ji's pleading voice behind him. Boss, you promised to leave some for me. I forgot. Lin Feng quickly stopped what he was doing, looked at the last 3 dungeon treasure chests in front of him, turned around and smiled. These 3, you take them. Thank you so much, boss. Chiu Gu nodded gratefully. He had already mentally prepared himself to get nothing. Chapter 177 is really too harsh on himself. Xiao went to open the 3 remaining dungeon chests, while Lin Feng took back the stinky salted fish and went to number 999. Hey, when we leave later, will you go and inform the other NPCs? No, Mr. Lin Feng, rest assured, I will not notify anyone else. Lin Feng nodded, then took out 2 gold coins from his pocket and stuffed them into number 999's hand. If you don't report this, come find me at the Doomsday Mall in the future, and I'll give you another 3 gold coins. When number 999 heard this, his eyes widened. Mr. Lin Feng, you're not joking, are you? I lack everything, except gold coins, and love too. Number 999 quickly put away the gold coins, his previous frustration vanishing. There's no way we can escape punishment for this mess. If we can earn 5 gold coins, it'll be worth it, even if we pretend to be mute. He changed his demeanor completely, stuffing the gold coins into his pocket. Mr. Lin Feng, rest assured, with me here, nothing here will be leaked. Lin Feng nodded. You're on the right track. The special items we just acquired aren't even worth 100 gold coins. It's no big deal to spend 5 gold coins to buy some time for number 999. Moreover, if things go well, number 999 might become his new inside player. Lin Feng felt that everything was in the bag, but just then, the NPC lying on the ground suddenly woke up. He groaned as he tried to get up. Just as Lin Feng was feeling a headache, suddenly, number 999 kicked him with lightning speed. Thump! The NPC had just regained consciousness when he was kicked unconscious again by number 999. Lin Feng sighed, staring incredulously at the NPC in front of him, hardly believing his eyes. But this wasn't the end of it. Before he could say anything, he saw number 999 suddenly slam into the wall. Mr. Lin Feng, I'm dizzy. Bang! Number 999's head slammed into the wall, then it slid across the wall and fell to the ground. I'm telling you, you're too hard on yourself. I still have some questions for you. Upon hearing this, number 999 suddenly opened his eyes. Mr. Lin Feng, whatever you need, I'll tell you everything I know. Holy crap, you're not dizzy. Number 999 gave an awkward laugh. I'm just putting on an act. Otherwise it would be hard to explain if the other NPCs found out. Raymond Lamb was convinced. This guy, number 999, seemed pretty timid before, but his actions now are quite clever. He realized that the problem was that the money hadn't been paid properly before. I'd like to ask you, how strong is that Bowser? Kaba is very powerful, but there seems to be something wrong with it. As he spoke, number 999 pointed to his head, then poked it, and found a patch of blood. Lin Feng sighed again, realizing how ruthless he had been to himself, slamming his head against the wall until it bled profusely. He really was something else. Would you like to wipe it off first? Don't wipe it. We have to make it real. Number 999 waved his hand and continued. That Bowser, he'll do anything as long as you give him food. This, Lin Feng is clean, but Kuba's core is probably similar to that of a husky. It has found another glutton. Okay, you should lie down and rest for a while. Yes, Mr. Lin Feng. Number 999 nodded and immediately lay motionless on the ground, just like before. If Lin Feng hadn't known that he had been hit, he might have even suspected that number 999 had killed himself. At this moment, Xiaogu had already finished searching through the 3 important resource chests in the dungeon and was now frantically searching for ordinary resource chests. Ordinary dungeon chests only contain some food and fresh water, which are of little use to Lin Feng. Hey, that's enough. What more could you possibly want? Boss, you can eat and drink like a king every day, but our adult team isn't that rich. Let me pack some more. Helpless, Lin Feng waited for 2 minutes before pulling Xiaogu out of the pile of dungeon chests. Let's go? It'll be troublesome if the other NPCs arrive soon. Hey boss, come on over. We've already stolen a lot of good stuff. My target is Kuba. Kuba! That thing may look weak, but it's still a fire-breathing monster. Lin Feng didn't say much, walked back the way he came, and came out through the hidden door next to the garbage dump. When he reached the stone pit where he had been hiding, he saw several NPCs still forcing Bowser to memorize his lines. It seemed that number 999 was right. Bowser did indeed seem to have some mental issues. They've been working on it for over half an hour, and it still hasn't memorized its lines. Boss, there are so many NPCs, how do we get close? Lin Feng pointed to a large earthen mound ahead and said, we'll just keep moving forward. If we're discovered and in danger, we'll rush up that earthen mound. Why rush up there? Lin Feng shook his head in frustration. Look at what's on that earthen slope. Xiaogu then noticed a huge banner on the earthen slope with the words, finish line, written on it. So, if we just rush over there, we'll consider ourselves to have successfully won the dungeon. Lin Feng nodded. You get nothing if you're kicked out, but if you win the dungeon, you can get more gold coins as a reward. Boss, this trip was definitely worthwhile. I used 1 dungeon entry ticket and got 2 dungeon rewards. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get the rewards from this dungeon, since the dungeon isn't finished yet. Lin Feng muttered something to himself, and taking advantage of the moment when the NPCs looked away, he jumped out and ran forward, slipping directly into another stone pit. Xiaogu did not slacken and followed closely behind. And so, the two continued to probe forward, but when they were still a dozen meters away from each other, Kuba turned around and saw the two running at full speed. Someone's there. Kuba made a questioning sound, but the NPCs looked disgusted. Quickly memorize your lines. There's no one here. That's right, this instance isn't open yet. Don't try anything funny. If you don't memorize it, believe me, I won't give you any food all day. Kuba lowered his head in grievance and continued memorizing his lines, but his eyes kept glancing back every now and then. Xiaogu, hiding in the stone pit, peered out and asked in a low voice, "Boss, what do we do now?" "Wait here for a moment." As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a special item, which turned out to be a bamboo dragonfly flying hat. "Boss, are you going to fly there? Isn't that a bit of a waste?" Xiaogu felt his words were superfluous as soon as he finished speaking. He had only obtained 3 special items, but Lin Feng had plenty. A bamboo dragonfly flying hat was practically worthless to Lin Feng. The problem is, it wouldn't be difficult for the two of them to just rush over, so why wear a flight helmet? Chapter 178 Foodie. Come here. Xiaogu was puzzled when he saw Lin Feng put on the bamboo dragonfly flying hat. Then, he saw Lin Feng take off silently while the NPC opposite him wasn't paying attention. Moreover, Xiaogu noticed that Lin Feng was holding something in his hand. That's pet food. Xiaogu was speechless. He had a deep impression of that thing. Back in the dungeon, Lin Feng had made him eat this thing to fill his stomach. That unpalatable pet food is something Xiaogu will never forget. It's a permanent dark history. He was reminiscing about that unforgettable experience when he suddenly heard Lin Feng shout in midair, "Hey foodie, come here." Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng, and several NPCs looked shocked. Holy crap! Why is there a player here? This isn't Lin Feng. Hey, the hat he's wearing looks like the one from our dungeon. Run! Run! Bowser, kill Lin Feng right now. Yes. With Kuba around, what's there to be afraid of? Everyone turned to look at Kuba, but the next moment they were all stunned. Bowser, who was just staring at the sky with everyone a moment ago, is now acting like a stray dog, licking something on the ground. Delicious, delicious. Stop eating, beat Lin Feng down right now. I'm hungry, let's eat something first. Kuba didn't even look up, still licking the pet food that had fallen to the ground. Lin Feng hovered in midair, shaking the pet food packaging bag in his hand. Kuba, want more? Kuba looked up, and his eyes instantly locked onto the bag of rustling pet food. I want to eat. Kill them all. Okay. Bowser turned around and suddenly spat out a huge fireball. All the NPCs were stunned. Bowser, who had just been obedient, had suddenly turned against them. My God! Run the hell out. Bowser has betrayed us. This is food, get some food. He'll listen to whoever has food. The food is in the NPC activity area of the dungeon. Damn it. Let's run for our lives first. Where's the entrance? Holy crap, what idiot designed such a complicated door opening mechanism? Quick, get to the backup exit. Lin Feng floated in midair, watching as Bowser spit out fireballs and chased away the NPCs. Seeing that Kuba was chasing too aggressively, he quickly called out to stop him. Come back, it's time to eat. When Kuba heard Lin Feng shaking the pet food packaging, he realized what was happening and turned around to approach Lin Feng. As soon as Lin Feng landed, he dumped all the remaining pet food on the ground. Kuba, with his big turtle shell sticking out, started licking the pet food, praising it as he did so. "It's so delicious. Is there any more?" Lin Feng thought for a moment. "You're still not full?" "I'm not full. It eats even more than a husky." Lin Feng sighed inwardly, then took out another portion of pet food and tentatively asked, "How about I trade you that turtle shell for the food?" Kuba raised his head, seemingly thinking for a moment, and then Lin Feng saw him start to twist his body vigorously. "The food is mine, the turtle shell is yours." Thump! In less than a minute, Kuba had removed the enormous tortoise shell. Lin Feng smiled. He had thought that Kuba wouldn't agree, but he didn't expect it to be so agreeable. This scene left Xiao Ge completely dumbfounded. He never expected that Lin Feng would actually trick Kuba into giving him his turtle shell with just a little bit of pet food. Xiao Ge couldn't help but wonder if Kuba's brain was not working very well. Just as he was making this guess, he suddenly received a private message. "Raymond Lam, what are you looking at? The instance is about to crash. Hurry and run to the finish line." Holy crap. Xiao quickly climbed out. Now they weren't afraid of being discovered by the NPCs anymore. They had already been exposed as much as they could possibly be. He sprinted towards the earthen slope at the finish line. Lin Feng stuffed the huge tortoise shell into his backpack, threw the pet food on the ground, and then controlled the bamboo dragonfly to fly towards the finish line. Just as they were about to reach the finish line, the expected announcement for the instance appeared. Instance announcement. Due to an unknown error in the Castle Challenge Marathon instance, the instance has been temporarily terminated. Instance players will be automatically teleported back to the Doomsday Shop. Lin Feng smiled upon seeing the announcement. "You want to kick us out?" "No way." Lin Feng controlled the bamboo dragonfly to accelerate, and in less than 5 seconds, he floated past the finish line banner. The teleportation beams on his body had just appeared when they suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a new instance notification appeared. "Congratulations to player Lin Feng for completing the Castle Challenge Marathon dungeon and achieving first place. The dungeon reward is 100 gold coins, plus all items obtained in the dungeon. The Dungeon Castle Challenge Marathon is complete. Players will be teleported back to the Doomsday Shop shortly." At this moment, Xiao Ge also barely crossed the finish line. He looked at Lin Feng, panting, and said, "Boss, I got second place. Do you perhaps think this is something to brag about?" Xiao Ge paused for a moment, suddenly realizing he had overdone it. There were only the two of them in this dungeon, so what was so surprising about getting second place? Of course, if he had been any slower, he might not have gotten second place. A teleportation beam appeared, and the two looked behind them. The Castle Marathon instance was shrouded in waves of red light, as if a danger alarm had been sounded. The dungeon was completed, but it also crashed. TSK, boss, this dungeon hasn't even opened yet, and you've already messed it up." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "This seems to be quite common." Xiao Ge nodded. "This kind of thing is indeed quite common around big shots. So far, only 2 dungeons have been opened in Zone 5000, but Lin Feng has already destroyed 3 of them. The instance crash rate is 150%. However, so what if the dungeon crashes? Anyway, following the pros will definitely bring benefits." Xiao Ge felt he had made a fortune this time. He easily got 100 gold coins and also obtained 3 special items, which far exceeded his expectations. Of course, compared to Lin Feng, his is simply insignificant. Lin Feng obtained no fewer than 40 or 50 special items from the warehouse, making him incredibly wealthy. A flash of white light appeared, and the two returned to the Doomsday Mall almost simultaneously. Because the time spent inside the instance is almost negligible, the players from the previous instance emerged at roughly the same time as them. As soon as the two came out, they heard the murmurs of the crowd. "What's going on with this dungeon? Why are so many monsters suddenly appearing? I find that strange too. Aren't those monsters from Mario games?" At that moment, a frustrated voice came from the crowd. It was Lin Feng. It must have been Lin Feng who did it. When everyone turned around, they saw a fat, burly man covered in bruises, clutching his crotch tightly. "Brother, you're badly injured." Chapter 179. The huge bonus is the key point. Nangong Biao was furious when he suddenly saw the NPC who had kicked him in the crotch appear. Turning his gaze to the side, he saw Lin Feng and Xiao Gu. Damn, the NPCs are in cahoots with them. Everyone was taken aback and looked across the street, where they saw Lin Feng and Xiao Gu leisurely walking out. Lin Feng? He's in cahoots with the NPCs. They're definitely in cahoots. We almost got our heads blown off by the NPCs because we believed Lin Feng. Holy crap, a headshot? The NPC has a gun. You have no idea, that gun was pointed right at my head. That was so damn exciting. Luckily I wasn't there. Wait, where's the fat guy? As everyone turned around, Nangong Biao, who had been looking furious, was seen clutching his crotch and running away. He's injured like this, and he can still run so fast? Let's all disperse. Everyone, please leave. Yes. Be careful Lin Feng doesn't steal your gold coins. I'm out of here. All those gold coins I've painstakingly accumulated are gone. Come on, let's go have a buffet since we're already here. Everyone rushed into the buffet restaurant without looking back, not wanting Lin Feng to grab them out of thin air and steal their hard-earned gold coins. They've all left. Lin Feng was stunned. There are 3 more. Xiao Gu offered a reminder. Lin Feng glanced to the side and saw that the 3 assassin NPCs were staring intently at him. What are you looking at? I'm right here. What the hell are you going to do to me? The lead assassin NPC gave a slight, cold laugh. I don't believe you're going to stay here forever. Let's go. Etc. Lin Feng suddenly called out to the other person. The NPC turned around and looked coldly at Lin Feng without saying a word. Do assassin NPCs have the authority to kill players at will? Upon hearing this, the 2 assassin NPCs behind him were slightly taken aback. Lin Feng, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning our professional ethics? The 2 of them remained at the bottom of the unfinished building instance, surrounded by players. They only took out their pistols to warn the other side not to make a move, and did not do anything out of line. But Lin Feng's gaze clearly accused them of indiscriminately slaughtering players. The NPC in the lead sneered. Our sole target is you. Understood. Lin Feng nodded and walked directly towards the buffet restaurant. Xiao Gu hurriedly followed and asked in a low voice, Boss, they're just talking nonsense. I saw him stab 1 person to death with my own eyes. I know. Lin Feng interrupted Xiao Gu, walked to the entrance of the self-service restaurant, and quickly sent a message to Song Xinling. Is Raymond Lam still sleeping? I initially thought the girl was still asleep, so I just sent her a message to ask her something, but she replied instantly. Song Xinling, I woke up before you even left. Lin Feng hurried to the Doomsday Mall. Song Xinling now? Raymond Lam now, quick. Song Xinling, I'm coming right away. Seeing that Song Xinling had replied, Lin Feng felt relieved. He still had things to do in the Doomsday Mall, but he couldn't rest easy if Song Xinling was outside the mall. Previously, the assassin NPC's only target was him, but after experiencing this instance, Lin Feng discovered that some of the assassin NPCs were not following the rules. If they attacked Song Xinling while he was away, it would be a big problem. Seeing that Lin Feng planned to sit in the buffet restaurant for a while, Xiao Gu said anxiously, Boss, there's nothing for me here, so I'll head back first. I've made so many good things this time. I need to hurry back and show them off. Otherwise my men will take my position as team leader. You should retreat first. Follow me, and you'll keep your position as commander. Hey bro, remember to take me with you next time you run a dungeon. Xiao Gu left the Doomsday Mall with a smile, while Lin Feng went to the self-service restaurant and found a seat. Soon after, Song Xinling arrived. As soon as she saw Lin Feng, she hurriedly asked, Why did you call me here so urgently? Lin Feng recounted in detail to Song Xinling how the assassin NPCs were slaughtering players in the dungeon. So, you're worried they'll find me while you're away? Lin Feng nodded. I'll have an NPC tell number 008 to wait for me in the lounge area. I'll be right there. After saying that, he got up and left the buffet restaurant, heading straight for the lounge area. A few minutes later, Lin Feng waited for number 008 in a corner of the lounge area. As soon as number 008 arrived, he asked in a flustered manner, Lin Feng, I heard you got into trouble. What trouble have you gotten yourself into? What? Don't you have any sense of responsibility? You've messed up 2 dungeons in one go. You've really messed this up. Isn't this Quite ordinary. Number 008 was speechless. So Lin Feng's daily routine was to cause trouble. Come to think of it, that makes sense. If the dungeon hadn't collapsed, that would have been a huge news story. Thinking of this, number 008 gave a thumbs up with great admiration. Let's talk about what you wanted to see me about. Do assassin NPCs have the right to kill players? Number 008 looked at Lin Feng with suspicion. Of course they have the authority, otherwise how would they have killed you? Where are the others? Others? You mean the assassin NPCs slaughtering other players? Lin Feng nodded. My friend witnessed the assassin NPC slaughtering other players. Holy crap. Something's wrong. Are you sure this is true? It's absolutely true. Lin Feng was certain that the assassin NPC was on the top floor of the unfinished building instance and had killed at least 2 players, and that Xiaogu was unlikely to be deceiving him. Seeing the certainty in his eyes, number 008 remained silent for a moment before saying, "This is a serious violation. It's probably a bug. I feel like I've been infected with a virus." Virus? Suddenly, number 008's eyes glazed over, as if he were recalling something terrible. No way. Could it have appeared again? What is it? Number 008 lowered his voice and explained to Lin Feng. A virus named Killing Plus has appeared in the NPC activity area before. If you get infected with this virus, it will cause NPCs to kill each other. It is not very infectious, but once you are infected, you can only be completely eliminated. There really is such a thing as a virus. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. If the assassin NPC is infected with the Killing Plus virus, what about the other 2? Will they also be infected with the virus soon? Things seem to be getting more complicated. Number 008 said to Lin Feng, "Don't worry, if it can be proven that they are indeed infected with the Killing Plus virus, as long as you catch the infected, you can apply for a huge reward from the Doomsday Mall." Chapter 180 Mr. Z, the man in the trench coat. A huge amount. How much is considered a huge amount? Well, it's not up to me to decide, but I can report this matter to higher authorities, and they'll likely send a big shot to negotiate with you. You can do it like that? Lin Feng felt as if he had entered a game storyline, and a really awesome one at that. Wait for me at the Doomsday Mall for a moment. I'll go report it right away. Number 008 seemed to have found a chance to make money and hurriedly ran back to the NPC activity area. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling that there was nothing urgent at the moment, and returned to the self-service restaurant. When Song Xinling saw Lin Feng return, she ate a cream cake and asked, "Did you find out?" I might be meeting a very important person today." Lin Feng relayed what number 008 had said to Song Xinling. The girl found it increasingly interesting as she listened, and finally blurted out, "If we could negotiate with the big shots among the NPCs, we should be able to make a lot of money, right?" It's hard to say. Important people are generally not easy to talk to. Lin Feng shrugged, completely unable to imagine what a big shot among the NPCs would look like. Surely they wouldn't be wearing a school uniform too. The two ate slowly, waiting for news from number 008. However, 3 or 4 hours passed, and number 008 still did not appear. Instead, the Doomsday News broadcast, which aired promptly at 6 o'clock in the morning, caught their attention. On the large screen in the cafeteria, the figure of an NPC in a school uniform appeared. Then, in an extremely solemn tone, he broadcast today's news. Around midnight this morning, the escape from the unfinished skyscraper dungeon in Zone 5000 experienced an unknown error, ultimately causing the dungeon to crash. At the same time, the Castle Challenge Marathon dungeon, which was under construction in Zone 5000, suddenly encountered an unknown error, opened unexpectedly, and ultimately crashed for unknown reasons. The 5000 zone instance area is currently closed. The opening time of the new instance is uncertain. We appreciate your understanding. Surprisingly, the news anchor did not mention Cherish Life, Stay Away from Raymond Lamb in today's news broadcast. However, when they saw this news, the players in the buffet restaurant all looked at this place. Both instances crashed. Castle Challenge Marathon. Which instance is it? I don't know. I've never heard of such a dungeon. Didn't the news say that this instance is still under construction and shouldn't be open yet? Although the host didn't say it explicitly, I think both of these instances were ruined by Raymond Lam. Yes, I think so. No. How did Lin Feng get into another instance? Who knows? I suspect he's using cheats. Upon hearing this, the other players stared at that player, as if he were an idiot. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there any doubt that the expert is using cheats? Alright. Hearing the crowd's comments, Lin Feng was a little annoyed, but he had already taken so many benefits, so it didn't matter if everyone complained a bit. Anyway, his reputation in District 5000 seemed to be as bad as it could get. Just as I was feeling down, number 008 rushed over. As soon as he ran over, he leaned down and whispered in Lin Feng's ear. The higher-ups have decided to send a big shot to meet with you. Lin Feng nodded, but in his heart he was thinking about how to ask for an exorbitant price. Number 008 seemed to have anticipated his thoughts and reminded him, don't go too far. If the negotiations fall apart, you might end up with nothing. So serious? That's a big shot. Unlike us poor, useless people. Lin Feng was stunned. He never expected that number 008 would be so self-aware. Patting the other person on the shoulder, Lin Feng asked, where shall we talk? You're in the lounge area alone, so go now, you're short on time. Lin Feng chuckled and said to Song Xinling, wait here for me. I'm coming over. You go ahead, I'll have some more dessert. Turning around, Lin Feng and number 008 headed towards the lounge area. Lin Feng asked, we're in the lounge area? You're not going to make me pay, are you? It's not cheap there. Number 008 stared at Lin Feng speechlessly. That's a big shot. He wouldn't be so stingy as to treat you to coffee. He's paying for the coffee shop. That puts my mind at ease. Although number 008 was clearly mocking him, Lin Feng still nodded in satisfaction and leisurely walked into the lounge area. At this moment, the entrance to the leisure area was actually cordoned off. Outside the cordon were several NPCs in school uniforms, but inside was empty, and it looked heavily guarded. Number 008 arrived at the isolation zone and said to Lin Feng, I don't have permission to go in. Go to the coffee shop yourself. Someone will meet you there. Clear. Lin Feng made an OK sign and was then invited into the isolation zone. When he arrived at the coffee shop, a school uniform NPC bowed respectfully. Mr. Lin Feng, please come in. The NPC followed Lin Feng inside and led him to a table in a corner. A middle-aged man sat across the table. He had a thick stubble, but it was carefully trimmed. His clothes were clearly different from the other NPCs. He was wearing a black trench coat and had a cigarette between his fingers. The man looked up at Lin Feng and said, sit down. Lin Feng nodded. Feeling that this guy was nothing like an NPC, he exuded a human aura from the inside out. But if you think about it carefully, which of the NPCs he interacted with didn't seem like living, breathing human beings? And you are. You can call me Mr. Z. Mr. Z? As expected, his name is different from other NPCs. His number is only one letter, which shows that he has an extraordinary status among the NPCs. Thinking this, Lin Feng turned to the waiter NPC and said, 2 of the most expensive coffees, please. Okay. Mr. Z, sitting opposite Lin Feng, seemed surprised by Lin Feng's straightforward ordering. He glanced at Lin Feng with displeasure and emphasized something. Latte. Clearly, Mr. Z has his own consistent tastes. Unlike him, Raymond Lam doesn't care about the flavor. The key is to get the most expensive coffee. After all, it's his first time drinking coffee in the lounge area, so of course he wants to try the highest-end coffee. Mr. Z scrutinized Lin Feng in front of him, remaining silent, only occasionally taking a puff of his cigarette, until another NPC brought over coffee. Only then did he wave his hand, signaling the NPC to leave, and utter his first useful words. How much bonus do you want? This question caught Lin Feng completely off guard. He felt a little uneasy. If he asked for too much, the other party might just walk away. If he asked for too little, he would suffer a loss. Mr. Z, just how serious is this matter? Seeing that Lin Feng had changed the subject, Mr. Z didn't explain. He simply took a roll of paper from his trench coat pocket and threw it on the table. See the agreement for yourself. As he spoke, he took a sip of his latte and lit another cigarette. Chapter 181 Labor and Management are also big shots. Lin Feng took a sip of the expensive coffee, savored the taste, and felt that this coffee was no better than the coffee he usually drank. He shook his head, picked up the roll of paper, opened it, and saw that it contained only a few words written in crooked handwriting. Viral Vector Capture Protocol. Within 24 hours, Mr. Lin Feng can capture a live assassin NPC infected with the virus and exchange it with Mr. Z for 30 gold coins. Further down, the agreement was signed Mr. Z. That's it. Lin Feng simply threw the agreement back at him. He had considered that the price offered might not meet his expectations, but he didn't expect the difference to be so huge. 30 gold coins. Was he trying to fetch a beggar? Mr. Z was too stingy. Looking up, Mr. Z was indeed a big shot. Lin Feng tossed the agreement to him, but Mr. Z remained calm. He flicked his cigarette ash, glanced at Lin Feng, said nothing, took another roll of paper from his pocket, and tossed it onto the table. Lin Feng opened the agreement and saw that the content of the agreement had not changed, except that the bonus had increased from 30 gold coins to 50 gold coins. Mr. Z, are you kidding me? Mr. Z glanced at Lin Feng and said, at most 100 gold coins. As he spoke, he actually took out another agreement and threw it in front of Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng didn't even look at it and threw the agreement directly in Mr. Z's face. If you're not sincere, then there's no point in talking. After saying that, Lin Feng gulped down all the coffee on the table, wiped his mouth, and got up to leave. What a joke. If you stripped that assassin NPC of his equipment, he would be worth far more than 100 gold coins. Is Mr. Z trying to disgust me with this price? Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Mr. Z suddenly spoke up. Etc. Lin Feng stopped and glanced at Mr. Z. Anything less than 500 gold coins is out of the question. Mr. Z stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. I can only give you 100 gold coins at most, but I can compensate you with something else. Lin Feng didn't speak, but quietly watched the other party, wanting to see what kind of bargaining chips he could come up with. The next moment, Mr. Z took a metal box out of his pocket. The items inside are worth at least 500 gold coins. Are you interested in taking a look? Lin Feng returned to his seat, refusing to take the metal box, and instead looked at Mr. Z with a scrutinizing gaze. This guy clearly doesn't take himself seriously. Mr. Z impatiently lit another cigarette, completely ignoring Lin Feng, and simply emphasized the value of the items on the table. I've put something here worth 600 gold coins. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Oh, Raymond Lamb was unhappy. The NPCs have been infected with the virus. This has blown up. It's a loss for the NPCs. Even if I just watch the show, it's no big deal. It's true that he helped them solve their problems for the gold coins, but he had already escaped poverty and become rich. Even without these 600 gold coins, he would still dominate the 5,000 server region. This Mr. Z is so arrogant and bossy, acting like a big shot in front of me. If they're so capable, why don't they find someone else to do this? Moreover, knowing full well that he couldn't possibly accept the terms of 30 or 50 gold coins, he still prepared an agreement for me to see. Isn't that just disgusting me? I'm not doing this anymore. Without hesitation, Lin Feng turned and left. Mr. Z didn't say anything, but waved to the waiter NPC not far away. The NPC quickly approached. Mr. Z, what can I do for you? Bring over the strongest team from District 5000. Mr. Z, are you asking someone else to handle this? Get it done right away. Understood, I'll pass the word on right away. The NPC quickly left and hurriedly ran into the NPC activity area. At this moment, Lin Feng had already swaggered to the entrance of the leisure area. The cordon hadn't been removed yet, and number 008 was anxiously waiting outside. When Lin Feng came out, he asked expectantly, Lin Feng, how did it go? Did you reach an agreement? There's no room for negotiation. Lin Feng replied irritably and continued walking out. Number 008 paused for a moment, then quickly chased after them. No, this is such a rare opportunity. How could the talks have fallen apart? Lin Feng stopped. Do you think I'm short of money? I'm short of money. Missing my ass. With your stingy personality, you'll never be short of money, no matter how much money you have. Lin Feng glanced at number 008 with a frustrated expression. What you said seems to make sense, but the problem is, the negotiations have already fallen apart. Number 008 quickly said, if you regret it, I can help you try again. Tell me, how much kickback did you actually take? No. No, there was no kickback. Number 008 denied it verbally, but his hands were always clutching something in his school uniform pockets. Without a doubt, he had gotten a good kickback after the deal was settled. I'm telling you, you've actually learned to try and have your cake and eat it too. That's not fair. It's just a tiny bit of bonus. I won't say whether I'll benefit from it or not, but if you take this on, you'll definitely earn a few hundred gold coins. A few hundred gold coins? If Mr. Z had been more polite, I might have accepted it, but a few hundred gold coins won't do for me right now. Huh. Number 008 was taken aback, thinking that if Lin Feng wasn't going to continue the conversation, where was he supposed to earn more gold coins? Just as he was wondering, Lin Feng gave a cold laugh. That virus-infected assassin NPC came here specifically to kill me, didn't he? That's right, yes. What if I raise that NPC as a virus carrier? Lin Feng, you're not going to use this to blackmail the Doomsday Mall, are you? Lin Feng patted number 008 on the shoulder and smiled slightly. You really know me. Holy crap. Lin Feng, you absolutely mustn't mess around. If this virus spreads, the Doomsday Mall will be in complete chaos. Ahem, that's the effect I wanted. Anyway, this virus won't infect the players. Well, wait here, I'll talk to my superiors right now and ask them to give you more money. Number 008 dashed into the lounge area. Lin Feng shook his head, thinking that Mr. Z would definitely not agree to pay more money. Besides, it was too late to talk about paying more money now. It's too late. Once we capture the NPC assassin infected by the virus, we'll have the leverage in our hands, and we can decide how to negotiate. Seriously, who isn't a big shot? Mr. Z, see you later. As Lin Feng walked towards the exit of the Doomsday Mall, he sent a private message to Song Xinling, asking her to leave the Doomsday Mall together. 5 minutes later, the two met in the small square of the Doomsday Mall and teleported back to the sea together. Near the yacht, many large ice floes appeared on the sea surface, indicating that the temperature had dropped significantly again. Lin Feng took out a large cage from the safe, looked at the item description, and nodded in satisfaction. Large cage. Description: this cage is used to confine pets or other items. It can only be opened from the outside. Not a bad NPC virus culture dish. Chapter 182. Can this thing be called a snack? Prepare for war. Lin Feng smiled slightly and told Song Xinling to release the husky and the white-headed falcon. The husky stayed on the yacht, ready to fight at any time, while the bald falcon was sent out to scout out enemy positions. After making these arrangements, Lin Feng added some magic crystals to the hail generator as fuel. Whenever the assassin NPCs appeared, he would let them experience what real cold was like. While Lin Feng was busy here, idiot number 2 couldn't stay calm. Lin Feng, let's hurry to the castle to rescue Her Highness. Lin Feng then remembered that there was an island nearby waiting for him to explore. However, exploring the island would require leaving the yacht, which was too risky. The infected assassin NPCs are unruly and might launch a sneak attack on the yacht while I'm away. You should stay put for a while. We'll go ashore after we've dealt with the assassin NPC. Oh, Mamma Mia. Her Highness the Princess is waiting for us. Shut up. You might as well be an idiot. I'll shut up. I'll shut up. The mentally challenged number 2 slunk away to charge. Lin Feng glanced at him and felt a pang of regret, realizing that the short-circuited CPU from before was actually better. After settling things here, Lin Feng went to a corner of the yacht and opened the check-in system. Daily blind box giveaway successful. June 7th. Received, mysterious snack gift pack blind box system developer. Elder of the Exploding Sky Gang Yu Guy, Zhu Zhu A Yang X1. Looks like we don't have any combat supplies. Lin Feng didn't care. Anyway, when you draw blind boxes, you usually get what you don't want. Let's take a look at the blind box introduction first. Mysterious snack gift set blind box. Rank, excellent. Introduction, 40% chance of getting spicy strips that will burn your guts, 30% chance of getting Black Bear crispy noodles, 20% chance of getting a bad boy gift pack, 9% chance of getting Black Heart Rabbit poisonous milk candy, 1% chance of getting Snow White's poisonous apple. Holy crap. What the hell is all this? Let's not even talk about Hey Xiazi instant noodles. But what on earth is this loser's gift pack? Will eating it bring bad luck? Lin Feng was speechless. He felt that he might lose a lot of money by opening blind boxes this time, and he might even get some weird snacks. Let's take a look and see what comes. Lin Feng opened a colorful box, and a small pile of milk candies appeared in his hand. This milk candy looks similar to white rabbit milk candy, but the rabbit on the packaging has black heart-shaped patterns printed on it. Almost simultaneously, a system notification popped up. You have opened a mysterious snack gift pack blind box X1 and received Black-Hearted Rabbit Poisonous Milk Candy X10. Black-Hearted Rabbit Poisonous Milk Candy. Description: anyone who consumes the black-hearted rabbit poisonous candy will suffer excruciating torment from it, unless they keep hopping like a rabbit. Lin Feng looked at the 10 black heart rabbit poison milk candies in his hand and felt that they were completely useless. Did he have to offer candy to his enemies first? The other party can also see the item description. Who's stupid enough to eat this stuff and suffer for it? Lin Feng reluctantly put away the candy, extremely worried that Song Xinling would eat it as a snack. Otherwise, the scene would be unimaginable. He had just finished packing his things when he heard the cry of a bald eagle. Enemy situation. Enemy situation. What's going on? Lin Feng asked quickly. There are 3 people on the raft ahead. 3 people. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately became alert. Are all 3 of them wearing school uniforms? Yes, they're all wearing school uniforms. Lin Feng nodded, picked up his binoculars, and looked in the direction from which the white-headed falcon had come, but his view was blocked by the island in front of him. Although he didn't see the raft, Lin Feng was pretty sure that the 3 people on it were the assassin NPCs. Continue the investigation. Okay, come back and get something to eat. Go on, you won't go hungry. Lin Feng chased away the white-headed falcon and had the mentally challenged number 2 take control of the yacht, turn it around, and point the stern of the yacht towards the 3 assassin NPCs. Song Xinling had already been standing guard nearby with her 1,000-ton inflatable hammer. As soon as the assassin NPC dared to board the yacht, she would immediately send him to his death with a single blow. However, Lin Feng felt that this time he might not need her help. Relax, dealing with them is very simple. Isn't it said that the assassin NPCs are very powerful? Song Xinling asked in confusion. I have a way to torture them. Lin Feng smiled smugly and took the turtle shell he had obtained from Bowser in the dungeon out of his backpack. Bowser's spiky shell. Description: the interior space is very large and can be used as a vehicle shell. Lin Feng was stunned. He had thought this thing could be shrunk down and worn, but it seemed it really was just an outer shell. Okay, I was overthinking it. As he was pondering this, he suddenly heard Song Xinling's puzzled voice. Huh? We've unlocked a new manufacturing schematic. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly checked the manufacturing workshop interface. Boobus amphibious vehicle, Bowser's spiked shell 1-to-1, wooden amphibious wheels 0/4, small wooden paddle 1/1, mechanical module 10/10, gluttonous generator 0/1. Description: a small amphibious assault vehicle that can be equipped with weapons, although space is limited. However, it boasts extremely strong defensive capabilities. This thing is great. If we can manufacture these amphibious vehicles, we can drive them directly from the sea to the islands. Lin Feng wondered to himself, what would Kuba's reaction be if he saw him driving a war machine made from Kuba's turtle shell into the castle on the opposite island? I don't have time to think about that right now. The assassin NPC should be arriving soon. He looked up and gazed into the distance. Sure enough, on the other side of the island, a small raft was gradually approaching. On that small raft, 3 figures could be vaguely seen. Looking through binoculars, the 3 NPCs in school uniforms looked very familiar. It was the assassin NPC we encountered in the dungeon. I'm just afraid you'll arrive too late. Lin Feng smiled slightly, just as he was about to prepare for battle, when suddenly, a beam of white light appeared between the yacht and the raft. Holy crap! Who the hell is this? Lin Feng was puzzled, and then he saw that where the white light had dissipated, 4 wooden rafts and 1 armored wooden raft suddenly appeared. At a glance, he knew that the team that had been teleported over was quite strong. Although they only had 5 rafts, their combat power should be considerable. These guys are here to see me? Just as Lin Feng was wondering what was going on, he suddenly received a private message. Brother Lin Feng Xiaojun, we heard some NPCs are causing you trouble. We've come specifically to help you take care of those three. Raymond Lam what? Raymond Lam, that's not right. Raymond Lam, you're here to steal my thunder. Why didn't the bomb explode in chapter 183? It seems that Mr. Z has no intention of cooperating with me. Clearly, very few players knew about the capture of the assassin NPC, and Xiaojun probably learned about it from Mr. Z. Lin Feng sent another message to the other party. Was it Mr. Z who contacted you, Lin Feng? Boss Xiaojun, you really know everything. Mr. Z commissioned our team to capture these three NPCs. If you don't want to do this job, why don't you just let us have it? Raymond Lam, okay, you guys go first. Xiaojun, so, boss, you won't compete with us? Lin Feng, you should catch them first. Lin Feng estimated that Mr. Z had not revealed the true strength of these three NPCs. Since Xiaojun wanted to make this money, he would let him give it a try. Anyway, they're probably going to fail. Even if they succeed in the end, they can just confront Xiaojun and team up to extort Mr. Z. In this godforsaken place, who would turn down gold coins? With that thought in mind, Lin Feng immediately ordered the mentally challenged number 2. Open the distance and withdraw from the battlefield. As the yacht slowly sailed away, Lin Feng stood beside it, ready to watch the battle closely and, incidentally, assess the strength of the assassin NPC. Opposite them, 5 rafts were lined up in a row, attempting to block the assassin NPC's raft. Xiaojun stood on the central raft and ordered his men to prepare for battle. Lin Feng saw that all 5 rafts were equipped with weapons similar to flamethrowers, which were aimed at the 3 assassin NPCs. Moreover, Xiaojun and his 2 subordinates simultaneously activated their magic skills, and almost at the same time, the 3 of them grew several times larger, becoming like giants. The assassin NPC opposite him remained quite calm. As the 2 sides drew near, 5 flamethrowers instantly spewed out 5 streams of flame. Suddenly, the assassin NPC took out a piece of equipment, threw it onto the raft, and it turned into a metal wall. The 5 flames were blocked by the metal wall and could not be broken through at all. One of the assassin NPCs calmly took out a grenade. It was thrown directly onto the raft on the other side. In an instant, a deafening explosion. The raft was blasted open, leaving a huge hole, and the flamethrower and the player next to it were instantly blown to pieces. Commander, the enemy has firearms. How could this be? Xiaojun's face was grim. He had thought that the 3 people on the other side were just ordinary NPCs, but now it seemed that things had exceeded his expectations. What do we do? They still have grenades. Reverse the raft. Xiaojun, with 2 of his men, rushed a few steps on the raft and jumped onto the NPC's raft. The other players began to retreat in their rafts, but even so, one of the rafts was hit by a grenade, which blasted a huge hole in it. Despite the significant losses, Xiaojun was not worried at all. The reason their team is so powerful is that they have 3 players who have unlocked magic skills. Moreover, by sheer coincidence, they possessed 3 identical magical skills. Magic skill, Giant Spirit Power. Description: by unleashing the power of the giant spirit, the player's size increases several times, and their strength and defense attributes become extremely high, lasting for 10 minutes. Xiaojun chuckled coldly and said to his 2 subordinates, "End the battle quickly, capture them and teleport away immediately. Be careful, Lin Feng might come along and steal the NPC." Clear. Before the words were even finished, 3 enormous giants landed on the NPC's raft. With a loud bang, the raft suddenly sank, and Xiaojun, in his giant form, kicked the metal wall away. But the next moment, all 3 of them were stunned. I initially thought the 3 NPCs were hiding behind the metal wall, but when I looked, there was no one on the raft at all. Just as the 3 were wondering what was going on, they suddenly heard a gunshot from behind them. Bang! Instantly, the bullet flew out of the barrel and struck Xiaojun in the chest. However, in his giant form, his body's defense was incredibly strong, and the bullet that hit his chest only caused a shallow wound. Xiaojun's lips twitched, and he pulled the bullet out of the wound with his hand. Then he kicked the NPC who fired the shot. Bang! The kick was extremely powerful. Hua Xiaojun was certain that even if the opponent didn't die, he would break more than a dozen ribs. Unexpectedly, the moment he kicked out, he suddenly felt a strong resistance, and a semi-transparent shield appeared on the NPC's body. The force of that kick was completely blocked by the shield. Special items? Hua Xiaojun was puzzled. He noticed that the NPC was wearing a pendant around his neck, and the shield was coming from that pendant. Wipe! Hua Xiaojun gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected these NPCs to be carrying so many special items. However, something even more terrifying was yet to come. Commander, retreat immediately. Hearing his subordinate's exclamation, Hua Xiaojun quickly looked over and saw another NPC take out a black bomb and was about to throw it at him. They even have something like this. Although he was in giant form, he was not invincible. Hua Xiaojun suddenly pushed off backward and jumped into the sea on the raft. However, one of his men was 2 seconds too slow, and before he could jump into the sea, there was a loud bang behind him. The 3 NPCs stared coldly at the raft. The next moment, the bomb detonated. With a deafening roar, the bomb exploded instantly. The giant player turned around and was engulfed by the massive flames. When Hua Xiaojun emerged from beneath the sea, he saw countless severed limbs falling from the sky. Thump! A giant finger landed in front of Hua Xiaojun. He stared blankly at the finger, hardly believing his eyes. This? Captain, we can't beat them. The NPCs have bombs. Hua Xiaojun's face was stiff. He couldn't understand why these 3 NPCs had such powerful equipment. The strongest player in Zone 5000 only has a few cannons, but compared to this bomb, the power of those cannons is like a thunderbolt. It's just a loud bang. Hesitating for only a few seconds, a bomb flew over. Hua Xiaojun was startled and quickly dove into the sea. Just then, a private message came through. Raymond Lamb, if you want to live, get out of here. They're not as easy to deal with as you think. At that moment, Hua Xiaojun had no time to reply to the message. He swam as far as he could towards the surface of the sea, but the expected explosion of the bomb did not come. However, he dared not go up and swam desperately underwater, fearing that if he surfaced, he would be blown to pieces by a bomb. He didn't surface until a dozen seconds later, when he felt he was far enough away. This? Hua Xiaojun was stunned. Not far away, Lin Feng, wearing a bamboo dragonfly hat, floated in mid-air, steadily holding a black bomb in his hand. Moreover, a thick shield appeared on his body, which must have been a magic skill. Wrong. 2 floors. How can there be 2 layers of shields? Chapter 184. I can't move. Bombs are such rare things. I'll take them. In mid-air, Lin Feng stuffed the bomb he was dragging into his backpack, then looked at the 3 NPCs with a smile. Lin Feng, you're asking for it. An NPC stared coldly at Lin Feng, raised the revolver in his hand, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew through the air, struck Lin Feng's shield, and was then bounced away. The inner layer of the shield remained intact, while the outer layer had become imperceptibly thinner. You continue. I'm leaving now. Lin Feng controlled the bamboo dragonfly flying hat and flew towards his yacht. The 3 NPCs quickly swam towards him. But Lin Feng was too fast, and the 3 NPCs, without a raft, couldn't catch up at all, so they had to keep firing their guns. The bullets flew through the air and accurately struck Lin Feng, but his shield was too thick. After dozens of bullets were fired, less than 1/10 of the outer layer of shield was depleted. Rocket launcher. The rocket launcher only has 1 shell. Shoot Lin Feng down first. Good. An NPC took a rocket launcher out of his backpack, aimed it at Lin Feng, and fired. Not far away, Hua Xiaojun watched the scene and broke out in a cold sweat. These NPCs were simply too brutal. If Lin Feng hadn't appeared in time, he would have been hit by a rocket launcher. Let's back out. We're not doing this deal. Commander, you mean Lin Feng? Hua Xiaojun shook his head. Just based on the opponent's awesome equipment, Lin Feng couldn't possibly be their match. Looking up, sure enough, Lin Feng had been hit by the rocket launcher. One of his 2 shields was instantly shattered, but he still had 1 shield left, so he could probably hold on for a while longer. Hua Xiaojun quickly gave the order. Quick, let's get out of here before Lin Feng dies. Otherwise we won't have a chance to escape once the NPCs kill him. One of our rafts is out of commission. Throw it away. Hua Xiaojun quickly swam towards his armored raft, sending private messages to his subordinates on each raft as he swam, telling them to prepare to evacuate. In less than 3 minutes, he was back on his raft, while the 3 NPCs had already been lured to the yacht by Lin Feng. "Commander, should we retreat? Withdraw." As he spoke, he took out the ID tracking teleporter, intending to randomly select a player, teleport to their vicinity, and escape from the 3 dangerous NPCs. However, just as he was about to press the teleporter button, he suddenly heard his subordinates exclaim in surprise. "Holy crap! What's that behind Lin Feng's yacht? Such a huge engine. What the heck? They got blown away. Holy crap! How strong is this wind?" Everyone saw that the yacht had just been driving backwards at full speed, seemingly to pick up Lin Feng. Even after Lin Feng landed, the yacht continued to reverse at full speed. Then they saw a strange scene. A robot shaped like an iron barrel suddenly started running in place, and then the huge engine at the back of the yacht started spinning. The yacht was rapidly reversing when it suddenly stopped. The 3 NPCs had caught up with the yacht, and were about to jump onto the raft when a strong gust of wind blew them away. Hua Xiaojun was astonished to see the 3 NPCs blown dozens of meters away and crash into the sea. "What the hell? What kind of engine is this amazing? Commander, shall we continue?" Wait and see." Hua Xiaojun put away the teleporter and couldn't help but pick up his binoculars to look in the direction of the yacht. He was so startled, he almost threw out his back. In their field of vision, Lin Feng and a pretty girl were sitting on chairs at the stern of the yacht, drinking beverages and watching the 3 NPCs swim hard towards the yacht. Next to them, a robot was running at top speed on a treadmill. This doesn't look like a fight at all. What exactly are they doing? "Commander, may I take a look?" "Wait here." The players who were preparing to escape stopped running and all craned their necks to look towards the yacht. Lin Feng, completely oblivious to being watched, continued to leisurely sit in his chair and drink coffee. "Idiot number 2, slow down. Let them come closer first." "Okay, that will slow down." The treadmill slowed down, and the blue smoke emitted by the machine finally decreased. At this moment, the yacht was still moving backward. As the mentally disabled number 2 slowed down, the forward thrust of the propeller at the rear decreased. The 3 assassin NPCs swam frantically in this direction, only to suddenly realize that the yacht was heading straight for them. "Quick, get all the bombs out and sink the yacht." "Damn it, I'm exhausted. Stop talking nonsense and destroy the yacht." The 3 NPCs each had a bomb, waiting for the yacht to get close so they could throw it at it and destroy that wretched propeller first. Lin Feng also noticed that the 3 guys were actually swimming this way with bombs, intending to cause a major disruption. He shook his head. "Idiot number 2, prepare to accelerate." As the 3 NPCs approached the yacht, they dragged bombs over and prepared to throw them. Lin Feng smiled coldly. "Speed up." "Clear." The mentally challenged number 2 immediately accelerated, and the power-generating treadmill suddenly emitted blue smoke and made a series of clunking sounds. The 3 bombs were swept away by a powerful hurricane as soon as they were thrown at the yacht. Thump, thump, thump. 3 bombs and 3 NPCs were blown dozens of meters away by the hurricane almost simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 loud bangs, Lin Feng sighed. "It's over. 1 person is dead. Although I only need 1 chip, the more chips the better." The fact that these 3 NPCs killed one of Hua Xiaojun's men without hesitation shows that all 3 NPCs are infected with the virus. If they were all captured, the benefits they could obtain through trade would definitely be greater. However, now only 2 remain. "No, we must deal with them as soon as possible." Lin Feng ordered the mentally challenged number 2 to slow down, and the yacht reversed rapidly toward the 2 surviving NPCs. Just as the 2 sides were getting close again, Lin Feng immediately turned on the hail generator and aimed it at the back of the yacht's propeller. "Idiot number 2, accelerate. Make the yacht slowly reverse." "Clear." Instantly, hailstones rained down behind the propeller, and as the propeller spun again, the fist-sized hailstones were blown towards the NPCs by the gale before they could even fall. The 2 NPCs were trying to climb onto the yacht when they were suddenly hit in the face by hail. They struggled in the seawater, trying to dive deeper, but the gale and hail instantly caused them to lose body temperature. It's too cold. Let's swim down first. I can't move. I can't move. Damn it. All the players deserve to die. Chapter 185 Naked. A strong wind blew in gusts, and hailstones pelted down on the NPCs' faces. Lin Feng stood on the yacht, drinking coffee while watching the two guys shivering from the cold. Click, 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 click. The two assassin NPCs were so cold their teeth were chattering, and they were almost sinking to the bottom of the sea. They prepared all sorts of weapons and equipment before setting off, but they never expected Lin Feng to use such a bizarre method. It was already winter, and it was cold enough to be soaking in the sea, but he actually used hailstones and propellers to blow wind. I'm freezing to death. Lin Feng, you're so damn cunning. Wait until I calm down. Damn it. Before the NPC could finish swearing, his mouth froze, and he couldn't move. On the yacht, Song Xinling worriedly reminded Lin Feng, "Don't let these two NPCs freeze to death." That's right, it should be about time. These two are only valuable if they're alive. If they die, they can't be used as bargaining chips, so it's best to take the profits while you're ahead. He ordered the mentally challenged number 2 to stop and maneuvered the yacht closer to the two frozen NPCs. As the propellers gradually stopped and the gale subsided, the two NPCs floating on the sea remained motionless, resembling two lifelike ice sculptures. Lin Feng controlled the crane at the back of the yacht, hoisting the two guys from the seawater onto the deck of the yacht like claw machines. With a thud, when the first NPC landed on the deck, it was like an ice cube falling to the ground. Lin Feng felt a pang of heartache, afraid that he might accidentally break the guy. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng was relieved. The guy appeared to be motionless, but his lips were still trembling as he spoke. Cold. Go inside the cage and warm up for a while. Lin Feng grabbed the backpack off the NPC, opened the door of the large cage, and kicked him inside. He then retrieved another NPC, performed the same operation, slammed the cage door shut, and nodded in satisfaction. Everything's ready. The chips are in hand. Lin Feng's action surprised Hua Xiaojun, who was standing not far away. Holy crap, you can do that. He suddenly felt somewhat fortunate, realizing that even if he could deal with those NPCs, he would probably be intercepted by Lin Feng halfway through. Being able to fly into the air and catch a bomb without anyone noticing makes stealing an NPC a piece of cake. If I had fought Lin Feng for the sake of NPCs, I would probably be the one frozen in the sea right now. Let's go. I don't want to stay here a second longer. Worried that Lin Feng was targeting him, Hua Xiaojun quickly pressed the teleporter button. A flash of white light appeared, and his team disappeared instantly. Seeing a flash of white light nearby, Lin Feng turned around and saw that Hua Xiaojun and the others who had been watching the commotion had been teleported away without a word. Raymond Lam. Hua Xiaojun, why did you leave? Boss Hua Xiaojun, I'm afraid you're eyeing me. Raymond Lam, you seem to be overthinking it. Hua Xiaojun breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing this sentence, but upon closer reflection, he realized that the big boss was blatantly looking down on him. Never mind. Unimportant. Preserving your team is the most important thing. Being looked down upon by the big shots is fine, since you can't beat them anyway. Hua Xiaojun felt that no one in District 5000 could compete with Lin Feng anymore. The NPC who asked him to discuss business clearly stated that he was the strongest team in District 5000. He should be the strongest besides Lin Feng, but he's way too freakishly strong. Lin Feng was examining the two backpacks that had just been seized when he suddenly sneezed. The weather is really getting colder and colder. He shook his head and opened one of the backpacks. Obtained, Powerful Bomb X2. Received, 1x a revolver with perfect accuracy. Obtained, Aegis Protection Pendant X1. Received, 3 compressed biscuits. Received, 3 bottled water. Lin Feng shook his head, feeling that there was really too little in this backpack, and casually opened another backpack. Obtained, Powerful Bomb X1. Obtained, Armor-Piercing Dagger X1. Obtained, Aegis Protection Pendant X1. Received, 10 wooden samurai dolls. Received, 3 compressed biscuits. Received, 3 bottled water. Lin Feng noticed that the two NPCs weren't carrying much equipment, and one of them only had a revolver left, but no bullets. Okay, let's take a closer look first. Lin Feng began to check the attribute descriptions of various items. Powerful bomb. Description: when thrown, it explodes upon impact, with astonishing destructive power. Armor-piercing dagger. Description: it can easily penetrate any armor, but it will become completely unusable after a certain number of uses. Shield protection pendant. Description: generates a shield when threatened, but will become completely useless after a certain number of uses. Samurai wooden man. Description: this is a disposable item that can aid the user in combat. It will become completely unusable after being destroyed or after 10 minutes of combat. Lin Feng stuffed the powerful bomb, the short knife, and the wooden samurai figure into his backpack, and gave one of each of the 2 protective shield pendants to Song Xinling. After dealing with the supplies, Lin Feng turned his attention to the 2 assassin NPCs in the cage. There are still 2 items of supplies that haven't arrived yet. They're school uniforms. Lin Feng smiled slightly, opened the cage door, and began to strip off his clothes. The 2 NPCs looked shocked, but their bodies wouldn't obey them, and they cursed loudly with their teeth chattering. Lin Feng, what the hell are you doing? It's so cold. Don't take it off. You'll freeze to death. Lin Feng chuckled and moved swiftly, stripping the 2 sets of school uniforms off them in less than 10 minutes. Inside the cage, the 2 assassin NPCs were completely naked, with only their underwear and vests clinging to their bodies. The cold wind made them too weak to even curse. Hey, when are you 2 going to recover? Cold. Please light a fire. Please, I beg you. Helpless, Lin Feng laboriously pushed the cage into the cabin, where it was much warmer, and the 2 assassin NPCs finally began to recover. Lin Feng, you let us out. We are assassin NPCs. If you treat us like this, other assassin NPCs will come to take revenge. Lin Feng glanced at the 2 of them and said, you 2 better be nicer, or else go outside and freeze for a while longer. Lin Feng, you. Sigh fine, since that's how it is. As Lin Feng spoke, he walked over to the cage, preparing to push it out of the cabin again. The 2 NPCs were dumbfounded. No. Lin Feng, let's talk this out. Let's stop arguing. Lin Feng glanced at the 2 of them, hesitated for a moment, and said, all right, then you 2 stay here obediently. He turned around and walked out of the cabin. The 2 NPCs looked anxious. Don't go. When will you let us out? Chapter 186. When did I follow the plot? Stepping out of the cabin, Lin Feng instructed Song Xinling, I'll take mentally challenge number 2 to check out that castle. Keep an eye on those 2 NPCs. Song Xinling nodded, but she still felt that it was a bit strange to have 2 more naked NPCs in the cabin. Okay, when are you coming back? Be back before dark. Lin Feng glanced at the sky and felt that time was still tight. Walking all the way there would be a waste of time. Right, I'll build the Kuba amphibious assault vehicle first before I go over there. Lin Feng opened the manufacturing workshop interface and checked the manufacturing principle of the wooden amphibious wheels. Wooden amphibious wheel, mechanical module 2 halves, wood 8/8, metal plate 4/4. That's easy, we have plenty of materials. Lin Feng smiled slightly, prepared the materials, and soon made 4 wooden amphibious wheels. However, we still need a gluttonous generator. Lin Feng glanced at the crane and smiled slightly. Since we don't need to lift anything else for the time being, let's take the gluttonous generator down first. He went to the crane and unloaded the gluttonous generator that was attached to it. Now, all the materials were gathered. Bubis amphibious vehicle, Bowser's spiked shell 1/1, wooden amphibious wheel 4/4, small wooden paddle 1/1, mechanical module 10/10, gluttonous generator 1/1. All set. Let's get started. As Lin Feng's hands began to work, different components were installed on a huge tortoise shell. A dozen minutes later, the spiky turtle shell was completely transformed into an amphibious vehicle. 4 wooden amphibious wheels extend from where the tortoise shell's limbs extend. A small wooden paddle extends from the tail of the tortoise shell. The head of the tortoise shell is empty, where weapons can be installed, and the doors open on both sides of the tortoise shell. Lin Feng smiled slightly, opened one of the car doors, and crawled inside. He found that the space inside was quite large, but there were no seats, so he could only squat or stand. This won't do. It's too uncomfortable. He moved the 2 chairs he had in hand inside, and then made a spear launcher in the hole in front of the tortoise shell before sitting down with the mentally challenged number 2. This chariot is so impressive that the white-headed falcon keeps squawking in anticipation. Me too. Me too. I'll bring my bird. I'll bring my bird. What are you doing here? It can conduct reconnaissance. It can conduct reconnaissance. The white-headed falcon flapped its wings and, without seeking Lin Feng's permission, squeezed through the hole in the front of the tortoise shell. Okay, behave yourself, or I'll force-feed you. Bird, be good. Bird, be good. The white-headed falcon landed on Lin Feng's shoulder, behaving so obediently for the first time. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, stuffed a spirit fragment into the gluttonous ghost generator, and the Bowser Shell amphibious vehicle started instantly. Lin Feng controlled the carpenter, and the wheels could even turn accordingly. The tank made a turn on the yacht's deck and charged directly into the sea. Thump! The chariot landed on the sea, splashing up a wave, but the turtle shell had good buoyancy, and after a few wobbles, it steadily moved forward at high speed. Although this thing isn't fast, it's really convenient to use. Speeding across the sea, the Kuba amphibious vehicle reached the shallows of the island in less than 10 minutes. Lin Feng didn't slow down at all and charged towards the castle on the island's high ground. He opened the car door next to him and observed the surroundings. He saw some small shrubs growing sparsely on the island, and occasionally he could see mushroom-shaped plants and green-shelled turtles appearing nearby. However, without exception, they were all left behind by the Kuba amphibious assault vehicle. Peeking back, Lin Feng saw a large group of mushroom-headed creatures and turtles gathered in the distance, frantically chasing his vehicle. Of course, judging by their speed, they will probably never catch up with us. Lin Feng closed the car door, looked through the window in front of the tortoise shell, adjusted the direction of the car, and after a bumpy ride of more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the gate of the castle. The castle gates were closed, and a tall flagpole stood at the entrance. Lin Feng recalled the way Mario games were played and understood how to open the city gate. So, we have to raise the flag first. Lin Feng parked the chariot next to the flagpole, thinking about raising the flag, but when he got closer, he was stunned. Hint: you need to find the flag and raise it before you can open the castle gate. What the hell? I have to find the flag myself. Lin Feng was speechless. Although the island wasn't very big, if they searched it bit by bit, who knew how long it would take? Moreover, the area around this island is full of mushroom-headed monsters and green-shelled turtles, and finding the flag requires constantly killing monsters, which couldn't be more troublesome. Idiot number 2 followed Lin Feng down the hill. He was quite eager to find the flag and came over to ask, Lin Feng, let's go find the flag, open the castle gate, and save the princess. What are you looking for? Get in the car. The mentally challenged number 2 hesitated for a moment and asked, but how do we open the castle gate without finding the flag? It's just a city gate. Lin Feng smiled slightly, climbed into the Kuba Shell amphibious vehicle, turned a corner, retreated several dozen meters, and then retrieved a powerful bomb, handing it to the mentally challenged number 2. You're fast. Drop this thing at the city gate, and then run back. Oh, Mamma Mia. Raymond Lamb. That's not how the story goes. Go quickly. Lin Feng was speechless. When had he ever followed the script? Okay, I'll go right away. Clueless number 2, clutching a bomb, sprinted towards the castle gate. Then, Lin Feng saw him throw the bomb with all his might at the castle entrance, and then run back like the wind. With a deafening roar, the bomb exploded into flames the moment it hit the ground, blasting the thick city gate to smithereens. Meanwhile, the mentally challenged number 2 had already returned to the tank with lightning speed. Lin Feng exclaimed that when it comes to speed, no one is faster than idiot number 2. As the thick smoke dissipated, Lin Feng drove his chariot to the castle gate. At this moment, not only the castle gate, but also the stone pillars on both sides of the castle were cracked by the bombs. Looking at the door frame above, there were several precarious stones that could fall at any moment. This bomb is really powerful. Just as he was marveling at this, a mushroom-headed monster hopped out of the castle and then plopped down. Mushroom Head was jumping around happily when he was smashed into a mushroom pancake by a precariously placed rock on the city gate. Let's rush in quickly. Chapter 187, Saving the Princess? Not at all. Before the city gate completely collapsed, Lin Feng drove the Kuba Kiki amphibious assault vehicle at high speed, and before he could brake, he rushed towards a long set of steps. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Click, 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 click. The chariot bounced on the steps, and Lin Feng's teeth chattered from the impact. What the hell? Why are there steps? Lin Feng, there's a fire pit ahead. Lin Feng then discovered that at the end of the steps, in front of a palace, there was a huge fire pit emitting thick smoke. Without hesitation, he quickly steered the chariot to turn. The amphibious vehicle suddenly drifted, skimming the edge of the fire pit before crashing into the palace. Bang! Before they could react, the chariot crashed into the palace wall. The chariot stopped, but cracks appeared in the palace walls. Moreover, Lin Feng seemed to have just heard a faint scream. Huh? Is someone behind the wall? Lin Feng looked outside and found that there were no other monsters. However, there were some fire pits scattered inside the palace. Moreover, the floor tiles seemed to be very flimsy. Many of the floor tiles had broken off where the chariot had just passed. Clearly, the danger here is the potential for the floor tiles to break at any moment. Seeing Lin Feng get out of the car, idiot number 2 followed him over and pointed to a passage behind the main hall. We need to go through there, defeat Bowser, and rescue the noble princess. Booba, should we defeat him? Lin Feng felt that dealing with Bowser wasn't that difficult at all. All he had to do was find it and bribe it with a bag of pet food to pass the level. The mentally challenged number 2 was in a hurry to walk towards the passage in front of the main hall, but Lin Feng stopped him, turned around, and stared at the wall that had been cracked by the chariot, and began to observe it. He always felt that the wall was not very sturdy, and if he knocked on it hard, he could feel that the back of the wall was hollow. Adding to the faint screams he'd heard earlier, Lin Feng was almost certain that there was a hidden space behind them, and there might be a woman inside. A woman? Could she be a princess? Lin Feng was talking to himself when he heard the mentally challenged number 2 shout excitedly beside him. Oh, Mamma Mia! Lin Feng, are you saying that Princess Her Highness was hidden behind this wall by Bowser? That should be right. Lin Feng estimated that, given the wall's sturdiness, it would crumble after being hit a few times with a spear launcher. With a slight smile, Lin Feng climbed into the chariot, reversed it slightly, aimed the spear launcher at the cracked wall, and pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. One spear after another was shot at the wall, which was already on the verge of collapse, and the cracks became more and more severe. Sitting to the side, the mentally challenged number 2 looked terrified and kept muttering to himself. May your highness be blessed. Whatever you do, don't get hit by the spear. Lin Feng, what if the wall collapses and kills her highness if you do this? Lin Feng pouted in annoyance. Go ahead and smash it to death. I'm not here to save the princess. Just kidding. Lin Feng doesn't like following the plot. Whether or not he saves people is not important. The key is that he must get his hands on the treasure in this castle. Amidst the worried expression on the face of the mentally challenged number 2, the wall finally succumbed to the spear's attack and suddenly collapsed, creating a large hole. At the same time, a piercing scream came from behind the wall. Finally, after the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Feng and the mentally challenged number 2 saw what was inside. Before them was a comfortable bedroom, now covered in dust due to the collapsed walls. The woman who had just screamed had vanished. Lin Feng drove the Bowser amphibious assault vehicle and squeezed through the hole in the wall. Only then did he see a small door next to the bedroom, which was probably how the woman escaped. The door was a bit narrow, and the car couldn't get through. However, Lin Feng simply went full throttle and rammed into the doorway. Rumble. The chariot rushed forward at high speed, smashing the door frame to pieces. However, the next moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized that trouble was coming. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Click, 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 click. He never expected that the exit from the bedroom would be a long, narrow staircase leading to the underground. Lin Feng sat on the chair, his buttocks aching from the jolting, and his teeth chattered. Looking to the side, good heavens, it felt like the parts on the second mentally challenged person were about to fall apart. Idiot number 2, please don't fall apart. There is a risk of a circuit break. Or will you go down and run with me? I don't think the probability of a circuit breaker being broken is very high. Okay, we should be nearing the end soon. Upon hearing their conversation, the white-headed falcon became agitated and frantically flapped its wings on Lin Feng's shoulder. Nobody cares about the birds. Nobody cares about the birds. Lin Feng glanced at the parrot speechlessly. Can't you fly? Just fly out and follow me. Stop grabbing my shoulder. You're almost tearing my clothes. Yes, yes, yes. Birds can fly. Lin Feng was speechless. The IQ of mentally challenged number 2 had increased, but the IQ of white-headed falcon seemed to have dropped. Silly bird, fly ahead and survey the terrain first. Birds aren't stupid. Birds aren't stupid. The bald falcon flapped its wings, flew out of the chariot, and flew all the way to the end of the stairs. Before long, the bald falcon turned back and flew around the chariot, calling out as it went. There's a princess ahead. Then lava. And on top of the lava is a fire-breathing monster. Upon hearing the order, Lin Feng immediately understood. Under normal circumstances, if Mario were to pass through the level in the normal way, he would definitely have to travel a long distance to reach a dangerous passage. At the end of the passage, there is a huge lava pool with a small bridge over it, where Bowser is guarding the bridge. If you can jump behind Bowser and get the big axe at the bridge head, the small bridge will automatically collapse. Bowser will fall into the lava, and once Bowser dies, Princess will run out from the end of the passage to greet Mario. Now, Lin Feng doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to rush to the end of the passage to meet the princess. Her Highness must have some treasure on her. Lin Feng was very confident. When he looked up, he saw that he had arrived at the end of the road. He saw the princess, the axe at the bridgehead, and Bowser, who had no turtle shell, hopping around on the small bridge. However, a very tricky problem suddenly arose. Wipe! The car is going too fast, it can't stop. Lin Feng, with his chariot empty, tried to rub against the wall next to him to slow down. Not far away, the beautiful princess stared intently at the out-of-control chariot and exclaimed in alarm. Kuba, stop that thing right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. Wait a minute, when did the princess become Bowser's ally? Holy crap! This princess is way too violent. Chapter 188 The Violent Princess. Lin Feng was astonished to see that the princess, with nowhere to hide in front of the chariot, somehow produced a cannon from somewhere. He had seen that cannon in the dungeon, but the cannon in the dungeon didn't have any shells back then. Of course, this time, we probably won't be so lucky. Lin Feng watched as the cannon suddenly jolted, spitting out a black shell that even had 2 large eyes staring straight at him. Bang! The shell wasn't going fast, it just drifted over. However, Kuba's turtle shell was really hard. The shell hit the turtle shell and did not cause any damage. It only made Lin Feng inside the car feel some ringing in his ears. Wipe! Aren't we here to rescue her? So ruthless. The mentally challenged number 2 looked equally puzzled and actually tried to stretch his neck to stop the princess's attack. Your Highness, we've come to save you. Unnecessary. The princess did not stop. Instead, she set up 2 more cannons. Lin Feng yanked the mentally challenged number 2 back into the car. You idiot, haven't you figured it out yet? They're in cahoots. Fire then, Lin Feng thought. The turtle shell is tough anyway. He didn't slow down, corrected his direction, and sped off, crashing straight into the princess. But at that moment, Kuba suddenly rushed over, and Lin Feng saw that the guy's throat was emitting blue smoke, and it looked like he was about to breathe fire. But he was prepared. With lightning speed, he took out a bag of pet food, tore off the packaging, and threw it away. Kuba, dinner's ready. Food. Suddenly, like a dog, Kuba leaped up and charged straight at the bag of pet food. The princess was dumbfounded. Only then did she realize that the thing rushing towards her was actually Bowser's turtle shell. That thing is incredibly hard. Even artillery shells can't break it. However, it's already too late to realize this now. She suddenly realized that if she didn't dodge, she would be sent flying by the tortoise shell. The moment the car drove out of the passage, the princess grabbed her skirt and dodged to the side, but Lin Feng was not about to let her off the hook. He pretended to save her, but this princess was even more hateful than Bowser. Run, princess! Lin Feng rushed out of the staircase passage, made a sharp turn, and crashed into the princess. A muffled thud. Princess, holding up her skirt, was rammed into mid-air by Bowser's amphibious vehicle. Amidst a horrified scream, Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the area beneath the princess's skirt. Holy crap! That figure is great. Oh dear! What a pity! Thump! The princess flew through the air in a graceful arc before plunging into the steaming lava pool, without even letting out a scream. The beautiful princess turned into wisps of green smoke, drifting over the lava pool before disappearing. Your Highness, the mentally challenged number 2 has broken down. Lin Feng watched as this guy used his mechanical hands to vigorously wipe his big head, which had no tears at all, looking extremely sad. I'm telling you, save your breath, it's time to get to work. No, you killed the princess, said the mentally challenged number 2, looking at Lin Feng with a frustrated expression. Alright, I'll just replace the short-circuited CPU with the old one for you. Wait, I'll get to work right away. When the mentally challenged number 2 heard that Lin Feng was going to put that broken CPU back in his possession, he immediately quieted down. Damn, you're such a drama queen. Obviously, if the mentally challenged number 2 were truly very sad, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. This guy is clearly acting. Go and see if those 3 cannon experts can carry it up. Okay, I'll go right away. Idiot number 2 stepped off the tank, glanced at the lava pool again, shook his head, and began to move the 3 black cannons. Lin Feng glanced at Kuba, who was still frantically eating pet food, and went straight to the bridgehead, taking down the axe that was standing on the ground. In an instant, a loosening sound came from the lava pool. The small bridge collapsed the moment Lin Feng took the axe, and it was buried with the princess. Obtained, battle axe at the bridgehead. Description: possesses some offensive power, but its most important function is creating traps. Simply plant the axe in a spot, and when you pull it out, the ground in front of you will collapse, forming a 5x5x5 crater. Note that you only have 3 uses. Lin Feng laughed. This thing couldn't be more useful. If an enemy attacked, he could just stick the axe in and pull it out, and the enemy would fall into a pit. However, this thing must never be used on a yacht. Lin Feng decided to store this thing away carefully. If he used it on the yacht, it would be totaled. Looking back at Kuba, Lin Feng noticed that the guy was still eating, showing no awareness whatsoever of being the final boss of a game. Hey, Bowser, why don't you come with me? Bowser glanced back at Lin Feng, scratched his shell-less back, shook his head, and said, Bowser can only stay in dungeons and special islands. Alright, that's fine too. If I take you with me, I'll really be facing a food crisis. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then took out another bag of pet food and asked, Are there any other special items here? If you tell me, this bag of pet food is yours. Kuba stared intently at the bag of pet food, his huge eyes darting around, then pointed to the way Lin Feng had come from, and said, Give me the pet food, and I'll tell you. Lin Feng tore open the pet food and put it on the ground. Can you tell me now? There are good things under Her Highness's bed. Lin Feng nodded, looked back, and saw that idiot number 2 had already moved all 3 cannons into the tank. He waved his hand and said, You eat first, I'm leaving. With a bang, Lin Feng slammed the car door, turned around, and, still scrambling along, sped towards the narrow staircase passage he had just been on. After seeing Lin Feng leave, Kuba lowered his head and continued eating, but scratched his back with his paw, feeling that the car looked somewhat familiar. Oh, my turtle shell is gone. Kuba looked surprised and confused, having completely forgotten that it had traded its turtle shell for pet food. However, it only hesitated for a second or two before focusing its attention back on the pet food in front of it. Delicious. So delicious. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Click, 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 click. While Kuba was wolfing down his food, Lin Feng was suffering inside the tank. It took a good 10 minutes for the vehicle to finally arrive at the ornately decorated bedroom. When the vehicle stopped, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and got out, his legs trembling. Who the hell built such a long staircase? Lin Feng staggered to the princess's bedside, reached under the bed, and found a box. He put his hand into the box, and instantly touched something soft. What? Could this special item be Her Highness's thing? How can I take this out? Chapter 189. It turns out to be a sealing artifact. Never mind. Let's take it out and see what it's like. Lin Feng suddenly pulled pulling out a soft silk ribbon from under the bed. That's it. Obtained, Blue Ocean Silk X1. Description: once unfolded, this silk will transform into a pool of seawater, allowing you to fish on it, or even swim in it. Essentially, a portable swimming pool. A portable swimming pool. There won't be any sharks inside, will there? Lin Feng felt that he shouldn't jump into this thing lightly, in case there was a sea monster inside. Lin Feng stuffed the Blue Ocean silk into his backpack, climbed into the chariot, and prepared to leave the castle. However, at that moment, a violent earthquake suddenly struck the ground. The entire castle was shaking, and stones began to fall from the ground. What's going on? Is this part of the plot too? Lin Feng quickly climbed onto the Kuba Shell amphibious vehicle, turned it on full throttle, and charged straight out of the castle. Behind them, a rumbling sound filled the air. Not only that, the entire island was shaking and seemed to be slowly sinking. The tank drove a few dozen meters, bumped, and then crashed into the sea. As the island sank, seawater rushed in from all around, and the mushroom-headed monsters and green-shelled turtles were swept into the sea before they could escape. Lin Feng thought he could just keep running towards the yacht, but to his surprise, a huge plant emerged from the massive waves. The plant grows extremely fast, shooting into the sky at a speed of tens of meters per second. Isn't this the sky-reaching vine that you can climb? Lin Feng drove his chariot closer to the green vines in the sea. In the Mario game, this was a great thing. Once you got on the heavenly vine, you could collect coins non-stop. Idiot number 2. Wait for me here. After giving his instructions, Lin Feng left the chariot and climbed onto the heavenly vine. The nearby islands had completely disappeared, and only the towering vine still stood tall on the sea. He climbed all the way up, and after a long time, he finally reached the top of the vine. Sure enough, just like in the Mario games, there are clouds that you can walk on and coins that float in midair. Simply jump onto this cloud, and keep jumping around to collect the floating coins. Of course, if you're not careful and fall off the cloud, you won't be able to collect any coins. But you won't die from the fall, as there are still many clouds below to support you. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and jumped directly onto the drifting clouds. The clouds began to move, and he jumped into the air, catching gold coins one by one. Ding 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 ding. Received, 1 gold coin. Received, 1 gold coin. Lin Feng was having a good time when suddenly, a shrill scream came from behind him. I'm going to kill you. Lin Feng turned around and was momentarily stunned. Behind him, a ghost emanating black energy appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the princess he had just knocked into the lava pool. Holy crap, you can do that. In his panic, Lin Feng suddenly fell off the drifting clouds. The ghost princess rushed in front of Lin Feng in an instant, grabbed him with both hands, and Lin Feng felt a sharp pain. His body appeared uninjured, but he felt excruciating pain in the areas where he had been grabbed, accompanied by severe dizziness. Warning: player's mental energy is depleted. What? It drained my mental energy in one go. Lin Feng had consumed dozens of Philosopher's Stone powder capsules, making his mental strength far surpass that of ordinary players. Yet, the ghost princess had only grabbed him once, and his mental strength was wiped out. If I get caught again, I'll either die or pass out. Lin Feng took off running, but he hadn't gone far when he saw that he had reached the end of the cloud road. Wipe! This is fucking amazing. Lin Feng suddenly realized that the plot on this island should have been completed, and the heavenly vine was probably something the ghost princess had created to lure him. If you jump, you will surely die. If we turn back and fight head-on, we're not without a chance of winning, but if we get caught again, we're done for. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to try silk. Lin Feng ran wildly, took out the Blue Ocean silk from his backpack, and threw it forward. The silk was flung away and landed on the clouds. The next moment, he leaped up and plunged in. Behind him, Princess Mononoke let out a mournful scream, and without hesitation, he rushed in as well. Thump! A splash of water erupted. As soon as Princess Mononoke went inside, Lin Feng tumbled out. Don't even think about running. Princess Mononoke suddenly darted upwards, but then felt a dizzying sensation as the world spun around her. Lin Feng deftly rolled up the silk, panting heavily as he angrily cursed. "You damned princess. Stay inside. Oh, I won't let you get away with this." The moment the silk was completely rolled up, the Mononoke inside lost her voice. However, Lin Feng was certain that the other party was still alive, but was trapped inside and unable to get out. "Thank goodness I got this treasure. Otherwise I would have been finished here today." Lin Feng glanced at the row of gold coins floating above his head, then at the drifting clouds, and pursed his lips. "We must never give up the gold coins. The drifting clouds have already gone far away, but I still have my bamboo dragonfly flying hat." Lin Feng smiled slightly, took out the bamboo dragonfly flying hat, and then slowly flew towards the row of gold coins above his head. Ding 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 ding. Received, 1 gold coin. Received, 1 gold coin. Lin Feng flew all the way to the end, consuming more than 20 gold coins in one go. He stopped climbing the heavenly vine and directly controlled the bamboo dragonfly flying hat, floating leisurely all the way to land next to the Bowser shell amphibious vehicle. "Go home." Lin Feng climbed into the vehicle and drove directly towards the yacht, and then he ran into trouble. "How the hell am I supposed to get up there?" Unlike rafts, yachts are different. If it were a raft, Lin Feng could drive the tank directly onto the sea, but the deck of a yacht is too high, making it impossible to drive directly onto it. Helpless, he parked the tank to the side and tried it out. Surprisingly, he could fit the 3 turrets into his backpack. Get the new equipment ready first. After climbing onto the yacht, Lin Feng pushed the cart over. Next, he took out the black cannon from his backpack and placed it directly on the cart. Lin Feng checked the cannon's attributes. Large caliber cannons. Description: it can fire projectiles with eyes or similar markings, which aren't very powerful, but they have a tracking capability. Huh. We have no shells. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. Without shells, this thing would be useless. No, we have to find a way to get some shells. Chapter 190, I'm so frustrated. Lin Feng was staring at the cannon, feeling frustrated, when Song Xinling suddenly ran over. "Lin Feng, look over there." Following the direction the girl was pointing, Lin Feng saw a small wooden raft slowly approaching. On the raft was an NPC in a school uniform, who appeared to be number 008. Why did he arrive so quickly? Even a fool could guess that this guy was here to deliver a message for Mr. Z. But he didn't expect that Mr. Z would send someone over so soon after he captured the assassin NPC. "Go and prepare some food. Number 008 is probably going to freeload off us." "Okay, I'll go prepare." Song Xinling ran into the cabin and busied herself cooking. Lin Feng stood at the bow of the yacht, on the long journey of number 008. Soon after, number 008 approached the yacht. As soon as he climbed up, he took out a roll of paper and handed it over. "Lin Feng, I must say, you're really quick. This is the new agreement that Mr. Z asked me to deliver." Nodding, Lin Feng took the agreement and opened it to take a look. Viral Vector Capture Protocol. Within 24 hours, Mr. Lin Feng can capture a live assassin NPC infected with the virus and exchange it with Mr. Z for 100 gold coins, 3 complete dungeon entry tickets, and 1 treasure map. Further down, the agreement was signed Mr. Z. Lin Feng estimated that the total value of these items should not exceed 500 gold coins, then shook his head. "Are there any other agreements?" Number 008 shrugged. "That's all we have. But the treasure map is extremely valuable. Don't you want to consider it?" Lin Feng waved his hand. "This is all we have. It's not enough to show our sincerity. Lin Feng, if you don't agree to this condition, Mr. Z probably won't even give you this little bit of benefit." "What? Does he think he can kill me?" Lin Feng had thought it through clearly. If he could just kill him directly, Mr. Z wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Seeing that he didn't take it seriously, number 008 gave him a reminder. "He can't kill you, but he can kill those 2 NPCs. Think about it. As long as you're not on the yacht, Doomsday Mall can find someone to take care of those 2 NPCs, and they might even threaten Song Xinling's safety. That is a problem. It's not the theft itself that's scary, but the thief's eye on it. If Mr. Z seizes the opportunity to strike when he's not around, then I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it." Thinking of this, Lin Feng said to number 008, "Here's what we'll do. Go back and tell Mr. Z that the previous price was the price of one NPC, but now that I've caught two NPCs infected with the virus, the price should at least double. Otherwise, I'll just have to go all out and play along with Mr. Z. At this point, Lin Feng added a reminder. This virus is highly contagious. If I bring them to the Doomsday Mall, and they come into contact with other NPCs, I think Mr. Z should be well aware of the consequences. Number 008 quickly shook his head. No. You must keep a close eye on these two NPCs. I can go and explain the situation to Mr. Z and ask him to add some more money. Okay, would you like to stay for dinner? Number 008 was about to nod when he suddenly hesitated. I'd better not. I'm afraid of getting too close to those two NPCs and getting infected with the virus. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it made sense. Number 008 was his trusted inside man, and if he were to get infected, his losses would be enormous. Then you should go back first. Come find me again when Mr. Z changes his mind. Okay. Number 008 nodded vigorously, eager to leave the yacht as soon as possible. The farther away the infected NPC was, the better. He turned and jumped off the yacht, rowing away on a raft. Song Xinling ran over with food, thinking of calling the two of them to eat, but found that number 008 had already gone far away. Isn't he going to stay and eat? Lin Feng shook his head. He's afraid of getting infected with the virus. What should I do with the extra food I made? Looking at the fragrant food in the girl's hand, Lin Feng glanced at the husky lying on the ground, fast asleep, and said, "Let's give it a discount." Upon hearing this, the husky jumped up and barked loudly at the food in the plate. Lin Feng had no appetite, so he went into the cabin and saw the two NPCs locked in cages, groaning with expressions of utter despair. Hungry. Give me something to eat. Lin Feng, why don't you just kill us? What's the point of torturing us like this? I fucking want to eat. Lin Feng glanced at the two people in the cage and smiled slightly. You can have something to eat, but you'll have to make use of your surplus value. Surplus value? We're starving. What surplus value do we have left? As assassin NPCs, you must know a lot of things that ordinary NPCs don't. If you're willing to share some useful information, I'll treat you to good food and drink. The two assassin NPCs looked at each other and remained silent for a while. All right. Lin Feng shook his head, took out 2 pieces of black heart rabbit poison milk candy, and waved them in front of the two of them. Aren't you hungry? Well then I'll take pity on you and give you 2 pieces of milk candy to replenish your energy. Think carefully about whether you want to confess something. As he spoke, Lin Feng tossed the milk candy into the cage. The 2 NPCs had been starving all day. When they saw something to eat, they quickly picked it up, stuffed it into their mouths, and swallowed it without even chewing it. Then, a series of painful screams came from inside the cage. What the hell? Lin Feng, what the hell did you feed us? I have a stomach ache. Damn, this is so uncomfortable. I knew it. You were up to no good. Lin Feng shook his head. Knowing that, why did you still eat it? I wouldn't have eaten the food you brought if I wasn't starving. I can't take it anymore. The 2 NPCs were writhing in pain inside the cage, making it rattle and clang loudly. Seeing that the 2 looked like they were in excruciating pain, Lin Feng reminded them, if you just hop like a rabbit, it won't hurt anymore. Are you fucking kidding me? Damn it. I want to die. Give me a try. He's definitely lying. Huh? It really doesn't hurt anymore? Damn. My head. Lin Feng saw that the 2 NPCs in the cage were squatting on the ground trying to hop like rabbits, but the cage was too low. They hit their heads every time they jumped, making loud thuds. But there's nothing I can do. My stomach hurts terribly as soon as I stop. The 2 could only squat inside the cage, straining to jump upwards with their heads down. Lin Feng, you're so damn mean. What the hell is this thing? I was already hungry. I couldn't jump anymore. You? Lin Feng, you're a devil. Hearing the 2 shouting at each other, Lin Feng wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. Still can't get over it? Then you guys keep going. I have plenty more of these torturous things out there. You Fu K. Let's tell each other everything we know, or we'll be tortured to death here. I'm a dignified assassin NPC. I'm so frustrated. Chapter 191 Game Control Area. Clearly, the 2 assassin NPCs had not reached a consensus. One wanted to back down, while the other was still unwilling to give up. However, Lin Feng was not in a hurry and preferred to let the two of them enjoy themselves a little longer. He closed the cabin door and then strolled out to eat. Holy crap! Don't go. Is there an antidote? Let's confess something. Do you want to die? If the higher-ups find out we've leaked secrets, we're dead. But if we don't tell now, Lin Feng will torture us to death sooner or later. Just bear with it a little longer. I can't do it anymore. I just can't jump any higher. Lin Feng eavesdropped on their conversation outside the cabin door, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. It seems these two NPCs have no idea they've been infected with the virus. Even if they don't leak secrets, they're going to die sooner or later. This virus is pretty powerful. If only we could get our hands on the actual virus. No, this plan is too dangerous. What if we infect all our NPC contacts? That would be a huge loss. While pondering, Lin Feng accepted the dinner that Song Xinling handed him and wolfed it down. After he finished eating, there was no more movement in the cabin, presumably because the effects of the black heart rabbit poison candy had worn off. He put the empty plate aside, pushed open the hatch, and saw two NPCs lying motionless in their cages, exhausted like idiots. When they saw Lin Feng, they only raised their eyelids slightly. Lin Feng, you're not human. Give me some food. I'm starving. Hearing the two NPCs weakly cursing him, Lin Feng wasn't angry. He calmly took a large tomato from the freezer, tossed it around in his hand, and slowly asked, "Are you two really hungry or just pretending? I don't get the feeling that you have any appetite at all." The NPCs stared wide-eyed at the large tomato in Lin Feng's hand. Forget tomatoes. If you gave them a piece of that toxic rabbit candy, they want to swallow it whole. Tomato, my big tomato. Please, can we have a taste of that tomato? Lin Feng waved the tomato in front of the two of them, then stuffed it into his mouth, took a big bite, and smacked his lips as he chewed. Did you know what? The tomatoes I grow are especially sweet, and they taste almost like fruit. The two people in the cage were drooling and nodding incessantly, as if they would lose their minds if they watched any longer. Seeing their expressions, Lin Feng smiled. Have you thought it through? Do you want to confess something? As Lin Feng spoke, he opened the freezer and took out two large tomatoes. I'll talk. Damn it. As long as you give me food, I'll tell you everything I know. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly moved closer. He placed two large tomatoes next to the cage and stared at the two NPCs who were drooling, asking, "Hurry up and tell us. As long as you give us useful information, these two tomatoes are yours." A starving NPC nodded vigorously and said, "Lin Feng, what do you want to know? My brain is so hungry. It's starting to malfunction." Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He hadn't really thought about what to ask. He was thinking of just saying whatever came to mind. But if they talked for a long time and it was all just a bunch of nonsense, wouldn't that be a waste of time? He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and asked, "Where did you get all this special equipment?" Both of them were puzzled when Lin Feng asked about this. One of the NPCs, wiping his drool, said, "Lin Feng, we got all those things from the NPC activity area. Even if I told you, you still wouldn't be able to get in." Are you new NPCs? This isn't my first time in the NPC activity area. Oh, no way. Both of them were taken aback when they heard Lin Feng say that. Otherwise, why do you think the NPCs in District 5000 would all change into school uniforms? Upon hearing this, the two suddenly realized what was going on. So that's how it is. No wonder we had to change into these ugly clothes when we came to District 5000. Upon hearing what the two said, Lin Feng suddenly frowned. Wait, you weren't originally from District 5000. Yes, we were sent by the game's main control area specifically to eliminate you, but the plan failed. Lin Feng realized that in addition to the regular game regions, there was also a main game control region, but this main game control region was probably not open to players. But if we manage to enter the main control area, the benefits we can gain will definitely be much greater. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng stopped thinking about the NPC activity area in Zone 5000. If he could enter the main game control zone, who would care about the NPC activity area in a mere ordinary zone? How do I access the main game control area? Lin Feng, you're not going to go into the main control area, are you? Players aren't allowed to enter that area. No, there must be a way in. Lin Feng was very certain. He simply refused to believe that there were no loopholes to exploit. He couldn't enter the NPC activity area in the regular region before, but as long as he got the NPC's uniform, that was no big deal. Seeing that the two hesitated for a moment, Lin Feng pointed to the large tomatoes on the ground. As long as you tell me how to enter the main control area, these 2 tomatoes are yours. We don't know how the players got in, but the main control area has indeed been invaded by players. Lin Feng nodded. How did that person hack in? You don't know? The 2 NPCs shook their heads. Not only do we not know, but even Mr. A didn't understand. He just managed to get rid of that player later. Mr. A. Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng unconsciously thought of Mr. Z. It seemed that they both lived in the main control area, and their powers and functions were probably different according to the alphabetical order. However, that's not the point. These 2 NPCs might not be lying to themselves. Even if Mr. A knew how players entered the main game control area, he probably wouldn't tell such a secret to an insignificant assassin NPC. Although he couldn't ask Mr. A, he could ask that player. Thinking of this, Lin Feng picked up the large tomato, smiled slightly, and said, "All right, then tell me, who is that player?" I remember, that player's name was Guanji. That's right, it's Guanji. I remember him. He wears glasses and has a strangely shaped weapon in his hand. Lin Feng noted the name down and then asked, "Which district is he in?" "District 4, that's right, District 4. Lin Feng nodded, but he was also somewhat depressed. The game currently has 5,000 regions. If you want your own region 5,000 to merge with Region 4. That was a very long time. Hey, do you guys know how to switch regions? When are you going to give us tomatoes? Now that I've answered this question. Chapter 192, the debt collectors have arrived. Unsurprisingly, these 2 NPCs didn't know how to switch areas. Lin Feng pressed them for a while, but the 2 NPCs didn't say anything. In the end, they simply said that only NPCs whose names start with a letter would know about such things. Lin Feng was also helpless. He originally wanted to press for more information, but one of the NPCs actually fainted from hunger while talking. Helpless, he threw 2 tomatoes in and told them to eat first. If you starve to death, you'll lose all your chips. Of course, he didn't come away empty-handed. He knew the NPCs whose names started with letters, and when he talked to Mr. Z about leaving, he could consider asking him for a transfer item. I must find Guanji. Lin Feng nodded secretly, watching the 2 NPCs wolf down their tomatoes, as if they wanted to stuff them into their stomachs in a second. He stepped out of the cabin, glanced at the sky, and realized it was getting late, so he decided to get some rest. But the next moment, he changed his mind. He and Mr. Z are still in the negotiation stage. He won't be around for the time being, so the other party won't take action. Why not take advantage of the fact that he has school uniforms now and go to the NPC activity area of the Doomsday Mall to loot it? If I'm too slow, it'll be troublesome if they change their work clothes. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng instructed Song Xinling to stay on the yacht while he packed his gear, took 2 sets of school uniforms, and prepared to set off. However, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before setting off. "All right, let me sign in first." With a slight smile, he directly opened the check-in system. Weekly Super Blind Box giveaway successful. July 7th. Received. Lucky Red Fortune Blind Box System Developer. A Lost Little Gray X1. Transport. Lin Feng felt that his character in District 5000 was extremely bad, and if things continued like this, his luck would probably not improve. Getting a lucky blind box is a good idea. The prize inside is probably pretty good. Upon opening the blind box and reading the description, Lin Feng felt that the blind box had been drawn at the wrong time. Is it already Chinese New Year? Auspicious red lucky blind box. Tier, Epic. Introduction, 40% chance of getting a large Fu character window decoration, 30% chance of getting a lucky Chinese knot, 20% chance of getting a good luck music player, 10% chance of getting a turning fortune red underwear. Paper cut window decorations, Chinese knots, and the good luck player are all understandable. But what's with the red underpants for good fortune thing? Let's start drawing. Since they were all items for good luck anyway, Lin Feng figured he wouldn't lose money no matter which one he drew, so he simply stopped considering it and went straight for the draw. Suddenly, a festive red box in his hand was opened. Then, Raymond Lamb saw a pair of red underwear that people only wear during their zodiac year. You have opened the Lucky Red Blind Box X1 and received Lucky Red Underpants X1. The red underpants that bring good fortune. Description: a very useful luck-changing item. Wearing it grants you a 99% dodge chance. This item's effect lasts for a cumulative 1 hour. Remember, it must be worn externally to take effect. Holy crap. Wear it outside. Is this some kind of joke, making me cosplay as Superman? Lin Feng couldn't imagine how embarrassing it would be if, just as he was about to engage in battle with the enemy, he suddenly pulled out a pair of red underwear and then, in full view of everyone, put it over his pants. Before the battle even begins, the enemy on the other side will probably be dumbfounded by his own crazy actions. Damn, thank goodness it wasn't on my head. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, stuffed the red underwear into his backpack, and decided that he would never use it unless absolutely necessary. I'd rather have a paper-cut window decoration. Wait, is that thing supposed to be stuck to your forehead? The prizes are all a scam. Lin Feng felt that the system was becoming more and more like him, making players suffer and the system suffering. Ultimately, the system is the biggest winner. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Feng paid 1 gold coin and teleported to the Doomsday Shop. After checking in, it was time to get down to business. Go rob someone. Thinking about this, Lin Feng was in a great mood, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the Doomsday Mall. He found an NPC to guide him and arrived at the self-service restaurant without any problems. After having a late-night snack, he went to the lounge area to change into his school uniform and started working. Wearing a school uniform, Lin Feng easily blended into the NPC activity area, but he was a little lost after entering, not knowing where to go. Wandering along, he gradually walked into the depths of the NPC activity area. When he was almost at the prison, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a sign on a room next to him. A temporary living room. Lin Feng clearly remembered that there was no such room next to the prison before, and the name of the room always sounded a bit off. What kind of living room do we need here? And why is it temporary? Could it be? Lin Feng suddenly had a guess. Just then an NPC passed by. Lin Feng originally planned to keep his head down and discreetly walk around, but the NPC on the other side suddenly paused. You? Lin Feng looked up and was stunned. The person opposite me was none other than number 999, whom I had met at the Castle Marathon. Number 999, you're back? Number 999 said excitedly, Mr. Lin Feng, you promised me you'd give me another 5 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Although he had agreed at the time, he still felt uneasy when it came to actually receiving the gold coins. Ahem. Tell me something first. Number 999 hesitated for a moment. You're not going to renege on your debt, are you? Lin Feng quickly took out 5 gold coins and said to number 999, Tell me what this room is for, and I'll give you 5 gold coins right away. Number 999 hesitated for a moment, seemingly calculating whether it was worth it. 10 gold coins. Holy crap, you're raising prices on the spot. Number 999 scratched his head. After all, this is too risky. Take risks, my ass. I'm just asking what this room is for. What kind of risk is there? Lin Feng was hesitant just now, but now he really doesn't want to pay. Although number 999 is obedient, he won't do anything unless he gets paid enough, so he's not as honest as number 008. He put the gold coins away and immediately took out a rotten salted fish. If we cooperate well and the price is fair, everything is negotiable. Otherwise, this is an NPC activity area. I definitely need to take some precautions. Upon seeing that stinky salted fish, number 999 instantly cowered. Wait, 9 gold coins. Lin Feng remained silent, weighing the rotten salted fish in his hand, and moved closer and closer. 8 gold coins. 7 gold coins. 6 gold coins. That's the lowest I can go. Lin Feng slammed the rotten salted fish into his hand and said, Deal. Hurry up and say it. Stop dawdling. Chapter 193 is making a quick getaway. He'll do something big later. I said, this is Mr. Z's temporary residence. That's all I know. Nodding, Lin Feng said jokingly, I already guessed this. Is that all? You want 6 gold coins from me? Seeing Lin Feng's unfriendly gaze, Number 999 quickly added, I also know that Mr. Z is not in the room. That's more like it. As he spoke, Lin Feng tossed 7 gold coins to number 999, saying, here's one more for you. Don't let anyone else know I was here. You'll get plenty of benefits in the future. Understood. Understood. Number 999 nodded repeatedly, not daring to look at the gold coins in his hand, his eyes fixed on the stinky salted fish in Lin Feng's hand. You can leave now. Number 999 quickly agreed, and left without looking back. Seeing that there was no one else around, Lin Feng tentatively pushed open Mr. Z's door. Unexpectedly, the door was unlocked, but Lin Feng was stunned the moment he pushed it open. The room is spacious inside, but the house is bare. There was nothing in front of me except for a table, chairs, and a bed. No way, this is the treatment they give us. Lin Feng closed the door, not believing that Mr. Z's room was completely empty of anything useful. However, after searching carefully for a long time, he couldn't find any food except for a small wooden cabinet on the table. The key point is that the cabinet has a lock, and you need to enter a password to open it. Lin Feng had no intention of trying to crack the 4-digit password. By the time he finished, 3 days would probably have passed. All right. Lin Feng shook his head and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a black trench coat hanging behind the door that had just been closed. Lin Feng recognized the trench coat. It was the one Mr. Z was wearing when they first met. Lin Feng leaned closer to the trench coat and took it off. A cool black trench coat. Description: wearing this will make you look incredibly stylish, and the trench coat also features storage space with 100 compartments. Holy crap, this thing's pretty good. Although this trench coat doesn't have much storage capacity, it's still better than carrying this backpack every day. Upon closer inspection, it turned out there were some things inside the trench coat. Received, Mr. Z's Agreement X1. Received, Mr. Z's Agreement X1. Received, Mr. Z's Agreement X1. Received, 10 capsule feasts. Lin Feng was speechless. Mr. Z's trench coat pocket contained more than a dozen agreements, and besides that, he only received 10 capsule meals. He looked at the capsule in his hand and checked its product description. Capsule feast. Description: open the capsule to receive a deluxe meal for one. This thing is actually quite useful when entering dungeons. Lin Feng wanted to stuff these things into his backpack, but he found that the trench coat was a storage item and couldn't be put into other storage items. Left with no other choice, he simply rolled up his trench coat into a ball, grabbed it, and left the room. Lin Feng didn't linger. After all, he had taken Mr. Z's trench coat, and if other NPCs found out, it would probably be difficult to deal with. He guessed that Mr. Z had very high authority, and if he angered him, he would cause him even more trouble, which was no joke. He kept trying to slip away, still unwilling to give up, and tried to open the doors of several rooms, but they were either occupied by other NPCs or were tightly locked. Having given up his greed, he had no choice but to jog out of the NPC activity area, and on the way, he also went to the supermarket to buy a gluttonous generator to power the crane. But just as he arrived at the Doomsday Mall Plaza, he suddenly ran into number 008. Lin Feng, I was just about to come find you. Mr. Z agreed to raise the price. Number 008 nodded and said to Lin Feng, Mr. Z said that there are 500 gold coins and 10 complete dungeon entry tickets. Lin Feng estimated that the current price of dungeon entry tickets in the trading channel is around 30 gold coins. 10 dungeon entry tickets would be worth 300 gold coins, and these rewards are worth a total of 800 gold coins. This price is quite reasonable. Number 008 smiled slightly and continued. In addition, Mr. Z has also promised to give you a special item, the kind that is extremely precious. Lin Feng looked at number 008 with suspicion and asked, what kind of special item is it? Number 008 shook his head. I don't know. Mr. Z didn't say anything specific. He asked you to meet him on the yacht tomorrow. He will talk to you in person then. Okay, tell Mr. Z that I'm treating him to dinner. Lin Feng thought to himself, this guy is a big shot. Shouldn't I treat him to some grilled fish? Upon hearing this, number 008 immediately suspected that Lin Feng had ill intentions and quickly reminded him, you'd better be careful. If you anger Mr. Z, the consequences may be difficult to handle. Lin Feng shook his head impatiently. If it were in the Doomsday Mall, Lin Feng might have some reservations, but meeting on his own yacht, what was there to be afraid of? If we can't reach an agreement, I'll just send him a bomb to test his skills. Lin Feng said goodbye to number 008 in a hurry and quickly teleported away, but number 008 felt a little confused. What's that thing in his hand? Why doesn't he put it in his backpack? Just then, an NPC rushed over. Hey, have you seen a thief? Thief! Number 008 was about to say that he seemed to have seen one. After all, this wasn't the first time Lin Feng had stolen something, but he hesitated for a moment before asking, what's missing from the mall? Oh no, Mr. Z's trench coat is gone. What? Number 008 suddenly realized what the lump in Lin Feng's hand was. It was Mr. Z's trench coat. What are you staring at? Have you ever seen a thief stealing things? No. Number 008 denied immediately. Let's look somewhere else. Hurry up. Has Lin Feng gone to the NPC activity area again? I don't think so. Number 008 was being evasive, thinking to himself, if it's confirmed that Lin Feng stole Mr. Z's clothes, then I'll be in trouble. If we can't reach an agreement on the deal, I'll lose my bonus. This secret must be kept absolutely. As soon as Lin Feng got back on the yacht, he rushed into the cabin. At this moment, Song Xinling was feeling annoyed by the two NPCs in the cage. When she saw Lin Feng return, she quickly came over and asked, "Take a look at these two guys. They keep making ouch noises, it's so annoying." "Don't worry, those two will be sent away tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the NPCs in the cage quickly asked, "Lin Feng, are you going to let us go?" "Someone from the Doomsday Mall is here to pick you up." "Great. We're saved. Just one more night. Just one more night will pass." Lin Feng glanced at the two of them, then took out two Black Heart Rabbit poison milk candies. "Don't be too happy yet." Chapter 194. Is it going to be my last meal before I'm executed? Lin Feng, what are you doing? I'd rather die than eat that ghoul again. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. No sugar is fine too. Amidst the NPC's astonished gazes, Lin Feng pushed the large cage out of the cabin. Then, he installed the gluttonous generator he had just bought onto the crane and began a new way to torment the NPCs. You're leaving tomorrow, so we should at least make some of your remaining value. Lin Feng, what else do you want to know? Simple. I want to know, where are gold coins manufactured? Holy crap. Lin Feng, what exactly are you trying to do? Answer my question. We don't know. Lin Feng smiled slightly, walked to the crane, controlled the crane's boom, and directly hooked up the large cage. Then, with a turn, the crane, carrying the cage, swayed and moved to the outside of the yacht. You really don't know? I really don't know. This is not our responsibility. Without hesitation, Lin Feng controlled the joystick and placed the two NPCs directly onto the sea. The icy seawater was covered with floating ice floes, and it was easy to imagine how frigid the water below must be. Holy crap. Lin Feng, let's talk this out. One of the NPCs turned pale with fright upon seeing this. They didn't even have a thick coat on them. If they went into the water, they would either freeze to death or be crippled. Lin Feng pulled the control lever, and the cage stopped less than 10 centimeters from the sea surface, swaying precariously. Where exactly is the place where gold coins are made? Give me a straight answer, and I'll bring you all up here, and you'll have plenty to eat tonight. This, we really don't know. Yes, we already said that manufacturing gold coins is not our responsibility. Seeing that the two men wouldn't confess, Lin Feng simply pushed the control lever, immersing them directly in the seawater. The cage sank, and the two NPCs inside desperately climbed upwards, managing to grab onto the cage and hang from it, with only their backs touching the cold sea surface. Lin Feng was also impressed. These two actually still had the strength to cling to the cage, so they must have been too weak from hunger. Just as I was thinking this, suddenly, an NPC let out a scream and fell into the seawater in the cage with a splash. The other one couldn't hold on either. Its hand slipped, and it fell down as well. Lin Feng chuckled and let the two soak in the seawater for several minutes before taking control of the console and pulling the cage back. The two NPCs were shivering, their lips were trembling, and seawater was dripping from their bodies. Lin Feng, you're not human. It's so cold. Lin Feng sighed in frustration, These two are too unreliable. If they had just told me what they knew, I wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. The cage was hoisted up and placed on the deck of the yacht. Lin Feng leaned over and asked, "You too? Aren't you going to talk?" No, 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 no. You can't say. Yes, 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 it's classified. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment upon hearing what the two men said. These two are probably frozen out of their minds. They said they didn't know before, but now they've changed their tune and say they can't say anything. It's confirmed. They knew exactly where the gold coins were manufactured. All right, since you still won't tell me, and I can't torture you both to death, I have to leave you with one last option. The two looked at Lin Feng nervously, only to be surprised to find that Lin Feng had actually walked away. What? What is he going to do now? I don't know. Boots. Holy crap. That thing. I've seen it before. What is it? With a bang, the NPC, who was still wondering what was going on, suddenly smelled a disgusting stench. What the hell is this thing? I can't take it anymore. I'm dizzy. It stinks like hell. The two were made dizzy by the stench of the rotting boots, but they had no way to escape, so they disgustedly grabbed the cage and banged their heads against it. Lin Feng stayed far away, repeatedly saying with concern, "If you can't hold back, just say something. I can't take it anymore. Take that thing away right now." The two NPCs were foaming at the mouth and cursing incessantly. Lin Feng shook his head. "If you can't stand it anymore, then tell me, where exactly are these gold coins manufactured?" I said, "In the Doomsday Mall, in the NPC activity area." "Where's the NPC activity area?" It's behind the prison." Another NPC quickly urged Lin Feng. "We already told you. Hurry up and take those boots away." As they were talking, they both vomited. They lay in the cage, wanting to go crazy but lacking the strength. They felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, but there was nothing in their stomachs to come out. They gave him the information they wanted, so Lin Feng decided not to make things difficult for them. After putting on a gas mask, I stuffed my boots into my backpack and then laboriously pushed the cage back into the cabin. It took the NPC a long time to recover. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Feng carrying a large pile of food. Food? Wait, could it be poisonous? Lin Feng, what are you going to do to us now? I've told you everything we know. Lin Feng waved his hand. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have bothered. I know what I wanted to know. Please eat as much as you want. If you need more, just let me know. As he spoke, he stuffed all the food in his hand into the cage. The two NPCs were starving, stuffing things into their mouths with one in each hand: tomatoes, cucumbers, apples, and the like, and devouring a whole bunch in one go. Clearly, this amount of food was not enough to fill their stomachs. Lin Feng was generous. After all, they had revealed a lot of important information. Putting everything else aside, if they could really go to the place in the Doomsday Mall where gold coins were made and rob it of a fortune, they could get back all the food they had. Thinking of this, Lin Feng brought over a large amount of food and stuffed it into the cage. "You can eat slowly. I promise I won't cause you any more trouble." Thank you so much. I'm so damn hungry. Wait, I feel like. How do you feel? Eat something. An NPC suddenly stopped what he was doing, looking worriedly at the food in his hand. This isn't my last meal before I'm executed, is it? Thump. The tomato in the hand of the NPC next to him suddenly fell to the ground. He looked at Lin Feng in astonishment and asked timidly, "You don't mean we should eat our fill before we leave, do you?" No, you can eat without worry." Lin Feng's words made the two of them even more uncertain. The two NPCs looked at each other, their faces filled with grief and indignation. "I'm going to die anyway, so whatever, I'll eat my fill first." "Eat. I'll stuff myself to death first." "Have to. I think I should give you less food. If one of you ate too much and died, I'd be at a huge loss." However, these two NPCs might really be on their deathbed. Who knows what Mr. Z will do with them after taking them away? Shaking his head, Lin Feng felt that this NPC was also having a hard time. But when he thought of the players who couldn't afford to eat, Lin Feng immediately dismissed the idea. In this godforsaken place, compassion is the least valuable thing. Chapter 195, so poor they only had money left. The two NPCs ate with expressions of grief and indignation, as if they were about to be executed after finishing their meal. Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. The two of them had such long faces, just looking at them annoyed him. He went outside the cabin alone, drank coffee, and enjoyed the breeze. Suddenly he remembered that he was going to treat Mr. Z well the next day, so he picked up his old fishing rod, which he hadn't used in a long time, thinking that if he caught a few small fish, he could grill them and invite Mr. Z to try them. I want it roasted until it's charcoal black. After about an hour, Lin Feng caught 6 small sea fish and 2 small seaweeds. Unexpectedly, he also caught a tube that looked like toothpaste. Received 1 piece of extra spicy wasabi. Extra spicy wasabi. Introduction. This is a condiment that can be applied to food for flavor, but be careful not to use too much, otherwise the consequences could be unimaginable. Wow, this thing is good. Lin Feng was just thinking about how to give Mr. Z a good beating, and this burnt grilled sea fish with wasabi, the effect would be absolutely satisfying. He is now increasingly looking forward to tomorrow's negotiations with Mr. Z. Lin Feng had collected all the small sea fish and was about to go back to rest when he suddenly received several game announcements. Announcement. The arrest warrant for Lin Feng has expired. Announcement. During the period the wanted notice was in effect, the wanted player Lin Feng was not killed and has received all investment rewards. Announcement. Player Lin Feng has received the following rewards: 80 wood, 70 grass balls, 80 plastic shards, 40 glass shards, 50 stones, 40 magic crystals, 60 mechanical modules, 30 ghost shards, 2 saltpeter, and 5 durians. Holy crap. I'd completely forgotten that I'm still on the wanted list. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, suddenly feeling that the past few days had passed particularly slowly. But that made sense. He had spent quite a long time in the dungeon. Just as he was feeling somewhat sentimental, he was suddenly pulled into the chat channel. A true master is a true master. This was totally predictable. From now on, I will absolutely not invest in anything with a wanted poster for Boss Lin Feng attached to my name. I've lost so many resources because of it. Be thankful. Some people only lost some supplies, while others have already died. Sooner or later, someone will take action against this big shot. Hold on. Wait for your chance. Quietly looking forward to the next regional merge. Wherever Raymond Lamb is, there is resistance. Raymond Lamb, where there is resistance, there is oppression. Shocking. Strategic deterrence from a powerful figure. I'm out of here. I'm already feeling the pressure. Headache, I'm logging off. Bye-bye. They're gone. Lin Feng was speechless. He just popped up once, and all the other players dispersed. This atmosphere is so dull. Well, it seems that in the eyes of the players in Zone 5000, I am practically a menace. Just as he was thinking this, he saw a message pop up in the chat channel. Everyone is truly terrified of the trouble caused by this powerful figure. Raymond Lamb, do you believe I can physically silence you? I have disappeared. Horrible. Stunned. I'll disappear for a bit too. Seeing everyone's replies, Lin Feng felt utterly speechless. Forget it, these guys, all they do is badmouth me. He immediately shut down the chat channel, took out the reward he had just received, and then put it all into his safe. Although these supplies seemed plentiful, for Lin Feng, they were barely enough to make a difference. After all, his current standard of living is something that most people can't compare to. Thinking of this, he no longer cared about those players' sour remarks. He was living a successful life, so why shouldn't people be jealous? After putting away the supplies, Lin Feng thought to himself that it was already past 12 o'clock, and he should be able to draw the blind box for the day. So he opened the sign and interface. Daily blind box, giveaway successful. January 7th. Received. All I have left is money, blind box system developer, 155x1. Lin Feng was surprised when he saw the name of the blind box. Another blind box giveaway that pays out money? He opened the blind box's product page, looked at it carefully, but couldn't figure out what it was all about. So poor, all I have left are blind boxes. Rank, excellent. Introduction. 40% of the deals are low price clearance agreements. 30% are at cost price clearance agreements. 20% are high price clearance agreements, and 10% are extremely high price clearance agreements. What are these things? Clearance sale? Whose inventory are you clearing out? Forget it. Let's take it out first. Lin Feng stopped thinking about it and started drawing. The next moment, he opened a black box in his hand, and then an agreement appeared in his hand. You've opened this so poor you only have money left, blind box X1, and received. High price clearance agreement X1. High price clearance agreement. Introduction. Upon receiving this agreement, you will begin clearing out the items in your storage box. The clearing process will be completed within 10 seconds, and the items will be exchanged for a corresponding value of gold coins at a high price, etc. What do you mean? Clearing out the warehouses of labor and management personnel? Lin Feng was stunned. He finally understood why these blind boxes are called blind boxes that make you so poor you only have money left. They're designed to make you so poor you only have money left. Holy crap. Ghost fragments. Other supplies are fine, but ghost shards can't be bought in the Doomsday shop, so we have to rescue them from the safe as soon as possible. He rushed towards the cabin, but as soon as he opened the cabin door, he suddenly received a system notification. Liquidation complete. All items in the storage box have been converted into gold coins at a high price, totaling 24,444 gold coins. Received 24,444 gold coins. Splash. In an instant, a large pile of gold coins appeared in Lin Feng's hand, and then he was overwhelmed by the gold coins falling down. Hearing the commotion outside, Song Xinling rushed out, but as soon as she opened the cabin door, a huge pile of gold coins poured in from the doorway. Splash. What? How come there are so many gold coins? A hand slowly emerges from the pile of gold coins. Quick! Quick! Go check the safe. Song Xinling was stunned when she saw Lin Feng struggle to climb out of the pile of gold coins and rush towards the safe. Then, the girl heard Lin Feng let out a shrill scream. My supplies, my supplies. She rushed over and was stunned. There were 2 open safes, both completely empty. What did you do? I sold them all. So what are those gold coins? Lin Feng nodded. 24,444 gold coins, a high price for clearance. But why do I always end up losing money? He turned around and focused his gaze on the gluttonous super freezer. Quick, see if there's any food left inside. Upon hearing this, the girl rushed over and opened the freezer, then fell silent. Lin Feng looked indignant and resentful. Okay, have we harvested the plants we planted? I just finished picking them yesterday. Lin Feng covered his forehead. Let's go to the Doomsday Mall to eat these next few days. I'm afraid we'll have to keep eating at the Doomsday Mall. All the plant seedlings have frozen to death. All right. I admit, we're so poor right now that all we have is money. Chapter 196 Utilizing the entire yacht's ingredients. Lin Feng put away the 24,444 gold coins. Despite being very wealthy, he couldn't feel happy at all. Now, everything except the weapons and supplies they carry has been turned into gold coins. I reckon my VIP status isn't going down. As Lin Feng pondered this, he sighed and added up the remaining gold coins he had and the gold coins he had just acquired, giving him a total of 26,500 gold coins. He looked dejected, took out 500 gold coins, and handed them directly to Song Xinling. Here, take this, it's your allowance. Song Xinling was stunned. So much. It's okay. We're so poor we only have money left. Take it. Buy whatever you like. The girl accepted the gold coins, nodded, glanced at the gluttonous generator on the yacht, and began to worry. We don't have enough ghost shards, and the ghost shard supermarket doesn't sell them. Watch TV. If you get the chance, kill the ghost comedian on TV and get some ghost fragments. Lin Feng stuffed the remaining gold coins into his backpack. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was actually quite good. He had all his weapons and equipment on him, so the loss wouldn't be significant. As for the supplies, apart from the ghost fragments, he could basically buy them at the supermarket. Looks like we'll have to go to the supermarket more often from now on. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to be in a better mood, Song Xinling leaned over and asked, It's getting late. You should get some rest. Fine. I'm not sleeping tonight. As Lin Feng spoke, he took a sip of coffee. I need to think carefully about what to buy at the Doomsday Mall tomorrow. I need to stock up on magic crystals, food, and other things. Song Xinling sat down next to Lin Feng and said, It's time to do some shopping at the supermarket. I haven't bought anything lately. Let's think about it together. The two of them chatted excitedly, one after the other, figuring out what to buy next. Originally, The two had many things they wanted, but unfortunately, they didn't have enough gold coins to buy them. But now, Lin Feng has more than 20,000 gold coins, so he can basically buy whatever he wants. Several hours later, when it was already dawn, the two were still discussing what to buy at the supermarket. Even so, after discussing for a long time, they only came up with a budget of a little over 10,000 yuan, which was far more than they could spend. Alright, let's not discuss it now, Mr. Z will be here soon. Upon hearing this, Song Xinling quickly stood up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and asked, "Is there anything we need to prepare?" Lin Feng glanced at the small fish, seaweed, and a tube of wasabi that had survived the ordeal on the deck, and said, "You're in charge of making some culinary disasters." Disastrous cuisine. Lin Feng explained his plan to Song Xinling and gave a cold smile. "This Mr. Z has repeatedly disregarded me, so I must treat him well today. Lin Feng, aren't you afraid of completely offending him by doing this? We have the leverage, so what are we afraid of? Besides, we need to be careful about what we do if we want to give him something nice." "That's true." Song Xinling nodded. Right now, they had nothing but gold coins. Treating Mr. Z to a grilled seafood meal would be quite generous, especially one with wasabi. They were truly sincere. They served Mr. Z everything edible on the entire yacht. Just as Lin Feng finished arranging the main dishes for the feast, he saw a beam of white light appearing in the distance, signaling teleportation. The moment the white light disappeared, a small raft appeared on the sea. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng recognized the man on the raft as Mr. Z, who was wearing a black sweater and a top hat. Of course, Mr. Z wasn't wearing that black trench coat, because it was currently lying in Lin Feng's cabin. Luckily, that thing couldn't be put into the storage box, otherwise it would probably have turned into gold coins too. "You're here pretty early." Lin Feng called Song Xinling over and told her to start cooking, while he ran to the front of the yacht to greet Mr. Z. He was a little puzzled. Before, in the Doomsday Mall, this guy was quite ostentatious. How come he came here all alone, sitting on a raft? In less than 5 minutes, the raft was about 10 meters away from the yacht. Just then, the other party actually stopped the raft, and then Lin Feng saw him suddenly stand up and jump directly to the opposite side of him. Has this guy practiced some kind of light body skill? Lin Feng was secretly puzzled when he saw Mr. Z step onto the deck of the yacht and slowly walk towards him, extending his hand. "We meet again." Lin Feng shook hands with him and felt that Mr. Z's hand was extremely strong. As long as the other party did not move, he could not move his palm at all. He realized that with Mr. Z's abilities, he didn't need any other NPCs to accompany him. In fact, in his opinion, this guy was far stronger than the assassin NPC. Mr. Z seemed to have no time for pleasantries, and immediately asked as soon as he released his grip, "Where are they?" "In the back." Lin Feng casually mentioned it, and then sat down on the deck in front of Mr. Z. "Let's talk about the terms of the deal. I don't have any tables or chairs here, so you'll have to make do sitting on the floor." Mr. Z looked at the deck and felt that it was a decent place, so he adopted a refined manner and slowly sat cross-legged on the ground. "My conditions have already been told to you by number 008. I'm not satisfied with this price. It's not good to push your luck." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I always push my luck. If you don't raise the price, this deal is off." Mr. Z nodded, his eyes filled with disdain. 500 gold coins, 12 dungeon entry tickets, and 1 special dungeon entry ticket. At this point, Mr. Z glanced at Lin Feng. "I think it's too little." Upon hearing this, Mr. Z suddenly smiled. 1,000 gold coins, plus a trench coat, and you still think it's not enough? A trench coat. Lin Feng looked puzzled, but Mr. Z shook his head dismissively. "Since the trench coat is in your hands, I won't take it back. Consider it your reward. The total value of these items exceeds 1,000 gold coins." All right. Lin Feng finally understood that this Mr. Z was not only stingy, but also extremely meticulous. If they continued to talk, there probably wouldn't be any progress. Putting everything else aside, getting 12 dungeon entry tickets would be a good deal. As for the special dungeon entry tickets, they sound extraordinary and are naturally more valuable. That's fine, but there's something else I'd like to ask you. Explain. How do I change regions? Upon hearing this, Mr. Z's expression stiffened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and shook his head. Don't overthink it. Once the terms are agreed, take me to see those two NPCs. Wait. Since you're already here, why don't you have a meal first? Mr. Z looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, wondering what kind of trick the kid was up to. Just as he was about to refuse, a girl came over carrying 3 plates of food. You're taking people, so it won't hurt to take a little longer. Let's have a meal together and become friends. Chapter 197, Speechless. Mr. Z glanced at Lin Feng and saw him bring over a large plate of grilled sea fish, while Lin Feng and Song Xinling each had only one grilled seaweed in front of them. So you're going to treat me to grilled seafood? Is this an attempt to feign poverty? What exactly is Raymond Lam planning? Mr. Z was secretly puzzled. Before he could refuse, he saw Lin Feng chewing on the grilled seaweed on the plate. While eating, he said, "Eat the grilled fish. It's the only meat dish on the whole yacht." What do you mean by pretending to be poor in front of me? Lin Feng waved his hand and said sincerely, "I'm not lying to you. Don't be fooled by how impressive my yacht is. It's all show and no substance. If you can find even a tiny bit of food on my yacht besides this breakfast, then I'll consider it a joke." Mr. Z was even more puzzled. Obviously, it was impossible for him to rummage through Lin Feng's yacht for food, but since he said that, it was probably true. But that's strange. Did Lin Feng sell all the food on the yacht so that he could eat frugally? While he was wondering, Lin Feng had already finished eating the grilled seaweed. He looked pitifully at Mr. Z's plate, smiled, and said, "Still not reassured? Otherwise, we'll test for poison for you first." As he spoke, Lin Feng reached out and took 2 grilled sea fish from Mr. Z's plate, and he and Song Xinling each ate one. Although Mr. Z was somewhat dismissive of the food, he had arrived so early and hadn't eaten yet. Besides, Lin Feng had already put it that way, so he couldn't be too disrespectful. He picked up a grilled sea fish and started eating. Surprisingly, the grilled sea fish tasted quite good. He quickly ate 3 grilled sea fish, while Lin Feng chatted casually with Mr. Z. Of course, Mr. Z only accepted the food, but he wasn't in the mood to chat with Lin Feng. There was only 1 grilled sea fish left on the plate. Once he finished eating it, he could take the 2 infected assassin NPCs away. Thinking of this, Mr. Z unconsciously quickened his pace. But the moment he took a bite, he suddenly felt that the grilled fish seemed to be burnt. A strong bitter taste came from the back of the fish, and it was particularly hard. However, he didn't care anymore and took a big bite. Click! Mr. Z sensed something was wrong. The burnt grilled fish had burst open with juice. Just as he was wondering what was going on, a strong, pungent smell rushed into his mouth. Mr. Z's face turned red instantly, and he opened his mouth wide as if he had swallowed gunpowder. Spicy, 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 spicy. Water, water. Give me water. What did you put in this fish? Hee hee, hee hee hee. How come there's a wasabi flavor? Seeing Mr. Z jumping up and down from the spiciness, Lin Feng pretended to be puzzled. Mr. Z, we left you the last bit of wasabi, don't you like it? Mr. Z's eyes were watering from the spiciness. He stuck out his tongue and fanned himself with his hand, his previous refined demeanor completely gone. Give me water, fucking. Alright, quickly pour him a bowl of water. Song Xinling quickly got up, grabbed a small wooden bowl, and went to get water. Mr. Z was panting heavily from the spiciness, glaring at Lin Feng with a burning anger, but he didn't want to speak at all. His tongue was completely numb from the spiciness. He saw Song Xinling bring him a bowl of water, and without even looking at it, he gulped it down. Then, Mr. Z broke down. Hey. Spicy, spicy, spicy. What is this? Mr. Z felt like his head was about to explode from the smell of wasabi. He looked down and saw that what he had in his bowl was not just water, but also some undissolved wasabi paste. You guys did this on purpose. Lin Feng looked bewildered, quickly grabbed the water bowl, and examined it. Then, feigning anger, he said to Song Xinling, "Isn't this the bowl we used to stuff wasabi into the bellies of grilled fish? Why didn't you clean it properly before giving it to Mr. Z to drink?" "Oh dear, I was saving this wasabi to use as a condiment, and now, it's all wasted. Go quickly and bring me a bowl of clean water." "I'll go right now." Upon hearing their conversation, Mr. Z's face turned ashen with anger. These two not only made themselves choke on the spiciness, But they also said that drinking the wasabi water was a waste. When has Mr. Z ever been treated like this? But when he saw Lin Feng, he felt angry but couldn't vent it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was all an accident. Look, we only had this little bit of wasabi. We just wanted to give you a taste, but we still messed things up. You didn't do this on purpose to mess with me? Lin Feng quickly waved his hand. Who are you? You are the famous Mr. Z. How could I dare to make fun of you? Mr. Z looked annoyed. He felt that Lin Feng was doing it on purpose, but he pretended to be very apologetic in front of him. If he were to lose his temper, he would seem petty. But this? How frustrating. Never mind. Have her bring the water over first. Okay. Lin Feng turned around and urged. Hurry up and bring the water over. I'm still washing the dishes. Lin Feng turned his head and said apologetically, There's nothing I can do. She's just a bit slow. Mr. Z, panting heavily and wiping his sweat, said with a look of utter despair, Fine. I'm not drinking any more water. Take me to see those two NPCs. I'm not drinking your water anymore. As he spoke, he fanned his numb tongue and walked toward Lin Feng's cabin. Take your time. There's no rush. I'm in a hurry. Mr. Z just wants to take the two NPCs away and get some clean water to drink right away. Waiting for Lin Feng's clean water is like enduring until his tongue stops burning. Besides, who knows if the next bowl of water will be wasabi water again. As Mr. Z was walking, he suddenly felt a stomach ache. Damn wasabi. I ate too much. Finally, the burning sensation on my tongue subsided, but my stomach couldn't take it anymore. Quick, release them. After finally making it into the cabin, Mr. Z saw two NPCs locked in cages and urged them on. Lin Feng extended his hand, saying, Mr. Z, although we've had a meal and become friends, we should still exchange money for people. Just give me a straight answer. Mr. Z quickly took out a small bag and stuffed it into Lin Feng's hand, cursing inwardly, making friends? Just for this meal? If I were a simpleton, I'd be burning my eyes out from all this spiciness. He never wanted to see that despicable player, Lin Feng, again in his life. Mr. Z thought that Lin Feng would release the man once he got the items, but the guy actually started counting the gold coins carefully. Holy crap! Lin Feng, are you worried I'll renege on my debt? Lin Feng smiled slightly and looked at Mr. Z. You know me, I like to renege on debts, so I'm worried that others will do the same to me. Upon hearing this, Mr. Z was speechless. Chapter 198. As expected, an unexpected incident occurred. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng finally counted all the rewards. Everything that Mr. Z had agreed upon beforehand was there, and Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction before slowly opening the cage door. The two NPCs remained silent, afraid that saying a few more words would displease Mr. Z, because they sensed that Mr. Z looked very pained and couldn't hold his temper. If he said something wrong, he would be in trouble. Mr. Z looked at the two of them, his eyes filled with suspicion, and asked, Where are your clothes? The clothes are with Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly shook his head. When I caught them, those two were completely naked, not wearing school uniforms at all. Mr. Z clutched his stomach and laboriously pointed at Lin Feng with his other finger. Fine. Keep pretending like that. He didn't even bother asking for the school uniform anymore. He had to leave immediately, or his stomach would probably burn from the wasabi. Holding the two NPCs by the hand, Mr. Z walked towards the edge of the yacht without looking back. But here's the problem. He had previously moored the raft at a very far distance. Despite the excruciating pain in his stomach, Mr. Z grabbed the two NPCs and leaped onto the raft. Lin Feng went to the side of the yacht and saw that Mr. Z was in midair when he suddenly felt a spasm in his abdomen and fell into the sea with a splash. Then, he saw the three NPCs struggling to swim back to the raft. TSK. You're trying to be brave even though you have a stomachache. Why are you jumping around like that? After watching the three people and the small raft disappear together, Lin Feng checked the supplies that Mr. Z had given him. With 500 gold coins, plus the previous gold coins, Lin Feng now has a total of 27,000 gold coins, making him a true tycoon in Zone 5000. The 12 dungeon entry tickets weren't anything special, but Lin Feng was more interested in the special dungeon entry ticket. Special dungeon entry ticket. Description: can be used directly from anywhere. The holder's team will instantly enter a special instance. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Previous dungeon tickets could only be used by one person, but this special dungeon entry ticket can be used by the entire team. It seems the corresponding dungeon difficulty is also quite high. Thinking this, Lin Feng stuffed the special dungeon entry ticket into his backpack, figuring he didn't need it right away and would use it when he was in the mood. Now, he has something very important to do. Mr. Z has already learned that he has obtained the NPC school uniform, and he estimates that it won't be long before District 5000 will be changing its NPC work clothes. Time is of the essence. We must get to the NPC activity area as soon as possible and rob the gold coin manufacturing place behind the prison. This task is quite important, and I need to find a helper to work together. Otherwise, I won't be able to manage the gold coin production area by myself, and all my previous efforts will be in vain. Who should we look for? Lin Feng frowned, and instantly thought of a conscientious little follower. The next moment, he opened the private messaging interface and sent a message to Xiaoge. Raymond Lam. Xiaoge, do you have time? Hey, Xiaoge, another dungeon raid? But there aren't any dungeons open right now. Raymond Lam, just tell me if you have time. I want to take you on a big adventure. Of course I have time, boss. Whether it's robbing pirates or bullying NPCs, just say the word, and I'll be there in a minute. Raymond Lam robbed a bank vault. Brother Chiao, you're not kidding, are you? Where's the vault? Lin Feng, now, immediately, go to the Doomsday Mall. Wait for me at the buffet restaurant. Xiaoge, okay, I'll be right there. After closing the private messaging interface, Lin Feng immediately paid 1 gold coin and was directly teleported to the Doomsday shop. Then, he was taken to the self-service restaurant by an NPC. As soon as he sat down, the words Supreme VIP Seat appeared above his head. Xiaoge had just arrived and rushed over when he saw Lin Feng, but as soon as he sat down, he was inexplicably bounced away. Huh? I'm already a VIP member. Lin Feng pointed to the top of his head, and Xiaoge was instantly stunned. Holy crap! Boss, you've become a VIP in just a few days? No problem. If you pull this off, I guarantee you'll become a VIP. Xiaoge stood to the side, watching Lin Feng enjoy his VIP meal while frowning in thought. Boss, where exactly are you going to rob the vault? Eat something first, then get to work. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't want to say anything more, Xiaoge didn't ask any more questions, sat down at a nearby table, and started ordering food. By the way, eat more. Huh? Will it take a long time? No, it's just, what if we can't get out and die a gluttonous death? This? Xiaoge asked hesitantly. Is it too late to go now? Lin Feng didn't care at all and waved his hand, saying, the Supreme VIP requires 1,000 gold coins. Boss, fortune favors the bold. I'll do it. Eat quickly. Xiaoge nodded, thinking that even if he encountered danger, Lin Feng would be there to protect him, and he probably wouldn't be in any serious trouble. Besides, this is a robbery of a gold vault. So what if there are some risks? If we succeed, we'll become VIPs. With such a large sum of money, we'll be able to do whatever we want in Zone 5000. Apart from Raymond Lam, no one will be his match in the future. Xiaoge wolfed down his food, finishing it in less than 10 minutes, and then excitedly followed Lin Feng to the lounge area. Boss, would you like to treat me to some fun before you rob the vault? What are you thinking about? Lin Feng pointed to the end of the leisure area. That's the entrance to the NPC activity area. Oh, Xiaoge was thrilled. Thinking about it, it made sense. Although the big shot was rich, he was always stingy. How could he possibly invite him to spend money in the leisure area? However, once I've earned the gold coins, I must come here to have some fun. After all, I'll be rich soon, so I'll dream a little and motivate myself. The two arrived at a corner, and Lin Feng took out the school uniform from his backpack and gave one to Xiaoge. Change into it quickly. You can only go in after you've changed. Oh, and be careful once you're inside. Keep a low profile, don't talk, don't look around. Just keep your head down and follow me. As Xiaoge dressed, he kept nodding. Once they were both changed, Lin Feng went to a wall and pressed a mechanism, which created an entrance out of thin air. Remembering Lin Feng's instructions, Xiaoge kept his head down, remained silent, and followed closely behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng told him not to look around too much, and to keep his head down and walk forward. But he himself kept looking around and occasionally peeking through the crack in a room door. "Boss, didn't you say not to look around randomly?" "Chill. I said you can't look around, not that I can't. Besides, there's no one else around here." "Ahem. For the sake of the treasury, you'd better keep a low profile." Xiaoge felt that Lin Feng was bound to cause trouble sooner or later, given his current state. Sure enough, Lin Feng was peeking into a room when an NPC suddenly walked out. "Who are you? Which department are you from? Can't you see we're conducting a weapons test here?" Chapter 199, an extra scene. Weapon testing? Lin Feng had just felt that something amazing was going on here and was thinking of taking a closer look. Now that the other party had mentioned it, he was even more determined to take a closer look. The NPC school uniforms are useless now, so every visit is a chance to get more loot. We absolutely can't leave empty-handed. Instantly, Lin Feng straightened his chest and said, "I'm from the management office. We received a report that someone within your organization is stealing resources from the Doomsday Mall and selling them to players." "What? Impossible. Go inside." Before the NPC could react, Lin Feng pushed him into the room. Then, he slammed the door shut, locking Xiaoge out. "Holy crap! Boss, he's still outside." Lin Feng's voice came from inside the door. "Wait for me outside for 2 minutes. Next, Xiaoge heard muffled thuds coming from the room, and the screams of NPCs. No way! Such a big commotion. Xiaoge carefully observed the surroundings, fearing that a few NPCs might suddenly pass by. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Lin Feng came out of the room, holding a round object in his hand, which looked like a hand grenade. Through the crack in the door, Xiaoge saw that the NPCs inside were lying haphazardly on the ground, their bodies seemingly glued to the floor by something, unable to move. "Boss, what did you do to them?" "Oh, it's nothing, my hands and feet are stuck to the ground, and my mouth is stuck too." With a bang, Lin Feng slammed the door shut, and then walked into the depths of the NPC activity area as if nothing had happened. Xiaoge shook his head sympathetically, then his gaze fell on the round grenade in Lin Feng's hand, and he asked, "Boss, what's that?" "Shoo, be quiet. Keep it down." Xiaoge was speechless. If he didn't want to talk, he didn't want to talk. It didn't have to be like this. Given Raymond Lam's behavior, how can he be considered low-key? In fact, Lin Feng had just grabbed the grenade and started dealing with the NPCs. He hadn't even looked at its specific functions yet. As he walked forward, Lin Feng checked the item's attributes. Space condensing grenade. Description: when thrown, the impact creates a powerful gravitational field that pulls all objects within a 10-meter radius into its center, causing an explosion. Upon seeing this introduction, Lin Feng knew that he had struck it rich. The biggest advantage of this thing is that you don't need to aim too precisely. As long as it explodes within 10 meters of the target, it can be lethal. Moreover, this grenade should be quite powerful. It's a pity we only managed to get one. It would have been even better if we had gotten a few more. As Lin Feng pondered this, his movements became faster and faster. After all, they had just caused quite a commotion, and the glue's effectiveness was short-lived. They needed to get to the prison as soon as possible and blow up the wall behind it. In less than 5 minutes, the two arrived at the prison gate. Xiaoge looked puzzled. They were supposed to be robbing gold coins, so how did they end up in prison? "Boss, are you trying to trick me into rescuing a death row inmate?" "Keep a low profile." Lin Feng didn't explain, opened the prison gate, and crawled inside in the dark. Xiaoge followed closely behind, and as soon as he entered, he heard the voices of several NPCs discussing something. "This is so damn unlucky. The instance I was in charge of was running perfectly fine, but for some reason, some monsters suddenly appeared and completely messed it up." "So it was you? No wonder all the monsters in my dungeon disappeared. Turns out they all went to your dungeon. Damn it, didn't I tell you to block off the construction access road? My dungeon isn't even finished yet. How can I have time to deal with your business?" "Sigh, I'm also a dungeon supervisor, from the first dungeon." "Holy crap, all 3 of us dungeon supervisors have been arrested. It's all Raymond Lam's fault." Good heavens, Xiaoge finally understood. So the 3 NPC supervisors from the previous dungeons had all been arrested and imprisoned. Wow, you brought in 3 NPCs all by yourself. That's awesome. This is nothing. The prison I sent in before can't even hold them all. Holy crap. Chiogu was shocked. He looked around at the size of the prison, which had at least dozens of cells. In other words, Lin Feng had sent dozens of NPCs to prison. He finally understood that the big shots were just ripping off players as a side job. Their real specialty was ripping off NPCs. Several NPCs were cursing Lin Feng when they suddenly noticed someone approaching. The three of them looked up and were immediately stunned. Lin Feng, how did you get here? My God, there is no safe place in this world. Help! Help! Someone come quick. The three dungeon supervisor NPCs shouted, but there were only the three of them inside the prison and no other NPCs outside. No matter how hard they shouted, no one came to their aid. Lin Feng remained calm. He took out a black bomb from his backpack and looked at everyone. Don't worry, I'm just here to blow up the prison. Bomb the prison? Holy crap. Lin Feng, don't do anything reckless. This bomb is so big, we don't want to die. At this moment, in the eyes of the three, Lin Feng was a death god, and one that they could not escape no matter what. Which NPC could have imagined that even after ending up in prison, they still couldn't shake off Lin Feng's pursuit? This is going to completely destroy them. Of course, Lin Feng didn't want to harm innocent people, but he had no choice. The assassin NPC said that the place where gold coins were made was behind the prison, so he had to blow up the prison. As for where the bomb is placed, Lin Feng looked around and finally arrived at the end of the prison. There are no cells here, and there are faint cracks in the walls, which could very well be a hidden door. Of course, Lin Feng had no interest in figuring out how to open the secret door. Otherwise, why would he have taken out the bomb? With a slight smile, Lin Feng said to Chiogu, I'll throw it over, and then run back. Before he could finish speaking, Chiogu had already slipped away. Boss, I'm moving further away. All right. Lin Feng nodded, holding the bomb, and estimated the distance. The three NPC cells were not far from here. Everyone watched in horror as Lin Feng raised the bomb and threw it. Bang! The bomb landed, Lin Feng ran wildly, and the NPCs screamed. Almost simultaneously, a violent explosion suddenly rang out. Rumble! A burst of fire erupted from the explosion, and a hole was instantly blasted in the solid wall. Before the thick smoke had even dissipated, Lin Feng heard a violent coughing sound coming from inside. There really are people inside. Lin Feng rushed over quickly, and with a single swipe, sent the NPC who was running towards him tumbling over. Chudge! Drag him back. Chapter 200 Gold coins flying everywhere. The NPC wailed in pain as Chiogu dragged him back to the entrance of the hole that had just been blown open. At this point, Lin Feng had successfully subdued the other 7 or 8 NPCs. He was wondering how Lin Feng did it, when he suddenly saw that Lin Feng had a gas mask on his head. Suddenly, a foul stench swept over us. Chiogu then realized that Lin Feng had used a biological weapon. Holy crap. Boss, you could at least have given me a heads up. Vomit. Chiogu smelled a foul odor and immediately felt uncomfortable, so he quickly took out a mask and put it on his face. Even so, he still felt a wave of dizziness. Next, he saw Lin Feng take out a tube of glue and firmly stick the dizzy and vomiting NPCs together, thus eliminating the source of the stench, the lazy sailor's laundry basket. The NPCs wailed in agony. What's going on? It's Lin Feng. What? I can't take it anymore. Disgusting. Damn. How did he know the vault was here? I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. After a dozen seconds, the 7 or 8 NPCs finally recovered, but by then, Lin Feng had already led Chiogu into a room behind them. Oh no. They've broken into the vault. Quickly sound the alarm and notify the higher-ups. Damn it, I can't move. It's over. It's over. It's completely over. Which bastard revealed the location of the vault to Lin Feng? They'll all end up in jail. The NPC was furious and wanted to curse, but Lin Feng was in the inner room, deep in thought, staring at a huge machine. In front of him was a machine larger than a locomotive, from which gold coins were popping out one by one. Lin Feng was wondering if he could take this thing with him, but Chiogu was happily catching the gold coins. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bang. That's enough. After studying it for a while, Lin Feng realized that this thing couldn't be taken away at all, So he tapped Xiao Gu on the head, pointed to a huge warehouse behind him, and said, "The real money is in there." Xiao looked closely and saw that the huge warehouse entrance had a sign that read 5,000 District Core Vault. "Holy crap! Boss, we've struck it rich this time. Come out first." Lin Feng turned around and walked out of the room, leaving Xiao Gu looking puzzled. "Boss, why did you leave? I'm going to drop a bomb, or you can just listen to the noise inside." Wait. Xiao Gu quickly ran outside, and before he ran out, he took another gold coin from the exit of the gold coin manufacturing machine. At this moment, the NPCs outside were dumbfounded. They watched as Lin Feng rushed into the vault, ran out again, took out a black bomb, and threw it in with a bang. Holy crap! A bomb! It's alright, ordinary bombs can't break through this vault. Yes. This vault is specially reinforced. Hearing what the NPCs said, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. That makes sense. This vault-like bomb is definitely not going to break it. But there's no other way right now. If we try to extract the password through torture, by the time we get it, we'll probably be surrounded by the arriving NPCs. We have no choice but to give it a try. Lin Feng threw it with all his might, and a black bomb landed right next to the vault door, instantly causing an explosion. However, while the surrounding walls were broken and the gold coin-making machines were damaged, the vault door only suffered minor deformation. To make matters worse, the bomb explosion triggered the alarm system, and suddenly, alarms blared throughout the entire NPC activity area. Beep beep beep. The vault is under attack. Need backup. Beep beep beep. The vault is under attack. Need backup. Upon hearing the alarm, the NPCs breathed a sigh of relief. With the vault under attack, nearby NPCs would arrive immediately. In such a short time, Lin Feng had no time to do anything else. Xiao Gu panicked as well. "Boss, what do we do?" "Call the police." "Alright. I guess I'll just have to use the bomb I just got." Lin Feng had no other options at the moment. Besides the spatial compression grenade, he had nothing else that he could use. "Get further away." Lin Feng took a dozen steps back and suddenly threw the grenade. The NPCs looked disdainful, wondering what other solutions Lin Feng could come up with. He couldn't even destroy the vault with a single bomb, so what good would a grenade do now? Moreover, they could hear heavy footsteps coming from the direction of the prison, meaning the NPC reinforcements should be arriving soon. Quick! Charge! It must be Lin Feng. Armed NPCs, get ahead quickly. We can't let him get away this time. Behind them, hordes of NPCs had already poured into the prison, and were about to burst through the blasted hole. Just then, Lin Feng's grenade landed at the entrance of the vault. Instantly, the space around the grenade distorted. The once secure vault was twisted and compressed at the center of the grenade explosion, as if it had been compressed. Even the surrounding walls deformed instantly, being sucked into the gravitational field created by the grenade. Moreover, alarms sounded again in the NPC activity area. Beep beep beep. The dimensional barrier of the Doomsday Mall in District 5000 has been torn apart by an abnormal force. Beep beep beep. The dimensional barrier of the Doomsday Mall in District 5000 has been torn apart by an abnormal force. Upon hearing the alarm, Lin Feng was puzzled. Before he could figure it out, the space distorted by the grenade exploded violently. Boom. In an instant, the vault was completely shattered by the explosion. At that moment, Lin Feng witnessed a bizarre scene. He watched helplessly as the vault exploded, blasting out countless gold coins, but most of them disappeared into thin air halfway through the explosion. Only a very small portion remained scattered on the shattered ground. Quick, collect the gold coins. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it, and rushed over to frantically pick up the gold coins. Xiao Gu followed closely behind him, pounced on the ground, and started grabbing them into his backpack. Unbeknownst to them, at this moment, not only were there gold coins everywhere in front of them, but the entire 5,000 district was immersed in a rain of gold coins. On a certain stretch of sea, Zhao Dagong was fishing out of sheer boredom, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain on his head. Something had hit him. He was about to angrily curse when he suddenly saw a gold coin that had landed on his raft. Holy crap! Are gold coins falling from the sky? Thump! Thump thump thump. Every now and then, a splash of water rose from the surrounding sea. Zhao Dagong stared in astonishment at the gold coins falling into the sea, and then jumped into the sea like a madman. Suddenly, a series of exciting messages appeared in the chat channel. Holy crap! Gold coins are falling from the sky. Hurry up and pick it up. Heaven has eyes. 3 gold coins fell directly onto my raft. I got hit, looked down, and it was a gold coin. It's out. It's out. No time to chat. Off to collect coins.